This is a world where plants and zombies fight against zombies. Everyone will switch to the plant or zombie profession based on their awakened abilities. The plant camp can cultivate attacking plants to defend against zombies, while the zombie camp uses tombstones to summon zombies to attack the zombies. However, because the zombie profession can only summon ordinary zombies, it is not a match for the hordes of zombies at all. So this profession has become a laughingstock. Nevertheless, I still chose the zombie profession just because I awakened a zombie guidebook that can summon all zombies. I can summon not only the second uncle zombie who loves to read newspapers and the giant zombie who throws his son at the slightest provocation, but also the zombie king Dr. Zomboss who drives a mech. Today is the awakening ceremony of the Love Koan Academy. At this moment, a graceful woman walked towards the awakening platform. She is the school flower by E of the academy. As she gently placed her hand on the awakening platform, a cold breath instantly covered the whole scene. Everyone was shocked to see this. She truly deserves to be the school flower. As she awakened the talent of ice, not only can she turn the pea shooter into an ice shooter, but she can also freeze zombies in a short time. At this moment, a leading teacher shouted for the students to be quiet. Then his gaze fell on me. Chun Yu, it's your turn. I hope you can awaken a powerful talent. He smiled and patted my shoulder, his eyes full of hope. As I have always been one of the top students in the class, he took good care of me. After nodding, I walked towards the awakening platform. As I placed my hand on the awakening stone, a dazzling light burst out in an instant. I saw a zombie manual appearing on the awakening stone, then turning into a stream of light entering my body. The leading teacher hurried over when he saw this, but when he saw that the information of my zombie manual showed its function as unknown, he curiously asked, Chun Yu, do you know what the purpose of this zombie manual is? I nodded and said that the zombie guide allows me to see all the information, including health points, attack power, and all the information about zombies, but I didn't mention the important ones. The most powerful function of the zombie guide is that it can synthesize zombie cards and summon zombies of all versions. At this time, the leading teacher heard some disappointment and frowned. Chun Yu, I suggest you not change jobs. Although you can see all the information about zombies, you still cannot solve the difficulty of the initial stage and the battle platform. The battle platform was formed 100 years ago when this world collided with a planet for some unknown reason, and instead of exploding, they stuck together, creating a lifeless zombie planet. The zombies on that planet come to the blue star through the battle platform because the blue star temporarily lacks the ability to counterattack and can only send people to guard the battle platform to resist the invasion of zombies. At the same time, the battle platform is divided into many levels, and only those who pass through one level can successfully change jobs. The first level will have several waves of zombie invasions, and there is a chance to receive rewards for killing each wave of invading zombies. Climbing to higher levels can not only get plant cards or zombie cards but also increase one's own level. The strength of the plant or zombie of the job changer is also linked to the level. However, if you cannot defend your home, not only will you die, but you will also bring the zombies that have not been cleared inside back to reality. At this time, I said firmly, Teacher, I want to give it a try. The zombie guide allows me to summon all zombies as long as the tombstone value is sufficient. I believe I can survive. Hearing this, the leading teacher frowned. You should know that once you start, there is no turning back. I don't want you to act recklessly and lose your life. After nodding, I stepped into the battle platform. At this point, I first entered the job change space, and a white panel appeared in front of me. Please choose your profession. 1. Plant profession. Get pea shooter card. 2. Zombie profession. Get common zombie card. Seeing this, I chose the zombie profession without hesitation. A moment of endless darkness engulfed me. When I reappeared, I was in a dim courtyard, similar to the background of the Plants vs. Zombies game I played in my previous life, but the difference was that the environment here was filled with the breath of death. The courtyard was divided into 5 paths, but because it is currently the first level, only one path is available. At this moment, an electronic mechanical sound rang out. Ding! Zombies will arrive at the home in 10 minutes. Please choose the zombies you want to send to battle as soon as possible. At the same time, a panel for selecting zombie card slots appeared in front of me. Because I have the zombie guide, I unlocked the card slots on the first level and have the right to use all zombie cards, including Dr. Zomboss. Unfortunately, Dr. Zomboss requires a high tombstone value, a full 1000 tombstone value, which is not as practical as bringing ordinary zombies. Without much thought, I directly decided on the candidates for the 6 zombie card slots. They are Tombstone, which produces tombstone values and summons zombies, and flag-waving zombies, barricade zombies, barrel zombies, iron gate zombies, and rugby zombies. Chen Yu carefully observed the zombie iconography and found that the characteristics of the zombies on the iconography had not changed in any particular way. It was pretty much the same as what he had seen in his previous life. As for the function of synthesizing zombie decks, he couldn't use it right now. To use this function, he needed at least 2 identical decks to use it. Soon the 10 minutes were up. The first wave of zombies is coming. With a dark skull icon appearing in the bottom left corner of the panel, it signals the imminent arrival of the zombies. Seeing this, Chenyu hurriedly dragged the tombstone from the panel and placed it on the center grid. As his finger fell, a rattle came from the center grid, and after about 5 seconds, a tombstone rose up and appeared in Chenyu's field of vision. Name, Tombstone. Grade, 1 star. Introduction, this is a magical tombstone. He can not only summon ordinary zombies, can also provide the essential tombstone value. Want to successfully defeat the zombies? He is essential. There's one thing to be said for the zombie profession. It's still easier. You don't have to dig up your own dirt and grow your own plants like you do with the plant profession. You just have to manipulate it on the panel. Ho ho ho! With a roar in the distance, 5 hordes of walkers appeared on the center grid. Because it is the first level, even if there are 5 ways, zombies will only appear in the center. Which is why Chenyu did not hesitate to place the tombstone in the middle of the grid. It had to be said that Chenyu's luck was really backward. The number of zombies that appeared in the first wave was between 3 and 5, with the lowest being 3 and the highest being 5, and he happened to run into 5 zombies. Chenyu looked at the zombies that appeared and couldn't help but feel a little sick to his stomach. How can this thing look so ugly? All of them are things with missing arms and legs, and the extent to which their bodies are mutilated represents the amount of blood they have left. For example, the zombie at the top with only 1 arm missing had 95 blood, while the last one with 2 broken arms and no teeth had only 60. Just then, there was a sudden rustling movement coming from the tombstone. Chenyu looked back and saw a gray palm reaching out from the tombstone. Seeing this, Chenyu's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the precursor to the tombstone summoning zombies? Let's just show him whether regular zombies or walkers are better. Come on out. Regular zombies. As Chenyu's words fell, a glaring zombie crawled out of the tombstone. As the regular zombie burrowed out, a strand of black gas fell to the ground with it. Just as Chenyu wanted to get closer to see what it was, the zombie icon lying in his mind sent out a sense, and the black gas, as if it had a spirit, instantly flew into the panel in front of Chenyu. Tombstone value plus 25. So this is the tombstone value? Chenyu looked at the prompts on the panel with some tears and laughter. Compared to the warm little sun of the plant profession, his wisp of black air was too scribbly. Chenyu briefly scanned the panel before focusing on this ordinary zombie. A normal zombie's blood level is 100 drops of blood, and its attack speed and attack damage are above that of a zombie. Normally one normal zombie would be able to replace 2 zombies, but in the case of an excessive number of zombies, it would be hard enough for him to even replace one. After all, the ordinary zombie is not like peas. He is required to face damage. Other zombies are hugging the group. 5 zombies each. A mouthful of ordinary zombies can be seconds. But fortunately, he had tombstones to place. As long as he saved up to 50 tombstone values, he could plant another tombstone. And it was hard to say who the deer would be when the time came. As the ordinary zombies and the 5 zombies collided together, creepy gnawing sounds resounded through the heavens and earth. Soon, the regular zombies fell to the ground, and the zombie side was taken out with one of the lowest blood count. Ho ho ho! The group of zombies roared as they moved forward, as if they were celebrating an early victory in the sparring match. But it's just a shame that their hopes are going to be dashed. That's right, Tombstone summoned another normal zombie in 25 tombstone values, and he now came to 50. Chenyu didn't even think twice about directly placing the second tombstone in front of the first one. At the rate Tombstone was summoning zombies right now, there was no way these 4 remaining zombies would make it more than halfway across the field, let alone into his house to eat his brains. The latter result was not what he expected. The 4 zombies were easily resolved by the ordinary zombies summoned by the tombstone. This first wave that caused countless zombie professions headaches was just dissolved by him. As the first wave of walkers were taken care of by him, a zombie deck popped up from where the last walker had died. Chenyu walked up to take a look. It was the normal zombie deck. When he originally chose the zombie profession, he was given a normal zombie deck, and now another one had popped out. So wasn't it possible to synthesize it? Thinking of this, Chenyu hastily summoned the zombie illustrated guide, and with the rapid flipping of the pages, the zombie illustrated guide flipped to the last page, which was the synthesis page. Let's see what I can synthesize with 2 Pooh Stiff decks. Chenyu rubbed his hands together with anticipation. As the 2 Pooh Stiff cards were placed into the synthesis page, the zombie icon violently erupted outwards with endless black aura. Chenyu subconsciously raised his hand to block his vision, and when he lowered his hand, the black aura had disappeared, and in its place was a zombie deck with a box on its head. It is? Chenyu picked up the card and took a look at it, not seeing a clue, but luckily he had the zombie illustration to help parse the information. Name, Blind Box Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, a variant synthesized by 2 ordinary zombies. Although his appearance is just an ordinary zombie wearing a box, he can randomly turn into a zombie owned by the zombie icon after death. And the blood quantity of the zombie he turns into is also random. Blind Box Zombies? Isn't this a Zombies remake? Chunyu stared at the cards in his hand with wide eyes in disbelief. He was really surprised that the zombie icon could actually synthesize a blind box zombie out. Does that mean that the newspaper reading zombies are able to turn into the second master through synthesis? It is important to realize that the original newspaper reading zombie had a very brittle body that was synonymous with weakness. However, the 9-to-5 version of the newspaper reading zombie is ethically enhanced to directly incarnate the second master, with increased blood in the newspaper and the main body, and the newspaper goes into a berserk state when it's dropped, which is fast. As they say, when a newspaper breaks, the gods give thanks. Chunyu previously played the 9-to-5 version several times by the second master kill through a road. There is no way to take him. Just as Chunyu was getting excited, the tone of the matchmaking platform rang in his ears. The second wave of zombies will arrive at your home in 5 minutes. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Chunyu glanced at the panel, then reselected the options again as he had just done. Just replace the flag-waving zombies with blind box zombies, which are a big killer after all. If just now he was a little worried that the second wave wouldn't be able to carry him, he didn't have the slightest worry at all now, because he couldn't place tombstones or grow plants during the rest period. So Chunyu returned to the bed in the house to lie down. It's worth noting that anything on the field will refresh and disappear when going through this level to the next, but resolving the wave doesn't. Do you guys think Chunyu can pass the first floor? I don't know, but if he doesn't make it through the first level he'll stay there and either get killed by walkers or die a chronic death. That's not right. Don't I remember that you can apply to exit the matchmaking platform and return to the real world after you finish a wave? One look at you is that you didn't listen carefully in class. The first layer is a sparring platform to try to see if we are qualified to become a transmigrator, and only after passing the first layer to become a transmigrator can we go back to the real world after fighting a wave from the second layer onwards. I guess he's a bit hung up then. I heard he has a gift that allows him to see information about all zombies, but he still can't solve the problem of a difficult start. Beyond the sparring platform, the unawakened students sat on the school bus chattering and discussing, awakening or not. They had to wait until 6 o'clock in the evening if they wanted to go back. When all the students who had entered the sparring platform had passed the first level, plant professions can be played even if they are slow enough to finish by 6 o'clock, and if they go past 6 o'clock, then that means they have fallen on the matchmaking platform. Listening to the words of the students who were not optimistic about Chunyu, the lead teacher only felt a little disturbed. Chunyu was a student he was particularly optimistic about, and he had thought that Chunyu could awaken a very strong talent, but he hadn't expected it to be about zombie talent. At that time, he shouldn't have agreed to Chunyu entering the sparring platform. If Chunyu really fell in there, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the heart to teach. This Chunyu usually looks so bright. How today so want to choose zombie occupation when the zombie descended into reality, but also the escort to wipe his ass. Gong Zhajong, who usually didn't deal too well with Chunyu, opened his mouth at this time, although he didn't have an awakened talent and didn't dare to go to the sparring platform as a transmigrator. This didn't prevent him from damaging Chunyu. Shut up! The lead teacher, who was in deep thought, instantly exploded when he heard Gong Zhajong's words. You don't pray for your classmates to be able to pass the first level even if it's not enough. You actually cursed Chunyu to perish. This kind of stubborn and three-dimensional student is the most annoying to him. Che, just wait for the escort to make good. Gong Zhajong looked at the angry lead teacher and muttered in a low voice. Escorts are a special kind of official organization that is set up in every country to belong to each country. The escort's main duty is to deal with the walkers that teleport from the homeworld to reality after the transmogrifier dies on the sparring platform. Because of the uncertainty of this teleportation, escorts have been set up all over the country just so that the walkers can be taken care of before they hurt the masses. It's worth noting that the escort is staffed by transmutineers, who must also be transmutineers to join. It was important to realize that those high-level zombies weren't afraid of guns and bombs at all, and only plants or zombies from high-level transmutants could do damage. The levels of transmutators are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, black flare, exalted, and abyss, and each level is divided into 10 stars. Among the plant homes in close proximity to Chunyu, Bai Yi's gaze calmly scanned the first wave of zombies. She turns the pea shooter into an ice shooter through her own talent and freezes the walkers in front of her for a short time. Bai Yi glanced at the ice archer beside her, but unfortunately she couldn't turn her pea shooter deck into an ice archer deck. But with pea shooters at 50 sunlight apiece and cold shooters at 175 sunlight apiece, turning pea shooters into cold shooters isn't necessarily a good thing at this stage. Ho ho ho! Angry roars came from the 4 frozen zombies, and before they could roar, the frontmost zombie was killed by the ice piece shot by the ice shooter. The 3 remaining zombies were not immune to being killed, and she even planted a second pea shooter because of the ice shooter slowing her down. Looking at a pile of broken meat and limbs in front of them, even if you often watch the live broadcast of By EE will still have a feeling of wanting to vomit. After all, across the screen and at the scene is completely 2 different concepts. Thank you. After slowing down for a while, By EE then turned around and smiled as she touched the head of the ice-cold shooter as well as the pea shooter. Kiki. Seeing this, chill shooter and pea shooter hurriedly shook their heads to say no thank you, but unfortunately, the 2 of them couldn't speak and could only use their heads to express what they wanted to say. As the battle ended, By EE looked up into the sky, since sunlight would fall from the sky in the plant profession. Even during rest time, By EE did not run to the house to sleep like Shinyu, but continued to chat with the 2 little ones. It was always her talking, but it was really cute the way the 2 little ones nodded or shook their heads every now and then. The second wave of walkers will arrive in 5 minutes. Please get ready. The matchmaking platform's beep sounded. The smile on By EE's face then tightened. She turned her head with a cold gaze, only to see 7 walkers not far away heading towards her homestead. If you dare to come and offend, you will be told to return without a life. The second wave of walkers is coming. Finally, Chunyu rolled over and got out of bed with a roll, then found a small bench and sat down in the doorway. The zombies were still those ordinary zombies, only that the number was quite a bit more compared to before, a full 10 zombies. Seeing this scene, Chunyu sweated a bit, realizing that the second wave of walkers had between 5 and 10 monsters out. He actually had the most monsters out again. It's hard not to wonder if he's being targeted by matchmaking platforms, but luckily he still had the blind box zombie, so as long as his luck wasn't too bad, it would still be easy to solve these 10 zombies. With a roar, the zombies entered the home one after another, with the lead one being fast, almost twice as fast as the others. If he didn't release the zombie now, the walker would most likely destroy the tombstone before it could be painted with zombies. Thinking of this, Shenyu tapped on the zombie card slot, then dragged the blind box zombie that required 50 tombstone values and placed it in front of the tombstone. Clunk! As Chen Yu's finger fell, the blind box zombie descended from the sky in an extremely cool pose. Ho ho ho! The leading zombie saw the blind box zombie appeared in front of him, instantly entered a berserk state. Aimed at the blind box zombie is a meal of bites. Ha, berserkers? Seeing the flickering red light in the zombie's eyes, Chen Yu's eyes widened and his mouth almost fell to the ground in shock. The berserk zombie was different from that high-level zombie. The image of the berserk zombie was no different from an ordinary zombie, but his movement speed was twice as fast as an ordinary zombie, and if an enemy appears in front of the berserkers, he will immediately go into a berserk state. After a berserk zombie enters a berserk state, his attack speed will then be increased by 2 times, and his immunity will be increased by 2 times, but his speed will return to that of a normal zombie. At first, Shenyu didn't recognize the berserker zombie, not because he didn't listen carefully to the lesson, but rather, there was a probability that ordinary zombies would also increase their speed. Let's put it this way, the probability of a normal walker on the first level increasing its speed is 10%, while the probability of a berserk walker appearing is 1%. It was enough to see how bad Shinyu's luck was. But the good thing is that the blind box zombie is not vegetarian. The blind box zombie was being berserk zombie tearing also did not appear any injury. It wasn't that the blind box zombie's blood was thick. In fact, the blind box zombie's blood wasn't too far off from a normal zombie. The reason he didn't appear to have any injuries was because his body wasn't a torso. It was the blind box above his head. Touch! As the blind box let out a bang, a huge figure appeared in front of the berserk zombie. Shenyu fixed his eyes on it and saw that the huge figure was particularly muscular. He was holding a utility pole in his left hand, and there was a small zombie in the basket behind him. The most important thing was that he stared with 2 bloodshot eyes, and his every move was filled with explosive power. It's actually a red eye? And a full-blooded red eye at that. Shenyu muttered incredulously. It is important to know that the red-eyed giant is the strongest zombie other than the Stiff King. His poles can crush all the zombies he encounters, and just one hit is a sure kill. If the appearance of the berserk walkers brought him a hint of crisis, then the appearance of the red-eyed giants gave him a full sense of security. Boom! As the pole in the red-eyed giant's hand fell, the berserk zombie that had just been frantically tearing was directly smashed into a meat cake, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. I don't know what kind of soil this homestead's land was made of, but there wasn't even a shallow crater left by the red eye smashing it so hard, and the dead zombies and walkers blend into the land as if they were never there. The second wave also resulted in an unsurprising win, and a big one at that, with red eye alone playing through the center. The ordinary zombies following behind them were of no use, as if they had come specifically to cheer red eye on. Seeing that Red Eye was about to leave the land of his homeland, Shen Yu was a bit curious as he ran to Red Eye's side and asked, "Gag and tell, can you hear me?" Shen Yu's move was not a whim, but he remembered that the plant profession transmuter could communicate with plants in a simple way. So could he communicate with zombies? "I can hear you, Master." The red-eyed giant's advance paused slightly as he turned his head towards Shen Yu and bowed slightly, his eyes filled with respect. "Can you stay? I need your help." Seeing that Red Eyes could actually speak, Shen Yu instantly became excited. If Red Eye could stay and help him fight the walkers, he wouldn't be afraid of whoever came in the third wave. "I'm sorry, Master. I would love to stay and help you, but I can't go against the rules of this world. I must move forward." Red Eye said back. "Forward? Forward to where?" Shen Yu is a little puzzled. After leaving the homeland, the zombies will automatically teleport away. The first wave of ordinary zombies that finished killing the zombies disappeared in this way. "Go and fight in the endless abyss until there is nothing left to fight for, and my soul will return to you again." Red Eyes respectfully answered Shen Yu's question, then stepped over the land of his homeland and disappeared under Shen Yu's gaze. As the Red Eyes disappeared, a ball of black light appeared where the last zombie had just died. "It is?" Shen Yu walked over and touched the ball of light with his hand. In an instant, a warmth flowed through his body, and Shen Yu only felt that his body and mind were washed, and he had an inexhaustible energy in his body. Increased power? Shen Yu lowered his head to look at his hands and murmured, "In addition to the plant deck and zombie deck, there will be other rewards. For example, increased strength, increased speed, increased physical ability, or control of fire or electricity. Of course, these can only be considered small additions. The most important reason why the transmogrifier could deal with the zombies was still the level, and each small level up would increase their strength. And the transmuter's own strength is the strength of the plant or zombie. And the zombie summoned will only be strong if the transmuter himself is strong enough. It's worth noting that the transmogrifier can summon plants or zombies in reality once he reaches the 5th level. However, only one can be summoned at a time, and if the plant or zombie dies in reality, that transmuter cannot be summoned again for 24 hours. The third wave of zombies will arrive at your home in 30 minutes. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. 30 minutes to go? Why can't we start now? Shen Yu frowned and reselected the card slot. There's no difference between the card slots from the last wave other than the zombies being in a different order. In view of the request of the transferees, the third wave of zombies will be coming soon. Please prepare for the transferees. As the blackened skull icon appeared, the roar of the zombies came from a short distance away. 20 walkers? And the leader of them is another berserker? Shen Yu looked dumbfounded at the group of zombies that were about to enter his home. Stone him or up. Absolutely stoned. He's just being targeted by the matchmaking platform. It was impossible for even the most unlucky person to be like him, where every wave of zombies was the most numerous, and the second and third waves had berserk zombies that had a very low probability of appearing. There are now 2 tombstones on the field, and the second wave of walkers gave 75 tombstone values when they came. There were 3 normal zombies out at the time, but the appearance of the red eye reduced the 3 universal zombies to the background. If there were no surprises, the third wave would likewise get 75 tombstone values, if not more. That means he has 3 chances to summon a blind box zombie. He couldn't be a match for the third wave of zombies if it was just ordinary zombies, and only the zombies that randomly came out after the blind box zombies died were his hope. Shen Yu thought about it and decided to test the waters with a blind box zombie first. As he slid his finger, the blind box zombie appeared in front of the second tombstone. It was also at this time that a strange sound came from both tombstones, and 2 ordinary zombies that looked extremely similar to each other drilled out of the tombstones. As the 2 normal zombies appeared, 2 clouds of black gas representing the tombstone value entered the panel. Seeing this, Shen Yu hurriedly added another blind box zombie behind the 2 poo stiffs. The situation is still not optimistic, and even 2 blind box zombies may not be able to solve the current predicament. The opposing lead berserk walker and the remaining 19 normal walkers were too oppressive, and unless the giant was randomized again, the chances were slim. As the berserk zombie rushed to the blind box zombie and gnawed frantically, the battle began. Luckily, the zombies on the other side, except for the berserk zombies, were walking very slowly, giving the zombies a chance to fight with many against few. The berserk zombie was worthy of being the crushing zombie of the first floor, and didn't flinch even when facing the siege of 4 zombies at the same time. The blind box zombie at the front of the line didn't last long before the blind box was chewed up and exploded. And as it did, a zombie in a small car appeared. It has a thin body, a little red cap on its head, a white and blue car, and a peculiar symbol in the very center that looks a lot like the letter N when viewed from the side. It's an ice truck zombie? Shen Yu's eyes widened as the worries in his heart instantly dissipated. Keep in mind that ice truck zombies are capable of crushing everything but ground spikes. Whether it's a zombie, a walker or a plant. If you dare to appear one square in front of it, it will dare to crush you. And it leaves an ice path wherever it passes. And sledding zombie squads and snowmen walking on the ice paths boosts movement speed. Crunch! As the ice car advanced forward, the berserk zombies that had just been frantically gnawing suddenly choked, and were then crushed into meat cakes. What just made Shinyu feel strange was that the berserk zombie that had been crushed into a meat cake actually did not bleed at all. It just paralyzed on the ground in a weird circular shape, slowly blending into the land. At first, Shinyu hadn't noticed the strangeness of the land, and it wasn't until now that he intuitively felt the strangeness of the land. It's hard to describe the feeling. If I had to say that the land is alive. Soon, all the zombies on a road were crushed into meat patties. Shinyu didn't even realize that the ice truck's zombie clearing speed was faster and more effective than the red eye. Obviously, the ice car only had 300 blood, and one of these zombies could have burst the ice car with a single nibble, but their attack range was too short, and they were crushed before they even touched the ice car. Let's just say that having a zombie like Ice Truck, which only pops zombie decks at higher tiers, playing the first tier is a downgrade. With all the zombies dead, 2 zombie decks with a glittering black light appeared on the ground. Shenyu walked up and picked it up to see that it was a tombstone card and a barrel zombie card. This made Shenyu somewhat surprised. Since the original zombies didn't have cards like Tombstone that could be placed, he wasn't sure about the synthesis route for Tombstone. If the tombstones were synthesized into 2-star tombstones, would any unexpected changes occur? Thinking of this, Shenyu instantly became excited. Just as he was about to continue the fight, an electronic mechanical tone from the sparring platform sounded in his head. Congratulations on your successful transition to the zombie profession. In light of your valor, you will be able to choose one of the following 3 cards. 1. Hot chili pepper cards. 2. Reading zombie cards. 3. Machine gun zombie deck. Hint, you have now been noticed by the zombie queen. If you choose the zombie deck, then from the 2nd level onwards, you need to be extra careful of the prying eyes from the zombie queen, but at the same time, it's easier for you to get rich rewards. A peep from the zombie queen? Shenyu's face turned ugly. He said how come the 1st level was so hard to beat, so it was because he was targeted by the zombie queen. Even if the other party couldn't go against the rules of the sparring platform, there was still no problem sending him the maximum number of zombies here. I'll take the reading of the newspaper zombie deck. Shenyu didn't care about the blood-red words of the prompt and directly finalized his choice. He was already noticed by the zombie queen anyway, and even if he didn't choose the zombie deck would give him the most monsters, so why should he choose a fiery chili pepper that wouldn't work for him? Although it was said that the fiery pepper deck could be sold for a high price when taken outside, his current priority was to improve his strength, not to think about these has-beens. With the read zombie card appearing in the item bar, the tombstones and zombies in the homestead disappear. Immediately followed by a sense of vertigo, Shenyu forced to endure the feeling of wanting to vomit to look around. I did not expect the homes to be at a very fast speed to the sky. Seeing that the homestead was about to hit the sun, Shenyu subconsciously closed his eyes, but the expected burning sensation didn't appear, and when he opened his eyes, he had already appeared on the 2nd level. In the next moment, a warm current flowed through his body, and Shenyu could clearly perceive his strength rising rapidly. The most notable change is that his strength has become great, and his physical fitness is much higher compared to before. Is this the bronze 1-star? Shenyu's eyes were tightly closed as he muttered out of his mouth. The first wave of walkers will arrive at the homestead in 3 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? No, I'm going back. Shenyu shook his head, then opened the panel and clicked the exit button. As the black light flickered, Shenyu appeared outside the sparring platform, and the moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of the students around him. Which class is this? Why did it come out so quickly? Our class just finished awakening. I remember that the 3rd wave has to rest for 30 minutes, right? The time of awakening for each class is different but not too far apart. There's no way he can come out right now. Does anyone know his name? This girl has decided that she's going to go and work for him as a florist. The kind that definitely doesn't back out. Go go go. You don't take a piss and look in the mirror to see what you look like, just based on your looks. This life is afraid that there is no relationship with the florist. I know him. He seems to be Chunyu from the next class. His grades have always ranked in the top few, and he's quite handsome. I didn't expect him to be the first one to come out from the sparring platform. Shenyu ignored the crowd of people discussing around him as he quickly locked onto the location of his class's school bus and then walked straight over. Shenyu? The lead teacher sitting at the door subconsciously turned his head to look when he heard the movement of the car, not expecting to see Shenyu as soon as he turned his head. How did you get out? You can solve the problem of the zombie profession not having a tombstone value? He rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread it, then hurriedly grabbed Shenyu's arm to ask out loud, Teacher Lu, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry, just let me sit down first. Chen Yu cried and laughed. Ahem. The teacher did get a little excited. Lu Hui coughed twice in a pretense of composure, but the blush on the sides of his cheeks couldn't be hidden. Chen Yu did not dwell too much on this. He swept a glance at the remaining empty seats on the school bus, then sat his butt down next to Lu Hui. Tell me what's going on. Lu Hui impatiently looked at Chen Yu and asked. He had just been praying for Chen Yu to pass the Transfigurator's trial, but he didn't expect to see Chen Yu come out of the sparring platform in the effort of raising his head. You know it's still half an hour before 6 o'clock, and usually students in plant occupations don't come out until after 6 o'clock. He didn't expect the zombie profession that had been cold for so many years to come out before everyone else. How could he not be shocked? The main thing is that the time Chen Yu went in before and after was too short. Even if he kills zombies faster, there has to be so much rest time. At the same time, the students on the school bus stopped chatting and all looked in Chen Yu's direction with bated breath. Chen Yu didn't hide anything, and directly stated the entire process of his journey from entering the sparring platform to completing the trial. Of course, as for how the blind box zombies appeared, he directly replaced it with a reward from the matchmaking platform. Because the talents were all unique and non-transferable, he wasn't afraid of the kind of murderous treasure-taking drama that would occur in his previous life's TV series. He believed that Lu Hui would never harm him. Instead, he would inform the school of his importance, and the school would then inform the higher authorities, and he would have a lot of zombie resources by then. After all, there were very few people who had switched to the zombie profession over the years. The rewards given out by the matchmaking platforms are in turn randomized. Even plant professions can get zombie decks. This has led to the accumulation of a sufficient number of zombie decks over the years that the school would absolutely train him if they weren't stupid. It's important to realize that the reason the zombie career is cold is because he can't get off to a smooth start. But when the zombie profession can start smoothly, then it is definitely not much weaker than the plant profession, and even a few points stronger than the plant profession. For example, Zhao Feng, the head of their Jiangnan City's escort bureau, was the zombie profession he chose. His talent is random summoning, which allows him to summon a random zombie to help him fight at the start of each wave. Because his talent relied so much on luck, no one looked at him favorably when he entered the matchmaking platform. As a result, he froze and summoned the white-eyed giant 3 times in a row with his Ouyang's luck, and killed his way out of the zombie pile. So it is. That turned out to be what you meant by seeing all the zombies' information. So it seems I misunderstood. After listening to Chen Yu's narration, Lu Hui then understood the source of Chen Yu's confidence at that time when he swore to enter the sparring platform. Not to mention, the fact that Chen Yu was able to solve the problem of the tombstone value was enough to open the game successfully. If it wasn't for his bad luck that a berserk zombie had appeared twice in a row, Chen Yu wouldn't have needed to use the blind box zombie to pass the trial at all. My god, I didn't expect Chen Yu to be so powerful, encountering 2 berserk zombies in a row and still being able to pass the trial. If it were me, I'm afraid I'd already be cold. Yeah, let alone 2 berserkers. Even one I wouldn't dare to think about. It's really too scary. You two don't substitute yourselves. You haven't even awakened your talents. You haven't even been to the sparring platform. You're no match even for ordinary zombies. Honestly, I think Chen Yu is cheating. Maybe he did encounter a berserk zombie once, but 2 is too outrageous. How can there be such a high probability? Don't say sour grapes when you can't eat grapes. People who use zombie professions to become transmuters are already more than 99% of the population. Do they need to lie to you? On the school bus, the students who hadn't awakened were discussing heatedly. Some felt that Chen Yu was very powerful, while others felt that it wasn't a big deal, and that it was entirely based on luck and talent. Regarding these compliments and questions, Chen Yu did not take heed as he slightly tilted his head and leaned back in his seat to rest his eyes. I don't know how long it took, but a cacophony of shouts rang out from outside the school bus, and even a number of teenage students inside the bus leaned out the window to watch. Look, it's Quan Jiyoung from senior class 5. I heard that his awakened talent is intense poison, which can make the pea shooter evolve into the poison shadow pea. I didn't expect him to come out so soon. Worthy of being the ace player of senior class 5, he even came out at 5:59, a big lead over the others. Ha, that's, by ha ha ha. I knew my goddess would be able to pass the trial with no problem. You know she's a cold ice talent, the noblest of all the talents in the control department. Che, if it was on a normal day I'd still be able to cheer, but the first one out, Chen Yu, is in our class, so there's nothing for them to be surprised about at this time. The atmosphere heated up at a rate visible to the naked eye as students entering the matchmaking platform returned one by one. It wasn't long before the students of the second senior class that Chen Yu was in returned to the school bus. The lead teacher was relieved to see everyone return safely. Unlike the other classes, their class had fewer students who had awakened their talents, and there were only a dozen or so who had entered the sparring platform, but all of those dozen or so had returned. and all the other classes lost 2 or 3 students who entered the sparring platform. Even if the other classes came back with more people than all the people who went in from their class, Lu Hui didn't care about that. He only cared if his students came back safely. Congratulations, guys, on your safe return. Lu Hui looked at the corner of his eyes moist in the eyes of the students sitting safely in their seats, and the 1,000 words in his heart came to his mouth but turned into a sentence. With all the students returning, it was time for them to go back. It's worth mentioning that after becoming a transmogrifier there's no need to run here to access the sparring platform. Transmogrifiers can communicate and access the sparring platform directly by intention, which is quite convenient. Just as the school bus driver was about to start the car and leave, there was a knock on the front door of the bus. The driver saw this and hurriedly opened the car door, only to see that the woman's face was like frost. Her eyebrows were as thin as a long sword, firm and sharp. Her blown skin was as delicate as snow, and her features were as delicate as a sculpture. "Hello, Mr. Lu, may I interrupt?" The woman walked onto the school bus looking to Lu Hui sitting in the doorway inquiring softly. "That's fine, Mr. White. What can I do for you?" Lu Hui asked curiously. "I'm looking for someone." Bai Yi's gaze was as deep as the stars of the dark night, and her delicate lips rose slightly, revealing a faint sense of confidence and calmness. "Who do you want?" Lu Hui had already guessed Bai Yi's intentions, but he wasn't sure of his guess yet, so he could only ask out loud. "Chun Yu." Bai Yi lightly opened her vermilion lips. "I heard that he was the first one to come out, and he's still using the zombie profession, so that should be correct, right?" "That's right, he's right next to me, and you young people are the ones who can talk and bond more." After saying that, Lu Hui smiled and pulled Chen Yu's arm to make him stand up, then pushed him hard to Bai Yi's face. "Hello, I'm Yui Bai." Bai Yi stretched out her hand towards Chen Yu with a gleaming gaze. "Hello, can I help you?" Chen Yu frowned imperceptibly. He naturally knew about Bai Yi as the school's man of the hour, but he had never met her before, so he didn't know why she was here. "I heard that your profession is the zombie profession. Can you spar with me?" Bai Yi smiled and spoke. "My father is the zombie profession. He always said that the zombie profession is the most powerful. I thought that I would also awaken the zombie talent, but I didn't realize that I had awakened the plant talent. Although I failed to awaken the zombie talent, I'm still interested in the zombie profession. So if you have time I can pay you a zombie deck as payment." "Friendship cuts?" Chen Yu heard the meaning of Bai Yi's words. "Yes." Bai Yi nodded. "There are 2 types of sparring on the sparring platform. One is friendship sparring and the other is life and death sparring. Friendship cutscenes are similar to one of those holographic simulation type games, where whatever damage is done has no effect on the transmogrifier themselves, as these are simulated. The life and death duel is different. The life and death duel is only on when you encounter that kind of irreconcilable contradiction. Once on the life and death duel, it is divided into both high and low, as well as life and death. After saying that, Bai Yi stopped talking and just stood there quietly waiting for Chen Yu's reply. At this time Chen Yu also came to the interest. Heard Bai Yi can give him a zombie card, immediately said, "Zombie card can choose their own. Can choose their own, I will cut with you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi frowned. "Although there are quite a few zombie cards in my house, I can only mobilize low-grade cards. I can't mobilize the 2-star as well as the ones that are above 2-star. Chen Yu smiled. "No need for a high-grade deck. I just need a newspaper reading zombie deck. Does your family have one?" "That's fine. We have it at home." Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Yu did not ask for a lion's share of the money. Although she could mobilize low-grade cards, there was a difference between low-grade cards. Although a 1-star regular zombie deck and a 1-star giant zombie deck are both 1-star, the gap between the two is as unbridgeable as a chasm. If Chen Yu had asked for a giant zombie deck, she would have had to hemorrhage a lot of money even if she could afford to give it, but it was good to know that Chen Yu only needed an insignificant reed zombie deck, so no harm done. "Then we start now?" Chen Yu asked. He didn't know Bai Yi's true thoughts. If he did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to help but laugh his ass off. Although a 1-star giant zombie could casually crush a newspaper reading zombie, the 2-star second master was a man who made even the king of stiffs fear him. So what was a mere giant zombie? It's just a pity that although there is the profession of card combiner in this world, most of them are transmutations that utilize their own talents or the treasures they have obtained to fuse with the cards. The products that came out of this fusion were both good and bad, extremely unstable, and couldn't be compared to the stable synthesis pathway in Chen Yu's zombie iconography. In most people's perceptions, the newspaper reading zombie is a zombie that is so wasteful that it can no longer be wasteful. At least Chen Yu has not heard of a 2-star newspaper reading zombie so far. "Wait, I have to go back and say hello to my teacher." Bai Yi greeted and just wanted to leave, but as a result, she seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lu Hui and inquired, "Right, Mr. Lu, is it okay if I follow your car back?" "Yes." Lu Hui nodded. There were still a lot of seats in the school bus, 3 seats in their row, and besides him and Chen Yu there was an empty seat, just right for Bai Yi. Hearing this, Bai Yi hurriedly ran out of the car. It wasn't long before Bai Yi returned with her belongings and unashamedly sat next to Chen Yu. In response, Chen Yu didn't have much to say about it, but it was the male students present who all revealed expressions of envy and jealousy, wishing that the ones sitting next to Bai Yi were themselves. Teacher Lu, please keep an eye on it for us, Bai Yi said as she looked sideways at Lu Hui, who was sitting on the far right. Friendship cuts do not require insta access to the matchmaking platform, just a conscious link to the matchmaking platform. Because it was a friendly sparring session, they were able to withdraw at any time, and whenever there was any movement outside, they were able to return with the first realization. Okay, you guys feel free to cut. Lu Hui smilingly nodded his head toward Bai Yi. Let's friend each other first. Bai Yi raised her right hand slightly, and the hexagonal seal on the back of her hand flickered slightly. This is the proof of becoming a transmuter after passing the transmutation trial, and adding friends between transmuters only requires a touch of the back of the hand. Good. Chen Yu nodded. After adding his friends with Bai Yi, Chen Yu initiated a friendship sparring request to Bai Yi. Since Bai Yi came from the big family Bai family and was the pearl of the Bai family head, Chen Yu was not worried that Bai Yi would not give him that zombie card deck. As his application was sent over, Bai Yi immediately responded. The next moment, the two appeared in a pure white space. Behind the two were their respective homes. Oh, kind of interesting. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Two people's homes are spliced together. And unlike the two-player mode in the previous world, where a piece of grass is divided into 2 halves, these 2 pieces of land are the only way to play. Are the parties ready to finish? The panels for both popped up at the same time. Yes. The two looked at each other and then clicked ready. Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Tombstones, blind box zombies, barricade zombies, barrel zombies, steel door zombies, rugby ball zombies. Chen Yu quickly finalized the candidate. The two have just reached the 2nd level, and the 2 paths on either side of the center road can also begin to grow plants or place tombstones. Chen Yu placed a tombstone in the last frame of the middle road, while Bai Yi planted sunflowers in the 2nd road. Sunflowers and tombstones produce sunlight at about the same rate, but tombstones produce a normal zombie along with the tombstone value, which sunflowers can't compete with. As time passes, movement comes from the sunflower and the tombstone at the same time, and a regular zombie comes out of the tombstone. Is this a zombie? Bai Yi carefully surveyed the ordinary zombie's face. It was the first time she had ever watched a zombie so closely. While she had a number of zombie decks in her house, and her father was still a zombie by trade, she had never seen a live zombie. She'd only seen them on videos and in the graphics of the decks. Gulp! At that moment, sunlight fell from the sky, and Bai Yi immediately picked it up and planted a pea shooter in the middle. The pea shooter's range is only home range, and it can't attack regular zombies until they walk into Yui Bai's home. And the rules for cutting between plant professions and zombie professions aren't the same as plant professions cutting each other. Plant professions spar with each other over who has killed the most zombies, while plant professions and zombie professions spar with the zombie profession as the attacker. Within the time limit, the zombie profession must enter the plant profession's house or it is considered a failure, while the plant profession only needs to defend. The time for this friendly sparring session was 10 minutes, which meant that Chen Yu had to break through Bai Yi's defense within 10 minutes or he would lose. But to be honest, if he hadn't deliberately let the water out, there was no way he could have lost this hand. Forget the drama-filled blind box zombies for a moment, and take one of the iron door zombies that restrains the P family out and you're all the way there. Not far away, Bai Yi saw Chen Yu on the opposite side of the room smiling easily, thinking that he didn't care about winning or losing this game, and immediately spoke up. Chen Yu, I won't give you a zombie deck reading if you intentionally let the water out of the bag. You have to give it your all. Don't worry. There's no way you can win this one. I definitely don't want you if you win this read zombie deck, Chen Yu said confidently. Oh, are you so sure? Bai Yi sniffed and instantly became interested. She had grown up with an ear for the zombie profession, and she knew a lot of information about the individual zombies. Ordinary zombies, as the weakest existence in the zombie profession, had always been cannon fodder in everyone's eyes. Not to mention a pea shooter planted at the end of the field is enough to single him out. She couldn't figure out where Chen Yu's confidence was. If it was only based on a tombstone that could produce tombstone values in ordinary zombies, then Chen Yu was bound to lose. But there must be a reason why Chen Yu was so confident, and she wouldn't take it lightly because of that. Her father had once told her that transmutants who could choose the zombie profession had their own specialties, of which talent accounted for the vast majority. Of course, Chen Yu smiled. As soon as he spoke, another rattle came from the tombstone, and an ordinary zombie crawled out of it. Slow down. Both of you. Chen Yu gave orders towards the two ordinary zombies. Although the zombies couldn't stop their advance, they could control the speed of their feet. Yes, master. The ordinary zombies looked back at Chen Yu and then unanimously slowed down their advance. And that? Bai Yi looked at the scene in front of her with disbelief. The value she had built up since childhood almost collapsing at this moment. It wasn't that she hadn't watched the live streams of the zombie profession, but neither her father nor any of those zombie profession trannies had ever communicated with zombies. Vaguely remembering when she was still young, she asked her father if zombie professional transmutants could communicate in the same way as plant professional transmutants. At that time, her father told her categorically that zombies, like walkers, were unhinged and incapable of communicating, and that they would only charge forward blindly until they died. But now, she had witnessed Chen Yu communicating with the two zombies. How could this not surprise her? Chen Yu ignored the fussing by Yi as he casually placed another tombstone in the middle. With these two tombstones placed on a road, the pressure on Bai Yi's side of the middle would be very high, and she would have to plant another pea shooter in the middle. But she was running out of enough sunlight now, and although the sunflower had produced sunlight twice, it wasn't falling from the sky at the same time, which made her become anxious. That said, pea shooters only require 50 sunlight to grow, which is directly double the price compared to the previous world. If pea shooters cost 100 suns of the original, the number of plant professions that can be successfully converted would have to be reduced by at least half. However, it was good that Chen Yu had controlled the movement speed of ordinary zombies, and these two guys would not run into her homeland for the time being, which made Bai Yi relieved. After about 2 more minutes, Bai Yi had saved up 100 sunshine. She planted another pea shooter in the center and planted sunflowers in the fourth. Seeing Bai Yi turn that last pea shooter into a cold ice shooter, Chen Yu was not surprised. If she didn't turn the pea shooter into a cold ice shooter, Chen Yu would feel strange instead. After all, she was the one who had proposed the friendship duel, so she definitely had to go all out. Otherwise, what was the point of this duel? But just one pea shooter wasn't enough. Chen Yu had already hoarded 4 normal zombies in the middle of the road, and there was still 50 tombstone values clutched in his hand. He wondered whether to put in a tombstone or save up to 75 tombstone values to put in an Iron Gate zombie. After all, the Iron Door zombie's Iron Door can block the peas, and as long as you don't knock the Iron Door off, the chill shooter's chill peas won't be able to inflict slowdowns. Snap, snap. At this time, a sudden sound of deceleration from not far away interrupted Chen Yu's thoughts. He looked up and realized that it was the common zombie at the very front that had gone to Bai Yi's homestead. He was already following Chen Yu's orders to walk slowly, and now he was slowed down by the ice-cold archer, causing him to walk like a turtle. No more waiting. All of you rush over there as fast as you can. With Chen Yu's command, the 3 ordinary zombies that had just been as slow as snails instantly rushed forward as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Even the poo stiff at the very front that was slowed down was struggling to move forward. Seeing Chen Yu burst into tears, this was too touching. Snap, snap. Soon the other 3 poo stiffs caught up with the slowed down poo stiff at the front. For the rest of the journey, every time a poo stiff outruns the other poo stiffs at the front of the pack, they are slowed down by the ice shot. I have to say that the special effects of this ice shooter were quite sufficient, and that ice pea exploded violently when it hit the zombie. Chen Yu saw with his own eyes that the struck Puji stiffened in place for a second before he slowly walked forward. Despite the ice slowdown from the ice archer, the 4 poo stiffs took turns resisting damage, and they froze without killing a single zombie. While the poo stiffs had already rushed halfway across the field, Bai Yi's heart trembled as she watched, and she hurriedly planted another pea shooter in the 3rd square in the center. With the planting of the 3rd pea shooter came the reversal of the situation. The originally overwhelmingly powerful poo stiffs were knocked out in succession, and the 4 poo stiffs were all but wiped out without even touching the pea shooter. The most pitiful is the last poo stiff. His head was smashed by the pea shooter's peas. The death was simply miserable. Chen Yu could not bear to look at it. To be able to pass the transfer trial, you should be more than that, right? Bai Yi frowned as she looked towards Chen Yu. Even though her pea shooter and ice shooter had finished off Chen Yu's 4 poo stiffs, she did not take it lightly. Sure, Chen Yu nodded rightfully. If this was all he had, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get through the first wave of the first floor, let alone the 2 waves of berserk zombies that followed. Bai Yi was just about to say something when suddenly her pupils shrank and she looked incredulously at the Iron Door zombie that appeared in front of her. The Iron Gate zombie's Iron Gate is the equivalent of the plant pro's high nut, and is particularly resilient. This guy might not be useful in normal times, but facing hordes of walkers can effectively block the herd. And as someone who grew up knowing about the zombie profession, she also knew one thing for sure: the Iron Door zombies were the nemesis of the pea family. Even a machine gun shooter here won't necessarily be able to penetrate the iron gates of an Iron Gate zombie, unless it's paired with a torch stump that turns the machine gun shooter's peas into fireballs. You've really surprised me. Bai Yi smiled bitterly as she looked toward the rapidly advancing Iron Gate zombies. She did not know if this was Chen Yu's bottom card, but with her current strength there was absolutely no possibility of breaking the iron door. Thinking of this, Bai Yi didn't hesitate any longer and directly chose to admit defeat. In the next moment, both of their consciousnesses returned to their bodies. Look, they both woke up. I guess it must be Chen Yu who won. He's the first one to come out of the sparring platform. Shut up if you don't know how to talk. It's not true that Chen Yu was the first to come out, but Bai Yi was awakened to the gift of cold ice, which naturally restrains zombies, understand? Don't be funny. Chen Yu can use all the zombies. He just has to stay meticulous until he finally releases a giant zombie. What will Bai Yi block? Don't guess here. Anyway, I'll press Bai Yi to win. No matter what. Surely my goddess can win. Listening to the students' heated discussion, Bai Yi, who had just returned to her senses, froze her entire body. What did she hear? Chen Yu can use all zombies? Could this be his awakened gift? Bai Yi looked at Chen Yu with inquiring eyes, and Chen Yu didn't hide it, directly telling what happened to him on the sparring platform. After listening to Chen Yu's narration, Bai Yi's eyes changed from shock to complexity. What's the concept of having two berserkers? If it were her, she wouldn't even be able to fight through the second wave, let alone the third wave with so many zombies, and it was no wonder that Chen Yu could come out of the sparring platform so quickly. Soon the school bus arrived at the school. Aside from Chen Yu, Bai Yi, and 2 or 3 very promising students, all the other students left individually. Since Bai Yi was not from Chen Yu's class, Bai Yi said hello and walked in the direction of their class. Chen Yu and the other 3 students then followed Lu Hui back to the classroom. I'm sure you know what my reasons for leaving you behind are, so I won't go into too much detail here. Just know that you have a lot of potential, enough to rush up the bronze potential list, especially you, Chen Yu. I think you're very hopeful to rush to the top 10 of the bronze potential ranking. Don't get stage fright when you guys come with me to meet the principal later. Lu Hui swept through the eyes of the 4 people present with a serious expression, and only after not finding such negative emotions as timidity or fear did Lu Hui withdraw his gaze with satisfaction. Teacher, what is the bronze potential ranking? At this time, Tang Shan, who was standing beside Chen Yu, opened his mouth and asked. He was usually sleepy in class and didn't know anything other than what he had forced himself to learn in about the sparring platforms and the individual plants. I can see you're not listening carefully. The tall-bodied Zhang Fuqian on the side sneered. Thin monkey, shut up. Talk as if you're seriously listening. If you hadn't awakened your talent, you'd have gone to beat the screws by now, Tang Shan said with a red face. Upon hearing the words skinny monkey, Zhang Fuqian's face instantly grimaced, and his 2 fists creaked as he squeezed them. The skinny monkey was his scales. No matter who uttered those 2 words he would have stormed out. If it wasn't for the fact that the teacher was still on his heels, his fist would have landed on Tang Shan's face. Okay, you guys be quiet. Lu Hui looked at the 2 people who did not give in to each other and pressed his hand. And the 2 people instantly had no more temper as if they were dumbfounded. Both Tang Shan and Zhang Fuqian are notorious for being problematic students. Among them, Tang Shan was famous for being able to sleep standing up, while Zhang Fuqian was always picking fights and choking his classmates twice for no reason, which made a lot of people quite critical of him. I heard that when Zhang Fuqian was in junior high school he was still a very short and skinny boy, and because he looked like a monkey, he was nicknamed a skinny monkey. At that time, he was bullied by his classmates, because the leader of the guy has the power. Even if the thin monkey half dead is not a big problem. Then Zhang Fuqian sent hard exercise. A summer vacation time froze from a 1.5 dwarf grew into a 1.8 strongman, who do not dare to bully him again. And he had changed from his previous coy personality to this arrogant and domineering one that just didn't look like he could be messed with. Okay, all follow me to the playground. The principal is waiting for us there. Lu Hui did not stay in the classroom for a long time. After all, to receive benefits such things can be early to go early. If you go late, good things by other classes to lead away can be difficult. Soon, the crowd arrived at the flag-raising platform in the playground. At this time, there was already a teacher with 3 students receiving their benefits in front of the principal. And Bai Yi was among them. Seeing this, Lu Hui walked up and spoke aloud. Principal, these are the students with high potential in our class. All of them are expected to be promoted to the potential list, especially this Chen Yu student beside me. When he was on the school bus, Lu Hui had already given feedback to the principal about Chen Yu, and now mentioning it again was telling the principal which one Chen Yu was. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. The principal smiled and nodded. Don't look at the zombie profession as being cold. But in fact the transmigrants with zombie talent are among the best in their class. I've heard that Chen Yu can see information about all zombies and can use all zombies. Based on that alone he's already left his fellow students behind by several blocks. Another teacher, Wu Jun, immediately nodded his head in agreement when he heard this. That's right. The student who awakened the zombie talent in the last previous session is now the Grand Captain of the Guard Bureau. And he's pushing the tiers very quickly, so fast that the students in the same session can't hope to catch up with him. Hearing both the principal and Wu Jun say this, Lu Hui, who was Chen Yu's teacher, burst into laughter. Chen Yu's strength is indeed very strong. I've just had a friendly sparring session with him and I can't beat him at all. Bai Yi, who had been keeping her head lowered to observe Foley, also interjected when she heard this. What? The black-clothed girl standing beside Bai Yi had a surprised look on her face. Yi, you've awakened the cold ice talent, the strongest talent in our class except for me, and you can't actually beat him? Hearing this, Bai Yi spoke helplessly. Yao, you have to know that there is a world outside of people, not to mention my ice-cold talent. Even your charming talent is still very much up in the air. How can it be? My charming talent is a talent that comes along once in 100 years. Even the number 1 on that bronze potential ranking is in my pocket. I wouldn't be able to beat him? Lu Yao had a face of disbelief. As the only daughter of the patriarch of one of the city's top families, she was born with everything the rest of the world could hope for. Knowledge, cards, holographic simulation battles, endless resources. Whatever she wants, the family will try to satisfy her as much as possible. How could someone like her, who was born to stand at the apex, not be able to defeat an ordinary student with little talent like Chen Yu? You should know that awakening talent is related to the degree of fit, and zombie-fit people will never awaken plant talent, and vice versa, and plant-fit people will never awaken zombie talent. She grew up living in a special room her father had set up for her, with objects associated with chimerical mushrooms. This made her fit with the charming mushroom so high that it awakened the 1 in a million charming talent. The plants she grows come with the property of charm mushrooms. Both zombies and zombies will be charmed if they eat her plants. So what does Chen Yu have to compare with her? Chen Yu's gaze was calm as he spoke blandly. Student Lu, I admit that your talent for seduction is strong, and the talent for seduction that has been passed down from generation to generation in your Lu family is top-notch no matter where you place it. But don't forget that your ancestors were also ordinary people who awakened their top talents and thus rebelled against the odds. So how do you dare to conclude that my talent must be inferior to yours? As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, the flag-raising platform of the playground was silent, and everyone looked at him with a kind of look at a monster. You have to know that the one he dislikes is not some cat or dog on the side of the road. He dislikes the top daughter of the Lu family, the future successor of the Lu family. Lu Yao has been starstruck since she was a child, and growing up in such an environment will inevitably lead to an egotistical personality. What do you think you're retorting for good reason? It's not like you're going to lose any meat on your bones by letting her say a few words. It's not in anyone's best interest to escalate the situation right now. Oh, not worse than me? Then let's have a friendly sparring session. If you lose you'll kneel on the ground and shout 300 times that I'm wrong. How about it? The corner of Lu Yao's mouth turned up slightly. She was petite, with long curly brown hair draped over her shoulders, and her bright eyes sparkled with a sly look, like a little fox waiting for a fish to take the bait. Chen Yu said expressionlessly, if I lose, I'll kneel on the ground and shout 300 times that I'm wrong. And there's no punishment if you lose? How could this young lady lose? Lu Yao's agitated nose wrinkled. Tell you what, if I win everything will remain the same. If I lose I'll be at your disposal. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Good. It's a deal. Right after Chen Yu and Lu Yao added their friends to each other, the principal, who had been sitting in his seat without saying anything, opened his mouth. 2 students. You can finish receiving the subsidized benefits before friendly sparring. Don't be delayed because of friendly sparring. By the time the students from several other classes come you can finish receiving the goodies. Hearing what the principal said, Chen Yu and Lu Yao exchanged a glance, then quickly walked up to check out the subsidized benefits prepared by the principal. All you see is a subtle box filled with various decks, from plant decks to zombie decks. This is a subsidized benefit that can only be received by students who have become transferees and have the potential to do so. Perhaps this was nothing in the eyes of the family descendants, but in the eyes of ordinary students it was a blessing in disguise that could help them improve their strength faster. They scanned the circle and found that these were all low-grade cards, with ordinary zombies being the most common, others less so, and even giant zombie cards were directly absent. However, Chen Yu saw the Read Zombies deck, and since he already had a Read Zombies deck now, taking the Read Zombies deck now was the optimal solution. Seeing Chen Yu picking and choosing half a day and finally took a newspaper reading zombies card, Lu Yao immediately laughed. You picked a newspaper reading zombies card after half a day? You know that reading zombies are recognized as the most useless zombies in addition to ordinary zombies. Once the netizens jokingly referred to as the old and weak zombies, she had thought of many cards that Chen Yu would choose, such as Escalator Zombie, Bungee Zombie, and then Dancing King Zombie. But she had truly never thought that Chunyu would take newspaper reading zombie. Have you chosen yet? Chunyu ignored Lu Yao's ridicule. After all, he was the only one who possessed the synthesis page of the zombie illustrated guide, and it was normal for the other party to not understand. Take your pick. Just this wall of nuts. Lu Yao stretched disdainfully, her mind already concluding that the victory in this cutthroat competition definitely belonged to her. This nut wall goes well with her charm talent. After the nut wall is chewed up, it will charm the zombie or zombie that chewed the last bite. She really can't think of what Chunyu will take to win against her. Are you guys sure you want a friendly cut? Seeing that both of them had chosen their benefits, the principal then slowly opened his mouth to ask. Okay. The two men looked at each other and spoke in unison. Seeing this, the principal smiled. Alright, since you guys have decided, then I won't stop you too much, but I can give you some advice and help. For example, if you turn on your battle recordings, you are in the top tier of our school's newly awakened students, and it's very instructive. I don't want your recording screen for nothing. I can fund a 1-star plant or zombie deck, but that deck is only for the winner, not the loser. How about that? This friendly sparring must be mutually agreed upon by both parties before the battle recording screen can be turned on. Aside from the battle recording, only friends can watch this friendly sparring session, but friends need to have the person's permission to watch it. Yes, we're fine with that. Chunyu and Lu Yao had no objections to this. Neither Chunyu nor Lu Yao cared about their strength being seen by others. On the contrary, hiding will only lead to suspicion, and only a big show of muscle can make people feel scornful. Moreover, the principal was also funding a deck, which made it impossible for Chunyu to refuse. As for Lu Yao's words, she valued her reputation more, and letting the other students see her heroic stance would undoubtedly reap a lot of adoration. Then you'll start cutting here, the principal said, pointing to the 2 chairs placed to the left. Later, just as Chunyu and Lu Yao took their seats and prepared to spar, Lu Hui, who was standing on the side, still could not help but open his mouth and shout. What's wrong? Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Hui. I want to watch the battle. Lu Hui looked at Chunyu with a serious expression. As Chenyu's teacher, he believed that Chunyu would give him this face. Noticing the look in Lu Hui's eyes, Chunyu immediately understood what he was thinking and immediately stepped forward and raised his hand. Well, that, and I'd like to watch the battle. Take me one. I want to see it too. Goddess Lu, may I see it? A group of students had approached Lu Yao. They swore that they definitely didn't look for Lu Yao because she was good looking. They just had a bit of intestinal discomfort lately and needed to eat some soft food to nourish their stomachs. Can you guys fuck off? A trace of disgust flashed in Lu Yao's eyes. Other than EENMS. Woo, who can watch? None of you are qualified to watch. After saying that, Lu Yao no longer cared about the students who were petrified on the spot. She quickly walked to the seat designated by the principal and sat down. Start when you're ready. Chunyu gave Lu Yao a sideways glance before sending a friendship cut request towards her. Seeing that Chunyu actually took the initiative to initiate a friendship sparring application towards her, Lu Yao's expression that was just filled with boredom instantly turned into dismay. Don't get it. Can't really figure it out. She couldn't figure out where exactly Chenyu's confidence came from at all. Could it be that Chunyu had a way that could break her charm? No, that's absolutely impossible. For so many years, the charming talent had always been ranked in the top 100 of the province's talent list. A true top talent. If it wasn't for the fact that the charm talent mid-cycle was slightly weak, the charm talent could even be ranked in the top 10 of the talent list. Chenyu's zombie profession also happened to be restrained by her. This battle was not suspenseful from the beginning. She was just too cautious. Thinking of this, Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and when she came back to her senses, the two of them had already appeared on the sparring platform. Chunyu looked around. It was still a familiar scene. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Yao on the opposite side of the room was still dazed, Chunyu hurriedly communicated the zombie icon in his mind to flip to the synthesis page. He discovered this feature the last time the zombie icon responded to the tombstone value in his mind. He didn't need to take the zombie icon out. He could use it in his head as it was. As for what to synthesize, simply place 2 read zombie decks in your hand and synthesize them silently. Synthesize. In the next moment, Chunyu only felt an irresistible force coming from his hands forcibly fusing the 2 newspaper reading zombie decks together. The moment the 2 cards collided, endless black awns erupted in the direction of the main center, and even Lu Yao, who was not far away, was forced to use her arm to block in front of her eyes. By the time the light dissipated, the 2 red zombie decks had disappeared, replaced by a brand new one. Why does it feel a little off? Chunyu looked at the zombie deck in his hand. The newspaper reading zombie on top of the pattern has a machete in the position of the waist, which is obviously not the 9-to-5 version of the second master. Chunyu gazed at the card for 3 seconds, and then the information from the zombie illustration resolution appeared before his eyes. Name, Zombies with Knives Reading Newspapers. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction. The former newspaper-reading zombie has been obsessed with completing his Sudoku puzzles and thus has no desire to fight. But there are always people who think that the newspaper-reading zombie is an old and weak person with no fighting ability. And now the angry newspaper-reading zombie carries a machete into the arena. And anyone who dares to challenge him will be crushed into powder by him. Holy shit! The second master with a knife? Chenyu stared at the introduction in front of him with wide eyes and a shocked expression. He had thought that this synthesis would get the 9-to-5 version of the second master. But he didn't expect to actually synthesize the nameless version of the second master with a sword. The 9-to-5 version of the second master and the nameless version of the second master have their own characteristics. For example, the 9-to-5 version of the second master's blood is particularly thick, and one person can push all the way across the road. The nameless version of the second master has exceptionally fast attack and movement speeds, and can dash into a home from the very outside in a second without slowing down. If the 9-to-5 version of the second master and the nameless version of the second master were to fight one-on-one, then the 9-to-5 version of the second master could take out 3 nameless versions of the second master. But the nameless version of the second master with a sword has a trait that the 9-to-5 version of the second master can't match, and that's wielding the sword to kill plants in seconds. Whether it's a charmed mushroom or a high nut, it's a /second if it appears in front of you, because the property of the charmed mushroom is to be eaten in order to be charmed. And it just so happens that the second master with the sword will be swinging his sword at the plant, so he won't be affected by the charm. Originally, Chenyu wanted to hold back a hand of ice truck zombies or stone thrower zombies. This driving zombie is likewise unaffected by the charm trait and will run over it all the way. However, now that the second master with swords had been synthesized, Chenyu's thoughts changed. He wanted to use the second master with a sword to fiercely frustrate Lu Yao. And by the way, let the teachers and principals present see his potential. And then it would not be a matter of a word to open another small stove? Thinking of this, the corners of Chenyu's mouth unconsciously turned upwards. Are the parties ready to finish? Yes. Chenyu glanced at Lu Yao who had not yet slowed down, then raised his hand and tapped the yes button on the panel. Soon, Lu Yao also reacted, and she glared at Chenyu with an unpleasant face before clicking OK. Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Tombstones, blind box zombies, zombies with knives reading newspapers, ice truck zombies, stone thrower zombies, white-eyed giant zombies. In this wave, apart from the tombstone and blind box zombies, Chenyu brought all zombies that weren't afraid of charm. Lu Yao looked at the confident Chenyu not far away, and a touch of ominous foreboding suddenly rose in her heart. She didn't know where this feeling came from, but she always thought that she would definitely win in a duel between herself and Chenyu. This was the confidence that top-notch talent brought her. Matchmaking begins. Chenyu placed tombstones in the middle road as he had done in the past, while Lu Yao waited until Chenyu had placed the tombstones before planting sunflowers in the corresponding road. Chenyu raised his head to look at Lu Yao across from him, not realizing that the other party was showing him a provocative smile. Chenyu shrugged his shoulders indifferently at this. Instead, the crowd watching the battle talked. This wave of Chenyu was hasty. Lu Yao obviously wanted to charm the zombies with the charm trait. How could he place the tombstone before Lu Yao? Lu Hui, who was sitting in the audience, said in a deep voice, Teacher Lu, the rules for cutting between the plant profession and the zombie profession are different. If Chenyu keeps on not placing a tombstone, he will still lose when the time is up, so he might as well gamble by placing a tombstone. Wu Jun, who was on the side, voiced a rebuttal, but a charmed zombie is able to walk to Chenyu's homeland. By then it would be a bit funny if the tombstone is chewed up by a charmed zombie. Lu Hui was a bit helpless. That is also something that can't be helped. Rather than closing your eyes and waiting to die, it's better to let go of your hands. At least there is still a chance of survival. If you don't do anything, it can be a sure loss. Wu Jun said. The audience is at the very top of the homestead, looking down on the two men in the arena from a god's perspective. They could discuss with each other as viewers, but what they said would be blocked, and the two parties, Chenyu and Lu Yao, would not be able to hear them. Don't be too hasty, Mr. Lu. If Chenyu only had this much ability, he wouldn't have agreed to this sparring match. Take your time and watch. Seeing Lu Hui looking at Chenyu in the field with a worried face, the principal sitting next to him smiled and patted his shoulder and said. Hearing this, Lu Hui regained some confidence. Only that he couldn't figure out how Chenyu should win. Even with the blind box zombie as the bottom card in place, Lu Hui felt that it was not safe, and even felt that it was a pit. Realized that a blind box zombie can't transform without someone hitting it. If Lu Yao planted all sunflowers instead of pea shooters, then the charmed blind box zombie would instead be a great killing weapon against Chenyu. Regular zombies, all minimum speed. Chenyu looked at Lu Yao, who was planting sunflowers not far ahead, and then commanded at the ordinary zombies in the middle of the road. Yes, master. The ordinary zombie respectfully nodded its head in agreement, then quickly reduced its own speed, moving forward like a snail. What is it? And that? Lu Yao, who had just finished planting sunflowers, stared incredulously at this scene, her mouth so wide open that she could stuff down an entire egg. Originally, she was thinking of planting all sunflowers. Sister Aoi could not only provide sunlight but could also be used as a charm mushroom, which was so much better than a pea shooter. But now, in this situation, Chen Yu was able to control the movement speed of the zombies, and if a large wave of zombies attacked together, then all of her planted sunflowers were not necessarily able to block it. After all, the damage of these ordinary zombies gathered together was terrifying. After the first poo stiff eats the sunflower and gets charmed, it won't even be able to turn around before it gets spiked by the other poo stiffs. So what's the difference between that and wasting the sunflower? Thinking of this, Lu Yao decided to change her strategy. For example, plant pea shooters in the last 3 columns, sunflowers in the middle 3 columns, and a wall of nuts in all the rest of the rows. It just so happened that Chen Yu controlled the zombies' movement speed, which indirectly gave her time to develop. As a little bit of time passes, both sides of the lineup are taking shape. First is Lu Yao's side. Because she prioritized planting sunflowers in the first few minutes, the 4th to 6th columns are already full of sunflowers, and the last 3 columns are all planted with pea shooters except for a sunflower in the center. As for the nut wall, only the 7th column has 3 of them planted. After all, the cooldown of the nut wall is a bit longer than the other 2 plants, but even with that, the lineup is quite luxurious. On Chen Yu's side, the last 3 columns are all planted with tombstones, and there are currently 12 zombies still in the homeland. Because the zombies were going to advance, the zombies summoned in the first 3 minutes had already entered Lu Yao's homestead to be taken out by the pea shooters. However, these 7 minutes were not in vain. Chen Yu already had 300 tombstone values in his hand. The price of the ice wagon zombie is 150 tombstone values. The stone thrower zombie is 125 tombstone values. And the price of the second master with knife is the same as the stone thrower zombie. Exactly which zombie to choose to crush Lu Yao? Chen Yu stared at the panel in front of him and fell into deep thought. Seeing Chen Yu standing still with a dull gaze, Lu Yao on the opposite side couldn't help but frown slightly. Hey, it's only 2.5 minutes now and you still won't let your zombie come over? I won't be soft even if you admit defeat to me now. Only after hearing Lu Yao's words did Chen Yu come back to his senses from the difficult choice question. The corner of Chen Yu's mouth rose slightly. Since Lu Yao was so impatient to end the battle, he would do as she wished. All zombies, rush as fast as you can. With a wave of Chen Yu's hand, the ordinary zombies that were slowly loitering on the 3 roads instantly rushed forward as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. After all the zombies rushed out of their homes, Chen Yu had a thought and raised his hand to call out the zombie card slot, and then placed a second master with a sword at the very end of the middle road. Perhaps because there was a tombstone where he had placed it, the second master didn't fall from the sky, but came out of it, and by the time he stood up straight, there was still a bit of dirt and dust on his shoulders. As the pooch stiffs came to the wall of nuts and nibbled frantically, the pea shooter's peas hit them without mercy. It didn't take long for the 3 poo stiffs at the front to have their arms broken, and their bodies began to falter, as if they were candles in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Wu Jun spoke with regret. It's a pity. Although Chen Yu can command the zombies, he's been hoarding them for too long. Lu Yao's formation has already been formed. He doesn't stand a chance anymore, but old Lu, you don't feel too bad. After all, Lu Yao's talent is here. If replaced with another person is definitely not Chen Yu's opponent. This wave he was mainly restrained. After saying that, Wu Jun patted Lu Hui's shoulder. He and Lu Hui are not only teachers, but also close friends. Seeing Lu Hui so sad, his heart is not good either. However, Lu Yao was his student, and he wouldn't let Lu Yao loose because of his relationship with Lu Hui, and all he could do at the moment was comfort Lu Hui. Not necessarily. Chen Yu hasn't been releasing zombies. He's hoarding tombstone values. As long as the zombies he summons are able to attack all the way as usual, he can win. Lu Hui looked firmly at Chen Yu in the field. He believed that if Chen Yu was not sure he would not agree to spar with Lu Yao. He must have other backhanders. There are only 3 zombies known to be able to restrain the charmed mushroom, the ice truck zombie, the stone thrower zombie, and the giant zombie. But now the field of 3 rows of pea shooters, and can even shovel off the front of the sunflower and then plant a pea shooter. 4 pea shooters equivalent to a machine gun shooter's firepower. The ice car zombies and stone-throwing car zombies cannot carry, unless Chen Yu summoned a giant zombie, but he wasn't sure if Chen Yu had saved up enough tombstone values for the giant zombie, and that was what worried him the most. Look, what's that? Bai Yi, who had been silently watching the battle, suddenly noticed that a special zombie had appeared on the tombstone in the very center. That particular zombie was similar in appearance to the newspaper reading zombie, but this guy had a knife in his waist, So he was clearly not a newspaper-reading zombie. Could this be some other form of the newspaper-reading zombie? Other than the fact that he has a knife on his waist, everything else is no different from a newspaper-reading zombie. Wu Jun guessed. That should be the case. Lu Hui nodded. Chenyu said he can see information about all zombies, and it's only natural that the other forms of the newspaper-reading zombies can be seen as well. Wu Jun shook his head regretfully. It's a pity. Newspaper-reading zombies are recognized as waste zombies. Even other forms aren't any better. If he puts a giant zombie, there's still hope of flipping the game. But this newspaper-reading zombie with other forms, to be honest, I'm not optimistic. Chenyu did not know that he was sentenced to death in the eyes of the two teachers. He was concentrating on the second master with a sword who was walking slowly forward. You don't have to say. The second master walks with real style. That calm and unhurried temperament is not comparable to all other zombies. Second master, I'm counting on you. Seeing that the second master was about to walk out of his homestead, Chenyu immediately waved and shouted at him. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the second master. I didn't expect that there would still be people who could remember me now. I thought that this title had already drowned in the river of history. Chenyu smiled. Who dares to forget your mighty name? You are an existence that can kill through a road by yourself. As the saying goes, once the newspaper is broken, all the gods give thanks. Newspaper breaks and the gods give thanks? The second master with a knife footsteps, the corner of the mouth involuntarily slightly raised. The originally indifferent eyes also gradually lit up fighting spirit. Young man, that's a phrase I like. Since you've summoned my old bones, let me win this battle for you. After saying that, the footsteps of the second master with the sword suddenly accelerated, and in the next moment, he arrived at Lu Yao's homeland. At this point, Lu Yao had already shoveled out the last row of sunflowers in the center and replaced them with pea shooters. A single pea spewed forward, and what started out as a dozen regular zombies was now down to 3. 2 on the second path and 1 on the one in the center. Puff! With a volley of pea bullets hitting the regular zombies, the poo stiffs in the center way eventually couldn't support themselves and fell to the ground. Reading zombies? What made you think of using a newspaper reading zombie? Lu Yao on the opposite side froze for a moment at the sight of the reading zombie, and then couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She thought that Chenyu was holding back some big move by dragging his feet for so long, but it turned out to be pulling a big one on her. As we all know, newspaper-reading zombies are no better than ordinary zombies. The newspaper-reading zombie summoned by Chenyu has no other special features except for bringing a knife. Isn't this pure and simple to tease her? Reading zombies? It seems you really haven't heard of the second master's name. Chenyu shook his head and lost his smile. He suddenly remembered that when he first played the nameless version when he encountered the second master with a sword was also this look of a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. And as a result, he ended up being educated severely by the second master. Although the nameless version of the second master isn't as powerful as the 9-to-5 version, the nameless version of the second master has exceptionally fast movement and attack speeds, with the only drawback being a more brittle body. But Lu Yao's 3 rows of pea shooters are too low in damage, and even adding another pea shooter won't help the second master, and at best it will only help the second master unblock faster. Second master? How can you call this bad old man a master? Lu Yao snorted. Then her jade hand lightly raised. Pea shooters, show this guy your power. I want to see if the second master in your mouth can gnaw through my nut wall. As the pea shooter's peas hit the newspaper of the second master with the sword with a snap. Snap. Snap sound. The second master's newspaper gradually broke. Oh, the little girl is still too young. The second master with the knife glanced at the newspaper that was about to rot in his hand, then revealed a confident smile. Put. The next moment, the newspaper in the hands of the second master with the knife was completely scrapped. A question mark first appeared on the top of the second master's head. Then his eyes became bloodshot, and the knife at his waist was drawn. As the second master unblocked, the wall of nuts in front of him was killed in a single slash directly. The speed of the second master with a knife is extremely fast. Only just seconds of the wall of nuts ran to the front of the sunflowers to swing the machete. As if chopping melons and cutting vegetables will be 3 rows of sunflowers slaughtered. What is this? Lu Yao stared with wide eyes. Isn't he a newspaper reading zombie? How can he run so fast? And the machete in his hand. Why did he cut a nut wall and cut it away? As soon as Lu Yao's words fell, one of the frontmost pea shooters also fell under the second master's butcher knife. To everyone's horror, the pea shooter's peas hit the second master as if there was no damage, and the 3 pea shooters actually didn't even knock off the second master's arm. Is this Chenyu's bottom card? I heard him say that this newspaper reading zombie is called second master. I didn't expect to charge up so violently. Can't figure it out. How can a newspaper reading zombie be so fierce? Didn't they say that newspaper reading zombies are as brittle as paper? Why can this newspaper reading zombie run so fast when its newspaper falls off? You're focusing on the wrong thing. You should be asking why he can kill plants in seconds, knowing that the nut wall can be able to resist for a long time, and it ended up being cut away by his slash. Something's not right. Haven't you noticed? Lu Yao's charming talent isn't working. This is her biggest leverage, not a molded formation. The two of them, Lu Hui and Wu Jun, spoke incoherently, and even the principal, who had been as steady as a mountain, looked shaken, and the hand cupping his chin twitched slightly. Wu Jun shook his head. I've been teaching for more than 10 years, but this is the first time I've encountered this kind of situation, and I simply cannot see what's going on here with my insights and eyesight. Me too. Lu Hui nodded. I'm afraid that only the principal can see the clues. After all, the principal is the strongest person in our school. A golden 10-star existence. This you don't know, right? The principal is now half a step platinum. His layer of waves has already penetrated half. As long as you fight through the other half of the waves to promote to a higher level, you can become a platinum powerhouse. Wu Jun said this. After saying that, both of their gazes simultaneously looked at the principal sitting next to them. Ahem. It's actually quite simple. Because the second master in Shan Yu's mouth is fundamentally different from a newspaper-reading zombie. Although the second master with a machete is similar in appearance to a newspaper-reading zombie, he moves super fast after the newspaper is dropped. And plants killed with machetes don't go in the mouth, whereas charmed mushrooms need to be gnawed on in order to be charmed. Which means that the second master just doesn't trigger the charming trait. After all this rainbow farting from the two of them, even the principal, who didn't want to talk, had to speak up. The main reason was that even with his realm he could only barely see and understand the principles, and he wasn't even sure if what he was seeing was accurate. Worthy of a principal, you saw through the truth at a glance. Wu Jun gave a thumbs up towards the principal with a face of admiration, his eyes filled with worship. Ahem. Lo and behold, the principal pressed his hand without blushing. The winner of this duel has already been decided. Unless Lu Yao also has some kind of undercard that can turn the tide of battle. But the second master has almost entered the house. Even if she has an undercard, she doesn't have time to plant it. She'll definitely lose this cut. After saying that, the principal stood up and straightened his sleeves, then disappeared from the crowd's view as a ray of light. He had been here for a long time, and there were still students waiting to receive their benefits on the stage. So he simply went straight back. The truth is just as the principal said it would be. The second master, who was in a state of anger, moved extremely fast, and any plants that dared to stand in front of him were all cut in half. Facing the raging second master with knife, Lu Yao didn't dare to get in the way of planting plants at all, knowing that the second master with knife wouldn't take pity on her just because she was a girl. Even if this was just a battlefield simulated by the sparring platform, the nerves were connected to the sparring platform, and all the pain from being cut would be fed back to herself. Battle ends, transferee Chen Yu wins. As the second master rushed into Lu Yao's home with his sword, all the plants and zombies on the field all turned into flying dust and dissipated. Before he disappeared, the second master with the sword glanced back at Chen Yu, and the eyes that contained deep meaning seemed to be telling him, "Young man, I won this battle for you." After the battle ended, the recording screen automatically ended, and Chen Yu and Lu Yao, as well as several people in the audience, returned to reality at the same time. As soon as Chen Yu opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yao's furious face bulging. Honestly, why did that last newspaper-reading zombie of yours run so fast and not get charmed? Knowing that her greatest reliance was her charm talent, and as a result, the second master with the sword was not charmed from the beginning to the end of the cut. Then what was the difference between her and a blank slate? Your charm talent is the same as the charm mushroom. The charm mushroom has to be eaten in order to be charmed. But the second master with a sword is using his sword to cut the plant, so of course he won't be charmed. Chen Yu said rightfully. Humph. Don't be complacent. Lu Yao bit her lip. If you have the ability to wait until I fuse the other plant decks and cut another time, I'll definitely beat you to death. Looking for teeth all over the place. She didn't bring the cards her family had prepared for her when she went to the sparring platform today because she thought she could pass the trial with her talent. If she had brought the deck that her family had prepared for her in the morning, she would never have lost so badly. What? Want to renege? Chen Yu leaned back in his seat with a cozy face and crossed his legs as the eyes of everyone present fell on Lu Yao. Humph. I won't renege on my debt. I'll do as I please. If I frown I won't be called Lu. Lu Yao was exasperated by Chen Yu's words and almost broke her defenses. When had she ever been questioned like this as the eldest miss of the Lu family? I'm not going to kill you or cut you up. I only have two requests. Firstly, you'll keep a low profile whenever you see me in the future. And secondly, give me 3 one-star zombie decks. I'm sure that with your status in the Lu family you'll be able to get them. As for the quality of the zombie decks, I don't make any demands. You can give me any zombie decks and I will never say anything, as long as you feel that the decks given can stand up to the name of your Lu family. Chen Yu laughed. Lu Yao spoke coldly. I'll agree to your request. But remember this, I'm agreeing to you because I value the reputation of the family, not because of your shitty agitation. This time it was her carelessness that didn't flash. When she fused the plant decks that her family had carefully prepared for her, Chen Yu would definitely not be her opponent. It's worth noting that in order to use a card you must fuse it with itself, and each person can hold a limited number of cards. Transmutators just starting the first tier of the trials can only fuse 2 decks, but that doesn't rule out other people's talents or special items that can boost their capacity. As we all know, when you advance to a higher level, your own level will also increase, and every level you advance will have one more card that can fuse with your own. As for Chen Yu's words, he didn't need to fuse himself. All he needed to do to use the cards was to fuse them into the zombie illustration, and this was still the most basic function of the zombie illustration. Enough to see how exaggerated Chen Yu's talent was. Student Chen Yu, this card of yours has high potential. You will definitely be able to enter the top 10 in the bronze potential ranking contest 3 days from now. This deck is the reward you were just promised for recording the screen, and this is the deck I'm personally funding for you, so I hope you'll be able to do more good for the school. The principal said as he took 2 cards out of his pocket. The first zombie card was Tombstone and the second zombie card was Rugby Zombie. The importance of Tombstone is unquestionable among many zombie decks, and Rugby Zombie's combat power is in the top tier of zombies. It's safe to say that both of the cards the principal gave him were well thought out and not just randomly perfunctory. Speaking of Tombstone decks, don't a lot of people think that just getting a Tombstone deck would solve the problem of not being able to start a zombie career? No, it's not. Both zombie decks or plant decks are expensive, especially important cards like Tombstones which are worth more than $10 million. It's true that a rich brother with a family of miners can afford a Tombstone deck, but zombie talents are inherently rare. If it's an ordinary person with no awakened talent, then why didn't he choose the Kryptonian plant profession? In this world, ordinary people without awakened talents accounted for the most, followed by those who had awakened plant talents, and finally the rare and cold zombie talent awakeners. Without the zombie talent, the plant profession is the optimal solution for the average person with a mine at home, rather than buying a Tombstone deck and foolishly choosing the zombie profession hard. If you can break into the top 50 of the bronze potential ranking city list, then on behalf of the school I can promise you a 2-star zombie deck. The principal smiled as he stood up and patted Chen Yu's shoulder. He saw in Chen Yu's body the hope of charging into the bronze potential ranking city list. Speaking of the potential list, it was an assessment of the strength of the transmogrifier by the matchmaking platform and a way to support them. The bronze potential ranking, as the name suggests, is only available to transmutants who have been promoted to bronze this month, and the potential ranking is rated by the number of impact tiers. This also led to the fact that many of the transmutants who had entered bronze a few days ago had been settling down, and they were all waiting for the moment when the bronze potential ranking opened to explode. It's June 23rd, June 25th and January 5th of each year is when the bronze potential list opens. Basically all schools extend or slow down the awakening date for seniors based on this time. The potential list is further divided into district list, city list, provincial list, and national list, and the bag in Lu Yao's mouth earlier refers to the district list. With her talent and that terrifying family resources, not to mention being number 1 on the bronze potential ranking district ranking, even being number 1 on the bronze potential ranking city ranking would have a great hope. However, this year, several geniuses with terrifying talents had also appeared from other clans, and it remained to be seen who the first place on the city ranking would end up going to. Hearing the principal's promise, everyone present was shocked, and many cast envious gazes towards Chen Yu. You should know that 2-star decks are a world away compared to 1-star decks. If a 1-star deck is worth between $1 million and $10 million, then a 2-star deck is worth around $10 million to $100 million. As for why the difference in 2-star decks is so large, the most important reason is still the source. The source of 2-star cards is divided into 2 ways. The first is the 2-star cards popped out by fighting zombies on the battle platform. The quality of these cards is higher, and the value is naturally higher. The second type is a 2-star deck made by a card combiner, which is usually a synthesis of special talents and cards to achieve mass production. These mass-produced 2-star decks are generally of poorer quality and cannot be compared to the 2-star decks that come out of matchmaking platforms. It's like a fight between a special forces soldier who has gone through years of hard training and a quick-fire muscle man who only jerks off in the gym and drinks protein powder. It's obvious at a glance which one is stronger or weaker. Of course, that's not to say that 2-star decks made by card combiners are necessarily unattainable. Throughout the ages, there have been far too many card combiners who have made great cards, and most of their cards are hard to find for thousands of dollars. In layman's terms, it's the bad 2-star cards that are mass-produced for crappy money, and the high-quality 2-star cards that can be held in the hand to be sold for a monopoly. After all, they're the only ones who can make this kind of deck. Thank you, Principal, I'll do my best. It's getting late now, so I'll head back. Chen Yu and the principal continued to chat for a couple more sentences before they were ready to take their leave. Because he had to look after the other students in the class, Lu Hui didn't follow along. On the contrary, Lu Yao and Bai Yi were following him, which made Chen Yu somewhat surprised. Why are you guys following me? Who's with you? Can't we go back? Lu Yao, who was already in a bad mood, saw that Chen Yu dared to strike up a conversation with her and immediately asked back in a cold voice. Yes, go ahead. Chen Yu nodded non-committally, then took the lead in the direction of the school entrance. Soon, the three were out of the campus. Both Lu Yao and Bai Yi were transported in a special car, and there were also specially hired bodyguards of transmigrants to escort them. Student Chen Yu, will you still come to class tomorrow? Bai Yi asked as she stood at the door of the car and looked at Chen Yu. And no class tomorrow? Chen Yu asked back with some uncertainty. Yeah, we get to choose whether we want to take classes or not once we become transmutineers. After all, the college entrance exams are coming up next month, and the grades on the exams are based on the tier the transmogrifier is currently in. People who want to get into good colleges don't go to class anymore, and with all this time to waste in school they might as well get promoted to a few more levels. Bai Yi saw that Chen Yu did not look like he was faking, so she patiently explained to him. I probably won't come to class tomorrow. Chen Yu thought carefully. It didn't seem to make any difference if he came to class or not. He's already learned everything he needs to know, and since they don't teach new things in senior year, coming to class is just a refresher. Moreover, the high school entrance examination of transmigrants was different from that of ordinary people. The high school entrance examination of transmigrants looked at the tiers to determine their grades, while the high school entrance examination of ordinary people was a test. Then why don't you give me your home address, and I'll send the newspaper reading zombie deck to your house tomorrow. Bai Yi was getting more and more interested in Chen Yu now, especially after seeing Chen Yu sweeping a whole path of Lu Yao with just one zombie. That curiosity reached its peak. Okay. Chen Yu nodded. He exchanged contact information with Bai Yi, and then sent over the address location of his home. Send me the same. I'll send you your zombie deck tomorrow. Seeing Bai Yi and Chen Yu chatting so harmoniously, Lu Yao, who had been wearing a foul face beside her, finally couldn't help but interject. Although she could learn where Chen Yu lived in her own way, this way was so disrespectful that those who didn't know thought she was using it to retaliate. Miss Lu, I believe you. Chen Yu gave Lu Yao an affirmative look before stopping a cab in the direction of his home. After Chen Yu left, Lu Yao and Bai Yi chatted some more, and Lu Yao proposed to go to Chen Yu's house together tomorrow to deliver the cards. Bai Yi was indifferent to this, and she could probably guess what was going on in Lu Yao's mind. After all, Lu Yao grew up all the way smooth, or for the first time encountered Chen Yu such a hard nail. The heart will inevitably be some fall and aggrieved. With this kind of imbalance in her mindset, Lu Yao still had to go and deliver cards to Chen Yu, and she was still more or less reluctant to do so. And most importantly, she was afraid that Chen Yu would be all sorts of yin and yang to her as soon as they met. And on the contrary, she couldn't refute it, and could only stand there and take the heat. Well, I'll meet you at your house tomorrow and we'll just deliver the deck together. Bai Yi waved her hand towards Lu Yao. The two cars sped off in different directions. It was already 8 o'clock by the time Chen Yu returned home. He grew up without a father or mother and has been raised in an orphanage. He crossed over to this world at the age of 15, when he was still in the orphanage. He almost didn't even make it to high school because he couldn't afford to go to school. At the time, he was still thinking about when he would run over to the Versus platform to awaken. If you can't awaken, resign yourself to your fate. But if the talent is awakened, then, the golden scale is not a thing in the pool, and once it meets the wind and clouds, it will be transformed into a dragon. It turned out that the next month a beautiful woman who called herself his sister came to take him away. At first Chen Yu was a bit resistant, afraid that this woman would plot against him. It's just that this woman is a transmigrator and a gold-level powerhouse. He can't resist this woman at all. He can only go with her in a haphazard manner. Then after 2.5 years together, he was certain that the woman was genuinely good to him, and that the woman would fulfill whatever he wanted as best she could. Except he still didn't know where the woman came from. The director of the orphanage had told him very clearly that he was an only child, that his parents had died when he was just born, and that there was absolutely no such thing as an older or younger sister. As for why he was so sure, it was because the director of the orphanage and his parents used to be good friends, and it was because of this that his parents entrusted him to the director of the orphanage. Chen Yu had just turned on the lights in the living room when he saw a stunningly beautiful figure lying on its side on the sofa. Back, hearing the sound of the lights being turned on, the woman slowly opened her eyes, her dainty red lips opening and closing in a queenly manner. Sister Lan, why are you here? Didn't you say that you must pass the 27th floor today? Chen Yu curiously walked over to Su Binglan and sat down next to her. just as she happened to sit on her but on the TV remote control, and the screen that had just been pitch black instantly flashed with a bright light. Oh, ah, ha! The television began to play content that made people blush. The high-definition picture quality and super loud sound made Su Binglan and Chen Yu, who were ready to explain, stare in disbelief. Before Chen Yu could ask what this was all about, Su Binglan hurriedly grabbed the TV remote and turned it off. I don't suppose you just saw anything? After resolving the embarrassing television, Su Binglan's gaze fell on Chen Yu. The extremely oppressive eyes made Chen Yu shudder. He could even feel that if he dared to mention what he had just done again, he was afraid that his little life would be in jeopardy. Thinking of this, Chen Yu hastily shook his head. I don't know anything. Nothing is clear. I just got a little dizzy and only remembered that we chatted up to the 27th floor. Seeing that Chen Yu was so sensible, Su Binglan then withdrew her gaze. I've already cleared the 27th floor, and because I was worried that something might happen to you, I ended my break early and fought 3 waves of zombies in a row. Su Binglan stood up and stretched. Her vermilion lips lightly opened. Her complexion was as usual, and she couldn't see any abnormality on her face, as if what had just happened didn't exist at all. Worthy of being Sister Lan, so easily promoted to Gold 7-star, not much farther from Platinum, right? Chen Yu gave a thumbs up with a surprised face, and at the same time, he learned that it was indeed possible to give up his resting time to fight, and it wasn't a privilege for him alone. As for why schools didn't teach this, it was probably because they were afraid that students wouldn't be able to see their own strength without authorization to fight continuously and lose their lives for no reason. Less poor talk. Su Binglan knocked on Chen Yu's head. Honestly, how was your awakening today? Was it a plant profession or a zombie profession? Seeing the dangerous glint in Su Binglan's eyes, Chen Yu hurriedly told him what happened today. It's a shame that it's a zombie profession. If it's a plant profession, the deck I've prepared for you will definitely allow you to rush into the top 5 of the bronze potential list, Su Binglan said as she took out a 2-star card deck from her item bar, which she had carefully prepared for Chen Yu. Name, ground thorn tall nut. Grade, 2 stars. Description, the air of the tall nut and the ground thorn. Its surface skin is covered with a layer of ground thorns, and compared to its parents, it has superior defense. Actually, I can rush into the top 5 of the bronze potential ranking district ranking right now, and even the top 5 of the city ranking I can compete for. The corner of Chen Yu's mouth rose slightly. He was very confident in his zombie illustration. A transmuter of the same stage was definitely not his opponent. That's true. Your talent is very impressive. You will definitely be able to surpass your sister in the future. And at that time, your sister will be able to lie flat. Su Binglan laughed and put her arm around Chen Yu's shoulders. Seeing Su Binglan, who was bent on lying down, Chen Yu smiled helplessly. Although Su Binglan said it easily on her lips, it was not easy to surpass her. It was important to know that Su Binglan's plant talent was a god's void, a talent that was different from ordinary talents, a talent that relied on spiritual power to activate. There is no time limit for activating this ability, and as long as you have enough mental power, releasing it 10 times in a row is not a problem. As for the effect of God's shadow, it is also simple and brutal. Summoning a destruction mushroom shadow to fly forward in the sky directly behind the homeworld upon activating the ability. Wherever the shadow of the destruction mushroom passes, all hostile creatures underneath will be obliterated. Of course, the damage of God's void was limited. Its damage was equivalent to 2 cherry bombs, which could kill the white-eyed giant in seconds, but could only make the red-eyed giant throw out brats. But the most terrifying thing about God's void was that it ignored the level gap. No matter how many layers of zombies, even the first 100 layers of high attack and high defense zombies, as long as the blood level is lower than or equal to 3600 can be killed in seconds. Well, go make dinner. I didn't even eat at lunch and my stomach is getting hungry. Seeing Chen Yu sitting still, Su Binglan pinched the soft flesh of Chen Yu's waist. Chen Yu instantly jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and when he reacted and looked back, Su Binglan was already lying on the sofa asleep. In order to settle those 3 waves of zombies in advance, she overdrew her spiritual power to continuously use the God's void. This also led to her being too mentally exhausted, and if she hadn't braced herself to see Chen Yu return home, she was afraid that she would have long since entered the land of dreams. Really? Go to bed if you want to sleep. Chen Yu helplessly took out a bedding from inside the room and covered Su Binglan's body before turning towards the kitchen. 3 days passed in a flash. A message alert about the bronze potential list appeared on the panels of all eligible transmuters. The bronze potential list is limited to 7 days, and the list rankings are updated in real time. So as long as the eligible transmogrifier can check the list information at any time, there is absolutely no shady business. And Chen Yu got another newspaper reading zombie deck, absentee zombie deck, sledding zombie squad deck, and balloon zombie deck from Lu Yao and Bai Yi. It had to be said that Lu Yao had played a good hand. These 3 zombies were relatively rare special zombies that could only be popped out above the 20th floor. But these 3 zombies are not very useful in practice. The first is the absentee zombie, who can drill into the ground and play around the back, but his slow movement speed makes it basically difficult to go around and wipe out the enemy. Next is the sled zombie squad, which is made up of 4 sled zombies, and summoning them only requires 75 tombstone values, but their combined combat power was so weak that they were simply ordinary zombies in a different guise, and if it wasn't for the fact that they were cost-effective, they wouldn't even deserve to be classified as special zombies. As for the balloon zombie, it is completely useless, knowing that the balloon zombie's biggest feature is air flight, but he also at the same time does not have any attack power. In zombies, he could easily fly into a plant's house and eat its brains, but in a world where you have to fend off zombies is really not going to come in handy at all. Sure, a 1-star balloon zombie is useless, but a 2-star nameless version of a balloon is a quantum leap forward. The nameless version of the balloon is no more powerful than the fact that he can nibble on enemies in the air without them being able to attack it, and pass the level directly without injury. Of course, plants and zombies aren't the same, and this world isn't a game, so Chenyu isn't sure if the balloon zombie can guarantee that he'll be able to kill a zombie without getting hurt. Enter the home. As Chenyu mumbled in his mind, his body was wrapped in a curtain of ink-black light, and by the time he opened his eyes again he had already arrived in the homeland. The zombies will be arriving at your home in half an hour. Please choose the zombies you want to fight as soon as possible. Is there a half hour left? Then let's synthesize the deck first. Chenyu raised his hand and the zombie icon appeared out of thin air. Although he could synthesize it in his head, he always felt less nervous. This feeling is like playing a kryptonite game and clicking on the cancel animation when you draw a card. Even if you get out of gold it's tasteless. His current inventory consists of 2 tombstone decks, a barrel zombie deck, a rugby zombie deck, a newspaper reading zombie deck, a miner zombie deck, a sled zombie squad deck, and a balloon zombie deck. The only one of these that can be synthesized is the tombstone deck, and tombstone is the only one that doesn't exist in the original version. This made Chenyu curious. What kind of card would appear if the 2 tombstone decks were fused together? Thinking of this, Chenyu did not dawdle, and directly flipped the zombie icon until the synthesis page. As the 2 tombstone decks were placed into the synthesis page by him, the familiar black aura once again hit his face, and Chenyu even smelled a smell of decay in the air. After about 5 seconds or so, the black aura slowly dimmed. A tombstone card deck that was no different from a 1-star tombstone appeared in Chenyu's hand. Name, Broken Tombstone. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, a tombstone that buried countless zombies. Sealed for unknown reasons. Perhaps the passage of time has loosened the seal. Every time it summons a zombie will produce 50 tombstone value, and will have the probability of summoning barricade zombies and iron barrel zombies. Ha! Broken Tombstone? Chenyu looked at the name and introduction with some surprise. If it wasn't for the probability of summoning barricade zombies and barrel zombies that was clearly stated on the introduction, he would have thought that the synthesis had failed to destroy the card. After synthesizing the Broken Tombstone, Chenyu then tapped on the zombie card slot to start picking. It didn't take Chenyu more than a few seconds to pick a lineup. They are Broken Tombstones, Blind Box Zombies, Zombies with Knives Reading Newspapers, Sled Zombie Squad, Rugby Zombies, and Barrel Zombies. Start now. No need to rest. Chenyu opened the panel and found the button to start the battle. As long as this button was pressed, no matter how much longer it would take, the battle could be fought immediately. In view of the request of the transferees, the first wave of zombies will be coming soon. Please prepare for the transferees. As the prompt from the matchmaking platform appeared, the roar of a zombie soon came from a direction not far away. It still opens with 50 tombstone values. Chenyu surveyed the 3 paths and eventually decided to place the tombstone in the familiar middle path. It's worth noting that a 2-star Broken Tombstone is also worth 50 tombstones. After all, it only had the probability of summoning barricade zombies and barrel zombies. It wasn't a certainty that it could be summoned, and this kind of thing related to probability was very evil. Ho 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 ho. A dozen or so zombies with different body shapes came raging, and the leader of them was all muscular. If it wasn't for its pale, snow-like skin, Chenyu wouldn't necessarily be able to tell that it was a zombie. It's a gym-born zombie? Chenyu looked at the leading zombie with an odd expression on his face. It was important to know that the attributes of a sports student zombie were twice as much as those of an ordinary zombie, and this leading zombie in front of him was very much in line with the conditions of a sports student zombie in terms of both appearance and attributes. What was most memorable to Chenyu was the passive of the Gymkhana zombie. Don't look at the Gymkhana zombies long and tall, but it would run away when its blood level fell below half, and it also has a 30% chance to drive the other zombies to run away together, which can be called the shame of the zombie world. For nothing it has so much muscle on it. As the walkers stepped into their homes, the walkers, who had just been lined up in a line, split into 3. The second of these columns had 5 regular walkers, the third had 4 regular walkers and a sportsman walker, and the fourth had only 2 regular walkers. Compared to the first level where there was only one path, the difficulty of the second level skyrocketed, especially for zombie profession transmogrifiers, which was more difficult than plant profession. However, Chen Yu was not the least bit panicked, as the broken tombstone boosted the output, and as the zombies were not advancing fast, he still had enough time to develop. At that moment, a sudden noise came from the tombstone. Chen Yu twisted his head to look, only to see a zombie crawling out of the earth. It was dark, its eyes glared angrily, and its hideous head wore an iron bucket. Chen Yu did not even think that this broken tombstone is actually so powerful, only placed not long ago to contribute to him an iron barrel zombie, which can be more fragrant than ordinary zombies. Tombstone value plus 50. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately placed tombstones in the second column. Now that the crisis in the third column has been temporarily lifted, there is still no pressure on the barrel zombies to fight these ordinary zombies, and the sportsman's zombie is just a look-alike, which is not useful, but that doesn't mean it's high time to rest on his laurels. The 5 walkers in the second column are a huge threat to him. If a broken tombstone in the second column does not summon a barricade zombie or a barrel zombie, then another broken tombstone needs to be placed in the second column. Please, broken tombstone. Chen Yu gazed at the second column of broken tombstones. As he spoke, a rustling sound came from the tombstone as if it had understood his words. Tombstone value plus 50. I hear your call, master. A barricade zombie broke out of the ground. It was tall and overall looked much more imposing than the usual barricade zombies. Can you beat those 5 guys? Chen Yu walked over to the barricaded zombie's side and patted his shoulder, giving him a firm look. Of course, the barricade zombies nodded. They are just a bunch of godless experimental failures. They are not half a threat to me. If not for the fact that this body is too weak, I would have killed them in seconds with just a single glance. Then please, it's important to me, and if you can't, you don't have to force yourself. I'll have someone else help you. Chen Yu finished speaking, then quickly placed broken tombstones in the fourth column. At this time, the zombies have already traveled 1/3 of the way. Even if they have already planted 3 tombstones, Chen Yu also feels a little unsafe, just that he now no longer has the value of the tombstones, and can only take a step and see what happens. Just relax. The barricade zombie revealed a humanized smile, then rushed towards the front at an extremely fast speed, only to see the barricade zombie make a sprint and slide shovel. Those 5 zombies instantly landed on the back of their heads, and their blood level directly dropped by 1/4. The funniest thing was the zombie at the end. The guy was already shaky, but the shovel made his head leave his neck and he died outright. Beautiful. Seeing the operation of the barricade zombie, Chen Yu clenched his fist and shouted. To be honest, at first he didn't think that the barricade zombies could fight 5 in 1. In his opinion, the barricaded zombies could only take care of 2 walkers or 3 walkers at most. As a result, this operation of the roadblock zombie makes Chen Yu's feelings change instantly. After all, who can refuse a roadblock zombie that can slide shovel? At the same time, a question popped up in Chen Yu's mind. Why do some zombies look dull and can only follow simple commands, while others can pull off difficult maneuvers like sliding shovels? The former gave him the feeling of a puppet on strings, while the latter looked soulful and moved with much more vividness. Chen Yu hadn't been able to figure out the principle even after careful meditation, and the battle was nearing its end. The barricade zombies in the second column all but annihilated the 5 zombies, and the barrel zombies in the third column similarly pushed across the street, leaving no survivors except for the escaping sportsman zombies. As for the fourth column, a normal zombie was summoned. Perhaps seeing the zombies on the other path so valiant, this ordinary zombie is not willing to show weakness, and directly exchanges wounds for wounds to finish off 2 zombies. It was only too bad that it was badly injured itself, and eventually staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing for good. After the battle ended, Chen Yu did not rest but chose to continue fighting. They say that everything is hard at the beginning, but now that the first difficulty is over and he has 3 tombstones, the further he fights the easier it must get. Plant occupations need to rest because plants are easily fatigued from continuous combat, but the zombie profession is different. The zombies summoned by the zombie profession are disposable items, and do not need to rest at all, which is also considered a small advantage of the zombie profession. Quick look, the bronze potential ranking has just opened and someone has beaten the first floor. How is he so fast? Yeah, which school is this one called Chen Yu from? In previous years when the bronze potential ranking was opened it took at least an hour before anyone had beaten the first floor. I'm not sure. I can only say that a big man is a big man, and it's not on the same level as a salty fish who don't even dare to rush the list. He should have skipped the rest phase. I heard my sister say that the sparring platform has a hidden mechanism where the transmogrifier can just skip the rest phase and continue fighting. You mean Chenyu skipped the rest stage? He's not asking for trouble. The preliminary stage of rushing the list rushes faster and faster useless. Or you have to finalize the list to have rewards. What do you mean by asking for trouble? Don't use words if you don't know how to use them. Although there is a certain amount of risk involved in continuous battles, the benefits are also substantial. I've heard of him. He's a student at Star 1. I heard that his academic performance is quite good, and he's quite handsome. My sister's confession was rejected by him twice. Jiangnan City, Star District. 5-star second middle school students were sitting in a cafe chatting. 3 of the boys had dyed their hair a different color, while the 2 girls were dressed as good girls, in the manner of the family's little cotton-padded jacket being soaked by a ghostfire teenager. Talking about Chenyu. The young girl who had been sitting by the window and hadn't been speaking much seemed to be interested, and immediately opened her mouth to say, I know Chenyu's classmate, and I heard that it seems like he had a friendship sparring session with that Chen Jin of the Liu family. Really? The girl sitting next to her asked with some surprise. That daughter of the Liu family's talent is charming. How did Chenyu dare to fight her one-on-one? The young girl shook her head. I'm not sure about that. I only know that the sparring match between Chenyu and the Liu family's daughter was won by Chenyu, and it said that Chenyu still won over her with a crushing momentum, and there's still a recording screen of the battle on their school's official website that can be seen. Then let's go to their school's official website and take a look. I kinda want to see how they actually spar. How did Chenyu, a zombie talent, beat the charming talent of the Liu family's daughter? The girl opened her mouth to propose. Okay, I happen to know the URL of their official website. The young girl nodded and agreed to the girl's request. Versus the third level of the platform. Chenyu sat on the recliner with a cozy face. Although the difficulty of the third level had increased, with walkers appearing on all 5 paths, it was still easy to win with the great help of the broken tombstones. Even though he had been targeted by the zombie queen and the zombies that came out were the largest number of zombies, he was still coping well with his high-quality 2-star cards. As time passed, Chenyu passed through 3 layers in a row and came directly to the 5th layer. As soon as he entered the 5th level, Chenyu realized that the pitch-black land was covered with a layer of white snow, and the sky above his head was continuously descending snowflakes downwards. Ice world? Chenyu murmured as he looked at the crystallized flying snow in the palm of his hand. 5, 10, 15, 20 and so on. Such tiers are boss tiers and the environment of the tier is randomized. Some will be randomized to hot environments, others to rainy environments, and still others to destructive environments that make it outright impossible to grow plants. However, this environment is not a big problem for the zombie profession, but rather the icy environment has a bigger impact on zombies. After all, zombies were originally stiff in behavior and slow in action, and this roiling wind and snow falling on the zombies' bodies would slow them down even more and drastically reduce their combat power. The zombie in the ice environment not only will not have an impact, but as if God's help, not only the forward speed increases, the damage will also be enhanced a little bit. Can be called the zombie profession's nightmare. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 30 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? This boss tier will give the transmogrifier plenty of time to prepare. Most people would be stuck at the boss level for a while before fighting. After all, this was something that dropped their heads, so they couldn't afford to be careless. It was no exaggeration to say that there were very few people in the entire star region who could pass the 5th floor within 7 days. Other than Shen Yu himself, only Bai Yi and Lu Yao had this hope among the people he knew. After all, their talent advantage was here. Now, Chen Yu did not hesitate and directly chose to start now. The first wave of zombies will arrive at your home in 3 minutes. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Seeing this, Chen Yu did not rush to choose the zombie deck. He played through the 2nd through 4th levels, giving him 4 decks. The Dancing King zombie deck, the Ice Truck zombie deck, the Barrel zombie deck, and the Sled zombie squad deck. Among them, Iron Barrel zombie and Sled zombie squad could already be synthesized, and he had hoarded quite a few zombie decks in his hand. So when the time came to let Su Binglan think of a way to help him out, he would be able to synthesize a batch of 2-star decks again. Thinking of this, Chen Yu directly summoned the zombie illustrated guide and flipped to the last page of the synthesis page, dropping both sets of cards in. As the black aura lit up until it disappeared, 2 more cards appeared in Chen Yu's hand. Name, Umbrella Barrel Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, a fusion of plants and zombies, with attack and defense equal to that of a normal barrel zombie, and randomly summoning 3 to 5 zombies already in the zombie icon after death. Name, Armed Sled Zombie Squad. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Sled Zombie Squad has been the shame of the zombie world. Even ordinary zombies can fight with him. For this reason, the Sled Zombie Squad boss from a friend of 4 sets of protective clothing and red metal helmets. The defense has greatly increased. Umbrella barrels? Sledding zombie armed squad? Chen Yu looked at the cards in his hand with some surprise. he knew about the umbrella barrel zombies, an elite version of the nameless version of the barrel zombies, but he didn't really recognize the sled zombie armed squad. The iron barrel zombie costs 100 tombstone values, while the umbrella iron barrel costs 125 tombstone values, which can be considered an epic enhancement. The sled zombie armed squad, on the other hand, is priced at 100 tombstone values, the same price as a regular barrel zombie. Chenyu thought about it and decided to bring them both to see how the effect is. If the sled zombie arm team is good, then he can often bring in the future. If not good, then throw the warehouse. As for umbrella iron barrel's words, you don't need to see the effect to know that it works well. After all, his unique death summoning mechanism is here, and it will never become obsolete no matter what time it is. Blind box zombie, zombie with knife reading, broken tombstone, umbrella barrel zombie, sled zombie arm team, ice truck zombie. In addition to the 5 2-star cards, Chenyu also brought an ice car zombie. After all, ice car zombie and this icy environment with an ice word. Maybe the ice car zombie can come in handy? The first wave of zombies is coming. As Chenyu chose the zombie he wanted to take with him in the card slot, the hoarse hissing of the zombies and the trembling of the earth came from a short distance away. Chenyu twisted his head to look, only to see a tall, snow-white zombie slowly walking towards the homestead, followed by more than a dozen ordinary zombies behind it, which looked like they were coming from a bad place. There's one thing to be said for the lead zombie. It's kind of like a giant zombie and a yeti zombie all rolled into one. It has the huge size of a giant zombie, and has the snow-white lush hair of a snowman zombie, and the wolf tooth stick in its hand is a perfect interpretation of what is called violent aesthetics. Ho ho ho! The snow monster zombie stopped at the entrance of the homestead, its scarlet eyes staring deathly at Chenyu, who was sitting at the entrance of the homestead, and then slammed a giant wolfsbane into the ground. Touch! Only a loud bang was heard, and a large hole was smashed in the ground. The snow monster zombie playfully lifted its head towards Chenyu and showed a provocative expression, looking rather delirious and not at all comparable to a dull-headed ordinary zombie. This is going to be a downer for me, isn't it? Chenyu raised his eyebrows with interest. It was the first time he had seen such an interesting zombie. He just didn't know if it could block the second master's knife. Ho ho ho! The snow monster zombie did not move after stopping outside the homestead. It slightly sidestepped to look at the zombies behind it and growled lowly 3 times before pointing its wolf toothstick straight at Chenyu's head. Ho 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 ho! The zombies seemed to understand the words of the snow monster zombie. Their originally empty eyes gradually lit up with bloodthirsty colors, and their pace of advancement slightly accelerated. 3 of the walkers went into the first path, 4 of them went into the second path, 5 of them went to the fourth path, and 2 of them stood unmoving next to the Wendigo walker. Oh, Wendigo guards? Chenyu could tell the identity of these 2 zombies with a single glance. Usually big monsters in this kind of boss tier would have 2 guards to protect them, such as the snow monster zombie which had 2 snow monster guards. The Wendigo walker is said to have high attack power but poor defense, and 3P shooters plus a chill shooter can take care of it, and the Wendigo guard was created to protect the Wendigo walkers. The snow monster zombie wore primitive leather armor and held up a large shield in both hands, which could withstand 1,000 damage, but its own life value was only 102. So it was still very easy to deal with. If you want to solve the snow monster zombies, you must solve the snow monster guards, but the snow monster guards walk in front of the snow monster zombies, and the 2 cover each other. So if you want to break them down one by one, it's not really easy to do. If they joined the battle right from the start, then Chenyu really didn't have much hope of winning. Luckily, they had a rule restriction, and there was one condition for them to enter the field, and that was for Chenyu to defeat these ordinary zombies in front of him. Chenyu was only qualified to let them out if he defeated the exploratory cannon fodder zombies. If Chenyu fell into the hands of this group of ordinary zombies, then the Wendigo zombies and Wendigo guards wouldn't have to make a move at all, and they could directly enter the blue star through Chenyu's homeworld. Chenyu looked at the zombies that appeared on the 3 paths and then placed a broken tombstone on the second path. He also did not know if it was Chenyu's own illusion, but he always felt that the zombies that came out of the broken tombstones were much more godlike than the zombies summoned from ordinary tombstones. This made Chenyu wonder what the seal was in the introduction of the broken tombstone. Is it possible that the synthesis caused the seal to come loose? If the seal was loosened because of the synthesis, would his 2 2-star tombstones synthesizing a 3-star tombstone further break the seal? Between thoughts, Chenyu's mind already had bold ideas and speculations just waiting for him to put them into action. Master, willing to go through fire for you. The iron barrel zombie that climbed out from the tombstone shook the dirt and dust from his body, then turned his head to look at Chenyu and said, "Go ahead and take out those ugly monsters." Chenyu raised his hand and pointed, and the iron barrel zombie immediately understood and rushed towards the 4 zombies not far ahead. Tombstone value plus 50. Seeing this, Chenyu hurriedly placed a tombstone on the 4th road. As for the first road, there was no hurry now. After all, there were only 3 zombies on the first road. Soon, a barrel zombie crawled out of the tombstone on the 4th path as well. Only this one looked a little dorkier than the one on the 2nd path. Chunyu did as he had done and placed another tombstone on the first road. And it didn't take long for a barricade zombie to come out. Chunyu also did not expect his luck to be so good. 3 roads out of 2 iron barrels a barricade. Dealing with ordinary zombies is more than enough. When it looked like the victory had been decided, the snow monster walker that had been watching from the sidelines moved. It raised its wolfsbane and slammed it hard against a wall of air invisible to the naked eye, and the entire homestead shook and trembled under the violent blow. What the hell? Chenyu's eyes widened when he saw this scene. It was hard to believe that this snow monster zombie wanted to forcefully break the rules to enter the field early, knowing that Chenyu's zombies have not yet met with the zombies, let alone split the difference. It is reasonable to say that the snow monster zombies can only watch from outside the homestead now. But a name surfaced in Chenyu's mind. That's right, the Zombie Queen. Maybe the snow monster walkers didn't have the skill or guts to break the rules, but that didn't mean the Zombie Queen didn't have the ability to do so. If the Zombie Queen was going to strike at him despite the rules, the consequences would be unimaginable. While thinking, 2 drops of cold sweat slid down Chenyu's face, but he had no choice now but to watch as the snow monster walker smashed the air wall one after another. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the air. K-R-A, click. As the cracks grew larger and larger, the wall of air was eventually cracked by the Wendigo walker in a semi-materialized state. The snow monster walkers are going in early. Stiff. Emperor. The successor. The must die. Here. The snow monster walker stood in the middle of the road and broke off. Chunyu keenly noticed that the original scarlet eyeballs of the snow monster zombie had become ink black and horrifying, and the snow-speckled white hairs were vaguely black. Under Chenyu's perspective, the snow monster zombie's blood bar in offense and defense had risen by a notch, and it was completely not in existence that a transmogrifier at this stage could fight against. Even Lu Yao, who has the talent of seduction, can only close her eyes and wait for death here, and even Chunyu can only gamble on a ray of life through the blind box zombie. Successor to the Stiff Emperor? Speaking of me, what does that have to do with the Zombie Queen? Did the Stiff Emperor offend the Zombie Queen? Listening to the words coming out of the snow monster zombie's mouth, Chenyu's thoughts were all over the place, and all sorts of thoughts appeared in his mind. As the snow monster zombie advanced bit by bit, Chenyu didn't have time to think anymore as he looked at the 50 tombstone values on the panel and then placed a blind box zombie in the middle of the road. Stiff emperors, lapdogs, you bunch of bastards, all of you deserve die. As soon as the blind box zombie appeared, the snow monster zombie's emotions became agitated. Even the wolfsbane in its hand was crunched by it. As time went on, reports came in from all roads, with all the walkers on 1, 2, and 4 dead, while the snow monster walker that should have been out by now had come to the center of the middle road. The blind box zombie was seen dully walking in front of the Wendigo guards ready to nibble on them, but the 2 Wendigo guards took a step back in unison. The blind box zombie froze for a moment, then a shadow like a dark cloud appeared above his head. It subconsciously looked up, but it didn't realize that it was the giant wolfsbane of the snow monster walker that swung down hard. The blind box zombie did not even react to the body with the blind box smashed into a meat cake. How a miserable word. Stupid. The walking dog. That's you getting in the way. Downfall. The snow monster zombie grinned with a hideous face, a pair of black eyes vaguely glowing with insanity. It was as if it had already seen the tragic situation of Chenyu being slapped into a meat pie and stuffed into its mouth by it. Who would have guessed that as soon as the snow monster zombie's words fell, a figure even larger than it appeared in front of it, and its entire being was enveloped by the shadow of this figure. It's a white-eyed giant. Chenyu looked at that familiar back with a strange expression. His luck was good or bad. Saying good because the blind box zombie randomly out of the white-eyed giant. Saying bad is randomly out of the white-eyed giant only 500 blood. Afraid that can only resist the snow monster zombie's 2 attacks will have to fall to the ground. Who dares to hurt my master in the slightest? Seeing the 2 snow monster guards bypassing it and heading towards Chenyu, the white-eyed giant became furious and smashed one of the snow monster guards into mush with a backhanded strike. District dogs, watch me. I'll destroy it with one blow. Seeing that the white-eyed giant dared to lay hands on his own guards, the snow monster zombie was instantly displeased, and directly lifted his wolf-tooth rod to swing it at the white-eyed giant's body. Touch! The white-eyed giant that couldn't dodge could only take the blow hard, and 2 more scars appeared on its body. If it wasn't for the rule that zombies couldn't retreat but only advance, it was afraid that it would have already been staggered backward by this whirlwind and collapsed to the ground. The white-eyed giant gritted his teeth and threw the pole in his hand directly at the risk of death. The other Wendigo guard that hadn't gone far yet subconsciously turned around when it heard the commotion. only to have its head knocked out by a utility pole, leaving only its body still standing in place with an afterthought. At this time, an ordinary zombie crawled out of the tombstone on the fourth path, and a wisp of black gas flew towards Chenyu with it. Tombstone value plus 50. After the white-eyed giant saw that the other Wendigo guard had also been taken care of, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and it was closely followed by a thunderous strike from the snow monster walker. The white-eyed giant, who was already seriously injured, only felt dizzy in his head at this time, and his originally incomparably clear vision became increasingly blurred. Sorry, I am no longer able to protect the Lord. The white-eyed giant took one last look at Chenyu, and then his huge body collapsed with a loud bang, and those bright eyes closed forever. Gag and tell. Chenyu looked at the white-eyed giant's corpse with hot tears. Perhaps influenced by zombies, he thought from the beginning that it was just a game, except that the stakes for winning or losing were life. But he didn't expect Gagantel to actually go this far for him, preferring to be madly attacked by the Wendigo walkers himself to help him kill the two more threatening Wendigo guards. Don't worry, I won't let you die in vain. Chenyu looked at the white-eyed giant that was gradually blending into the land and then placed another blind box zombie in the middle. The stiff emperor's successor. Is that all you can do? The snow monster zombie looked at the reappearing blind box zombie with a sneer on its face. In his eyes, no matter how many of these weakling zombies come, they can't touch a single hair on its head. But it's the stupid big guy who just suddenly appeared that scared it a bit. You'll see how capable I am later. Chenyu's face was grim as he stared at the snow monster zombie not far away. Based on the current distance between him and the Wendigo zombie, already the rate at which Tombstone was producing tombstone values, he could summon the blind box zombie 2 more times. He just couldn't believe that luck was that bad, and there wasn't a single zombie that could take care of the Wendigo zombies. Stop talking big. Today you will surely die. The snow monster zombie swung his wolfsbane with a scowl on his face and cracked the blind box zombie that had come up to him into pieces. As the blind box zombie dies, smoke rolls out of the spot. When the smoke cleared, only a plant zombie wearing a steel barrel appeared at the feet of the Wendigo walker to munch frantically. Chenyu's expression changed from his original stagnation to loss, and then changed from loss to surprise and consternation when he saw that the plant under the iron barrel was an umbrella. He'd thought of many zombies that would show up, but the only thing he hadn't thought of was that the blind box zombies would actually randomize the umbrella barrel zombies to come out. Is this the stirring of the living? Touch. Before Chenyu could return to his senses, the umbrella iron barrel zombie had its head smashed by the snow monster zombie. This guy's fighting style and the giant zombie is extremely similar. Are using large weapons to crush opponents. Most of the less blood zombies as well as zombies. Full blood is the decapitation line. Only zombies like the second master, who comes with a famous sword, or the rugby zombie and the giant zombie, who have a thicker bloodline, have a chance to counterattack. Hoo-ha! At this point, 4 bungee jumping zombies fall from the sky, delivering 4 completely different zombies. First to make an appearance on the second road is the Dancing King zombie. As the stage lights shone on the Dancing King zombie, the Dancing King zombie began to summon the accompanying zombies with a single backward step. Next is the Sledding Zombie Squad sled car in the center, and they all belong to the same unit before the Sledding Zombie Squad even gets out of the car. The Sled Zombie Squad sled wagon is followed by the Stone Thrower zombie, which is the only one of the zombies that can deal long-range damage for a price equal to that of the ice wagon. And the fifth path airdropped a pole vaulting zombie. At the same time, movement came from the tombstone on the first road, only to see an ordinary zombie slowly crawling out from the tombstone. Tombstone value plus 50. Ha! This is the armed sled zombie squad? Chenyu watched as the sled car drove all the way from the front of the house to a position about 10 meters in front of the snow monster zombie before stopping. 4 heavily armed sled zombies jumped down from the sled car, all of them wearing highly defensive suits and cool helmets on their heads. Most of all, Chenyu discovered a shocking scene by comparing the data. The protective suit on the sled zombie is comparable to the iron gate of the iron gate zombie, and the metal helmet on its head is bloodier than the iron barrel on the head of the iron barrel zombie. Speaking of which, it's important to mention how zombies' blood counts. Zombies with defenses will settle on them first when taking damage. The blood level, or durability, of a defense can also be described as durability. After the defense has taken more damage than it can handle, the defense is knocked out, and it is only after the defense is knocked out that the zombie's body takes damage. Maybe the old sled zombie squad was just 4 ordinary zombies with little use, but the current sled zombie armed squad is not what it used to be. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Every single one of the current sled zombie armed team taken out is an existence that can fight hard with the 9-to-5 version of the third master. And the sled zombie armed squad are team-based zombies that either don't show up, or show up together, arguably crushing the 3 masters on all fronts. The Iron Barrels and Iron Gates zombies. Brothers, come together and fix it. The leader of the sled zombie armed team glanced at the three brothers behind him, then took the brunt of the charge towards the snow monster zombies. Roger that. The three brothers who followed the boss were all ruthless characters. As long as the boss said to get whoever they wanted, they would get whoever they wanted. The reversal of an otherwise precarious situation comes with the entrance of an armed team of sledding zombies. The sled zombies used guerrilla warfare to attack the Wendigo zombies, and they were all very agile, making the Wendigo zombies exhausted. I don't know what is the reason. The sled zombie armed team can actually violate the rules to go backward, although it can't go back a few steps, but this distance is already able to avoid the attack of the snow monster zombie. Those of you violate against the rules of assholes. The snow monster zombies looked furiously at the sled zombies jumping up and down in front of them. It seems to have forgotten that it was the one that broke the rules to get in early in the first place, but it's not its fault. After all, it's just a part-timer, and the one who's really breaking the rules is the zombie queen hiding behind the curtain. Boss, our bodies won't last long. We'll have to make this quick. The second of the sled zombies came to the boss's side and whispered. They used the sled car to jam a loophole in the rules, but it was kind of against the rules, and the consequence of violating the rules was the flow of life. Even if they weren't attacked by the snow monster zombies, their life values were still dropping. If it wasn't for the fact that the life drain would settle on the defenses first, they were afraid that they would have broken a hand by now. Together, it shouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The sled zombie boss stared calmly at the snow monster zombie in front of him. They are not alone. Behind them there were also stone thrower zombies that had been frantically outputting, while the dancing king zombies on the second path were also summoning a steady stream of companion dancing zombies. While it was possible that the accompanying zombie could not even cause damage, the fact that he delayed the Wendigo zombie to a certain extent was a boost that could not be ignored. As it took more and more attacks, the hair on the snow monster zombie's body became thinner and thinner. At first the Wendigo zombies looked like vigorous young men, their fluffy fur shining brightly. Now it was like a late old man. Its attacks were getting slower and slower. Its wounds were getting more and more numerous, and its fluffy fur was long gone, replaced by skin that was sticky with blood. How did I? Here, down. The snow monster zombie growled out with extreme reluctance. A pair of black eyes stared deathly at Chenyu, who was standing not far away, the killing intent in his heart rising. However, its life force was declining at an extremely rapid rate, and it could only vent its heart's unwillingness in this way. With the last basketball hitting the top of the snow monster walker's head, it couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Meanwhile, the four sled zombies breathed a sigh of relief. They had already lost 2/3 of their life force, and if they didn't settle the fight, they were afraid that they would fall before the snow monster zombies. Gentlemen, thank you for your help. Chenyu looked at the zombies that were silently walking out towards the homestead and spoke. You're welcome. It's only right to help you. If it were not for you, our souls would not have been liberated, and only empty shells would have walked the earth. The boss of the sled zombie armed team threw a grateful look towards Chenyu. He didn't help Chenyu because of his identity. He helped Chenyu because Chenyu rescued their souls. That's all. Soon, the zombies left their homes. Only then did Chenyu set his eyes on the 3 cards popped out by the snow monster zombie. The 3 decks are the plant deck Firecracker Pepper, and the machine gun shooter zombie deck, and the white-eyed giant zombie deck. This made Chenyu a little surprised. Generally speaking, passing the boss tier gave 2 cards. He didn't expect him to be so lucky that he actually popped out 3 cards, although one of them was a plant deck. It didn't mean that the plant deck was useless. He could have taken the Firecracker Chili Pepper and traded it for another zombie deck. Before Chenyu could regain his senses from the surprise, the tone of the matchmaking platform suddenly rang in his head. Congratulations on passing the 5th floor, difficult. In light of your valor, you will be able to choose one of the following 3 cards. 1. Bungee Zombie Deck. 2. Hot Chili Pepper Zombie Cards. 3. Absentee Zombie Deck. Hint, you blocked the first wave of attack from the Zombie Queen, but she won't stop. The next battle will be even tougher. Are you ready for the blizzard? What a pain in the ass. It's this damn Zombie Queen again. What is it about me that attracts her? Could it be that so-called stiff emperor successor? But I'm just an ordinary zombie profession changer. Chenyu looked at the panel in front of him with an annoyed expression, although he had already prepared for the soldiers to come to him. This kind of inexplicable increase in difficulty still irritated him. Let's not talk about what kind of grudge there is between the stiff emperor and the zombie queen, but he's just an ordinary person. Who could be happy with this big black pot covering him? And you increase the difficulty just as much as you increase the difficulty, and you're fucking sneaking around behind the scenes and breaking the rules. Who the hell can stand that? If he had a chance to see that whatever zombie queen in the future, he would definitely rush up to her and give her a couple of slaps on the face, letting her know why the flowers were so red. Chenyu calmed down after spitting a few words in his heart. He carefully surveyed the 3 options in front of him. thinking about which one would maximize his benefits. First up are the bungee jumping zombies. He didn't have a bungee zombie deck in his hand right now, and even if he took a bungee zombie deck, he would have to wait for another one before he could synthesize a 2-star deck. What's more, the bungee zombie wasn't very useful. He needed 150 tombstone values to summon, and he could only take one zombie per summoning. It was reasonable to say that he could hold and kill any zombie in seconds, but he couldn't hold a boss like the snow monster zombie, or even fold himself in the hands of the snow monster zombie. His exorbitant price was disproportionate to its usefulness, and Shen Yu excluded it after only 2 glances. As for the hot pepper zombie, he has about the same problem as the bungee zombie. The first was that Shen Yu didn't have a fiery pepper zombie deck in his hand, and he would have to wait for another one if he wanted to synthesize a 2-star deck. The second is that it's not cost-effective. The firecracker pepper zombies explode very erratically, sometimes right out of the gate and sometimes not until they're almost out of their homes. On the contrary, the last miner zombie, he already has a miner zombie deck in his hand, and if he chooses miner zombie he can instantly synthesize a 2-star deck. Maybe a 1-star miner zombie isn't very useful, but maybe a 2-star miner zombie could surprise him? Thinking of this, Shen Yu had already made his decision. I'll take the miner zombie deck. Shen Yu raised his hand and pointed at the option for the miner zombie deck. Homestead quickly climbs upwards as the miner zombie deck appears in the item bar. In just a blink of an eye, Shen Yu appeared on the 6th floor, and the homeworld doubled in size. Originally the homestead's backyard and entrance were only about 100 meters apart, and now that the homestead has gotten bigger, the path has grown to 200 meters. While the corresponding increase in the number of zombies afterward will be a good thing, the time for the transmogrifier to develop as well as to cope with it has increased, which is certainly a good thing for the transmogrifier. It's just a shame that the homeworld getting bigger reward is only available through the boss tier, which is sort of a bonus mechanic unique to the boss tier. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 25 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? There's no rush. Shen Yu raised his hand and called out the information panel of the bronze potential ranking. Bronze potential list star district list. 1. Shen Yu passed 4 levels and 0 waves, see details. 2. Lu Yao passed 2 levels and 1 wave, see details. 3. Hu Jianba passed 2 layers and 1 wave, see details. 4. Bai Yi passed level 1, wave 2, see details. The result was not what he expected. His name hung high in the number 1 spot on the Star District Zone ranking. None of them got through to the 3rd floor except him, but it was understandable. After all, the plant professions needed time to rest, and even if they tried their best to rush the list, the number of tiers they could get through was limited. After looking at the district list, Shen Yu checked the city list and the provincial list one after another, except for the national ranking, which starts outside the end of the district ranking. The district ranking, city ranking, and provincial ranking all take place at the same time, and only the top 100 on the provincial ranking in each province are eligible to compete for the national ranking. As for Chen Yu, he had rushed from the 2nd to the 6th floor at the fastest speed, punching through 4 floors in between, and his name was directly ranked first on the 3 lists, with no one being able to match him. The closest to Chen Yu is the 2nd on the provincial list, with the name Gongsun Zi, and some basic personal information can be seen in the details. Of course, Shen Yu didn't care about age, names and all that. He was mainly looking at the woman's talent and current rank. What surprised him was that this woman was actually a zombie talent as well, and her talent was named Favors of the Departed, which allowed her to randomly summon 3 to 5 tombstones every time a zombie attacked. And Gongsun Zi also hit the 5th floor so easily with the help of the tombstone. If nothing else, she should be hitting the boss tier by now. After all, her talent was here, and she could easily do a speed push in any of the early tiers. Rumble. Thunderstorms raged outside the homestead. A downpour of rain interspersed with lightning fell on the backyard. Thick clouds covered the sky. The woman could only see outside the homestead by a glimmer of thunder. Hot shit. Which sable hair is cursing me? Anyway? Gongsun Zi cursed and snorted. She was now bronze 5-star. Her physique had been enhanced to the point where it was already difficult to be affected by external factors, but she was now sneezing. What was it if someone wasn't cursing her? Don't let me know who you are, or I'll make sure you get it. Gongsun Zi bit her red lips. Indignation written all over her delicate face. Her face was like a fine painting, every detail just right. Her eyebrows were as thin as willow leaves, elegant and natural. Her eyes were like bright stars, shining, and those delicate red lips were slightly pursed, appearing cold and elegant. Whether it was from her delicate jade-like face or her hot and tall figure, she was a first-class beauty. It's just a shame that her apparent elegance doesn't match her true persona. For so many years, the people chasing her could be lined up from Jiangnan province to foreign countries, and as a result, no one could last more than 3 days. basically less than 3 hours would be dissuaded by her fiery temper. Of course, it wasn't as if no one had ever stalked her, and for such cases, Gonsun Z would graciously take the other person to a wrestling gym to spar. As a result, the man looked as strong as an ox, but in reality, he broke at the slightest touch, and was synonymous with a vase. Damn it! How could I be so unlucky as to randomly arrive at such a disgusting environment as a night of thunderstorms and rain? Gonsun Z, who was hiding in the homestead from the rain, stomped her feet, and in order to observe the situation outside the homestead, she could only lie on the door and use the cat's eye to check. Thunderstorm night is arguably the most nauseating of the many environments. Even the ice environment isn't half as nauseating as thunderstorm night. Thunder and wind and rain and stuff is really nothing, and the zombie profession can summon zombies with the panel. But what makes it hard to accept is that you can only see outside if it's thundering. And if it's not thundering it's just black and you can't see anything. If it's a plant profession it's fine. The plants can attack according to inertia, but not the zombies. How can the zombies attack when they can't even see the enemy? In this environment, the zombies are going to be able to attack at least at a 50% discount. So who can stand up to that? Humph. Forcing me to use the environment change card. Ha! Thinking of this, Gonsun Z did not hesitate to take out the environment change card her father had given her from the item bar. Then as you wish, hook something. As the environment change card was used, the dark clouds in the sky quickly disappeared and were replaced by the usual ordinary environment. After hitting the 6th floor, Chen Yu returned to reality. In order to deal with the high difficulty of the 6th level, he had to raise his strength as fast as possible. Su Binglan, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, saw Chen Yu suddenly appear beside her and was so frightened that she hurriedly picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Sister Lan, I didn't see anything just now. Seeing Su Binglan turning off the TV with her hands in a frenzy, Chen Yu knew with his toes what Su Binglan had just been watching. After all, this was one of her few hobbies. You better not have seen anything. Hearing Chen Yu say this, Su Binglan's pretty face reddened. Then she gritted her teeth and glared at Chen Yu, the fists in her hands creaking as she squeezed them. Tell me, what are you doing out here if you're not doing a good job of punching the charts? Su Binglan quickly adjusted the expression on her face. Her originally taut body slightly relaxed, and her entire body lethargically leaned on the sofa. Sister Lan, I've hit the 6th level. The difficulty will be doubled compared to before. I'm thinking of improving myself before continuing to rush the list. Chen Yu replied truthfully. Hit the 6th floor, not bad. Su Binglan nodded rightfully, and she was just about to say something when her words suddenly froze at the edge of her mouth. Wait, did you just say you hit the first few levels? Su Binglan looked at Chen Yu with an expression of having seen a ghost, and for a while she couldn't tell whether Chen Yu had said it wrong or she had heard it wrong. The 6th floor. What's wrong, Sister Lan? Chen Yu did not think that he took out a small wooden bench from under the coffee table and sat down, and his other idle hand did not forget to grab a handful of melons on the tabletop to get high. You've only just become a transmuter for a few days. You've actually rushed to the 6th floor. If I'm not mistaken, you should be in the top few of the city list right now. Su Binglan said as she looked at Chen Yu with a surprised expression. One should know that with her talent it was only on the 3rd day of the opening of the bronze potential ranking that she rushed to the 6th layer, and that the family played an unignorable role in it. As a result, this guy Chen Yu had rushed to the 6th floor without any help, knowing that it was only the first day that the bronze potential ranking had opened. It's about the same. It's only the first in the 3 lists. I don't know if it'll be overtaken later. Chen Yu shrugged indifferently. He wasn't interested in this kind of vanity, and if it wasn't for the reward of ranking, he wouldn't have wasted 3 days and dragged it out until now. You guys. Seeing Chen Yu's unconcerned face, Su Binglan was somewhat speechless. Thinking back to the time when she froze and drank coffee as water in order to compete for the first place in the city list, even if her mental power was exhausted, she still had to forcefully raise her spirit to rush the list. As a result, Chen Yu easily obtained the number 1 spot on the city list that she had fought so hard to hold on to at the time. Although there is no finalized list now, but from this calm expression of Chen Yu, he should still have a bottom card that he hasn't used, or else he definitely isn't this calm and unruffled. Chen Yu smiled. Sister Lan, do you know of any place where I can quickly get out a plant deck? I have a firecracker pepper in my hand right now that I would like to exchange for a zombie deck. A quick shot at a plant deck? Su Binglan pondered slightly for a moment before saying, auctions and trading black markets can both do a quick job of getting out cards, and if you ask an auction to auction off cards, they'll draw quite a bit of commission. That's why we rarely ask auctions to auction off cards. We usually go straight to the trading black market, where the most common thing to do is to barter for cards, and the second most common thing to do is to use money to buy them. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Binglan seemed to have thought of something else and continued. By the way, I heard that there is a platinum-level big shot who will come to the city's trading black market tonight to trade for cards. His talent is related to flames. We can take our chances. Maybe you can trade the fiery chili peppers for his high-quality zombie deck. Do you want my sister to go with you? You after all. People are not born, not familiar with the land. Was pitched by others do not know. Certainly need a qualified tour guide to take you, right? After saying that, Su Binglan sat up and wrapped her arm around Chen Yu's arm, pulling Chen Yu to stagger to his feet and forcing him to make it to the sofa next to her. Sister Lan, you really are. Chen Yu somewhat helplessly glanced at Su Binglan. This sister of his was good at everything. Only this favored brother attribute made him a bit unable to carry it. She was really too enthusiastic. Really what? Su Binglan narrowed her eyes. Her hand wrapped around Chen Yu with a little more strength, and Chen Yu only felt a coldness all over his body. Sister Lan, you are really good looking. The closed moon and the sunken fish and geese are not enough to describe you a million times over. It's my honor to have Sister Lan accompany me to the trading black market. Chen Yu forcibly held back the words he was about to say just now, and reorganized his vocabulary with great speed, completely unable to see half a crack. That's more like it. Su Binglan smiled faintly, then took out 3 zombie decks and handed them to Chen Yu. These are the zombie decks that I went to the trading black market to exchange for. It just so happens that those 3 plant decks don't have much use for me, so it's kind of a waste utilization. Seeing Su Binglan's expression of unconcern, Chen Yu's heart was somewhat touched. Although Su Binglan didn't admit it, it was undeniable that this was definitely the zombie deck that Su Binglan had deliberately gone to change for him, and there was no such thing as waste utilization. Chen Yu took a look at the 3 zombie decks, which were Escalator Zombie, Flag-Waving Zombie, and Ice Truck Zombie. While the flag-waving zombies are not of high quality, they are all very useful. Flag-waving zombies boost the morale of the entire field when they come into play, boosting the attack, defense, and movement speed of all zombies on the field. Escalator Zombie damage is high, and the attack range is wide. Against the kind of ordinary zombies, a ladder one. Ordinary zombies cannot even touch the corner of the Escalator Zombie. As for the Ice Car Zombie, that is even more needless to say. The Ice Car Zombie is one of the few zombies that can drive a car, no matter who blocked in front of him, only to be crushed. Thank you, Lan. Chen Yu put the 3 zombie decks away in the item bar and then gave Su Binglan a big hug. Dumbass, why are you so mushy? Su Binglan felt Chen Yu's spacious chest and gently pinched at his waist, which hurt Chen Yu and made him suck in cold air. Sister Lan, I was wrong. I will leave first. Chen Yu took a backward step and pulled away from Su Binglan, and before Su Binglan could say anything, Chen Yu greeted and went to the sparring platform. This asshole. Didn't I just pinch him? Su Binglan looked at the ground where Chen Yu had just stood and whispered softly. Sure enough, the best meal in the world is a soft meal. Chen Yu looked at the 3 cards lying in the item bar with some emotion. The feeling of having a rich woman at home is good. With Su Binglan's funding, he now had 2 zombie decks in his hand that could be synthesized into 2 stars. As the zombie icon appeared, Chen Yu immediately pulled out the Miner Zombie deck and the Ice Truck Zombie deck from the item bar and placed them in respectively. Buzz, with the zombie icon as the center. The black aura flickered outward. It didn't take long for the 2 decks to appear in his hand. Name, Epileptic Miner Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, the old man who is good at digging tunnels for backstabbing. Immune to all damage in the ground. Perhaps it is because of the long years of digging tunnels that his brain has become not so good, but under the state of epilepsy, he can gnaw on his enemies under the ground. And I don't know if this change in him is for the better or for the worse. Name, Frozen Ice Truck Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Ice Truck Zombie learned to step on the gas pedal after 2.5 years of training in driving school. His speed is twice as fast as before, and will freeze the enemies in the left and right paths centered on himself and 3 squares outwards. Isn't this the nameless version of the miner and the ice truck? Chen Yu looked at the introduction of the 2 cards, instantly reacted. To know the nameless version of the ice car's biggest feature is to freeze plants. Once Chen Yu was disgusted by this guy. With these 2 powerful cards, Chen Yu was ready to take down the 6th floor with a bang. It's worth noting that from the 6th floor onwards, it's 5 waves of zombies after that, which is much harder than the previous 3 waves. The first wave of zombies will arrive at your home in 3 minutes. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Blind Box Zombie, Second Master with Knife, Broken Tombstone, Sled Zombie Armed Squad, Umbrella Barrel Zombie, Epileptic Miner Zombie. Chen Yu quickly settled on a candidate. All 6 of them were synthesized 2-star zombies, and any one of them was the best of the 2-star decks. But the most cost-effective and fun to play is the Blind Box Zombie that you synthesize at the beginning. The first wave of zombies is coming. Rumble. Not far away came a unique roar of a motorcycle. Chen Yu looked up, only to see a jacketed zombie with a hot airplane head slowly driving its inferior motorcycle. Behind it was the mental boy dressed in the same outfit as it, except that his hair was styled and colored a little differently. I don't know if these guys in the back are the reason why their families are poorer, but they all came on foot, and only the leader in front of them drove an inferior motorcycle. Hissa! The motorcycle walker stopped steadily in front of the homestead, and it took a pack of lei obeisha out of its pocket, then pulled one out and put it to its lips to light it. As its set of moves traveled, the jacket walkers gathered around it. The motorcycle zombie also did not skimp on its own cigarettes. Directly to its side of the 30 brothers a person with a one, and even as the boss of it personally give the brothers light cigarettes. However, what made Shinyu feel strange was that the motorcycle zombies only lit cigarettes for the 15 jacket zombies, while the other 15 stood blearily watching. Ho ho ho! Right at this moment, the motorcycle zombie pointed in Chen Yu's direction and yelled one after another. The 15 jacket zombies that lit the cigarettes instantly shook with a tiger's torso, and then stepped into the homestead with quick steps. Under Chen Yu's watchful eye, the 15 zombies went into different paths and their eyes gradually became blood red and moved a little faster. Nice guy! Chen Yu straightened up and called out the good guys. Turns out the motorcycle walker was speeding up the jacket walkers, and he thought the guy was idly engaging in some kind of out-of-the-box maneuver. While Chen Yu was surprised, he didn't forget to put a broken tombstone on the first road. It was not known if these jacket zombies were doing this on purpose. They actually came out 3 on each road, which made Chen Yu have to defend all the roads. Fortunately, the size of the homeland has expanded. Chen Yu has this time to develop. If it is replaced by the previous size, the victory or defeat of this hand is not really easy to say. Soon, by the time the jacket walkers had reached the halfway point, Chen Yu had already placed tombstones on all 5 roads. 3 of the paths summoned barricade zombies, 1 summoned barrel zombies, and only the unlucky 1 summoned regular zombies. It didn't matter though. The tombstone could be summoned once more when the walkers were nearing the distance of the tombstone anyway, and 3 jacket walkers just weren't enough. Crunch! The sound of zombies and zombies gnawing at each other rose and fell, and eventually the jacket zombie with a cigarette in his mouth could not defeat the zombies, and was killed without a piece of armor. Meanwhile, several tombstones rattled one after another, and one after another ordinary zombies crawled out from them. The originally empty tombstone value on Shen Yu's panel also came to 250. Rumble! As the last walker falls to the ground, the motorcycle walker outside the homestead immediately rushes in with its minions. This guy moves at about the same speed as an ice truck zombie, and even less than an ice truck if he doesn't smoke. As for his little brother is even more pulling crotch. In addition to slightly stronger resistance to blows, is simply a normal zombie with a new skin. Perhaps knowing that balancing out the monsters on each path could not help Shinyu, they changed their strategy this time. Ho ho ho! The motorcycle zombie let out a roar and led the charge towards the center. The remaining 15 jacket zombies all followed behind it, vowing to take the center in one go. Seeing this, Shenyu immediately placed 3 blind box zombies in the middle. It's worth noting that there is no cooldown limit for cards in the zombie profession. Summoning as many zombies as you want as long as you have enough tombstone value is one of the few advantages of the zombie profession. Ho ho ho! A flash of confusion flashed in the motorcycle zombie's eyes when he saw 3 strange guys wearing hats and not looking at the road appearing in front of him. It didn't care about the 3 guys though. Instead it was ready to run them into the ground on its motorcycle. With an ear-splitting sound coming from the exhaust of the inferior motorcycle, the motorcycle walker tightened the throttle and lurched forward. Blind box zombies walking down the road are knocked to the ground without warning, and as the motorcycle crushes down behind them, they turn right into meatloaf. Does it have the same characteristics as a drive-by zombie? Seeing that the motorcycle zombie had run over the 3 blind box zombies so easily, Shenyu stroked his chin and murmured. It was too late. The 3 blind box zombies that had fallen to the ground disappeared and were replaced by 3 white-eyed giants. Pang! As the white-eyed giant swung the pole, the motorcycle zombie that had just been flaunting its power was instantly smashed into the car, and it itself was not even left with the dregs of the explosion. Oh, I didn't think that hitting a small monster called the 3 of them out as belonging to a cannon hitting a mosquito. Shenyu smiled helplessly as he watched the one-sided slaughter. Not to mention 3 white-eyed giants. Even 1 half-blooded white-eyed giant is enough to sweep all the jacket zombies, and the remaining 2 can just move a small bench and eat melon on the side. After beating the 6th floor, the time also came to night. Shenyu had planned to fight through the 7th layer in a row before returning to reality, but the 6th layer took a bit too much time. The first was that 3 waves of walkers became 5, and then another was that the walkers in each wave came in batches. In particular, the 5th wave of the 6th floor was actually split into 3 waves, and the quality of the zombies that appeared far exceeded the previous waves. It's no exaggeration to say that the first batch of the 5th wave of the first batch of small leaders can easily crush motorcycle zombies. If not for the first few waves of hoarding tombstones, Shenyu is afraid that it's a bit of a hangover. but the rewards given for beating the 6th level are also very generous. The first is the Iron Door Zombie that is rewarded for beating the 6th level, and the second is the 2 cards that explode from killing the zombies, a plant deck and a zombie deck. The plant deck is the precious Twin Sunflower, and it is important to realize that the Twin Sunflower is so high in the plant world that no one else deserves to be compared to it, except for those few purple card plants, and with prices ranging from $9 to $10 million for Gemini Sunflower. You could at least get 2 decent zombie decks if you took it to the trade black market for an exchange. As for the zombie decks, they are the most common normal zombie decks. What took you so long to get out now? Seeing Chen Yu appearing in the living room with a slightly tired look, Su Binglan, who had prepared herself earlier, said with some annoyance, "I didn't realize that the difficulty of the 6th floor had increased so much. If I didn't have the accumulation from the previous waves, I could have fallen prey to the last wave." Chen Yu rubbed his temples, and only then did his always tense expression relax slightly. Although he had taken the battle without any danger, but the whole staring with full concentration was not a small drain on the spirit, rather like the feeling of the previous life's senior high school preparation for the college entrance exams frantically doing problems. Su Binglan stretched out her slender jade hand and rubbed it on Chen Yu's hair. "Don't fight tonight first. Wait to relax and unwind after attending the trading black market, and recuperate to fight again tomorrow. Lan, I'm not going to watch that kind of nosebleed-inducing movie with you." Feeling the gentle touch coming from the top of his head, Chen Yu inexplicably thought of something, and immediately looked at Su Binglan with a ghostly gaze and said. Hearing this, Su Binglan's pretty face flushed. "Who asked you to watch that kind of thing with me?" After saying that, Su Binglan pinched Chen Yu hard. This was one of her few hobbies, and if it wasn't for the fact that Chen Yu was still a child, she really might have dragged Chen Yu along to watch it. Of course, these are classic movies from the last century in the proper sense of the word, with all sorts of bridges in them. But this is a product of the last century, after all, and it's understandable that there are some nosebleed episodes mixed in. 2 people in chat a few sentences after they went straight to the trading black market. "I have to say that Su Binglan's car skills are very good, but 5 minutes of time froze to break 10 red lights. Several times during this period, he was targeted by the law enforcers managing the traffic, but he was blocked by Su Binglan's flashing of her documents." Chen Yu keenly noticed that those law enforcers instantly became respectful when they saw Su Binglan flashing her documents, as if their grandchildren saw their grandmothers as affectionate as that. "Sister Lan, what kind of documents are you flashing? Why do they look like they've changed as soon as they see your documents?" Chen Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, slightly squinted his eyes to enjoy the breeze blowing on his face, and asked seemingly offhandedly. Su Binglan swept a glance at Chen Yu with her afterglow, and then laughed somewhat uncontrollably. "Ask if you want to ask. Why are you putting on a disinterested expression to test me? Are you still worried that Sister Lan won't tell you?" Su Binglan tapped the brakes with her toes and waited until the car's speed dropped. Then she reached out her hand to tug on Chen Yu's cheek. "Idiot, don't put on your bitter face. Can't Lan tell you? It's an ID from the escort bureau, and as you know I'm sometimes busy and not at home. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you'd worry. After all, fighting a zombie higher than your own level can cost you your life if you're not careful. I was thinking that if you hadn't awakened your talent, it would have been better to just be a carefree ordinary person for the rest of your life. But you're more talented than I thought, at least beyond me, and your parents. It's no good being a hothouse flower all the time if you want to be a real man, so feel free to talk to me if you're thinking of joining the guard bureau." After saying that, Su Binglan took out her own documents from her pocket and placed them on Chen Yu's lap. Chen Yu picked up the document and looked at it, not realizing that Su Binglan was actually the Deputy Brigadier General of the Escort Bureau. "I heard that the Escort Bureau's full captain was in charge of 10 teams, while the Escort Bureau's deputy captain, who was half a rank behind, was in charge of 5 teams. Without the permission of the Deputy Grand Captain, even the full Grand Captain could not easily mobilize the 5 teams in her hands. Lan, this is the first time you've ever taken the initiative to mention my father and mother in front of me, and the fact that you used your parents in the words you used means that you're not related to me by blood." Chen Yu looked at Su Binglan, who was focused on driving, with a somewhat complicated expression. Although he had traveled across the world, his emotions would fluctuate greatly at the mere mention of his parents, influenced by his original body's obsession. "Your father is my teacher. Your mother is my superior. The relationship is not trivial. It's not too much to ask you to call yourself a sister. Besides, I didn't treat you kid badly." Su Binglan knocked Chen Yu's head and said. "That's true." Chen Yu hemmed and hawed. "Although there is no blood relationship, Sister Lan will always be my favorite Sister Lan. And that statement will never change. I say." Smooth talker Su Binglan rolled a nice wide eye, then jerked the steering wheel. The gas pedal was even stepped directly to the bottom. "Sit firmly. Our speed has to be faster. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with that platinum Big Brother's time to replace the cards." "Crap. An irresistible impulse swept through the whole body. Obviously already fastened the seatbelt, Shen Yu still felt unsafe. Hastily grabbed the right handrail. If it wasn't for the strong physical and mental strength granted to him by the bronze 6th star, he was afraid that he would have fainted and died in the car. Knowing that driving with the windows open and at excessive speeds was a very dangerous behavior. If a person who is not a transmogrifier dares to try this, try it and pass away. 10 minutes later, Shen Yu stood at the entrance of the trading black market with a vicissitude on his face, while Su Binglan had a glowing look on her face. Anyone who didn't know would probably wonder where they were going when they saw that look on both of their faces. Let's go inside. Su Binglan affectionately took Shen Yu's arm and walked towards the entrance. Feeling the warmth coming from her arm, Shen Yu's face flushed somewhat indisputably. Although he was a traveler and had experienced all kinds of lights in his previous life, but facing such a good-looking and spoiled you with a good sister would make anyone's heart beat 2 beats faster, right? Feeling that Shen Yu's arm seemed to have become a bit stiff, Su Binglan looked at him sideways, then poked his face with a smile and asked, "Why are you so red in the face?" Ahem. Was just thinking about something else? Shen Yu lightly coughed twice in an attempt to hide his embarrassment. But how could Su Binglan not see Shen Yu's current state? But Shen Yu was a bloodthirsty adolescent. It was normal to be a little shy. Su Binglan smiled and pulled Shen Yu forward. From the looks of it, this trading black market was built in favor of an ancient-style town, with gates that were automated gates that were ancient heavy solid wooden gates plus modern technology rolled into one. Come to the door. There were 2 men in tang suits standing on either side of them checking their papers, both of whom were officially sent to guard the gate. It is worth mentioning that the trading black market is run by the official hand and the test of identity is very strict. If you want to go into the trading black market, you first have to go to the guard bureau to prove your identity as a transmuter and then sign up for a specialized black market ID card before you can do so. Of course, these rules are only used to restrain the kind of people who have no status and no background and still want to fish in troubled waters. Someone like Shen Yu could go in even without a black market ID card, as Su Binglan could use her identity to guarantee that Shen Yu would have no problems. If Shen Yu had a problem, then the officials would be the first to approach Su Binglan as a guarantor. Ha, Lan? The 2 inspectors at the doorway noticed Su Binglan beside Shen Yu for a moment. Then their expressions became very respectful. Aha. Su Binglan nodded, then pointed at Shen Yu and said, "He's my younger brother, who just recently became a transmigrator and hasn't had the time to apply for a black market ID card yet." After saying that, Su Binglan handed over her credentials. Seeing this, the 2 inspectors returned Su Binglan's documents with a quick sweep. "Sister Lan, with your guarantee it's definitely no problem." The inspectors confirmed that Su Binglan's documents were genuine and immediately opened the gates to let them through, with an even more respectful attitude than before. After walking through the city gates, there are all sorts of old-fashioned stores as far as the eye can see. Such stores pay some annual tax to the crown, which provides them with absolute protection. If someone is forcibly robbing stores in this trading black market, then that person will be on the pursuit list until he is arrested. And walking through this street of stores brings you to the Free Trade Plaza, where those who set up stalls are not officially protected. Although the officials will take up their cases, they usually don't look into them if they can't find them, let alone pursue them. Of course, this was, after all, a trading black market set up by the officials, and very few people dared to cause trouble in it, so there were especially many people who set up stalls in the Free Trading Plaza. Lan, where are we going? Shen Yu and Su Binglan strolled around the trading black market, and Su Binglan taught him a lot about the trading black market. For example, it's best to go to the Free Trade Plaza to buy things, and then go to the shops if there's nothing you want in the Free Trade Plaza. It's not that the stores are unaffordable, it's that the stalls are more cost-effective, because stores have to pay taxes, so his price is a bit more expensive than the Free Trade Plaza. While people who set up stalls don't need to pay taxes, the price above is of course cheaper than stores. Go to the center of the Free Trade Plaza. The Platinum Big Brother should be there to replace his cards. Su Binglan replied. The 2 of them walked for roughly 5 minutes before arriving at the center of the Free Trade Plaza. Just as Su Binglan had said that, the Platinum Big Man had set up a simple trading stand in the center of the trading plaza, and the cards he wanted to replace were placed on the stand. Shen Yu swept a glance and realized that there were many zombie decks on the stall that he had not seen before. As his eyes narrowed slightly, information about the zombie deck emerged. Name, Drinking Zombie. Grade, 1 star. Introduction, the old man who is addicted to wine and usually travels with his wine gourd. When he drinks he will enter a berserk state and his attack and defense power will be greatly increased. Name, Dead Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Description, it is said that he used to be the bandwalker of death, but somehow he was abandoned by death and left behind in the home of the dead. He will summon 2 tombstones in the upper and lower paths for every 2 frames of advancement, until he summons 6. Name, Skull Zombie. Grade, 1 star. Description: once an ordinary zombie, but for whatever reason, half of his flesh was chewed off, turning him into a horrible half-zombie, half-skeleton, half-zombie. There were a total of 20 zombie decks, and Chenyu only saw 2 that were pretty good, the rest were middling, and there were even a few particularly weak zombies. I don't know if this platinum bigot is serious or here for a laugh, but he even took out this kind of deck. How's it going? Gotta look in? Su Binglan came to Chenyu's ear and inquired in a low voice. The death zombie and the drinking zombie are not bad. The rest are chicken ribs, tasteless to eat and a waste to discard, Chenyu said after careful thought. Hearing Chenyu's words, Su Binglan nodded. Your vision isn't bad. This pile of cards is just the death zombie and drinking zombie quality online. The rest of the cards won't be of much help to you at this stage. Drinking zombie is priced at $10 million, but his actual price is at most $6 to $8 million, of which the remaining room to cut the price. How much you can cut depends on you. The price of your fiery pepper deck and the value of drinking zombie is not much different. As for deadly zombie, you shouldn't have a corresponding 2-star plant deck replacement right now. I'll take this one for you. Su Binglan finished speaking extremely fast, and before Chenyu could react, she took out that Earth Spike High Nut and went up to talk to the Platinum Big Brother. In just 3 minutes' time, Su Binglan put that death zombie deck into Chenyu's palm with a smile on her face. Sister Lan, Chenyu was just about to say something when his lips were pressed against the tip of Su Binglan's index finger. You are my younger brother. I don't want to hear the word thank you in your mouth. You just need to know that it's proper for your sister to treat you well, Su Binglan said with a serious look. I just saw a pretty good deck. I'll go over there and check it out. Report my name or call me if anything happens on your end. After saying that, Su Binglan turned around and left. Chenyu did not utter a complete sentence the entire time, and he only came back to his senses when Su Binglan walked away. Alas, Chenyu sighed deeply in his heart. He's obviously a man of the world, so how come his gums have swollen and he's started eating soft food lately? But I have to say, my sister's soft food is a real treat. After Su Binglan left, Chenyu went up to negotiate. With the help of the zombie atlas, Chenyu easily found the weaknesses and flaws of the drinking zombies. Plus, the platinum level big man himself needed the fiery pepper deck, so Chenyu smoothly switched to drinking zombie. After changing the deck, Chenyu sent a message to Su Binglan, but Su Binglan didn't know what was going on, and hadn't returned after 5 or 6 minutes. Chenyu could only pass the time by wandering around the free trade market. It was worth mentioning that Chenyu had seen quite a few entertaining and usable plant and zombie decks on the roadside stalls. For example, the 3-headed big mouth flower can swallow 3 enemies in a row, except that it digests more slowly, 3 times slower than the original big mouth flower. There's also the poison shadow mushroom, which is a variant of the small spray mushroom. And while it's the same as the small spray mushroom in that it can be grown with 0 sunlight, the poison shadow mushroom, when eaten, will cause the enemy to continue to lose blood until it stops at the last drop of blood. What amused Chenyu the most was the fairy dandelion, whose attack speed was twice as fast as the pea shooter, but the dandelion seeds it fired only did half the damage of the pea shooter, and it's the same price as the pea shooter, which is 50 suns, making it a cute version of the pea shooter. As for zombies, Chenyu saw that the most cost-effective zombie deck was called Assassin Zombie. It comes out and selects an enemy on the field with the most blood for assassination within 5 seconds, or randomly selects one if the enemies all have the same amount of blood. When assassination is activated, it will go into stealth and any physical attacks will not work on him. When it walks behind the selected target, it will use up all of its life force to make an all-out strike, with a damage as high as 1/500. If the enemy's blood level is equal to or lower than 2,000, it will be directly killed in seconds, and it itself will die because of this strike. Other than that, it's all cards that don't make the grade. Just as Chenyu was about to hit the road back to the Free Trade Center, he suddenly noticed a figure not far ahead that looked familiar. He subconsciously approached to take a look, not expecting to actually see Bai Yi here, who seemed to be discussing something with the stall owner. Just as Chenyu was about to walk up to greet him, a low voice sounded out of place. I didn't expect to see you here. We are really destined to meet. I just went to your house in the morning to propose marriage, and I didn't expect to meet up at the trading black market in the evening. A man in a straight suit walked up to Bai Yi's side in an imposing manner. From the appearance of the two people Lang talent, but the man's face is pale, footsteps are weak, but the early 20s of the age has been hollowed out, enough to see how much he played with the flowers. Humph, Sheenan, just die. I won't agree no matter how many times you propose marriage. Bai Yi snorted coldly, her gaze coldly staring at the man in the suit with a smile in front of her. What she couldn't see in her life was this kind of uneducated playboy. Even if the other party was rich and powerful, it was useless. As far as I know, your Bai family's old man shouldn't be able to carry on any longer. When he dies, Your Bai family will be a fish and meat to be slaughtered. Other than clinging to my Qin family, do you have any other choice? Qinan smiled and shook his head. If he hadn't stepped in to marry Bai Yi as his wife, those tigers and jackals that were staring at the Bai family might have already revealed their claws and teeth. Once the Bai family was too crazy and overbearing, offended a lot of enemies. Perhaps these enemies do not dare to show their teeth with the White Elder. But without the White Elder, the Bai family is the fish on the board. Who want to come to get a piece of the cake? As long as my grandfather is alive, they won't have anything to take advantage of. A dangerous light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Her Bai family was a famous zombie family in Jiangnan City, and although she hadn't awakened her zombie talent, her father was a platinum-level powerhouse, and her grandfather was a legendary diamond level. Perhaps some people are not clear about the gold content of the diamond level. Let's put it this way, there are not many diamond-level existences in the entire Jiangnan City. Oh, I hope so. Qinan smiled contemptuously. He didn't dwell much on this matter. After all, he knew those few enemies. From the current situation, the Bai family without Elder Bai definitely can't hold back their retaliation. And then it can be Bai Yi to beg him to get married. Yi, do you want to take a walk together? It should be your first time coming to the trading black market. Tell me if there's anything you want to buy. I don't have anything else. Only I don't lack money. Qinan and Bai Yi stood side by side. And as he spoke, he tried to reach out to hold the other party's delicate hand, but it was lightly dodged by Bai Yi. Just as Bai Yi wanted to say something, she suddenly noticed Chen Yu not far away and instantly brightened up. No, my friend is still waiting for me out front, so please don't interrupt our shopping if you can. She finished speaking extremely fast, then ran towards Chen Yu with a smile on her face. Her smile was like a fiery red rose blooming in the cold winter snow, so that people could not help but think, damn it, who is he? Qinan, who had been smiling at the corners of his mouth, instantly couldn't hold his tongue. His face gloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could accept it if Bai Yi had a cold expression on her face to anyone, but Bai Yi not showing him any respect and smiling like a flower to other men was worse than killing him. Bai Yi ignored Qinan's questioning behind her and walked straight to stand beside Chen Yu. You're using me as a shield, Chen Yu said with some tears and laughter. He just wanted to eat a melon in peace and quiet, not realizing that eating a melon could not be done, but also took himself in. Do me a favor and I'll give you a card afterwards. Bai Yi came to Chen Yu's ear and whispered. Chen Yu touched his chin and smacked his lips. One card is a bit less. Right. The other party is the powerful Qin family's great young man. Ordinary people like me can't afford to mess with him at all. What if he secretly trips me up? I'll give you 3 zombie decks, and only from me. You can't choose your own. Come with me if you can. I won't force you if you don't. After saying that, Bai Yi walked forward without looking back. Seeing this situation, Chen Yu hurriedly followed up and walked side by side with her. Although these 3 zombie decks cannot be self-selected, but cannot help the amount of even if it is 3 ordinary zombie decks he can accept. His favorite is this kind of the same card. Then again, weren't you just buying a plant deck? Why did you leave without buying anything? Chen Yu asked curiously. I'll turn around and come back to buy it later. Hopefully the deck won't be bought by someone else. Bai Yi shook her head helplessly. I blame this damn Qinan. The one with the worst reputation in the circle is him. I didn't expect him to have the face to propose marriage. It's disgusting. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu and Bai Yi returned to the original point. Just now they went around the free trade plaza. During this time, Bai Yi kept spouting about the shit she had done regarding Qinan, which made Chen Yu a bit surprised. However, what surprised him was not Qinan, but Bai Yi, who couldn't stop talking, not realizing that under the appearance of a high and cold imperial sister she was actually so gossipy. Bai Yi looked around and didn't find Qinan's figure, then she sighed in relief. It seems like that guy should be gone, and I wonder if that deck is still there. She muttered and walked briskly over to the previous booth to check it out. As soon as the words left her mouth, Bai Yi realized that the card she had been eyeing had disappeared. Seeing this, Bai Yi hurriedly looked at the stall owner and asked, Hello, I'd like to ask if that cold ice ground spike is still there. I communicated with you earlier about the cards you needed, and I happen to have the big spray mushroom you need in my hand. The stall owner smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, just now that young Qin bought the cold ice ground thorn away. Originally I did want to think about exchanging it with you, but you had already left the stall at that time, plus young Qin offered to buy it for twice the price, so I sold it to him. Hearing this, Bai Yi's teeth itched with anger, but there was nothing she could do about it, and in the end, it could only be turned into an unsettled sigh. Just as the two of them were about to leave, they saw Qinan walk over from not far away with a cheerful pace. TSK, isn't this EE? I thought you wouldn't come back. Let's go. Bai Yi's face turned cold, and she turned around without looking back, not giving Qinan any good looks at all. Don't go. Don't you want this cold ground spike? You should be able to get a more powerful card with your cold ice talent and cold ground spike melding again, right? Sheenan stopped Bai Yi's way with a smile, then brought the cold ground spurs plant deck from the item bar to Bai Yi's eyes and waved it around. Sorry, no need. I don't want anything as long as it's yours. I advise you not to waste your time with me. Bai Yi stared at Sheenan with a face full of disgust. Her eyes were like frozen lakes, deep and cold, and lurking underneath them was a faint layer of disdain. Is that so? When Sheenan heard this, the smile on his face slowly tightened. He turned his head to Chenyu, who had been silently eating melon on the side, and asked, I don't know who you are, and I don't need to know who you are. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear in front of E and I, or else suffer the consequences. Ha, are you sick? For no reason by Sheenan targeting Chenyu some confused. He was just ready to go to the nearby kiosk to buy melon seeds, the result of watching the drama to see on their own. This fucking what the hell? How dare you scold me? Sheenan's face was as gloomy as water. His eyes narrowed slightly and his hands in his pockets clenched slightly as if he was about to strike at Chenyu at any moment. I'm sorry, I'm merely stating the facts. If you feel that I'm scolding you, then feel that way. Chenyu shrugged indifferently. Maybe other people will be afraid of the Qin family in front of him, but he is not afraid. As long as he sees the situation is not right to the sparring platform to hide, and then it is finished. Anyway, he has hoarded a lot of food in the homeland. It's worth noting that the homeworld is a large house with water and electricity, and with time flowing at the exact same rate on the versus platform as in reality. There's not a single problem with sleeping in the homeworld during the week. Plus, his talent is here, so he just has to live with it until he gets to diamond level and then come out again no problem. Other people come to the trading black market to replace cards because they don't have confidence in their own strength and are stuck on a certain tier. And he came to the trading black market to replace his cards because he wanted to improve himself faster so he could hit the higher levels faster. While others hide from the sparring platform as a chronic death, he hides from the sparring platform as a mere stopgap measure. Sheenan looked at Chenyu with a leathery smile and said, Good, very good. It seems that you are very confident in your strength and background. How dare you talk to me, Sheenan, like this? Don't you guys want this card? Then let's have a friendly sparring match. If you lose you should never appear in front of EE. If you win you take this card. How about it? Sheenan shook the card in his hand with a confident face. He wasn't some dude strawman who had been hiding his strength. As the future heir of the Qin family, if he was really unbearable, the Qin family would have abandoned him long ago, and he didn't beg to be able to sit on this future heir's throne. Upon hearing this, Chenyu frowned and looked at Bai Yi beside him with an inquiring gaze. If Bai Yi would not allow him to spar, there was no need for him to be redundant. Please. Bai Yi gave Chenyu a firm look. She knew how terrifying Chenyu's strength was, knowing that right now, Chenyu's name was still hanging high at the top of the 3 lists, and Sheenan, this guy's name is only barely stabilized in the 10th of the star area. So compared to down, Sheenan can't even compare to a leg hair on Chenyu's foot. Okay, I'll cut you a deal. Since Bai Yi asked him to participate, then he would participate. After all, after receiving the payment of 3 zombie cards from Bai Yi, if he did not do anything it was more or less a bit embarrassing. In that case, let's go to the cutting room. Sheenan took the lead towards the container room that stood in the corner not far away. It had to be said that the trading black market was well prepared. Even the cutting room dedicated to friendly sparring and the life and death ring for life and death sparring. Trading black market is not allowed to fight privately. If there is a conflict you can go to the sparring room or the life and death ring to fight it out. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Aha! Chenyu and Bai Yi exchanged glances before following Sheenan towards the cutting room. Soon, the 3 arrived at the cutting room. Sheenan and Chenyu sat opposite each other after adding their friends, and when the 2 entered the cutting space, Bai Yi also entered the audience, and for some unknown reason, both homes are the size they were at the very beginning. What surprised Chenyu and Bai Yi was that Sheenan's level was actually as high as bronze 5 stars, meaning that he had already beaten the boss layer, but Bai Yi just scanned the list in the afternoon. Sheenan, this guy was only in the top 10 of the bronze potential list area list. The level just reached bronze 3 stars. How did he improve so much in such a short period of time? Are the parties ready to finish? The platform prompt popped up on both of their panels at the same time. Yes. Without any hesitation, both chose to prepare for completion. Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Blind box zombies. Zombies with knives reading newspapers. Broken tombstones. Armed sled zombie squad. Umbrella barrel zombies. Dead zombies. Chenyu took out his current 6 zombies with the best price/performance ratio. As for why he didn't bring epileptic absentee and frozen ice truck, it was naturally because they required too many tombstone values. Not as much as the deadly zombie that could be summoned with only 75 tombstone values. There's one thing to be said for the dead zombie's brittle body. Just like a normal zombie, but his ability to summon tombstones every 2 frames is really a god skill, especially in friendly cutscenes where it can have the effect of quickly popping soldiers. After starting the battle, Chen Yu first placed a broken tombstone in the center of the road. On the opposite side of the road, Qinan planted a planter with sunflower petals on the second road. Chen Yu's gaze stared, and information about the flower pot instantly surfaced before his eyes. Name, Sunshine Planter. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, a cross between a sunflower and a flower pot. Inheriting the 2 advantages of sunflowers and flower pots. It can not only carry other plants but also produce sunlight at intervals. The number of sunlight produced is the same as that of the sunflower. That's it? After reading the introduction of the Sunshine Flower Pot, Chen Yu's first reaction was confusion. Why was this guy with no combat power a 2-star deck? Isn't this just a sunflower that you can grow other plants on top of your head? Other than that, what's so special about it? However, Chen Yu soon figured out the reason why Sunshine Flower Pot was a 2-star deck. First of all, this guy is a production plant, which is inherently more valuable than a combat plant. Add to that the fact that hitting higher levels becomes increasingly difficult and the space that can be planted becomes insufficient. And that's when the sun planters come into play. And beating the 30th floor unlocks the passage to the Endless Abyss, which is full of opportunities and challenges, as well as death. Endless Abyss. As the name suggests, a little carelessness will fall into the abyss and never be able to go back, which is also the reason why many people talk about the Endless Abyss as soon as they hear about it. And it is in that place that the sun planter can be maximized. Maybe this card doesn't do much on a normal day, but it can have an unexpected effect in a specific location. Humph, that's intimidating? The corner of Chinan's mouth curled up slightly when he saw Chen Yu's frozen look on the opposite side. All of his decks are mutant plants except for Pea Shooter, which is the innate strength and power of a lineage. What's wrong with Bronze 6 stars? So what if I, Chinan, am 1 level below him? Battles are never just about class, but also tactics and card strength. Just as Chinan fantasized about Chen Yu kneeling on the ground later and hugging his legs to beg for his forgiveness, a sudden sizzling movement came from ahead. Chinan frowned and looked up with a sharp gaze, only to see a barricaded zombie crawling out of the tombstone in the middle of the road, as well as a wisp of black gas flying towards Chen Yu. Tombstone value plus 50. How is that possible? Why can tombstones summon barricaded zombies? Chinan looked at the roadblock zombie not far away wearing a small leather cap shaking with a stunned expression. Some incredulity rubbed his eyeballs. Unfortunately, Chen Yu had no intention of taking him on, so Chinan could only ruminate on his own, mulling it over in his mind. Under Chinan's gaze, Chen Yu placed another broken tombstone on the second road. This thundered Chinan to no end. He hadn't yet figured out why Chen Yu's tombstone had summoned the barricade zombies, and as a result, Chen Yu had placed another tombstone. Who the hell is he to do that? Is his tombstone worth enough? Chinan only felt that his worldview had collapsed, and even wondered for a moment if he had been blinded by the blindfold technique that Chen Yu had cast. And what happened next was even more subversive to Chinan's 3 views, causing Chinan, whose brain was already spinning, to directly go down, only to see Chen Yu put 5 tombstones in 5 consecutive paths, followed by 3 consecutive death zombies after the horde of tombstones, respectively 2, 3 and 4 paths. It's worth noting that dead zombies summoning tombstones are randomly resummoned on a piece of land if there's already a tombstone in place. Originally, Chen Yu was worried that the inability to overlap the summons would lead to a failure of the summons, so summoning the death zombies in different locations was to avoid an overlapping situation. However, the death zombies of the second path and the third path still overlapped a tombstone, and it was this tombstone that allowed Chen Yu to discover this trait. On the contrary, what about Chinan's side? He had only planted 5 sunshine flower pots, each with a chilly timid mushroom on it. The chilling cowardly mushroom has an additional control effect compared to the traditional cowardly mushroom, and sells for only 100 suns. It is important to realize that the bullets of the cold cowardly mushroom do the same damage as the cold archer, but the price is a full 75 sunshine cheaper, which directly pulls the price/performance ratio full circle. Punch it together. Chen Yu took a look at Chinan's side of the lineup dumbfounded. He thought how powerful Chinan was, but it turned out to be this? He had made Chinan lose his mind with just the broken tombstone and the death zombie. Was there any point in continuing? Why can you control zombies? Why can they understand you? That's not fair. You definitely cheated. Chinan hissed and shouted angrily at Chen Yu. Originally, his development speed was not as fast as Chen Yu's. As a result, Chen Yu could also hoard zombies and let them concentrate together before charging over together. So how could he still play? Don't blame the road for people not working. It's true that the children of your lineage can crush most ordinary people through the resources accumulated by your family over generations. But you have to know that there are always people outside of people. And there will always be people who awaken a more powerful talent than you. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. And your worldly family was born in Rome. You guys don't need to worry about losing your lives in the sparring platforms from the start. You can become transmigrators without any worries. I'm not going to talk about anything else. I'm going to point to this alone. Who are you to complain about unfairness? And do you think it's fair to compare your family to those students with no background? Chunyu looked at the hysterical Chinen with a calm gaze, an imperceptible sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. Is it unfair that someone else is more talented than you? So is it fair that you have a stronger background than others? Is it fair to say that you were born with vast resources that others can't reach? It's not that there is no fairness in the world. It's just that there is no absolute fairness. And relative fairness is already the maximum balance compared to no fairness. As Chen Yu's words just fell, the zombies that rushed to Chinan's homeland seemed to be inspired, running a few points faster compared to before. The chilly cowardly mushrooms quickly spit out sky blue mushroom bullets, but their slowdown seemed too insignificant against the zombies' overwhelming army. In particular, the chilly cowardly mushrooms in the middle suffered a lot of aggravation, and it had just slowed down the barrel zombies at the very front. When the barricade zombies at the back topped it, it slowed down the barricaded zombies with another mushroom shot, only to have the regular zombies rush back up afterward, giving the chilly cowardly mushrooms no respite at all. Just as the zombies walked across half the field, Shinan, who had been hissing and yelling, suddenly quieted down. You think this is the end? He lifted his head and flashed a smile towards Chenyu. I think you're right. There's no fairness in this world to speak of, and I'm not qualified to mention the word fairness. After all, I'm the Qin family heir. After saying that, Shinan planted a red seed in the doorway, then turned around and ran away without waiting for the plant to germinate. When he ran into the house, the red seed instantly sprouted into a cool cherry bomb plant, but this guy had a cherry on the front and a hot pepper on the back. What the hell is this? Seeing the cool alternative plant not far away that looked like a cherry bomb and was related to a fiery chili pepper, Chen Yu was a bit confused. As his gaze narrowed slightly, information about the plant surfaced before his eyes. Name, Chili Cherry Bomb. Grade, 3 stars. Introduction, a product from the endless abyss, said to be the heir of hot chili pepper and cherry bomb who fell in love with each other. In order to give birth to it, hot chili pepper and cherry bomb used up all of their energy and also fused the legendary Star of Destruction, making it have amazing full-screen explosion damage. A 3-star deck? Chen Yu looked shocked. This was the first time he had seen a 3-star card. He did not expect that this guy Chinan had actually fused a 3-star card. It is worthy of being the top family in the lineage of. With a roar, all the zombies on the 5 roads were engulfed by waves of flaming air, eventually turning into ashes that drifted away with the wind. This is double ash? Chen Yu keenly noticed that as Pepper's flames engulfed the entire screen, a cherry explosion also occurred within a 3-frame area centered on itself. In other words, this chili cherry bomb is enough to kill a full-blooded white-eyed giant in seconds. However, there is no absolute. This is after all not the previous generation of the Plants vs. Zombies game. Planting plants here will not take effect directly. It will also need a certain amount of time to germinate and mature. Although the time to germinate and mature wasn't very long, within the 5 to 15 second range, a plant profession transmuter would need to plant it personally, which would take a certain amount of time. If Chinan had just waited until the zombies were about to enter his home before planting chili cherry bombs, even if the chili cherry bombs could kill all the zombies in seconds, it would have been too late. Once a zombie enters a home, it is ruled a direct victory. 6 minutes have passed and it's almost over. You've used up all your cards. Haven't you admitted defeat yet? Chinan moved a chair from the homestead to the door and sat down. His side of the plants did not suffer any loss. Instead, all of Chen Yu's zombies were wiped out. What could Chen Yu fight him with? Who told you this was my bottom card? Seeing the teasing in Chinan's eyes that was not in the least bit concealed, Chen Yu tilted his head and asked back with some curiosity. Humph, don't pretend. I don't believe you still have a bottom card you haven't used. Chinan grunted coldly. His expression didn't change in any way, but his body unconsciously stood up and walked to the middle of the road to start picking up the sunshine seed plants. Ha! What is this plant again? Chen Yu looked stunned when he saw the plants Chinan had grown. It wasn't that he hadn't seen it before, but it was mainly because this guy was a sunshine mushroom. And how did a productive sunshine mushroom become an attacking plant? Name, Sunshine Mushroom Pitcher. Grade, 2 stars. Description, the sunshine mushroom has been studying at the Botanical Academy for some time. It learned the pitching technique from its predecessor, the corn thrower, and through its own unremitting efforts it has learned it, and now it can produce sunlight and attack enemies at the same time. The damage of the small sunshine mushroom is the corn thrower's corn kernels, and the damage of the large sunshine mushroom is the corn thrower's butter. That said, the cards Chinan had fused seem to be all about sunlight. What with the sunshine planter and the sunshine mushroom thrower? They're all very practical plants, and you know that the sunshine mushroom thrower only needs 50 sunlight. Dumbfounded. This is the strength and heritage of my Qin family. How can you see it? Chinan laughed out loud and looked at Chenyu with pride in his eyes. Although he didn't say it out loud, his face already had superiority written all over it. Seriously, you seem like a clown. Chenyu helplessly shook his head. All said that there are people outside the world. Why this guy just do not listen to it? Without waiting for Chinan to give a response, Chenyu summoned a blind box zombie at the very front of the center. As the blind box zombie descends from the sky, the next step he takes is to step into Chinan's home. Snap, snap. Seeing this, the cold cowardly mushroom and sunny mushroom pitcher started attacking the blind box zombies. But in half a minute, the blind box on top of the head of the blind box zombies had been beaten to pieces. Pang! As the blind box on top of the blind box zombie's head was completely knocked off, a puff of smoke rose up and wrapped the blind box zombie in it. What the hell is this? Knocking out the box changes the form? Chinan squinted his eyes at the smoke not far ahead, and for some reason, there was a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. In a flash, the smoke cleared. Chinan looked at the ice car zombie that appeared at the location of the blind box zombie just now in consternation. He did not expect this premonition to be fulfilled so quickly. Keep in mind that the chilling cowardly mushroom and sunshine mushroom thrower don't do enough damage to take out a full-strength ice truck zombie. And he hadn't read how the zombie with the cool poo stiff wearing a blind box turned into an ice truck zombie. It seems that the chilly cowardly mushroom and sunshine mushroom pitchers transformed after knocking the blind box off his head. So if you kill the ice truck zombie, does he turn into another zombie? For a while, Chinan's mind was in turmoil. He didn't dare to make a move, but could only watch as the ice truck drove closer and closer. Chenyu didn't know Chinan's mental state at this time. He was curiously looking at the frozen ice car zombie that was not far away and heading forward. This frozen ice truck zombie has half the blood of the original ice truck, but half of his blood is the full-blooded blood of the original ice truck. Seeing the freezing ice truck getting closer and closer, Chinan's heart was in his throat. His chili cherry bomb hadn't finished cooling down yet, and now he had nothing to do but watch in the face of the freezing ice trucks that were closing in on him at every step. The situation was getting more and more tense as time went on, and the freezing ice truck was only about 4 frames away from Chinan's homestead. However, it was good that the cooling of the chili cherry bomb had finished, and the anxiety on Chinan's face was relieved. Phew, I'm glad I made it in time or I almost lost. Chinan breathed a sigh of relief while his hand movements did not pause for a second, but in a few seconds he planted the seeds of the chili cherry bomb into the soil. Because the last and penultimate squares of the middle road were already filled with plants, Chinan could only plant chili cherry bombs in the penultimate square. According to his calculations, though, planting it in the penultimate compartment was absolutely fine, and it would go off before the ice truck could run over the chili cherry bombs. Just as Chinan was confidently preparing to watch Chenyu suffer, who would have expected Chenyu on the opposite side of the room to show him an odd smile? That smile gave him a feeling like he was watching a circus clown, and it made him uncomfortable. No way. There's absolutely no way he still has a backhand. Chinan stared at Chenyu with bloodshot eyes, convinced that Chenyu was posturing and faking just to scare him. Gollum gollum. In a blink of an eye, the chili cherry bomb develops and ripens. Seeing that the chili cherry bomb was stupidly about to explode, it saw a hint of frost rise around it, and the original red-to-red chili cherry bomb actually turned green. What's going on here? Chinan looked at the pepper cherry bomb that was frozen into an ice sculpture with a choked expression. How could his 3-star deck be frozen? But the facts were in front of him, and there was no room for disbelief. In the end, the powerless Chinan could only choose to surrender. He knew that Bai Yi had been watching the battle, and his intention was to use the 3-star cards to show Bai Yi his strong strength, but he didn't expect that he, who had taken out the 3-star cards, had actually lost. Back to reality. Chenyu beckoned towards Chinan. Take it out. That cold ice ground thorn. With your status as the Chin family's youngest, you shouldn't be so bad as to even renege on your bets. Right? Humph. What am I? How can I possibly renege on a debt? With an ironic expression, Chinan took out the cold ice ground spike from the item bar and threw it forward. Kid, don't think that winning me right now is great. This is just the beginning. When I obtain more family resources, the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. The victory right now is enough for you to take out and blow for the rest of your life. After saying that, Chinan left the cutting room straight away, not even glancing at Bai Yi before leaving. It's true that today's disgrace is a bit big. As the heir of the Chin family, when has he ever suffered this kind of aggression? Although his reputation is not very good. Eat, drink and play all kinds of good. Usually change girlfriends to change more diligently. And the strength has been somewhat hidden. Do not show the mountain. But he didn't really have no strength. Originally he was thinking of pretending to be a pig eating a tiger just like the novel. But in the end, he was miserably punched in the face. And even both sides of his face were swollen. His cheeks burned at the thought of his middle-aged antics when he'd first acted crazy and then pulled out the chili cherry bomb. Shame on you. What a shame. It's a disgrace. Chun Yu and Bai Yi didn't know what was going on inside Chinan's mind, who was staring at the cards in his hands in a daze. Name, Ice Spike, grade, 2 stars. Introduction, a small ground thorn accidentally entered the land of extreme cold. Because of the thorn's tenacious vitality, it survived and gained more strength. Now its attack can be attached to the frost gas. The damage is twice as much as before, and has the probability of freezing the enemy for a second, but the frequency of its attack has decreased. It's also not clear whether the introduction given in the zombie iconography is backstory or real, and if it is, it's worth digging into. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Yu staring at the cards in deep thought, Bai Yi on the side reached out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Ah, nothing, just thought of something. Chen Yu scratched his head and smiled, then handed over the card in his hand. Here, this card is very important for you at this stage. I believe that after getting it, your strength can be taken to the next level. Bai Yi looked at the card that Chen Yu forced into her hand somewhat flattered. This is the card you won back. It has nothing to do with me. It's already great that you can make that Chinan guy lose face. I can't have this card. I'll tell you what. I'll trade you with another card. You see what zombie cards you want? I'll trade a zombie card of the same price for this 2-star cold ground spike in your hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu smiled helplessly. I originally helped with the battle because I received payment for your 3 zombie cards, and since I won this victory, the spoils of this battle should rightfully go to you, so don't push back. No, it can't be counted like that. Bai Yi obstinately shook her head. One size does not fit all. You helped me fight because you received my payment, but the fight was won by you, so the loot is naturally yours. The two of them were talking to each other, and neither of them wanted this cold ice ground thorn, as if it was some kind of hot potato. In the end, with both of them taking a step back each, the cold ice ground spike still went into Bai Yi's pocket. And the result of the negotiation was that Chen Yu's 3 zombie decks could be self-selected. Originally, Bai Yi meant that the 3 zombie decks could choose 1 2-star and 2 1-star decks. However, considering that he couldn't go to the White family to pick them out, and that the strength of other people's 2-star decks fluctuated, far inferior to the 2-star decks he had fused together himself, Chen Yu simply asked for 3 1-star decks. The 3 decks are the Rugby Zombie deck, the White-Eyed Giant Zombie deck, and the Lord of the Dance Zombie deck. Bai Yi, who had gotten the cold ice ground thorn, didn't stay too long in the trading black market, and directly took a special car to her home. Chen Yu, on the other hand, called Su Binglan, who happened to have finished buying cards on her side, so the two of them met up at the trading black market. How's that for drinking zombies take it? Su Binglan smiled and hooked Chen Yu's shoulder to raise an eyebrow. Took it. Chen Yu nodded. I also just ran into a dogfight, and it just so happens that the main character of the incident is my classmate, so I got involved. Chen Yu briefly recounted what had just happened, starting from the time he saw Bai Yi until Chinan left in disgrace and he and Bai Yi each said their goodbyes. Chin family's great young man, I have heard of him. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply, usually a playboy young man's demeanor, but in reality, he is holding all kinds of 2-star cards, even 3-star cards, worthy of being the heir of the Chin family, Su Binglan said with some emotion. But you don't have to worry, although the Chin family is a top family, its sphere of influence is just in Jiangnan City. If it dares to engage in a sneak attack without speaking of martial virtues, I'd rather bow down and admit my faults with the old man than let a Chin family have a good time. Su Binglan's words changed, giving Chen Yu a peace of mind. From her words, it could be heard that she was not afraid of the Chin family, and even that the Su family could easily clean up the Chin family, or else Su Binglan's tone of voice would not be so emboldened. Chen Yu was relieved and at the same time a little curious. Sister Lan, what exactly is the conflict between you and the Su family? Why haven't I heard you mention this matter in these 3 years? To know that the New Year is a day to go home and reunite. But Su Binglan never went back. The New Year is with him, the two people together. It's nothing, kids don't worry about these things. Su Binglan's entire body leaned on Chen Yu's shoulder. She looked languid as she reached out and pinched Chen Yu's cheeks, but a flash of remembrance and sadness flashed across her eyes. What the hell? I'm not little anymore. I can share some things for you. Hearing Su Binglan say that he was small, Chen Yu was a bit unconvinced, but he was already an adult. How could he be described as small? Ha 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 ha. Su Binglan glanced at Chen Yu, then laughed out loud, a crystal teardrop slipping from the corner of her eye as she laughed. Little feather, it's useless for you to know that now, but it will add to your troubles. If you really want to share for your sister, you should surpass her as soon as possible, and when you do, I'll tell you about it. After saying that, Su Binglan did not say any more. Pulling Chen Yu, she left the trading black market and started the car to drive in the direction of her home. After returning home, Chen Yu saw that it was already very late, so he took a bath and went to bed. He was awakened early the next morning in a daze by a knock on the door. When he got dressed and was ready to open the door, he realized that Su Binglan had already opened the door one step ahead of him. Seeing that Chen Yu and Su Binglan both looked like they had just woken up and were wearing pajamas, Bai Yi, who was standing in the doorway, froze. You guys are? Hearing Bai Yi's words, Chen Yu glanced at Su Binglan, then hurriedly explained, she's my sister. The last time I came you didn't see her because she was sleeping. Usually she has to lie in bed for at least half an hour before she gets up. Today it's a rare occasion that she got up early. Bastard. Are you making up about your sister like this? I also occasionally sleep asleep, which has every day to rely on the bed, and even if the bed is not half an hour, right? Su Binglan grabbed Chen Yu's ear and twisted it with force. The pain of Chen Yu sucked in cold air. Looking at the two men's demeanor and actions, Bai Yi also knew that she was the one who misunderstood, and hurriedly spoke out to apologize. Sorry, it was me who misunderstood just now. I came over today to send you the zombie decks. All the decks you want are here. Take a look. After saying that, Bai Yi handed forward the exquisite gift box she was carrying in her hand. Chen Yu took the gift box and opened it. It was indeed the Rugby Zombie deck, White-Eyed Giant Zombie deck, and Dancing King Zombie deck that he wanted. Just as Chen Yu was about to exchange a few pleasantries with Bai Yi, he looked up but realized that there was no longer any trace of Bai Yi in front of him. Sis, where is she? Chen Yu twisted his head to look at Su Binglan and asked curiously, you mean that little girl just now? She seemed to run away shyly. Su Binglan shrugged. In the future, before meeting the parents you should at least tell them the basic information. Now it's so embarrassing and makes people misunderstand our relationship. If I were her I would also run away. Sis, where did you think of? She and I are just ordinary classmates. We don't even see each other more than a slap in the face. She is the same Bai Yi that I told you about last night. Chen Yu said with a head full of black lines. So that's it? Then I don't care about this. Su Binglan yawned sleepily, then waved her hand at Chen Yu before going back to her room to continue sleeping. Chen Yu, on the other hand, was no longer in the mood to sleep. It couldn't be helped. The decks were already in hand, and it was too much of a stretch not to synthesize a wave. As Chen Yu quickly walked back to his room, the zombie illustrations in his mind were called out by him. Just after the 6 cards were dropped into the synthesis page, endless darkness engulfed the room. If a bystander were here they would be shocked to find that there wasn't even a hint of light in the room, that they couldn't reach out, that they could clearly feel their bodies but couldn't see anything. Chen Yu, who was the owner of the zombie icon, would not be affected by the vision, but instead felt very close to the black mango. In just a minute's time before and after, 3 new and powerful cards appeared in Chen Yu's hands. Name, Aces Football Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, once the rugby zombie is unbeatable, think no opponent can walk under his 3 moves. The result of the legendary giant zombie was taught a hard lesson, and then he ran to the zombie college for 2.5 years, dedicated to learning from the mediocre rugby zombie into the ace of the rugby zombie. Red rugby uniforms into black. Attack, defense, speed, blood has been greatly enhanced. Name, Iron-Blooded White-Eyed Giant Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Giant Zombie is the leader of the zombie world, is the strongest in addition to Dr. Stiff King. No one is his opponent. Many people speculate that the kid zombie on his back is his son. In fact, the kid zombie is the giant zombie's older brother. The kid zombie's proposal. The giant zombie put on the iron blood armor. The defense power and blood quantity has been greatly improved. Name, Injin Dance King Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, the Dancing King Zombie has learned the etiquette of kings and subjects over the long years, and has learned the Zen system. After he enters the field, he will quickly summon 4 dancing zombies. If one of the dancing zombies goes the wrong way or dies, he will be summoned again. Every 3 times he summons the sleeping zombies in the tombstones, and the number of awakenings is 1 per tombstone, and the Dancing King Zombie will randomly zen to a dancing zombie after his death. The dancing zombie who got the throne can be summoned and can zen again but cannot wake up the sleeping zombies. The zombie that gets the throne can be summoned and the throne can be transferred again, but cannot wake up the sleeping zombie in the tombstone. Looking at the introductions of the 3 cards in his hand, Chen Yu first rubbed his eyes in disbelief and then laughed up at the sky. These 3 decks are one against the grain. First of all, there's this Ace Rugby Zombie, which isn't just an unnamed version of the Black Rugby Grandmaster. Not only does this guy move super fast, but he's so durable that 3 machine gun shooters can't do anything to him without the torch stump, and he'll even be destroyed by the Black Olive Moncler Outlet Group. As for the Iron-Blooded White-Eyed Giant Zombie, Chen Yu had never heard of it, but judging from the patterns on the cards, such thick armor must be very durable. And benevolent Dancing King Zombie, that is needless to say, is simply the version of the sun, which if a specific tactic to let the Dancing King Zombie has been summoned. What tier cannot be beaten? Thinking of this, Chen Yu directly entered the matchmaking platform. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 40 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chen Yu did not hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. The zombies are 5 minutes away from arriving at your home, so choose your zombie as soon as possible. Broken tombstones, benevolent dancing king zombies, blind box zombies, zombies with knives reading newspapers, sled zombie armed squad, umbrella barrel zombies. Chen Yu decided on the choice of card slots in 3 tries. Soon, 5 minutes went by in a flash. The first wave of zombies is coming. As the skull icon appears in the lower left corner of the panel, a group of walkers in black suits are heading this way. The zombie in the lead was so large that it looked like a small mountain, and with every step it took, green corpse oil would slide down its body, which looked particularly disgusting. And under Chen Yu's perspective, he realized that the attributes of these black-suited zombies were similar to that of barricade zombies. If it was a godless barricaded zombie gnawing at each other, then the odds of winning were about 50-50. But if it was a barricaded zombie with a soul that struck out, then it would inevitably be able to single-handedly wipe out this black-suited zombie. As for the leading fat mountain zombie at the front, it was needless to say that it was a direct counterpart to the white-eyed giant zombie, but its attributes were a bit worse compared to the white-eyed giant. But this guy has a very disgusting skill. That is, corpse oil attack. Being splattered by the corpse oil on its body, it will be corroded if it's light, or it will die directly if it's heavy. And the corpse oil from those black-suited walkers walking on the ground increases movement speed. Without hesitation, Chen Yu directly placed a broken tombstone in the middle of the road, while those black-suited zombies walked in from outside the homestead. Perhaps it was because the quality of the zombies had improved. There were only 20 black-suited zombies that came this time, and they also entered in batches, with only 10 black-suited zombies coming in for the first batch. The first road went to 2 black-suited walkers, the second road went to 3 black-suited walkers, and the third road went to 5 black-suited walkers, leaving the remaining 2 roads unscathed. Gollum. It didn't take long for movement to come from the broken tombstone. Only a barrel zombie crawled out of the tombstone with glaring eyes. He looked at the 5 black-suited zombies not far away in company without any nervousness, but instead had a vague sense of excitement. Tombstone value plus 50. With the tombstone value arriving, Chen Yu hoofed it and placed a tombstone in the last column of the first path. Because of the longer development time due to the homeworld getting bigger, the number of times a tombstone can be summoned has been increased to 3 or 5, with a minimum of no less than 3. This is all thanks to the terrain modifications and the rate of production of the broken tombstones themselves, but nothing short of one or the other will achieve this effect. Another boring period of placing headstones ensued. If Chen Yu had used a 1-star tombstone, he would never have been able to be as calm as he was now, with not a trace of tension on his face. But unfortunately there are no ifs in this world. Broken tombstones are just too powerful. Chen Yu only needs to ink the tombstone to put the tombstone and it's done. The rest can be handed over to the tombstone. In a moment's time, though, there were already 2 more broken tombstones in the middle road, while the first and second roads had 2 broken tombstones each. The zombies they had summoned had begun to engage the black-suited walkers. It was not known whether it was a matter of Chen Yu's luck or the refreshment chance of the broken tombstones. Each of the 3 paths had iron barrel zombies, especially the middle path, which summoned 2 at once. Pong, Pumba. As time passed, the black-suited zombies fell to the zombies' attacks one after another. Seeing this scene, the fat mountain zombie that was the leader couldn't sit still. It tilted its head up to look at the sky and let out an angry roar, and then stepped into the homestead with heavy steps. It was just that what Chen Yu did not expect was that those black-suited zombies were still standing outside unmoved after the fat mountain zombies entered their homes, seemingly waiting for something. Chen Yu pondered slightly, but for a moment he could not guess the zombies' intentions, so he simply stopped thinking about it. This fat mountain zombie wasn't a very powerful zombie. There was no need to be serious about dealing with it. But you shouldn't be able to beat the fat mountain walkers with just the zombies summoned by the broken tombstone. After all, its tonnage is here and should not be underestimated. So Chen Yu was very facetious and put a blind box zombie in the middle. As the blind box zombie quickly walked up to the fat mountain zombie, only to see it casually swing out a punch. The blind box on top of the blind box zombie's head was smashed to pieces. I thought that a zombie that could save the day would appear this time as in the past, but I didn't realize that the random zombie that came out this time was a normal zombie. Howl. The fat mountain zombie froze for a moment when he saw the zombie in front of him whose head he had knocked off and regrown. Didn't it shoot this guy? How come he's standing in front of him with his head regrown? The fat mountain zombie was puzzled. With its IQ like a 1-year-old child could not understand the matter in front of it, but that did not stop it from throwing another punch. Pang! As the fat mountain zombie blasted out with a punch, Chen Yu, who was standing not far away, helplessly turned around inside. He really couldn't bear to see the scene of an ordinary zombie being killed by a fat mountain zombie. After waiting for 5 seconds, Chen Yu then turned his head back. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the expected scene didn't appear. That ordinary zombie that was certain to die in his eyes was actually crazily gnawing on the fat mountain zombie, while the fat mountain zombie couldn't do any damage to the ordinary zombie no matter how much he beat him up. Ha! What the hell is this? Chen Yu rubbed his eyes and looked at this scene with disbelief. Can someone tell him what's going on here? Why doesn't a fat mountain walker's punch work on a normal zombie? To know that the fat mountain zombie that up to 500 attack power is not a joke. Not to mention the ordinary zombies. Even if the barricade zombies to come is also a punch to send away But soon, Chen Yu discovered the end. It turns out that the problem isn't with the fat mountain zombies, but with the regular zombies. Blind box zombies have the trait of turning into a zombie documented in the zombie illustrated book. And the zombie that comes out randomly has a random blood count. There is no upper or lower limit to this randomization. That means that a random zombie can come out with 1 drop of blood or unlimited blood. And the normal zombie not far away that chewed down the fat mountain zombie was 500 million blood. Seeing that the 500 million blood ordinary zombie had only traveled halfway across the field, Chen Yu hurriedly shouted at him, "Ordinary zombie, don't go so fast. You move forward at the slowest speed and help me fight another wave." "Yes, my lord." Ordinary zombies responded respectfully when they heard Chen Yu's shout, and then walked forward at their slowest speed. The second wave of walkers will arrive at the homestead in 40 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chen Yu clenched his fist with a face full of joy. The zombies are 3 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Broken tombstones, benevolent dancing king zombies, blind box zombies, zombies with knives reading newspapers, sled zombie armed squad, ace football zombies. Chen Yu's card selection was pretty much the same as the last one, but he swapped out the umbrella barrel zombie for the ace rugby zombie. This is not to say that the ace rugby zombie is more powerful than the umbrella iron bucket. It's just that Chen Yu can't use the umbrella iron bucket at the moment. After all, there's a blind box zombie that's cheaper than the umbrella iron bucket here. The second wave of walkers is coming. Only a group of cavalry walkers on zombie horses appeared outside the homestead. They are all well equipped, and although there are only 10 of them in total, each one is the equivalent of a regular rugby zombie, and their horses can also defend the enemy. The leader of the cavalry captain zombie was even armed with a spear, and its attack distance was particularly wide. Standing 2 squares in front of it would be attacked. Formation, charge me. Remember who gave us a new life? Who gave homeless us a kit? The cavalry leader zombie pointed in Chen Yu's direction and shouted. Compared to the fat mountain zombie with little intelligence, the cavalry captain zombie was obviously much smarter, and you could tell it was extraordinary by the fluency with which it spoke. Combined with its golden equipment that was different from the other cavalrymen and what it had just said, it was hard for Chen Yu not to suspect that this team of well-equipped cavalrymen was sent by the zombie queen. Chen Yu's face was grave as he watched the group of cavalrymen quickly enter the homeland. As they were about to scatter in 5 paths, they only saw the cavalry leader Walker roar, "All follow my lead and charge forward." As the cavalry leader Walker stepped into the center, the other cavalry walkers saw it and neatly followed it. Ha! Chen Yu looked at the cavalry captain zombie's divine operation with a dumbfounded face. If he hadn't been a stranger to the other man, he would have thought that the cavalry captain Walker was an actor he had hired. You say it's not good to go anywhere but to the middle of the road. Isn't it like playing a lantern in a hut? Looking for history? Originally, Chen Yu's little heart was a little uncontrollable violent beating, but the result was that this guy hard let his excited heart-trembling hands cool down, smash his skull. The cavalry captain zombie noticed Chen Yu's expression change from surprise to disinterest, and it instantly became furious, and with a tug on the bolts in its hands, it boosted its speed and charged up. As for the ordinary zombies walking slowly along the way, he didn't even put it in his eyes, only to see it make a dash. Put! The spear in the hands of the cavalry captain's zombie came out of his hand, and his entire body fell back uncontrollably, tumbling over. How is this possible? The cavalry captain zombie looked at the plain ordinary zombie in front of him with disbelief. Just this worthless guy could easily block its charge? Crunch! The ordinary zombie ignored the cavalry leader Walker as he gazed calmly at the cavalry leader Walker's horse and gnawed frantically at it. In the blink of an eye, though, the zombie horse was chewed to death. Without their mounts and weapons, the cavalry captain walkers could only greet ordinary zombies with their fists, but no matter how it attacked it couldn't cause any effective impact on the ordinary zombies. Instead it itself was scarred under the attack of the ordinary zombies. Help me! As his blood level continued to decrease, the cavalry leader Walker finally panicked, and he looked back to the cavalry walkers behind him and yelled out. The cavalry zombies saw this and sprinted over one after another. They pulled the bolt rope of the zombie horse violently, making the two hooves on the front of the zombie horse raise up fiercely, and then kick towards the ordinary zombies. If there was no rule restriction, an ordinary zombie would have been kicked more than 10 meters away by now. But alas, there are no ifs in this world. Rules are rules, even if the rule started out as a way to limit zombies. Under Chen Yu's watchful eye, this team of well-equipped cavalry died at the hands of ordinary zombies. Until the moment the cavalry captain zombie died, it hadn't figured out why it couldn't even defeat a mediocre ordinary zombie with such luxurious equipment. With the help of 500 million blood ordinary zombies, Chen Yu was like a god's help and easily pushed across the 7th level. It was worth mentioning that the attributes of the 5th wave's leader zombie was actually only a little more than half of the cavalry leader zombie, which made Chen Yu even more convinced that this team of cavalry was sent by the zombie queen to shade him. It's just a shame that he's now even stronger than he was yesterday, and the zombie decks he's gotten are getting stronger and stronger. Plus his luck was okay, the blind box zombie had saved him from the water many times. It was still quite hard for the zombie queen to shade him. Next Chen Yu fought 2 more layers, hard from day to night, from the 7th to the 10th layer. No one had expected that Chen Yu would actually hit the 2nd boss tier during the bronze potential ranking. By this time information about Chen Yu had been widely circulated, and even the officials had noticed Chen Yu, a newcomer with great potential. Inside the office of the deputy director of the guard bureau, a woman in a white shirt leaned back in her chair and scrutinized the white paper in her hand. She had long dark purple hair that fell naturally like a waterfall, and under her bangs was a pair of cold violet eyes that did not undergo any concealment, and the old-fashioned desk lamp on her desk was translucent with a faint glow, reflecting her cold face. Interesting, the woman smiled with interest. I haven't seen such a promising seedling in a long time. I didn't realize it was actually your brother. As she spoke, her gaze moved from the white paper in her hand to Su Binglan, who was sitting across the desk. I think you can drop the actually. Su Binglan had one hand on the desk, her unpowdered face gently reclining, her expression full of lethargy and rancor. Binglan, you've gotten a lot of credit this time. Su Qian stood up from her seat and walked to the window, her jade hand lightly lifted to pull open the curtains, her gaze calmly overlooking the night's beauty. But don't, I only mentioned this matter to little Yu. It's not certain if he will come exactly. Su Binglan cried and laughed. If it wasn't for Sister Qian that you brought little Yu's information to me, I wouldn't even know that this little guy has actually rushed to bronze 9 stars, and is about to fight the 2nd boss layer. Upon hearing this, Su Qian smiled and shook her head. No, 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 the great merit I'm talking about isn't this. You must think of a way to get your brother into the guard bureau. This kind of good seedling can't be corrupted by those plutocratic families. What their families or plutocrats can give we in the escort bureau can give. And what we in the escort bureau can give, their families and plutocrats can't. As an official organization, the escort bureau possessed countless resources, and by becoming a member of the escort bureau one could enjoy the benefits that only official personnel could enjoy. Resource exchange, on the other hand, is based on a points system, with points being awarded for each task completed. It is important to realize that the missions of the escort bureau are not mandatory, but are assigned. So you can do them if you want to, or not if you don't want to, and no one is forcing you to do the missions. However, each escort member had to complete at least 3 quests a month. Even the most common bronze-level quests would do, as long as they met the quantity requirement. Su Binglan shook her head and said with a serious look, Sister Qian, I can't forcefully change Xia Yu's own will. His life should be made by himself. I can't let him go through the pain that I once went through again. But I can assure you that Little Feather is absolutely not going to be corrupted by those families or plutocrats. I've already briefly told him about the existence of the Su family, and with his eyesight, he definitely won't be hitching a ride with those guys. Hearing Su Binglan say this, a flash of complexity flashed through Su Qian's eyes. She and Su Binglan belonged to the same Su family, but she was properly appointed by the family side to come here to immerse herself, while Su Binglan had a big fight with the family and ran away from home. What if the Su family sent for him? Su Qian was silent for a moment, and then she opened her mouth to ask. The Su family won't send anyone, and even if they do I won't let them take little Yu, Su Binglan said back decisively. Su Qian did not speak again, just looked out the window with a deep gaze at the traffic, and did not know what she was thinking. Early morning, a phone call woke up the sleeping Chen Yu. He subconsciously picked up his cell phone and looked at it. He did not expect it to be a call from Bai Yi. Hey, what's up, White? Chen Yu squinted his eyes as he lay on the bed, while his cell phone was leaned against the side of his ear, so that he could both lie comfortably and answer calls. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Bai Yi asked back with a light smile. It's okay, but it's not like your style. Ah, as the old saying goes, you don't go to the temple without something. You must have something to look for me. Otherwise it's impossible for you to call me early in the morning. Although Chen Yu was lying in bed asleep, his consciousness was already awake, and from the moment he heard Bai Yi's uncharacteristic voice, he knew that there must be a demon when things go wrong. Well, there's really no hiding anything from you. Bai Yi laughed helplessly, and her voice, which was deliberately clamped down, returned to its usual coolness. This time I'm calling you not on my personal behalf, but on behalf of our white family to throw you an olive branch. With your qualifications, as soon as you enter the Bai family, you will be cultivated as a base, and all kinds of resources can be tilted towards you. You also know that my father is a zombie professional, and he has a lot of treasured zombie decks in his hands, so as long as you say yes, you can immediately send them over to you now. And our white family also holds a tunnel to the zombie planet. The powerful zombies in that vicinity have already been purged, and the only ones left behind are bronze-level zombies for us juniors to practice on. Hearing this, Chen Yu looked startled and hurriedly asked after him, how did this kind of tunnel to the zombie planet get there? Is it safe to go there from this side? If a stronger zombie suddenly appears, won't your life be in danger? This matter could not be ignored by Chen Yu, knowing that the zombie queen was eyeing him. In case he went to the zombie planet and was discovered by the zombie queen, then he would be cold. Bai Yi pondered a little, then said, I don't know how I obtained it. This level of secrecy is only in the hands of the top brass. Even in my capacity I can't know. As for the safety issue, you can rest assured. The zombie planet is different from our blue planet. Their side is divided into many boards. You can also understand it as a copy of the game. In general, they won't go to other zombies' territory rashly. Hearing this, not only did Chen Yu not let go of his heart, but instead his heart sank to the bottom. It seemed that he had no chance with the zombie planet in his life, and unless he could grow to be equal to the zombie queen, going to the zombie planet would be looking for death. Why? Are you still listening? Bai Yi waited for a while and realized that there was no movement on Chen Yu's side, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to ask. Listening. Chen Yu nodded, but there must be a price for cultivating as a base card. Right. Otherwise what if you guys cultivate me and I run away? It's very simple. Before you enter our Bai family you need to sign the agreement paper obtained from the sparring platform. After signing on this kind of agreement paper you can never go against what's on it. And by entering the Bai family you need to sign an agreement to serve the Bai family forever. Bai Yi did not hide anything from Chen Yu, but answered truthfully. The other clans are also like this, right? Chen Yu asked. Yes, whether it's our Bai family or other families, even the top families in the country operate in this way, and they even sign even stricter than us small families. Bai Yi nodded in response. I'd rather not consider it then. I prefer the freedom than being a servant to these clans, and with my talent, this so-called resources are just icing on the cake. Chen Yu rejected Bai Yi's request. Bai Yi laughed with an unsurprised expression. I knew you'd refuse. If I'm not surprised. Your zombie iconography is more than just what you've told Teacher Lu. You're hiding something else, such as the fact that you're always able to come up with novelty zombie decks. Hearing Bai Yi say this, Chen Yu responded non-committally. He had known for a long time that it was impossible to hide his talent for being able to make cards, and since Bai Yi had watched from the sidelines many times when he had cut, it wasn't surprising that she could have guessed. Do I have to keep guessing? The corners of Bai Yi's mouth rose slightly, pride written all over her cold and flawless face. No need. Chen Yu shook his head. I might as well tell you that my zombie icon can synthesize zombie cards, as long as 3 of the same zombie cards can be synthesized into a higher star zombie card, and it's definitely not a chicken ribs. All of them are powerful cards that can be taken. Hearing Chen Yu say this, even though her heart was already prepared for it, Bai Yi's eyes inevitably widened. 3 identical zombie cards can be synthesized into a higher level zombie deck, and there are absolutely no wasted cards, all of which can be taken. What kind of concept is that? It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Yu's talent could hang all the talents related to card combining, and it wasn't even too much of a stretch to describe it as footstomping on global card combiners. You should know that other card combiners need to prepare a lot of card combining materials, and also need to go through a variety of tedious steps to have a 30 to 50% chance of fusing a powerful card. And you have to realize that buying a deck from a card combiner is different than asking him out to combine cards. Buying a card from a card combiner is just a matter of buying it at market price. But asking a card combiner to make a bid requires you to pay a hefty bidding fee. And all the materials are prepared by you. The card combiner is only responsible for combining the cards. Bai Yi asked tentatively. Chen Yu, how much do I need to pay to synthesize cards from you? What is the market price? Chen Yu asked. The market prices are all different. 1 million for bronze level card combiners, 3 million for silver level card combiners, 6 million for gold level card combiners, and so on. The price I'm talking about is an average price. Some very stable bronze level card combiners need $2 to $3 million to go out, while some unstable ones are around 500,000 to 1 million. The the exact price depends on the individual. Bai Yi didn't hide it from Chunyu and directly told him the true market price she understood. It could be heard from Chunyu's tone that he really didn't understand the price of the Hapka Master's offer. But that didn't mean that she could be greedy and lie about the information. Even though she got an awesome deck this time by being greedy. What happened after that? Chunyu knew that after this incident, their friendship would instantly fall apart. And they might even never help Haka again. Which wasn't the outcome she wanted. What she wanted to make friends with was Chunyu, a young talent with full potential. And as for helping out with the hop card was just incidental. Alright, I get it. It only takes 1 million to synthesize cards from me. If I can't synthesize cards that work, I won't take a penny. Shenyu said after a little thought. Good, we'll be in touch when we need to. Bai Yi and Shenyu hung up after a few more sentences of small talk. Qin family's big villa. Qinan's room. Damn it. Bloody hell. Qinan paced back and forth in the room with a somber expression on his face. Yesterday, he used his connections to learn that Shenyu was an ordinary person with no background whatsoever. Just as he was about to lay his hands on Shenyu, he suddenly realized that the sister who adopted Shenyu was not an ordinary person, but from the Su family, which was even more terrifying than the Qin family. Even he, the Qin family's great young man, didn't dare to act rashly. However, he still thought of ways, such as supporting Su Binglan then letting the dead soldier and Shenyu die together, so that Su Binglan would not be able to find his head. As a result, in but a day's time, Shenyu had gone from being a little-known ordinary person to a top genius that many clans were trying to pull in. Even his father had mentioned a word to him, telling them young people to move around more and get to know each other. In this situation, he didn't have a chance to lay his hands on Shenyu at all. Originally, supporting Su Binglan was already a very risky approach. The slightest mishap would be met with Su Binglan's crazy retaliation. And now that Shenyu was so famous, with countless clans visiting his door, his current move was tantamount to hitting a lantern in the outhouse. Just as Qin was getting annoyed, the flirtatious woman lying on his bed also woke up at that moment. Qin Xiao, why did you wake up to see you so angry? Is it because people didn't serve you well? The woman crawled out of the comforter with a smile, then used a pair of hooked jade legs to wiggle in front of Qin's belly. Go away, can't you see I'm getting annoyed? Qin frowned and slapped away the woman's jade legs. Although these legs were white and long, he simply didn't have that in mind right now. This would only add to his troubles. Young Qin, I just want to share your worries. The woman sobbed twice with some aggravation, the bean-sized teardrops swirling in her eyes as if she would cry out at any moment. You. Qin looked at the fake crying woman in front of him with a face of impatience. But when he thought that the other party had only been with him for 3 days and he hadn't gotten tired of playing with her yet, the impatience on his face disappeared. You go back first. I still have things to deal with on my side. I promised you designer bags and jewelry. And $1 million has already hit your card. If it's not enough, then talk to me. Qin walked up to the woman and rubbed her hair. His index finger casually pinched up a handful and put it on the tip of his nose and gently sniffed it, his tone full of tenderness. Good. Then I'll go back first. The woman nodded her head obediently, then quickly dressed and left Qin's room. She and Qin were just playing along. She wanted Qin's power and money. Qin wanted her beauty and every inch of her body. She had learned about Qin's behavior long before she and Qin were dating. And Qin was a typical playboy who changed women more diligently than he changed his clothes. She didn't believe that she would be so lucky to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. She could only get more while she was still together. After all, the Qin family wasn't short of that kind of money. 10th floor. Chunyu looked at the environment of his homeland with a grim gaze. The originally dark grass became arid. The soil lacked water, seriously causing the ground to dry out. And the sun overhead was shining hot, as if it would be vaporized the next moment. Chunyu was forced to hide under the roof. And the effect of this arid and high-temperature environment is the continuous blood loss. Both zombies and zombies. As long as the sunlight lasts for 10 seconds after the sunlight will start to lose blood until they die in the sunlight. To be honest, this environment is hard for both plant and zombie professions. Plant professions must plant pots on the ground to grow plants, while zombie professions will continuously drop blood. After all, zombies and zombies belong to the dead, and their prolonged exposure to high temperatures accelerated their own decay, which was one of the fundamental reasons for the continuous blood loss. However, it was a good thing that the tombstone wouldn't continuously drop blood as a result of this, otherwise his chances of trying to get through this floor would be minimized, and he might even fall here. As for why he came to the homestead so early in the morning, it was mainly because the calls to his cell phone were coming in one after another, and he couldn't even get a good night's sleep if he wanted to, so he just got up and ate breakfast and came over. Not to mention, there was no signal on the sparring platform. And as soon as Chunyu came here, no one called him anymore. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 50 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Now, Chen Yu hesitated for 2 seconds before making his choice. The zombies are 3 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Broken tombstones, benevolent dancing king zombies, blind box zombies, zombies with knives reading newspapers, sled zombie armed squad, umbrella barrel zombies. As Chen Yu skillfully tapped on the panel, he soon chose the zombie he wanted to fight. The first wave of zombies is coming. It was also the moment he chose his card slot that a deafening sound came from not far away, as if some kind of large-sized monster was coming this way. Chen Yu looked up and saw a group of zombies dressed in primitive leather garments arriving on zombie camels in great numbers. The zombie at the head was 3 meters tall. Even the giant zombies were little kids in front of him. This guy was wearing a camel's skin, holding a huge camel's bone in his hand, and on top of his head there was a crown of bones made out of a camel's skull, which looked extremely shocking and horrifying, because this kind of environment is rarely seen. At that time in the school, listening to the teacher is also a hurried stroke. Did not say in detail about the arid high-temperature environment of the zombie information. It was fortunate that Chen Yu could see information about everything, or else he could have been blinded by both eyes and overturned in the gutter. Name, Desert Primitive Zombie. Grade, Bronze 9 stars. Introduction, a primitive zombie from the desert, with the same attributes as ordinary zombies, but it and the zombie camel have 2 zombies in one life, and the zombie camel must be defeated before it will die. Name, Desert Zombie Camel. Grade, Bronze 9 stars. Introduction, mutant zombie camel from the desert. Mild character, non-aggressive, slow, but thick skin, high blood, and primitive zombies 2 corpses a life. Only follow the orders of the only primitive zombie. Name, Desert Primitive Troll Zombie. Grade, Bronze 10 stars. Introduction, a primitive troll zombie from the desert. It's huge in size, high in blood, strong in attack, but slow in action. It is said that he used to be the first warrior of the desert tribes, but he was born to be powerful. But he was brave but not resourceful, and he was buried at the age of only 30. Information about this group of zombies soon appeared before Chen Yu's eyes. What Chen Yu didn't expect was that the desert zombie camel was so long and tall that it was actually not aggressive. Rumble! Without waiting for Chen Yu to finish thinking, the group of primitive zombies slowly stepped into the homestead on zombie camels. Although the introduction explains that the zombie camel is not aggressive, the zombie camel can cause a loud noise with every step, which is very oppressive. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Yu had repeatedly watched the introduction of the desert zombie camel to confirm that it was correct, he really suspected that he had misread it. What do you call this thing that's not aggressive? Chen Yu was surprised. But placing the tombstones was definitely something that could not be delayed, and he was still placing the tombstones in the middle of the road as usual. There were 20 zombies in the group, 19 of which were desert primitive zombies, 1 desert primitive troll zombie, and as for the zombie camels, they were not included. The first to enter were the primitive walkers on zombie camels, while the primitive troll walkers stood outside the homestead and waited according to the rules. Because the zombie camel's movement speed was too slow, Chen Yu had plenty of time to develop. He has placed broken headstones on all 5 roads, and has 50 headstones worth left in his hand for emergencies, and the group of primitive zombies on zombie camels had only managed to cover a quarter of the distance. It's just a shame that in the arid heat, the normal zombies that were summoned were killed by the sun before they could even meet up with the primitive zombies. The barricade zombies and barrel zombies, although they met with the primitive zombies, but their IQ didn't seem to be too high, and they only cared about nibbling on the zombie camels, not paying the slightest attention to the primitive zombies that were riding on the zombie camels and attacking them. In this situation, Chen Yu could not help but think of the roadblock zombie that once knew how to slide and shovel. That guy was much smarter than this one now. This time, you won't get away. The desert primitive troll zombie stared icily at Chen Yu, who was not far away. A flash of brownish-black color flashed in its eyes, and then it slowly hid itself, as if nothing had just happened. With the zombie camels having traveled 2/3 of the way, Chen Yu's formation had taken shape. 5 paths, the last 2 columns full of broken tombstones, and he had 300 tombstone values saved in his hand, just waiting for the zombie camels to get close enough to summon the blind box zombies. Seeing that the time was right, Chen Yu summoned a blind box zombie in all 5 paths. Speaking of which, it's important to mention the distribution of walkers along the 5 roads. First up is the first path, 5 primitive walkers. Second road, 4 primitive walkers. Third way, 5 primitive walkers. Fourth way, 3 primitive walkers. Fifth road, 2 primitive walkers. The first and third of these paths are under a lot of pressure, while the fourth and fifth paths are relatively much easier, and can hopefully be solved in a single wave as long as they don't randomize zombies that are particularly crotch-pulling. Is it that rare box zombie again? A flash of gravity flashed in the eyes of the desert primordial gargoyle walker, and his eyes gradually turned black. That's right, It's not the original consciousness of the original desert troll walker right now, but it's being manipulated by a zombie queen on another planet. In a gilded palace, the zombie queen was lying lazily sunbathing on the artificial beach on the top floor. This was a palace she had built to her liking. Gold, diamonds and crystals from all over the world are collected by her for decoration. The most common material here is marble, and luxury items such as bags, necklaces and jewelry are everywhere. The back end of the palace was a garden she had created, with all kinds of valuable and cherished flowers touching the 4 different seasons. The planet was affected by an accidental gas leak from an experiment that turned all humans around the globe into zombies overnight. But a small number of humans fought off the virus with their own consciousness. Although they still turned into zombies, they possessed their own consciousness and had no side effects, which was different from the ordinary zombies that just knew how to feed on the failures. The flora and fauna on the planet were also contaminated by the experimental gases and thus showed varying degrees of zombie mutation. And these flowers in her back garden were the most successful experiments. They have retained their beauty and can grow all year round and are more hardy compared to before the end times. And she, the zombie queen, the ruler of this zombie planet, she was likewise the most successful experiment of all. Her body is indistinguishable from a human's, with no mutations anywhere, and instead of a zombie virus, she has a blue granular cell in her body that modern technology can't explain. It gave her the ability to command all walkers and allowed her to advance to higher levels more easily. On. At that moment, a high-pitched voice came from downstairs. Upon hearing this, the zombie queen immediately disconnected her link with the desert primordial gargoyle zombie, and with a single jump, she leapt down from a high altitude, jump into the 30,000 meter outdoor pool she'd created specifically for the front of the palace, which housed her favorite pet, the zombie blue whale. Boy, are you hungry again? I'll have Tiger bring food over later. The zombie queen dived under the water to take a look, then touched the 50-meter-long zombie blue whale in front of her with a helpless face. This guy was getting hungry too fast. If she didn't rule the whole planet, where was she going to get this guy so much food? On. The zombie blue whale swung her tail obediently, and immediately set off a shocking wave of water. And if it wasn't for her high strength, she could have been swept away by the wave. After calming the zombie blue whale for a few more moments, the zombie queen made her way back to the beach at the top. It had been a long time since she had struck out after so many years. I remembered that the last time I made a move was when a life and death battle broke out with a stiff emperor of the same level. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end it was her skill that won her the victory. But she herself had suffered serious injuries that were almost impossible to heal, and she had been recuperating from them all these years. And what shocked her was that the dead stiff emperor had actually left behind a legacy. It just so happened that the zombie planet was on a collision course with another planet at the time, and the two stuck together, creating a sparring platform. It was not known where this sparring platform came from. Even she, the strongest person, had to follow the rules or else she would be subjected to varying degrees of repercussions. And what made her even more angry was that the zombies that were originally from their planet suddenly ran across the street and turned into some kind of zombie profession. And the legacy left by the stiff emperor went over there with it. Because the other planet was too weak and no opponents of the same level as her had appeared, she had been unable to make a move and had to let those low-level zombies pass. In retaliation, she'd make the number of monsters out of the zombie career changer higher from time to time, one of her few pleasures. As for Chen Yu, she also didn't expect that she had actually found the successor of the stiff emperor when she was looking for fun in her spare time. It was simply a stroke of luck. It's just that this guy is so tenacious too, turning the tide of battle several times, even with her little behind-the-back maneuvers. Only this time, it wouldn't be that simple for Chen Yu to dissolve it. As the blind box zombies and the primitive walkers meet, the battle is on. Because the zombie camel was so thick with blood, the blind box zombie barely took a few nibbles before it collapsed under the heat and the primitive zombies' attack. As the blind box shattered, 5 clouds of smoke rose at the same time, joining together in a straight line on 5 paths. Pang! With a loud bang, the blind box zombie on the 4th path turned into a red-eyed giant, only to see him casually swinging the pole, and the primitive zombies and zombie camels in front of him were crushed into meat cakes. It was reasonable to say that the primitive zombie and the zombie camel together could have carried at least 2 attacks from the red-eyed giant, but they've lost some blood on the way here. Because they were 2 corpses in one, but 2 different individuals, they were subjected to twice as much heat burn as the others, which led to them being finished off with a single hammer blow. At this point, a substantial question mark appeared over the second road. As the smoke dispersed, only the second master was carrying a machete and frantically outputting, but in the blink of an eye, the second master with a knife had already chopped 4 primitive zombies into meat foam. Wait, Chen Yu just wanted to call out to the storming second master with swords, but as a result, before he could finish his sentence, Second Master with Swords had already rushed out of the homestead with his machete and was teleported away. This guy, where did he get it? The desert primitive trollwalker's eyes were filled with shock. The zombie queen had never dreamed that in just a few days' time, Chen Yu had actually obtained such a powerful zombie auxiliary. If she were to let the primitive desert troll zombie she had tampered with fight it out with the zombie carrying a knife just now, she was only even 50% sure that she could win. Really? It was said to wait. Chen Yu looked helplessly at the direction in which the second master with the sword had left. But the good thing is that the threat of the second road is sort of solved. This primitive zombie and zombie camel working together with each other is really quite a headache. But their upper limit is placed here. As long as they meet a red-eyed giant or a zombie like the second master who can hit a high burst in a short period of time, they are like lambs to the slaughter, without any resistance. If the primitive zombies on the zombie camels were replaced with other more powerful zombies, or if the primitive zombies were given multiple spear-like weapons in their hands, their threat would go up another notch. Maybe even the second master can't help them. After all, an inch is too long and an inch is too short. Long hand to beat short hand, first hand pressure is too strong. Meanwhile, the smoke from the 5 ways was clearing. Only a beam of light shot down from the sky, and a stylish red-robed zombie with curly hair appeared in Chen Yu's field of vision. Let's get high, shall we? The Dancing King zombie pulled a pair of sunglasses out of nowhere and put them on the bridge of his nose, while a companion zombie appeared in front of and behind him, as well as on the 4th path. Yoo, who's singing? Warms up the loneliness. Dance King zombie hand holding a microphone. Next to the 3 accompanying zombies are carrying a stereo. For zombies just like this next to no one else sang. The 2 primitive zombies and the zombie camel from the 5-way both froze in disbelief and then launched themselves towards the zombie at the front of the line. Because the 2 zombie camels were standing in different positions, the primitive zombie in front rode the camel to find the Dancing King zombie, while the primitive zombie in the back started attacking the accompanying zombie. After a brutal fat beating, the Dance King zombie, who had just sung 2 songs, was sent packing, and his little brother, the backup dance zombie, fell in a pool of blood. Bam! With a burst of music playing, the 4th path's companion zombie inherits the throne and summons 4 companion zombies in front and behind the center of him. What's going on? The primitive desert troll walker that had been watching the battle not far away froze. She zombie queen no zombie is not a day or two. Even the stiff emperor is her defeat. How this only a few days to see? Zombies change so big? And these strange zombies are all from the same person. Can't it be that all these zombies are the legacy left behind by the stiff emperor? Thinking about this, the zombie queen on the zombie planet as well as the primitive desert troll zombies on the scene frowned at the same time. Before the zombie queen could finish thinking about how this companion zombie could summon other companion zombies, she saw the companion zombie begin to summon infinitely. The blind box zombies in the middle of the road randomly come out as barricade zombies, and are taken out by the primitive walkers in no more than 2 hits. The primitive walker in the middle of the road was ready to ride the camel forward, but he didn't expect to be summoned in the middle of the road. Every time they take out a companion zombie, another companion zombie comes out of the dirt, giving them no chance to move forward at all. The original zombies of the 5 ways are even more unable to walk. They were already few, and the accompanying zombies also kept summoning. The original zombies walking in the forefront were all worn down by the accompanying zombies. Chen Yu glanced at the dancing zombie accompanying him on the 4th path and threw a firm look at him. Then he no longer cared about him, but instead placed his sights on the 1st path. Now the 2, 3, 4, and 5 roads are pretty much solved. And the ones that aren't will be solved in a little while. Only one road is a big pain in the ass. That's right, randomly coming out all the way to a normal zombie with no use. This guy got a total of 2 nibbles before 5 primitive zombies teamed up to finish him off. Luckily, the broken tombstone on the 4th path had just given 50 tombstone values in time, or else he wouldn't have even had the chance to wrestle with it. Looking at the only 50 tombstone values left in his hand, Chen Yu crossed his heart and directly summoned another blind box zombie on the 1st path. Ho ho ho! The primitive zombies looked at the blind box zombie in front of them with excitement. They vaguely remembered that the last blind box zombie only lasted 10 seconds in their hands, and they didn't know how long this guy could last in their hands. With the blind box zombie walking fast to the zombie camel's heels, the primitive zombies attacked the blind box zombie as they should have. The blind box zombies were also taken care of by them as quickly as they expected. When the blind box zombie loses the blind box bag on his head, he's a mediocre regular zombie. Waiting for the meeting? Wasn't he a regular zombie after he dropped his blind box bag? The primitive zombies looked at the ice truck zombies that appeared in front of them with a dumbfounded look on their faces. With their IQs that were no match for even a 3-year-old child, they simply couldn't figure out how this worked. And Chen Yu was instantly relieved when he saw the ice car zombies appear. With the help of the ice car zombies, even if it is not a frozen ice car zombie, but just an ordinary ice car zombie, It is still not a problem to take these primitive zombies. Humph. Ice truck zombies? Desert primitive troll zombie coldly grunted. She and ice car zombie is an old acquaintance. Originally with the relationship between the two, ice car zombie is not necessary to die. However, he was an old subordinate of the stiff emperor, and as if he had expected it after the death of the stiff emperor, he simply disappeared without a trace. She later realized with the matchmaking platform that the ice truck zombie went to the opposite side of that planet and itself became a mass-produced item that could be summoned with a single card, which was really saddening. The reversal of the situation came logically after the appearance of the ice truck zombies. Chun Yu, who was originally on the disadvantaged side, instantly turned defense into offense, and the zombies of the 5 paths went in the direction of the outside of the homestead with great vigor. Seeing this, the primitive desert troll walker just shook his head dismissively, then stood motionless outside his homestead. He waited until the zombies had all left their homes, then he walked towards the middle of the road with heavy steps. Successor to the stiff emperor, if you can voluntarily give up the inheritance of the stiff emperor, I can spare your life. The desert primitive troll walker walks while uttering a clear and pleasant imperial voice, which is very inconsistent with his rough appearance. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes. You're not a desert primitive troll zombie, are you? This kind of zombie with low IQ can't do spitting out words so clearly, and this guy is clearly a guy. How can he make a girl's voice? The desert primitive troll zombie snorted. Haven't you already guessed my identity? I'm the zombie queen who made your heart skip a beat and got many cards. Hearing the desert primordial gargoyle zombie recognize his identity, Shen Yu's face instantly grimaced. That's right. Just now he had once again checked the information of the desert primordial gargoyle Deathstalker and learned that it was being manipulated, but he didn't expect that it was actually the consciousness of the Deathstalker queen's own body that had descended in person. If it was just a little action behind the scenes he could still deal with it, but if it was the zombie queen's own consciousness that was manipulating her, it meant that she was going to get real, and Shen Yu's current situation was not optimistic. I'm afraid. What? Scared? The desert primordial gargoyle zombie's footsteps lurched, and then he looked at the cloudy expression on Shen Yu's face with interest. It's not that I'm afraid. I just think it's ridiculous. I obviously don't know who you are or what inheritance you have. You have to say that I'm some kind of stiff emperor's heir. Then I'd even say that I'm your husband. Do you admit it? Shen Yu laughed out coldly. The desert primitive troll zombie laughed and shook his head. Little friend, don't be in a hurry. You have a zombie illustrated book in your body, right? That's the inheritance left behind by the stiff emperor. I don't know what that guy left in the zombie iconography, but I saw your growth rate. I knew he left something extraordinary. As long as you give me the inheritance left behind by the stiff emperor, or you destroy him, then I can let you live, and even give you other benefits. How about it? As for what you said about being my husband and other vulgar things, I can pretend that I didn't hear it. After all, that stiff emperor guy was indeed my fiancé before the end of the world, but we're not married, and we're not a couple. So I'll just have to forgive you for this offense, and next time, I won't be so nice. After saying that, the zombie queen quietly waited for Shen Yu to give her a reply, which would determine her next attitude towards Shen Yu. Not good. This is my awakened talent. It has nothing to do with the stiff emperor's inheritance you speak of. If you're still going to mess around, then we'll have to fight, Shen Yu said as he looked grimly at the desert primordial gargoyle zombie. You won't shed a tear until you see the yellow river. You won't die until you see the coffin. Since you've already made your choice, let's let you die completely. The desert primordial gargoyle zombie laughed out coldly. With a sprint, the lumbering primitive desert troll walker ran straight through a quarter of a mile. The primitive desert troll walkers in front of us were about to reach the halfway point, and the last 2 columns of tombstones were moving in time. Separately, the broken tombstone in the middle and the broken tombstone in the first summoned 2 normal zombies. Although ordinary zombies are only the most insignificant of zombies, they have their uses. For example, Tombstone gives 50 tombstone values when he summons them out, and they're cheap enough to be competent cannon fodder and become his right-hand man after synthesizing a 2-star deck. Go, blind box zombie. With a wave of Chun Yu's big hand, 2 blind box zombies drilled out of the tombstones and then walked quickly towards the front. Perhaps it was the fact that both sides ran at each other with all their might, but within a minute, the 2 blind box zombies met up with the primitive desert troll walker at half court. It's those weird guys again. Seeing the 2 blind box zombies rushing over, the desert primordial troll zombie could only stop itself, swinging the bone in its own hand to whip it over in the process. Touch! In the next second, the heads of the 2 blind box zombies suffered a huge blow, and the blind boxes on top of their heads directly shattered and exploded. Only the escalator zombie and the stone thrower zombie appear where the blind box zombie just stood. Seeing these 2 zombies, a flash of imperceptible annoyance flashed in the eyes of the desert primordial gargoyle zombie, which then struck with vigor. directly shattering the escalator zombie's escalator and the stone thrower zombie's stone thrower. Pang! The stone thrower zombie that lost its stone thrower exploded on the spot, leaving only the escalator zombie topping a broken hand still gnawing frantically, vowing to gnaw off a piece of flesh from the primitive troll zombie of the desert. Unfortunately, his thoughts fell flat, only to see the desert primordial gargoyle walker casually punch the escalator zombie, and the head was blown off. What just puzzled the primitive desert troll walker was that the guy's head had exploded and his body was still doing the same thing it had just gnawed on, with a flick of the desert primitive troll zombie's outstretched finger. Only the escalator zombie's body stiffened slightly before collapsing to the ground. Escalator zombies you. Not far away. Chunyu looked at the scene of the escalator zombie corpses falling with a stunned face. How could he not expect that the escalator zombies were actually so loyal that they would use their bodies to help him stall for time when they were all dead? He's dead. Do you have a trick up your sleeve? The desert primordial gargoyle zombie ran towards Chunyu with all its might, a sardonic smile hanging on its face, completely lacking the self-consciousness it should have as a villain. You have to know that other people's villains are at the end of the joints gabbing on and on and on and on. But she is different. She starts with a killing move and tries to solve the scourge of Chunyu as fast as possible. As the desert primordial gargoyle walker got closer and closer, Chenyu's heart sank to the bottom. Just as he was thinking about getting wise to the situation, there was a rattling sound coming from the broken tombstone on 5th Road. An ordinary zombie breaks out of the ground. Tombstone value plus 50. Seeing the 50 tombstone values on the panel, Chunyu put his heart in the right place. If this last chance couldn't solve the desert primordial gargoyle zombie, then he would have to be a dog for the zombie queen. If you can hear me, please help me one more time to continue the legacy of the stiff emperor. With a roar from Chenyu, the blind box zombie descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the desert primordial gargoyle zombie. Foolish! How dare an ant stand in the way of a great tree? The desert primitive troll zombie's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent, and the bone in his hand went from top to bottom, knocking the blind box on top of the zombie's head and instantly exploding it. Pang! As the blind box exploded, the blind box zombie's body stumbled forward several steps before it fell to its knees with a plop, never to be seen again. And right behind them are the randomized umbrella barrel zombies. The moment he saw the umbrella barrel zombies, Chenyu admitted that his heart that had sunk to the bottom of the valley was like a resurgence of ashes, beating rapidly and uncontrollably. He knew there was no way he was going down here. What? You think he alone can stop me? Noticing the undisguised excitement in Chenyu's eyes, the desert primordial gargoyle zombie sneered and casually cracked the head of the umbrella barrel. How do you know unless you try? The corners of Chenyu's mouth rose slightly. He believed that this was the zombies hearing his call. He would definitely not die here. Who gave you the courage? Are they? The desert primitive troll zombie looked at the 3 zombies that fell from the sky, and a teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's the kind of stuff that can stop it? With the first ordinary zombie paddling for fish being the first to fall, the desert primordial gargoyle zombie didn't hesitate for a second and directly crushed the ordinary zombie into a meat cake. After the regular zombie dies, a second rugby zombie also appears in view of the primitive desert troll walkers. It admitted that the rugby zombie was really good, but in front of its invincible bone hammer, everything was vanity. Crunch! The rugby zombie lands on the ground and then starts chomping away at the primitive desert troll walker. Because the rugby zombie's entire body is defense, the desert primitive troll zombie can't kill it in one hit, but the rugby zombie can only resist 2 hits. By now the rugby zombie was all over the place. The rugby helmet on his head had been shattered, and his right hand was cracked in the bone from the attack of the primitive desert troll zombie. When the desert primitive troll walker swung his 3rd hammer, the rugby zombie was finally unable to hold on and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Chenyu's just ignited fighting spirit seemed to be extinguished by a pot of cold water that appeared out of nowhere. Even a rugby zombie can't stop 3 attacks from a primitive desert troll zombie, so who else can hold the building up and save the day? Realizing that the desert primordial gargoyle zombie's blood level had only dropped by half, it took so many zombies to consume half of his blood level. Watching the desert primitive troll zombie slaughter the 3rd summoned duck life preserver zombie expressionlessly, Chenyu's hands couldn't help but use all their strength, his nails sinking deep into the flesh. Now he has no tombstone value to gamble anymore. Could it be that the only thing left to do is to know what's good for you? Chenyu stood at the entrance of his homeland with a dull gaze, his mind constantly pondering whether there were any other ways to retreat from the enemy. And the primitive troll walker of the desert tapped the broken tombstones along the way with a disdainful look on his face and a bone hammer. With 2 broken tombstones cracked, the primitive desert troll walker arrives at the homestead's doorstep. It looked condescendingly at Chenyu and said, "Just these few zombies are worthy of blocking my way? Is it that your winning streak these days has made you so happy that you can't find your way out, thus losing your judgment?" After saying that, The desert primordial gargoyle zombie lightly laughed and shook its head before raising the bone hammer in its hand and slamming it down towards Chunyu. Chunyu looked at the bone hammer that was about to fall with a complicated gaze. He obviously wanted to recognize the time to save his own life, but as a result, he could not open his mouth at the critical moment. Perhaps he was born to be a nonconformist, both in his previous life and in this one. As Chunyu thought this, his eyes had already closed. Just as he was preparing for his own death, a gust of wind blew past him, and the expected onslaught did not come. What's going on? Chunyu frowned slightly and subconsciously opened his eyes. Only a green mechanical palm was seen blocking the desert primitive troll walker, then grabbing him to mid-air. Is this Dr. Stiffy? Chunyu, who was cupped in the palm of a mechanical hand, saw the full face of the owner of this hand. How could he not expect that at this last moment? Dr. Stiff King actually drove his mech to save him from the hands of the primitive desert troll zombies? It seems that the umbrella barrel zombie just summoned not 3 zombies, but 4, except that Dr. Stiffy was a little slower to come out as the last zombie. Are you okay? Dr. Stiff King maneuvered his palms to lift Chunyu up to the front of the overhead control room, maintaining the two at the same height. I'm fine. Chunyu shook his head. I've given you a fright. Dr. Stiff King sighed helplessly, then maneuvered his mech to stomp towards the desert primitive troll walker. Asshole! How is this possible? How is this possible? The desert primordial gargoyle walker roared in anger, seeing that it was about to kill the Stiff Emperor's successor, only for a Dr. Stiff King to pop out. It is important to know that Dr. Stiff King is the right-hand man under the Stiff Emperor and enjoys the status of one person under 10,000 people in the zombie world. It was no exaggeration to say that in the absence of the Stiff Emperor, Dr. Stiff King could take over the throne of the Stiff Emperor and make any decisions. But where did Dr. Stiffy come from? It wasn't like it hadn't learned the rules for summoning zombies from these humans on the opposite planet. These guys want to summon zombies for their own use, must be summoned with tombstone values. But Chunyu just like that is obviously out of ammunition. There is no way out. What makes Dr. Stiff King pop up to break the rules? No, it's not right. Dr. Stiff King came out with no rule fluctuations, suggesting that he didn't break the rules, but came out in a regular fashion. But what is the formal way? The desert primitive troll walker simply couldn't figure it out, and it didn't have time to now. In order to avoid her consciousness receiving a ripple effect, the zombie queen disconnected from the primitive desert troll walker. By the time the primitive desert troll walker took over its own body, it didn't have time to rejoice before its entire body was stomped into a meat cake by Dr. Stiff King, and then gradually lost consciousness and merged into the land. Chunyu, on the other hand, looked at Dr. Stiff King in front of him and earnestly inquired, "You are the most knowledgeable scholar in the zombie world. I would like to ask you a question. Is this Stiff King's legacy true or not? Is that zombie illustrated book really a legacy?" "It's true. That zombie illustrated book is the legacy left behind by Lord Stiff Emperor, and you are the chosen successor. If nothing goes wrong, you will inherit everything left behind by Lord Stiff Emperor and become an existence that surpasses the previous Lord Stiff Emperor." Dr. Stiff King said with a serious expression, "Beyond the existence of the Stiff Emperor. So what rank was the last Stiff Emperor?" Chunyu pondered for a moment, then asked curiously, "Truth be told, at your current rank, knowing this will do you no good. You are too weak now, so weak that the zombie queen can only lay hands on you with a consciousness link. When you grow up, you will face the various incarnations of the zombie queen and even encounter her true form." Dr. Stiff King did not answer Chunyu's words. Instead, he spoke to himself. "Too weak again?" Hearing Dr. Stiff King say this, Chunyu's brows unconsciously furrowed. Whether it was Su Binglan or Dr. Stiff King, whenever he tried to find out anything he would be held back by the reason of weak strength. But he was already getting stronger fast. Now he was the top of the 3 lists, shaking off the second list by 3 streets. Gongsun Zi, the second list, didn't even have the qualifications to lift his shoes. He was the uncrowned king of this generation of newcomers. "Your Highness the successor, please listen to me." Seeing Chunyu's frown deepening, Dr. Stiff King hastily spoke out to interrupt Chunyu's thinking. "You say?" Chunyu nodded, his expression returning to normal. "Please make good use of the synthesis page of the zombie illustration. It is more useful than you think, and the zombie illustration is not only able to synthesize zombie decks, but is able to synthesize 2 of the same of any deck." Dr. Stiffy said this. But isn't this a zombie icon? How can a zombie icon synthesize other cards?" Chunyu looked stunned and asked Dr. Stiff King with some confusion. "You'll see for yourself once you try." Dr. Stiff King smiled and shook his head. "I don't have much time left. I have half a minute before I have to leave this place for the endless abyss, and with that, your homeworld will be promoted to a higher tier. After saying that, Dr. Stiff King maneuvered the mech to put Chen Yu down, while it itself crossed the homeworld to the outside of the homeworld. It had to be said that Dr. Stiff King's mecha was really handsome, cool and racy, and the main thing was that the Stiff King mecha was as tall as 50 meters, and it could already be on par with Ultraman. It was no wonder that he had solved Chen Yu's heartbreaking problem, the Desert Primordial Gargoyle Walker, with a single kick. As the field cleared with zombies and tombstones off the field, 3 cards appeared where the Desert Primordial Gargoyle Walker had just stood, together with the 7th through 9th floors that were previously beaten. A total of 7 decks were obtained together. They are Jumping Zombie, Clown Zombie, Dolphin Rider Zombie, Companion Dance Zombie, Stone Thrower Zombie, Hot Chili Pepper Zombie, and Bungee Jumping Zombie. A total of 7 zombie decks, froze without a repeat, and these 7 zombie decks, Chen Yu hand 1 are not really a ghost. Congratulations on passing the 10th floor, difficult. In view of your valor, you will be able to choose one of the following 6 cards. 1. Bungee Jumping Zombie Deck. 2. Machine Gunner Zombie Deck. 3. Lord of the Dance Zombie Deck. 4. Duck Life Preserver Zombie Deck. 5. Kid Zombie Deck. 6. Escalator Zombie Deck. Hint, you blocked the second wave of attack from the Zombie Queen, but she won't stop, and her hatred for you is gradually increasing. The next battle will be even more difficult. Are you ready to meet the disaster? Chen Yu looked calmly at the panel in front of him, then without hesitation, he chose the Rotary Zombie Deck. As for the rest of the zombie decks, he gave up after just 2 seconds of slight thought. First was the Bungee Zombie Deck, and although he had a Bungee Zombie Deck in his hand, the strength of Bungee Zombie was so inconsistent that he didn't need to gamble with that opportunity. The second was the Machine Gunner Zombie Deck. Machine Gunner Zombie was too fragile and had an unstable evolutionary path. At least he hadn't heard of any elite versions of Machine Gunner Zombie. The third Dancing King Zombie Deck is even more so. He's only just synthesized the benevolent Dancing King Zombie and doesn't even have another Dancing King Zombie Deck in his hand, so he's not being considered right now. The fourth Duck Life Preserver Zombie Deck is not even think about it. Unless Chen Yu is out of his mind to choose this ordinary zombie that can swim. Since the first 4 are ruled out, the 5th Kid Zombie goes without saying, right? He both doesn't have a Kid Zombie deck and feels that Kid Zombie is too stingy to be useful at all. If he didn't have the identity of Gagantel's brother in place, he would have been booked on the pillar of shame of the zombie world. Where else would it be the turn of an ordinary zombie to be the weakest? As the Escalator Zombie card appeared in Chen Yu's item bar, the homestead was also promoted upwards at that moment. In just a second's time, Homestead had arrived at the 11th floor. The size of the homestead welcomed another expansion, and the distance between the homestead entrance and the lawn at the entrance, which was originally 200 meters, was now increased to 300 meters. At the same time, Chen Yu's strength was also promoted from bronze 9 stars to bronze 10 stars. As long as he fought through the 11th floor again, Chen Yu would be able to become a legendary silver powerhouse, and by that time his contemporaries or students from other schools would have to greet him with honorifics, which was a symbol of the strength that came with it. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 60 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? No need. Chen Yu waved his hand and then exited the homeland. As soon as he appeared in his home, he was startled by the presence of an additional cold woman in the house. Lan, who is she? Chen Yu jogged to Su Binglan's side and asked in a small voice. She is Su Qian. You can call Sister Qian. Su Binglan briefly introduced Su Qian's identity information and the purpose of her visit, and Chen Yu instantly understood. Hello, Chen Yu. I've heard a lot about you. Su Qian took the initiative to stand up and came to Chen Yu's front, extending his hand towards him. Hello, Sister Qian. This is all vanity for me. Not worth mentioning. Seeing this, Chen Yu also extended his hand to shake Su Qian's. A false name? Then this false name of yours is not simple? Su Qian smiled and raised an eyebrow, then withdrew her palm. If I'm not wrong, you should have come out now having beaten the boss tier and become a bronze 10-star powerhouse, right? Chen Yu cried and laughed as he shook his head. Sister Qian, don't be sarcastic. What kind of strong person am I in front of you and Sister Lan? The cannon fodder of your escorts are all better than me, right? Seeing Chen Yu being so modest, Su Qian and Su Binglan glanced at each other and both saw the laughter in the other's eyes. Su Qian also did not continue to flirt with Chen Yu, but instead chatted with Chen Yu about the treatment of the escorts. Su Binglan, on the other hand, followed her agreement with Su Qian to play assistance on the side, helping to say good things about the escorts. Chen Yu was not prepared to enter the escort guard right now, but under the persuasion of Su Binglan and Su Qian, he still chose to listen for a bit. As a result, this chat is a morning. Until 1:30 p.m. Su Qian only stopped her mouth like a machine gun. How about joining our escort? Su Qian picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then looked at Chen Yu with a smile and asked, "That? It's still not necessary for the time being." Chen Yu apologetically shook his head. "Joining the escort is still too early for me right now. I'm going to take the route of entering the academy through the entrance exam. I've heard that the academy gives generous resources, and that it's an official place to cultivate talents, so there won't be any forced contracts, so I'm going to take a look over there first. Of course, if I don't get into the 4 most prestigious academies, odds are I won't be able to look at the others, and I'll have Lon contact you to join the team when the time comes." After saying that, Chen Yu stopped speaking, only looking calmly at Su Qian's eyes that contained the stars and the sea. Su Qian nodded. "Our escort is also an official organization. There is no such thing as a forced contract. As long as you have an idea, feel free to contact Bing Lan and have her contact me." "Okay," Chen Yu answered. He just wanted to find an excuse to leave the living room, but he didn't expect his stomach to growl before him. Gollum gollum. Chen Yu lowered his head and looked at his stomach that was making odd grunts. His old face reddened. If he could, he really wanted to use his toes to gouge out the 3 rooms. "It just so happens that I'm hungry too. Why don't we all go downstairs to the pavilion for a rubdown?" Su Qian looked at the somewhat embarrassed Chen Yu with a faint smile, then looked to Su Binglan who was on the side and proposed, "Okay, so go down now." Su Binglan nodded her head in agreement, so the 3 of them ran downstairs together to the Hunan restaurant for a big meal. Su Qian, this guy, said he was treating himself during dinner and directly ordered a table of main dishes, but as a result, she slipped away halfway through the meal on the pretext that she had something to do beforehand, leaving Chen Yu and Su Binglan to look at each other in disbelief. However, Su Binglan also understood Su Qian's person, so she didn't say anything more about it, and just cursed and bought the bill after eating. After lunch, the 2 went back upstairs. As soon as she arrived home, Su Binglan ran to the bedroom to sleep to replenish her spiritual energy. Chen Yu, on the other hand, sat in the living room watching TV. As a result, he received a call from Bai Yi before his but was even warmed up, and the time before and after added up to just 5 minutes. "Hey, Mr. Bai, is something wrong?" Chen Yu asked. "Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong?" The corners of Bai Yi's mouth turned up slightly as she smiled and asked rhetorically. "Sure," Chen Yu cried and laughed back. Bai Yi's smile converged, and she said with a straight face, "I'm not going to bend with you. I'm calling you to ask for your help in fusing the zombie decks. I'll give you $1 million in payment, and the materials are all prepared by me. How about it?" Chen Yu nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, will you come to my side or will I go to you or find a location to rendezvous?" Bai Yi thought for a moment and replied back, "I'll bring the deck to your house to meet you. It just so happens that I just got home and haven't changed my shoes yet." "Okay, I'll wait for you then," Chen Yu answered and then hung up the phone. In about half an hour or so, Bai Yi knocked on the door of Chen Yu's house. Chen Yu walked to the door and opened it to take a look, and his eyes that were originally as light as water flashed with a flash of a different color that he was stunned into. "What? It's not pretty?" Bai Yi smiled and reached out her hand in front of Chen Yu, her sweet smile contrasting strongly with her icy face. "Good looking." Chen Yu retracted his gaze without a trace, then made way for Bai Yi to enter. Seeing this, Bai Yi walked into the entrance hall and searched around for shoes that could be changed, and immediately asked, "Chen Yu, are there any shoes for guests to wear, or is there no need to change shoes?" "You change your shoes, otherwise I'll have to mop the floor later," Chen Yu said as he took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on the floor. "Are these nobody's shoes?" Bai Yi looked at the shoes Chen Yu took out and asked. Chen Yu said, "These are my shoes. Usually no one comes to our house, so I didn't prepare shoes for guests. If you feel bad, you can wear my sister's slippers. It's fine, just wear your shoes. Right now the priority is still to ask you to help synthesize the cards. If it takes too long, my father is afraid that he will run over to save me," Bai Yi said helplessly. Since her birth, she has been regarded as the center by her father, belonging to the kind of holding in the hands for fear of falling, containing in the mouth for fear of melting degree, can be called the ultimate spoiled daughter demon. "Saving you? Is that such a stretch?" Chen Yu stared with wide eyes and asked incredulously. Bai Yi didn't answer, just nodded silently. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu extended his hand towards her. "Give me the zombie deck, then you can just wait in the living room for 10 minutes. "Good." Bai Yi nodded in agreement and took out 3 balloon zombie decks from the item bar and passed them forward. Chen Yu smiled and took the balloon zombie deck, then turned around and walked inside the room. He knew why Bai Yi took the balloon zombie deck instead of the other zombie decks. It was nothing more than the fact that he was still a novice and Bai Yi's father didn't believe in his abilities yet, so he used a balloon zombie to test the waters first. If he synthesizes a card that holds up as well as he says it does, then he can be approached again for subsequent synthesized decks. But if the cards he synthesized were different from what he said, then his value in by Yi's father's eyes would fall a lot, or at least he wouldn't look for him to synthesize cards anymore. Chunyu smiled, then summoned the zombie illustration and flipped to the last synthesis page. He already had a balloon zombie deck himself, and now he got a balloon zombie deck that could be synthesized twice in a row, and he didn't believe that he could flip this wave. As the 4 balloon zombie decks disappeared into thin air, a black light engulfed the entire room and 2 2-star balloon zombie decks appeared in his hand. Name, Misty Balloon Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, a mutant zombie from the Endless Abyss. He used to be a sneaky balloon zombie, but after countless battles in the Endless Abyss, he got the mist and thus metamorphosed, and his flight forward will leave a mist underneath, and the enemies will be blinded by the mist, while the friends won't be affected. Name, Backstabbing Balloon Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, the balloon zombie from the Zombie Academy to further study back. He gave up the previous sneaky habits. Now he actively participate in the battle. When there is an enemy appeared below him, he will lie on the back of the enemy to eat. During this period of time, the enemy cannot attack to him. Ha! Chenyu looked at the introductions of the 2 cards with a startled expression. Both decks seem to be pretty useful. The Misty Balloon Zombie can cause trouble for the enemy, and the Backstabbing Balloon Zombie can get on the enemy's back and attack him. Chenyu hesitated for a moment and finally decided to keep the Backstabbing Balloon Zombie deck in his own hands, while the Misty Balloon Zombie deck was given to Bai Yi. After synthesizing the Balloon Zombie deck, Chenyu didn't rush out, but instead took out the long-prepared Escalator Zombie from the item bar and synthesized it again. With a flash of black aura, the 2-star Escalator Zombie deck popped out of the zombie icon and was grabbed by Chenyu with a raised hand. Name, Shovel Escalator Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, perhaps it is a long time to take the escalator to make the Escalator Zombie feel tedious, coupled with the other day he and the Rugby Zombie one-on-one failure, which makes his heart a little unbalanced, so he replaced his weapon. Now holding a shovel in his hand, he is God blocking to kill the God, Buddha blocking to kill the Buddha. Any enemy who dares to appear in front of him will be shovel seconds. Crap, it's actually a shovel escalator zombie. Chenyu's expression was stunned. Then the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. You know this is a shovel escalator zombie. The shovel in his hand could be said to be the strongest weapon. No matter how much blood the enemy had, he could kill them in one hit. And the card in his previous life had the same second killing mechanism. This wave is considered to be a great deal of money. And in the future, if you meet the desert primitive troll zombie, such a strong enemy directly summon the shovel escalator zombie can be. Chenyu took several consecutive deep breaths before he suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked out with that Misty Balloon Zombie deck. Bai Yi, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, instantly blushed when she heard the commotion and hurriedly picked up the remote control on the table to turn off the TV. What's wrong with you? Are your cheeks so red? Chenyu walked quickly to Bai Yi and asked curiously. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Bai Yi pursed her lips and casually found a reason. In this regard, Chenyu did not look deeper. He handed the Misty Balloon Zombie deck in his hand to Bai Yi, then said, this is a 2-star Misty Balloon Zombie that serves to create mist, and the places he passes along the way will be left with the mist he creates. Mist can blind the enemy's vision, and the friendly party will not be disturbed by the mist, and most importantly, the enemy in the mist will reduce the frequency of its attacks by 3 times, and won't even know who the zombie attacking it is until it dies. Hearing this, Bai Yi revealed a surprised expression. This was the first time she had heard of this kind of environment-altering zombie. From Chenyu's words one could hear how strong the Misty Balloon Zombie was. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, my talent is to synthesize any deck, as long as it's 3 duplicates, whether it's a plant or a zombie or something else. Before Bai Yi could slow down, Chenyu threw out another heavy bomb. Are you telling the truth or not? Bai Yi was shocked outwardly by Chenyu's words. Even her head was dizzy and she might faint at any time. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Chenyu cried and laughed, although he hadn't experimented with it himself. Since Dr. Stiff King said it was possible, then 9 times out of 10 it was possible. Unless Dr. Stiff King lied to him. But Dr. Stiff King was on his side. He was the heir to the Stiff King. Would Dr. Stiff King lie to him in this situation? In other words, what could Dr. Stiff King gain by lying to him? The heir to the Stiff King? In that case, I still have 3 identical plant decks in my hand. Can you synthesize them for me? The reward is still 1 million. Bai Yi immediately took out 3 identical dual launcher decks from the item bar. It's okay. Chenyu took the dual launcher deck and turned to leave. Coming into the room, Chenyu lightly flipped the zombie icon to the synthesis page, and then placed the dual launcher deck in. Buzz! The zombie icon immediately emitted an alarm-like ringing sound, seemingly reminding Chenyu that doing so would cause the zombie icon to undergo some sort of unpredictable change. What's the situation? Chunyu looked at this scene with some uncertainty in his heart. Although he knew that Dr. Stiff King would most likely not lie to him, the situation in front of him was clearly not a normal reaction. Chunyu looked at the dual launcher deck that was vibrating violently in the synthesis page. He hesitated but still didn't take the deck out, instead deciding to trust Dr. Stiff King's words. Pang! With a loud bang, the zombie icon erupted into a cloud of white smoke, and the unawares Chunyu was battered. By the time he reacted, the smoke had cleared, and there was no sign of the dual launcher deck that was supposed to appear. What's going on? Chunyu's face sank as he had a vague bad feeling in his heart. He subconsciously checked the synthesis page of the zombie illustration, and so far the zombie illustration didn't happen to be any different, but the dual launcher deck wasn't on the synthesis page. Is it hard to believe that the synthesis really failed? But didn't Dr. Stiff King say that anything could be synthesized? Was Dr. Stiff King really lying to him? Just as Chunyu's brain was racing with thoughts, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something emitting a white glow on the ground near his feet. He subconsciously crouched down to pick it up and looked at it, not realizing that it was a 2-star dual launcher deck. It seems Dr. Stiffy King didn't lie to him. Chunyu checked the attributes of this card as he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Name, Flame Dual Launcher. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, the young double launcher got the ability of flame after eating a lava star by mistake due to an accident. The peas he launches will turn into flaming peas, and every attack has the probability of launching flaming peas to the other 2 paths beside him. Not bad. At least it saves a torch stump. Chunyu looked at the flame dual launcher deck and smiled slightly, then quickly stepped out of the room to tell Bai Yi the characteristics of the flame dual launcher deck. Bai Yi looked at Chunyu as if she had seen a ghost after hearing this. Although the flame dual launcher card wasn't rare and other people also possessed this card. However, the strength of the flame dual launcher was Mother Nature, and Chunyu's flame dual launcher sounded as if it was even more powerful, actually being able to launch flaming peas both up and down. Bai Yi said gratefully, "Thank you, Chunyu. Both of these cards are very powerful. I've already credited your account for your payment. You can take a look." "No need to thank." Chunyu smiled, then took out his cell phone to check his account and found that the 2 million had all arrived in the account and immediately said, "The remuneration has arrived." "No problem. Okay, then I'll go back first, when there's a chance for us to work together again in the future. By the way, I'll help you promote it." Bai Yi waved her hand towards Chunyu, then after changing her shoes, she opened the door and headed out. "Thanks, my happily ever after depends on you." Chunyu stood in the doorway looking at Bai Yi's back and said with a smile, "Evening." Chunyu once again returned to the sparring platform. Levels 11 through 20 are nighttime, when most of the plants will be sleeping, and this is the time when the mushroom family is needed to help out, the most typical representative of which is the destruction mushroom. The zombie profession, on the other hand, is like a fish out of water. The speed of the tombstone summoning zombies will be sped up quite a bit, but the strength of the zombies will also be boosted by a considerable amount. All zombies at night would be in a bloodthirsty state, with the most obvious features being bloodshot eyes and extremely fast movement. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 59 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chunyu nodded in agreement. The zombies are 10 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Blind box zombies. Zombies with knives reading newspapers. Broken tombstones. Sled zombie armada. Frozen ice truck zombies. Backstabbing balloon zombies. Shovel escalator zombies. Chunyu quickly finalized the card slot candidates. It's worth noting that not only does passing the 10th level increase the size of your home, but it also adds a zombie card slot, as do the next 20, 30, and beyond. Soon, 10 minutes flashed by. One zombie after another in cloth armor was coming towards the homestead in a neat and orderly manner, with the lead zombie being strong and sturdy, and even holding 2 swords in his hands. The first wave of zombies is coming, with the skull icon appearing in the lower left corner of the panel. A group of walkers as the vanguard slowly step into the home. Chunyu was the first to check the information of these zombies. Name, Foot Soldiers. Grade, Bronze 10 stars. Introduction, ancient zombies who came into the time channel by mistake. Although they are hungry and thin in that era, but after becoming zombies they have the power that they could not believe before. During the daytime they can fight with the roadblock zombies 50-50, and at night they can fight with the barrel zombies for a short time. Name, Decapitated Zombie. Grade, Bronze 10 stars. Introduction, ancient zombies who came into the time passage by mistake. They were 10 captains in their time, leading a squad of 8 to 10 people. Because of the lower rank, the oil can be less, and its size is not much bigger than the foot soldiers zombies. But after becoming a zombie, it got unimaginable power. During the daytime they can be 50-50 with the barrels zombies, and at night they and the barrels zombies 70/30ths. Name, Centurion Zombie. Grade, Bronze 10 stars. Introduction, ancient zombie that came here by mistake. It was a centurion in their time, leading a squad of about 100 people. Because of the mistake of time and space passages, it only brought 27-foot soldier zombies and 3 10-foot soldier zombies here. Its size is much bigger than the foot soldier zombies. And after becoming a zombie it also gained unimaginable power. During the day, it can be 4-6 with the football zombies, and at night it's a match for a football zombie in the daytime and a match for a football zombie in the nighttime. Chen Yu's face sank as he looked at the information on these zombies. I didn't expect the difficulty of the 11th floor to be so high. This is only the first wave of 3 small elite monsters and a large elite monster. Even those cannon fodder zombies are equivalent to roadblock zombies. Who the hell can top it? However, Chen Yu had no time to count on the intensity of these zombies now. He had to get the necessary things done first, such as placing a broken tombstone in the middle of the road. With the tombstones placed, the decapod walker led the 9 footwalkers into each of the 4 paths. 3 footwalkers on the first road, 2 footwalkers on the second road, 4 footwalkers on the third road, and a decapod walker on the 5th road. Soon, there was movement from the tombstone and a barrel zombie crawled out of it. Tombstone value plus 50. Chen Yu made a snap decision and immediately placed a tombstone on the 5th road. Because of the increased distance traveled, Chen Yu's development time was able to increase. Although the zombies were moving faster, it wasn't like they were on a rocket. It was just a slight increase from the original. So by the time the zombies had passed halfway across the field, Chen Yu had already placed a tombstone on all 5 roads. And there was also a headstone placed in the middle, the penultimate column of the 3rd road, and together there were 6 headstones. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! The foot soldier zombies let out a roar in unison under the command of the decapod zombies, and the speed of their advance increased once again, and those scarlet eyes were actually a bit reddish and black. Pang! The first roadblock zombie summoned was the first to meet the 3 foot soldiers walkers. The barricaded zombie looked as if he had learned sparring, and the foot soldier zombie tried to attack him, but as a result, he bent over and leaned back to avoid the attack, and then with a whip kick, he kicked the leg of the foot soldier zombie at the front, directly kicking it to the ground. The 2 foot soldier zombies at the back were trying to attack the barricade zombies, but they were disrupted by the rhythm of the attack of the frontmost foot soldier zombie, and their swings hit their teammates' bodies. How dare 2 mere remnants show their teeth to me? The iron barrel zombie summoned by the second path frowned, and a sardonic smile flashed across his dark face. If he was still the soulless walking corpse he once was, there was still a chance that he would fall into the hands of these 2 foot soldier zombies, but now that his soul had returned, it wouldn't be a breeze to beat the 2 of them? The 3-way barrel zombie and the 5-way normal zombie were sweating a bit when they heard this. Although they also returned with their souls, there were too many enemies in the 3 ways, and he was not really able to beat them with 1 barrel zombie. After all, it was hard to beat them with 2 fists. And let's not even talk about the ordinary zombie of 5 roads. He was the weakest among these summoned zombies, and as a result, he was made to face the strongest guy among the enemies. Who the hell could stand up to that? However, his ordinary zombies were not cowards, and could not top it. It was their honor to die in battle for the successor of the Stiff Emperor. Anyway, after they died, their souls would return to the zombie iconography once again until Chen Yu woke them up once more. It is worth mentioning that the tens of thousands of zombie souls in the zombie icon are just a few. Most of the zombie souls are sealed in the tombstones, and only by constantly synthesizing higher level tombstones will more and more powerful souls be unsealed. Of course, even if you don't upgrade the tombstone you can also summon zombies through the tombstone along with the soul already summoned. When Shen Yu's level was higher, the probability of summoning it would be higher. As for this together 5 are all zombies with souls. That's pure luck. As the successor of the Stiff Emperor, there's nothing wrong with a little O Huang, right? Ho ho ho! Seeing that the enemy he had come all the way out with was the weakest guy, the decapod walker roared out in dissatisfaction. He stood his ground and hammered his chest hard. Then in one fitful step he collided with the normal zombie that came halfway across the field. Fuck! Watch where you're fucking going. The normal zombie dodged the decapod walker's charge with a sidestep, followed by a crouch to avoid the decapod walker's horizontal swinging punch. Seeing that the decapitated zombie was going to continue attacking, the ordinary zombie immediately threw a punch at the decapitated zombie's face. Ho ho ho! Seeing that an ordinary zombie actually dared to tease him like this, the decapitated zombie shook his head, then threw another punch. I don't know whose soul the ordinary zombie actually had, but he actually dodged a dozen or so consecutive sun character punches, and froze without letting the decapitated zombie touch him for a second. On the other hand, no matter how much the decapod zombie side attacked, it was to no avail, while an ordinary zombie casually hit it with a counterattack, almost dropping its head. Ho ho ho! The decapod zombie roared loudly in anger. It wanted to grab the ordinary zombie and beat it violently, but no matter how much it attacked the ordinary zombie, it couldn't touch the corner of his clothes. "What are you doing here calling your mom?" The ordinary zombie backhanded a slap on the decapitated zombie's face, directly swelling and distorting the decapitated zombie's head. As time passes and the walkers on the first and second paths are all taken care of, and another barrel zombie is summoned from the penultimate column of tombstones on the third path, it's only a matter of time before they win. Chen Yu now had 50 tombstone values in his hand, and he had wanted to summon the blind box zombie to help out on the fifth path. As a result, he actually saw ordinary zombies who could do martial arts teasing the tenfold walkers. Obviously, the decapod walker could kill an ordinary zombie with just 2 attacks, but after fighting for so long, the ordinary zombie was still full of blood. Instead, the decapod walker, a thick-skinned guy, was beaten until he only had 1/3 of his blood left. Chen Yu thought about it and decided to place a broken tombstone in the penultimate column of the fifth road. With the decapod walker's current position, even if it kills a normal zombie in the next second, all 5 paths can summon zombies at least twice. In addition to the tombstone that had just been placed, the one before the 5 paths hadn't moved for some time, so it was expected to be summoned soon. Just what Chen Yu did not expect is that the ordinary zombie froze with their own power to single brush the decapitated zombie. Even the 2 ordinary zombies summoned at the back did not come in handy. After obtaining 100 tombstone values, Chen Yu immediately placed tombstones in the penultimate columns of the first and second paths. Now only the 4th road still has only 1 headstone. The other 4 roads have 2 headstones now. Ho ho ho! With the death of the decapod walker, the centurion raised his hand and pointed, and the second team of decapod walkers immediately charged forward with their own team members. Chen Yu had thought that this batch of attacks would be the same as the last batch of attacks, that it would be a squad rushing over, but he had clearly underestimated the difficulty of the 11th floor. With all the walkers of the second team entering the homestead, the third team of walkers immediately followed the second team, while the centurion padded along at the very back. Chen Yu was truly surprised that the intensity of the first wave of the 11th floor was actually so great, and it was only the second batch before the entire group entered. Luckily, he had already placed 9 tombstones. If he had encountered such a ferocious lineup from the start, it would have been difficult for him to have a chance to turn the tables. Knowing that a foot soldier zombie is equivalent to a roadblock zombie, these 18-foot soldier zombies are really fucking killing them. And there are also 2 10-foot soldier zombies and a 100-foot soldier zombie, which is simply difficult. Chen Yu spat in his heart before he began to continue placing the tombstones. The tombstones on the first, second and fourth paths had just summoned zombies, giving him an emergency wave of tombstone values. As the tombstone values arrived, Chen Yu immediately placed tombstones in the penultimate and penultimate columns of the 4th road, and with 50 tombstone values left, he placed tombstones in the penultimate column of the middle road. Ho ho ho! The centurion walker roared out in anger at the end, and the other walkers immediately followed when they heard the sound. Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! A deafening roar resounded through the homes. Chen Yu looked at the group of crazy zombies with an annoyed face. He only felt like his ears were being defiled. It's okay if you yell nicely, but who the hell can stand it when you yell so hard and make that fingernail scratching sound? Your grandpa's grandma's grandpa. Roar so hard to hear you roar a hair. The 4th roadblock zombie that had been summoned cursed with a displeased face towards those foot soldiers zombies in front of them. These guys entered the homestead and then split up into 5 groups. 5 footwalkers on the first road, 3 footwalkers plus a decapod walker on the second road, 6 footwalkers on the third road, 4 footwalkers on the 4th road, and a decapod walker and a centurion walker on the 5th road. It can be said that the 5th road is the lowest number of zombies, but it is also the most stressful. Both elite monsters are in the 5th road. Not a single cannon fodder. Ho 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 ho! Hearing the roadblock zombie speak out of turn, the centurion zombie frowned slightly at the words. Unlike the other zombies, as the leader of these foot soldier zombies, it was able to understand what the roadblock zombies were saying, and naturally knew that the roadblock zombies were scolding them. You-hoo, you're still not convinced? What do you call that little bastard? The barricade zombie raised a middle finger towards the centurion zombie with a sneer on his face. Anyway, the centurion walker was on the 5th road, and he was on the 4th road. Even if the centurion walker scratched his ears anxiously, he couldn't do anything about him. Ho 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 ho! Angry centurion zombie pointed at the roadblock zombie roar. For road 4-foot soldier zombie saw the situation immediately accelerated the pace of the foot. Vow to kill the roadblock zombie to the centurion zombie to solve the heart of the hate. Told you not to scream, don't scream. Don't donate your ears if you don't understand. Your grandpa's grandma's grandpa. Roadblock zombie face upset snapped his nose. Do not know why. His body's nostrils are a little big, and it makes him cannot help but want to snap his nose. Obviously there is no boogers in it. As time passed, the third column was also filled with tombstones by Chen Yu, and the zombies also gradually came to the position of the half-court. But compared to the neat and tidy team when they came, now they are gray, and most of their strength has been lost. Despite their strength, stronger than ever with the Knight's boost, they couldn't do much good at all against the zombies with souls, and instead kept getting defeated. The walkers on the second and fourth routes were taken care of first, leaving only 2 walkers on the first route, while the third route had 3 more walkers, and only the fifth route had yet to lose a soldier, with the centurion zombie holding 2 swords in front of it to open the way. The decapod zombie only needed to follow behind to scratch the water and feel the fish, and it didn't even have the chance to make a move even if it wanted to. As for Chen Yu, he had already hoarded 200 tombstone values in his hand, and seeing that the centurion zombie was like nobody's business, he instantly summoned a blind box zombie on the 5th path. Go to hell! The centurion zombie saw the blind box zombie that appeared in front of him from the sky and coldly grunted. The dual swords in his hands quickly swung and directly cut off the head of the blind box zombie. Pang! As the blind box zombie's head and neck separated, the center of the 5th road was instantly filled with smoke, and even the centurion zombie couldn't see the scene in it even if he stared hard. Ho 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 ho! The centurion walker growled slightly nervously, and the decapod walker behind him rushed to the top to scout the situation. Ho ho ho! Seeing the 10-furlong zombie go ahead of itself, the centurion zombie's hanging heart slightly settled down. It gave the 10-furlong zombie an affirmative look, and then followed behind the 10-furlong zombie with peace of mind. Touch! Just then, the smoke cleared steeply, only to see a tall figure appear in front of the decapod walker. As the huge figure swung the pole in its hand, the decapitated zombie was crushed into flesh without any defense. Ho ho ho! Seeing this scene, the centurion zombie instantly acted as if it was a great enemy, its entire body uncontrollably sweating and making wary movements. Poor guy! The wide-eyed giant's gaze swept icily over the centurion walker's entire body, and he could tell with a single glance how the centurion walker was different from the other experimental failures. But pitiful as it was, the two weren't in the same camp after all, so he naturally wouldn't stay his hand because of it. As the pole in the wide-eyed giant's hand slammed down hard, the centurion zombie immediately crossed its sword to resist, but unfortunately, its strength was too weak, and it only resisted for 3 seconds before collapsing under the pole. Roar! The centurion walker collapsed to the ground unwillingly, his weapon eventually disengaging and his body being crushed into a meatloaf by the utility poles before slowly merging into the earth. 3 balls of light flashed up on the lawn as the battle ended. Chen Yu walked up to check them out one by one, which were a weapon deck and a zombie deck and fragments of the spacetime passage. Name, Battle Shadow Twin Swords. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, the twin swords created by a famous craftsman, killing people without blood, because of some unknown reasons. The twin swords fell into the hands of the ancestors of the centurion walker, and then passed down from generation to generation, and finally inherited to the hands of the centurion walker. Name, Tombstone. Grade, 1 star. Introduction, this is a magical tombstone. He can not only summon ordinary zombies can also provide tombstone value. As the most special existence of zombies, want to successfully defeat the zombie, he is essential. Name, Time Channel Fragment. Grade, unknown, special item. Introduction, the centurion and his zombies are from the ancient world, and they came to this world by mistake through the time channel, and that world was affected by the time turbulence which led to the outbreak of the zombie virus, and 95% of the world's population was infected with zombies, and you can travel between the 2 worlds freely by holding this fragment of the time channel. A fragment of a space-time passage? Chen Yu looked at the item introduction in front of him in surprise. This time passage sounds similar to the tunnel to the zombie planet, but it doesn't look exactly the same from the description. However, there was one thing on the introduction that made Chen Yu feel strange, and that was the temporal passage and temporal turbulence. 2 worldviews are available based on the introduction. The first worldview is that the zombie planet is not the same world as this ancient world, which is the new map that appears. The second worldview is that the zombie planet and this ancient world are one and the same, as the effects of temporal chaos have allowed a future zombie virus to appear in ancient times. It sounded like the second worldview was a bit more reliable. But the wide-eyed giant looked at the centurion walker not with disgust, but with a hint of pity. Combined with what the wide-eyed giant had said, it might be that these were 2 different worldviews. The zombie planet was due to experiments that led to the outbreak of the virus, while the ancient zombie virus was a naturally occurring virus, and both of them were the same as the zombie virus, but they were still a bit different. Of course, it can't be ruled out that the wide-eyed giant said that the centurion zombie was pitiful because the ancient world was infected by the zombie virus of the future world, and that's why he said that. But this should have nothing to do with the zombie queen in it, and although he couldn't go through the tunnel to the zombie planet to practice, this time passage gave him another option. After collecting the cards and space-time channel fragments, Chen Yu continued to begin his conquest. It had to be said that the difficulty of the 11th layer was not at all at the same level as the previous one, and Chen Yu had fought until 12 o'clock in the morning before finally taking down the 11th layer. It was no exaggeration to say that any wave of zombies carried out on the 11th floor was stronger than the 10th floor, and if it wasn't for the fact that the desert primordial gargoyle zombie was manipulated by the zombie queen, Chen Yu could have casually fought his way through the 10th floor. The rewards for beating the 11th level are quite generous, though, with the 2nd through 5th waves giving a total of 3 zombie decks and 1 plant deck, respectively, the machine gun shooter zombie deck, the bungee jumping zombie deck, the barricade zombie deck, and the corn thrower deck, plus the zombie deck that must be given after beating the tier. Chen Yu has gotten a total of 4 zombie decks. That being said, he dropped a barricade zombie deck from Fighting Walkers, only to be given another barricade zombie deck after he beat the tier. As the homeworld promoted upwards, he also arrived at the 12th floor, and his strength also soared at that moment. The feeling was like a fiery gale destroying his body while a gentle ocean repaired his body that had been torn apart countless times as if it was the first time. If the bronze level could break boulders with a single punch, now the silver 1-star could fly and leap 5 meters in a single leap, with as much as 5 times the strength he had before. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homeworld in 70 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? No. Chen Yu shook his head, then exited the sparring platform and returned to his room. After returning to his room, he didn't sleep first, but took out the zombie icon. Now he had 6 cards to synthesize, which he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if he didn't synthesize them a bit, as the machine gun shooter zombie deck, barricade zombie deck, and bungee zombie deck were put into the synthesis page from his item bar. Endless black auras swept in. Regarding the familiar black on, Chen Yu's expression was flat, having long since gotten used to the presence of the black on. Only the black aura seems to be more intense tonight, and I'm not sure if it's because of the cards or the fact that it's now at 12 o'clock in the morning. However, all of these Chen Yu did not care. Instead he felt that this was a good thing. After all, the black on was not harmful. It was all good for him, the owner of the zombie icon. As the black aura disappeared, the 3 zombie decks also appeared in his palm. Name, Barrel Machine Gun Shooter Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Machine Gun Shooter Zombie is a zombie world as relatively special existence. He and the traditional zombies are different. He has a plant head, zombie body, was unified to call the plant zombie. Because of an accident, his good friend Barrel Zombie left the world, and he inherited the Barrel Zombie barrel hat, and the strength of the zombie. You can launch 6 Ps at the same time, and even plants in the machine gun shooter can't beat him. Name, Gramophone Barricade Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Barricade Zombie was once in a battle for the battle to make a contribution, and indirectly saved the life of Dr. Stiff King, which makes Dr. Stiff King is very grateful to him. Because of an accident, Barricade Zombie died next to a gramophone. Dr. Stiff King got the news immediately for the implementation of the Barricade Zombie surgical resuscitation, and ultimately succeeded in resurrecting the Barricade Zombie, and the Barricade Zombie to get a brand new head and for themselves, and the ability to restore blood for himself and his teammates. Name, Charmed Mushroom Bungee Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, unlike other zombies, bungee zombies have lived on top of the Tree of Wisdom since birth, and they possess stealing skills that are difficult for others to learn. One day a bungee zombie accidentally eats a charmed mushroom while out and mutates into a charmed mushroom bungee zombie, which gives him even more power, and as long as he is picked up by them in mid-air, any of the enemy's traits will be null and void, including the ash plant that is about to explode, and the enemy will not be able to move while being picked up by them. The picked up enemy will be unable to move, and the charmed mushroom bungee zombie will transform the enemy into a teammate and drop them back into the fight. Crap! Chen Yu looked at the introduction of the 3 cards in his hands, looked shocked. Barrel Machine Gun Shooter Zombie and Phonograph Barricade Zombie not to mention. This is the nameless version of the elite version. He recognized, but this charmed mushroom bungee jumping zombie is a case of what? Actually so fierce? Whether it's any enemy, it's not usual to be able to disable the trait by just hugging it and transforming it into a teammate to put it into the fight again. Chen Yu swallowed his saliva and then incorporated the 3 cards into the zombie illustration. After simply brushing his teeth and washing his face and feet, Chen Yu fell back to sleep, and it didn't take long for him to enter dreamland. Time passes. It was the last hour before the list was set. Everyone's eyes were gathered on top of the list. Bronze Potential List Star District List. 1. Chen Yu passed 12 levels and 0 waves, see details. 2. Lu Yao passed 8 levels and 1 wave, see details. 3. Bai Yi passed 7 levels and 3 waves, see details. Bronze Potential List Gangnam City List. 1. Chen Yu passed 12 levels and 0 waves, see details. 2. Huang Qianson passed 8 levels and 2 waves, see details. 3. Lu Yao passed 8 levels and 1 wave, see details. Bronze potential list of Gangnam Province. 1. Chenyu passed 12 levels in 0 waves, see details. 2. Gongsun-zi passed 10 levels in 0 waves, see details. 3. Dragon Yanning passed 9 levels in 4 waves, see details. My gosh. This Chenyu is really ruthless. These 7 days have been crushing all the geniuses and lineage kids in our Jiangnan province. Not even giving a single chance. All I can say is that those who take Chenyu as their opponent are in trouble. It's simply impossible to win against someone like him. And you'll even blow yourself out of the water. Crap. Are you sure you're not connoting me? I took Chenyu as a rival in the beginning, thinking that he was just a flash in the pan that could be surpassed casually. But as a result, I'm now directly in a state of mind where I can't bring myself to compete with him at all. Harm. You saying that is no different from putting gold on your face. At your level you still consider Chenyu as an opponent? Don't you see that your bronze 4-star strength is worthy? What does it have to do with you if I'm worthy or not? And what qualifications do you, a bronze 3-star, have to point fingers at me? If Chenyu were here to say this I would gladly accept it. As for you, get the hell out of here early. Am I the only one who feels tears for the geniuses of our Jiangnan province? You should know that Gongsun-zi has been preparing for the number 1 spot on the provincial list, but as a result, she was pressurized by Chenyu, who was killed halfway out. And even if she tries to catch up again, she can't hope to reach it. Inside the cafe, a group of trans migrants sat together and talked in a loud voice, with the louder ones almost spraying spittle in other people's faces. Let's not talk about them for these little people of ours. Chenyu possesses a talent that is 1 in a million. Gongsun-zi has a background that is beyond one's reach. And we can't afford to offend even Huang Qianqing and Lu Yao. One of the short-haired men in white baseball jerseys shook his head helplessly, then picked up his coffee and drank it. The long-haired woman beside her smiled slightly after hearing this. Talking about not talking about it, they don't know. And even if they know it, so what? This kind of big shot will still be with us, this kind of passerby? Don't be too small. You have a point, but one should always be careful. The short-haired man nodded non-committally before digressing. By the way, I just got word from my friend that Lu Yao and Huang Qianqing are competing for second place on the Jiangnan City ranking. Don't look at the fact that Huang Qianqing is ranked higher than Lu Yao right now. But Lu Yao will soon finish this wave and equal Huang Qianqing. And Lu Yao still has a secret weapon in her hand, so she can finish the tier very quickly. And she can definitely surpass Huang Qianqing if her plan works. But Huang Qianqing isn't a soft touch either. As the second son of the Huang family, although his status in the Huang family isn't as high as Lu Yao's status in the Lu family, he usually stays unobtrusive. So maybe he's hiding some kind of backhand as well. It's really hard to say who of the two will be able to contend for the second. The long-haired woman immediately became interested when she heard this. I know. My best friend is on good terms with Huang Qianqing. She knows that Huang Qianqing has a backhand just in case Lu Yao overtakes him at any time. Although Huang Qianqing's talent is not as good as Lu Yao's, Huang Qianqing is particularly hard-working, and it's said that he hasn't closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights, just so that he can hold on to the second position on this bronze potential ranking city ranking. With the current time, Lu Yao's attempt to overtake is a bit up in the air, and anyway, I'm more optimistic that Huang Qianqing can hold on to the second position on the bronze potential ranking city ranking. The others came to the table and they chatted about their opinions. As the hour hand on the wall pulsed, the hearts of the transmogrifiers across the country who were competing for the top spot began to race. Some people were rejoicing. Some people were anxious. Some people were chagrined. Some people were furious and hammered their fists on the wall. But only a few people could remain calm like Chenyu. An hour is a long time, but also a short time. In the eyes of those who are waiting anxiously, but also in the eyes of those who are bored and playing with their cell phones, it is unusually short. For example, Chan Yu, he just swiped a few videos, not realizing that the time had passed without paying attention. With his strength and battle record, no one could snatch the position of the top of the 3 lists from his hands, not even Gongsun-zi. The bronze potential list has ended. You have passed a total of 12 levels and ranked number 1 in Jiangnan province, number 1 in Jiangnan city, and number 1 in Star District. Do you want to receive your reward? Yes. Chenyu clicked the yes button. Congratulations on your reward of 3 zombie decks and 1 bottle of physical strengthening potion, the first reward in the Star District. Congratulations on your reward of 5 zombie decks and 3 plant decks, the number 1 reward in Gangnam City. Congratulations on your reward of 10 zombie decks and 5 random decks, the first reward in Jiangnan province. What Chenyu did not expect was that the rewards of the bronze potential ranking were actually so generous. Although these zombie cards are 1-star and random, but cannot afford at large a total of 18 zombie cards, he can always synthesize a few 2-star zombie cards, right? Moreover, the 12th and 13th floors also gave Chenyu 3 cards, which added up to a total of 21 cards. Chenyu swallowed his saliva and began to work on the synthesis. Before synthesizing, he admired the deck. The 21 cards are 2 Tombstone decks, 2 normal zombie decks, 2 Yeti zombie decks, 2 Vulcan zombies, 2 Duck Lifesaver zombies, 2 Nutwall zombies, Diving zombie deck, Ice Truck zombie deck, Sledding zombie squad deck, Flag waving zombie deck, Iron Door zombie deck, High Nut zombies, Tombstone swallowing zombies, Kid zombies, and propped up zombies. Among them, the Tombstone deck, Normal zombie deck, Snowman zombie deck, Vulcan zombie deck, Duck Lifesaver zombie deck, Nutwall zombie deck, Flag waving zombie deck, and Iron Gate zombie deck can be synthesized now. Looking at so many zombie cards that could be synthesized, Chunyu involuntarily laughed out loud, then raised his hand to call out the zombie illustration. As the pages of the zombie illustrated book slowly turned, it didn't take long to stop at the final synthesis page. Buzz! As the zombie decks in groups of 2 were thrown into the synthesis page, 2-star decks appeared in his hands like a rainbow. Name, Surprise Tombstone. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, this tombstone is like people's lives, full of surprises and uncertainty. It may have summoned a person under the top of the stiff king of the doctor, or only get 25 tombstone value. What zombies cannot be summoned, this is a tombstone with mysterious power. Even zombies in the zombie atlas does not have a zombie can also be summoned. Name, Random Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, ordinary zombie is the most common zombie in the zombie world, and the most common zombie. When he realized the rule of everything is me, I am everything, he learned to transform, and upon debuting, he will immediately turn into a random zombie with full blood volume, can only summon zombies owned by Zombie Icon. Name, Red-Eyed Yeti Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Snowman Zombie has always been a relatively mysterious existence of the zombie world, but there are still many zombies have seen his figure, and he ran away every day widely spread the story, which makes the Snowman Zombie is very angry. He learned from the pain and changed his habit of running away and work hard to fitness. Running speed and attack speed has been improved by the epic level. Name, Iron Door Iron Bucket Vulcan Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Wuggle Zombie strength in many plants zombies belongs to the bottom of the existence of its blood and ordinary zombies. So often before they encountered the enemy was eliminated, which makes him learn from the bitter experience. To find the Iron Door zombies and Iron Barrel zombies borrowed defense, which will protect him tightly, will not appear yet close to the first death of the situation. Name, Duck Rider Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, for unknown reasons, the Duck Life Preserver of the Duck Life Preserver zombie mutated into a giant duck. The giant duck remembers the kindness of the Duck Life Preserver zombie and promised to be the Duck Life Preserver zombie's pet for the rest of his life. The giant duck's speed is extremely fast, and the same amount of blood as the Ice Car zombie. Name, Iron Gate Nutwall Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Nutwall Zombie is the hardest plant zombie except High Nut Zombie. In order to surpass the big brother High Nut Zombie, Nutwall Zombie bought the Iron Door from the blacksmith store, which makes its defense greatly improved. Name, Barrel Waving Flag Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Flag Waving Zombie has always been the vanguard of the zombies, but one day he found out that his girlfriend is pregnant. In order not to lose his life so easily, Flag Waving Zombie from the Barrel Zombie borrowed the barrel, and their own hard workout. The speed and defense greatly increased, and at the same time, for the zombies present in the field to provide accelerated effect. Name, Fire-Breathing Iron Door Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Iron Door Zombie has always been the zombie world's transparent. Because of an accident, he fell into the flaming mountain, and there was burned for 3 days. These 3 days not only did not burn him into ashes, but let him get the ability to spit fire. His flames can be burned in front of the 3 compartments of the enemy, and can cause a high level of sustained damage. Looking at the 8 2-star cards in his hand, Chunyu was not as excited as he had imagined, because the strength of these cards was too low. Although they were indeed taken out to the extent that they could be used, they didn't rank at all compared to those zombies he had synthesized before. Only surprise tombstones and random zombies could catch his eye in this. After all, random zombies, a mechanic laid out here, would never become obsolete no matter what time of the year it was. As for the rest of them, they were only moderate, but the fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie's strength was not bad. After all, it was the only zombie he had that breathed fire. I just don't know how much damage the flames he breathed out did. Chunyu shook his head, then set his eyes on the 3 plant decks and 5 random decks. There's not much to say about the 3 plant decks, the Potato Thunder deck, the Big Mouth Flower deck, and the Tombstone Devourer deck. As for the 5 random cards, it's pretty interesting. This random deck is a special item that turns into any card when used. It could be a zombie deck, a plant deck, a weapon deck, or something else. Chunyu did not hesitate and directly chose to use it. With the use of the random card, an intense multicolored light emanated from the center of the card, and Chunyu immediately closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the randomized deck had disappeared and was replaced by a different 5-card deck. This kind of deck too? Chen Yu looked at the mental power strengthening deck in his hand with some surprise, not expecting that this kind of deck about mental power was also available. Chen Yu immediately checked the information of these 5 cards. Name, Dr. Stiffy, grade, 1 star. Introduction, Dr. Stiff King is a genius in the zombie world. Only 2 years to get a doctorate degree in necromancy, and mastered the technology of necromancy at a very fast speed, and also possesses an unparalleled talent in the manufacture of mechs, which is a terrifying and maverick. Name, Vulcan Zombie. Grade, 1 star. Introduction, Wuguo zombies in the zombie world belongs to a more special existence. They are collectively referred to as plant zombies. Wuguo zombies are characterized by can be squashed in front of a grid of enemies. The damage is equivalent to the plant Wuguo. If the enemy's blood is too high, cannot squash. Name, Sunshine Mushroom. Grade, 1 star. Introduction, the small sunshine mushroom can produce a small amount of sunlight, and when it grows up, it can provide the same amount of sunlight as a sunflower. Although the name of the sunshine mushroom has sunlight in it, the sunshine mushroom hates sunlight, and every time it produces sunlight internally, it spits out the sunlight at a very high speed, which is unacceptable to it, and even reaches the level of disgust. Name, Fishbowl Sword. Grade, 2 stars. Description, a sword made by the master forger himself. This sword can cut hair and iron like mud, and it can pierce through even extremely hard iron armor. But this sword is still short, and it's best to use it for sneak attacks instead of facing the enemy. Name, Spiritual Strengthening. Grade, Special. Introduction, after using it, it allows the user to permanently increase the mental power and mental capacity by a small margin, and the speed of mental power recovery can be faster. They were 2 zombie cards, 1 plant card, 1 weapon card, and 1 spiritual strengthening card, of which being able to open Dr. Stiff King was something Chen Yu did not expect. After learning about all of his own cards, Chen Yu packed up his room and went out. It's 12 o'clock in the morning. Chen Yu had thought that Su Binglan had already gone to sleep, but he didn't realize that Su Binglan was watching the face-reddening TV again. Because Chen Yu opened the door a bit fast this time, he inevitably saw what was inside. After a brief 2-second pause, the TV went black in an instant, and there was a whirring, dozing sound from the couch. Hearing this voice, Chen Yu instinctively wanted to laugh, but as soon as he thought that the consequence of laughing out could be a fat beating, Chen Yu immediately collected his thoughts of laughing. As Chen Yu walked over to the sofa in the living room, the pretentious Su Binglan immediately opened her eyes with sleepy eyes. Feather, are you still up this late? Su Binglan asked as she raised her head to look at Chen Yu and mocked out. The bronze potential ranking just ended, and as the top of the 3 rankings, I got pretty good rewards, including the spiritual strengthening cards that you need the most. Sister Lan. Chen Yu smiled and explained the purpose of his visit, and was also anticlimactic. On the contrary, you, Sister Lan, in the middle of the night how to lie down on the sofa and fall asleep, although it is unlikely that you will get sick with your physique, but in case of catching a cold how to do it. I don't want to be too busy to take care of you. Su Binglan rolled her eyes. What? Taking care of your sister makes you so unhappy? It's really a waste to raise you so big. When you got sick I carried you to all the clinics in the neighborhood, and finally went to the biggest hospital in the city. Hearing Su Binglan say so, Chen Yu immediately said, which is not happy. I don't want you to get sick, Sister Lan, although it is me who takes care of you, but you are the one who is not feeling well. Sister Lan's goodness to me, how can I forget it? After saying that, Chen Yu was afraid that Su Binglan would pull something else to refute him, so he hurriedly took out the spiritual strengthening card from the item bar and handed it to Su Binglan. You really want to give it to your sister, don't you? Su Binglan was a little surprised when she looked at the spiritual strengthening card deck handed over by Chen Yu. To know the value of this card can be equivalent to a 2-star card, and is still a good quality 2-star card. Take to the auction at least can be auctioned to 50 million. Chen Yu just like this to her? Why don't you give up? Aren't we family? Chen Yu sat down next to the edge of the sofa and asked rhetorically with a smile. Really? You're too good for your sister too. Su Binglan knocked on Chen Yu's head with a somewhat complicated expression, but did not take the cards Chen Yu handed over. She had always thought that she had assumed the role of the elder who took care of Chen Yu, but in reality she was instead the one being taken care of. When she was too tired to lie down on the couch to sleep at night, Chen Yu would tuck her in. When she didn't come home late from her usual assignments, Chen Yu would prepare her meals that were still warm. When she was too busy to take care of the house, it was Chen Yu who cleaned, did the laundry and cooked, and helped her keep the logistics in order. The only thing she did was pay Chen Yu. Everything else seemed to be done by Chen Yu himself. As a result, now Chen Yu had taken out an extremely valuable spiritual strengthening card deck in return. How could she accept this? Everyone else is chewing on the old man. chewing on the father, chewing on the mother, but it turns out that she has become chewing on the younger brother. If this spreads out, does she still want to have a face? Sis, what are you doing? Suddenly dazed and distracted. My arms are going to be sore from lifting. Chen Yu didn't have the good sense to pinch Su Binglan's look face, and then forcefully shoved the spiritual strengthening card deck into her hand under Su Binglan's dumbfounded eyes. Okay, time is not early. Hurry up and go to bed. If you stay up late watching TV but will grow wrinkles. Oh. Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand dashingly and turned around. Su Binglan had just wanted to return the spiritual strengthening cards to Chen Yu, but as a result, when she heard such words, her pretty face immediately turned red and she chased after him without saying a word. Brat, who are you talking about staying up late watching TV? Who are you talking about getting wrinkled and ugly? Your sister. I'm so naturally beautiful that the line of people chasing me stretches from here to the German Empire. Su Binglan tugged on Chen Yu's neck and leaned her entire body on Chen Yu's back, then glared at Chen Yu with a pair of hooked phoenix eyes and said, Fine. Sister Lan, you can go rest now. Chen Yu stood at the door of his room and said somewhat helplessly, That won't do. Who told you to talk about me like that? And I can't have this spiritual strengthening deck. How can I, as an older sister, take something from my younger brother? There's an old saying, I appreciate your thoughts, take your gift back, Su Binglan said rather arrogantly. Sister Lan, it's not like I need this spiritual strengthening deck. Instead it's your God's void that needs it more, so I'll give it to you to make the best use of it. Chen Yu cried and laughed as he looked sideways at Su Binglan's pretty face that was close at hand and said, But, Su Binglan still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chen Yu. No buts, if you don't accept this card, we'll break our sister-brother bond tomorrow, and from now on we'll be old and dead, and I'll be moving out of the house tomorrow. Hearing Chen Yu say this, Su Binglan rolled her eyes helplessly and eventually accepted the card, but she decided to make up for it elsewhere later. Even if she had long regarded Chen Yu as her brother, she could not accept such a large amount of Chen Yu's contribution with peace of mind. Early the next morning, Chen Yu got up early to rush to school. Wearing a black coat, he had wanted to go to the principal's office to receive his card in a low-key manner, but he didn't realize that hundreds of students were standing at the entrance seemingly waiting for someone. They were all talking and laughing, with frowning expressions on their faces, and Chen Yu stood not far away and seemed to hear his name. Just as Chen Yu had a sudden bad feeling in his heart and was about to sneak in through the back door of the school, a student not far away had a flash of light in front of his eyes, and then pointed at him and shouted out, Sisters, I saw the great god Chen Yu. That's the star student of our school. The top of the 3 list is from our school. Really? Where is it? Why can't I see it? You guys hurry up and lead the way. I still have to ask him for his autograph. Don't you raise your voice here? You'll be damned if you can see standing in the middle of it. Just follow the army over there. Great God Chen Yu, we're here. You are a role model for our entire school to learn from. Can you add a contact with me? I have $100 million project I want to talk to you about. Before Chen Yu could react, those students rushed towards him like mad cows. Chen Yu was shocked at the sight and hurriedly summoned a balloon zombie to take him into the air. Although this was the first time he had summoned a zombie in reality, he felt as if he was very skillful, and he didn't feel raw at all, but instead drove it like an arm. Master, where are we going? The balloon zombie flew in the sky with Chen Yu as he looked down at him and asked in a small voice, Go to the principal's office. Chen Yu gave the balloon zombie a direction to move forward, and the balloon zombie immediately moved forward at full speed. But in a blink of an eye it disappeared into the air. It's all your fault. I was all set to ask the great god Chen Yu to give me an autograph, and it's all because you guys scared him away. What do you mean we scared him off? Why isn't this person who scared him off you? How could it be me? I'm so good looking. I'm the class flower of the class. So many boys have confessed to me and I didn't even say yes. Okay, you guys stop arguing. Originally it was one of you who committed nymphomania and rushed forward before scaring great god Chen Yu. What's the use of you accusing each other now? Yeah, originally we came over to congratulate Chen Yu for becoming the top of the 3 lists, but it turned out to be all you girls who made things bad. You wouldn't think that Chen Yu would be able to look at the likes of you, would you? What are you babbling about? What's wrong with people like us? Do we have fewer arms and legs than others? What's missing you know in your own heart? You're not even a transmuter. You're destined to be in 2 different worlds from Chen Yu. At least I'm still a bronze 3-star transmuter. The students on the ground suddenly blamed each other when they saw Chen Yu's fearful expression. Chen Yu, who had already flown far away, did not see this scene. As the balloon zombie slowly landed, Chen Yu had arrived at the door of the principal's office. He had already called Lu Hui when he arrived earlier, but Lu Hui was out of school with something today, so he was told to go directly to the principal. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the principal's office. Come in. Soon the voice of the principal came from inside the house. Chen Yu opened the door and walked in. only to see the principal sitting in a chair with a red face reading a document. Seeing that Chunyu had arrived, the principal smiled as he stood up and walked over to Chunyu and shook his hand. Mr. Chunyu, the first time I saw you, I felt that you were not a pool animal, and that you were bound to do great things in the future. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise in just 10 days. I was not expecting you to actually top the 3 lists. This time, not only the students in Xingqian District or Jiangnan City know about our Xingqian No. 1 middle school, even the dignified figures in Jiangnan province know about our school. The main thing is that the top has decentralized another wave of learning resources. Our school students will have better and better learning conditions in the future. And you are the lucky star of our Star 1 middle school. The principal's face reddened with excitement, holding Chunyu's hand and shaking it vigorously one by one. It could be seen that he was really happy. Oh yeah, look at my memory. Here's the zombie deck I promised you. Check it out. Noticing that Chunyu's interest didn't seem to be very high, the principal didn't say any more of these scenes, and immediately took out a black exquisite gift box from the drawer and handed it to Chunyu, saying, seeing this, Chunyu took the gift box and unwrapped it, not realizing that there were actually 2 2-star cards and 3 1-star cards inside. Name, Zombie with Pants. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Dancing King Zombie Variant Zombie. The zombie into the field will quickly summon 4 dancing chickens in their own front and back, left and right in 4 directions. Pants Zombie moving faster, and has been playing basketball step back. Dancing Chicken Death will turn around and summoned again. Name, Backpack Kid Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Description, a variant of the Kid Zombie. The zombie will set up a tent in place after death, which will summon zombies 3 times and then be destroyed. Summoning zombies can only summon barrel zombies, rugby zombies and giant zombies. Aside from the 2 more interesting 2-star decks, the 3 1-star decks are old friends, the newspaper reading zombie, the jumping zombie, and the clown zombie. These 3 zombies Chunyu have the corresponding zombie deck, which can be synthesized again. It's worth noting that this backstrap zombie seems to be a bit weak, and is among the bottom of the barrel when placed in a 2-star deck. And this backpack brat zombie is different. Although he needs 150 tombstone values, but he can directionally summon 3 more powerful zombies. Of these 3 zombies, the weakest is also a barrel zombie, and with a bit of luck you can definitely summon a rugby zombie and a giant zombie. So what the hell is this if not blood money? In comparison, the backstrap zombie, which required 150 tombstone values, was quite a cockamamie. It is? Chunyu looked up at the principal with some confusion and asked. They had previously agreed on 1 2-star deck. How come it had now become 2 2-star decks plus 3 1-star decks? This is a resource personally issued from above, in which that being even praised you by name. This is what you deserve. The principal smiled and patted Chunyu's shoulder and said, that being? Hearing this, Chunyu was not without some doubts. The principal nodded with a beaming smile. Yes, that one named you for a good commendation and wants you to put your best foot forward in the upcoming battle for the state ranking. If you can stay in first place, then a 3-star deck will await you. If you make it into the top 10, then you'll still be given 2 2-star decks as a reward. If you're in the top 50, it's only a 2-star deck, and you won't get any more attention from above. After all, the thing called resources is limited, and only geniuses deserve to have their resources tilted in their favor. Although you are a well-deserved genius in our Jiangnan province, if you were to be placed amongst so many geniuses in the country, would you still be able to maintain the name of genius? Show the one up there that you can do it with your real actions. I've put in a good word for you. Ha 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 ha. After chatting in the principal's office for a while, Chunyu left the school. Before leaving, Chunyu tells the principal that he is a card combiner and lays out all of his strengths, asking the principal to publicize them for him. The principal, of course, nodded his head in agreement to the words of the student whom he favored, promising to help spread the word. Because classes were in session, those crazy students didn't stay at the entrance of the school, so Chunyu easily went out through the main entrance. Immediately after the end of the 3 lists, the national list began. Originally, Chunyu's rank was no longer able to participate in the bronze potential ranking, but he had advanced all the way up, so this situation was calculated according to the bronze rank by default. The national ranking is 6 days long and is divided into 2 phases. The first 3 days are divided into a rushing phase and the last 3 days are divided into a matchmaking phase. As a talented player among the transmigrants, one must not only be able to fight zombies, but also be able to fight and win against other transmigrants, which is the best of the talented. The first 3 days of the rushing stage and the 3 lists of the same content, and will be settled directly after the end of the rewards. The latter 3 days of the matchmaking phase are the same as the friendship cut, and are also settled separately for rewards at the end of the day. Then the average battle performance of the 2 combined would be ranked again, and the top ranked would be rewarded. which was the real reason why countless geniuses squeezed their heads to participate in the national ranking. After returning home, Chunyu summoned the zombie icon at the first opportunity. With the endless flashes of black aura, 3 brand new cards appeared in Chenyu's hands. Name, Angry Newspaper Reading Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, read the newspaper zombie. He used to be synonymous with the old and sick. He is obviously still quite strong body in the eyes of others as a candle in the wind. In this regard, read the newspaper zombie indignation crazy exercise. On the surface he is a weak old man. Behind his back he is capable of destroying the king. And his hand that carved with 9 or 5 figures of the newspaper is the seal. Name, Throwing Clown Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, the clown zombie is the funniest zombie in the zombie world. He often says some jokes to make the zombies laugh. But he does not know is that the zombies are not to hear the boring jokes and laugh, but to laugh at his funny looks. Then the clown zombie knows all this. He slowly put away the smile, and used the gift box bomb in his hand to become an expert in the demolition of explosives. And now he can be thrown once every 5 seconds. Now he can throw a gift box bomb once every 5 seconds, always targeting the enemy in the back of the room. Name, Garlic Ghost Jumping Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Jumping Zombie. He used to be the zombie world's most bouncing zombie. Countless Moncler Jackets outlet zombies like to see him bounce. But the emergence of the King of Dance Zombie let his status fall, which makes Jumping Zombie disheartened. Decided to swallow garlic self-completion. But I did not expect that his head turned into a garlic, and has the ability to break the rules of jumping. He can want to jump to the road wherever the way to jump to the road. Who can't touch him? The corner of his coat that rises with the wind. Chenyu looked at the 3 cards with a stunned expression. If it isn't the 9-to-5 version of Master 2 and another version of Ghost Jumping Zombie. I didn't realize that the last time it came out was the second master with a sword, but this time it's straight out of the 9-to-5 second master. And you have to know that the 9-to-5 version of the second master is even more terrifying than the second master with a sword. But this what's his name Throwing Clown Zombie he's not familiar with, and doesn't even know if there's a revamped version similar to it. But he knew that this Throwing Clown Zombie was truly awesome, priced at only 125 tombstone values, and could actually throw the gift bomb in his hand infinitely. You know that Joker Zombie's gift bomb has the same damage as Cherry Bomb, so I didn't realize that a randomly synthesized Joker Zombie deck was actually a killer. Chenyu beautifully integrated the 3 cards into the zombie illustration, and then clicked on the Bronze Potential Ranking State Ranking to view the details. Bronze Potential Ranking Dragon State Ranking. 1. Yachiyo, past 3 levels and 0 waves, see details. 2. Wangsud, past 2 levels and 5 waves, see details. 3. Shinsancher, past 2 levels and 4 waves, see details. 4. Li Zixuan, past 2 levels and 4 waves, see details. 5. Jiu Qin Xin, past 2 levels and 3 waves, see details. I didn't expect that these talents had opened the list for not long before they had gotten through so many layers. And the first one, Yao Qianqiu, had even gotten through 3 layers, but Yao Qianqiu's level was not high. Through the details, Chenyu saw Yao Qianqiu's rank. Yao Qianqiu was a silver 3-star, and he had only barely equaled Chenyu by beating through 3 layers. However, this allowed Chenyu to know some tips, such as long as you maintain the top 100 in each province you can enter the national list, and then the accumulated tiers all together. Just like this Yao Qianqiu jumped to become the top of the national list, and for a time there was no end to the popularity. However, this Yao Qianqiu after all is speculation to become the top of the country list. He wants to stabilize the top of the list is not easy. Do not see the second Wang Su as eyeing him? For the matter of these people staying up late to play tier, Chenyu personally disapproved. What happens when you stay up all night playing through the tiers? As long as you are human, you have to rest. Even if you force yourself to fight by virtue of the props, but will you still be able to stay in good shape? Chenyu does not feel that he will lose to these guys. If he takes the zombie icon and loses, then simply do not say that he is some kind of traverser. Played Plants vs. Zombies. This is also too embarrassing. Soon, Chenyu entered the homeland. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 80 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chenyu nodded in agreement. The zombies are 10 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Blind Box Zombie, Angry Reader Zombie, Dead Zombie, Benevolent Dancing King Zombie, Backpack Kid Zombie, Broken Tombstone, Throwing Clown Zombie. Chenyu randomly chose 7 zombies to enter the card slot. Yesterday he pondered a lineup that started with a quick accumulation of tombstones with the death zombies, followed by infinite summoning with the Benevolent Dancing King Zombies stuck in position. It's a bit difficult to get into this kind of card position, but it's playable and pushes the map quickly, so I just don't know if it's going to be able to make a difference. His wave with the Benevolent Dancing King Zombie and the Reaper Zombie is a test of the viability of this lineup. If this lineup is viable, He can bring these two combos on a regular basis for future pushes. Of course, the blind box zombie, which is entertaining and practical all in one, is definitely a must-have, and if you don't bring a blind box zombie it's less of a soul. Soon, 10 minutes passed by. The first wave of zombies is coming. As the skull icon appears in the lower left corner of the panel, a group of white-collar walkers in white cars slowly approach. At the head was the large van known as the King of Vehicles. A man and a woman husband and wife zombies sat in it, their scarlet eyes flashing with a touch of bloodlust. Through the zombie atlas, Shenyu quickly learned about this group of zombies. This group of zombies is somewhat similar to the ice truck zombies, but can run over enemies and die outright when the car is blown up. However, this group of car zombies can't just run over zombies with higher blood counts when they encounter them, which is still different from the ice truck zombies' characteristic of being able to run over anything. But the van couple walkers at the front were a different story. Their blood counts individually. The van has a total of 2,000 blood, and after blowing up the van the couple walkers will lose half of their blood and jump out of the van, then walk forward at a very high speed. As the van couple walkers pull up to the homestead entrance, immediately 20 white cars slowly enter the homestead. The moment the white car entered the homestead, Shenyu immediately placed a broken tombstone in the middle of the road. The white cars weren't moving at a high speed, even a little slower than the original ice truck zombies, and the 300 meters was enough for them to walk for a while. Shenyu's mood at this moment was incredibly calm, and with the ringing coming from the tombstone, Shenyu immediately placed the tombstone on the second path. After this, a broken tombstone was placed in each of the 5 paths, and the next step was to verify that the formation was viable. As time passed, Shenyu quickly saved up 100 tombstone values, and he immediately placed death zombies on the second path. The dead zombie slowly burrowed out of the tombstone. He stared his unique dead fish eyes towards the front. As he advanced, the first and third paths appeared one after another with tombstones summoned by him. In just a minute's time, the death zombie had summoned a full 6 tombstones on the first and second paths. Urgently, a movement came from the broken tombstone on the 5th road. Another 50 tombstone values arrived. Shenyu immediately summoned another death zombie on the 4th road. You don't say. Although the tombstone summoned by the death zombie is only the most common tombstone, but he can't help but have a large amount of awe. Before and after but 150 tombstone values summon 12 tombstones, can be called the king of cost-effective awe. Moreover, the tombstones summoned by the dead zombies would also provide tombstone values and summon zombies, and the waiting time was not long, which was much better than when Shenyu was deadlocked on broken tombstones before. Looking at the army of zombies that had sprung up like rain in a matter of minutes, Shenyu immediately recognized the lineup. But although this battle was vast, most of them were ordinary zombies summoned by ordinary tombstones. In the face of car zombies driving white cars, ordinary zombies will be crushed to death after only 1 or 2 bites, and only the roadblock zombies and barrel zombies can barely hold on. However, the barricade zombie's blood level was equivalent to 2 normal zombies, and he would die after just 4 or 5 bites, and only the barrel zombie could last until the 10th bite. Looking at the panel of 300 and is still increasing the value of the tombstone, Shenyu immediately decided to put a benevolent dancing king zombie in the middle of the road, and in the middle of the road and put 2 blind box zombies. In order to ensure that the benevolent dancing king zombie could come in handy, Shenyu immediately came to the side of the benevolent dancing king zombie and pulled his arm. Master, is something wrong? The zombie of the benevolent dance king looked at Shenyu, who was pulling himself somewhat flattered, and even the dance steps that he had never heard before slowed to a halt. You keep your slowest speed and summon behind you. Don't run ahead to your death. Shenyu instructed the benevolent dancing king zombie, and then set his eyes on the 4 accompanying dancing zombies. The 4 of you rush forward as fast as you can to your deaths, and don't do it together. Do it one by one, and wait for your king to resummon before you do it. Can you hear me? As Shenyu's words fell, the 4 accompanying zombies looked at each other in disbelief before they all nodded seriously. Shenyu was the heir to the stiff emperor and was also their master. Even if Shenyu's order was to send them to their deaths, they would not hesitate. After all, they were already dead in the first place, and if it wasn't for Shenyu awakening their souls, they would still be dormant. Seeing that the benevolent dancing king zombie and the 4 accompanying zombies were all fine, Shenyu then loosened his grip on the benevolent dancing king zombie. Meanwhile, the blind box zombie that had just been summoned had pulled away from them by some distance. Summoning the benevolent dancing king zombie in the middle of the road was well thought out by Shenyu, as the middle of the road had the least amount of car zombies. The first road had 5 car walkers. The second road had 3 car walkers, the third road had only 2 car walkers, the fourth road had 6 car walkers, and the fifth road had 4 car walkers. As soon as the 2 car walkers in the middle are taken care of, the engine dancing king zombie can be summoned with confidence and boldness. It is important to realize that the most powerful thing about the benevolent dancing king zombie is not the ability to summon unlimited companion zombies or to inherit the throne, but the ability to awaken a sleeping zombie in a tombstone. The fact that this zombie is random and can be awakened by every tombstone is what makes him the strongest when paired with the dead zombie. With the two blind box zombies coming together in the middle half of the field, the two companion zombies stood with them. With the four zombies crazy ahead of the car zombies, the original already somewhat worn-out car immediately came from the crunching sound, and began to tremble violently, as if at any time will explode. Ping! As a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the car zombies at the front of the middle road were the first to be unable to withstand the destruction of their cars, while the brand new cars that had not been attacked behind them came slowly. The dancing zombies and the blind box zombies started to nibble, and the result was that after nibbling only 2 mouthfuls, the 4 zombies were crushed into mincemeat. Sensing the death of the 2 companion zombies, the benevolent dancing king zombie immediately summoned 4 companion zombies to charge forward again. This time, there was no Chenyu to direct, and the benevolent heart dancing king zombie himself had arranged everything. As the blind box zombies die, the sled zombie armed squad and the tombstone swallow zombies appear on top of the battlefield. The sled zombie armed squad is fine. They come out from the very back and don't have to worry about karma as soon as they come out, while the unlucky tombstone swallowing zombies go down again without even a nibble. Tombstone swallow zombie has the same blood volume as a normal zombie, and moves a little slower than a normal zombie, and his characteristic is that when he dies, he leaves an unbreakable normal tombstone in place, and the enemy will simply ignore this tombstone when they come across it and move forward. Brothers, have you forgotten your dreams? Just then, the benevolent dancing king zombie suddenly howled, and the music from nowhere enlivened the entire homeland. Didn't forget. The 4 brothers of the sled wagon, who appeared from the door of the homestead, answered at once, and then they appeared at a great rate of speed at the halfway point. I have to say that the 4 brothers of the sled car are really ruthless, and every time they appear, they have to get stuck in the rule loophole to help Chenyu fight the zombies. Since card rule loopholes lose lives, the 4 sled car brothers used their agility to start attacking the white car in a frenzy. The car zombie sitting in the car also didn't expect these 4 zombies in front of him to be able to back up, which made the car zombie's eyes glaze over. The sled zombie arm team ignored the shocked expression on the car walker's face as they dry bombed the white car as fast as they could, followed by a soulful backstep back onto the sled. This time they didn't sustain any more blood drops, but drove straight away from the homestead in their sled carts. Ho ho ho! The husband and wife zombies sitting in the van simultaneously looked grimly at the benevolent dancing king zombie at the very back. Because of Chenyu's order, the benevolent dancing king zombie reduced its speed to a minimum. As we all know, the movement speed of dancing king zombies was not high in the first place, and they would dance while walking, which was their own rule. And this led to the benevolent dancing king zombies jumping there as if they were marching in place. As the two-way companion zombie and the car walker meet, the companion zombie dies under the car as expected. Resurrect, my love. Bah, got it wrong. Come on out, backup dancer zombie. The compassionate dancing king zombie pointed to the sky with his left hand, and 4 more companion dancing zombies appeared around him, and then walked towards the front as fast as they could. After the death of the companion zombie on the second path, the companion zombie on the 4th path followed in his footsteps. As the zombie of the benevolent dancing king performed his 3rd summoning, a rattling came from all the tombstones. Crunch! Zombie after zombie crawled out of the tombstones. There are 18 headstones in all, with the most headstones on routes 1, 3, and 5, and the fewest on routes 2 and 4. But the luck of 2 and 4 is really OU. Both 2 and 4 are 2 tombstones, where 2 summoned umbrella barrel zombie and white-eyed giant zombie, and 4 summoned read the newspaper zombie with knife and angry read the newspaper zombie. In the words of a short video blogger, 4-way really stabbed the second master's lair by actually summoning 2 different but very strong second masters in a row. The zombies summoned by the 1 and 3 paths, on the other hand, were mixed, with the 3rd path being the worst. Obviously, the 3rd road has the most tombstones, 6 in total, and the one summoned turned out to be crooked. What with the scuba diving zombies, duck life preserver zombies, snowman zombies, dolphin rider zombies, backup dancer zombies, and kid zombies, it's almost as if the old and infirm are coming together. On the contrary, the 1st path was a bit better. The 1st path only had 4 tombstones, but he summoned a red-eyed giant zombie, a kid zombie and 2 pole vaulting zombies. Chenyu is not worried about the safety of the 1st road. After all, this red-eyed giant zombie is full-blooded. With the strength of the red-eyed giant want to take these small zombies is still very easy. As for the 5th way words, Chenyu was dumbfounded as he watched the 4 white cars explode together. He hadn't even looked at what zombie enemy was summoned by the 5th way and it was gone. As Chenyu squinted his eyes, he only saw the throwing clown zombie smilingly turn his head and wave his hand at him. before walking forward with a cheerful stride. "Young warrior, please stay," Chen Yu immediately called out to the throwing clown zombie. Surprisingly, the throwing clown zombie that was summoned was such a great killer, so how could Chen Yu let go of such a quality labor force? Chen Yu briefly explained the current situation with the throwing clown zombie, and the throwing clown zombie agreed without hesitation after hearing this. Just as Chen Yu was about to leave from the fifth road, the sound of newspapers crumbling suddenly came from his left front. Only to see question marks that turned into substance appear on the heads of both second masters, and then the second masters quickly charged forward with red eyes. The two second masters God block kill Buddha. 6 car zombies did not even last 5 seconds before being chewed up by the second masters. Wait! As soon as Chen Yu's sentence of wait had been shouted out, the angry second masters had already rushed out of the homestead. Crap! Ho ho ho! The husband and wife walkers sitting in the van were startled, and the male walker in the main driver's seat even made a humanized noise. It was a good thing that the two errants didn't attack them though. The errants were teleported away just as soon as they broke out of their homeworld. Although it was only a false alarm, the husband and wife zombies still sighed with palpitating relief. Even if their IQ wasn't high, facing a ferocious species like the second master, they couldn't possibly beat it even if they thought about it with their toes. Could they? As the car walkers die one by one and are eventually wiped out, the truck husband and wife walkers see this and immediately take the army into their homes. The van couple walkers, as the finale players, naturally chose the middle of the road with the highest number of people, and the 20 small cars behind them went into separate roads. Perhaps having seen what the throwing clown zombie and the red-eyed giant zombie can do, only 2 car walkers entered on the first and fifth paths, while the second road has 6 car walkers, the fourth road has even 7 car walkers, and even the center road is followed by only 3 car walkers. Seeing the layout of the zombies, Chen Yu straight away called out that it was stable. If there were no car walkers out on the fifth road, then the pressure on the fourth road would be really high, but there are 2 car walkers out on the fifth road, and the clown zombie's gift bomb is ranged damage, just enough to blow up the car walkers on the fourth road. Although the speed of movement between the car walkers are different, but they just came out together. This time to bomb together can be sent away in a wave directly. Just as Chen Yu was about to command the throwing clown zombies to strike a devastating blow, the cars on the fourth and fifth routes had already exploded, and the car zombies, along with their little cars, had turned into ash. The red-eyed giants on the first road and the white-eyed giants on the second road as well as the umbrella barrel zombies were all present, so solving the first and second roads didn't require much worry. As for the third path, Chen Yu is not in a hurry. After all, the benevolent dancing king zombie is still continuing to power. Now the benevolent dancing king zombie has been summoned 5 times in a row. As long as another dead companion dancing zombie will be able to carry out the 6th summoning, at that time, there will be another large wave of dormant zombies will be awakened from the tombstone. Moreover, Chen Yu's tombstone value had already come to 500. He had not been using his tombstone value since just now, and the tombstones were all frantically producing tombstone values and summoning zombies, which was the reason why Chen Yu was not panicking at all. Just then, the backup dancing zombie in the middle of the road is stopped by a van. The benevolent dancing king zombie is summoned again, and an old man with glasses awakens from that tombstone in the middle half of the road. The angry, newspaper-reading zombie had just awakened when his body was hit by a van. Instead of killing the second master, this foolishness enraged him. As the saying goes, when a newspaper breaks, the gods give thanks. 4 explosions sounded at the same time, and by the time Chen Yu reacted, the second master had already rushed out of the homestead, and the bodies of the husband and wife zombies had already collapsed to the ground, dead. With the speedy lineup of death zombies and benevolent dancing king zombies, Chen Yu easily made it all the way through. He had fought his way from the 14th floor at the beginning to the 17th floor, and there was only one last wave left to clear the 17th floor. And the rewards he got were quite generous, with 6 zombie decks and 3 plant decks being great. They are stone thrower zombies, hot chili pepper zombies, pole vaulting zombies, propeller zombies, and a tombstone. And the plant deck is 2 potato thunders and big mouth flowers. Chen Yu hadn't seen the propeller zombie before, but he could read about him from his introduction. Name, Propeller Zombie. Grade, 1 star. Introduction, the zombie world's oddball zombie. He will walk forward slowly when he appears. Wait for 5 seconds. Will use the hands of the propeller to fly. Flight will not be attacked by the ground on the way. Unless someone can knock off the propeller in his hands, he will be killed at high speed to the ground to swoop the explosion occurred. The explosion damage is equivalent to a cherry bomb. Ho ho ho! Just as Chen Yu was checking the card information, the unwilling roars of the zombies came from not far away. Chen Yu subconsciously looked up, not realizing that the zombies that were still raging just now had all died, leaving only their big leader still struggling to hold on. But the guy's blood level was bottoming out. and it wouldn't be long before he died. Chun Yu had just thought this way, but as a result, the big leader not far away had already fallen to the ground unable to carry the damage, and the 2 zombie decks had arrived directly in his hands. I didn't expect this to be given to 2 pole vaulting zombies. Could he not have stabbed the pole vaulting lair today? Without much thought, Chun Yu directly summoned the zombie illustration. As the pages of the zombie illustrated book turned themselves to the last page, Chun Yu immediately put in the cards that could be synthesized. It's worth noting that stone thrower zombies, hot pepper zombies, and tombstones can all be synthesized into 2-star decks, with pole vaulting being synthesized twice. The plant decks Potato Thunder and Big Mouth Flower can also be synthesized, so I just don't know if this time around, synthesizing the plant deck will be an accident. As endless black ons gushed out like fountains, the entire room was plunged into extreme darkness. It didn't take long for the black aura to dissipate. Chun Yu's hand had a few more brand new 2-star cards, of which pole vaulting was 2 identical 2-star cards. Name, Jar Thrower Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction. Projector Car Zombie used to be a teenager who loves basketball, but as time goes by, he no longer loves basketball as he used to, and he started to pursue the ultimate coolness. For this reason, he replaced all the basketballs in his car with cans. As long as he hits the enemy, he will turn the enemy into cans, and a random zombie will appear after he cracks the cans. Name, Iron Barrels and Iron Gates Hot Chili Pepper Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction. As a member of the plant zombies, the strength of the hot pepper zombie has been controversial. Some people think that the hot pepper zombie dish stingy. Some people think that the hot pepper zombie strength is superb. A stiff can take out a row of enemies. And the source of the controversy is that he is extremely unstable explosion time. He sometimes just came out of the explosion, and sometimes to the death of the explosion cannot be. In order to eliminate the controversy of other people on their own, the hot pepper. In order to eliminate other people's controversy about himself, the hot pepper zombie conducts special training on himself and buys the defense gear to protect himself. When the Iron Barrel and Iron Door hot pepper zombie will directly explode when he walks out of the 4 frames. Name, Crazy Tombstone. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction. Many people think that the tombstone is just an item without spirituality, but they don't know that the tombstone also has its own consciousness. When the tombstone saw with its own eyes that the zombies it had summoned were mercilessly killed, it was completely furious, and it gave up its own ability to summon zombies and instead changed to be able to produce 100 tombstones worth of value each time. And it didn't want to see zombies die anymore. Name, Pole Vaulting Zombie Who Loves Fitness. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction. Pole vaulting zombie feels inferior because of his own lack of strength, so he started to make a strong effort to work out. After 2.5 years of exercise at home, he returned from his studies, and now he can easily jump over any enemy and turn the enemy into a tombstone, no matter who the enemy is. Name, Tusks and Big Mouth Flower. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction. Once the Big Mouth Flower was a no-nonsense one-punch Superman. When it swallowed an enemy it would fall into a long digestion time. At this time whoever it was could kill it. But now it's different. Now it has grown fangs and a strong acidic stomach. Swallowing an enemy it only takes 3 seconds to digest it. And it's a well-deserved plant powerhouse. Name, Instant Potato Thunder. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction. The Potato Thunder used to take a long time to explode out of the ground, but many times it was eaten by the enemy before it was able to do so. In order to prevent itself from dying in such a sorry state, the Potato Thunder forced itself to use hormones, which allowed it to achieve the effect of exploding out of the ground in a second after it had been planted. But the price of the Potato Thunder was also changed to 50 sunshine. Looking at the 7 cards in his hand, Chun Yu was somewhat surprised. I didn't realize the quality of the 2-star decks synthesized this time around was so high. Both the Jar Thrower Zombies and the Crazy Tombstones are great. The Barrels and Iron Gates Fiery Chili Zombies and the Fitness-Loving Pole Vaulting Zombies are also moderately strong. Mainly, the Firecracker Pepper Zombie solves the problem of his own instability, which makes him much more useful, and the Barrels and Iron Gates make him less vulnerable and can protect himself well until he explodes on his own. As for Big Mouth Flower and Potato Thunder there was nothing to say. Proper enhancements. But Chun Yu couldn't use these 2 cards so he wasn't much excited. Aside from the plant deck and the 2-2-star pole vaulting zombie decks, Chun Yu incorporated the other zombie decks into the zombie icon. He then put 2 more pole vaulting zombie decks into the synthesis page. Today, he's about to have his own 3-star deck. You have to know that 3-star cards are different from 1-star cards that are so bad. 3-star cards are a priceless existence. With the entry of the 2-2-star cards, the zombie icon actually did not emit that familiar black aura, but instead imparted a black and white turbid aura. Right at this moment, a beam of light rushed into Chun Yu's brow, and a huge stream of information suddenly appeared in Chun Yu's mind. Even the zombie iconography underwent an unknown change, began to tremble violently, as if it would explode at any time. Hiss. After a long time, Chen Yu covered his swollen temples with a very twisted expression, half hideous and half ecstatic, but it wasn't his fault. It was the fact that the information had brought him untold benefits. I didn't realize that the synthesis page had a hidden feature where you had to synthesize the first 3-star deck to unlock it. Right at this moment, the synthesis page suddenly stopped trembling, and the 3-star card about pole vaulting zombies landed in Chen Yu's palm. Name, Champion Pole Vaulting Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Introduction, Pole Vaulting Zombie has participated in many competitions, which has made his strength and fame soar. And the result of fame is the transformation of strength. Nowadays pole vaulting zombie can easily jump over any enemy and turn them into tombstones. And the pole in his hand can allow him to perform continuous pole vaulting, which is the champion's backbone. With the champion pole vaulting zombie deck, the synthesis page on the zombie icon has completely changed. Chen Yu was able to clearly perceive that the synthesis page could now synthesize not only 2 identical cards, but also different cards. But synthesizing 2 different decks has the potential to ruin cards, and even if you synthesize them, there's an uncertainty that can't be compared to synthesizing 2 identical decks. But no matter what, it gave Chen Yu one more choice. He can't use it, but he can't live without it. He should know that this is the one that can make plant decks and zombie decks merge with each other. Of course, this is not without limitations. 1-star cards can only be fused with 1-star cards with each other. 2-star cards can only be fused with 2-star cards with each other. And so on. Chen Yu, who had an itchy hand, immediately pulled out a normal zombie deck, a companion zombie deck, a dolphin rider zombie deck, and a diving zombie deck. These were irrelevant cards in his hand, just in time to experiment with the new feature to see if it worked or not. As the normal zombie deck fuses with the companion zombie deck, and the dolphin rider zombie deck fuses with the diving zombie deck, 2 distinct glows light up, then quickly dim. Name, Quinquin Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Quinquin Zombie is the twin brother of the zombie with pants. When Quinquin Zombie and zombie with pants are present at the same time will trigger the bond of a real man. Quinquin Zombie will get the characteristics of the King of Dance Zombie, and summon Susan Zombie in the 4 directions of its own. Susan Zombie's attributes are the same as the ordinary zombies. Name, Dolphin Diving Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Dolphin Night Zombie and Diving Zombie are born from an accident. Dolphin Diving Zombie inherits the characteristics of Dolphin Night Zombie and Diving Zombie. When Dolphin Diving Zombie enters the game, it will dive into the water with a dolphin. When Dolphin Diving Zombie dives into the water, it will be immune to all the attacks except Ash. When there is the first enemy appearing, Dolphin Diving Zombie will float out of the water and cross over the enemy, and the enemy who has crossed over will drown directly. When the first enemy appears, the Dolphin Diving Zombie will rise to the surface and cross over the enemy, and the enemy crossed over will directly drown. Oh, Chen Yu's eyes lit up, not realizing that the 2 cards synthesized at random were actually both very good. Although the Quinquin Zombie looks more chicken, but he is entertaining and that Susan Zombie is really too messed up. Do not know also thought that the zombie icon is a small black. As for the Dolphin Diving Zombie, it goes without saying that you definitely wouldn't take him if you were on land with no water. But if the boss tier randomized the marine environment, then he would be the key to turning the tide of battle. After incorporating the 2 cards into the zombie illustration, Chen Yu put away the zombie illustration and quickly walked out of the room. Seeing that it was only 5 o'clock when Chen Yu stepped out of his room, Su Binglan, who was sitting on the sofa watching proper television, poked her head out with some curiosity. Sister Lan, what are you looking at? Seeing Su Binglan tilting her head like a giraffe, Chen Yu said with some amusement as he sat on the sofa where she was lying. I'm not curious. You thought you would not come out until the night. Now the competition for the national list is fierce, and all the transmigrants can view the national list, which is much more liberalized compared to the previous 3 lists' viewing conditions. Su Binglan retracted her neck somewhat indifferently, perhaps thinking of something fun. Her jade leg lightly lifted and spun a beautiful half circle in the air, then landed on Chen Yu's thigh. Sister Lan, I'm not a kid anymore. I'll easily wipe the floor with you. Chen Yu looked at the big white legs across his thighs a little helpless. When he was a child, Su Binglan often molested him. Recently there was a period of time to stop. Did not think that now started again. Rub what gun? What's going on with the fire? You won't have that kind of bad thoughts about your sister me, will you? It's not okay to be like this. Su Binglan laughed evilly and rubbed her legs against Chen Yu's chest, and also said to Chen Yu in an extremely seductive tone, Sister Lan, you. Chen Yu looked at Su Binglan for a few moments, and ultimately gave up his intention of lecturing Su Binglan. It couldn't be helped. Who let Su Binglan have a bigger fist than him right now? And he, as a common silver-level transmigrator, naturally could only suffer in humiliation. Oh yeah, I just went to the trading black market and saw a couple pretty good zombie decks. That should help you out a bit. right? Su Binglan quickly lost interest after teasing Chenyu for a while and realizing that Chenyu did not fall for it. She took out the zombie deck from the item bar that she had purposely run to the trading black market to replace and handed it to Chenyu, which she had exchanged for the precious deck that Su Qian had given her. And together they had exchanged it for 2 2-star decks and 5 1-star decks. What's with all this? Chenyu looked at the cards Su Binglan took out with some confusion. Although he knew that Su Binglan would definitely buy him cards after that night, he didn't expect Su Binglan to actually buy so many. Those 2 2-star decks are okay. As for the 5 1-star decks, they are all attached. These decks aren't expensive anyway, so just keep them. Su Binglan smiled and said, Chenyu just wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but he didn't expect Su Binglan to directly clamp Chenyu's head with a scissor leg to prevent him from speaking. Take what's given to you. If you don't take it, you don't have me as a sister. I'll break off my sibling relationship with you tomorrow and never see each other again. Su Binglan grumbled under her breath as she recapitulated what Chenyu had said to her that night. Coupled with Su Binglan smothering Chenyu's face, this caused Chenyu's face to slowly begin to redden. But he was now a silver-level powerhouse, and if he hadn't been deprived of oxygen for a few hours, he wouldn't have died. This also led to Chenyu having a hard time yet being unable to express himself, and could only wait for Su Binglan to finish talking to herself. Okay, do you have any comments? Su Binglan saw that the boredom was almost over before she let go of Chenyu's face and opened her mouth to ask. Ha 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 ha. Chenyu breathed heavily without saying anything. This feeling of not being able to breathe all the time was really hard to bear, but whether this was a punishment or a reward was not really easy to define. Chenyu gasped for a while, and in the end, he could only agree due to Su Binglan's lewdness. Seeing Chenyu put the cards into the item bar, Su Binglan's eyes then changed from danger to satisfaction. Chenyu just wanted to wipe his feet and slip away. He just got up and suddenly remembered something, and immediately took out all of his plant decks from the item bar and handed them to Su Binglan. Oh yeah, Sister Lan, I have a few plant decks in my hand that I need you to sell for me, so if you have any that look good you can just take them. There are 7 cards in total, namely Twin Sunflowers, Corn Pitcher, Potato Thunder, Tombstone Devourer, Sunshine Mushroom, Instant Potato Thunder, and Fang's Big Mouth Flower. What's the deal with these 2 2-star cards? Su Binglan raised her eyebrows with some curiosity. With your current tier, you can't explode a 2-star grade card, right? Chenyu laughed. With my current tier I really can't explode a 2-star deck. This is one I synthesized myself. My talent has mutated. Not only can I synthesize decks, but plant decks and zombie decks as well. Plant decks are also possible? Su Binglan cocked her head in some surprise. Isn't your talent zombie illustration? Why can you also synthesize plant decks? I don't know. Chenyu shrugged. Seeing that Chenyu didn't want to say anything, Su Binglan didn't continue to ask, but she had already thought of a way to make money for Chenyu in her mind. Little feather. What is the success rate of your talent to synthesize cards? How many materials and cards do you need? I'll help you plan and sort out a way to make money. Su Binglan said seriously. Chenyu thought for a moment and replied. There are 2 ways to synthesize my talent, and naturally, they have different success rates. The first synthesis pathway is the fusion of 3 cards that are identical and in the same camp. This is a 100% success rate, absolutely no card destruction, and the synthesized cards are absolutely usable. There will be no waste cards. The second synthesis path is to fuse 3 cards with each other. This synthesis path does not have the requirement of the same camp and the same cards, but the synthesized cards have uncertainty and there will be the possibility of destroying the cards. If I had to choose, I would definitely go with the first synthesis route, but if I don't have enough cards in my hand and desperately need them, I might gamble with the second synthesis route, just in case a good card comes along. The cards that Chenyu had told Su Binglan about appeared to still be 3 cards. It wasn't that he didn't trust Su Binglan. It was mainly because he needed to get stronger faster, so collecting an extra deck was essential. Hearing Chenyu's words, Su Binglan pondered for a moment before speaking. Little you, your talent is very impressive. It would not be too much to say that you are the #1 card combiner throughout the ages. At least I haven't heard of any card combiner who can guarantee that they won't destroy their cards at this point in time. With your current level and talent, your card combining fee can be around $10 million. And it's advertised to the public that the first synthesis route requires 4 cards in order to work, while the second synthesis route only requires 3 cards. It just so happens that I know quite a few transmutators who need to combine cards. If you need it, I can help you contact them. As long as you make a name for yourself in the card combining world, in the future there will be a lot of people who will come to your door begging for you to combine cards. After saying that, Su Binglan seemed to have thought of something and continued. By the way, it's better for you to keep these plant decks for yourself. Especially the 1-star decks. These are the best synthesized materials. As for these 2 2-star plant decks, you can take them out and sell them. And in the meantime, publicize them for you. Without waiting for Chen Yu to refuse, Su Binglan stuffed all of the one-star cards into Chen Yu's pocket, and then ran to the entrance hall in a hurry to change her shoes and leave. Chen Yu was stunned as he looked at Su Binglan's departing back. He had merely mentioned it, but as a result, Su Binglan was even more attached to it than he was himself, and ran out directly. It is now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yu lying on the sofa to rest for a while, wait until 6 o'clock and then ran to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles to eat on the return to the battle platform again. Bronze Potential Ranking Dragon State Ranking 1. Yachiyo passed 4 levels and 1 wave, see details. 2. Chen Yu passed 4 levels and 0 waves, see details. 3. Wang Sun passed 3 levels and 5 waves, see details. 4. Shen Sancher passed 3 levels and 3 waves, see details. 5. Qiu Qin Qin passed 3 levels and 3 waves, see details. Ha! What kind of god is this Chen Yu? I haven't seen his name in the morning, but it turned out to be the second place when I took a look in the evening. Yao Qianqiu stood at the entrance of the homestead with his hands on his knees gasping for air, his eyes full of gravity. He had started rushing the list since the opening of the national ranking and had suppressed his rank, which had allowed him to leap to number 1 on the national ranking. I didn't expect that it was only less than a day before someone threatened his position. If this Chen Yu continues to push the layers with such a fierce momentum, he is afraid that his first throne will not be able to keep it. No, I can't just sit around and wait. Yao Qianqiu gritted his teeth. Originally he was thinking that if he pulled away from the others he would lie down on the bed and rest for a while. It seemed that he couldn't rest now. Thinking of this, Yao Qianqiu immediately started the next wave, and then planted the Sunshine Planter in the third frame of the middle. Cards like Sunshine Flower Pot are mass-produced cards, one of the cards that can be redeemed by official personnel, and can be exchanged for cards with points just by becoming a member of the Protectorate. After planting the Sunshine Planter, Yu Chiaki immediately planted the Sunshine Dual Launcher on the planter. The Sunshine Dual Launcher is a hybrid plant. It has 2 heads. The back head is a sunflower and the front head is a dual launcher, and it sells for only 25 sunshine more than a regular dual launcher. So the price/performance ratio pulls it straight out of the bag. The first wave wasn't very strong before. He used ash plants to clear the zombies while planting plants with sustainable output. Now he planted a row of cold cactus and Sunshine Dual Launcher on each of his first 2 paths. The third row he is also going to plant Sunshine Dual Launchers, and then consider defense plants or gain-shaped plants like torch stumps when the third row is full of Sunshine Dual Launchers. Of course, with his family background, an ordinary torch stump would definitely not be good enough for him, and only a 2-star variant torch stump would be good enough for him, like his fused 2-star torch stump, for example, which is both gainful and aggressive, making it a great card in 2-star plants. Name, Torch Stump Boxer. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, the torch stump without any aggression is the mascot of the plant world. Pitcher plants and defense plants look down on the torch stump, thinking that the torch stump has no use and is the loose end of the plant world, rotten to the core, and only the shooters know clearly how useful the torch stump is. In order not to be looked down upon, the torch stump secretly learns to box, and when an enemy appears in the 2 squares in front of it, it will use its own flaming fists to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. When an enemy appears within 2 squares in front of it, it will use its flaming fists to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Hot shit. Who's thinking about me? Chen Yu, who had just returned to the sparring platform, sneezed for no apparent reason, knowing that at his current rank he had long since stopped catching colds, let alone sneezing. Now that he was sneezing, someone must have been saying something about him. Chen Yu carefully thought about it, could not think, so then stopped thinking about it. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 90 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. The zombies are 3 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Blind Box Zombie, Angry Reader Zombie, Dead Zombie, Benevolent Dancing King Zombie, Crazy Tombstone, Broken Tombstone, Champion Pole Vaulting Zombie. Chen Yu brought 2 tombstones in a row, directly replacing the Backpack Kid Zombie and the Throwing Clown Zombie. It's not that Backpack Kid Zombie and Throwing Clown Zombie aren't strong. It's mainly that they don't have much of an outing if they're brought, so they might as well give way to Crazy Tombstone and Champion Pole Vault Zombie. The first wave of zombies is coming. As the skull icon appears in the lower left corner of the panel, a zombie in a bathing suit comes from a short distance away. The zombie in the lead was strong and had a shark in his hand, which looked extraordinarily intimidating. Seeing that the ground actually appeared like the water ripple fluctuation that would only occur when stepping on a lake when these zombies walked over, this made Chen Yu a bit puzzled. Chen Yu, who noticed the unusual, immediately squinted his eyes, and the information of this group of zombies instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Swimming Zombie. Rank, Silver 7-star. Introduction, it used to be a person who loved swimming, and was infected into a zombie due to unknown reasons. although its sanity has been lax, but it used to love swimming will deepen the muscle memory, which makes it want to swim all the time. And the swimming zombie will turn into a swimming pool for a short period of time where it goes. And when the swimming zombie dies half a minute after the restoration, zombies enter the swimming pool to fight, each attribute is halved. The swimming zombie and the zombies enter the pool to fight and their attributes are halved, while swimming zombies in the pool increase their attributes by half. Name, Swimming Coach Zombie. Rank, Silver 8 star. Introduction, he used to be a person who loves to teach others how to swim, but for unknown reasons he became a zombie and retained some of his sanity, which made him stand out among the zombies and gained more power. His mouth shark can make him move faster and turn everywhere he goes into a swimming pool for a short period of time, and when he encounters the first enemy, the mount shark will deal a fatal blow to him, 1800 damage, and then die himself. After encountering the first enemy, the mounted shark will deal a fatal blow to them, 1800 damage, and then die itself. When the swimming coach zombie appears on the battlefield, it will increase the attack speed of the two paths of swimming zombies on the left and right sides. What? Chenyu froze for a moment as he watched the introductions of the swimming zombie and the swimming instructor zombie, not realizing that the zombies on the 18th floor were actually so powerful. To know that the ice car zombies are only a short time to leave the ice road, the result is that they are good. Directly a short time to change the land into a swimming pool. Which fucking who can top? And swimming zombies have so much gain from fighting in pools, plus the fact that zombies will also apply a weakening aura when they enter a pool to fight, which makes it a bit harder to fight. You know, a swimming zombie is a roadblock zombie, and if you factor in gain reduction and night bonuses, a swimming zombie is afraid it could be a hardcore original rugby zombie. Just as Chenyu froze, the 10 swimming zombies that had taken the lead had already entered the home. The moment they stepped into the land of their homeland, the 10 swimming walkers stopped at the same time, and then took a leap forward in a graceful pose. Just as they were about to fall on their asses, the land suddenly turned into a swimming pool, and the 10 swimming walkers managed to enter the water, then swam towards the front in a swimming position. Seeing this, Chenyu immediately placed a crazy tombstone in the middle. There's not much point in breaking tombstones in this kind of bureau now. Even if the barrel zombies come out to face the swimming zombies, it's a bit of a challenge. All he could do now was to summon enough tombstones and death zombies using madness as soon as possible, and then turn the tide of battle with the benevolent dancing king zombie. However, the good thing was that the speed at which the crazy tombstones produced tombstone values seemed to be even more powerful than the broken tombstones, and in the time of 3 minutes before and after, Chenyu had already placed 5 crazy tombstones and summoned 2 death zombies. There were now a total of 17 tombstones on the field, and Chenyu still had 100 tombstone values in his hand. Instead of continuing to place crazy tombstones, Chenyu once again summoned a death zombie. As the dead zombies kept going, 6 more regular tombstones arrived. Don't look at the ordinary tombstone as not much use, can only summon ordinary zombies, and also can only produce 25 tombstone value, but can't afford to have a large amount of it. As time went on, the 5 rows counting from the very back to the front were filled with headstones. Tombstone value plus 25. Tombstone value plus 25. Tombstone value plus 100. From time to time, a wisp of black gas floated across Chenyu's panel, which meant that the tombstone value had arrived, and the swimming walkers were almost halfway to the halfway point, with the fastest 1-2 frames short of reaching the tombstone at the top. Chenyu looked at this scene and decisively summoned the benevolent dancing king zombie on the second path. It's worth noting that of the 10 swimming walkers, there were 2 on the first path, 1 on the second, 4 on the third, 2 on the fourth, and only 1 on the fifth. Since the fifth path was a one-sided path, Chenyu did not hesitate to summon the benevolent dancing king zombie on the second path. With the appearance of the benevolent dancing king zombie, Chenyu immediately went up to talk to him. After realizing Chenyu's purpose, the benevolent dancing king zombie immediately nodded his head in agreement and conveyed Chenyu's order to the accompanying dancing zombies as fast as possible. While the accompanying zombies were charging forward at top speed, Chenyu was not idle, but summoned the champion pole vaulting zombie at the forefront of the middle road, where the tombstone was. The current him is not bad, he has plenty of tombstone value, plus the champion pole vaulting zombie is his first 3-star card. Chenyu naturally wants to see how strong the champion pole vaulting zombie is. With a movement coming from the tombstone, only a muscular male sports student holding a pole appeared in front of Chenyu. If it wasn't for that familiar getup, Chenyu wouldn't have recognized the muscular strong man in front of him as a pole vaulting zombie. Hello, master. Noticing Chenyu's line of sight beside him, the champion pole vaulting zombie held up the champion's crown on top of her head and revealed a charming smile towards Chenyu. Hello, champion pole vault, I want you to solve the enemy in front of you. Can you do it with your strength? Chenyu asked with a smile. Sure, watch me. The champion pole vaulting zombie nodded, then with a scowl, raised the pole in his hand over his shoulder. then quickly charged towards the foremost swimming zombie. Click to enter. Ho ho ho! The swimming zombies in front immediately raised their heads and roared when they saw that the champion pole vaulting zombies were actually charging towards them without knowing what to do. What are you yelling about? The champion pole vaulting zombie appeared in front of the swimming zombie with great speed followed by a hard swing. As the champion pole vaulting zombie rose into the air, the swimming zombie could only watch as he flew over his head. Just as the swimming zombie was about to continue its roaring fury, it suddenly realized that its vocal cords were out of control. No matter how much it struggled, the champion pole vaulting zombie who had jumped over the swimming zombie didn't pay any attention to the swimming zombie that was gradually turning into a tombstone, but aimed at the second swimming zombie to start jumping again. In the blink of an eye, though, the champion pole vaulting zombie had completed 4 consecutive jumps. As his champion pole vaulting zombie landed again, he had arrived at the door of the homestead. Master, the third way is solved. The champion pole vaulting zombie twisted his head and waved his hand towards Chunyu before walking out of his homeworld to be teleported away. After there was no threat from the third way, Chunyu looked for a recliner to lay down at the door with a relaxed face. Because of Chunyu's order, the first and second routes of accompanying zombies arrived in front of the swimming zombies at the fastest speed. The swimming zombie's strength was quite terrifying, and the accompanying zombie had only just gotten close enough to it to be dragged into the water and torn into pieces of flesh, not even leaving a whole body behind. As for the ordinary zombies summoned by ordinary tombstones, not to mention the most common cannon fodder players in the zombie world, there are hardly a few zombies that can't beat ordinary zombies, except for those ordinary zombies on the first level. With the 3 backing zombies dead one after the other, the benevolent Dance King zombie immediately began a full tombstone summoning. Only a shocking sound came from the tombstones all over the field, followed by countless zombies crawling out from the tombstones. Brother, have you forgotten your dream? Didn't forget. Only to hear the benevolent Dancing King zombies sing a familiar song as one sled car rushes from the homestead toward the swimming zombies. What Shinyu didn't expect was that sled cars appeared on all 5 roads. However, the first and fourth routes are armed sled zombie squads, and the second and fifth routes are regular sled zombie squads. On top of that, the first path also features duck rider zombies and umbrella barrel zombies as well as red-eye giant zombies, so you could call it a zombie all-star. As for the second path, they're all more common zombies, such as barricade zombies, balloon zombies in barrels and iron gates and nut walls zombies. What Shinyu is most looking forward to is the epileptic miner zombie on the 4th road and the fire-breathing iron gate zombie on the 5th road. Knowing that these 2 zombies have appeared for the first time since he synthesized them and since epileptic miner zombies are capable of attacking enemies underground, and swimming walkers have the trait of turning the land into a swimming pool for a short period of time, it's not clear whose rules would be better between the 2. Pang! With a loud clang of a hammer hitting the ground, the first wayward swimmer walker died under the pole of the red-eyed giant. Perhaps it was because the red-eyed giant had overexerted himself. The pole smashed into the swimming pool, splashing huge waves of water. Both the zombies behind him and the zombies on the second path were splashed. So painful. But don't take a little nut for a nut, asshole. Iron barrel iron door nut wall zombie let out a hideous hiss. No matter how the swimming zombie attacks on him, he does not dodge and do not flash, but to trade wounds for wounds to forcefully attack the swimming zombie. It is important to know that in plant zombies, nut wall zombies and high nut zombies are among the stronger defense zombies, whereas the high nut zombie has been called the confessional warlord by others since his debut. He, Little Nut, has no name, and now he's about to fight the first battle of his reputation with the swimming zombie. Gollum Gollum. At that moment, a sound similar to digging came from the ground. Click. Suddenly, there was a metallic clash in the middle of the 4th path, and the epileptic miner zombie and swimming walker stopped in unison, and continued to emit a crunching gnawing sound. After about half a minute, the swimming pool created by the swimming walkers was gone, and the swimming walkers were even longer dead, and the epileptic miner zombie, who is the victor, moves on, looking for his next target. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie on the 5th path also came with the movement, only to see the fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie standing not far from the swimming zombie using a flame attack. The swimming zombie that was originally as powerful as a mad dash forward was as if it had been knocked unconscious, and its entire body froze in place. Shenyu keenly noticed that the swimming zombie's body was trembling, indicating that it could act now, only that the fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie didn't know what method it had used to make it forcefully stop. In a matter of 10 seconds before and after, the swimming zombie turned into ashes, and the pool water of the swimming pool it left behind slowly baked dry under the baking of the fire-breathing Iron Gate zombies. Ho 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 ho! Seeing all of his trainees dead, the swimming instructor Walker immediately charged forward with all of his men. It's worth noting that in addition to the swim instructor Walker, there are a total of 20 other swim walkers in. However, This swimming coach zombie is not good in the head, and chooses to enter the field before Chen Yu's zombies are gone. If it was half as smart as the zombie queen, it would have a better chance of winning than it does now if it just waited in place for a few minutes until the zombies were all gone before entering the field. But sadly, there are no ifs in this world. It's sad that the swimming instructor zombie's stupidity directly buried itself and its trainees, and it didn't even survive the zombies' onslaught for more than 3 minutes. The evening passed in a flash. Chen Yu had fought from the 18th floor to the 19th floor and had gotten through the 19th floor as fast as he could. And getting the zombie deck also surprised Chen Yu. I didn't expect the 18th and 19th layers, only 2 layers actually gave 5 cards. This burst rate is also no one. Even excluding the 2 cards that must be given on the 18th and 19th floors, there are still 3 cards, which is definitely a proper emperor if you say it out. Of course, Chen Yu can get these cards or his own strength. After all, he has now been targeted by the zombie queen. Out of the monsters are the top of the line and the largest number. If you do not give a little something good, it really cannot be justified. 2 of the cards are new types of zombie cards that Chen Yu has never seen. At least not the original Plants vs. Zombies that he played, as well as the various revisions. With Chen Yu's gaze slightly fixed, information about the 2 different decks appeared before his eyes. Name, Dice Zombie. Grade, 1 star. Introduction, is a very mysterious existence of zombies. It is said that 1,000 zombies inside only 1 zombie may have heard of the legend of the Dice Zombie. This guy, every time he appears on the scene, will be a dice throw. When there is a point of 1, will directly escape. When there is a point of 2, will be summoned to a clown zombie. When there is a point of 3, will be nothing. When there is a point of 4, will be randomly caused by a lightning strike to one of the enemy, damage 1800. When a 5 occurs, it will summon a dice zombie again. When a 6 occurs, it triggers the 6/6 luck trait, which increases the luck value of all friendly targets and boosts each attribute by half. Name, Caveman Zombie. Grade, 1 star. Introduction, this is a strange guy. He always likes to talk to himself alone, and very unaccustomed to the busy city life. He prefers to live in the mountains of their own clean days. His biggest feature is to hold a sharp axe, for any defense of the enemy to cause 100% real damage. Is the nemesis of countless wearing defense of the enemy? In addition to these 2 cards, the remaining 3 cards are normal zombies, roadblock zombies and barrel zombies, belonging to the first 3 zombies. However, what Chen Yu did not expect is that this dice zombie is actually so strong, and each point has a different role. In addition to the point number 1 and point number 3, other than the point number, are quite good, especially the point number 6, is simply 2/6. As for the savage zombie, he also has strength, although his strength is not as strong as the dice zombie, but he is better than stable awe. Dice zombies can't roll the dice all the way to 6, but caveman zombies can do 100% real damage. Not to mention, just the fact that he can cut barrel zombies as normal zombies is enough to prove his value for money. And Iron Gate zombies, rugby zombies, and all these are also afraid of savage zombies. After all, 100% true damage is not a joke. After beating the 19th floor, Chen Yu lay down on his bed and huffed and puffed. By the time he woke up again, it was 9 o'clock the next morning. Yawn. Chen Yu yawned and lifted his head to rub his sleepy eyes, then opened the door of his room to the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. Just as Chen Yu finished brushing his teeth and washing his face to prepare for breakfast, he didn't realize that there were already 2 steaming bowls of noodles on the table. Chen Yu fixed his eyes to see, did not expect that usually sleep until natural wake-up Su Binglan actually got up early. This shock level is no less than the sun beating out of the west. What are you looking at? Come and sit down. Noticing Chen Yu's doubly surprised gaze, Su Binglan rolled her eyes and hooked her hand towards Chen Yu, a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk crossing her legs. Sister Lan, why are you up so early today? Chen Yu pulled out a chair and sat across from Su Binglan and asked curiously, what do you mean by getting up so early? I didn't sleep at all. I was busy from afternoon to now yesterday for your matter. Finally I managed to get it done before noon. Su Binglan lightly opened her vermilion lips, a deep fatigue flashed in her eyes. Chen Yu cried and laughed as he scratched the back of his head and said, yesterday, I wanted to call out to you, but I didn't expect you to run so fast, and I couldn't see anyone in a puff of smoke. What? Are you blaming your sister? Su Binglan smiled skinlessly and reached out her hand to tug at the corner of Chen Yu's mouth. If it wasn't for the sake of getting Chen Yu's cardhopper's qualification certificate done earlier, would she have to be so busy? Chen Yu shook his head somewhat helplessly. No, I am thinking that Sister Lan, you are too attached to my affairs. I don't think it's necessary to be like this. You don't have to sacrifice your sleep time for me. After all, the mainstay of your push is the God's Void, which is also known as spiritual power. Your matter is my matter. Since it's my matter, then with my character, I must get it done for him in the first place. Don't look at me as lazy on weekdays, but I do things with thunder and lightning, Su Binglan said with a serious look. After saying that, Su Binglan took out the card combiner's qualification certificate that she had done for Chunyu from her pocket and placed it on the table. This is an officially recognized card combiner's qualification certificate, and although it's possible to combine cards for others without it, there's always a risk. But as long as you have this card combiner's license, those risks will also cease to exist. After all, the hearts and minds of this world are unpredictable. If a card combiner destroys a card after combining it for someone else, some people get unbalanced and even blame the card combiner for it. This matter, even if it goes to the side of the guard bureau, is also each beaten 50 times. After all, one without a license to merge cards, one greedy for small advantages, looking for this kind of unlicensed and cheap and card masters, it is deserved to be ruined. But if you have a card combiner's credentials, then the escort bureau is definitely on your side when this situation arises. After all, destroying cards is unavoidable, and I haven't seen anyone other than you who guarantees that they won't destroy cards. Su Binglan smiled and explained to Chunyu the importance of the cardhopper's license. Sister Lan, you're not just going to get me this some kind of license all night, are you? Chunyu frowned slightly. With Su Binglan's position in the guard bureau, it was not easy for her to do this card combiner qualification certificate. Was it necessary to engage in a night? How can that be? The card combiner qualification is just incidental. I was there last night to help you publicize and pave the way as well as sell cards. Although the cards weren't sold, but I've exchanged 2 relatively good zombie decks for you. Not to mention your current level. Even a gold level zombie profession transmuter would be useful. Su Binglan said as she took the 2 2-star zombie decks she had replaced out of the item bar. As soon as the card appeared, Chunyu immediately used the zombie illustration to see the specific information of the card. Name, Beekeeping Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction: this guy is the odd man out in the zombie world. A good zombie actually learns beekeeping. When he comes out he will build a beehive in the same place. And then every time he walks out of a frame he will summon 7 bees, which will attack all the enemies within the 3x3 range of the beekeeping zombie. When the beekeeping zombie dies he summons 14 bees and respawns them in the hive. And when the beekeeping zombie is respawned, the beehive will be out of commission. The bees damage is 1 point and the blood is 1 point. Bee damage is normal zombie damage. Blood is 1 point. Melt in your mouth. Name, Tetsuwa Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction: the loss of professional rugby zombie once fell into the trough of life. He once imagined that he stood on the field of scenery unlimited appearance, but did not expect the reality to give him a stick in the head. And now he has lost the protection of their own rugby clothing and helmets, but also the loss of the favorite girl, and no longer return to the field of play. The opportunity to think of these heartbreaking past. Rugby zombie will use his head to hit the wall. When the zombie enters the field, the zombie will charge forward until he hits an enemy and stops. The damage of the impact is 1800. The enemy below or equal to the damage will be directly killed. Sis, is this the zombie deck you chose for me? Chunyu asked as he looked at the deck in Su Binglan's hand with a surprised expression. What's wrong? The deck doesn't work? Su Binglan frowned slightly. This was a zombie deck that she had handpicked. Could it still not enter Chunyu's eyes? It's not that it doesn't work, it's that it works too well. I didn't realize there were actually such strong zombies. Can this kind of card really be swapped with those 2 cards I have? Chunyu people are dumbfounded to know that although his 2 cards are the degree of can be used, but if the 2 cards with these 2 cards to exchange is obviously blood money. Su Binglan nodded. Those 2 plant decks of yours are indeed inferior compared to these 2 zombie decks, but I promised that man to give him a free chance to combine the cards. He has 2 requirements. The first is that he will give you 4 plant decks to fuse, and if you have a situation where you destroy the cards or can't use them, you will have to compensate him for the 4 plant decks. Secondly, he's pressed for time and must have the cards fused to him by today, and he'll come to his door to return them if they're past today's expiration date. After saying that, Su Binglan looked at the contemplative expression on Chunyu's face and opened his mouth to ask, how is it? Can you synthesize it today? If you can't do it, I'll contact him now to return the cards. It can be done. Lan, give me the deck. Chunyu nodded his head in agreement, then extended his hand towards Su Binglan to ask for the cards. Here. Su Binglan placed the 4 watermelon thrower decks on the table from the item bar. Good. Chunyu picked up the cards and was ready to head towards the room, but as a result, he was grabbed by Su Binglan's arm before he could even get up. Noticing the uncomprehending look in Chunyu's eyes, Su Binglan smiled and pointed to the steaming noodles in front of him and said, finish the noodles first and then go. There is no rush for a while. Upon hearing this, Chunyu finished the noodles in 3 tries, knowing that he had a huge appetite and could finish a mere bowl of noodles in 3 minutes. Back in his room, Chunyu immediately summoned the zombie illustration. As the zombie illustration flipped to the final synthesis page, Chunyu instantly threw in the 4 watermelon thrower cards. The cards that come out of the zombie illustration fusion do work, but there is a division between barely functional and super standard monsters. Just like the jar pitcher zombies and iron barrels and iron gates voodoo zombies, the former is the main output that can be useful no matter what environment you put it in, while the latter is a one-for-one daredevil. And the difference in value between the two is so great that it's not comparable at all. Buzz. In a minute or so, though, the zombie icon emitted two very different lights. The left side of these rays favors red and the right side favors blue. As the two cards appeared in Chen Yu's hand, Chen Yu immediately checked the information of both of them to: name, Flaming Watermelon Pitcher. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction: as the big brother of the pitcher family, the watermelon pitcher can be said to be out of the limelight. Its watermelon damage is equivalent to 4 Ps, and comes with splash damage. Up and down the two ways of the enemy will also be attacked, and the watermelon pitcher accidentally got the power of the flame, and now it can throw flaming watermelons. 2 flaming watermelons will be able to solve a normal zombie, and it also has the probability of one-time projection of 4 flaming watermelons, and it is also possible to throw 4 flaming watermelons, and it is also possible to throw 4 flaming watermelons. It also has the probability of projecting 4 flaming watermelons at once, which further solidifies his identity as a big brother. Name, Ice Watermelon Thrower. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction: Ice Watermelon Thrower is the twin brother of Ice Watermelon Thrower. They were born with the power of freezing unattainable by others. Compared to the younger brother of Ice Watermelon Thrower launched Ice Watermelon, Ice Watermelon Thrower launched Ice Watermelon damage to be slightly higher, and the probability of Ice Watermelon Thrower freezes the whole field. All the enemies mandatory freezing for 2 seconds. It is a deservedly uncrowned king of the Ice series. Ha! A chilled watermelon pitcher? Chen Yu knew about the Flame Watermelon Thrower because this guy had appeared in other revisions, but it was the first time that Chen Yu knew that there was such a plant as the Cold Watermelon Thrower. It is important to realize that there is only a one-word difference between a chilled watermelon pitcher and an iced watermelon pitcher, but there is a huge difference between the two. The first is the difference in damage between the two, with the chilling watermelon thrower being able to deal with enemies faster. An ice watermelon has the probability of freezing the entire field, which is something ice watermelon pitchers can't compete with. Don't look at the probability of freezing the whole field is not high, and the freeze is only for 2 seconds, but these 2 seconds means that higher damage can be dealt, and also means a glimmer of hope of turning the game around. Chen Yu looked at the flame watermelon deck and the cold watermelon deck in his hand, and in the end, he chose to hand over the flame watermelon deck. To be fair, the strength of the ice watermelon is not on par with the strength of the flame watermelon. The effects of freezing the entire field for 2 seconds and projecting 4 flaming watermelons at once were both very good, but if Chen Yu was given the choice, Chen Yu would definitely choose the flaming watermelons. After all, flame watermelon's main focus is violent output, with all kinds of damage poured into the enemy. If the enemy's stand is dense, the flaming watermelon thrower can even utilize the splash damage of 4 flaming watermelons, thus achieving a second kill. It was logical that Chen Yu should have handed over the cold watermelon thrower to Su Binglan instead of handing over the stronger flame watermelon, but from Su Binglan's words Chen Yu could hear that this person who made the deal was so powerful that he could even return the card at the door without any effort. Since this was the case, Chen Yu naturally couldn't possibly miss out on this big customer, and handing over the flaming watermelon wouldn't be anything. The main thing was that the appearance of the ice watermelon thrower was similar to the ice watermelon thrower, and both were 2-star cards. So Chen Yu was afraid that his opponent would mistake the ice watermelon thrower for the ice watermelon thrower, and then this would be a bit funny. After clearing his thoughts, Chen Yu immediately placed the cold watermelon thrower's card into the item bar. As for the flaming watermelon pitcher deck, he took it in his hand and brought it to the living room. Well, as soon as Chen Yu came out, Su Binglan, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately cast an inquiring gaze. Not bad. Chen Yu smiled and nodded as he quickly walked over to Su Binglan to hand her the flame watermelon thrower's deck and spelled out the characteristics of the flame watermelon. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Su Binglan did not have any doubts. She immediately took the cards in Chen Yu's hands and stood up to put on her shoes to go out and leave. Seeing Su Binglan's distant back, Chen Yu closed the door that was not closed tightly for her and then walked back to his room. Poking and prodding, Chen Yu had just arrived at the matchmaking platform, but he saw that the homeland had changed. Drops of rain fell from the sky, snapping onto the darkened ground, and it didn't take long for puddles of varying sizes to form. Stormy environment? Chen Yu curiously raised his head to look at the sky, but he didn't expect that there were actually hailstones mixed in with the torrential rain. It was fortunate that he had stood under the eaves of the homestead's entrance to begin with, or else he would have been dazed by the hailstones by now, if not a drowning chicken. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 90 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chen Yu nodded and directly chose to start now. The zombies are 3 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Crazy Tombstone, Blind Box Zombie, Angry Reader Zombie, Jar Thrower Zombie, Reaper Zombie, Benevolent Dancing King Zombie, Champion Pole Vaulting Zombie. Chunyu thought about it and decided to bring the same lineup as before, but he replaced the broken tombstones with Jar Thrower Zombies. Broken tombstones don't do much for him anymore, and since he now has a better flat replacement option, it's only natural to bring crazy tombstones. After all, he wasn't short of barrel zombies summoned by broken tombstones. He was more short of tombstone values produced by crazy tombstones. The first wave of zombies is coming. As Chenyu chose his card slot, all sorts of distracting hissing sounds came from outside the homestead. However, Chenyu is now also considered to be a long time in the battlefield. The face of this kind of sound has long been accustomed to and immune, but the emergence of the type of zombies is staggering Chenyu. Name, Kung Fu Zombie. Level, Silver 9 stars. Introduction, once a boxer who fought underground black boxing, living a life of blood licking at the tip of a knife every day. Since it turned into a zombie, it has gained stronger power. Perhaps it is its willpower and strong body that makes it stand out from thousands of zombies. This zombie's attack form is a two-fisted impact on the enemy, and the enemy attacked has the probability of having the effects of dizziness, unconsciousness, broken bones, and collapsing to the ground. In the state of paralysis, it can't move for 3 seconds. Unable to move for 3 seconds in the paralyzed state. Waking up after 10 seconds in the comatose state. 50% drop in each attribute in the broken bone state. And can't get up until 2.5 seconds after falling to the ground state. Name, Evil Sunflower Zombie. Level, Silver 9 stars. Introduction, Rare Plant Zombie. Its appearance originated from an accident. Mutant sunflower savage growth into the body of the dying zombie, but did not expect the two triggered a symbiotic relationship. The sunflower with their own plundered nutrients for the recovery of the corpse of this zombie, and the sunflower's own consciousness has therefore replaced the zombie's consciousness. The top of the head has also turned into a sunflower. The zombie's attack form for the Vine's Whipped. This zombie's attack form is Vine Whip, which can attack enemies 3 squares in front of it. Name, Thunderbolt Zombie. Level, Silver 9 stars. Introduction, the zombie accidentally appeared in the thunderstorm. This guy from a normal zombie into the attention of the Thunder and Lightning Law King. It is the same as ordinary zombies into the field. The attack mode for the Thunder and Lightning attack. When its blood is lower than 50% triggered the Berserk state. It will be summoned to the sky of the power of the Thunder to infuse their own and get more powerful. The scope of the attack from the first 3 frames to the center of their own 3x3 range. The attack range has been changed from the first 3 squares to a 3x3 range centered on itself. Name, Dark Summoner Zombie. Rank, Silver 10 stars. Introduction, a long history of Darkness Summoner. Once lived for thousands of years, but did not expect to be infected by the zombie virus into zombies, although the zombie virus erosion of its body, so that it forgot a lot of the past, but it vaguely remembered that he was once the most skillful darkness summoning. Darkness summoning can be summoned to all kinds of people, unexpected things. I didn't expect that 4 types of zombies that had never appeared before had actually appeared on the 20th floor, and looking at their introductions they all seemed to be very powerful, especially the 4th one's Dark Summoner Zombie. This guy's level was a full 10 stars of silver, the highest leveled zombie in the entire field. Moreover, there was only 1 Dark Summoner Zombie in the whole field, and the other 3 zombies had 20 each. So who the hell could stand it? Based on past experience, it's likely that half of each of these different walkers will be the vanguard. If Chenyu won the fight, then he would move on to the next stage. If Chenyu didn't hold his home, then there would be no after that. Just as Chenyu watched all of this with a grim expression on his face, he didn't expect 20 kung fu zombies to walk into the home with heavy steps. The other zombies stood outside the homestead and stopped in their tracks, and the Dark Summoner Zombie at the head of the group stood there cackling with a look of amusement on his face. Seeing this scene, Chenyu had some wicked chills. This Dark Summoner Zombie had a classic granny outfit, with all of her teeth falling out except for a gold-rimmed tooth in the upper right corner, and an extraordinarily oozy smile. Ho 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 ho! The Kung Fu walkers made quick work of getting into the homestead. 3 of them went into the first way, 2 into the second, 5 into the third, 4 into the second, and a poor one into the 5th. Seeing this, Chenyu immediately placed a crazy tombstone in the middle. With time, the Kung Fu walkers had traveled a third of the way. As for Chenyu's side, there were already 5 crazy tombstones and 12 ordinary tombstones, and after the number of tombstones piled up, the tombstone values came faster and faster. After ignoring the normal zombies that rushed up to get killed, Chenyu immediately summoned a benevolent dancing king zombie on the second road and put a blind box zombie in the middle road to scout the road. As soon as the benevolent dancing king zombie came out, Chenyu immediately informed of his plan. Upon hearing this, the benevolent dancing king zombie immediately nodded his head in agreement, and then commanded his little brother, the companion dancing zombie, to go over and deliver his life. along with the blind box zombies and the dancing zombies that accompany the kung fu zombies. Ho ho ho! The kung fu zombie hissed, then swung a hard punch, and the blind box on top of the zombie's head was blown right off, while the accompanying zombie was left with a broken arm and in a state of paralysis. A mere nobody. Watch me destroy it with one blow. The 500 blood white-eyed giant that randomly came out roared out in anger, only to see him forcefully lifting up the utility pole to raise it above his head and swing it down. Seeing that the pole was about to hit Kung Fu Zombie's body, he saw that Kung Fu Zombie quickly threw out punches and actually threw out 3 consecutive punches in such a short period of time, directly giving the white-eyed giant a comatose state and a broken bone state. The white-eyed giant stared blankly at the Kung Fu Zombie in front of him, unable to move no matter how hard he tried, and he was unable to speak. All he could do was watch as the Kung Fu Zombie beat the dancing zombie to death with his fists, followed by a barrage of punches at him, in the blink of an eye. However, 2 more scars had appeared on the white-eyed giant's body. Before the white-eyed giant could regain its mobility, the Kung Fu Zombie punched the top of the white-eyed giant's head again, directly knocking the white-eyed giant's eyes black, and eventually collapsing on the ground in a long sleep. Is the trigger frequency this high? Chen Yu's face sank as he looked at the smug Kung Fu Zombie. He didn't expect the Kung Fu Zombies that were the vanguard to be so strong. Not only could this guy continuously throw punches in a short period of time, but the frequency of triggering negative status effects was also so high that even the white-eyed giant had fallen into its hands. Of course, this doesn't mean that Kung Fu Zombies can defeat white-eyed giants. The one that just fell was just a randomized 500 blood white-eyed giant that came out of the blind box zombie. It wasn't a white-eyed giant in its heyday, but it was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Ho ho ho! The Kung Fu Zombie killed God and Buddha along the way, and after taking out 3 more companion zombies in a row, it noticed movement coming from all the tombstones ahead of it. 3 blind box zombies and a white-eyed giant zombie appear in the first of these, an ace football zombie and 2 barricade zombies in the second, and balloon zombies, barrels and iron gates and nut walls zombies, and angry newspaper reading zombies in the third. As for the 4th and 5th paths, needless to say, the 5th path out of a frozen ice car zombie, he alone is enough to take out all the enemies in the 4th and 5th paths. Kung Fu zombies such as the short-handed guys to take the ice car zombie did not have half a way. Ho ho ho! Seeing that a guy who was old, weak and still holding a newspaper was walking slowly in front of him, the Kung Fu Zombie at the top of the third road got angry. It had already killed several ungrateful zombies, and had thought that Chen Yu on the opposite side had sent a zombie that was evenly matched with it to fight against it, but it hadn't expected to come with an even weaker elderly zombie? What's all the hollering about? Can't you see I'm reading the paper? The angry newspaper reading zombie's brow furrowed slightly. He'd just seen the good part when he was interrupted by the naive Kung Fu Zombie in front of him. Who the hell could stand that? Ho 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 ho! Kung Fu Zombie saw his provocation played a role, immediately roared more vigorously. Not only the middle finger and twisted over the body toward the second master patted his thigh. The second master immediately laughed when he saw this scene. He directly ripped the newspaper in his hand, and then rushed towards the Kung Fu Zombie at a very fast speed. Ho 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 ho! The Kung Fu Zombie didn't expect the guy it regarded as old and weak to be able to run so fast. But Kung Fu Zombie's surprise only lasted for a moment. So what if you're fast? You're still an old man who's half in the ground. And I'm a boxer who fights in the black box. And I'm going to lose to you? Right after the Kung Fu Zombie swung a punch with confidence, it heard the sound of bones breaking. Ho ho ho! The Kung Fu Zombie thought it was its punch that broke the second master's bones, but it didn't realize that when it raised its head it saw that there was no hand left on its arm. How you meow ball! The second master slapped the Kung Fu Zombie's face, and then his right and left hands worked together, beating the Kung Fu Zombie without the power to fight back, and eventually his head was slapped to the ground by the second master. The next Kung Fu Zombies of the fourth road were hard to escape, but they were indeed much stronger than the previous zombies, and actually almost made the second master all folded in their hands. Chen Yu was watching the second master to 112 blood rushed out of the home, but if that last Kung Fu Zombie 2 more punches, the second master will have to kneel. With the most numerous third road falling, it was only a matter of time before the rest of the Kung Fu walkers died. The Dark Summoner Zombie also realized this, but it didn't have any worries and instead cast a strange look towards Chen Yu. What do you mean? Chen Yu looked at the intense excitement in the eyes of the Dark Summoner Zombie, somewhat puzzled. Can it be that this Dark Summoner Walker is an undercover agent on the side of the zombies? How else could it explain that it was still excited to see its men die, and was even expecting Chen Yu to kill more? Chen Yu thought for half a day and couldn't figure out what this Dark Summoner Zombie meant, so he could only give up. But this Dark Summoner Walker was actually an old guy who had lived for thousands of years, and actually knew tactics. Chen Yu had thought of letting the zombies go slower, waiting for the Dark Summoner Zombies to let the other zombies enter the field before going up to fight a wave. But he didn't realize that the Dark Summoner zombies had been indifferent and waited until Chen Yu's zombies were all out of the field before letting the evil sunflower zombies enter the field. Of course, Chen Yu is the initiative to let the zombies out of the zombies. Benevolence Dance King Zombie, if you have been delaying time can be delayed for a long time. But the Dark Summoner zombies do not allow zombies to enter the Then he dragged the time will seem meaningless. Simply let Benevolence Dance King Zombie to go out at the fastest speed. After the evil sunflower zombies entered, Chen Yu immediately summoned the Benevolent Dancing King Zombie once again. The regular zombie who just emerged from the tombstone and the accompanying zombie charged forward together and ran straight into the evil sunflower zombie. Snap! Before the ordinary zombie and the accompanying dancing zombie could get close, a vine suddenly appeared in the hands of the evil sunflower zombie and directly smacked on the bodies of the two. Hiss! Ouch! Ordinary zombies and accompanying zombies were pumped stiff in place. The whole person with a drug like non-stop trembling. See, Chen Yu froze. Snap! There was another loud bang, and the ordinary zombies and the accompanying zombies were directly smoked off their heads. It was only after 3 seconds that the headless bodies of the ordinary zombies and the accompanying dancing zombies slowly fell to their knees and then collapsed with a thud. To be fair, the evil sunflower walker was inferior to the kung fu walker in all attributes, but it has one point that kung fu walkers are definitely not as good at, and that's long hands. If the hordes of evil sunflower zombies and freezing ice wagon zombies met, the freezing ice wagon zombies wouldn't really be able to hold the evil sunflower zombies steady. Okay, back to business. The attributes of the evil sunflower zombie were not as good as the kung fu zombie, and although it had the advantage of having long hands, it simply did not have any chance of winning against the lineup that had already been formed on Chen Yu's side. After the evil sunflower zombie was all but wiped out, Chen Yu keenly noticed that the corners of the Dark Summoner zombie's mouth actually grinned up to the base of its ears, which looked extremely frightening. Go where you belong. The Dark Summoner walker straightened his somewhat hunched body slightly, then turned to look at the lightning walkers who were leaping to their feet and said, "Ho ho ho!" The lightning walkers nodded obediently in agreement, then entered the homeworld with slight excitement, realizing that this is a storm environment and with some hail. Isn't this a delivery of precincts? It was important to realize that rainwater could conduct electricity, and they lightning walkers could use lightning to destroy tombstones and attack zombies even from this far away. After the entrance of the Thunderbolt zombie, Chen Yu immediately summoned the Benevolent Dancing King Zombie. If this lightning zombies didn't have special abilities, then they would only be able to drink under the zombies summoned by the Benevolent Heart Dancing King Zombie. Just as Chen Yu was letting the accompanying zombies charge forward as they had done in the past, all 20 Thunderbolt zombies actually entered the third path in the very center. Ho ho ho! The Dark Summoner walker hissed up to the sky. Upon hearing this raspy voice, the lightning zombies trembled. As if they had heard some command, they actually attacked each other with red eyes. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu frowned slightly. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. The roar of the Dark Summoner zombies just now and the abnormal behavior of the Thunderbolt zombies must be related. Just as Chen Yu was puzzled, he suddenly thought of the fact that the Thunderbolt walker would trigger a berserk state after its blood level fell below 50% and get even more powerful thunder power. Could it be that the Dark Summoner walker's plot was on this? Just what was the purpose of them doing this? Even if the Thunder Walker went into a berserk state, he could only hit the enemies above and below him as well as behind him. His total range of attack didn't change. The more he thought about it, the more confused Chen Yu was at a loss. He knew that there must be a reason why these lightning zombies were doing this, but he couldn't guess what that reason was at all. Suddenly, a muffled thunderclap sounded in the sky, only to see that the thunder zombie at the very front was infused with thunder itself, its entire body rising up in the air, holding 2 thunderbolts in the palms of its hands. And from afar it looked as if the god of thunder had descended into the world. Immediately after a muffled thunder streaked across the sky, countless lightning zombies were infused with the power of thunder, turning into oppressive lightning pharaohs. The next thing that made Chen Yu unexpected happened, only to see these lightning zombies that had entered a berserk state begin to thunder into the air. For a time, the entire homestead was illuminated by electricity, but Chen Yu still didn't understand what the intention of these lightning zombies was. Were they doing this just to act cool and handsome in front of him? Suddenly, Chen Yu's afterglow caused him to notice that the blood level of the compassionate Dancing King zombie was continuously decreasing, and had even broken a hand. The companion zombies on the other side who rushed to the Thunderbolt zombies were forced to move forward because they couldn't attack the Thunderbolt zombies that were in the sky. In an instant, Chen Yu understood what the Thunderbolt zombies' intentions were in attacking each other, but he still couldn't figure it out a bit. Obviously the Thunder zombies could attack with the power of thunder, so why would they need to do more than that? Was it just to avoid the accompanying zombies who were giving their lives away? Chen Yu stood under the eaves and meditated. As for the benevolent Dancing King zombie is hopeless. From the moment the group of Thunderbolt zombies crossed over the companion dance zombies to attack the benevolent Dance King zombies, Chunyu knew that the benevolent Dance King zombies would surely die. Although the companion zombie can inherit the throne of the benevolent Dancing King zombie, the companion zombie that inherits the throne cannot summon the zombie that lies dormant in the tombstone. If this group of lightning zombies still didn't attack the companion zombies like they had just done, then the companion zombies wouldn't be of any use even if they inherited the throne. Sure enough, Chunyu had just thought this when he saw that the Thunderbolt zombies ignored the accompanying dancing zombies that had inherited the throne and chose to move on instead. Originally, Chunyu was thinking of waiting to see what would happen, but he didn't expect the lightning zombies to actually start attacking the tombstones through the air. The common tombstones in front of them creaked as they were hit, and the one at the top of the middle road had a hand crawling out of it already, only to be unable to maintain the summoning because the tombstone was shattered. The main thing was that these lightning zombies were now as much as 3 meters away from the ground, and the zombies he brought with him couldn't even touch those guys. Was he just going to watch the lightning walkers fly into his house? Chenyu's face sank as his heart sank to the bottom. Seeing that the lightning zombies were getting closer and closer, Chunyu gritted his teeth and finally chose to let go of the fight between sitting and waiting for death and letting go of the fight. He could accept defeat and death, but he couldn't accept being as impassive as a coward when he was going to die. Bang! 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 As a dull landing sound rang out, the 5 jar pitcher zombies descended from the sky with Chenyu's last hope. Summoning 5 jar thrower zombies had used up all of Chenyu's tombstone values, and if the jar thrower zombies couldn't work, then there was really nothing he could do. Guys, is there a way to hit those guys? Chenyu looked at the back of the jar thrower zombie and opened his mouth to ask. Yes. The jar throwing zombie in the center turned back to Chenyu and cast an affirmative look at him. But it can be a bit tricky if your opponent is in the air. The jar throwing zombie of the second road was hunched over, the constant flickering of electricity in front of him reflecting backward on his back. Will it win? Chenyu took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. It's going to win. The canister throwing zombie on the fourth road flashed a confident smile. As the canister throwing zombies aimed at the lightning walkers in the sky, a single canister flew out of the basket on the right side of the thrower at breakneck speed. Pang! With the precise hit of the canister, the thunderbolt zombie that had just been so powerful directly turned into a canister and fell to the ground. Perhaps because it landed too hard, the jar simply shattered open, and an ordinary zombie stepped out of it. Ho ho ho! The enraged lightning zombies punched the regular zombie's dog's head off, then maneuvered their lightning to strike at the jar-throwing zombie not far away. But the jar pitcher zombie is, after all, a 2-star zombie. The amount of blood is here. The lightning zombies cannot kill the jar pitcher zombie in a short period of time even if they set fire to one. And every time the canister projector zombies projected a canister, the lightning walkers would be reduced by 1. And the firepower was naturally decreasing gradually. Seeing the lightning zombies turn into canisters one after another and fall to the ground, Chenyu suddenly sighed in relief. It was a good thing that the time for him to make a decision was still early. Only the first 5 ordinary tombstones had been destroyed. If he had let the lightning walkers clean up all of his tombstones before making a decision, then he would have suffered a great deal of damage. Not to say that he would be directly wasted. Over time, the lightning zombies were all turned into canisters, which then fell to the ground and turned into friendly random zombies. This thrilling battle is always won. Just as Chenyu raised his head to observe the Dark Summoner zombie's expression, he saw the Dark Summoner zombie reveal a bizarre and creepy smile towards him. The Dark Summoner walker then took a step out into the middle of the homestead without waiting for the zombies to leave the homestead. Mimsy mimsy, burlap trash. If you don't mimsy then I'll pick up the trash. The Dark Summoner necromancer casually summoned a wand and thrust it into the ground, then began chanting a stream of obscure incantations. After dropping the canisters, the stone thrower zombie was just about to leave the homestead but saw the Dark Summoner zombie blocking his way and instantly drove and ran over it. Just as the jar thrower zombie was about to run over the Dark Summoner walker, he saw the Dark Summoner throw a tattered black cloth from his pocket. Only the black cloth floated with the wind and turned into a ground spike on the land in front of the jar thrower zombie. Crunch! Pang! The jar pitcher zombie was caught off guard and ran right into a ground spike, exploding as the pitcher's tire was punctured. Stand up! The Dark Summoner zombie raised his hands up, and the originally dead Kung Fu zombies, evil sunflower zombies, and thunderbolt zombies all appeared from where they had been at the time of their deaths. Ha! What the fuck is this? Chenyu's expression was stunned, looking at this scene with disbelief. This dark summoning technique could actually summon dead zombies. This would be a bit over the top, right? Just as Chenyu frowned and prepared to do something, the dead zombies converged to form a ball of flesh. Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! The zombies, with their feet facing inward and their heads facing outward, looked like countless heads forming a meatball monster that looked hideous and frightening. Name, Flesh Mountain Zombie. Grade, Gold 1 star. Introduction: a meat mountain zombie composed of 60 different zombies, possessing all the abilities of the Kung Fu zombie, evil sunflower zombie, and thunderbolt zombie at the same time, and with a blood count of up to 30,000, but with an extremely slow movement speed, which allows it to devour other creatures to restore its energy and become stronger. 1 star in gold? Shenyu people were confused. The Dark Summoner zombies were only silver 10 stars. How come the stitching monster was even higher than the summoner's level? Right at this moment, the crazy tombstones on the first path and the ordinary tombstones on the second and fourth paths came moving at the same time, and 150 tombstone values arrived directly. Seeing the 150 tombstone values on the panel, Chen Yu's nervous heart was relieved. Only this Flesh Mountain zombie had the ability to attack from a distance. What zombie would he have to summon to be able to beat this guy? Chen Yu was a bit at a loss for words for a while. Is it okay to champion pole vaulting zombies? Is it okay to can a stone thrower zombie? Is it okay to be an angry newspaper reading zombie? Is it okay to be a benevolent dance king zombie? Is it okay to die a zombie? Or how about betting on dog luck with a blind box of zombies? Chen Yu's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't know which zombie to summon, but the mountain of flesh zombies not far away wouldn't give him time to think, only to see the Flesh Mountain zombie roar. An electrified vine burrowed out of the ground and lashed at the common gravestone. Touch! Only a loud bang was heard. The ordinary tombstone was broken into pieces. The dark stones scattered and splashed in all directions. And Chen Yu, who was standing under the eaves of the house, was almost smashed by the flying stones. Seeing that the attack range of the Meat Mountain zombie was actually so wide, Chen Yu suddenly remembered a zombie. That's right, Dr. Stiffy. Only Dr. Stiff King has full screen attack range. So if you can summon Dr. Stiff King, this one might have a shot. But he didn't even have a deck with Dr. Stiffy, and if he wanted to summon Dr. Stiffy there was only one way to do it, and that was to gamble his luck with Blind Box Zombie. But can Dr. Stiffy really be randomized out by a Blind Box Zombie as he wishes? Chen Yu helplessly sighed. He now has no other way. Even if he does not use the Blind Box Zombie, gambling is still a chronic death. The tombstones on the field had now been destroyed by 3 of the Flesh Mountain walkers, and if they continue to sit around like this, the field was afraid that all the tombstones would be emptied. However, Chen Yu noticed that after the Flesh Mountain zombie smashed the 3 tombstones, its vines retracted and screamed a lot less. It looked as if it was cooling down. Thinking of this, Chen Yu's heart instantly lit up with the fire of hope. Even Dr. Stiff King has a time limit when he wants to spit balls or smash cars, so why should this stitched-up Flesh Mountain walker be able to attack indefinitely? This was clearly unreasonable. So the Meat Hill walker's vines shrunk past what felt like a cooldown, and for the next while, the Meat Hill walker could no longer use its vine attacks. Humph! The corner of Chen Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Then he summoned 3 blind box zombies in the middle of the road. He's going to gamble with fate that he can randomize zombies that can turn the tide of battle. If he wins the bet, he lives. If he lost the bet, it would be completely hopeless. Ho 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 ho! Seeing 3 blind box zombies ahead of him coming towards him, the Flesh Mountain zombie let out an unpleasant hissing sound, only to see a thunder force converge above the head of the Flesh Mountain zombie, and then pour down towards the blind box zombie. Boom! The 3 blind box zombies advanced next to each other, and faced with a small group attack. The 3 blind box zombies immediately led the box. As a puff of smoke appeared, Chen Yu's heart was in his throat. Whether or not you can randomize the zombies that turn the tide of battle depends on this wave. Soon the smoke cleared. The first thing that strikes you is the umbrella barrel zombie, most notably his green leaves. The second one to appear is the 2-star backstab balloon zombie, and the third one is Dr. Stiffy King with 500 blood. Chen Yu was agitated. He really did not expect that he could really summon Dr. Stiff King out at this critical moment. Yo, I didn't realize you were all out, but what a pity. The current you is too weak, not as strong as 1,000th of what you were back then. The Dark Summoner Deathstroke looked at the Stiff King mech that came into view and smiled contemptuously. Ho 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 ho. It picked up its wand and aimed it at the Flesh Mountain walker with a few roars, and a purple energy erupted from the wand, directly into the Flesh Mountain walker's body. The plump size of the Flesh Mountain zombie grew larger at a rate visible to the naked eye, and Dr. Stiffy King began placing regular zombies on the ground. For these cannon fodder that could provide nourishment, the Meat Mountain zombies naturally came to the rescue and sent all of them into their bellies. Seeing that the backstabbing balloon zombie was about to fly onto the Flesh Mountain zombie and start nibbling on it, the vines that lurked in the ground immediately broke through the ground to burst the balloon zombie's balloon. When the balloon zombie's balloon is burst, he has lost his ability to fight and can only be reduced to a Meat Mountain zombie's sustenance. Just then, Dr. Stiff King maneuvered his mech down to prepare to spit the ball. Seeing this scene, The Dark Summoner Zombie immediately manipulated the Flesh Mountain Zombie to gather the energy of his entire body to use the power of thunder to blast Dr. Stiff King. Pang! Only a bang was heard as the Stiff King mecha exploded in place, and Dr. Stiff King, who was regarded as Chen Yu's hope, died on the spot. The Flesh Mountain Zombies also became shriveled after using the power of thunder, and even the vines they manipulated became much thinner. Seeing that the vines had extended their claws towards the Umbrella Iron Barrel Zombie, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask himself in his mind, is it possible to lose? Haha! The sound of bungee jumping zombies falling from the sky. Only 4 ropes of different thicknesses were seen going down in sequence. The first thing that appears is the never-before-seen red-eyed Yeti zombie, only to see the red-eyed Yeti zombie just appeared to rush to the front of the Meat Mountain zombie at a very fast speed to crazily gnaw and bite. Chen Yu seems to see the shadow of the second master in his body, but the red-eyed snowman zombie is still inferior compared to the second master. However, in a single glance, the red-eyed snowman zombie was cut off at the waist, and was then devoured by a mountain of flesh zombies. The funniest thing was that just after the Meat Mountain zombie had finished digesting the red-eyed snowman zombie, the regular zombie fell from the sky into the Meat Mountain zombie's mouth, forcing the Meat Mountain zombie to swallow for 2 more seconds. I will strike and break those who violate my lord's borders. Just then, a huge figure descended from the sky, slashing forward with an iron machete. Drink! The white-eyed giant wearing iron blood armor slashed through the body of the Flesh Mountain zombie, directly separating the 5 or 6 zombies from the main body of the Flesh Mountain zombie. Under Chen Yu's viewpoint, the blood level of the Meat Mountain zombie directly dropped by 1/10, while the lives of the 5 or 6 zombies that were separated were cleared. Ho 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 ho! The Flesh Mountain zombie hissed angrily, only to see a vine appear behind the iron-blooded white-eyed giant firmly binding the iron-blooded white-eyed giant's waist. The moment he was bound, Chen Yu saw that the durability of the iron blood armor was plummeting while the status of the Flesh Mountain zombie was picking up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Drink! Breaking the enemy and wielding the sword. Right now, the iron-blooded white-eyed giant roared, and the vines that bound him were directly broken free, followed by a single slash using the iron-blooded machete to settle the matter. Seeing that the iron-blood white-eyed giant zombie broke through the restraints, the Flesh Mountain zombie immediately gathered the power of thunder to deliver a thunderous strike against the iron-blood white-eyed giant. The iron-blooded white-eyed giant raised his sword to block, but he didn't expect that the iron-blooded machete in his hand was easily turned into pieces, and the iron-blooded armor on his body was also wildly dropping its durability under the lightning strike. Seeing that the iron-blooded white-eyed giant zombie was incapable of fighting again, Chen Yu's heart was in his throat again. Just then, a scruffy uncle holding a shovel landed from the sky behind the iron-blooded white-eyed giant zombie. Noticing the difference coming from behind him, the iron-blooded white-eyed giant zombie subconsciously looked back and didn't expect to actually see the shovel escalator zombie. It is important to realize that the shovel in the hands of the shovel escalator zombie can shovel out any enemy, but only if he can get close to them. Shovel. This weapon is a typical high attack low defense. High attack high can kill the enemy in seconds. Low defense low as the shovel take 2 times to rot. The moment he saw the shovel escalator zombie, the iron-blooded white-eyed giant immediately shouldered the lightning strike and continued forward. He knew that only the shovel escalator zombie could turn the tide of the battle now, and he had to let the shovel escalator zombie walk unharmed to the Flesh Mountain walkers. Ho ho ho! Just then, the Flesh Mountain zombie roared several times in a row. The thunder power above its head disappeared, and its originally huge body shrank by a circle. As the Flesh Mountain zombie drained its energy, another new vine burrowed out of the ground and charged towards the shovel escalator zombie. Seeing this, the iron-blooded white-eyed giant immediately grabbed the arm of the shovel escalator zombie and threw it forward, and then blocked the attack of the vines with his own body. As the shovel escalator zombie came to the Flesh Mountain walker, the Flesh Mountain walker screamed in terror as if it had seen some horrible monster. But now at this distance, how could the Flesh Mountain zombie dodge the shovel? Click! With a crisp ringing sound, the Flesh Mountain walker disappeared in place as if it had never existed, and the vines it had summoned disappeared with it. Good. Very good. I didn't expect this situation to make you flip, but this is just the beginning. I'll accompany you to play slowly in the future. The Dark Summoner zombie looked at Chen Yu and clapped his hands before exiting the homestead with a backward step. Breaking the rules again? Seeing that the Dark Summoner zombie actually ignored the rules and directly escaped, Chen Yu's brows furrowed slightly. If it was just an ordinary zombie, it definitely didn't have the ability to break the rules. Unless this Dark Summoner zombie was the handiwork of the Zombie Queen, and only that Zombie Queen fellow had the ability to break the rules. Thinking of this, Chen Yu's newly calmed mood instantly became not so good again. But it's good to know that the Dark Summoner Walker also gave 2 cards after it was gone, and should have been ruled dead by the rules. And the Meat Mountain zombie also popped 2 decks when it died, and the 4 decks were the Barricade zombie deck, the High Nut zombie deck, the Stone Thrower Zombie deck, and the Red-Eyed Giant Zombie deck. Right at this moment, Chen Yu's mind resounded with the beeps of the matchmaking platform. Congratulations on passing the 20th floor, difficult. In light of your valor, you will be able to choose one of the following 6 cards. 1. Kid Zombie deck. 2. Nutwall Zombie deck. 3. Absentee Zombie deck. 4. Tombstone Swallowing Zombie deck. 5. Common Zombie deck. 6. Barrel Zombie deck. Hint, you blocked the third wave of attack from the Zombie Queen, but she won't let you go so easily. The next battle will be tougher than you imagined. The slightest carelessness may cost you your life. Are you ready for the blowback? Looking at the panel in front of him, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. He had the Kid Zombie deck, the Normal Zombie deck, and the Barrel Zombie deck in his hand, so he naturally prioritized these 3 zombie decks. Although the Nutwall Zombie, Miner Zombie and Tombstone Swallow Zombie are all very good, but Chen Yu has the opportunity to synthesize a 2-star certainly will not miss it, so these 3 zombie decks can be directly excluded. The Kid Zombies, Ordinary Zombies and Iron Barrel Zombies. Kid Zombies and Ordinary Zombies belong to the weaker zombies. If single combat, the 2 of them together is not the opponent of the Iron Barrel Zombies, but 2-star decks of Kid Zombies and regular zombies may work wonders, just like Random Zombies, Blind Box Zombies, and Backpack Kid Zombies. But the Barrel Zombies 2-star isn't bad either. The Umbrella Barrel Zombie can summon 3 to 5 random zombies, which is only stronger than the regular zombies and the Kid Zombies. Chen Yu didn't think much about it and directly chose the Iron Barrel Zombie deck. As the Iron Barrel Zombies card appeared in Chen Yu's item bar, the homestead also shifted at that moment, but in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the 21st floor. The current him already had a silver 10-star rank, and as long as he beat this 21st level he would be able to advance to the same gold rank as Su Binglan. The thought that after surpassing Su Binglan would tell him something, Chen Yu was instantly energized. However, these days Su Binglan wasn't standing still. While he, Chen Yu, was progressing, Su Binglan had also hit the 30th floor. As long as Su Binglan passed 2 more layers she could become a platinum-level powerhouse. Knowing that a lot of people who worked steadily for their entire lives only ended up reaching the platinum level the first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 95 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? No. Chen Yu shook his head and exited the sparring platform. As the figure appeared in the room, Chen Yu immediately summoned the zombie illustration. After placing the Barricade Zombie deck and the Barrel Zombie deck into the synthesis page, in just a minute's time, the 2 2-star cards appeared in his hands. Name, Barricade Dancer Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Barricade Zombie and Dancing King Zombie used to be a couple, and then 2 people because of an accident gave birth to the crystallization of love. But unfortunately the zombie world of love is doomed to be unable to be recognized, and ultimately the 2 people are still separated. Barricade Zombie alone with baby, Barricade Dancing King Zombie's blood and Barricade Zombie the same amount. In the case of death, Barricade Dancing King Zombie will be in the front and back of the left and right direction of the 4 directions of the summoning of a companion dancing zombies. Name, Tombstone Barrel Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, Iron Barrel Zombie variant zombies, with a zombie head and tombstone head. Tombstone Iron Barrel Zombie blood and Iron Barrel Zombie the same. When the Tombstone Iron Barrel Zombie appeared in the field every 15 seconds in any one location to summon a random tombstone, summoned tombstones must be the zombie illustrated in the possession of the zombie. The Tombstone Iron Barrel Zombie death will be carried out after the whole field will be summoned. Summon zombies plus tombstone value. Summon zombies to the tombstone is basic, not randomly summoned. Yo, kind of fun. Ha! Seeing the introduction of the Tombstone Iron Barrel Zombie, Chen Yu immediately became interested. You know what he's missing right now is zombies that can get a lineup up quickly. And you didn't think this would be sent straight to him? I have to say that this Tombstone Barrel Zombie's characteristics are a little bit of a lie. When on the field randomly summon tombstones, and died can also be a full field summoning, and still summoning zombies and tombstones value kind of thing. If there were a dozen tombstones here, wouldn't that create a perpetual motion machine? As long as the Tombstone Barrel Zombies die to summon zombies in tombstone value, and then use the tombstone value to summon Tombstone Barrel Zombies, you can just fill the entire homestead with tombstones. Chen Yu was really surprised that he had actually synthesized this kind of heaven-defying card by casually synthesizing it. With this Tombstone Iron Bucket Zombie, he is still afraid of no tombstone value. He took the tombstone value as toilet paper to wipe his ass or small meaning. Chen Yu thought like this, and in his hands, he had already incorporated the Barricade Dancing King Zombie deck and the Tombstone Iron Barrel Zombie deck into the Zombie Atlas. After playing the 20th floor, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yu just walked out of the room to eat something to replenish his nutrition, but he didn't expect a red alarm to come from outside the house. Warning, warning, Li Rutu, the head of the Li family, has failed to promote to the platinum level, and platinum 1-star zombies are about to descend on the vicinity of the Star District of Jiangnan City. Please ask the nearby residents to hurry up and leave the Star District of Jiangnan City to escape. And the members of the nearby escort bureau are rushing to the Star District to clean up the zombies. So please don't worry about the residents. What? It's actually a red alert? Su Binglan, who was watching TV, looked stunned, and then jumped up from the sofa with a carp. Sister Lan, what do we do now? Upon hearing Su Binglan's alarmed cry, Chen Yu immediately ran to Su Binglan's side to inquire in a whisper. With your current strength, facing a platinum 1-star zombie is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. You should follow the masses to escape first, and then come back when we, the escort bureau, have solved the platinum level zombies, Su Binglan said on the spot. What about you, Sister Lan? You're only gold 9 stars now. Even if you overdraft and use your talent, it's still hard enough to solve these platinum level zombies. This is not a joke, Chen Yu said. It's okay, we'll take care of it at the escort bureau. Su Binglan confidently patted her chest. Although she couldn't solve these platinum level zombies, the escort bureau was full of strong people, and there were not a few platinum level strong people. And most importantly, their escort bureau still had a diamond level big brother in attendance. So unless they encountered a diamond level zombie, they basically didn't have to worry about it. Chen Yu was just about to say something, only to be interrupted by Su Binglan just as he opened his mouth. Don't stall any longer. If we wait until those walkers descend, I'm afraid it'll be hard to leave. Su Binglan immediately grabbed Chen Yu's arm and went out to the car downstairs and stuffed it into the co-pilot. And then he sat in the main driver's seat and rushed out with a kick of the gas. The two had just driven out of the neighborhood limits, but they didn't realize that the roads where they hadn't seen many cars in the past were crowded with cars. And even with law enforcement clearing the roads, it didn't do much good. Tramp! The front of the berth cannot go faster. Did not hear the red alarm went off. At this time blocking the front of the road. Are you trying to kill us all? That's right. What in the world is the front doing? If you do not go, turn around and go back. I will give you a road. If not, go back to hurry up and go. Do not delay everyone's time. I'm so damn sick. How can we have retards like you in the Star District, occupying a latrine? If the ones in front of us really don't want to go, get out of the way and let us go first. Your grandpa's grandma's grandpa. What's the dog barking at the back? You think I don't want to go? The car in front of me didn't go, how can I go? You have this ability to go even more in front of you to rush. Really funny. Honking and honking, who are you honking for? It's not like we're intentionally blocking here to keep you out. It's the ones further ahead that aren't going. What can we do here? You guys don't know how to think of something if you don't have a way? If you want to die, don't drag us with you. We rush you. Don't you know to rush the ones further ahead? Stupid things. With the passage of time, some short-tempered people have already cursed, and the people in front of them are not willing to show weakness and directly retaliate. A few people, you have a word and I have a word, and the noise is not open to discussion. I forgot this was going to happen. Let's turn around and go back. Su Binglan looked at this scene and held his forehead, then killed the steering wheel and returned to his parking space. There's no way out now. We're stuck here and can't get out. The road is full of cars and the roads are full of people. We can't even leave if we want to. We can only wait for support. Su Binglan said helplessly. She could still cooperate with each other to hunt platinum-level zombies when she stayed with the other gold-level powerhouses. But now that she couldn't get out of the neighborhood and couldn't meet up with the people from the guard bureau, that was definitely not a good idea to just go and fight platinum-level zombies on her own. The risk of doing so is high. The slightest carelessness may lead to death. If not necessary, resolutely do not fight alone with zombies of a higher level than yourself. Sister Lan, why don't we go to the sparring platform? Seeing Su Binglan's worried look, Chen Yu took the initiative to propose. Matchmaking platform? Su Binglan frowned slightly. Going to the matchmaking platform is a good suggestion. But after going to the matchmaking platform, we will lose contact with the outside world, and neither you nor I will be able to tell when the alert will end. At that time, if we happen to run into a platinum-level zombie when we come out, I'm afraid that we'll be pinched to death by a platinum-level zombie before we have time to react, and that would not be worth it. But generally speaking, once the red alert is out, the nearby transients will come over to help clean up the zombies, and they'll be out in about 2 days or so you can go and hide in the sparring platform first, Su Binglan said as she took out her key and opened the door to walk into the house. I'll go to the sparring platform to hide first? Chen Yu looked stunned. Sister Lan, you don't want to get tough with a platinum-level zombie, right? You just said to wait for support. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid to go over the level to fight hard with the platinum-level zombies. I'm just staying here to meet with the escort bureau inside and outside. If there is any danger, I'll be the first to go to the sparring platform. Su Binglan smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu frowned. I still don't think it's safe. It takes half a minute for us transmigrants to get to the sparring platform. If it's everyday life, half a minute will pass in the blink of an eye. But in the event of danger, that half a minute can be very deadly. But I'm the vice captain of the protectorate. My duty doesn't allow me to hide in the sparring platform and live. I'm going to clean up the zombies with my team. Su Binglan's attitude was very serious. The 5 teams she held in her hands were already on their way. If she, the vice captain, was a shrinking violet in this situation, would she still want to lead a team in the future? What are the ranks of your crew? Seeing that Su Binglan was so decisive and had no fear in the face of platinum-level zombies, Shen Yu was instantly curious. They are all gold level, although they are all just starting out in gold, but each team has their own talent to match. With their strength, even if they face a single platinum-level zombie, they will be able to handle it with ease, and even kill it, Su Binglan said with slight pride. But we don't know how many platinum-level zombies have come to the Star District from that Li family head's homeworld, and if the number is particularly high, then this isn't support, but coming over to get killed, Shen Yu said with a grave gaze. At ease, which is so much. He is at least the head of the Li family. Even if he didn't defend his home, he must have carried a large wave of zombie invasion, and in the end, he was just stolen by a few zombies. Su Binglan waved her hand without any concern. In the past, there were many such cases. It was obvious that they were about to fight, but as a result, the follow-up output couldn't keep up, and in the end, the head was eaten by the zombies. But the zombies that came out through the homesteads were only 5 or 6. Shen Yu just wanted to say something. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang from downstairs, followed closely by the hissing and heartbreaking wails of the zombies. Seeing this, Shen Yu and Su Binglan glanced at each other, both seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. The 2 men quickly went to the window to look down. Only a zombie covered in green liquid stood in front of the block of flats hissing frantically, while in its hands it grasped a young boy with a corroded cheek. And in front of this zombie, a middle-aged woman collapsed to the ground and cried out in pain, her expression turning from the initial horror to anger. Don't eat my baby. I told you not to eat my baby. Please, give me back my baby. Please, he's my baby. Rio, my Rio, you ugly zombie, don't you eat my baby. The middle-aged woman didn't know where to find a wooden stick to the zombie as an angry smash, but did not expect that the wooden stick not only did not cause any damage to the zombie, but instead let the wooden stick was corroded by the zombie's body of green liquid. Mommy help me. Ooh-hoo, I don't want to be eaten by monsters. Mommy, I'm in pain. My face hurts. The little boy cried out in pain as he covered his corroded face. The burning sensation continued to come from the green liquid on his face, which made the little boy almost faint from the pain. Please, don't hurt my child. I'll kowtow to you. The middle-aged woman saw that the wooden stick didn't work, and she couldn't think too much about it, so she directly kneeled in front of the zombie and kowtowed 3 times. Ho 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 ho. Looking at the desperate expression in the middle-aged woman's eyes, a flash of excitement flashed across the zombie's face. It ignored the middle-aged woman's pleas for mercy and even swallowed the little boy's head into its mouth in front of the middle-aged woman. Crunch! The zombie's mouth made a chewing sound, but in 3 seconds, the little boy who had just been struggling desperately had already turned into a headless corpse. My Ryoi! How did this happen? My Ryoi! Seeing her own child die in front of her, the middle-aged woman's expression was violently stunned. She looked at the headless body in the hands of the zombie with a stupefied expression. Her heart that was just on the verge of breaking was now in pieces, and the will to die in her heart outweighed the desire to live. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman laughed. Rio, Mommy's here to keep you company. She slammed straight into the walker in front of her, an image of herself and her child cuddling together in joy already in her mind. Ho ho ho! Seeing the middle-aged woman who was ready to die to make her point, a flash of impatience flashed in the zombie's eyes. It kicked the middle-aged woman directly 3 meters away, and then chewed on the little boy's corpse on its own, as if it was enjoying some delicious food. Feather, stay here and don't move. I'm going down to help. Su Binglan looked at this cruel scene and took a deep breath, then resolutely put on her shoes and went out to leave. Sister Lan, you're no match for that guy. Seeing Su Binglan being so impulsive, Shen Yu immediately chased after her and grabbed her arm. Name, Venom Zombie. Grade, Platinum 2-star. Introduction, Venom zombies are one of the zombie world's higher IQ species. They are best at playing with people's hearts, and very much enjoy the pleasure of this sadistic. They are covered with green venom. Not only can be used to attack the enemy, can also be used to protect themselves. The probability of being contaminated with venom into the paralyzed state of 50%, 70% reduction in the speed of action. He had just seen the information of this zombie through the Zombie Illustrated Guide, and he confirmed 100% that if Su Binglan went over to fight it one-on-one, the hope of winning was only 10%. Don't stop me. Didn't you see what happened down there? Su Binglan opened her mouth to question Shen Yu as she shook off his hand. Of course I know, but you're no match for it. You'll only get yourself killed if you go down there. I can't just watch you lose your life on impulse. Chen Yu directly picked Su Binglan up by the waist, then carried her back to the house and locked the door. But those were 2 fresh lives. It's our duty in the protectorate to protect our citizens, and if we all go into hiding at a time like this, who else can protect them? Su Binglan bit her red lips tightly. A trace of blood flowed out from the lower half of her lip, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent towards the zombies. If she couldn't even protect the people she was supposed to protect, then why had she become a member of the guard bureau in the first place? As long as you are still alive, you will be able to guard more people. If you were to lose your life because of impulsiveness, what should you use to guard others? Chen Yu asked rhetorically. He knew that Su Binglan was righteous, but justice without any sense was stupidity. Su Binglan raised her head just to refute Chen Yu's words, but when she saw Chen Yu's sincere eyes, she was suddenly speechless. Yeah, if she just ran downstairs and got herself killed for 2 unrelated people, what would happen to Chen Yu? Who should really be guarded? Knowing that the Qin family's eldest son was eyeing him, without her Su family's care, Chen Yu didn't even have the ability to resist, and could only hide in the sparring platform like a shrunken head turtle until he starved to death there. As soon as she thought of this, Su Binglan powerlessly collapsed on the sofa, and for the first time, she convinced herself of the justice in her heart. In the past she could have fought walkers for justice, but now that she had someone she really needed to guard, she couldn't be as capricious as she had been. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Chen Yu and Su Binglan did not speak, and the sound of water drops falling from the bathroom seemed particularly harsh. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a violent knock on the door outside the house. Hearing this voice, Chen Yu and Su Binglan subconsciously tensed their nerves and looked at the direction of the doorway in a tightly guarded manner, only to see a gurgling sound coming from the security door that was purchased for $2,000, followed by a small hole corroded in the middle of the door. Seeing this, Su Binglan immediately summoned steel-spiked vines to surround the direction of the doorway. Name, Steel Thorn Vine. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, a variant of the King of Thorns and the Vine. The Steel Thorn Vine combines the good genes of the King of Thorns and the Vine, giving the flexible vine incredible lethality and defense. The Steel Thorn Vine is capable of attacking and retreating, and can attack enemies within 3 squares, with a hardness equal to that of the King of Thorns. Damn it, the commotion we just made was too much. The hearing and sense of smell of the platinum-level zombies are very sharp. They found us in a flash. Su Binglan looked at the direction of the doorway with an icy gaze. Even with the steel thorn vines protecting her, she didn't feel too safe. After all, this was a platinum-level zombie, and she didn't know how many times her steel thorn vines could block the attacks of a platinum-level zombie. Sister Lun, let's go through this side of the window. I have a balloon zombie that can fly into the air. That venom zombie won't be able to attack us. Chen Yu pulled Su Binglan to the window and opened the curtains, but he didn't expect that there was actually a zombie bat standing guard here. It was a good thing that Chen Yu did not open the window directly, but opened the curtains first to check the situation. Otherwise he would have just been clawed through the throat. You get to the sparring platform. I'll hold up here. Seeing the zombie bats by the window, Su Binglan felt that the big deal was not good, and she made an instant decision to ask Chen Yu to go to the sparring platform while she stayed behind to break Chen Yu's back. As for why they don't go together, because you have to retrieve the summon plants if you want to get to the sparring platform. But once the plant was retrieved, she and Chen Yu would definitely not last half a minute, and now she could only leave herself behind to let Chen Yu go to the sparring platform. No, what will you do if I go to the sparring platform? As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, he directly summoned the angry newspaper reading zombie. He would not stand by and watch Su Binglan die in the hands of these guys. Prickly, prickly, prickly. A piercing rattle came from the window, only to see the zombie bats scratching the window like crazy, while over at the door, the venomous zombies had already corroded the door completely. Ho 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 ho! Seeing the steel thorn vines wrapped into several circles at the entrance, a flash of excitement flashed in the eyes of the venomous zombie, and as it spat out a ball of venom, the tip of the thorns on the steel thorn vines was instantly corroded out of a slit. Seeing this, the steel thorn vines immediately gave a counterattack, only to see the steel thorn vines a flinging whip hit the body of the venom zombie. The venom zombie's chest was immediately by a fiery red mark, but the part of the steel thorn vines that attacked the venom zombie also suffered from corrosion, and even for a short period of time, it was unable to attack again. How come? This venom walker is actually this terrifying? Seeing that the steel thorn vine was injured in a single glance, shock flashed across Su Binglan's eyes. Humph, it's just an experimental failure. If this kind of goods makes you scratch your ears, then you'd better go back to kindergarten before it's too late. The newspaper reading zombie standing aside reading the paper let out a light laugh as he flipped through the paper and made a flirtatious remark. What the hell is this? How can your zombie talk? Hearing the words of the zombie reading the newspaper, Su Binglan was stunned, and then looked at Chen Yu with an expression of having seen a ghost. It was the first time she knew that zombies could speak, and could speak so fluently. Chen Yu smiled and replied, all of my zombies possess their own souls and consciousness. It's not uncommon for them to be able to speak, but how did you summon this weakest zombie out? It's well known that the newspaper reading zombie is one of the most ribald zombies. Su Binglan was puzzled. Chen Yu shook his head. This is no ordinary zombie. He is a legend in the zombie world, an existence honored as the second master. Even the white-eyed giant can't fight against him. Imagine the strength of the second master. You who know so much in detail? The angry newspaper reading zombie pushed his glasses with interest. Worthy of being the successor of the stiff emperor. Much smarter than other zombie career changers. Sometimes it's so stupid to be summoned by those who don't even want to take care of them. Second master. Let's not make small talk at this time. The steel thorn vines are not going to be able to hold up. Your old man must be strong. If it can't hold up, I will send you back. Chen Yu said in tears and laughter. What's the word? What kind of talk is that? I, the titular second master, would be unable to defeat an experimental failure? Even if they possess a powerful body, they are nothing more than brainless beasts. I can destroy them with one hand. The angry, newspaper-reading zombie blew out his beard and eyes. Successor to the stiff emperor? Is this newspaper-reading zombie talking about you? Su Binglan came to Chen Yu's ear and asked in a small voice. Yeah, I don't know why they call me the stiff emperor's successor. Including in the sparring platform, I was targeted by the zombie side because of this. Chen Yu nodded helplessly. Su Binglan wanted to ask something else, but the situation was not optimistic now, and her steel thorn vines would not be able to carry her soon. Sensing that the steel thorn vine's life was in danger, Su Binglan's face changed and she immediately retracted the steel thorn vine. Shit! Feeling the information coming from the steel thorn vines, Su Binglan's face sank, and her fists creaked as she squeezed them. Although she retrieved the steel thorn vine in time, she was unable to summon it again in a short period of time because the steel thorn vine was too heavily injured, and as the owner of the steel thorn vine, she had received a certain amount of backlash. Ho 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 ho! The venomous zombie spat out a cloud of venom, and the corners of the mouth of the second master, who had been standing there reading the newspaper, hooked up slightly, and with a single stride, he blocked in front of Chen Yu and Su Binglan. Put! The mass of venom sprayed on the second master's newspaper, but saw that the newspaper not only blocked the venom, but even only broke a few small holes, which looked harmless. Anxious? What's the use of being in a hurry? You should know that you can't eat stinky tofu in a hurry. There was a sneer on the second master's face, and he even freed one of his hands to raise his middle finger at the venom walker. Stinky tofu? And this newspaper-reading zombie has eaten this stuff? Seeing the newspaper-reading zombie recklessly provoking the venom zombie, Su Binglan, who was protected by the second master, asked in a small voice. I'm not sure about that one. Chen Yu cried and laughed and shook his head. Where could he go to know if the second master had eaten stinky tofu? However, this second master's mouth is quite smooth. One sentence with one action made the venomous zombie angry and disorganized. Ho 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 ho! The venom zombie rushed towards the second master as if it had gone mad. It ran and roared as it sprayed clump after clump of venom towards the second master. TCH, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer. The second master smiled bashfully, easily blocking the attack of the venomous zombies with the newspaper in his hand, and even had time to read the content on it while blocking the venom. Sanner bought defense gear again? I don't know what he's buying so much defense gear for. Iron sharpens iron. As the second master spoke, he kicked at the venomous zombie that was rushing up, directly sending the venomous zombie flying more than 10 meters away, causing it to crash into the stairway outside the house. Ho 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 ho! The venomous zombie collapsed in the stairway with a confused look on its face. It glanced at its own level and then at the second master's level, and 3 substantial question marks surfaced on the top of its head. No! It's a platinum-level venomous zombie was actually kicked out by a silver 10-star guy. Doesn't it want to lose face? The second master lightly grunted. What are you looking at? Said and do not listen. Listen and do not understand. Understand and do not do. Do and do wrong. Wrong and do not recognize. Recognize and do not change. Change and do not serve. Do not serve you and do not say. What do you ask me to do? After saying that, the newspaper in the second master's hand was also corroded by the venom's continuous damage, and as the newspaper obliterated, the second master's aura climbed to the extreme in an instant. If the second master with the newspaper is the amiable old man next door with a little humor, the second master who has lost the newspaper is a beast breaking free from its chains. Click! Only a crunching sound was heard from the second master's ankle, and then the second master's figure disappeared. No! No! Su Binglan stared with wide eyes. somewhat incredulously looking at the position where the second master had just stood. She was only blinking her eyes, but the dry and thin back of the second master turned into a residual shadow, and by the time she blinked again, the second master had already disappeared. Crunch! Ho 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 ho! Suddenly, there were gnawing sounds and hissing of venomous zombies from the direction outside the house. Seeing this, Chen Yu and Su Binglan rushed forward to check. This turned out to be a shock. I didn't realize that the silver 10-star second master was actually riding on the body of a platinum-level zombie and gnawing madly. The venom zombie didn't have the slightest power to fight back, and could only watch as Master 2 tore its flesh and blood with bite after bite. Boy, the meat is pretty tender. The second master laughed as he devoured the venom walker, whose blood level dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye until it was on the verge of death. Roar! Roar! The venom zombie's struggles were becoming more and more feeble, and its eyes were filled with fear as it looked at the second master who was close at hand. It struggled to break free from Master 2's powerful grip, but its blood level had already bottomed out, and with Master 2's last nibble, the venomous zombie's struggles came to an abrupt end. My god, this is too mean. Witnessing the second master's eating process, Su Binglan subconsciously covered her mouth and muttered in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, Sister Lan. Master 2 is not a bad person." Chen Yu reached out and patted Su Binglan's shoulder, then pulled Su Binglan to the sofa and sat down, giving the second master enough space to fight. After taking care of the venomous zombies, the second master then rushed to the window with one strong step and opened it to grab the zombie bat. The second master of a series of actions in one breath. Before and after only 2 seconds of time, zombie bats did not even react to the second master of the poisonous hand. After taking care of all the dangers, the second master then walked slowly to the bathroom to rinse his blood-splattered glasses with water. Second master, your old man should go back first. I'll call you later if I need you. Seeing that the second master had an expression of intent, Chen Yu hurriedly stood up and said, "Good." The second master nodded, then turned into a stream of light to return to Chen Yu's zombie iconography. Seeing that the second master had gone back, Chen Yu immediately summoned the backstab balloon zombie to take the two of them out the window and fly out. Perhaps because the two were too heavy, the speed of the backstabbing balloon zombies was much slower compared to before. Coupled with the incorrect posture, the backstabbing balloon zombie grabbed Chen Yu's back collar, while Chen Yu was holding Su Binglan's waist, which made Su Binglan extremely twisted, especially when Chen Yu unintentionally touched other parts. Out of a girl's shyness, Su Binglan would subconsciously wriggle twice, which made the backstabbing balloon zombie helpless. Just as the two of them, Chen Yu and Su Binglan, were scanning the situation on the ground from the sky, a swarm of zombie bats flew in from a short distance away. These guys were the same species as the one that was slaughtered by the second master before. The only difference was that the one that was slaughtered was of a higher level and acted alone, while these guys were of a lower level and were in groups. Name, Zombie Bat. Grade, Gold 5-star. Introduction, a relatively common animal zombies. They are best at aerial attacks, because of their small size and extremely flexible, so they can often cause unacceptable damage to the enemy. For example, they like to use the monkey to steal the peach kind of tactics. Feather, what should I do? I have no way to summon a plant to help now, and the balloon zombie is going to grab both of us, unable to fight unless I use the God's Void now. But my God's Void is ranged damage. If I use my God's Void now, although I can take care of the zombie bats, you and the balloon zombies will also be affected. Perhaps it was the terrifying strength that Chen Yu had displayed, or perhaps it was Chen Yu's calm and collected nature. Without realizing it, Su Binglan implicitly regarded Chen Yu as her backbone. Don't worry, just watch me. When the backstab balloon zombie saw Su Binglan's eyes showing concern, he immediately revealed a confident smile. Look at you, you. Su Binglan's expression was stunned. She just wanted to ask what the backstabbing balloon zombie wanted to do, but as a result, she felt a burst of weightlessness coming from her body before she could even ask. She subconsciously looked up, only to see her and Chen Yu being thrown into the air while the backstabbing balloon zombie rushed towards the group of zombie bats at an extremely fast speed. It had to be said that the strength of the backstabbing balloon zombie could indeed be, although he looked weak on the surface, but in reality, his fighting strength could press against the zombie bats that were one big level higher than him. Hey, balloon zombie, we're falling. Seeing that the backstab balloon zombie was fighting the zombie bats without looking back, Chen Yu hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, "Don't worry, I've got it covered." The balloon zombie and the zombie bat tangled for a while before immediately appearing above Chen Yu's head to grab the back of his collar, then placing the two of them safely on the ground. My god, Su Binglan's face was ugly as she grabbed Chen Yu's arm, her body trembling slightly as her stomach turned over as if she was about to vomit at any moment. Chen Yu, who was grabbed by Su Binglan, did not feel good either. He only felt his eyes were blurry and his brain was dizzy. This is not to say that his physical quality is not good. mainly from 100 meters high without any protective measures to fall down, is a person cannot top so made thanks to the fact that they were trans migrants. But if they were to be replaced by an ordinary person here, they might even be scared to pee or faint on the spot. The two of them slowed down on the ground for 2 minutes before this recovered as before, while the backstabbing balloon zombies had already taken care of the swarm of zombie bats in the sky. Master, am I good? The backstabbing balloon zombie smiled and floated above Chen Yu's head, opening his mouth to invite credit. In his hands he grasped a series of zombie bat corpses that looked extremely scary and disgusting. This zombie bat was so ugly looking. The venom zombie was a million times better looking. Awesome shit. I almost died from you. Chen Yu was somewhat speechless as he held his forehead. He didn't want to experience this kind of thrilling and exciting thing again in his lifetime. Ha ha. Sorry. The backstabbing balloon zombie laughed dryly twice, then hastily apologized under Chen Yu's resentful eyes. Forget it, it's okay, you go back. Chen Yu waved his hand, then took the backstab balloon zombie back into the zombie illustration. After the backstab balloon zombie returned to the zombie atlas, Chen Yu and Su Binglan headed in the direction of the cell entrance. Going home and staying there is impossible now. The security door of the house is corroded, so I'll get a repairman to come over and install another door when I'm done with all the walkers. As for the stuff in the house, it's all worthless stuff and people don't normally run in and steal things. If someone really dared to do so, then Su Binglan would tell that person what the 10 tortures of the escort bureau meant. After coming to that road before, Chen Yu found that the cursing sky-shaking noise was gone, replaced by a dead silence. All dead? Chen Yu walked in to take a look and found that most of the people were dead on the side of the road. Only a few died inside the car. And the same characteristic of this group of people was that none of them had a head. Looks like it's worse than I thought. Su Binglan looked at the corpse-strewn street with a grave expression. She should have thought that there were more than just a few zombies that came out this time. Otherwise it would be impossible to trigger the red alarm. I'm estimating that at least 10 or more platinum level walkers have come out this time. My crew and the rest of the escort bureau are fighting the walkers hard on the perimeter. We won't be getting any support here at the moment. We have 3 choices now. First, find a safe place to hide and wait for outside support, and be ready to work with them inside and outside at any time. Second, go home now and enter the sparring platform. Wait until 2 days later, and don't come out during that time, no matter what kind of situation arises. Third, take the initiative to head to the perimeter to catch the zombies off guard. But there's a lot of difficulty trying to do that in our current state, and we're still not sure how many walkers are lurking in the inner perimeter right now. And I don't believe that the bodies all over the ground are from the walkers over on the outer perimeter. After saying that, Su Binglan's gaze fell on Chen Yu. Although she didn't know how in the world Chen Yu's zombies were so fierce, they could actually kill zombies across several small grades in a row. That second master even killed platinum zombies with a silver grade. Who would dare to believe that? I think it's a good idea to scout the inner perimeter and try to clear it of walkers. Chen Yu's eyes flashed with a desire for zombie decks, knowing that this kind of level crossing kills had a high burst rate. Although he didn't get any cards from taking out the venom walkers and the zombie bat swarm, he didn't believe that his luck had been so non-existent that he couldn't pop out a single card. Are you sure? Su Binglan gently held Chen Yu's hand, a pair of beautiful eyes full of worry. Chen Yu confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, Sister Lan. I never do anything I'm not sure of. Even if we encounter an enemy we can't defeat, I can summon balloon zombies to take us on the run. But what if the enemy can hit the balloon zombie? Just now the balloon zombie was able to accurately pull the falling us. But that doesn't mean he can do it every time. And if the enemy is an even more powerful existence than the zombie bats, we're afraid that it's going to be a bad time. Su Binglan voiced her concerns. Even if the balloon zombies don't work, doesn't this still have Dr. Stiff King? The corner of Chen Yu's mouth turned up slightly. Dr. Stiff King? Su Binglan looked stunned. What is Dr. Stiff King? Are there any zombies called Dr. Stiff King? Of course there is. Dr. Stiff King is the strongest existence in the zombie world. The strongest besides the Stiff Emperor. Chen Yu said rightfully. Well, Su Binglan was silent for a while, then said, I don't know any Dr. Stiff King, nor do I know any Stiff Emperor. The strongest person in the zombie world as stated in the textbooks for so many years has always been the giant zombie. But I did see a legendary record about the strongest zombie being something else in my family's ancient books. No? Chen Yu was surprised. Dr. Stiff King was a big name in the zombie world. Many defensive gears were developed by him. Su Binglan actually didn't know Dr. Stiff King? Right. The ancient family books have different opinions about the strongest person in the zombie world. But from start to finish, there is no mention of words related to Dr. Stiff King. Su Binglan nodded. Chen Yu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that no one in this world would know about Dr. Stiff King, but he had clearly obtained Dr. Stiff King's card before, which meant that Dr. Stiff King's card could be exploded. So why would no one know about Dr. Stiff King? Even if one or two of these people like to hide things, but after all these years, there's always someone who gets a Dr. Stiffy card and turns it into the officials or exchanges it for resources, right? Chen Yu thought about it, but he still hadn't figured out what was wrong with it and could only put it behind him for now. Let's explore around the inner perimeter first. The blood on this floor is still wet, and the blood in front of us is fresher, which means the killer went toward the front. Su Binglan squatted on the ground and carefully examined the bloodstains at the scene, then pointed in the direction in front and said, "Good." Chen Yu nodded and the two of them immediately moved forward. In order to prevent a zombie sneak attack on the way forward, Chen Yu summoned the second master again. The second master looked at the pajamas and pajama pants on his body, and then looked at the corpses all over the ground, and for a moment he did not know what to say. Second master? That's right, it's me again. Why are you dressed like this? Second master? Chen Yu had an expression that wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It was logical that the summoned second masters were all in one set of clothes, so how could they be wearing pajamas and pajama pants? The funniest thing was that the second master of pajamas was holding a newspaper in his hand. And who reads a newspaper before going to bed in a good man's house? The second master was a bit helpless. I was just about to take a nap to relax. Who knew you summoned me here again? Those other old bones, you let them move too. I don't know how I summoned you out again. I was looking for why you were wearing a nightgown, Chen Yu said with some forbearance. Seeing Chen Yu preparing for a long speech, the second master immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Well, cut the crap. What is the matter of finding me out this time? I'm still in a hurry to go home and take a nap. Hearing the second master say this, Chen Yu immediately collected the expression on his face and said with a straight face, "This time, we need you to be a bodyguard for a bit, to help block the zombies that may sneak attack at any moment. Without your protection, it will be difficult for us to react in the case of a zombie sneak attack." Walkers? Sneak attack? The second master cocked his head and froze for a moment, then pointed at the 5 zombies walking out from the corner of the street to the left and right. Are you talking about those guys? Chen Yu and Su Binglan followed the second master's finger and saw 5 zombies forming an encirclement to trap the crowd. Name, Raggedy Annihilator. Rank, Gold 10 stars. Introduction, once the lowest level of society. By picking up garbage for a living homeless, after being infected into a zombie, accidentally got the power of the stench. You can use the mouth to spit out the stench. The game attack range of 2 frames. The reality of the attack range of 5 meters. The stench not only makes the zombie to get an increase in the defense greatly increased, but also allows the enemy to continue to drop blood. Defense greatly reduced. The duration of 30 seconds. At this moment, the 5 ragged zombies surrounded each other and spewed out their foul breath. But their target was not Chen Yu and the others, but to each other. As the stench attached itself to the 5 ragged zombies, their defense increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. And Chen Yu could see more detailed data, such as the stench attached to the ragged zombie followed by a duration of 30 seconds. As the 5 ragged zombies used stench gain for each other, they also set their eyes on Chen Yu. It was unknown what the reason was. They always felt that Chen Yu's meat was very sweet, causing them to be unable to stop themselves from wanting to lift Chen Yu's head to suck on the brain matter. As for the nearby second master and Su Binglan, they were not put in their eyes. Are you kidding me? A defenseless woman and an old, sickly zombie with a newspaper are worthy of their attention? To know that they are the existence of gold 10 stars, and also increased defense. The elderly zombie and this woman a silver 10 stars, a gold 9 stars, not even a level. They look at them more than a glance is considered to look at them. Ho 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 ho. The ragged zombies let out a warning roar and made a path as they did so, as if they were letting the second master and Su Binglan leave. They only wanted to take a shot at Chen Yu. Humph. An experimental failure and you've learned to use your brain? It's a pity that your grandpa doesn't eat you. Seeing that the ragged zombie actually used a discreet trick, the second master immediately sneered, and then quickly rushed towards the ragged zombie at the very front. Seeing that this old and weak fellow actually dared to take the initiative, 3 big question marks surfaced on the heads of the 5 ragged zombies. No, you're coming at me without even saying hello to a silver 10-star guy? The inverted Big Dipper? Before the 5 ragged zombies could react, Master 2 rushed to one of them and gnawed frantically. Ho 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 ho. The ragged zombie let out a cry of pain, and then subconsciously swung his fist towards the second master's face. Pang! Without changing his face, the second master blocked the attack with a newspaper and then continued to nibble. Because the ragged walker didn't do enough damage, it only broke the 4 corners of the newspaper, which made the second master a bit contemptuous. Just as the second master was frantically outputting, the other 2 ragged zombies directly surrounded him in preparation for a sneak attack on the second master's back. while the other two ragged zombies were preparing to attack Chenyu and Su Binglan. Seeing this, Su Binglan couldn't think about it in time and directly forcefully summoned the Caged Earth Spike King. Name, the Caged Spiker King. Grade, 2 stars. Introduction, the King of Thorns once stumbled into the jungle, where he met many brand new plants that he had never seen before, as well as his master, the Porcupine Grass, who allowed him to become stronger. After learning from his master, the King of Thorns learns the magic skills of Porcupine Grass and integrates them, and now the King of Thorns can form a cage in situ to hold his enemies in it, and can use his steel spikes to attack the enemies inside or outside. Clunk! With a loud bang, the Cage Earth Thorn King protected Chenyu and Su Binglan within it. The invulnerable steel spikes protected the two well, and with steel spikes flashing on the outside, the two ragged walkers were stabbed through by the steel spikes just as they got close. Of course, zombies as a species had no sense of pain, and the two ragged zombies struggled twice, pulling away from the caged ground spike king the moment they broke free from the steel spikes. Ho 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 ho! The two ragged zombies hissed frantically towards Chenyu and Su Binglan inside the caged ground thorn king, as if to say you two get out and fight one-on-one. In response to the ragged zombies' provocation, Chenyu and Su Binglan both had a look of indifference, and Su Binglan even glanced at the ragged zombie with an expression of are you good or not, infuriating the ragged zombie enough. Just as the two ragged walkers were scratching their heads wondering what to do, the battle situation on the second master's side had changed, only to see the three ragged zombies frantically spewing their stinky breath at the second master, while the second master fended it off with his newspaper without changing his face. As the newspaper in the second master's hand shattered, the second master's body instantly transformed into a residual shadow. In just half a minute, the three ragged zombies with full defense points had collapsed to the ground, their bloodied bodies, their heads and necks split. Ho 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 ho! By the time the two ragged zombies noticed the difference, the second master had already rushed to them to attack. It must be said that the second master's fighting style is too brutal. Two ragged zombies were kicked down by him, followed by a gnawing no matter what. The stench as if it was not there. It did not have any effect on the speed of the second master's attack. About half a minute in, the fight was nearing its end. Su Binglan winced as she looked at the second master's blood-covered appearance. It wasn't that she hadn't seen blood before, but it was the first time she had seen such a ferocious scene, especially when the second master was covered in blood and still showing a smile that he thought was kind. It was really creepy. The second master smiled slightly. There shouldn't be any danger around here. Let's hurry. Up. Touch. Only a loud bang was heard as the second master was hit by a truck. Only the second master's body was seen spinning 36 times in the air before falling heavily onto the ground. Ahem! Which one of those non-martial guys sneaked up on me? The second master violently coughed up 2 globs of blood, and then shakily rose from the ground. He looked up with a murderous look in his eyes, only to see a white truck parked firmly where he had just been standing. Ho ho ho! The mechanic walker sitting inside the truck roared twice softly, then maneuvered the truck to charge again. Seeing that the second master with the broken hand was still standing still, Chenyu subconsciously prepared to recall the second master. Kid, no need for your pity. The second master seemed to have sensed something as he shouted at Chenyu and then jumped into the sky with a backflip. Seeing that the second master's life was not in danger for the time being, Chenyu immediately checked the information of this suddenly appearing zombie. Name, Mechanic Zombie. Grade, Platinum 3-star. Introduction of the higher IQ varieties of zombies. They have the mechanical manufacturing technology that is difficult to grasp by others, and they are indispensable talents zombies. When the mechanic zombies will randomly create one of the 4 kinds of vehicles, respectively, mechanical trucks, mechanical boats, mechanical paragliders, mechanical recluse. When the mechanic zombies will invite 6 members of the zombies to move forward together with the matching zombies. Name, Forced Labor Zombie. Rank, Gold 9 stars. Introduction, a special zombie that appears only after the mechanic zombie has created a mechanical truck. The mechanic zombie is very powerful, with full attack power and attack speed, and weak defense as a disadvantage. The moment he saw the mechanic zombie, Chenyu immediately understood that this was definitely the big leader of the wave of levels that the Li family had fought. As long as this guy was resolved, then all problems would be solved. Crap! Just then, a startled cry came from the second master not far away. Hearing this, Chenyu and Su Binglan subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see the second master covering his leg and jumping on the ground, and the glass window of the mechanical truck in front of him showed an extra footprint. What? The second master actually can't even break glass? Seeing this scene, Su Binglan said with some surprise. Chenyu frowned. It seems that this guy is not a level of existence with the venom walkers and ragged walkers from before, actually making it so that the second master could not even break his defense. Thinking of this, Chenyu immediately recalled the second master and used the zombie atlas to summon Dr. Stiff King. Come on out, Dr. Stiffy. With Chen Yu's roar, the mechanic zombie seemed to have heard some horrible name and immediately closed its eyes in fear. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed and the scene was silent. The mechanic zombie opened his eyes in some disbelief, but realized that nothing had happened. Only Chen Yu pulling Su Binglan to run wildly at the street intersection. Question mark. Crap. Ho ho ho. The mechanic zombie angrily hammered the steering wheel, followed by a divine dragon pendulum tail chasing towards Chen Yu and Su Binglan. Feather. What should we do? Su Binglan kept moving forward at the same speed as Chen Yu. Although with her gold level strength she could definitely run faster than Chen Yu, but if she ran, Chen Yu was bound to be in dire straits, so she couldn't run too fast. I don't know what's going on. Dr. Stiffy clearly answered my call, but he's gone. Chen Yu was sweating profusely as he ran, and his tone was much more urgent compared to his previous lightness. Ha? There's such a thing? Hearing this, Su Binglan was also dumbfounded. How can a summoned zombie be missing? No, you run first, I'll break off. Seeing that the distance between the mechanical truck and the two men was only about 5 meters, Su Binglan couldn't think about it in time, and immediately stopped and summoned King Kong High Nut. Touch! The mechanical truck couldn't brake in time and crashed directly into the King Kong High Nut. In a flash, the layer of golden light on the surface of the Vajra High Nut instantly dimmed. The original majestic-looking posture has also become tattered, like a candle in the wind that will collapse at any time. Ahem! Once again, the forced summoning made Su Binglan's face pale, plus the fact that a part of Vajra Gaunut's resistance to such a violent blow fed back to her body, which made Su Binglan weak and no longer capable of fighting. As the mechanical truck rushed again, the already broken King Kong High Nut instantly couldn't carry it and was smashed into powder, and Su Binglan also lost consciousness and fell backward as a result. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately stretched out his hand to catch the collapsed Su Binglan. Feeling Su Binglan's weak breath, Chen Yu somewhat angrily looked at the mechanical truck in front of him. As the mechanic zombie backed up a notch and then pressed the gas pedal, the mechanical truck once again crashed towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu wanted to dodge, but the speed of the mechanical truck was too fast for Chen Yu to dodge. Under the blinding headlights, the unwillingness in Chen Yu's heart grew stronger. He didn't know why Dr. Stiff King didn't show up, but he didn't have the chance to ask for an exit now. Just as Chen Yu closed his eyes, a giant hand from the heavens appeared to grab the mechanical truck that was like a grasshopper. You? How dare you? Ho 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 ho! The mechanic zombie sitting inside the mechanical truck hissed frantically. Its expression was written with panic and fear. Even its hands were involuntarily trembling out. Stupid guy. And that makes you feel scared? Dr. Stiff King laughed contemptuously, then threw the mechanical truck to the ground with force. Bang bang bang! The mechanical truck rolled over on the ground a dozen times before finally coming to rest, billowing smoke, next to a streetlight on the side of the road. As Dr. Stiff King stepped out, the mechanical truck that had just been so powerful was instantly crushed into a pile of rags. After taking care of the mechanical truck, Dr. Stiff King maneuvered the mech to cup Chen Yu and Su Binglan to the mech control room. I feel your call. Dr. Stiff King humbly made a gentlemanly salute towards Chen Yu. Dr. Stiff King, can you help me get rid of the remaining zombies in the nearby kilometers? Chen Yu asked. Sure. Dr. Stiff King nodded, then quickly tinkered with the mech controller twice, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. After Dr. Stiff King took a closer look, he said, there are no more zombies around here. The last life fluctuation was at my feet, and now that the life fluctuation has disappeared, it means that the mechanical truck that was just there was the last zombie. In that case, then let us down. Thanks to your help this time. If it wasn't for you, Sister Lan and I wouldn't be alive. Chen Yu said this. He didn't question why Dr. Stiff King arrived so late. After all, Dr. Stiff King's status in the zombie world is very high. It's not too much to describe it as one person under 10,000 people. A little bit of his own unique way of appearing is normal. Besides, even if he questioned Dr. Stiff King, it wouldn't do any good. Instead, Dr. Stiff King might hold a grudge about it, and it would be hard for him to show up again when he was cool. You're welcome. It's what I'm supposed to do. Dr. Stiff King laughed, then placed Chen Yu and Su Binglan on the ground before returning to the zombie illustrations. Chen Yu looked around and was just about to take Su Binglan home when he realized that there were actually a few flickering cards in the crushed remnants of the mechanical truck that had just been crushed. Chen Yu hurriedly walked up to check it out, not realizing that there were 4 cards in this pile of debris fragments, which were the Red-Eye Giant Zombie deck, the Escalator Zombie deck, the Barricade Zombie deck, and the Kid Zombie deck. Seeing the Red-Eye Giant Zombie deck and the Kid Zombie deck appearing at the same time, Chen Yu couldn't help but be a little curious. Was this mechanical truck something to do with the two brothers? Without much thought, Chen Yu threw the cards into the item bar before heading home. Hiss. Headache. Su Binglan sat up covering her headache-ridden temples. She glanced at her surroundings with a slightly grimace on her face, and after realizing that it was her own room then she breathed a sigh of relief. She subconsciously felt for her cell phone in her pocket, only to find it empty. Cell phone gone? Su Binglan rummaged around and didn't see the cell phone, and felt a hint of badness in her heart. Just at this moment, the tinkling phone ringtone came from the bedside table. Su Binglan twisted her head to look, not expecting that the cell phone that she had been looking for a long time was actually placed on the bedside table. I'm really... Su Binglan cried and laughed as she slapped her forehead, then picked up her cell phone to see that it was Su Qian calling. Su Binglan lightly coughed twice and cleared her throat before she picked up the phone. Sister Qian, what's wrong? Su Qian held her forehead with a helpless face. What did you say? You've been sleeping for 2 days and you're only waking up now. Your team members are coming to me in waves, wanting to get news about you from me. Ha, I slept for 2 days? Hearing this, Su Binglan's complexion was stunned. She subconsciously took her cell phone far away to have a look, and she didn't expect that the date displayed was actually 2 days later. Yeah, what's going on over there with you guys? All the surveillance in a few kilometers around is out of order, and even the satellites can't see anything. Only a few survivors saw a huge figure standing in the 9 heavens, and that huge figure only existed for 2 minutes and disappeared before they could get a good look at it. Su Qian's voice carried a hint of doubt and curiosity. It would be fine if 1 or 2 people didn't get a good look at it. But the fact that 5 people in a row with different angles didn't get a good look at it is a reason to scrutinize whether or not there was human intervention involved. After Su Binglan pondered for a moment, she said, well, I'm not really sure. At that time, I encountered a platinum-level mechanic zombie. It drove a mechanical truck and crashed into us. I blocked 2 waves of attacks with my adamantium high nut, and fell into a coma afterward. At that time, only Little Feather was present at the scene. If nothing else, it should have been the zombie Little Feather summoned that killed the mechanic zombie, but we can't rule out that it was a passing transmogrifier that saved the 2 of us. After saying that, a name steeply surfaced in Su Binglan's mind. Dr. Stiff King. She vaguely remembered that Chen Yu had sworn to assure Dr. Stiff King that he could turn the tide of the battle, but Dr. Stiff King didn't know what was going on and actually didn't show up after responding to the call. Moreover, Su Qian had just mentioned the huge figure, which made Su Binglan have to associate it with Dr. Stiff King, who was called the strongest person in the zombie world by Chen Yu, and I'm afraid that only this being known by the name of King could be that powerful. Su Qian nodded. I've asked Chen Yu before. He only told me that he was the one who solved the mechanical truck. He didn't tell me what zombie was used to solve it, and when I asked him about that huge figure, he was a bit vague. This way I was unconscious at the time. I don't know what the exact situation is. I'll ask Little Yu for you later. Su Binglan said this. Good, then that's it for now. You remember to send a message to your teammates to report your safety. They are very worried about you. Su Qian finished, deliberately paused for 2 seconds before this hung up the phone. After the phone hung up, Su Binglan immediately clicked on the usual chat group of the team members to send a message, and only after a variety of hush-hush, Su Binglan turned off her cell phone as if she was relieved. After she put on her shoes and stepped out of her room, she was greeted by a refreshed living room. Those zombie bodies and bloodstains all disappeared, replaced by tiles and walls so bright that they glowed, and even the door was replaced with a brand new security door. Suddenly, Su Binglan seemed to have thought of something and immediately opened the Bronze Potential Ranking State ranking to check. Bronze Potential Ranking Dragon State Ranking Stage 1. Chen Yun passed 10 levels and 0 waves, see details. 2. Yachiyo passed 8 levels and 0 waves, see details. 3. Zhao Qianxian passed 7 levels and 5 waves, see details. 4. Wang Xin passed 7 levels and 5 waves, see details. 5. Qin Frost passed 7 levels and 4 waves, see details. The Bronze Potential Ranking has ended, and we're now in the battle phase. The punch list stage is over. Su Binglan smiled helplessly as she looked at Chen Yu's bright battle record. Previously, Chen Yu had taken the top of the 3 lists with overwhelming results, and he hadn't expected that. Not only had he not restrained himself when it came to the national list, but he had instead intensified his efforts. To know what kind of people can participate in the national list, that are geniuses among geniuses. Did not think that all these people tied together in one piece were stepped on by Chen Yu. It is really horrible like this. After checking the data of the punch list stage, Su Binglan opened the panel of the matchmaking stage again. Bronze Potential Ranking Dragon State Ranking, Match Phase. 1. Chen Yu won 15 matches and lost 0, see details. 2. Yao Qianxiu won 12 matches and lost 3, see details. 3. Qin Xuan won 11 matches and lost 3, check details. 4. Li Zixuan won 11 games and lost 3, check details. 5. Lu Yao won 11 matches and lost 3, see details. The national list should be able to view the matchups, right? Seeing that everyone's name was followed by a view details, Su Binglan immediately clicked on it and saw the view matchups button at the top option. Seeing this, Su Binglan immediately clicked to view the matchup. With a dizzying sensation hitting her, by the time Su Binglan came back to her senses, she was already sitting in the audience. What she didn't expect was that the number of people watching the battle in the audience was particularly large, and she couldn't see her head at a glance. Holy shit, this Chen Yu's strength is too strong, and the cards he took out can still cooperate with each other. No one is his opponent at all. Yeah, we should know that Lu Yao's charm talent is the most suitable for this kind of sparring, but we didn't expect her to lose in Chen Yu's hands without even lasting 5 minutes. It's still a plant talent with a natural defense advantage. Look at that zombie talent just now. Less than 3 minutes before Chen Yu's zombie entered his home. I remembered as soon as you mentioned that matchup just now. What the hell was that zombie with the box on his head just now? And why can he turn into another zombie after he's dead? I don't know, but I recognize that zombie that turned out. Isn't that the newspaper reading zombie? I was going to ask why the newspaper reading zombie took care of the white-eyed giant in 3 or 2 hits. That's a giant zombie. The people watching the battle in the audience were talking a lot. With their eyesight they could only see what floated on the surface. They couldn't see what was deeper. Right at this moment, Su Binglan suddenly heard the 2 girls next to her whispering in a very low voice. Do you think Chen Yu will win this matchup in a few minutes? I don't know, although Chen Yu hasn't lost until now, but the opposite one's strength is also very strong. This one I guess it's very interesting. Oh, how could Chen Yu lose to that guy across the street? Didn't you see the zombie deck Chen Yu displayed? I know. I've heard that Chen Yu's talent can synthesize powerful cards, and it's guaranteed that there will be no wasted cards, much less ruined cards. Then why do you say that if you know? Is it hard for that guy across the street to pay you? Fuck you. You're the one who's charging. I'm only saying that because I've learned about the talent on the other side of the table. Okay? That guy across the street is called Luo Tianhong. He's won 10 fights and hasn't lost yet. Today is his first fight. It's not certain who the deer will die. Alright. Then let's see if your Luo Tianhong can win or my Chen Yu can win. The 2 girls stopped talking after setting the bet. Su Binglan, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at Luo Tianhong, who was calm and relaxed in the field. It is worth mentioning that the battles in the versus phase are randomly matched, and the entry time is from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Each person can only fight 10 battles per day. Matchmaking will be forced to match up with opponents who have not played 10 matches, and if one of the 2 players forfeits, the match will be considered a failure. This mode of battle not only tests the individual strength of the transmogrifier but also carries a certain element of luck. The lucky ones can match up to 10 weaker opponents and get a top ranking, while the unlucky ones are prone to rowing to players like Chen Yu, who has a heavenly strength, and will simply abstain and surrender and be done with it. However, the opposite side of the Luo Tianhong obviously have not seen the strength of Chen Yu, so the head of the iron he directly took Chen Yu's mandatory match. Luo Tianhong smilingly rubbed his hands and said, "Buddy, I heard that you are very powerful, played 15 matches so far and have not lost. You are also ranked number 1 in the rushing list stage. It is a deserved absolute genius. I wonder if I can have the honor of defeating you today." Chen Yu frowned slightly. Now that the battle hadn't officially begun and both sides were free to make small talk, it looked as if this Luo Tianhong was trying to verbally interfere with him. Seeing that Chen Yu seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, Luo Tianhong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Brother, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to mock you. I want to ask you if you can let me beat you by a fluke. I can pay a fee for the fluke. My Luo family has been in business for generations and I have plenty of money." Hearing this, Chen Yu became interested, leaving aside whether or not I would agree with your fluke. "Aren't you afraid that our conversation will be overheard by the spectators, knowing that the sparring phase of the matchmaking stage is available for all transmutants to watch? When that time comes, there is a good chance that your Luo family will be dug deeper by the crowd that hates the rich." "Oh, it doesn't matter. They can't hear it." Luo Tianhong waved his hand indifferently. "As combatants, we have the right to shield the sound in the arena. I already shielded it when I said this just now, so don't worry." Chen Yu nodded with a sudden realization. "So that's how it is, but there's no need for the fluke in your mouth. Compared to the money in your mouth, I want the reward of a flawless battle record and the top spot on the national ranking list even more." "I knew you wouldn't agree, so I was just casually asking." Luo Tianhong had a matter-of-fact expression, then shrugged indifferently towards Chen Yu. "Are the parties ready to finish?" Just then, an alert popped up on both men's panels. Yes. Chen Yu and Luo Tianhong glanced at each other, both seeing the battle intent in the other's eyes, and immediately nodded in agreement. Battle begins. Select the zombie/plant you want to fight. Crazy tombstones, angry reading zombies, blind box zombies, jar thrower zombies, dead zombies, benevolent dancing king zombies, sled zombie armed squad, champion pole vaulting zombies, sunshine planter, double connected watermelon thrower, charming destruction mushroom, quick wake coffee bean, thorn nut wall, sunflower thrower, flaming street lamp flower, venomous dual launcher. The two quickly settled on a candidate for the slot, because of the promotion to gold, so Chenyu can choose one more zombie card slot. As for the opposite side of the silver player, Luo Tianhong is purely pure money ability. When the battle began, Chenyu habitually placed a crazy tombstone in the middle. Luo Tianhong on the opposite side saw it and immediately followed Chenyu's example and put a sunshine planter in the middle. In about 10 seconds or so, a sunshine floated down from the sky, and when Luo Tianhong saw it, he immediately went up and picked it up. At the same time, the sunlight flower pot also came from the movement, together with 50 sunlight directly to the hand. Luo Tianhong immediately put a sunlight flower pot in the second way. Right after Luo Tianhong did everything confidently and looked towards Chenyu, he realized that Chenyu actually already had 3 crazy tombstones over there. At this, Luo Tianhong did not feel much surprise. After all, he had also specialized in studying Chenyu's tactics, in which Chenyu was relying on this tombstone deck that could produce 100 tombstone values to develop rapidly. In order to be able to completely eat through Chenyu as a person, their Luo family's think tank analyzed Chenyu inside and out. Eventually it was concluded that Chenyu was able to solve his opponent so efficiently and quickly by relying on this tombstone card, and as long as he was able to destroy Chenyu's crazy tombstone, it would be equivalent to half the battle won. However, the plant is on the defense side, and is generally unable to destroy the tombstones on the opposite side. However, there are exceptions to everything, and it's not impossible to destroy a tombstone. For example, charming a zombie with a charming mushroom will do the trick. Just who was Luo Tianhong? How could the most common 1-star card like the charming mushroom get into his eyes? In order to be able to solve this problem, their Luo family deliberately spent a lot of money and connections from all sides this to get the plant card. That is, the charming destruction mushroom. Name, seductive destruction mushroom. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 225 sunshine. Introduction, the combination of the charming mushroom and the destruction mushroom. The charming mushroom can turn back most of the enemies that like to bite, and the destruction mushroom can easily destroy most of the enemies, and the air born from them inherits the advantages of both sides perfectly. The charming and destruction mushroom can charm all the enemies within a range of 5 by 5 when it explodes. The disadvantage of the slow cooldown, and during the daytime, it will fall into a deep slumber. It's just a shame that you need a lot of sunlight to use the charming destruction mushroom, and you can't use it right away even if you plant it. You still need the quick wake coffee bean to wake it up. Over time, 3 minutes went by in a flash. Chenyu's side already had 5 crazy tombstones and 12 ordinary tombstones, while he, Luo Tianhong, had only planted a mere row of sunny flower pots and sunflower pitchers. Name, sunflower pitcher. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 sunshine. Introduction, sunflower deep sense of their own weakness, so it ran to the Botanical Institute for further study, and senior cabbage pitcher study. Now it has become a unique sunflower pitcher. It throws the sunflower and cabbage damage is the same, and it kills the enemy can get 25 sunshine. Set production and damage in 1. Seeing Chenyu leisurely lying on the recliner and whistling made Luo Tianhong's heart grow more and more urgent. However, this guy Chenyu was able to control the zombies and actually made the zombies minimize their speed, not allowing the zombies to come over, which made it a little difficult for Luo Tianhong to know that he is prepared to use these zombies to destroy the tombstone. If the time is too late, Chenyu must have accumulated a considerable amount of tombstone value. Then charm zombies and then go to destroy the tombstone will seem superfluous. It was a pity that, as usual, the plant side was the defending side. No matter how anxious Luo Tianhong was, it would not help. He could only wait for Chenyu to launch his attack. Look guys, isn't Luo Tianhong in a bit of a hurry? His head is covered in cold sweat and it's pouring down. What's wrong with him? I don't know. It would be nice to see what kind of card slots the two of them are carrying. There's no use in us guessing now. We'll lose face if we say the wrong thing. Indeed, but I think Chenyu has a good chance of winning. From the expressions of the two alone, Luo Tianhong has already lost. Ha 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 ha. Chenyu is really laid back. It's obviously the matchmaking stage of the national ranking. A scene that is so serious that it can't be taken any more seriously. But as a result, he actually doesn't care at all. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Harm. Not to mention Chenyu. Even if I am Luo Tianhong or not, those who can enter the national list are all geniuses among 10,000. But geniuses are only the admission ticket to see Chenyu. There was a lot of talk in the audience. Everyone was not optimistic about Luo Tianhong. After all, Chenyu's terrifying strength was here. So far they had not seen Chen Yu lose a single match. It's coming. Finally. Seeing that the zombies on Chen Yu's side were slowing down and about to enter his home, Luo Tianhong was so excited that he almost jumped up from the ground. Although Chen Yu could control the speed at which the zombies were moving forward, any more control of the zombies would need to move forward. And coupled with the fact that Chen Yu had deliberately suppressed his speed, so these zombies were densely positioned. And as long as he planted the charmed destruction mushroom in front of the middle road, then all the zombies would be charmed back. It's just that Chen Yu has been hoarding the tombstone value and has never summoned any zombies from the card slot since the beginning. These slow ones coming over are just ordinary zombies. Is he going to use all the sunlight he has saved up for so long to charm the ordinary zombies? Thinking of this, Luo Tianhong's advancing footsteps lurched, and then quickly retreated back to his position at the entrance of the homestead. No, he couldn't just expose the charming destruction mushroom. It was a great killing weapon he had prepared for Chen Yu. These ordinary zombies could be taken care of even with a sunflower thrower. There was no need for him to waste sunlight. As the ordinary zombies stepped into their homes, they ran wildly towards the front like a runaway wild horse. But after all, ordinary zombies are the lowest level zombies. Even if they run, their speed is limited. Facing the attack of the sunflower pitcher, soon the ordinary zombies could not support themselves and fell to the ground. As the sunflower thrower killed the normal zombie, a sunflower flower grew out of the normal zombie's head, which then floated into Luo Tianhong's panel. Luo Tianhong was not idle in the meantime. All the way to the penultimate column planted sunflowers at the same time. The second road in the middle of the position also planted a wall of thorn nuts. As for the third and fifth paths, Luo Tianhong ignored them and planted a flaming street lamp flower in the middle of the fourth path. Name, Thorn Nut Wall. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 75 sunshine. Introduction. The surface of the wall of nuts surfaced a similar barbs. At first the wall of nuts thought it was a pimple on his body, and later realized that it is stronger. Before only as a sandbag it can now attack it at the same time as others counterattack the enemy. There are a lot of guys have been made by its barbs, dare not to mess with it again. Name, Flame Lamp Flower. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 sunshine. Introduction. A street lamp flower with flames burning all over its body. Once it was powerless, unable to attack and could only light up the nearby mist. Now it has gained the power of flames. It can light up the whole field of mist and light up the enemies that can be stealthy. And at the same time, it is able to utilize the power of flames to attack the surrounding enemies within a range of 3 by 3. And the damage is 2/3 of that of the melancholic mushrooms. Oh, are they all 2-star decks? Seeing that all of Luo Tianhong's plantings were 2-star plant decks, Chen Yu was instantly interested. Of course, he didn't think that these 2-star plants grown by Luo Tianhong would be able to win over him. After all, he hadn't even made a move yet. As the normal zombies entered the attack range, the Flame Road Flower began to output wildly, attacking zombies in 3, 4, and 5 ways. Plus, the Flame Pathfinder Flower was a mass damage output like the Melancholy Mushroom. So the normal zombies in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th paths were basically taken care of without much wasted effort. As for the 1st and 2nd paths, you don't have to worry about them either, as 2 sunflower throwers along the way are enough to take out 3 regular zombies. As for the 2 normal zombies on the 2nd path, even without using the Thorn Nut Wall, the 2 normal zombies could be taken out before the sunflower pitcher was eaten. And the Thorn Nut Wall was merely playing a role in intercepting them in this. Seeing all the zombies all fall, Luo Tianhong's tight heart didn't ease in the slightest. His eyes burned as he stared at Chen Yu, who had sat up from his recliner. A surge of wariness in his heart. He knew that he had only just managed to neutralize the first wave of Chen Yu's simplest attack, and was simply not qualified to let his guard down. But wherever he was a little bit gullible, there was a possibility that he would lose the whole game. And this was something that he could not accept. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have a flower on my face? Seeing Luo Tianhong staring at himself with a glaring gaze, Chen Yu was dumbfounded and even flirtatiously reached out to poke his cheek. Of course it's to pay attention to your next swing direction. If it's because of an inattention that you stole your home, that would be hard to bear. Luo Tianhong straightened his shoulders and shrugged. Stealing from home? Chen Yu froze. You mean me? Of course. Luo Tianhong responded with a non-committal nod. Although you fought more than a dozen battles where you've crushed the enemy head-on, I can't guarantee that you won't use this tactic, so it's necessary to keep an eye on your movements at all times. This way. Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully, but I didn't even bring a sneaky zombie deck like Minor Zombie, so you can relax, or my tactics as always won't change. I'll admit it if you can win. After saying that, Chen Yu directly summoned 2 blind box zombies at the very front of the middle. Anyway, he had plenty of tombstone value, and there was still plenty of time for him to accompany Luo Tianhong. After all, before the list has been too tired, not at all entertaining. Now this kind of battle stage to have the effect of the program well. Just can also relax. Seeing that Chen Yu had indeed summoned the blind box zombie as before, Luo Tianhong subconsciously sighed in relief. With the blind box zombies entering Lo Lianheng's homeworld at normal speed, the sunflower pitcher immediately went on the offensive. Snap. As the sunflowers thrown by the sunflower thrower smashed into the bodies of the blind box zombies, the blind box on top of the head of the foremost blind box zombie quickly turned tattered. Pang! With the blind box knocked out, the 500 blood ice truck zombie emerges from the smoke. Seeing that the random zombie that came out was an ice truck zombie, Luo Tianhong's heart immediately said that it was not good. In order to increase his output, Luo Tianhong immediately planted Venom Dual Launcher in the penultimate column in the middle. Name, Venom Double Launcher. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 sunshine. Introduction: Double Launcher's mutant plant. Once it was just an ordinary double launcher, but it was entangled in a poison because of an accident. At that time it thought it was going to die of poison, so it just soaked in a poison pool for 3 days and 3 nights. As a result, after 3 days and 3 nights it not only didn't die, but instead, it also got the power of the poison, which is even stronger than before. Under Chen Yu's watchful eye, the seeds of the Venom Dual Launcher quickly broke through the ground and grew into the familiar Dual Launcher. It looks different from the traditional Dual Launcher, though, both of the leaves behind its head are black, and the surface of its mouth is covered in a layer of virulent poison, which at first glance looks quite handsome. Snap. As the Venom Dual Launchers began to attack, the ice truck zombies, which had seemed so threatening, only resisted for a minute before they were blown away, enough to see how much damage the Venom Dual Launchers could do. Seeing that there was only one blind box zombie left on the field, Luo Tianhong was relieved in his heart. Just when Luo Tianhong thought that things would go as he expected, he saw the last blind box zombie turn into a Dancing King zombie. Dancing King zombie? It looks pretty cool, but in the face of my Venom Dual Launcher, there's not much use for the Dancing King zombie to appear. Luo Tianhong smiled confidently. Just when he thought the Dancing King zombie and his little brother, the companion Dancing Zombie, were quickly killed, the BGM suddenly appeared on the field. Let's get high, shall we? Yes. Who's singing? Warms up the loneliness. After a magical song, the Venom Double Launcher and the Sunflower Thrower had just killed the frontmost backing zombie. As a result, the Dancing King zombie summoned the companion Dancing Zombie again without pause, and instead of summoning one at a time, he summoned 4 at a time, which could choke Luo Tianhong. Just then, the flame street lamp flower in the 4th path also started to power up, frantically attacking the accompanying dancing zombies that appeared in its attack range at the very front. The poor backup dancer zombie didn't even dance twice and got boxed again. With the Dancing King zombie summoning again, Luo Tianhong instantly realized the gravity of the matter. If they couldn't deal with the Dance King zombie in the center that was protected by layers of protection in time, these companion zombies were afraid that they would fight more and more, which wasn't what Luo Tianhong wanted to see. Just as Luo Tianhong was pondering his countermeasures, the companion zombie on the 4th path near the flame road lantern flower was also killed. With the 3rd summoning of the Dancing King zombie, rattles came from the tombstones all over the field, and this movement instantly caught everyone's attention. What was that? Why is the whole field of tombstones performing summons? Luo Tianhong looked at the various zombies that came out of the tombstones not far away with dull eyes. Whether they were flying in the sky or digging underground, or diving zombies had appeared. It's fucking sea, land, air, and underground all in one place. Seeing this scene, Luo Tianhong's fighting spirit was already half disorganized. If not for the self-confidence he had cultivated since childhood still being there, he was afraid that he would have already surrendered as if his heart was dead. It seems that the winner of this one has already been revealed. I knew that Luo Tianhong would not be able to beat Chen Yu. You have to know that Chen Yu is never defeated. Talk as if Luo Tianhong has lost. Don't jump to conclusions until the last moment. Okay, how do you know Luo Tianhong will definitely not win? In this situation right now, what can Luo Tianhong take to turn the tide? Not to mention the large wave of zombies in the back. He can't even solve the Dancing King zombies in the front alone, right? Yeah, the Dancing King zombie in front is too tricky. The accompanying zombie will be summoned immediately after it dies. Who can stand up to this? There's no way to solve it. Even if Luo Tianhong is able to get rid of the Dance King zombie and the accompanying zombie in one go, what should he do with the zombies behind him? The crowd in the audience was discussing vigorously. Almost everyone was not optimistic about Luo Tianhong. Even Luo Tianhong's father here could only let out a helpless sigh. Luo Hao on the side saw his father sighing and immediately asked, "Father, why are you letting out such a sigh?" That Chen Yu is a once-in-a-century supreme genius. It's only normal for Tianhong to lose in his hands. Hearing this, Luo Hairui helplessly shook his head. Tianhong, this kid has been competitive since he was a child. I have told him before that if he meets Chen Yu he can just measure his strength. After all, Chen Yu's strength is here. But Tianhong was not convinced and had to compete with Chen Yu. As a result, his self-confidence is now broken. The whole person has been struck down. And in the future, I'm afraid that it will take a long time before he can walk out from Chen Yu's shadow. After saying that, a bitter smile spread across the corners of Luo Hairue's mouth, and his gaze towards Luo Tianhong on the field was filled with worry. What to do? What to do about it? Luo Tianhong looked at the two waves of zombies before and after. A flash of uncertainty and anxiety flashed in his eyes. He was debating whether or not to give the charming destruction mushroom to these Dance King zombies and companion dance zombies in front of him. Although he knew it was a bit of a waste to give it to the Dancing King zombie and the companion zombie, there was no way for him to fix the Dancing King zombie and the companion zombie, and if he didn't fix them, they would be at his doorstep soon. As for such a good thing as two waves of zombies charmed together, Luo Tianhong was not without thought. But the wave of zombies in the back is going slower. While the Dance King zombie and the accompanying zombie have already traveled a third of the way, the two waves of zombies simply cannot come together. Luo Tianhong can only extinguish this naive idea. What was that? Seeing Luo Tianhong plant a seed in the middle of the road. That seed took root and sprouted after about 5 seconds and grew out to look similar to the destruction mushroom, but in the color of the charming mushroom, which made Chen Yu somewhat surprised. Right at this moment, Luo Tianhong placed another quick-way coffee bean on top of the head of the charmed destruction mushroom, and as the coffee bean quickly awakened the sleeping charmed destruction mushroom, a colorful mushroom cloud rose up into the sky. Boom! As the mushroom cloud disappeared into thin air, the Dance King zombie and companion dance zombie, who had originally been almost at the doorstep of their home, were glowing with a purple color, and then turned around and headed in the direction of Chen Yu's homeland. What kind of plant is that? It can actually charm all of the Dance King zombies and the accompanying zombies, and that mushroom cloud looks so familiar. Something's not right. Isn't that the mushroom cloud of the destruction mushroom? Why didn't the destruction mushroom blow up, but instead charmed the Dance King zombie and the companion dance zombie? That's what you don't understand. That's not a destruction mushroom at all. The destruction mushroom's color is black, but this plant is colorful and similar to the color of the charming mushroom. If nothing else, this should be a new type of plant that emerged by combining the characteristics of the charming mushroom and the destruction mushroom. Then isn't Chen Yu in danger? Although the Dancing King zombie was summoned by him, he doesn't have the ability to solve the Dancing King zombie. When it comes to the endless summoning, maybe Chen Yu might actually lose. Ha 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 ha. Good job, Luo Tianhong. Make sure you flip the game. My hope of making money is all on you. Seeing that the unbeatable Dance King zombie and companion dance zombie that had just been charmed, everyone present pinched a cold sweat for Chen Yu, fearing that Chen Yu would capsize the boat in the nether hook. It's worth noting that one prominent overseas company set up handicaps before each battle began, and everyone could buy bets. Before this battle started, most of the people's people had pressed Chen Yu's bets to earn some pocket money, and only a handful of crazy gambling dogs had pressed Luo Tianhong's bets. If they really let Luo Tianhong win, these people were afraid that they would immediately become billionaires, but if they lost, they were afraid that they would lose their money. This should be able to resist the second wave of attacks. It would be better if we can destroy a few tombstones. Luo Tianhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tension finally relaxing at this moment. Right at the moment when the Dancing King zombie stepped into Chen Yu's homeland, the throwing clown zombie, who had long been unable to hold back, immediately threw out the gift box in his hand. Pang! As the gift box falls onto the head of the Dancing King zombie, all of the accompanying zombies with the Dancing King zombie die. Luo Tianhong's happy expression only lasted for a split second before abruptly freezing. How come? How did that happen? Luo Tianhong stared with wide eyes and murmured in disbelief. He was prepared to use the Dancing King zombie to drag Chen Yu down, but the result was that the Dancing King zombie was gone in a single shot? However, this wasn't what shocked Luo Tianhong the most. What was the most difficult for Luo Tianhong to understand was the clown zombie that threw the gift box as a bomb. It's not fucking right. The clown zombie he remembered was a very unstable zombie. Sometimes it exploded after a few steps. Sometimes it didn't explode when he walked into his house. Why didn't Chen Yu's clown zombie walk forward holding the gift box, but threw it behind him using it as a bomb? Luo Tianhong didn't understand why this was happening, and he didn't want to understand why this was happening. All he knew was that he was tired. I surrender. With Luo Tianhong raising his hand with a bitter face, the battle officially ended. I knew Chen Yu would never lose. This is now his 16th consecutive win, and there are still 4 more battles to watch today, so the needle doesn't poke. Although I can't learn any techniques from Chen Yu here, it's purely and simply card strength crushing, but it looks cool. It's the first time I've seen such a perfect visual feast. Ha 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 ha. I think the same as you. I've been squatting here all day to watch it because it's so good. I didn't even go for lunch. Then I'm different from you guys. I'm here to earn pocket money. And even though I know Chen Yu should keep his winning streak going, I don't feel comfortable not keeping an eye on it. Man, I've made $10,000 now. I have to say that Chen Yu is really strong, and there won't be any fake matches. I like this kind of people. I fucking threw up $30,000 down the drain. This Luo Tianhong is a water goods, right? The audience cheered. Some were happy that they had made money. Some were happy that Chen Yu could win. And only a few gambling dogs hammered their chests in pain. After playing the 10 matches of the day, Chen Yu returned to reality. Chen Yu saw Su Binglan's flawless face as soon as he came out. Su Binglan and Chen Yu briefly chatted for a couple of sentences, implicitly mentioning the incident 2 days ago. And Chen Yu didn't hide it, directly telling Dr. Stiff King to Su Binglan. Hearing Chen Yu admit it himself, Su Binglan did not feel any surprise. After all, Chen Yu had told her about the existence of Dr. Stiff King before, so naturally it was not that shocking to mention it again now. Su Binglan ended the small talk after asking what she wanted to know. Because there were no ingredients at home, Su Binglan took Chen Yu to a street side store to eat 2 bowls of noodles. Not to mention, the noodles made by this small roadside noodle shop were quite tasty, chewy, and the soup was also very rich. Even Su Binglan, who had never liked to eat too much, ate 2 large bowls of noodles. After returning home after eating the noodles, Chen Yu couldn't wait to return to his room. He wasn't trying to do anything bad by being so giddy, but he was ready to fuse the cards. It was important to know that after the bronze potential ranking national ranking rush stage was settled, he had been given 15 random zombie decks. Those 15 random zombie decks are 2 tombstone decks, 2 red-eyed giant zombie decks, 2 flag-waving zombie decks, roadblock zombie deck, barrel zombie deck, pole vaulting zombie deck, newspaper reading zombie deck, Joker zombie deck, dolphin rider zombie deck, high nut zombie deck, tombstone swallowing zombie deck, and Dr. Stiffy King deck. Among them, Dr. Stiffy King decks, kid zombie decks, high nut zombie decks, barricade zombie decks, flag waving zombie decks, and tombstone decks can be synthesized, and red-eyed giant decks can be fused twice. As the zombie icon slowly appeared, Chen Yu immediately flipped it to the last page of the synthesis page, and then tossed the cards in with a brain. As the black aura flickered, one after another of the 2-star cards appeared in Chen Yu's hands. Name, Sailor Stiff King. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 2,000 tombstone value. Introduction, Dr. Stiff King, who used to study science and technology, was obsessed with Ultraman specials. In order to be able to be with his favorite Ultraman, Dr. Stiff King directly set the Sailor Ultraman's mask on Stiff King's mecha and upgraded the entire Stiff King's mecha. The upgraded Sailor Stiff King every time he puts a zombie will be a zombie icon in the possession of a 2-star card. And the Sailor Stiff King will be able to spit the ball of the frequency and smashing frequency will be higher. Blood also came to an astonishing 150,000 blood. Higher. And the blood quantity also came to an astonishing 150,000 blood. Name, Big Ghost Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction, the kid zombie stole Dr. Stiff King's pill to make him as big as his brother, Gargantua. Although the kid zombie's appearance remains unchanged, no zombie dares to laugh at the kid zombie as a midget, because the zombie who dares to laugh has already been killed by the kid zombie who has become bigger and stronger. Name, Penitent High Nut Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction, High Nut's zombie night and day to exercise their own. Got an incredible body of adamantine. He has relied on the body of adamantine in the endless abyss to kill 7 into 7 out. No one can enter his body can also be a full body back. He was the enemy crowned with the name of Repentance God of War. Because his blood is lower the thicker the defense. When he began to cry, it means that the enemy's time of death has come. Name, Trolley Barricade Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction, a special zombie with the body of a roadblock zombie and the head of a trolley. The trolley roadblock zombie moves very fast and can crush anything that hinders his progress, whether it's a person or an object. But its weakness is that its body is relatively brittle, and its blood volume is equivalent to that of the original ordinary roadblock zombie. Name, Snowman's Head Flag-Waving Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, Snowman zombies and flag-waving zombies are combined into one strange species. Snowman Head Flag-Waving Zombies move very fast, and will summon air support every time they advance 3 squares. But Snowman Head Flag-Waving Zombies are more brittle. Equivalent to the blood of a normal flag-waving zombie, air support can summon 3 to 4 random zombies. Name, Broken Tombstone. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Description, a tombstone that buried countless zombies. Sealed for unknown reasons, probably because the passage of time has loosened the seal, which gives it the probability of summoning roadblock zombies and barrel zombies, and each time it summons, it can get 50 tombstone value. Name, Mercenary Red-Eyed Giant Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 400 tombstone value. Introduction, the red-eyed giant zombie will throw his brother kid zombie out every time he is fatally injured, trying to save the kid zombie's life, but every time it does not work out. The kid zombie is always thrown out of the kid zombie will fall to the ground and die, which makes the red-eyed giant zombie angry. In order to protect his brother kid zombie's safety, the red-eyed giant decided to no longer take kid zombie out of the battle, but the basket is replaced with a bazooka, and the neck is hung with a ring of heavy ammunition. After receiving fatal damage, the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie will fire a shell to attack the enemy's back row of enemies. The power is equivalent to 2 cherry bombs. Aside from the broken tombstone being a duplicate deck, the strength of the other few zombies exceeded Chen Yu's expectations. Both the Sailor Stiff King and the Trolley Barricade zombie are ridiculously strong, and the air support from the Yeti head flag waving zombie and the artillery attack from the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie are nasty. Even the Great Ghost Zombie and the Penitent God of War are extremely rare elite cards when placed outside. For a time, Chen Yu actually did not know which zombie card to boast from first. Most notably, both Red-Eyed Giant 2-star cards are Mercenary Red-Eyed Giant Zombie, which means he can synthesize a 3-star Red-Eyed Giant Zombie deck. This makes Chen Yu's hands dance with excitement, knowing that a 2-star Red-Eyed Giant Zombie deck is so perverted. Wouldn't a 3-star Red-Eyed Giant Zombie deck be elected to win? As the 2-2-star Red-Eyed Giant Zombie cards were placed into the synthesis page, an oppressive black aura swept over the room as if it was going to engulf the entire room. Just then, a bright light appeared from the center of the synthetic page. This? What strength do you guys think a 3-star Red-Eyed Giant should be? As the light flickered, a brand new 3-star Red-Eyed Giant Zombie deck appeared in Chen Yu's hands. Name, Red-Eyed Giant Zombie Throwing Giants. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 500 tombstone value. Introduction, suffer the baptism of gunfire. Red-Eyed Giant Zombie or failed to guard his brother Kid Zombie. In order to no longer let the Kid Zombie hurt, Red-Eyed Giant Zombie learns the art of splitting. When the life force is less than half or fatal injuries will be thrown out of the split mercenary Red-Eyed Giant Zombie, can be thrown twice, and through the giant of the Red-Eyed Giant Zombie's head with a cart hat. The giant's head. Moving faster. Free to adjust the speed of movement. Oh, that's a lot of intensity. Seeing the introduction of the Red-Eyed Giant Zombie that threw the giant, Chen Yu instantly brightened up. Although the Red-Eyed Giant Zombies that throw giants can only throw disposable mercenary Red-Eyed Giant Zombies. Mercenary Red-Eyed Giant Zombies are strong alright, and the Red-Eyed Giant Zombie that throws giants is the head that wears a cart hat. And with such a high blood count of the Red-Eyed Giant Zombie, it is called a war bulldozer. After synthesizing the 3-star Red-Eyed Giant Zombie, Chen Yu lay on the bed and swiped his cell phone until sleepiness struck, and only then did he put it down and huffed and puffed. There is only one card for the broken tombstone. The previous broken tombstone was fused into the zombie icon. It's like any other transmogrifier fusing cards into their body. There's no way to take it out and synthesize it again after it's fused. Morning. The sun is shining. A beam of sunlight shone into the room through the curtains, and it happened to spill onto Chen Yu's left cheek. Feeling the temperature of his left cheek significantly higher than his right, Chen Yu opened his eyes in a daze. What time is it? Chen Yu rubbed his eyeballs. He was just about to roll over and get his cell phone to check the time when he saw it ringing before him. Do. Chen Yu picked up his cell phone and found that the caller was an unfamiliar number that he did not recognize. Hello? Chen Yu yawned and picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. We are from the Holy Academy of Rice. I believe you should have heard of our academy, and we have decided to invite you to enter our academy. If you agree, we can offer you 4 years of free advancement at the academy, with any expenses covered by our academy. Subsequently, you can also participate in various international competitions on behalf of our country, Rice, with unconditional supply of rewards and resources, and we can give you whatever you want. Of course, before entering the academy we may need you to change to our Rice nationality. After all, we can't train high-end talents for others for free. It's something only stupid people would do. A not-so-skilled baritone voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding like it should be a bit of an awkward tone as the Yonkers had been learning the dragon language for a few years. What's the name, please? Chen Yu glanced sleepily at the sunlight outside the window, then asked carelessly. You may call me Mr. John. The man on the other side immediately opened his mouth to reply when he heard this. Mr. John, right? Listen to me clearly. If you want to send me resources for free then I will accept it unconditionally. But if you make me go to your what the fuck academy and have to change my nationality, then you should get out while you can. What kind of cat or dog deserves to say that? Chen Yu said with a cold smile. Of course he knew what the Mi Sacred College was. It was no exaggeration to say that the Mi Sacred College's status in the Mi country was equivalent to the 4 famous colleges in the Dragon country. Of course he knew that he could get a lot of resources if he went to the Rice country. But all of these resources were available in the 4 famous institutes of the Dragon country. Even more than the Holy Academy of the Rice country. Coupled with the fact that he was born as a Dragon country man and died as a Dragon country soul. Even if there were no 4 great famous institutes, he would rather join the Guard Bureau than go to some Rice Sacred Academy. Mr. Chen, I advise you to think clearly. Our Saint Academy of Rice is a top-tier academy when looking at the entire world. You can enjoy the resources that you would never be able to enjoy in the Dragon Kingdom after you come here. Do you really want to give it up? John said with an icy gaze. Listen to me. I'll say it again. I'll never go to your Rice Holy Academy. Goodbye. Oh no. Never again. After saying that, Chen Yu directly hung up the phone. What does this John guy think he's some kind of dopey sweetie to be coaxed through by flowery words alone? And what about the fact that Rice St. College is the top college in the world? So what if it's a top academy? Are the 4 famous academies in the Dragon Kingdom not top-tier academies? It's really funny to talk as if Dragon Kingdom doesn't have any academies that can hold their own. Just then, Chen Yu's phone rang again. Chen Yu picked it up and saw that it was another unfamiliar number. Hello? Don't call me if it's still that stupid John. I'm sick of it. Chen Yu answered the phone with an impatient face. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, Hello, I'm the enrollment teacher of the Green Dragon Academy. May I ask if you're student Chen Yu? I am. You're from Green Dragon Academy? Hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes widened. The Green Dragon Academy was one of the 4 great academies. The 4 great academies were the Green Dragon Academy, the Vermilion Bird Academy, the White Tiger Academy, and the Xuanwu Academy, and each academy had its own specialties. Among them, the Green Dragon Academy and the Vermilion Bird Academy are academies that teach zombie professions, and the White Tiger Academy and the Xuanwu Academy are academies that teach plant professions. It was worth mentioning that the number of students from the Green Dragon Academy and the Vermilion Bird Academy combined only managed to reach 1/10 of the White Tiger Academy's number, so it could be said that there was a scarcity of talent. Those who can truly enter the Green Dragon Academy and the Vermilion Bird Academy are the best in the zombie profession. And if you are lucky enough to join these 2 academies, it means that your talent is indeed okay. The enrollment teacher of the Green Dragon Academy nodded his head and responded, Yes, our Green Dragon Academy would like to invite you to come to our academy to further your studies. What did you just say, John? I'm sorry. Just now a self-proclaimed Mi Sheng College came to me and wanted me to change to Mi nationality. I directly scolded him and then directly hung up the phone. I thought it was because he was furious and called over to scold me again. But I didn't expect it to be you who called over. Chen Yu said with some embarrassment. The enrollment teacher laughed and gave a thumbs up. Ha 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 ha. Student Chen Yu, it's okay. When you meet this kind of person, you should scold him severely before you know why the flowers are so red. Our Dragon Kingdom's 4 major academies are all top-notch academies, and their Mi Kingdom has developed for so many years, resulting in only being able to cultivate a Mi Kingdom Holy Academy. How can they be comparable to us? That's right. I decided a long time ago that if I don't get into the 4 famous academies, I'll go to the Protection Bureau to guard the side. And I won't go to some Rice Saint Academy no matter what. Chen Yu's voice was not loud, but it was unusually firm. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, his cognition and his personality did not allow him to do this kind of betrayal. I didn't expect student Chen Yu to be so aware at such a young age. But with your talent and potential, it's a bit modest to say that you can't pass the exams. You should have the 4 most prestigious academies at your disposal. The enrollment teacher of the Green Dragon Academy said smilingly. By the way, I don't think you understand the difference between the 4 great academies. The 4 great academies are in charge of different boards and teach completely different fighting styles. Chen Yu and the teacher of the Green Dragon Academy had a long chat, and the teacher of the Green Dragon Academy explained to him in detail the differences between the 4 major academies. For example, Green Dragon Academy focuses more on speed pushing in practice, and has zombie decks that go in roughly that direction. Vermilion Bird Academy, on the other hand, is more cautious, preferring to analyze information about their enemies before battle before making plans, and possesses a zombie deck that is roughly the same. There is no need to say much about Xuanwu Academy and White Tiger Academy. These 2 are plant academies, and Chen Yu such zombie career changers do not have much to do with it. So the enrollment teacher of Qinglong Academy is talking about these 2 with a single stroke. Before hanging up the phone, the enrollment teacher of Qinglong Academy gave Chen Yu an exemption from the exam. If Chen Yu was considering joining the Green Dragon Academy, then he would be able to report to the Green Dragon Academy at any time with the exemption admission letter. As for the Green Dragon Academy's exemption admission book, It was already on its way here, and would probably be delivered at noon. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu just wanted to get up and go wash up. Who expected the phone to keep ringing one after another? Chen Yu didn't even realize that the other 3 academies of the 4 famous academies, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, and White Tiger, had all called him and invited him to join the academy for further training. And all 3 of their colleges have given exemptions to the admission book, which are on their way at this time, as long as Chen Yu takes the exemptions to the admission book to report to the college. Originally, Chen Yu was still curious why Xuanwu Academy and White Tiger Academy would call him. Weren't these 2 colleges for plant occupations? As a result, the White Tiger Academy's enrollment teacher blocked him with a sentence that they could always open up the board of zombie professions for Chen Yu and ask a special person to teach Chen Yu's knowledge. In response, Chen Yu did not explicitly refuse, but his heart had already drifted towards Qinglong Academy. After all, Qinglong Academy was the first of the 4 prestigious academies to call him. Although the promised resources are all very different, but who let the teacher of the Green Dragon Academy kindly? What he asked and what he answered. Taking all the factors of his admission into account, this is the top enrollment teacher, okay? After answering the call from the enrollment teacher of the 4 famous academies, Chen Yu ran to the bathroom to wash up. As for those foreign colleges and some of the larger domestic colleges that called afterward, Chen Yu did not receive any of them, or rather he did not have the time to waste on answering the phone. After simply washing up, Chen Yu sat on a chair and looked at Su Binglan, who was busy in the kitchen. I don't know what kind of medicine Su Binglan had taken wrongly, actually waking up so early every day. Her previous habit of sleeping in seemed to have been kicked overnight, and she also prepared a loving breakfast for him. After eating breakfast, Chen Yu swiped his cell phone for a while before starting the last day of the national ranking contest. Since the matching would also take a few minutes, Chen Yu began to watch the leaderboard. Bronze potential ranking, Dragon State ranking, match phase. 1. Chen Yu won 20 matches and lost 0, see details. 2. Qin Xuan won 17 matches and lost 3, check details. 3. Yao Qianxiu won 16 matches and lost 4, see details. 4. Zhao Ruixing won 16 matches and lost 4, see details. 5. Lu Yao, 15 wins, 5 losses, see details. Seeing Lu Yao's familiar name, Chen Yu could not help but be happy. Previously, when he was the top of the 3 lists, Lu Yao had only managed to enter the top 100 of the province, and had barely gained the qualification to enter the national list. When the list was finalized in the rushing stage, she was even unnamed, and I thought Lu Yao would just disappear in the eyes of the public, but I didn't expect her to squeeze into the top 5 in the more intense battle stage instead. However, Chen Yu thought about it carefully and realized that after all, Lu Yao's talent was naturally suited for this kind of sparring stage. It's true that it would be hard to get her to rush the list, but she can't stop her luck when it comes. This matchmaking mechanic basically all but gave her a row of zombie profession trannies, and with her talent for zombie restraint, she froze and managed 15 wins. If she hadn't encountered Chen Yu once and a plant profession transmogrifier 4 times, she would have been afraid that her ranking would have been even higher. Just as Chen Yu was about to continue scrolling down, a prompt suddenly came from the panel, and Chen Yu immediately entered the matchmaking platform. As Chen Yu entered, a slender figure on the opposite side came into view. Her face was icy cold, like a plum blossom that stood proudly in front of the crowd, and her lips were thin and red, slightly upturned, exuding a cold beauty. She is like the snow in winter, cold and noble. Her skin is smooth and delicate, as crystal clear as cold jade, which further sets off the eyes that are cold and clear. Hello again. Qin Xuan casually smoothed her long snow-white frost-like hair, making it possible for it to fall better on her shoulders. She had her arms wrapped around her chest in a fait accompli of an icy imperial lady, but the corners of her slightly hooked mouth betrayed her. Compared to the unbelievably gorgeous iceberg beauty that others spoke of, she actually talked a lot, only that the person who could listen to her heart hadn't appeared yet. No surrender? Seeing that it was Qin Xuan who had lost to him once, Chen Yu smiled and raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding? Am I the type to surrender? Although yesterday's me couldn't beat you, today's me still can't beat you. Qin Xuan glanced at Chen Yu angrily. Don't look at her on the surface, she doesn't look good to approach. In reality it's all outward appearance that's to blame. In reality she loves to chat. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Qin Xuan say this, Chen Yu was first stunned, and then laughed out without a care in the world. The two made some small talk before preparing to enter the fray. Are the parties ready to finish? Message alerts popped up on both of their panels at the same time. Yes, the two said in unison. Although Qin Xuan knew that she was not Chen Yu's opponent, the good and strong woman of her life would not allow herself to surrender like this. Even if she lost, she would have to lose in a decent manner. And every failure is a lesson learned. Normally you can't fail when pushing because you'll die. But now you won't die in the versus phase of the battle, so even if you fail it doesn't matter. Battle begins. Select the zombie/plant you want to fight. Giant throwing red-eyed giant zombies. Crazy tombstones. Jar throwing zombies. Angry newspaper reading zombies. Dead zombies. Benevolent dancing king zombies. Blind box zombies. Champion pole vaulting zombies. Sunflower nut wall. Crossed firecracker peppers. Flaming clover. Flaming ground thorns. Flaming flower queen. Flaming high nut archer. Double charm mushrooms. And quick wait coffee beans. The two quickly settled on their respective slot candidates. Shenyu is still the same choice as in the last hand, except that he has changed the sled zombie armed squad into red-eyed giant zombies that throw giants. As for Qin Shuang, she had made certain changes based on Shenyu's battle performance, but retained her flame-matching formation. Because her talent allows flame attacks to be accompanied by a chilling slowing effect, fire-attributed plants are the ones to bring. Originally, she hadn't planned on bringing charming mushroom, coffee bean, and clover, but she had watched Shenyu's battle and ultimately decided to do so. After all, Shenyu could summon random zombies, and the last time he fought Luo Tianhong he even called out 4 different kinds of zombies from the sea, land, air, and underground, so if she didn't take precautions there wasn't the slightest hope of winning. Soon, the battle began. Shenyu immediately placed a crazy tombstone in the middle, and Qin Shuang also planted a sunflower nut wall in the middle half of the field in a similar fashion when he saw it. Name, Sunflower Nut Wall. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 50 sunshine. Introduction, a cross between a sunflower and a nut wall. The sunflower nut wall combines the best of both worlds, with the sunflower's ability to produce sunlight and the nut wall's tough defense. It is a deservedly excellent plant, and it produces 50 sunlight. Even the 5-star reviewer Dave once commented that the sunflower nut wall with a price tag of 50 sunlight is definitely the king of cost effectiveness in the same price range. Shenyu casually scanned the information on the sunflower nut wall, then sat on the recliner and quietly waited for the output of the tombstone value. As for Qin Shuang on the opposite side of the room, she was not so leisurely, although she had nothing to do, but from her expression she was able to tell that she was very busy. As a sunbeam fell from the sky, Qin Shuang immediately planted a wall of sunflower nuts on the second path. Soon, movement also came from the sunflower nut wall on the third path, but the sunflower nut wall's plant deck was still on cooldown, so Qin Shuang could only wait patiently, and after that, but 5 seconds later, movement also came from the crazy tombstones on Shenyu's side, and Shenyu immediately planted crazy tombstones on the second and fourth paths. As the two of them developed frantically for 3 minutes, Qin Shuang's side of the lineup and Shenyu's lineup didn't look too far apart. On Qin Frost's side was a row of sunflower nut walls, with a row of flame ground spikes in front of the sunflower nut walls, while on Shenyu's side, it was the same old story, with 5 crazy tombstones and 12 normal tombstones. Name, Flame Spike. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 100 sunshine. Description, the true meaning of flame slowly realized by the small thorn in the flame. When the enemy passes through the body of the small thorn, the flame thorn will release the flame to attack the enemy on the body. In the transmigrant Qin Shuang's talent increase, the flame thorn's attack is not only accompanied by the flame damage, and also with the deceleration. When the enemy passes through the body of the enemy has the probability to be stunned. Yo, there's something about this flaming ground spike. Shenyu looked at the information on the flame ground thorn with interest, not realizing that the ordinary flame ground thorn had actually become so powerful under Qin Shuang's talent increase. However, this kind of strength would only reach an okay level in Shenyu's eyes. If Shenyu was given 2 ground spike decks, he could synthesize a more powerful 2-star ground spike. Full assault. With Shenyu's order, the ordinary zombies that had been advancing at a tortoise speed and the 2 death zombies immediately rushed into Qin Shuang's home at the sight of the situation. As the zombies pressed in with their armies, Qin Shuang was standing outside of his homestead unperturbed and ready to check the effectiveness of the flame ground spike in actual combat. Because she wasn't standing within the rules-determined combat range, the fabled 6th path, she wouldn't be attacked even if she stood at the entrance to her homestead and brushed up against the regular zombies. Crunch! Crunch! As the normal zombies and the 2 death zombies came to the flame ground spike's body, the flame ground spike immediately wriggled its body and attacked the zombies with the tips of the flaming spikes on its body. Ba ba ba! The regular zombies can't attack the flame ground spikes. They can only let them attack them and be slowed down. 3 of the unlucky ones were stunned by the flame ground spike, and were kept alive in place for 5 seconds with 5 seconds of control, and were killed by the flame ground spike just as they were able to move, and their deaths were too suffocating. With the regular zombies and the 2 death zombies dead, Shenyu put 2 blind box zombies in the middle as per usual, because Shenyu had summoned the blind box zombies at the very front of the middle. The blind box zombies had entered Qin Shuang's homeworld as soon as they appeared. Seeing Shenyu's second wave of attack coming, Qin Shuang's expression changed from his original relaxed to cautious. Having fought with Shenyu before, she knew that the first wave of the attack was just a food delivery. and that the first attack was truly the first attack from the second wave of blind box zombies. As the blind box zombies came to the wall of sunflower nuts and began to nibble, the flaming ground spikes under their feet immediately began to attack, and within 2 strikes they had knocked the blind boxes off the heads of the blind box zombies. As the blind box was smashed, a cloud of smoke wrapped the blind box zombie, and in about 5 seconds, a white front end emerged from the smoke. It's just a shame that the ice wagon zombie is sanctioned by the flaming ground spike at its feet before it can crush the sunflower nut wall, and the two instantly die together. Seeing that the first blind box zombie turned ice truck zombie was resolved, Qin Shuang didn't have any color of joy because there was still a second blind box zombie turned zombie that hadn't appeared. Just as Qin Shuang's face became increasingly ugly, an ordinary zombie stepped out of the smoke. Seeing that it was the most inconspicuous ordinary zombie, Qin Shuang was first stunned, and then violently sighed in relief. It just so happened that she had just been saving up sunlight, and now together they had saved up a full 300 sunlight, so it was time to summon her main output, the Flame Flower Queen. As Qin Frost quickly went to the middle of the road to plant the Flame Flower Queen seeds 2 squares behind the wall of sunflower nuts, about 20 seconds later, a cloaked figure appeared in front of the two of them. Name, Queen of the Flamingos. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 300 sunshine. Introduction, a magical plant from the endless abyss. Although it is a plant, she has anthropomorphic appearance and extremely high intelligence. At the same time, she also has a certain degree of command of the combat ability. She is wearing a cloak. Her head is burning with red flames. The attack range of 5 squares. The attack mode is to spray flames to the ground, and it can attack all the enemies within the 5 squares. In the transmigrant Qin Frost's talent increase, the red flames of the Flame Flower Queen's head become blue flame, which has a slowing down effect, and the attack range has been changed to 3 rows and 5 squares, and has the probability to directly burn an enemy into ashes. Oh, the Queen of the Flaming Flower? Chen Yu looked at Qin Shuang with a surprised expression, not expecting her to save up the sunlight for planting the Flame Flower Queen so quickly. But the last time the Flame Flower Queen's performance wasn't too bright. I didn't play well last time. This time I've had enough time to develop and I'm not really sure I'll lose to you. Qin Shuang, who was not far away, lightly grunted after noticing Chen Yu's eyes as she wrapped her hands around her chest with a look of vowing revenge. You'll have to beat the regular zombies first. Chen Yu smiled and then summoned the benevolent dancing king zombie in the middle of the road. Beat regular zombies? Qin Shuang frowned slightly. She didn't understand the meaning of Chen Yu's words. Could it be that this ordinary zombie was secretly hiding a mystery? But why did Chen Yu not let the benevolent dancing king zombie control the speed? The companion dancing zombie was instead coming towards her side at top speed as usual. Just as Qin Shuang was puzzled, she suddenly realized that the weak and ordinary zombie in front of her was actually still gnawing on the sunflower nut wall. You know that the Flame Flower Queen has already cast 2 flame attacks and he actually didn't even break his hand? Master, the enemy this time is not to be messed with. The Flame Flower Queen retracted the flames in her hands, then turned her head to look at Qin Shuang who was at the side and said, What? Hearing this, Qin Shuang instantly became unsettled. Wasn't this just an ordinary zombie that actually made the Flame Flower Queen exclaim that she was not to be messed with? The sunflower nut wall won't last long. Master, you need to plan ahead. The Flame Flower Queen spoke extremely fast, then once again used her flames to burn at the normal zombies in front of her. The ordinary zombie glanced at the flames on the bottom of his feet with a calm face, then continued to gnaw away as if nothing had happened. At this point, the sunflower nut wall in the middle of the road was missing a large gash in its body, and its original tough expression had turned into a crying face. Woo woo! The sunflower nut wall cried as it contributed 50 sunlight to Qin Frost, and then hardened itself and continued to fend off the normal zombie attack. Because the amount of sunlight was not enough right now, Qin Shuang could only wait gloomily for sunlight to fall from the sky as well as other sunflower nut walls to produce sunlight. Click. After a minute of continuous nibbling by regular zombies, the wall of sunflower nuts could no longer hold out and fell at the feet of the regular zombies. If it wasn't for the Flame Flower Queen slowing down the regular zombies on a consistent basis, the regular zombies were afraid that they would have finished off the sunflower nut wall half a minute ago. Luckily, with the Flame Flower Queen's slowdown, the sunflower nut wall carried on for a full minute, buying Qin Shuang precious time. At the same time, the 4 companion zombies running all the way over there also came to the front of the sunflower nut wall and started to gnaw, and the 2 companion zombies in the middle even followed the pace of the ordinary zombies and rushed forward. It was a pity that the 2 of them weren't ordinary zombies and didn't have 50,000 blood, and after being carbon roasted by the Flame Flower Queen, the 4 accompanying zombies died at the same time. The benevolent Dance King saw this and immediately performed a summoning, and 4 brand new companion dance zombies came out of the tombstone and charged forward. Because the 4 companion zombies die at the same time, they cannot be summoned 4 times in a row, but only once. In this regard, Chen Yu was indifferent. After all, the 50,000 blood common zombie was already close to the Flameflower Queen. As long as the Flameflower Queen was resolved, he had won the victory. Just as the normal zombies and the Flameflower Queen were only 2.5 squares away, Qin Shuang finally saved up enough sunlight and immediately planted double charm mushrooms 1 square in front of the Flameflower Queen. Name, Double Charm Mushroom. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 100 sunshine. Introduction, a deformed species bred by the charmed mushroom and its own relatives. The double charmed mushroom possesses a body with 2 heads, and when the enemy eats the charmed mushroom, the enemy will be charmed into a friendly direction to move forward, and will duplicate an identical enemy together. Ha! Seeing the introduction of the double charm mushroom, Chun Yu, who was still indifferent, instantly sat down. How did you also bring the charm mushroom? And still this double charm mushroom? Because of the Flameflower Queen's attack, the normal zombie now only had 44,000 blood, but 244,000 normal zombies together was also terrifying, alright. Noticing a flash of color in Chen Yu's eyes, Qin Shuang instantly became complacent. She had known for a long time that Chen Yu had a lot of oversized zombies in his hands, and for this reason, she had purposely brought along the double charming mushroom and rapid awakening coffee bean that were extremely plot-occupying, just so she could do the same thing to others. With Qin Shuang placing quick wake coffee beans on the double charming mushroom, the double charming mushroom, which had just been sleepless, immediately stood up with full vigor. Buzz! As the 44,000 blood normal zombies ate the double charm mushroom, the 244,000 blood normal zombies turned around and walked towards Chen Yu's side. Just as the Dancing King zombie sent the accompanying zombie to rush to the battlefield, the 2 ordinary zombies saw the situation and immediately disposed of it. Plus, this was still the Flameflower Queen's attack range, so the Flameflower Queen burned to ashes along with the 4 accompanying zombies. Although with the help of the normal zombies, the companion dancing zombie at the top of the list died 3 seconds earlier, but it takes time to summon, so the benevolent Dancing King zombie can still only be summoned once. Chun Yu, what's so different about you, ordinary zombie? Why do I see your face becoming as black as coal? Seeing Chen Yu's stony face, Qin Shuang, who had lifted the threat, immediately jumped to flirt with his face, almost writing the 5 words "I'm flirting with you" on his face. Nothing different, only that this normal zombie has 50,000 blood, but thanks to you helping me with 6,000 blood, it's only 44,000 now. Chen Yu returned with a leathery smile. Ha ha ha. Qin Shuang laughed her ass off, and even the crowd in the audience was amused by Chen Yu's conspiratorial words. I didn't expect Chen Yu to have such a side. I've always thought that Chen Yu is the kind of dark-hearted boy who plays his enemies in the palm of his hand. Ha 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 ha. You don't say. Chen Yu powerful zombie so much, but this time out is 50,000 blood ordinary zombie. Just coincidentally, Qin Frost and brought the charm mushroom. This wave is considered to move the stone to stone their own feet. Che, since it was summoned by Chen Yu, then Chen Yu must have a way to solve it. You also said that Chen Yu has so many powerful zombies. What is a normal zombie with a mere 50,000 blood? Yeah, don't forget guys, Chen Yu's Dancing King zombie is able to summon the entire field of tombstones. And the zombies that come out of those tombstones are all ruthless characters. These 2 ordinary zombies with 44,000 blood aren't necessarily able to carry them. Please you guys don't blow hard, okay? Chen Yu is powerful, but he also has things he can't solve. Can't you see that Chen Yu has a gloomy face right now? Alright, all stop arguing and be quiet. Let's see how Chen Yu solves these 2 ordinary zombies. With the 3rd wave of companion zombies previously moving forward, 2 charmed regular zombies meet them in the middle. Crunch, crunch. The sound of ordinary zombies and accompanying zombies gnawing at each other suddenly rang out. But in a matter of 10 seconds or so, the 2 accompanying zombies couldn't support themselves and collapsed to the ground. This was originally supposed to be an even match, but the ordinary zombies did not speak of martial virtues, relying on the 44,000 blood volume to force the dancing zombies to kill. With the death of the 2 companion zombies in the center, the benevolent Dancing King zombie immediately performed a summoning, and a total of 17 zombies came out of the tombstone. One of the roads with the most tombstones is the middle, which leads to 5 zombies in a row in the middle. The 1st and 5th paths each produce 4 zombies, the 2nd path produces 2 zombies, and as for the 4th path, there are only 2 zombies. Ha! Seeing the 5 zombies that came out in the middle of the road, Chen Yu's expression first froze, and then his mouth violently opened wide. Just the regular newspaper reading zombie, the newspaper reading zombie with a knife, and the angry newspaper reading zombie all at the same time. And they're followed by the rugby zombie and the backstabbing balloon zombie and the blind box zombie. Not to mention the headache-inducing backstabbing balloon zombies. Just 3 newspaper-reading zombies were enough to make Qin Shuang drink a pot of water, right? At this time, Qin Shuang, who had just finished planting the flame-ground thorns and sunflower nut wall in the middle of the road, suddenly noticed Chen Yu's expression, which made her frown slightly. Reading zombies? Isn't a newspaper-reading zombie the most ribald zombie? But why does Chen Yu have this expression? Is it hard to be depressed because you've seen 3 reading zombies in a row? No, his expression isn't right. If he was depressed, he definitely wouldn't look like this. Qin Shuang thought darkly in his heart. If nothing else, the crux of the problem lies with these 3 newspaper-reading zombies. Since Chen Yu's expression wasn't a negative emotion of loss or anger, it meant that there must be something wrong with these 3 newspaper-reading zombies, perhaps a very strong zombie. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Shuang immediately looked at his double charm mushroom. At this moment, the cooldown of the double charm mushroom was only left for 1 minute, which made Qin Shuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She believed that with her own strength, it would still be easy to carry it for a minute. Just then, the first regular read zombie had met up with a regular zombie. In just 10 seconds, the 2 ordinary zombies knocked out the newspaper of the newspaper-reading zombie, and then killed the newspaper-reading zombie under its angry eyes. It's not that strong, is it? Seeing the ordinary zombie so easily solve the newspaper-reading zombie, this caused the scorn on Qin Shuang's face to suddenly disappear and was replaced by a look of confusion. It's a shame that a normal zombie with such a high blood count was actually charmed. What a shame. The second master with the sword, who was walking behind the second master, said quietly, "Are you sure?" The second master asked without turning his head as he looked at the newspaper in his hands. Sure. How is the district's ordinary zombie not a sure thing? The second master with the knife nodded without thinking, finally freeing a hand to push up his glasses. That's right. After all, if we 2 brothers join forces, there's no reason we can't win? The second master laughed softly, then nibbled at the 2 normal zombies that walked up to him. Soon, half a minute passed. The second master was at the front swimmingly resisting damage, and the second master with a knife followed standing a little behind the second master to output. It is worth mentioning that the newspaper in the second master's hand is even thicker than the third master's iron door. And the 2 ordinary zombies fought for half a day but did not let the second master unseal it, and only managed to make the second master's newspaper become a little bit tattered. How come this newspaper-reading zombie is so much stronger than the one before? Ordinary zombies can't even drop the newspaper after chewing on it for so long? Seeing that the newspaper of the second master in the forefront had not yet fallen, Qin Frost was a little panicked, and before Qin Frost could react, he only saw a question mark appear on the top of the second master's head, and the newspaper in his hand was broken. Okay, luckily the newspaper broke. I thought this newspaper-reading zombie was also 50,000 blood. Qin Frost patted her chest in relief, and just as she was about to stretch and relax, her body abruptly froze, only to see the unblocked second master like a mad dog quickly gnawing the blood level of ordinary zombies to the eye visible speed down. Even 2 ordinary zombies together cannot cause effective damage to the second master. There's still 30,000 blood left. This damage is too high for Master 2. Seeing the blood level of the ordinary zombie at the front of the line drop like a drilling machine in a frantic manner, Chen Yu was immediately relieved. At this point, the belated rugby zombie, backstab balloon zombie and blind box zombie joined the fray. Seeing the blind box zombie take the initiative to go forward to carry the damage, even the red-eyed and annoyed Master 2 made room for him. Although the 2 ordinary zombies can't gnaw on the second master in a short period of time, the small body of the blind box zombie can't carry it for long. As the blind box on top of the zombie's head is chewed up, a pole vaulting zombie wearing a championship trophy emerges from the smoke. I jump. I'll dance again. With the champion pole vaulting zombie jumping twice, the 2 normal zombies were turned into tombstones without even having a chance to react. Seeing that the champion pole vaulting zombies are out, Chen Yu's expression that had just calmed down once again set off ripples. Is it necessary to bring out even 3-star players for a fight of this caliber? As Chen Yu thought this, the champion pole vaulting zombie, the rugby zombie, and the 2 second masters all scrambled towards the center. If it's business as usual, the second master can't match the speed of the champion pole vaulting zombie and the rugby zombie. But the problem is that the second master is unblocked now. Seeing that the second master was the first to rush to the wall of sunflower nuts and nibble frantically, Qin Shuang immediately planted double charm mushrooms 1 square in front of the flame flower queen. But she suddenly realized a serious problem, which was that it took time for the double charmed mushroom to germinate. And it took time for the quick awakening coffee bean to awaken the charmed mushroom as well. But now time waits for no one. Only 10 seconds time. Just still full of vigor sunflower nut wall has begun to cry face. If not flame ground thorns and flame flower queen continue to cause slowdown, the second master is afraid to have gnawed off the flame flower queen into the home. Just in case, Qin Shuang gritted his teeth and still chose not to use the quick wake coffee bean to wake up the double charm mushroom, but instead planted the crossfire cracker chili peppers in a frame behind the flame flower queen. The wall of sunflower nuts had been chewed up the moment the crossfire peppers had been planted, and just as the second master was about to take it a step further, he saw the flaming ground spikes lash out, sending the second master into a stunned state. 5 seconds is a long time and a short time. For a man, 5 seconds was absolutely unacceptable, but for the current tense situation, 5 seconds was already long enough for Qin Shuang to breathe a sigh of relief. Please, it has to be fast. Qin Frost glanced at the stunned second master, then turned to look at the sprouting crossfire chili pepper and prayed. Name, Crossfire Chili. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 sunshine. Introduction: Firecracker Pepper and her own father have been practicing for some time, and they have received double the power of flame. And the Crossfirecracker Pepper's germination speed is faster than before. And the self-detonation no longer only causes 1 line of damage, but can cause 1 line of cross damage. Under the talent increase of Transmigrator Qin Frost, the explosion range of the Firecracker Pepper has been increased to 5 lines and the damage is doubled, with a freezing effect. And if the enemy is not killed by the explosion, they will be frozen for 10 seconds. Full screen damage? Chen Yu looked at Fiery Pepper's message with a slight frown. As the seeds sprouted and matured, a fiery chili pepper 7 times similar to the original but much larger appeared. Boom! A roar resounded in everyone's ears, followed by endless flames engulfing the zombies in Qin Shuang's homeland. Even the second master, who was about to encounter the charming mushroom, was reduced to ashes under the terrifying flames. There are 2 exceptions. One is an airborne backstabbing balloon zombie. The second is a knife-reading zombie who has been knocked out of a newspaper. One of them is unaffected by ground attacks, and the other can ward off 1 fatal injury with a newspaper. A substantial question mark surfaced on the second master's head, but because his body was frozen, he could only maintain the movements he had before the newspaper was knocked off. How? Crossfire Pepper is double damage. Not to mention the most ribald newspaper reading zombie. Even the giant zombie can't carry such a build. Qin Shuang's brows furrowed slightly as she wondered why this newspaper reading zombie in front of her actually managed to even carry the ash damage. You know that the rampaging newspaper reading zombie just now fell under the damage of the fiery chili pepper. It's hard to believe that this newspaper reading zombie with a knife also has a problem? Qin Frost couldn't think about that much. She glanced at the little sunlight she had left, then quickly ran to the first sunflower nut wall there to pick it up. After picking up the sunlight, she only had enough on her account to grow quick wake coffee beans. With a shake of the quick wake coffee bean, the double-charmed mushroom, who had just been dazed and unconscious, immediately raised its head in high spirits. Seeing that the dual-charming mushroom had awakened, Qin Shuang sighed in relief, but her hanging heart didn't have any relief. You know there's another big threat in the sky. Balloon zombies can fly directly into her house. As long as the balloon zombies enter the door, she will be ruled a failure directly. But she had no more sunlight now to grow flame clover. Knowing that flame clover needed a full 125 sunlight, and she only had a pitiful 25 sunlight now. But the good thing was that the balloon zombies flew slowly, and she still had time to wait for the wall of sunflower nuts to produce sunlight. If the balloon zombie rushed as fast as the mad dog reading zombie had just done, then there was really nothing she could do. Seeing the cloudy expression on Qin Shuang's face, Chen Yu lay back on his recliner humming a little song with a leisurely expression. Just now Qin Shuang was jumping face to face in mockery. Now he's dumbfounded, isn't he? Although he wasn't Qin Shuang, he could still understand what Qin Shuang's biggest worry was right now if he thought about it differently. However, he felt that Qin Shuang had gotten one thing wrong. The second master with the sword was not something that could be turned by something like charming mushroom. As the freeze lifted on the second master with the sword, a gust of wind kicked up in Qin Shuang's homestead. Qin Shuang subconsciously used his hands to block in front of him, but suddenly he heard a sound of that hurried footsteps getting closer and closer. Qin Shuang subconsciously moved his hand away to take a look, only to see that the second master had already stepped over the flame ground spike and arrived in front of the double charm mushroom. Hath a give. As the second master with the sword's hand rose and fell, the double charm mushroom was directly decimated. Unrivaled. 10,000 armies take the head. Before the flame flower queen could react, the second master with knife made another slash, and the flame flower queen was sliced in half on the spot. Double company. A 1-2 punch. How? Qin Frost's eyes were wide open. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. This was the double charming mushroom that she had carefully prepared for the reader zombie. Why didn't this reader zombie eat the charming mushroom? Sorry, I don't eat beef. Oh no, I don't eat charm mushrooms. Seemingly sensing Qin Shuang's surprise, the second master with a knife deliberately paused for a moment, and only after finishing his speech did he rush into the homestead in a puff of smoke. Lost again. Qin Shuang sighed and cast a bitter and helpless look towards Chen Yu. She had wanted to rub Chen Yu's nose in it, but she ended up being left without a bit of temper by these cockamamie newspaper-reading zombies of Chen Yu's. Come on, you might beat me next time. Seeing Qin Shuang with a downcast look, Chen Yu shook his fist towards her in encouragement. Qin Frost rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, you have so many high-quality cards. What am I going to win with? If you are willing to help me synthesize cards, I have some hope." She knew that Chen Yu was a card combiner and that the price charged wasn't that expensive. At least it was still within her acceptable range. Okay, so phone call. Chen Yu raised his hand to his ear to signal for phone contact, and then the two were teleported back. Because Chen Yu was now so famous, many people knew that he could synthesize quality cards without destroying them. So many people came here in admiration. However, all of these people were blocked by Su Binglan on the grounds that they were still competing for the national ranking. After all, they were very busy right now. Chen Yu would have to enter the sparring platform to fight from time to time, and there was simply no time for them to synthesize. Back, seeing Chen Yu return, Su Binglan, who was sitting on the sofa watching proper television, immediately stood up and welcomed him. Back, Chen Yu nodded. He looked at the radiant Su Binglan somewhat curiously asked, "Sister Lan, why are you so energetic today? Usually lazy with the old grandparents sunbathing downstairs in the neighborhood like, recently with a change of person. Every day radiant. It's not you. The recent outburst can be very big. Now many people have found me here. All kinds of things come one after another. I just want to lie down flat also cannot lie down stupid little feather." Su Binglan hooked Chen Yu's neck with a helpless face, then reached out her hand and nodded on Chen Yu's head. "Ahem. Hard on you Lan." Hearing Su Binglan's words, Chen Yu's old face turned red and immediately coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. "I'm your sister. It's only right to help you. It doesn't matter if it's hard work or not. You just need to know that Sister Lan I will always support you unconditionally and that's enough." Su Binglan smiled and said, "Qin family's big villa, inside the gilded hall. Damn it, asshole." Qinan paced back and forth in the center of the hall with a grim expression on his face, and from his extremely frequent steps and heavier voice, it could be heard that he was very angry right now. "What's wrong? So angry?" Qin Frost had just returned from the sparring platform when he saw his brother Qinan in the living room. "Furious, and you have the nerve to say it. How dare you publicly show favor with my enemy?" Qinan gritted his teeth and stared into Qin Shuang's eyes and said, "No big deal. Have I been too good to you that you can't tell the difference between a big and a small king?" The expression on Qin Shuang's face changed from puzzled to cold. It was not easy for her to get along with Chen Yu, but as a result, this younger brother of hers was good, and he even started a temper tantrum with her? "I'm sorry, Frost." Seeing the displeasure on Qin Shuang's face, Qinan immediately tightened his expression and didn't even dare to pace back and forth. He could only stand in place with his hands and feet lowered. "Don't forget that I gave you your position as heir to the Qin family, and I can take it back at any time if you give me any more yelling." Qin Shuang walked to Qinan and directly grabbed Qinan's ear and rotated it 180 degrees. "Hiss, Sister Frost I was wrong." Feeling the intense pain coming from the root of his ear, Qinan immediately begged for mercy. He had only barely reached the level of 3 silver stars now, while Qin Shuang had already reached 10 silver stars. How could he resist? Of course, even if his level was higher than Qin Shuang he didn't dare to resist. It was really because the shadow of his childhood was too big, which always made him have an inexplicable fear when facing his sister. Hearing Qinan beg for forgiveness, Qin Shuang coldly grunted, then loosened her finger and pointed to the living room sofa. Qinan saw this and immediately sat over obediently. Seeing that Qinan was so obedient, Qin Shuang's face looked a little better. "Sis, that heir apparent position." Noticing that Qin Shuang's attitude had slightly eased, Qinan immediately raised his head to tentatively mention it. "Put 100 minds at ease. The position is yours." Qin Frost walked to sit down on the sofa opposite Qinan without any good humor as she looked at her humble brother in front of her, a flash of unspeakable disappointment in her eyes. How good it would be if her brother was Chen Yu. Their Qin family would surely soar, instead of standing still like they are now. "Sis, there's something I've always wondered. Why don't you want the identity of the Qin family's heir? And why do you want to give this identity to me?" Qinan asked with some curiosity. It was important to realize that the resources that the Qin family's direct line and the Qin family's heirs could enjoy were completely different. His sister Qin Frost's talent was best known to him. As long as Qin Frost opened her mouth, this identity of the Qin family's heir would definitely be hers. But why didn't she want it? Qin Frost could tell what Qinan was thinking at a glance, and immediately shook his head and said, "The identity of the Qin family's heir to me is not a wing that will help me ascend to the heavens, but instead is a shackle that binds me. With my talent and accomplishments, it's unlikely that I'll be able to stay in the Qin family all the time in the future. So naturally I'm not suited to sit in this position. So that's how it is." So are you trying to use Chen Yu's help? But his sister is Su Binglan, so as long as he asks around a little bit, he'll be able to know about your relationship with me. Qinan frowned and said. Qin Shuang snorted. So what if I know? My relationship with you doesn't hinder my friendship with him. To put it bluntly, it's just a conflict between the two of you. Everyone has the hidden gene of worshipping the strong in their bones. I'm no exception. If I can get on Chen Yu's ride, I don't care even if I'm told to break my sister-brother relationship. Of course, if my relationship with him could go further, I'd try to reconcile you too. After all, this isn't a major conflict you're having. It's purely just you not having the brains to pick a fight. Qin Shuang knew Qinan's character like the back of his hand. This guy had loved watching hot-blooded anime since he was a kid, and he also particularly worshipped the villains in it, so it wasn't surprising that he had grown up to be like this now. Sister, I don't want to shake hands with him. You're obviously a member of our Qin family. How can you cut ties with me? Qinan scratched his head impatiently. With Qin Shuang he still had hoped to deal with Chen Yu. Now Qin Shuang threatened to defect. Then he could surrender now. Don't want to shake hands and make peace? Fine. Then you're on your own. If I find out that you're plotting against Chen Yu, then I'll personally take back your status as the Qin family's heir, and I'm sure that my father will definitely support me. Qin Shuang sneered. Sister Frost, which side are you really on? Is this Chen Yu really so good that he deserves you to treat him like this? Qinan grasped his fist and blasted it out. The sofa grip next to him was smashed to pieces. He, Chen Yu, is the number one on the bronze potential ranking national ranking? His talent is even the top of the top. And geniuses from all over the country are only able to look up to his valor from a close distance. Do you think he's any good? Qin Shuang asked back with an expressionless face. But he. Qinan scratched his ears anxiously, and for a while, he didn't know what to say to dissuade Qin Shuang from showing affection to Chen Yu. Don't give me buts anymore. The current Chen Yu is a submerged dragon. Do you know that the submerged dragon is in the abyss, and will soar to the 9 heavens? Qin Shuang asked with a cold face. I know. I'm all yours. Hearing this, Qinan knew that he could only follow Qin Shuang's arrangement, so he simply loosened his tightly held hand. It's good that you know. Move your pig brain before doing anything in the future. Otherwise, even if Chen Yu spares you, the next time a Xiao Yu or Yi Yu pops up will make my Qin family never recover. Qin Shuang glared at Qinan, then stood up and quickly walked towards his room upstairs, leaving Qinan sitting in the empty living room wondering what he was thinking. After returning to her room, Qin Shuang immediately dialed Chen Yu's phone. In fact, just now Qin Shuang had a sentence left unsaid in her heart. She didn't just fancy Chen Yu's talent and status, but at the same time, she also looked at Chen Yu as a person. Whenever she saw Chen Yu swimmingly teasing his opponents in battle, she felt her little heart palpitate hard twice uncontrollably. She didn't know if this was love at first sight or a physiological instinct to admire a strong person. She only knew that if she missed Chen Yu, a supreme genius, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to meet anyone in her life who could make her happy. Hello? Soon. Chen Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Qin Shuang. Do you have time now? Qin Shuang said as he tried his best to suppress his slightly excited emotions. Chen Yu pondered for a while and said, I may not have the time right now. If you want to synthesize cards, come to my house tomorrow morning to find me. Remember to bring all the materials with you. I know. Today is the last day of the national ranking matchmaking stage, so I wish you high hopes and a winning streak all the way. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu entered the matchmaking platform. The opponent matched with him was the third son of the Yi family from the capital city, Yi Wushuang. It was heard that Yi Wushuang's appearance was outstanding. Her talent was the best in the past and present, and she was a top-notch existence among the transmigrators of the same period in the capital city. Many people appreciated that Yi Wushuang was as wise and courageous as his name. His battle record was truly worthy of this title as well. Knowing that the capital city only had a district list and a provincial list, and he was the number one on both the capital city list and the provincial list, powering over many males. It was only a pity that on the first day of the national ranking matchmaking stage, he was unconscious for half a day due to an accident and missed 6 battles, which led to him only being ranked 13th with 14 victories. But even after missing out on 6 battles, his heat didn't diminish in the slightest, and many people felt that he could come in later and surpass the second Yao Qinsho. As the two appeared on the sparring platform, Chen Yu also got a good look at the visitor's appearance. He had a handsome face, high nose, red lips and white teeth, and his face was like a finely carved ancient jade, with every line as if it had been carved by the heavenly ghosts and gods. Most of all, the casual Zhongshan suit he was wearing looked full of ancient flavor, and his hands and feet were frequently striking. Chen Yu, I've heard a lot about you. Yi Wushuang revealed a gentle smile as he spoke aloud, both of his hands slightly raised in a fist salute. Yi Wushuang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The corner of Chen Yu's mouth slightly hooked up. He had heard Su Binglan say no less than 3 times about Yi Wuxuang's strength, plus the fact that Yi Wuxuang had inexplicably forfeited 6 battles, which made Chen Yu quite curious. Oh, could it be that Brother Chen also knows Ye's name? Hearing Chen Yu say that he had been waiting for himself for a long time, this caused Yi Wuxuang to raise an eyebrow, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. Of course, the last time you abstained from fighting me for no reason. Now you can finally make up for it. Chen Yu nodded his head and laughed. Yi Wuxuang smiled helplessly and told the reason at that time. That day, I was unable to participate in the battle due to an accident that caused me to fall unconscious. And then although I woke up, there were too many different people. And even the next day, I only managed to get to the 13th place even after winning 10 matches in a row. I also don't know if I'll be able to defeat this peak of Brother Chen that countless people have been unable to surpass, but I'll give it my all. So Brother Chen, don't purposely let go of the water just because I'm selling out, haha. Speaking of this, Yi Wuxuang made a humorous joke. That depends on how strong you are. It's no exaggeration to tell you that I haven't gone all out so far. Chen Yu shook his head, a confident smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. That would be great. If Brother Chen is too weak, I would also feel unfulfilled. I think Brother Chen has also seen my talent and knows what my talent is. Yi Wuxuang slightly side-eyed. The battle intent in his eyes climbed to the extreme at this moment. At those words, Chen Yu smiled. How could he not have seen Yi Wuxuang's talent? He was just very clear about Yi Wuxuang's talent before he came to be interested. Yi Wuxuang was a dual-born talent that was rare to come across in 100 years, with the first talent being Awakening of the Dead and the second being Fully Armed, which was in line with his name Wuxuang. The first talent, Wake of the Dead, is of the summoning line, allowing for one full summoning depending on the number of tombstones if a friendly tombstone exists on the field, or a random summoning of 5 to 7 tombstones if no friendly tombstones exist on the field. Wake of the Dead was released by consuming spiritual energy, but it was different from other talents in that it possessed a cooldown restriction and could only be released once every 4 minutes. It is worth mentioning that the victory criterion for the attack of zombies is that the zombies enter the house, and the victory criterion for the plant side is that holding 10 minutes is considered a victory. Zombie versus zombie battles, on the other hand, have no time limit, with both sides attacking each other until one side's zombies enter the other's home. Plants versus plants then goes to the monsters to see who lasts the longest and who kills the most walkers. 2 factors that determine the winner. Getting back to the topic, Yi Wuxuang's second talent, Full Armor, was even more perverted, and could consume spiritual energy to put on defenses for zombies that didn't have defenses, of which Full Armor was divided into 3 levels of defenses, and each level consumed a different amount of spiritual energy. The first rank is Roadblock, Newspaper. The second rank is an Iron Barrel with an Iron Gate. The third level is a football jersey with a football helmet. These 2 talents were all top talents when taken out at random, but these 2 had to be in the same body, which created Yi Wuxuang's name as a supreme genius. But then again, how come I can't see the specific details of Brother Chen's talent? I can only see a short introductory sentence about being able to see information about everything and use the zombies owned in the Zombie Illustrated book, as well as having the ability to synthesize all cards? Yi Wuxuang asked rather curiously. I'm not sure. Chen Yu shrugged. He didn't know anything about this. Maybe the zombie iconography had its own ideas. Brother Chen. Yi Wuxuang was about to say something when he saw a prompt pop up from the 2's panel. Are the parties ready to finish? Yes. The 2 looked at each other, then nodded in response. Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Crazy Tombstone, Jar Thrower Zombie, Trolley Barricade Zombie, Angry Newspaper Reader Zombie, Reaper Zombie, Benevolent Dancing King Zombie, Tombstone Barrel Zombie, Blind Box Zombie, Dual Produce Tombstone, Flag Barrel Zombie, Western Cowboy Zombie, Western Revolver Zombie, Imperial Doctor Roadblock Zombie, Red-Eyed Giant Zombie, Dynamite Zombie, Scattershot Zombie. The 2 quickly finalized their choice of card slots for each other. Chen Yu took out his strongest lineup, even the Tombstone Iron Barrel Zombie that he was prepared to keep in his hand, and Yi Wuxuang's side was no exception. As the battle begins, Chen Yu immediately placed Crazy Tombstone in the middle, and Yi Wuxuang on the opposite side saw this and also placed a double spawn tombstone in the middle. Name, Dual Production Tombstone. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, the tombstone has been baptized for a long time. It can produce 50 tombstone values and summon 2 normal zombies. The speed of production and summoning is twice as fast as a 1-star tombstone. Seeing the introduction of the double birth tombstone, Chen Yu just smiled and did not care too much. To be honest, he felt that the characteristics of dual produce tombstone were not worthy of Yi Wuxuang's identity, but this kind of card was just like that in his eyes. But maybe it was not bad in other people's eyes? Soon, there was movement coming from the double produce tombstone, and 2 ordinary zombies crawled out of the tombstone one after the other, and Yi Wuxuang received 50 tombstone values as a result. Drink! Yi Wuxuang lightly shouted, and 2 barricade hats and the newspaper unique to newspaper reading zombies appeared in the hands of the 2 ordinary zombies. Seeing this, Chen Yu smiled. Interesting. With the ringing coming from the madness tombstone, 100 tombstone values smoothly entered Chen Yu's panel. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately placed crazy tombstones on the 2nd and 4th paths. As for the 2 roadblock newspaper zombies that came face to face, Chen Yu didn't care. As early as when they both appeared, Chen Yu had already seen through them through the zombie iconography. Although these 2 guys look bluffing with their newspapers, in reality, the newspapers they are holding are ordinary newspaper reading zombies newspapers, which are very brittle and won't make the barricade zombies go into a berserk state, and can only block a little bit of damage. As the minutes ticked by, 3 minutes went by. Chen Yu still had the same old lineup, 5 crazy tombstones and 12 normal tombstones summoned by the death zombies. On the opposite side, Yi Wuxuang placed 3 whole rows of double-produced tombstones, and put roadblock hats and newspapers on every ordinary zombie. The 2 guys at the very beginning of it were only now able to walk to Chen Yu Homestead's half-court position because of their slower movement speed, which looked rather comical. Seeing that there was no longer a shortage of tombstone values on his side, Chen Yu immediately summoned 2 blind box zombies in front of the 2 barricade newspaper zombies, followed by a tombstone barrel zombie in the last square of the middle. The tombstone barrel zombie's trait is to summon a tombstone in any one location every 15 seconds. It's just not clear if this arbitrary is randomly summoned or at the tombstone barrel zombie's own discretion. Thinking of this, Chen Yu immediately walked up and grabbed the shoulders of the tombstone iron barrel zombie and asked, "Tombstone iron barrel zombie, can you hear me?" The tombstone iron barrel zombie subconsciously looked back, and after seeing that it was Chen Yu who had grabbed himself, the tombstone iron barrel zombie's tightly tensed body slightly loosened. Because the tombstone barrel zombie's head is a tombstone, he can't speak, and can only express himself by shaking and nodding his head. Seeing that the tombstone iron barrel zombie nodded, Chen Yu was first stunned before remembering that the tombstone iron barrel zombie's head was not a zombie head, but a tombstone. Do you get to choose the location of the tombstone you summon, or is it random? If it's your own choice you nod your head. If it's random you shake your head. Chen Yu said this. The tombstone iron barrel zombie first cocked his head and froze for a moment upon hearing this, and then only then did he understand Chen Yu's meaning and nodded his head. Seeing this, Chen Yu was overjoyed in his heart and immediately said, "The tombstone you summon is based on the one in the last row. If there's no more place in the last row, summon it in the penultimate row. And if there's no more place in the penultimate row, summon it in the penultimate row." Got it? The tombstone barrel zombie nodded, and then this slowly moved forward. Perhaps it was because the head was heavy with a tombstone. In the absence of Chen Yu's command, the tombstone iron barrel zombie actually walked slower than a snail. Under the observation of the zombie icon, you can see that the tombstone barrel zombie has been moving forward at the slowest speed possible. Yi Wuxuang on the other side did not yet know what kind of horrible things he would experience. After seeing the blind box zombie and the barricade newspaper zombie meet, Yi Wuxuang slightly raised his hand and the wake of the dead was directly launched. "Stand up!" As Yi Wuxuang's words fell, a figure crawled out from the tombstone. 3 rows of double-produced tombstones, a full 30 ordinary zombies crawled out from the tombstones, together with the vanguard in front. The zombies on Yi Wuxuang's side had heatedly reached as many as 60. "Let Brother Chen see how powerful you are." The corner of Yi Wuxuang's mouth hooked as he urged his spiritual power to add second-level defenses to these ordinary zombies that had just come out. That is, iron barrels and iron gates. In this way, the ordinary zombie will be transformed into the famous third master. Chen Yu with what to win him? Boring. Seeing Yi Wuxuang's battle intent, Chen Yu only felt a little bored. He also thought that Yi Wuxuang would directly on the third level of defense. But the result of getting half a day on the second level of defense? Crunch! As the blind box zombies and the barricaded newspaper zombies begin to chew each other up, it also means that the battle has officially begun. I'll go. Yi Wuxuang's talent is so dominant, and his movements are so cool, so many zombies come out with a lift of his hand. I feel like I'm going to fall in love. Go go go. What kind of madness are you having here? Just this little scene makes you distracted. The newspaper reading zombie summoned by my brother Fei before to kill through a road is not more handsome than this? Yesterday I went archery with my friend and his bow fell into the river, so I had no choice but to yell, "Fish for the bow! Fish for the bow!" No sis, are you in heat? This Yi Wuxuang looks just like a creamy little boy. You guys fell in love just because of that one action just now? You don't understand. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Even if you're not handsome for more than 3 seconds, it's worth it to have been handsome. The audience in the auditorium were talking a lot. Among them, there were quite a number of girls who turned to Yi Wuxuang, and some even shouted that they wanted to give Yi Wuxuang a child. In this regard, Yi Wuxuan didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. After all, his handsomeness he himself knew best. Behind every handsome move was effort and sweat. Pang! As the newspapers of the two barricaded newspaper zombies are chewed away, the blind box of the blind box zombie in front of them shatters. A mere few hundred enemy stiffs. Watch me destroy them with a single strike. A familiar voice rang out at the scene. Chen Yu subconsciously looked up, only to see the red-eyed giant zombie that threw the giants appeared in front of the two barricade zombies to slam down with a pole. Touch! The loud ringing sound was like rolling thunder in the sky. The two barricade zombies did not have any resistance and were directly smashed into meat cakes. With me here, I will make the enemy stiffen and retreat by inches. Even if there are iron barrels and iron gates, it's useless. As the red-eyed giant zombie who had thrown the giants slowly raised the pole in his hand, his words that were cold to the extreme rang in everyone's ears. Arrogant. It's just a red-eyed giant zombie. It's too slow to move, and you can't call the shots in this fight. Hearing the red-eyed giant zombies arrogant to the extreme, Yi Wuxuan snorted coldly and then summoned the Flag Iron Barrel Zombie on the second path. Name, Flag Barrel Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction, Flag Zombie Variant. He was unarmed, can only wave the flag of the ordinary zombie, but his chest ambition so that he is not satisfied with this. In order to become strong, Flag Zombie purchased the barrel as a defense, and began to work out, which makes him metamorphosis into the flag of the Iron Bucket Zombie everyone fears. When the flag of the Iron Bucket Zombie appearance, the whole field of all the friends will get 20% of the speed of the moving speed and attack speed bonus, and all his own attributes will get a small increase when the Banner Bucket Zombie comes out. All the friends in the field will get a 20% increase in movement speed and attack speed, and all his own attributes will get a small increase. As the Flag Iron Barrel Zombie fell from the sky and he raised the flag in his hand, both the barricaded newspaper zombie in front of him as a striker and the Iron Barrel and Iron Gate zombie behind him got a bonus and started to move forward quickly. Oh, trying to settle the fight quickly? But you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. Chen Yu let out a light laugh before twisting his head to look at the two broken tombstones that had been summoned. With the Tombstone Iron Barrel Zombie here, his tombstones would increase by 1 every 15 seconds, and Yi Wuxuan on the opposite side would never be able to do what he did unless he went all out to engage in production. Both zombie professions, and I have 2 more talents. There's no reason for me to lose to you, Brother Chen. Yi Wuxuan murmured as he looked at the indifferent Chen Yu, and his hands in his pockets were slightly clenched. Just then, a second blind box zombie in the middle of the road overtook the red-eyed giant zombie that had thrown the giant and rushed out of the homestead. Seeing that the blind box zombie dared to come alone to die, as the vanguard of the roadblock newspaper zombie immediately went forward and the blind box zombie bit each other. Because there are 4 barricaded newspaper zombies in the middle, the blind box zombie could not beat the barricaded newspaper zombies, and now he is also surrounded. Outnumbered, he will soon be broken blind box. Pang! A puff of smoke cleared and the umbrella barrel zombies quickly emerged from the smoke. Seeing the visitor, the 4 barricade newspaper zombies didn't hesitate in the slightest and gave another nibble. But the umbrella barrel zombie is not a blind box zombie after all. Even when outnumbered, the umbrella bucket zombie can take the head of the enemy in the thick of the enemy's army and die with the barricaded newspaper zombie at the front of the line. As the umbrella barrel zombie dies, the sound of a bungee jumping zombie comes from the sky. Chen Yu and Yi Wuxuan looked up and saw 4 zombies descending from the sky, landing on the first, second, fourth and fifth paths respectively. The first path appears to be a Yeti head-waving flag zombie. The second path is an Ace Rugby zombie. The fourth path is a fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie. And the fifth path is a Barrel Iron Gate Fiery Pepper zombie. All 4 zombies appear in different locations because they are summoned by the umbrella barrel zombies. The Snowman Head Flag-waving zombie in the first path and the Barrels and Iron Doors Fire-breathing Pepper zombie in the fifth path are in the homestead, while the Ace Rugby zombie in the second path is in the third compartment of the entry door of Yi Wuxuang's homestead. And as for the fire-breathing Iron Door zombie, it is at the entrance of the homestead. Snowman Head Waving Flag zombie immediately after the appearance of a very fast speed forward. Iron Barrel Iron Door Fiery Pepper zombies also know their mission. Did not wait for Chen Yu command will be the fastest speed of their own forward. Crunch! Only to hear the sound of nibbling coming from the second road. Chen Yu fixed his eyes to see. It turned out to be the Ace Rugby zombie has met with the opposite side of the roadblock newspaper zombie. As a 2-star Ace Rugby zombie, there is no doubt about his strength. Even against 6 barricade newspaper zombies, he is able to carry the damage and kill them all back. And after all that damage, Ace Rugby zombie didn't appear to drop his hat, suggesting that all the injuries he sustained were minor. Boom boom boom. At this time, the sound of fire-breathing Iron Gate zombies spewing out flames to burn the enemy also came from all 4 directions. Damn! What kind of zombie is this? Seeing the fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie standing still and breathing fire while his 6 barricade newspaper zombies were burned to death without even touching the fire-breathing Iron Gate zombies person made Yi Wuxiang furious. Before Yi Wuxiang could come back to his senses from the shock of the fire-breathing Iron Gate, an explosion came from the 5th road, and a whole row of barricaded newspaper zombies and iron barrels and Iron Gate zombies were all dead. Even the 3 double-produced tombstones were blown to pieces. I fucking convinced. Yi Wuxiang looked at the remaining traces of flames on the 5th path. He cocked his head for a moment with a dull gaze, then a hysterical cry erupted. Too ferocious. Chen Yu's zombie so outrageous it. I see Chen Yu seems to be nothing action. His zombie has completed the Jedi reverse. Yeah, that zombie with a box on his head died and turned into an umbrella zombie wearing a barrel. And it turned out that umbrella barrel zombie summoned 4 more zombies after he died. It's like a condom. The more you fight, the more you fight. Yeah, can't you guys see that Yi Wuxiang's face is green? This is not something that any other person would be able to top. Right, obviously already winning and ready to take down Chen Yu. But as a result, Chen Yu mailed it before he even made a move. That's not necessarily true. Although the fiery chili pepper zombie on Route 5 took out both the tombstones and the zombies, the guy on Route 1 didn't look strong. And the black rugby zombie on Route 2 wasn't strong enough for one person to sweep a route. And look, that black rugby has dropped his helmet. That is, the 1st and 2nd paths are a little bit hanging by a thread. Look at the 3rd and 4th paths. A red-eyed giant zombie with a giant on its back, and an Iron Gate zombie that can spit fire. These 2 are not to be messed with one by one. I don't know how Yi Wuxiang should deal with them. That's not necessarily true. Yi Wuxiang has only used 2 cards up to now. One is double-produced tombstone and the other is flag-waving iron barrel zombie. It's not too decisive for us to assert that now. It's better to look at Yi Wuxiang's subsequent maneuvers. Seeing Yi Wuxiang's slightly devastated expression, the crowd in the audience chatted vigorously. And those girls who wanted to give Yi Wuxiang a monkey in the beginning disappeared, replaced by rational discussions. It doesn't look like Wuxiang's chances of winning are high. Aren't you confident in that Wuxiang kid? Why don't you say anything now? Lei Haoren glanced at the handsome boy sitting beside him, then smilingly scowled at him. Cut the crap. I have confidence in my brother. He has never spoken of defeat since he was born. Even if he loses to Chen Yu today, in the future, he will be even more desperate to push the layers and elevate his rank until he surpasses the high mountain of Chen Yu. Yi Bu snorted coldly, his gaze calmly staring at Yi Wuxiang in the arena. Lei Haoren laughed. Of course I know that kid Wuxiang's character, but the mountain of Chen Yu isn't that easy to climb. His talent can synthesize high-quality cards, and for that, it's impossible for your brother to surpass him. Do you know what I found out by inquiring about Chen Yu some time ago? He can actually guarantee that the synthesized deck won't destroy the card, and that the quality of this deck is online, so it can definitely be taken out and used. Throughout history, Chen Yu is the first card combiner who can make this kind of promise, and his fees and material requirements aren't too high, only requiring a $10 million outlay and 4 identical cards. But because he is cheap and famous, this makes many people come to the door to ask for help. His sister Su Binglan is all rejected, asking them to make an appointment first and wait until after the national list is finalized. Now her sister has put out the word that the expedited channel can help merge the cards even faster. And all it takes is a fee of $50 million and 8 identical cards. And this time she guarantees that the cards synthesized will definitely be high-quality cards. And not just as simple as being able to use them. You should have seen it as well. Chen Yu just didn't put up a fight at all. And the current situation all relies on the zombie deck he possesses to turn the tide of the battle with his own strength. After Lei Haoren finished speaking, his eyes burned as he stared at Chen Yu. Eyes that were filled with envy and jealousy, mixed with a hint of admiration at the same time. Come together, foolish enemies. The red-eyed giant zombie who threw the giant looked at the barricaded newspaper zombies that rushed in front of him and laughed coldly. And the poles in his hands swept out, and a group of barricaded newspaper zombies all died. At the same time, the snowman-headed flag-waving zombie on the first road stepped out of 3 frames, and Air Force support was summoned directly. Ha! As the distinctive sound of the bungee-jumping zombies rang out, 4 different zombies landed on 1 and 2. Seeing the zombies that appeared, Chen Yu smiled. Is this serious? One way summons trolley barricade zombies and iron-blooded white-eyed giant zombies, and the second way summons benevolent dancing king zombies and angry reading zombies. So who can beat this lineup? As time passed, the expression on Yi Wuxiang's face became more and more gloomy, and when he saw that all the zombies in the 5 paths had been taken care of by the enemy, he knew that he couldn't delay any longer. The angry newspaper reading zombie has been unblocked, and he's moving fast, but he's also broken a hand from tackling so many barrels and Iron Gate zombies, so it's still easy to tackle him. Thinking of this, Yi Wuxiang immediately summoned the Western Cowboy Zombie on the 2nd path. Name, Western Cowboy Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, special zombies from the last century. I do not know where he came from, but his fighting strength is beyond doubt. Western cowboy zombies will ride a bull. When he came out to quickly sprinted forward until the bull hit the enemy and then stop. The bull sprinting damage for a cherry bomb damage. The impact of the bull will be dead. Western cowboy zombie attack for the whip whip. The attack range of 3 frames. Anon. The cowboy zombie of the west rode a savage bull from the sky. The savage bull made a dash and slammed into the just approaching second master. Even the second master couldn't withstand such a high damage, and was directly knocked off his head, and the savage bull fell to the ground as a result. Aha! The cowboy zombie of the west did a backflip over the body of the second master to the front, his mouth whistling and a cattle prod in his hand. Pop! Seeing the dancing companion zombies not far ahead and the benevolent dancing king zombie protected in the center, the western cowboy zombie lashed out with a whip. A cowboy zombie's whip doesn't do much damage, the equivalent of 2 nibbles from a normal zombie, so it took 4 or 5 hits to take out the frontmost companion zombie. Let's get high, shall we? Seeing the death of his loyal minions, the benevolent dancing king zombie immediately summoned again, and the 4 companion dancing zombies broke out of the ground to guard around him. There it is again. Yi Wuxiang frowned at the 7 companion zombies beside the benevolent dancing king. This guy would directly summon 4 companion zombies as soon as one died. One of the most overpowered of Chun used many decks. There was no way around it. In order to solve the benevolent dancing king zombie in the center, Yi Wuxiang could only summon the dynamite zombie in a meaty manner. Name, Dynamite Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction, he is a relatively special existence in the zombie world. Very few people know his origin. He used to be an adulterer selling explosives, and then turned into a zombie because of an accident. After turning into a zombie, he changed into a zombie world of explosives dealer. When he appeared on the scene, he can throw explosives once every 30 seconds. The explosives are equivalent in terms of damage and range to the original version of the potato mines, and the target of his attack will be locked into an entire line of blood. The target of his attack will be locked to the highest blood level of the whole line. If there is no highest blood level, it will be changed to a random target. The next moment, a zombie in a white dress crawled out of the tombstone. He shook his head first, then took out his homemade explosives from the backpack behind him and threw them at the zombie of the king of the benevolent dance, who had the most blood. Touch! With an explosion, the Enhiard dancing king zombie was blown to ashes defenselessly. Finally settled. This should be a much better fight. Seeing that the benevolent heart dancing king zombie was blown up, Yi Wuxiang was able to send a sigh of relief, but he realized that there were many more zombies that needed to be tackled, such as the snowman-headed flag-waving zombie that would summon air support on the first path, the red-eyed giant zombie that carried a giant on its back on the third path, and the fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie on the fourth path. Luckily, the ace rugby zombie and the angry newspaper reading zombie on the second path were seconded by him. Otherwise the situation would be even more ugly now. Just as Yi Wuxiang was debating which zombie to tackle first, he did not notice that after the death of the benevolent dancing king zombie, the last companion zombie inherited the throne of the benevolent dancing king zombie. No! We have to take care of this one that summons first. Yi Wuxiang saw that the Yeti head flag-waving zombie was moving so fast, and immediately summoned the Western Revolver Zombie 2 squares in front of the Yeti head flag-waving zombie. Name, Western Revolver Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction, special zombies from the last century. Do not know from where, but it is certain that he is 100 shots of the sharpshooter. He will hold 2 revolvers in his hands every time he appears. 3 squares in front of the appearance of the enemy will be shot. The enemy was hit by the probability of being repulsed, stunned, sustained bloodshed. The damage of the attack for the ordinary zombies to nibble a mouthful of it, but the damage that he caused is real damage. Ignoring the defensive gear, with the appearance of the Western Revolver Zombie, Yi Wuxiang's hoarded tombstone value was only left at 50. He glanced at the fact that he had destroyed 4 double-yield tombstones, and immediately repositioned a double-yield tombstone on the 5th path. Bang! 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 The Western Revolver Zombie made a magnificent landing, followed by a quick shot of 2 revolvers from his belt. The Yeti head flag-waving zombie doesn't have a lot of blood, has a brittle body, and just like the original flag zombie, is down and out within a few shots. The trolley barricade zombies following close behind hadn't taken 2 steps yet, and as a result, they all stepped together into the footsteps of the Yeti-headed flag-waving zombie. Great job! Seeing the Western Revolver Zombie go on a rampage, the moody Yi Wuxiang immediately clenched his fists in excitement. But the iron-blooded white-eyed giant is not a vegetarian. Even if the damage from the Western Revolver Zombie will penetrate the iron-blooded armor and hit the body, but the white-eyed giant's blood quantity is here. The Western revolver zombie could only watch as the distance between himself and the white-eyed giant zombie grew closer and closer, before being killed by a single slash from the iron blood machete. However, the white-eyed giant zombie body's blood was also knocked down by 1/3 of the Western revolver zombie. If there were 2 more Western revolver zombies, the iron-blooded white-eyed giant zombie would not necessarily be able to carry it. Before Yi Wuxiang could breathe a sigh of relief, he realized again that the companion zombies on the second road were still being summoned in a steady stream. Western cowboy zombies just killed will summon 4 companion zombies out. The consequence is that the companion zombies are more and more. 1, 2, 3 rode together with more than 20 companion zombies ho towards his side over. Just when Yi Wuxiang's heart was in despair, a ringing sound came from the double-produced tombstones of the 5 roads at the same time. Yi Wuxiang looked back, only to see 10 ordinary zombies drilling out of the dual-production tombstones, and 250 tombstone values arrived directly. Seeing this, Yi Wuxiang immediately activated his talent to put on level 3 defense gear, rugby uniforms and rugby helmets to the 10 ordinary zombies. In the blink of an eye, 10 ordinary zombies turned into rugby zombies with a hefty reputation. But the red-eyed giant zombies throwing giants in the middle of the road had arrived at the halfway point. Seeing the 2 rugby zombies rushing towards him, the red-eyed giant zombie just laughed contemptuously. And then the utility pole in his hand smashed down hard. Bang bang bang! With 4 knocks, the rugby zombie was smashed to a pulp, while the red-eyed giant zombie slowly advanced on both of their corpses. No! The red-eyed giant zombie must be summoned. Only red-eyed giant zombies can deal with red-eyed giant zombies. Seeing that the red-eyed giant zombie that threw giants was like nobody's business, Yi Wuxiang immediately turned his attention to the red-eyed giant zombie deck that had never been summoned. Summoning a white-eyed giant zombie required 200 tombstone values, while summoning a red-eyed giant zombie required 300 tombstone values. But he only had 250 tombstone values right now. Please, hurry up! Yi Wuxiang's gaze swept over all the dual-produced tombstones. His entire body muscles were tense at this moment, and his 2 hands were even clenching his fists in death, as if he was grasping the last hope. Buzz! Just then, movement came from the tombstone at the very front of the middle road, and 2 ordinary zombies crawled out from the tombstone. It's now! Come out, red-eyed giant zombies! Yi Wuxiang picked up the tombstone value with a dash, then used the panel to summon the red-eyed giant zombie in front of the red-eyed giant zombie that had thrown the giant. I knew Yi Wuxiang still had a way. He's a top genius with 2 of the talents. He can't be powerless even against a terrifying existence like Chen Yu. So what if he summoned a red-eyed giant zombie? Chen Yu's red-eyed giant zombie isn't an ordinary red-eyed giant zombie. Just look at the giant zombie on his back. What the hell do you know? Red-eyed giant zombies can't throw zombies when they go halfway across the field. Neither kid zombies nor giant zombies can throw zombies. That's the rule for giant zombies. What's the point of having a giant on your back? Laughing to death. Can Chen Yu's zombie be viewed with common sense? What if this red-eyed giant zombie can throw giants? The newspaper reading zombie that you guys said was a waste turned out to be the second master in the first place. And now you've all forgotten about it, haven't you? The discussion in the audience was unusually heated. Some felt that Yi Wuxiang had finally stabilized, but others felt that Yi Wuxiang was in critical condition. What is the use of summoning my body? Seeing the red-eyed giant zombie appear in front of him, the red-eyed giant zombie who threw the giant laughed lightly and shook his head. The 2 red-eyed giant zombies then began to smash each other. Because the red-eyed giant zombie who threw the giants had been injured in the previous battle, his blood was dropping at a much faster rate. As the blood level of the red-eyed giant zombie that threw the giant reached critical mass, the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie was thrown. Yi Wuxiang, who was standing in the center, subconsciously dodged to the side, only to see the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie being thrown to the last frame of the homestead. The powerless Yi Wuxiang could only watch as the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie destroyed his dual-produced tombstone, then strutted into his home. Battle ends. Transferee Qing Yusheng. Yi Wuxiang helplessly smiled bitterly. Sure enough, Brother Chen deserves to be Brother Chen. His strength is superb. Geniuses from all over the country have to lower their noble heads in front of you. Those who are able to participate in the national ranking are geniuses among geniuses. But geniuses among geniuses are only an entrance ticket to see you. After saying that, Yi Wuxiang and Chen Yu's figures disappeared from the field at the same time. Night. Matchmaking phase time is officially over. The Versus stage leaderboards were freshly released, and all the transmogrifters who had time to look at the leaderboards were glued to them at that moment. Bronze potential ranking, Dragon State ranking, match phase. 1. Chen Yu won 30 matches and lost 0, see details. 2. Qin Shuang, 25 wins, 5 losses, check details. 3. Yao Qianxiu won 24 matches and lost 6, see details. 4. Li Zixuan won 24 matches and lost 6, see details. 5. Yi Wuxiang, 23 wins, 7 losses, see details. Unfortunately, Lu Ya was squeezed from 4th place to 11th place, perhaps because her luck wasn't as good as it had been the previous 2 days, resulting in running into several plant profession transmuters. Bronze potential list of the national list of the battle stage has ended. You set the list of bronze potential list of the battle stage ranked first. The bronze potential list of the list stage ranked first. The bronze potential list of the overall ranking of the first. And now the settlement of rewards in. Congratulations! You have been rewarded with 15 zombie decks, 15 plant decks, and 1 additional slot, bronze potential ranking match stage ranking number 1 reward. Congratulations! You have been rewarded with 30 zombie cards, 1 home expansion, and 1 DR. Stiff King card, bronze potential ranking number 1 reward. Shenyu did not even think that a single country list actually had such a generous reward. 45 zombie decks and 15 plant decks were enough to make his heart flutter. But it turned out that there were so many other rewards. What with the card slots adding a slot position, the number of home expansions once, and even singling out DR. Stiffy for a reward. Is DR. Stiffy some kind of very rare card? After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shenyu immediately checked out the cards. The 45 zombie decks are for Ice Truck zombie decks, for normal zombie decks, for companion dance zombie decks, 3 kid zombie decks, 3 Yeti zombie decks, 3 iron door zombie decks, 3 balloon zombie decks, 3 diving zombie decks, and 3 bungee zombie decks, 2 tombstone decks, 2 barrel zombie decks, 2 barricade zombie decks, 2 duck life preserver zombie decks, 2 pole vault zombie decks, 2 miner zombie decks, 2 giant zombie decks, and DR. Stiffy King decks. This wave can be said to be a bumper harvest. If nothing else, Shenyu should be able to synthesize a lot of 3-star cards. After all, he has a certain amount of stock in his own hands, and after the national list is finalized, those big shots or geniuses will come to him to beg him to help synthesize the cards, the draw of which is 6 zombie cards. It is simply a windfall in the windfall. Originally Shenyu did not want to increase the price rise so outrageous. Really his cards are too respected. Every day to ask people are endless. Forced to do so, he can only choose to adopt Su Binglan's suggestion. Previously on Giant Thrower, the red-eye giant zombies have changed their settings so that their heads are not machine gunner heads, but card hats. After admiring the cards, it was time for the intense and exciting synthesis. Chunyu waved his big hand and the zombie illustrated book appeared floating in the air. One page of the book was windless. As if it knew Chunyu's thoughts, it directly flipped to the last page. Seeing this, Chenyu directly threw all the zombie cards that could be synthesized into the synthesis page. Name, Ice Truck Zombie Stampede. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. Perhaps it is the reason of safe driving for many years, which makes a lot of zombies have questioned the car skills of the Ice Car Zombie. In order to break these questions, the Ice Car Zombie decided to give them a little color to see. Storming the Ice Car Zombie has 30% of the reduction in the damage, and his movement speed will be with the reduction of the blood more and more quickly, until the throttle step on the end of the car into the enemy's lair. Name, Sticky Note Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, a variant of the common zombie. He used to be the most common zombie. In order to take off his mediocre hat, the common zombie replaced his head with a post-it note. The post-it note zombie won't gnaw on the enemy, but the post-it note zombie's movement speed is super fast and won't be subjected to any negative impacts, such as slowing down, stunning, and repelling are ineffective to him. Name, Barricade Dancing Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 75 tombstone value. Introduction. Since the appearance of the dancing zombie is the accompaniment of the Dancing King Zombie, he countless times want to get rid of the accompaniment of the title, but to no avail. Even if he borrowed from the Barricade Zombie, Barricade leather hat cannot change the perception of others on him, which makes him very bitter. Name, Super Little Kid Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 100 tombstone value. Introduction. The kid zombie accidentally ate the shrinking potion developed by Dr. King of the Stiff, which also led to his already small body became as small as ants, but he is also a blessing because of the disaster. Not only to get a faster movement speed, and general enemies cannot be found in his presence. It is very easy to be killed by his sneak attack. Name, Ghostly Snowman Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction. As the most mysterious existence in the zombie world, the snowman zombie reappeared, and the jumping zombie learned how to ghost animal, and ate 3 kilograms of garlic, which makes the snowman zombie has the ability to change the line at will, and he can also predict the danger. If the location will be in danger, he will immediately change the line, and he will not look back. Name, Bouncing Iron Door Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction. Iron Gate Zombies. Iron Gate has been transformed by Dr. Stiff King to get a special ability. His Iron Gate can rebound a small portion of long-range attacks, such as the Ps launched by the P family will be rebounded, which can be described as the nemesis of the P family. Name, Mercenary Balloon Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction, cowardly balloon zombies have become mercenaries after brutal training, and now the balloon zombies can throw grenades down from the air every 10 seconds for an aerial strike, and the grenade's damage is equivalent to that of potato mines. Name, Elite Diving Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction, after a variety of training, the diving zombie is not the same as before. Now the elite diving zombie in the dive will not be most of the attacks will not be harmed, and he can be in the dive to bite the enemy. Do not need to risk the risk of being hit by the exposure of the head to bite. Name, Air Force Bungee Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, Bungee Zombie Variant Zombies. Air Force Bungee Zombies will hold most of the enemies after the appearance. A small portion of the volume is too large to hold away. The enemy was held away. 5 seconds later, the Bungee Zombie will reappear and put a random zombie. For a low-cost version of the Air Force support. Name, Split Duck Life Preserver Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, the Duck Life Preserver Zombie accidentally gets the power of splitting. When the Split Duck Life Preserver Zombie appears on the field, it will split once every 30 seconds. Each time it splits, it will split a Split Duck Life Preserver Zombie with the same attribute in front of itself. Name, Trolley Pole Vaulting Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, a variant of the pole vaulting zombie. The trolley pole vaulting zombie has a trolley head. The trolley pole vaulting zombie moves very fast and doesn't pole vault. Instead it just crushes the enemy. Name, Upside Down Miner Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction, the Upside Down Miner Zombie is still the same, and he is not different from the previous one. If I have to say there is a difference, it should be that he used to go backward when he came out of the ground, but now he will go straight forward when he comes out of the ground. In addition to synthesizing new decks, several old decks appear, such as the Broken Tombstone synthesized by Tombstone, the Barricade Dancer Zombie synthesized by Barricade Zombie, and the Mercenary Red-Eye Giant Zombie. One of the Broken Tombstones can be synthesized into a 3-star deck, while that previous Barricade Dancing King Zombie is integrated into the zombie icon, so it can't be fused yet. As for the Mercenary Red-Eye Giant Zombie, this card is directly integrated into the zombie icon. After all, the last two Mercenary Red-Eye directly synthesize 3 stars, not integrated into the zombie icon. Because of the forced nature of Dr. Stiff King, Shenyu did not directly fuse Dr. Stiff King, but waited until he fused 3-star cards before synthesizing Dr. Stiff King. It's worth mentioning that the Stampede Ice Truck Zombie, the Post-it Note Zombie, and the Barricade Companion Zombie are all 2 cards, and I don't know if it's just Chenyu's luck or if this is what happens when you throw a brain in like this. Just as Chenyu was about to continue synthesizing, the door of the room was knocked at an inopportune time. Knock, knock, knock. Feather, are you inside the room? Su Binglan's inquiring voice came from outside the door. I'm in there. What's wrong, Lon? Hearing this, Chenyu was first stunned, then quickly put away the zombie icon and opened the door to the room. Idiot, the national ranking has already been finalized, and you're still sleeping in there? Seeing Chenyu's puzzled expression, Su Binglan laughed and reached out to scratch the bridge of Chenyu's nose, then pulled him towards the living room. What's sleeping? I am receiving rewards, okay? You are not aware of how generous the rewards for the first place in that country list are. Chenyu was halfway through his sentence. Then he paused. He glanced at Su Binglan, who was pulling himself up, and then at Bai Yi and Lu Yao, who were sitting upright on the sofa. For a moment he did not know what to say. Don't you look at me. It was your little girlfriend who found me and asked for my help. Su Binglan sat aside with an air of unconcern, not caring about the blush on Bai Yi's face due to her shyness. No, it's because Bai Yi just wanted to open her mouth to explain, but she saw Lu Yao, who had been sitting next to her and hadn't said anything, stood up from the sofa in a flash, and she quickly came to Chenyu's front and looked straight into Chenyu's eyes, her eyes full of stubbornness and aggravation. Before Chenyu could ask her what she was going to do, she saw Lu Yao fiercely look back at Bai Yi and bite her lips. Lu Yao, am willing to gamble. You. Hearing Lu Yao say this, Bai Yi immediately guessed what Lu Yao was going to say, and she was just about to open her mouth to stop it when she saw that Lu Yao had already opened her mouth. Dad, Shenyu is my father. Dad, I was wrong. Please forgive me. After saying that, Lu Yao ran back to Bai Yi's side with red eyes and hid her face directly behind her. Question mark. Ha? Shenyu cocked his head with a dumbfounded expression. Not only him, Even Su Binglan, who was watching the scene next to him, choked. A big question mark floating above his head. Seeing this, Bai Yi immediately explained. It's like this. I made a bet with Yao Yao. I bet that she would apologize to Chen Yu within a month, and the loser of the bet would have to call out to Chen Yu's father. And then, Bai Yi spoke very fast to explain the cause and effect. Chen Yu and Su Binglan, this is a sigh of relief. He thought Lu Yao crazy it, rushed up to shout his father. It doesn't matter. There wasn't much of a grudge between you and I. If I had to say there was, it would just be a verbal fight. Chen Yu smiled indifferently and said. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi tugged on Lu Yao's sleeve and flirted. I told you, Chen Yu is not the kind of person who is careful, and there is no conflict of interest between you guys. You are all students in the same school. There is no need to make such a stalemate. Aha! Lu Yao, who had always been arrogant and domineering, obediently revealed her head and lowered her head at this time, her two small hands uneasily entwined together, and her shell teeth gently biting her lower lip. I assume you two came over to do more than just apologize? Seeing that Lu Yao was still sitting on the sofa after apologizing and did not look like she was going to leave in the slightest, Chen Yu immediately asked. Yes, I'd like to ask you to synthesize the deck for me. I see that there are quite a lot of people making reservations. I don't know if that's possible. With a red face, Bai Yi took out 4 identical plant decks from the item bar and handed them to Chen Yu. She had asked Su Binglan before she came, and Su Binglan had given her the reply that it was fine for acquaintances to follow the previous price. However, she didn't want to be greedy with her relationship with Chen Yu, and even if Su Binglan remembered her feelings and let her follow the previous price, she still brought 4 decks over. Sure, Chen Yu naturally took the 4 high nut plant decks handed over by Bai Yi. Looking at Chen Yu's near figure, Lu Yao on the side pursed her lips and asked in a pitiful manner, Dad, I also want to synthesize cards. Can you help me? Mr. Lu, the bet between you two is over. I'm not your father. Please don't address me like that. It sounds weirdly needy. My goosebumps are being shouted out. Chen Yu said with some embarrassment. Daddy, please. I can give you 8 plant decks, plus 2 2-star zombie decks that beg your forgiveness. Lu Yao was wealthy and generous as she took out 10 cards from the item bar and handed them to Chen Yu. Before she came here, her father had told her not to return home without obtaining Chen Yu's forgiveness. If it was in the past, she would have put her foot down and run away. But now this was a special situation, and there really wasn't much of a conflict between her and Chen Yu. To put it bluntly, the conflict between her and Chen Yu was all caused by this mouth of hers. Whether it was for her own sake or for the sake of the family, she should run this trip. Chen Yu glanced at the 10 cards Lu Yao handed over, which were 8 cactus and 2 different 2-star zombie cards. Name, Playing with Mud Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, the zombie world of the naughty egg. The size and the kid zombie is almost the same, but he is a child. No matter what he does with his mud, when playing mud zombie appearance, he will throw mud to the enemy in front of him. Mud damage for the ordinary zombie nibble a bite, but the mud can be caused by slowing down or fixing the effect of the specific slowing down or fixing the time to see the other side of the body with how much mud. Playing mud zombies and stone throwing zombies a mechanism. When he threw the basket of mud or no enemy in front of him will go forward. Name, Circus Dancer Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, Circus Dancer Zombie is one of the rarer zombies. He wore circus dancer costumes. Behavior is also full of elegance. Circus Dancer Zombie in the dance has a 50% probability of avoiding attacks. At the same time, they cannot attack the enemy. When the Circus Dancer Zombie in front of the appearance of the enemy, Circus Dancer Zombie will be forced to enemy guessing. If Circus Dancer Zombie won, the enemy. If the Circus Dancer Zombie wins, the enemy's attributes, including blood, speed, attack power, defense, etc., will be permanently reduced by half. If the Circus Dancer Zombie loses, its own attributes will be reduced by half and it will pass over the enemy. If it fails 2 times in the guessing game, the Circus Dancer Zombie will be killed on the spot. At the first sight of the mud-playing zombie and the Circus Dancer Zombie, Chen Yu's reaction was mediocre, but when he carefully watched the introductions, he was immediately astonished. To be fair, he wasn't short of strong zombie decks, but even he didn't have many of these zombies that were both strong and entertaining at the same time. The first play mud zombies, needless to say, throwing mud attack can also cause slowdown and fixation, properly strengthened version of the stone thrower zombies. The second Circus Dancer Zombie gets interesting. From the description it appears that the Circus Dancer Zombie is capable of continuous guessing, whenever an enemy appears in front of him. If the Circus Dancer Zombie is lucky, it can keep guessing and reduce all enemies by half their attributes. But if it's unlucky, this zombie won't even be halfway useful. It's too spaced out to even be cannon fodder. Please, Daddy. Seeing Chen Yu staring at the cards in his hand in muffled silence, Lu Yao put his heart on the line. Anyway, having been called several times, she didn't care if she would be embarrassed, and just bowed 90 degrees and passed both hands forward. I do forgive you. Please stop screaming. Seeing Lu Yao keep screaming, Chen Yu hurriedly reached out his hand to receive the 10 cards handed by the other party, and then included them in his item bar. Thank you. Seeing that her deck was pocketed by Chen Yu, Lu Yao was relieved as if she was relieved, and it wasn't in vain that she had called out to her father so many times. I'm going to go ahead and synthesize, so you guys can wait. Chen Yu gave a word of knowledge, and then quickly walked towards the room. After returning to his room, Chen Yu immediately conjured up the zombie illustration and then threw all the cards that could be synthesized into the synthesis page. As black and white auras crossed to fill the entire room, Bai Yi and Lu Yao's plant decks as well as his own zombie deck were synthesized. Name, Vodka High Nut. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 250 Sunshine. Introduction, Tall Nut has been knocked down and crushed by enemies countless times. It should be the hardest plant in the plant world, but his defense is fragile in front of his old rival giant zombie. Even the giant zombie can't even catch a single blow and then crushed into pieces of nuts. For this reason, he has gone crazy and absorbed more nutrients and followed the woolly muggle to learn for a period of time, and now its hardness is twice that of the previous one, and will not be crushed by various forms. Forms of crushing, when its blood level is only 100 blood. High Nuts will learn the Vulcan painstakingly hit the enemy. Name, Triple Line Ice Cactus. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 350 Sunshine. Introduction, Cactus is a rare plant that can launch spikes but not very useful. Few people will choose to bring cactus this cost-effective plants, but now it is not what it used to be. It follows the 3 lines of the shooter and ice shooter painstakingly cultivation, and successfully learned their unique skills, and now the cactus can not only attack the 3 lines of the enemy, at the same time, it can also be slowed down by the spike, penetrate, as long as one of them is still there. How many enemies do not need to be afraid of? As long as there is a cactus in the room, there is no need to be afraid of any enemy. Name, Random Tombstone. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 100 Tombstone Value. Introduction, a tombstone that buried countless zombies was temporarily sealed for some reason. Perhaps because the age is too far away. The seal began to loosen. Every time it summons a zombie will produce 25 Tombstone Value, although the value of the tombstone is the same as usual. But the zombies that crawled out of the tombstone is an unknown number. Name, Holy Shield Ice Truck Zombies. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 250 Tombstone Value. Introduction, the Holy Shield Ice Truck has a high amount of 3,000 blood, and is a dual-form zombie. When he appeared in the whole body is golden yellow, with 40% damage reduction. When his blood is less than or equal to 1,500, his whole body becomes crimson, and get the power of freezing. Can be frozen to its own center within the range of 3 by 3 enemies. At the same time, he can also be sentimentalized by nearby zombies, so that they can re-enter into the embrace of friends. Name, Teleporting Posted Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 125 Tombstone Value. Introduction, perhaps he is not the ultimate ordinary zombie can reach, but he can already vaguely see his own end. Teleportation node zombie and ordinary zombie blood quantity is the same, and will not gnaw, but he is moving super fast, with their own rules defying the power of teleportation. Every time he advances 2 squares will be teleported to a random line. It is difficult to capture his tracks through his trajectory of action. Name, Red-Eyed Dancing Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 175 Tombstone Value. Introduction, the dancing zombie and the red-eyed giant zombie have learned how to enter a state of rage. And now the dancing zombie has completed his training. He has 3,000 blood, and holds a normal zombie as a weapon, and can crush his enemies as well as the giant zombie. Chen Yu didn't even expect that he had actually synthesized another Sailor Rigid King, and now he only needed another Sailor Rigid King to synthesize the 3-star Rigid King, which caused Chen Yu's breathing to become a little short. In addition to the red-eyed dancing zombies, the other 3-3-star cards Chen Yu are quite satisfied. Random Tombstone, such as needless to say, is certainly the top 3-star cards. As for the Sacred Shield Ice Truck Zombie and the Teleportation Posted Zombie, they are at least as good as the mainstays, especially the dual form of the Sacred Shield Ice Truck Zombie. So who wouldn't be confused looking at that, right? Teleporting Posted Zombies is controversial if he's strong. Though, if it's a push layer, the Teleporting Sticky Node Zombie can't play a single role. He can't even be cannon fodder. He can teleport after all. But if you're fighting someone solo, such as a friendship cut or a life and death cut, then this zombie is an absolute must for the speed push stream. Other people's lineups aren't ready yet, and you throw a teleporting sticky node zombie at them. What's the opposite side going to do to block it? As for the red-eyed dancing zombie, this thing is purely an alternative version of the white-eyed giant zombie. If you have to say what the difference is, is that the red-eyed dancing zombie will not lose the little ghost. To be honest, Chenyu wasn't too happy with the red-eyed companion zombie, but it was useful to be able to use it. Chenyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to incorporate this card into the zombie icon. After all, a 3-star card used as a random zombie for the blind box zombies was still fine. It was worth mentioning that Chenyu had synthesized all of the plant cards given by Bai Yi and Lu Yao, together with 2 Vulcan tall nuts and 4 tier 3 chill cacti. Chenyu first took out the 2 cards that he was going to give to Bai Yi and Lu Yao before fusing the extra 3 lines of cold ice cactus again. Name, Cat's Tail Ice Cactus. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 500 Sunshine. Introduction, a cross between a 2-star plant, the 3-line chilling cactus, and a 2-star plant, the cattail cactus, which perfectly inherits the advantages of the 2. Can attack all the enemies appearing in its own homeland, and its tail can fire 3 chilling spikes at once and has the effect of penetrating and slowing down. And the cactus mouth in front of it can fire 1 chilling spike to attack an enemy directly in front of it, but it can't automatically tracking enemies. Ha, that's strong? Seeing the 3-star cards fused out of the cold ice cactus, Chenyu's eyes widened. Although it requires 500 sunlight, but once planted, how many enemies can be casually resolved? Right. On this strength to sell 500 sunlight more or less a bit cheap. After Chenyu put the extra Vulcan tall nuts, triple threaded cold cactus, and cat's tail cold cactus into his item bar, he went out with the decks for Bai Yi and Lu Yao. Feather. Synthesized so quickly? Seeing Chenyu striding towards the side, Su Binglan was a bit surprised. It seems that Chenyu went in for less than 5 minutes. How did he come out so quickly? Yes, and it's intense. Definitely more than you can imagine. Chenyu smiled as he handed the Vulcan tall nut and the 3rd-line cold cactus to both Bai Yi and Lu Yao respectively, introducing the characteristics of the 2 cards in the process. Really? Hearing Chenyu's introduction, Lu Yao sat up from the sofa in a mischievous manner, not expecting Chenyu to synthesize such a good deck for her. Was this the legendary ecumenical? Of course it's true. Chenyu nodded. He didn't know what was going on in Lu Yao's mind. If he knew, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter on the spot. No shame. I knew all the cards synthesized by you were awesome. Bai Yi gave a thumbs up in praise. The cards Chenyu had given her had never flopped. They were all first-rate strong, and if they had Chenyu's help, maybe their Bai family would be able to get through this difficult time. After the 3 of them chatted for a few more moments, Bai Yi and Lu Yao hurriedly bid farewell. Sister Lan, take a look. These are the plant decks rewarded by the national ranking. Do you have any you want? Chenyu glanced at Su Binglan, then took out the plant deck rewarded by the national ranking from the item bar and set it on the coffee table. The 15 plant decks rewarded by the national list are sunflowers, pea shooters, cherry bombs, nut walls, ice shooters, dual launchers, loudmouth flowers, small spray mushrooms, large spray mushrooms, charm mushrooms, timid mushrooms, ice mushrooms, destructive mushrooms, water lilies, and voodoo mushrooms. These cards are all 1-star cards, but plants like cherry bomb, charming mushroom, destruction mushroom, and voodoo mushroom are still pretty rare, and not much better than some 2-star cards. I don't need it. Keep it to yourself and I'll let you know if I need it. Seeing Chenyu think of himself in every way and everything, Su Binglan's heart was filled with warmth, and her originally lazy eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. Okay, I'll go to my room then. Chenyu responded. It was now nighttime and he was ready to use up the rest of his rewards and go to bed. After returning to his room, Chenyu immediately entered the matchmaking platform. He stood under the eaves of the house and looked at the expansive yard, then at the homestead behind him, then used the homestead expansion count through the panel. Buzz! Vibrations came from the earth, and the courtyard that had originally been extended to 400 meters due to the promotion to the golden 3 stars changed once again, and was now actually 500 meters. It's just a shame that stretching it so much didn't increase the number of grids. It just made the length of the grids change. But what surprised Chenyu the most was the homeland, whose appearance had changed drastically. The homestead can no longer be described as a homestead, but can be described as an estate, impeccably beautiful both from a distance and up close. Just as Chenyu returned to reality and prepared to sleep, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Chenyu picked up the phone and casually asked. It's me, the principal of Star One. The principal's rather emotional voice came from the other end of the line. He didn't expect that in less than a month's time, Chenyu had actually turned from a small talented genius into a shining star in the limelight. Regardless of who the opponent was, Chenyu was able to easily defeat them, and even the position at the top of the national ranking, which symbolized supreme glory, was held in Chenyu's hands. Ridiculous. He had previously told Chenyu that if Chenyu could rush into the top 50 of the bronze potential ranking city ranking, he would be rewarded with a 2-star card. Now that he thought about it, it was really red in the face. However, this also indirectly shows that he has a good eye, and at a glance, He can see that Chen Yu's potential is very high, and the entire Star 1 middle school has fiercely caught fire because of the name Chen Yu. When the time comes for the above to allocate resources, their Star 1 middle school will definitely be the first choice at the top of the list. No matter what school has to lower its noble head in front of their Star 1 middle school. Headmaster, is something wrong? Chen Yu scratched the back of his head with some curiosity. Last time he had already gone to the school to get his cards. He really couldn't imagine what the principal was calling him at this time. The principal said with a smile, "It's fine. Just congratulating you on getting the top spot on the national list. Our school will be proud of you from now on." The vice principal and I, along with a few school board members, are discussing a celebration for you tomorrow, and I was wondering if you'd have the time to attend tomorrow. I won't let you attend for nothing. If you come, I'll give you another 2-star deck plus 3 1-star regular zombie decks on my side. What do you think? Obviously, the principal was aware of Chen Yu's character. Otherwise he wouldn't have added that sentence about paying for attendance at the end. Principal, you say this is where words, I am which see the card I open people, but you guys give me to do celebration. I do not come to the scene seems a bit unable to say. I am now a bit torn off. Chen Yu smacked his lips and said. Upon hearing this, the principal immediately comprehended Chen Yu's meaning, and immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Chen Yu's classmates are really humorous. What's there to get tangled up in? You'll just come straight over tomorrow and be done with it. And as our school's star of learning, I'll reward you with a 2-star deck and 5 1-star decks tomorrow. Since you've said it to this point, it's not good for me as a student to refuse. Then I'll come over tomorrow, just to talk about the college entrance exam. Chen Yu said this. Hearing this, the principal immediately opened his mouth and inquired, are you talking about the college entrance exams or not? This is no problem. As the no. 1 on the national list, you will definitely be snapped up by the 4 most prestigious academies, and that side has also called me. I just don't know which one you've chosen. I haven't decided yet, but the odds are that I should choose the Green Dragon Academy. I think that side suits me a bit better, Chen Yu said after thinking about it. Okay, I know. You don't have to worry about the college entrance exams. I'll take care of it from my side, the principal said confidently. The two then chatted for about 3 or 4 more minutes, and seeing that it was getting late, the principal took the initiative to end the conversation and hung up. Seeing this, Chen Yu collapsed and lay down on the bed. Before he could close his eyes for 3 seconds, the screen that had just gone out lit up again. Chen Yu looked at the call. It was Lu Hui. For this responsible teacher, Chen Yu is still very good. Immediately connected the phone. Who expected that after this answer he could not stop? Both people familiar with him and unfamiliar with him put the phone call. First was Lu Hui, followed by the teachers of the 4 great academies, and then after that, Qin Shuang and all the celestials who had fought. Before Chen Yu could catch his breath, the result was that those big colleges and foreign colleges called again, and the angry Chen Yu directly ran to the homestead to sleep, which was not disturbed again. But after such a toss, the time also came to 2:30 a.m., seriously delaying Chen Yu's sleeping time, knowing that he hated staying up all night. Early morning, Chen Yu arrived at school early after breakfast. I didn't expect him to come to school half an hour early to actually be blocked at the entrance, and countless students who regarded him as their idol surrounded him. Brother Chen Yu, can you give me an autograph? I've admired you for a long time. I noticed you before when you hadn't awakened your talent. Don't you fart? I was the only one who thought Brother Chen Yu was handsome at that time, and I even confessed to Brother Chen Yu, only to be rejected. Can you take a picture with me? Brother Chen Yu, I want to offer you up to worship you every day. Please bless my children and grandchildren with a good talent for 3 generations. No man, this thing is not something you can have just by worshipping it. You either have to be exposed to it every day like the big families or take your chances on awakening the gift. Don't leave it here for metaphysics, Al. That's right. What's the point of being so greedy? I just need Brother Chen Yu to sign my clothes. Facing such crazy students, Chen Yu subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who expected the students to see Chen Yu's actions have to help him wipe sweat? Scared, Chen Yu immediately summoned the balloon zombie ready to lift off. But he was now deep in the encirclement, and the frantic students saw his move and one by one they clung to his arms and thighs, the immense pressure preventing the ballooning zombies from ascending fast enough. Seeing the students would stack like one by one to jump up, in order to prevent them from slipping and falling down, Chen Yu can only let the balloon zombie put him down. However, it was good that his unusual behavior caught the attention of the principal, who immediately brought the teachers to the school entrance to relieve Chen Yu. The students could only reluctantly move out of the way when they heard the principal and teacher. Soon, the morning slipped by. Chen Yu slightly lousy sitting in the back of the ice car zombie driving toward home. Perhaps the reality is not bound by the rules. The ice car zombie driving speed is very fast. Not a moment to send Chen Yu to the home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Binglan, who was watching TV, glanced in the direction of the door. It's a shock not to see. Only to see Chen Yu standing in rags at the entrance hall. His face was covered in lip marks. Obviously he had just experienced some great battle. You, what are you doing here? You didn't go to the celebration? Looking at Chen Yu's slightly devastated expression, Su Binglan's left eye jumped and asked with some uncertainty. Attended. That's what they got. Chen Yu sighed, ran back to his room and grabbed a set of clothes, then went straight to the bathroom. He had to take a good shower and scrub the bad luck off his body. It was only after about half an hour that Chen Yu walked out of the bathroom refreshed. Seeing Chen Yu's wet hair, Su Binglan casually said, "Just now the teacher from Qinglong Academy called you. I picked up for you, and over there said that the 4 prestigious academies all start 2 months later, so you can go 3 days earlier next month." "I know," Chen Yu responded. "Now that the summer vacation is coming up and you don't need to take the entrance exam, why don't sis take you on a trip?" Seeing that Chen Yu seems to be not very excited, Su Binglan guessed that the recent high intensity may have made Chen Yu a little depressed, and immediately proposed to go on a trip to relax his mood. "I'm all for it. Time is running out." Time flew by and it came to the day when the 4 famous academies were about to start. Close to 2 months of pushing the layers, Chen Yu's strength had already come to the golden 9 stars. The cards you get are rather generic, being jumping zombies, roadblock zombies, normal zombies, dancing king zombies and 2 balloon zombies. Among them, normal zombies and balloon zombies can be synthesized into 2-star cards, and the synthesized cards are old and familiar. One is a random zombie and one is a misty balloon zombie. Random zombie had one incorporated into the zombie icon before, so that card can be kept. And as for the misty balloon zombie, it's incorporated directly into the zombie icon. As for Su Binglan, she had also skyrocketed because of the cat's tail cold ice cactus gifted by Chen Yu, and had now reached an astonishing platinum 7 stars. Feather, it's almost time to go today. Early in the morning, Su Binglan's knock came from Chen Yu's room. "Okay, I'm getting up now." Chen Yu, who had just woken up from his sleep, immediately answered when he heard Su Binglan's voice, and then sat up with a carp and began to put on his clothes. After getting dressed, Chen Yu immediately ran to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. The whole set of actions flowed smoothly. From getting up to sitting on the dining table took less than 5 minutes. "I've packed everything you need to take with you, so remember to bring it with you when you leave later." Su Binglan came from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles to the table and sat down. The hot noodles rose up a fragrant mist straight to the tip of the nose, attracting Chen Yu's attention in an instant. "Sister Lan, when did you become so good at making noodles? I remember you weren't this good at it?" Chen Yu picked up his chopsticks and tasted a mouthful of noodles, and after determining that the noodles tasted much better, he immediately opened his mouth to ask, "What's the word? What kind of talk is that? Your sister, I've always been this good at my craft, haven't I? If you don't like it, your sister and I won't even be down there for you to eat from now on." Seeing Chen Yu's expression of disbelief, Su Binglan was a bit annoyed. Could it be that there was really a big gap between the noodles she had made before and the ones she had learned from the internet today? Chen Yu smiled. "How could I not like it? I like the noodles made by Sister Lan the most. It's just that it's hard to be able to eat them after going to the Green Dragon Academy. That's why I asked more than I should have." Seeing this, Su Binglan lightly hummed. "Going to Qinglong Academy is not like you can't come back. And that's a top-tier academy. The cafeteria chef inside is at the very least a 5-star start. And all sorts of facilities are adopted from the best. And this trip to the capital is just enough to broaden your horizons. Although your talent is strong and you got the first place in the bronze potential ranking national ranking, you have to remember not to slack off on your rank because of that. You have to guard against arrogance and impatience. A genius that hasn't grown up is a joke. You have to study and get on well with your teachers. The teachers of this kind of top academy start at least at the diamond level. Most of them are at the black U level. Maybe some people don't know what the gold content of the black flare level is. Let's put it this way. If the diamond level is the existence of a phoenix, then the black flare level is 1 in a million. The average person could only end up becoming a silver or gold level powerhouse through a lifetime of hard work, while the limit for the lesser gifted was at platinum, and it was even difficult to break through platinum. Not to mention the diamond level, only the Lu family or the Bai family with such top talent could produce a diamond level, and even more so, there was only a hint of a glimpse of the possibility of the black U level, and a city would only have one official black flare ranked powerhouse sitting in the city. If there were any foreign powerhouses sneaking into the city, they would definitely be met with a thunderous strike from the official black flare ranked powerhouses. As for the capital, there were as many powerful people over there as there were clouds, and the lineages of all the major black flare level powerhouses were in the capital, so it was impossible to generalize. "I know," Chen Yu nodded. He wasn't some kind of fool. Facing an existence stronger than his own would definitely be to keep a low profile if he could. It's best to maximize the synthetic page and make all the geniuses dependent on you, which not only broadens your network, but also indirectly avoids conflicts with others. After all, his zombie icon will not be limited by the grade of the card, even if it is a 4-star card or 5-star card, as long as you can take out, as usual, give you synthesized cluck, which his other card combining master cannot do. Come on, I'll take you to the airport. Seeing that Chen Yu finished the noodles in 3 tries, Su Binglan immediately took Chen Yu out and left. Green Dragon Academy. Here I come. Chen Yu looked at the ancient and magnificent plaque of Qinglong College with a great deal of pride in his heart. He was supposed to arrive last night, but by the time he got off the plane it was late afternoon. He pondered that Qinglong College was not yet in session, and there might be no one there at night, so he simply found a hotel and opened a room. In order to protect his safety, Chen Yu then entered the homestead in his hotel room. After all, how could the security of a hotel possibly compare to the homestead? Hello, Chen Yu. We meet again. Just as Chen Yu was about to enter the Green Dragon Academy, he heard a familiar voice from behind him. Chen Yu subconsciously looked back, only to see the mature and sexy dressed Qin Shuang standing not far behind him raising an eyebrow. You got a waiver too? Seeing Qin Shuang appearing here, Chen Yu immediately associated it with the examination exemption admission letter that Qinglong Academy had mailed to him. Of course, to be precise, the top 100 of the national list got it, except you were the first to get it. Qin Shuang's brows smiled as she nodded her head and came to stand beside Chen Yu. Her jade hand gently lifted and the silver manicure she had just made reached towards Chen Yu's cheeks. What are you doing? Chen Yu was startled by Qin Shuang's action and immediately made a backward step to open a gap of 2.5 meters with Qin Shuang. Look at you. What are you so nervous about? It's not like I'm going to eat you. It's that you have a feather on your collar and I'm going to take it off for you. Qin Shuang shook his head and lost his smile, then took a step forward and reached out his hand to remove the feather on Chen Yu's collar to show him. I was wrong about you. Noticing Qin Shuang's aggrieved expression, Chen Yu lightly coughed twice and said casually with his head turned sideways. Poof. The corners of Qin Shuang's mouth rose slightly, and he raised his hand to shield his own mouth with a light laugh. She didn't expect a genius of Chen Yu's level to actually blush because of a single action, so it seemed like it should be easy for her to try to take down an innocent young boy like Chen Yu. Although she herself had no relationship experience, but she had read the relationship treasure book. She swiped the video off and swiped the kind of relationship video. Should be able to know. As the saying goes, men chase women across mountains, women chase men across veils, and she is good looking. Her strength is not bad. In addition to the talent is almost, with Chen Yu together is also barely considered to be a man and a woman. With your ranking, you should have been recruited by the 4 great academies at the same time as well. And your talent is a plant talent. Why are you thinking of coming to the Green Dragon Academy, which teaches zombie professions? Chen Yu asked with slight curiosity. Qin Shuang smiled. The teacher of the Qinglong Academy told me that he could specially open a board for plant profession for me, and hire a teacher specialized in plant profession to teach me. This kind of talk is okay to lie to stupid white sweetness, but it's useless to use it to lie to me. I've already inquired about it. Although the 4 famous academies are responsible for different occupations, they all open different occupational boards internally with each other. That is to say, they can take the same set of rhetoric to fool students who don't know any better and make them grateful, thus achieving the effect of recruiting talent. Hearing this, Chen Yu choked. You talk just talk. Don't connote people. What stupid white sweet. I just didn't go to understand it. You're not wording this rigorously enough. So you believe it? Qin Shuang, who had wanted to continue on, froze for a moment. She didn't even expect Chen Yu to suddenly pop out with this. Ahem. No. Chen Yu lightly coughed twice and denied it. You. Qin Shuang still wanted to continue to pursue the question. Chen Yu immediately interrupted her train of thought and opened his mouth to ask, since you know that this is a trick to cheat your tears, why did you still come to Qinglong Academy? Wouldn't it be better for you to choose White Tiger Academy or Xuanwu Academy? Hearing this, Qin Shuang couldn't care less about pursuing the matter. After all, this was an opportunity that Chen Yu himself had sent to her door. She had to firmly grasp it. With this in mind, Qin Shuang's pair of eyes looked at Chen Yu with affection. Originally, I was thinking of going to the White Tiger Academy. The first call I received was from the White Tiger Academy, and the teacher from the White Tiger Academy told me a lot of information. But I received a phone call from a teacher at Green Dragon Academy, who told me that you would be going to Green Dragon Academy, which immediately changed my mind. Even if the teacher who teaches plant occupations at Green Dragon Academy isn't as good as the one at White Tiger Academy, I'd still be obliged to do it. After saying that, Qin Shuang gently gripped Chen Yu's broad palm, and her fair jade-like cheeks flushed with a hint of redness. Guess what I believe? Chen Yu rolled his eyes, then walked straight towards the entrance of the academy.
At the entrance of the academy there was a leaf-sweeping janitorial grandpa.
From the clothes he wore and his appearance it didn't look too different from an ordinary school's janitor. But in Chen Yu's eyes, this was a diamond-level bigot. Chen Yu did not even think that the diamond-level powerhouse, which was few and far between in Jiangnan City, was actually a doorman at Qinglong College, which was also too big for the job. Right? Student, the academy hasn't started yet. What are you? Seeing Chen Yu ready to walk through the school gate into the academy, the gatekeeper laughed and actually did not know when to come to Chen Yu's side to ride on Chen Yu's shoulders.
So that Chen Yu cannot move forward. Hello, old grandpa. I have the exemption admission book, and I was told by the teacher of the Green Dragon Academy that I could come straight here. Feeling the strange force coming from his shoulders, Chen Yu immediately took out the exemption admission book sent to him by his teacher at Qinglong Academy from the item bar and showed it to the gatekeeper. Well, so, then this girl doll too? The gatekeeper grandpa glanced at the exemption admission book in Chen Yu's hand, but his eyes landed at some point on Qin Shuang, who was not far behind Chen Yu. Gramps, me too. Seeing how easily the gatekeeper grandpa subdued Chen Yu, Qin Shuang was secretly surprised in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move and took out the same type of exemption from examination admission book to show the gatekeeper grandpa. Okay, you guys go in. The doorman released his grip on Chen Yu's hand and then returned to the position where he had just swept the floor under the unbelieving eyes of Chen Yu and Qin Shuang. After entering the Green Dragon Academy, Chen Yu and Qin Shuang quickly found the teacher's location based on their positioning. After obtaining the key bracelet given by the teacher, Chen Yu and Qin Shuang headed to the accommodation area. Originally, Chen Yu thought that it was that kind of dormitory building, but the scene that appeared in front of him turned his perception upside down. No, you call a villa a dormitory? And this is not a bunch of people crammed together in the dormitory. This is a person assigned a villa. The experience directly pulled full well. It was true that poverty limited his vision. Even though he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had seen such a luxurious villa. Every flowering tree in the Green Dragon Academy was not mortal, and Chen Yu was able to clearly feel that the air here was much fresher than outside as he walked along. Living in this kind of environment can be much more comfortable than outside, and it is not even a dream to live for a few more years, or why people nowadays have started to run to live in the countryside. After checking into the villa, Chen Yu separated from Qin Shuang. There are all sorts of recreational facilities. What with a small amusement park, bowling room, billiard room, bathrooms, swimming pool, gym, cabaret, etc. Just about anything imaginable is available here. Chen Yu froze and turned around for half an hour to get a clear picture of the villa. At the same time, the villa's security and privacy are very high. Basically, there will not be a situation where privacy is leaked. If someone violates the red line, the key bracelet will immediately send an alarm. More high-tech than the security of the villa area in the previous life. Chen Yu felt bored after playing billiards for a while in the billiard room and simply entered the matchmaking platform. He is now a golden 9-star. And what he was about to face was the 30th floor, which was known as the boss floor. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 30 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chen Yu did not hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. As Chen Yu agreed, the originally dark grass disappeared, and one after another illusory mushroom cloud rose into the sky, replaced by a crater. This is destroying the environment? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, a smile on his lips. Destroying the environment may be troublesome for plant professions, but for zombie professions, it doesn't matter much at all. The zombies are 3 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Crazy tombstones, random tombstones, jar thrower zombies, trolley barricade zombies, reaper zombies, benevolent dancing king zombies, blind box zombies, tombstone bucket zombies, angry reading zombies. Looking at the card slot he chose, Chen Yu revealed a smile of satisfaction. He wanted to see which boss could carry the crushing weight of the trolley barricade. As for why the card slots had become 9, that was naturally the reward given to him after the national ranking had been finalized. And when he beat the 31st floor, the number of card slots would come to a staggering 10 by then. Soon, 3 minutes passed. The first wave of zombies is coming. Knock, knock, knock. Right after the skull icon appeared on the panel, there was a trembling loud noise coming from the ground not far away. Chen Yu looked up and saw that a giant zombie with a katana was slowly walking towards him, and that soul-shattering rattling sound was merely the sound they made as they hurried along. All giant walkers? Seeing the hordes of giant zombies, clad in armor and armed with swords, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. He had just felt no pressure to hit a boss tier, but it turned out that the next second he was given intensity, and even a heavyweight like a giant zombie turned into a pawn. The giant zombie at the front of the line was larger than the others, and the armor and katana on it was quite a bit more refined than any of the other giant zombies. From Chen Yu's perspective, this leading giant zombie and the other giant zombies were like the difference between a white-eyed giant zombie and a red-eyed giant zombie. Ho ho ho! The giant samurai general zombie stopped at the entrance of the homeworld and roared angrily. The other giant samurai zombies saw this and the tiger's body shook, immediately stopping its advance. The giant samurai general Walker glanced back at his 30 men. Then with a large wave of his hand, the 15 giant samurai walkers that walked in front of him immediately entered the homeworld. Other than that, the sense of oppression is pretty strong. Seeing the giant warrior zombies enter separate paths, Chen Yu scanned and placed crazy tombstones in the center as usual. 3 giant samurai walkers on path 1, 3 and 5, 2 giant samurai walkers on path 4, and 4 giant samurai walkers on path 2. Generally speaking, Chen Yu would definitely prioritize clearing the giant warrior zombies in the middle of the road before considering anything else. But the situation was different now. The giant samurai zombie moved much slower than the other zombies, and Chen Yu had a lot of time to develop quickly. As time passed, Chen Yu quickly snowballed and rolled out 5 crazy tombstones and 12 normal tombstones as well as 5 random tombstones, but Chen Yu also left no tombstone value at all as a result. At this point, the giant samurai zombies were already a quarter of the way through, and the normal zombies summoned by the regular tombstones were casually disposed of just as they got in front of them. Ho ho ho! Seeing that his men were like nobody's business, the corners of the giant samurai general's zombie's mouth hooked up into a humanized smile, and then triumphantly roared twice in a row towards Chen Yu. In response, Chen Yu merely shook his head with a light smile. His random tombstone hasn't even powered up yet, and I don't know what this guy is smiling about. Try smiling again when you randomize DR. Stiffy? Gollum. Suddenly, there was movement coming from a random tombstone in the middle of the road, only to see a companion zombie slowly crawling out of it. With the appearance of the accompanying zombies, the other 4 random tombstones rattled one after the other. The first path appears as a regular zombie, the second path appears as a post-it note zombie, the fourth path appears as a diving zombie, and the fifth path appears as a newspaper reading zombie. For a moment, the coziness on Chen Yu's face froze in place, and the corners of his mouth pulled stiffly before he sat down on the recliner in the doorway with a depressed expression. Because the random tombstone produced only 25 tombstone values, even if 5 tombstones were summoned at the same time, Chen Yu only got 125 tombstone values, and there was still a difference of 50 tombstone values before he could summon the benevolent dancing king zombie. Just as Chen Yu was filled with wondering why the ones summoned were all stinky fish and shrimp, the post-it note zombie had already arrived at the giant samurai zombie's heels ahead of him. Swish! With a cold flash, the head of the sign zombie fell to the ground, and the weak headless body fell backward with it. At that moment, the fifth path of Crazy Tombstone produced 100 tombstone values that flew into Chen Yu's panel. Seeing that the tombstone value on the panel had met the conditions, Chen Yu immediately summoned his old partner, the benevolent heart dancing king zombie, in the middle of the road, and lightly informed the combat method. The benevolent dancing king zombie was worthy of being able to claim the existence of a king, no matter which time it came out. It was able to perfectly fulfill Chen Yu's orders. As the accompanying zombies quickly rushed forward, 2 words instantly surfaced in Chen Yu's mind. Steady! With the help of the benevolent dancing king zombie, Chen Yu unexpectedly sat directly on the recliner and played the single-player game Happy Dissipation. Seeing Chen Yu's couldn't care less expression, the giant samurai general zombie's smile immediately disappeared. It roared, and the 15 giant warrior walkers present winced and moved a few moments faster. But the top speed of the giant samurai walkers was there, and even if they were forced to do so by the threat of the giant samurai general walkers, the speed they could increase was extremely limited. The next direction was just as Chen Yu thought. The accompanying zombies were sent to their deaths over and over again. The benevolent dance king zombies were summoned 3 times, and rattles came from the tombstones all over the place. But the only difference was that the summoned zombies didn't seem quite the same as what Chen Yu had imagined. There were 22 tombstones in total, and not a single useful zombie could be summoned. They were all crooked. Chen Yu also deliberately counted a total of 2 barricade zombies, 2 garlic ghost jumping zombies, 2 koan zombies, 2 bouncing iron door zombies, and 2 small ghost zombies. There are also dolphin rider zombies, teleportation post-it zombies, diving zombies, snowman zombies, upside down miner zombies, normal zombies, flag waving zombies, pole vaulting zombies, barrel zombies, ghostly yeti zombies, escalator zombies, and circus dancer zombies. A full 22 zombies froze and couldn't find a single zombie that could deal with the giant samurai zombie. I don't know what's going on today. The luck is strangely bad. Even 1/10 of the usual cannot reach. Even the barrel zombies and escalator zombies, in which are considered more powerful zombies. Swish, swish. As expected, it was not what Chen Yu expected.
These zombies are simply difficult to cause damage to the giant samurai zombie. There are a few zombies even the giant samurai zombie's pants leg did not touch was cut to death, which the most wimpy must be named the little kid zombie and Koan zombie. Little dose zombie, this kind of 1-star zombie chin you will not say. Koan zombie, this 2-star card performance is not even as good as ordinary zombies. People's ordinary zombies at least nod on the giant samurai zombie 2 bites, but the result is that this Koan zombie is good. Go up to a sliding shovel, and then the head falls to the ground. Just as Chunyu was lamenting the coolness of the world, an angry cry suddenly came from his position in the middle of the road. Just a few dozen zombies. Watch me destroy them with one strike. With this familiar line, this familiar background, and that weathered pole, Chunyu immediately guessed the identity of the visitor. It was just a pity that the one that randomly came out was a white-eyed giant zombie, and it was still a 1-star white-eyed giant zombie. If it was a red-eyed giant zombie, the 3 giant warrior zombies in the middle of the road wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. But a white-eyed giant zombie with a soul is here to carry the damage limit of 3 giant samurai zombies 1 for 1. Even if it's not good enough, who dares to hurt my master in the slightest? The Wutai Mountain Split Duck Life Preserver zombie is here. Who dares to fight? At this point, there was also movement coming from the 4th and 5th paths, as the giant throwing red-eyed giant zombies and the Split Duck Life Preserver zombies made their appearance at the same time. Chen Yu's eyes immediately lit up with a blazing fire. He wanted to see whether the Split Duck Life Preserver zombie was strong or weak. But soon, Chen Yu realized how powerful the Split Duck Lifesaver zombie was. 1 is born 2, 2 is born 4, 4 is born 8. Just 3 minutes of time. Split Duck Life Preserver zombie hard from the power of a single person split into a full 64 elite soldiers. Brothers, charge me. Seeing the giant samurai zombie close at hand, the Split Duck Lifebua zombie grunted coldly and led the other Split Duck Lifebua zombies in a sprint. Ho ho ho! When the giant samurai zombie saw that even such tiny existences dared to provoke heaven's might, he immediately raised the katana in his hand and prepared to cut them all down. Unfortunately, the weapon in the hands of the giant samurai zombie is too heavy. The speed of the attack is here. It only raised the knife to the top of the head. Before it has time to slash down the Split Duck Life Preserver zombie, one person a bite to give a second. The other 2 giant warrior zombies of the 5 ways saw this and wanted to preempt the attack, but they didn't realize that the heads of all the Split Duck Lifebua zombies suddenly grew larger and then shrunk again. And by the time they came back to their senses, the number of Split Duck Lifebua zombies had already come to an appalling 128. This time, the giant samurai zombie fell into the mouth of the Split Duck Life Preserver zombie without even completing the motion of raising his blade. And the situation on the 4th roadside was the same as the 5th road. The red-eyed giant zombie deserved to be a red-eyed giant zombie. Facing the 2 giant samurai zombies that were comparable to the white-eyed giants but a hair's breadth short of a giant zombie was not at all disadvantaged, and he easily killed them. Now there are only 1, 2, and 3 paths that need to be addressed. The white-eyed giant zombies in the middle path are swapped out with the giant samurai zombie at the top, while the companion zombies have died 2 more times. And only 1 more companion zombie needs to die before the whole group can be summoned again. Just then, Chen Yu suddenly noticed the unusual red dress of the first road. The circus dancer zombie was seen dancing gracefully and appeared in front of the giant samurai zombie. The giant samurai zombie slashed out, but the figure of the circus dancer zombie flickered like a ghost, and then appeared intact. After the giant samurai zombie's slash is empty, the circus dancer zombie stops his dance and forces an invitation for a guessing game at the giant samurai zombie. Rock, paper, scissors. Guided by the circus dancer zombie, the giant samurai zombie drops the katana in his hand and is forced to come out with a cloth, while the circus dancer zombie comes out with what appears to be scissors. I'm sorry, I won. The circus dancer zombie smiled at the giant samurai zombie, and then gave a gentlemanly salute to the giant samurai zombie. As guessing is unleashed, all attributes of the giant samurai zombie are halved and it may no longer make attacks against the circus dancer zombie. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey, I win. Rock, paper, scissors. What a shame. I won again then. With the circus dancer zombie guessing, all 3 giant samurai zombies on the first path had their attributes halved, while he himself danced away from his home at a leisurely pace. TSK, this guy, he's really elegant. Chun Yu, who had been paying attention to the circus dancer zombies the entire time, let out an exclamation all over. From start to finish the circus dancer zombies were at ease, playing off the 3 giant samurai zombies as if they already knew the outcome of the guessing game. Elegant. Just too elegant. At this moment, the dangers of the first and third paths had basically been lifted, and now only the 4 giant samurai zombies of the second path were left waiting to be solved. Seeing that the random tombstones on the second path were slow to produce zombies, Chen Yu directly summoned the blind box zombie 2 squares in front of the foremost giant samurai zombie. As soon as the blind box zombie appeared,
it charged at the giant samurai zombie, and with the giant samurai zombie's hand, the blind box on top of the blind box zombie's head was shattered by a slash. Pang! As the blind box lands, a puff of smoke fills the air and a benevolent dancing king zombie steps out of the smoke in the form of a backward step. Let's get high! Just as the manhwa dancing king zombie was about to summon his minions, he saw the giant warrior zombie slash again, and the manhwa dancing king zombie was split in two without the slightest resistance. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu's face did not have any expression on it as he was already used to today's luck. Gollum. Suddenly, there was movement coming from the random tombstone on the second road, only to see the umbrella barrel zombie slowly crawling out of the tombstone, then moving forward at a faster pace. Swish! As the umbrella barrel zombie appeared in front of the giant samurai walker and began to nibble, the giant samurai walker wasn't the least bit spoiled for choice, and simply lifted away with a slash. But this time the situation is different from the last time, only to hear the sound of bungee jumping zombies coming one after another. 1, 2, 3 ways each landed a zombie. All of them are experts who can block 100 with one. First up is the champion pole vaulting zombie on one road, followed by the angry reading zombie on 2, and finally the trolley roadblock zombie on 3. The 3 giant samurai zombies along the way all had their attributes halved, including their attack speed, so they couldn't attack the champion pole vaulting zombie, and there was no need to worry along the way. The one who guarded the second road was the 9-to-5 version of the second master, and these giant samurai zombies, whose attributes were inferior to those of the white-eyed giant zombies, naturally did not have the power to fight back against the second master. What worries Chen Yu is the small card barricade zombies of the 3 ways. He is not sure if the small card barricade zombies can crush the giant samurai zombie before it swings its sword. If it can't do it, the small card barricade zombies are afraid that they are of no use. Chen Yu's worries proved to be redundant, but less than a minute of time, 3 roads at the same time came the news, all the way to the champion pole vaulting zombies to take the first kill. 3 road card barricade zombies followed by Chen Yu. High hopes of the second master in turn is the slowest one. It's understandable though, after all, the second master doesn't move very fast before he's unblocked, and the champion pole vaulting zombie and trolley barricade zombie move very fast, so the two can't be compared. Ho 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 ho! Seeing that the 15 giant samurai zombies that were the vanguard were dead, the giant samurai general zombie that was the leader immediately drew the katana behind his back and walked forward. The other giant warrior zombies saw their boss move forward and hurriedly followed it, not knowing what the reason was. Seeing all the giant samurai zombies follow the giant samurai general zombies and appear in the middle of the road, Chen Yu instead became happier. That is, just now the trolley barricade zombies went out. Otherwise they look like this not long brain rushed up, is in the delivery of human head. It doesn't matter that the trolley barricade zombie is gone, though, because the benevolent dancing king zombie is still on the field and the latest batch of companion dancing zombies are nearing the homestead exit location. Swish! Seeing the accompanying dancing zombies rushing towards him one after the other, the giant samurai general zombie just casually disposed of them with 2 slashes. As the leader of the giant samurai zombies, the giant samurai general zombie is not only thicker in blood, but his attack speed is also far superior to the giant samurai zombies. If the cart barricade zombies and it is a hard fight, it is not easy to say who will die. Let's get high, shall we? With the death of the backing zombie, the benevolent dance king zombie is summoned again, and movement comes from the tombstones across the room. Let's get high, shall we? The lines belonging solely to the dance king zombie rang out again and again, and Chen Yu fixed his eyes on them, only to see 5 or 6 spotlights appearing on the field, among which there were benevolent dance king zombies as well as ordinary dance king zombies. Chen Yu was all confused. Was this a zombie party? And these dancing king zombies are not the most surprising to Chen Yu. The most surprising thing to Chen Yu is that there are 2 split duck life preserver zombies and barrel flag waving zombies in the middle of the road. Let me see. Is it a good day to go out? Right at this moment, a mysterious and inexplicable low murmur resounded beside Chen Yu. Chen Yu subconsciously twisted his head to look, only to see a zombie dressed in a wizard-like costume standing beside him, and he was holding a huge dice in his hand. As the dice zombie threw the dice into the sky, the originally huge-sized dice fell as if by magic, and were only normal-sized when they came down. 6 and 6. As the numbers on the dice settled, the dice turned into a burst of golden dust falling into the body of every zombie on the scene, even Chen Yu. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu immediately remembered the introduction he had seen when he first obtained the dice zombie. When the dice zombie throws a 6, the luck value of all friendly units increases and all attributes are boosted by half, and this effect lasts for 24 hours. Chen Yu felt the power that kept coming out of his body. TSK. I did not expect the dice zombie a 1-star card actually have this miraculous effect. Even a lot of 3-star cards are not as good as him. Right. It's just a shame that it's a betting dog zombie, where casting different points has different effects, and some of them even act as side effects. If he can throw in a 6/6 if he puts his hand, it must be a 3-star quality deck. With the barrel-waving flag zombie and the 6/6/6/6 in play, all the zombies ran as fast as if they had been given chicken blood. Split Ducks Lifesaver Zombies. Slow down. You guys, pile up the numbers before you charge. Seeing the two Split Duck Life Preserver zombies don't want to rush forward, the front immediately shouted at them both. Yes, master. The two Split Duck Lifeboa zombies just ran not 2 seconds to hear Chen Yu's shout. The two looked at each other, and then turned back toward Chen Yu nodded. Humph. What's the need for numbers when dealing with these guys? Just then, a disdainful voice rang out in the zombie horde. What guy dares to mouth? Chen Yu frowned and followed the sound, only to see the second master with a sword hidden in the zombie horde staring sharply at the giant samurai general zombie at the forefront. The machete on his waist had long been ready to leap, just waiting to be unsealed to be sheathed. Chen Yu lightly coughed twice. He had thought about which guy dared to speak out of turn, but he did not expect it to be the second master with a sword who was as fit as a fiddle after getting the enchantment. Since it's the second master with a sword, it's alright. The augmented second master with sword soon arrived at the giant samurai general Walker. The giant samurai general zombie frowned involuntarily at the sight of an elderly zombie with thinning hair and scruffy appearance. On the other hand, this guy still had a raging look on his face, which made it puzzled. When did even the old and weak dare to be so arrogant? Before the giant samurai general zombie could finish pondering the question, he only saw that the second master with a sword had already started to gnaw frantically. The 6/6/6/6 greatly increased the attack speed and attack power of the second master of the banded sword, which gave any unblocked second master of the banded sword an unimaginably terrifying killing power. In just 10 seconds or so, the giant samurai general zombie had already lost a third of its blood. Ho 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 ho! The giant samurai general zombie hissed angrily, and then could no longer care about thinking, and directly swung 2 swords in a row, vowing to cut off the head of the second master with a sword. If it was usual, facing the giant samurai general zombie's 2 consecutive slashes, the second master with a sword might even be defeated. But now the situation is not the same as in the past. The newspaper in the hands of the second master with a knife is thicker than a football helmet. Facing the giant samurai general zombie's 2 consecutive slashes, the second master with a knife just lightly lifted the newspaper. Pang! Put! The giant samurai general Walker's first slash only rotted the second master of the bandana's newspaper by 4 edges, while the second slash that followed it didn't settle the second master of the bandana, but instead helped the second master of the bandana to unlock the seal. A big question mark surfaced on the head of the second master with a knife. Then his eyes were bloodshot and he drew out the machete on his waist and then slashed several times. In a second's time. No, not even a second's time. The second master with a sword killed the giant samurai general zombie that still had 2/3 of its blood in seconds. After taking care of the leader, the second master with a knife was like a hungry tiger charging into a flock of sheep, slamming on the gas pedal of a big truck, and chopping directly from the south to the north. All the giant samurai zombies had their heads chopped off by the second master with a sword before they could react, and their deaths were extremely gruesome. Even the 2 Split Duck Lifesaver zombies, which Chen Yu regarded as his right-hand man, were not put to use, and the battle ended with a swift and furious end. Congratulations on passing the 30th floor, difficult. In view of your valor, you will be able to choose one of the following 9 cards. 1. Bungee Zombie Deck. 2. Machine Gunner Zombie Deck. 3. Absentee Zombie Deck. 4. High Nut Zombie Deck. 5. Hot Chili Pepper Zombie Cards. 6. Tombstone Devourer Zombie Deck. 7. Snowman Zombie Deck. 8. Roadblock Zombie Deck. 9. Escalator Zombie Deck. Hint: you blocked the 6th wave of attack from the Zombie Queen. Now the Zombie Queen is very angry. Your power is beyond her expectation. She will not let go. The next battle will be exceptionally difficult. Are you ready to meet the target? Are Zombie Queens so blatant now? Seeing the brightly colored word target in the prompt, Chen Yu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The previous prompts were similar to this, but they didn't outright say they were targeting it like they are now. And now that the zombie empress had made her targeting of him explicit, it meant that she had become scornful of Chen Yu's such rapid growth and was ready to use special means to poison him. It was a pity that Chen Yu didn't have any countermeasures at the moment and can only watch the threat given by the Zombie Queen. As the saying goes, soldiers come to stop the water to cover the earth. He can survive until now is not relying on the Zombie Queen's mercy, but his own hard power. He really do not believe that the Zombie Queen can easily kill the current him. After figuring this out, Chen Yu quickly adjusted his mindset. He glanced at the 9 options, then chose the Tombstone Devourer Zombie Deck without hesitation. As for why he chose the Tombstone Devourer Zombie card, It was because of the rarity. Of course, he had only possessed a Tombstone Devourer zombie deck until now, and now that another one had appeared after beating the boss level, it was imperative that he clutched it in the palm of his hand. As the Tombstone Devourer zombie card appeared in the item bar, Chen Yu's floor climbed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 31st floor, and his homeworld expanded once again, and it was now a full 600 meters. Taking advantage of the fact that he now had the increase of the luck boost from 6/6 luck in place, Chen Yu immediately summoned the zombie illustration to throw the 2 Tombstone Devourer zombie decks into it. With a flash of black aura, a brand new 2-star card deck also appeared in Chen Yu's hand. Name, Barricade Tombstone Devourer Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 Tombstone Value. Introduction, Tombstone Devourer Zombie Variant Zombies. Roadblock Tombstone Devourer Zombies move slowly. When his blood is lower the higher the speed of movement. He walks through the distance of 3 grams will be generated in the original place of a random tombstone. When the roadblock Tombstone Devourer Zombies die in the original place of the tombstone will leave an indestructible random tombstones. Random tombstones are randomly generated zombie illustrations of the tombstones there are, not the 2-star random tombstones. Zombie Planet. How's the job I asked you to do coming along? The zombie queen's gaze was cold as she looked at the summoner zombie kneeling on the ground. She had asked her opponent to resolve Chen Yu before, and as a result, the summoner zombie had sent a doppelganger over. The most important thing was that the bilocation sent out by the summoner zombie had also escaped. Wasn't it a disgrace for her zombie queen to say this out? The summoner zombie glanced apprehensively at the zombie empress, then said tremblingly, Kai, enlightened empress, that Chen Yu's zombie is too strong. But in just a few breaths it killed the giant warrior general and its men. There was no chance to use the giant's soul you gave it. Before the summoner zombie could finish speaking, the zombie queen angrily slapped her chair. What did you say? The giant's soul I prepared was killed before I could use it. Are you taking me for a 3-year-old? I'm sorry, Empress. It's all my fault, and I alone am responsible for all the transgressions. The summoner zombie didn't dare to explain at all. It could only kowtow to the zombie queen one after another. If it dared to argue and shirk the responsibility, then it was afraid that it wouldn't be able to keep its life. As an old man who had followed the zombie queen for so long, Summoner Zombie obviously knew the zombie queen's temper. Hearing the summoner zombie say that, the zombie queen's face did look a bit better, but her brows were still deeply furrowed. After all, it was a giant's soul, and even she didn't have many of them in her hands. Seeing that the zombie queen's face was still as ugly as ever, the summoner zombie raised his hand in a hurry. Say something, say something, say something. The zombie queen's eyes were slightly cold, and her powerful aura pressed down on the summoner zombie. It had no doubt that if it said the wrong thing or said something that displeased the zombie queen, it would end up worse than ashes. Thinking of this, the summoner Deathstroke immediately spoke. Empress, although the giant warrior general didn't have the chance to use the giant's soul when it died, by mistake, its soul and the souls of all the dead zombies on the field were incorporated into the giant's soul. I've utilized the giant's soul and your authority to influence the rules. No matter who the zombie is that Chenyu's 31st floor is going to face, that leader zombie is going to be replaced by a monster fused out of the souls of the giant warriors and the giant's soul. And I've also supercharged his 31st floor. As soon as he starts playing the 31st floor, he'll enter a special mode where the zombies that are divided into 5 waves will all become 1 wave, and his card slots will be limited. He can only carry 2 decks. Although 5 waves of zombies turning into 1 wave will become few due to the limit of monsters coming out, the ones that remain are elite monsters. And I don't believe that Chenyu can complete a Jedi turnaround with just 2 cards. After saying that, the summoner zombie kowtowed 3 more times. It didn't dare to bet on how the zombie queen would react when she heard its words, but it was definitely right to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. The zombie queen frowned at the summoner zombie kneeling on the ground in fear. She did not say anything, and the summoner zombie did not dare to get up, but could only maintain her kneeling position, her head knocking against the ground. Get up! The zombie queen stared at the summoner zombie for a long time until half an hour had passed before she cast a glance. Yes, your majesty. The summoner zombie breathed a sigh of relief in its mind, but it didn't let it go. Instead, its spirit tightened even more, deeply afraid that it would make a mistake because of the escape. The zombie empress gently tapped her fingers on the armrest and spoke blandly. Your plan isn't bad, but Chenyu is, after all, the successor of the stiff emperor, and his death or life is not something you can determine with a few words. I'm sure you must have your own ideas when you put your words so full, but if you still can't do well in this matter, then you'll stay in the endless abyss and come back until I'm satisfied. You should be okay with that, right? The zombie queen's gaze was like a torch. The summoner zombie only felt a great pressure back on its body. If it was not because it had already kneeled on the ground, it was afraid that it would flop and would have to kneel down again. I have no problem with that. Your Majesty, If I am unable to strangle Chen Yu at the 31st floor, I swear that I will never leave the endless abyss for eternity until I die in battle. The summoner zombie did not hesitate to make a military order. Okay, you go down. The zombie queen waved her hand casually. In a flash, the terrifying pressure receded like an ebbing tide, and only then did the summoner zombie dare to get up and leave the great hall. It's just 7:30 p.m. Do you want to play the 31st floor before you go to bed? Chen Yu was lying in the villa's master bedroom tossing and turning. He had just come out after fighting through the 30th layer of fusing the Tombstone Devourer Zombies 2-star deck. Thinking that only a few hours had passed, he didn't realize that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so he simply swiped a short video in his room for a while, and went out for a meal after 6 o'clock. Because the Green Dragon Academy had not officially opened yet, those chefs had not come to the academy, so the cafeteria could not eat, so they could only go outside to eat. Chen Yu casually found a roadside stall to deal with a bit. After filling his stomach, he returned to the villa without stopping to continue to brush the video. His intention was to watch the videos for a while he was walking, but it turned out that he became obsessed with them, watching one and wanting to watch the next. He had been swiping the videos since he got back to the villa at 6:30, and he didn't react to them until now. Just as Chen Yu was dwelling on whether or not he wanted to finish the 31 layers before going to bed, his cell phone rang at that moment. Hello? Chen Yu habitually asked a question after picking up the phone. I'm Qin Shuang. You wouldn't have failed to save contacts for me, would you? We are at least rivals who once fought and are now alumni. If you dare to say that you didn't save them for me, then I'm going to be angry. Qin Shuang's slightly seductive voice came through the cell phone, and even though he did not see Qin Shuang in person, Chen Yu fantasized her hot figure in his mind from her tone. Why? I'm just used to asking that. Chen Yu snorted, then hurriedly included this cell phone number in his contacts and typed in Qin Shuang's note so that he wouldn't be considered a liar. By the way, what did you want to see me about? What? You can't be reached for nothing? The corners of Qin Shuang's mouth rose slightly, and her pair of hooked long legs were placed sideways on the sofa, looking extremely absorbing. Sure, we're kind of friends. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. The two were previously competitors for the national ranking, but now they were alumni of the same academy, and Qin Shuang had even taken the initiative to release his goodwill, so Chen Yu naturally treated him as a friend that he could try to socialize with. Just friends? I'm a little disappointed. Oh. Qin Frost pouted and murmured in a pretense of loss. If there's something going on, I'm going to push the floor if there's nothing. Seeing that Qin Shuang hadn't gotten to the point after half a day of chatting, Chen Yu immediately prodded. Qin Shuang asked, I've heard that a large number of high-quality cards are appearing in the capital's trading black market tonight, so I'm going to go to the trading black market to see if there are any cards that I desire. Do you want to go? Chen Yu pondered for a while and said, what about the level of the boutique decks? You also know that I'm a card combiner. If the boutique decks you mentioned are more average, I won't go. There's no need for that. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. The level of the boutique cards are all okay. Basically all of them are at or above usable. It is said that there is a black flare level card combiner and 3 diamond level card combiners sitting there. As long as they can afford to pay the price, they can combine the cards for you on the spot. As long as a card combiner with a card combiner's license can combine cards on site at the trading black market. The trading black market on this side of the capital city can be much more prosperous than the trading black market in the Jiangnan province. And even describing it as heavenly and earthly wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration. You don't have to worry about the process of closing your own card being seen by others, because there is a specialized card closing room over there. And even though it is said to be said that the card is closed on site, the exact details will definitely not be shown to us. Well, interested? In that case, when do we leave? Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Chen Yu admitted that his heart was moved and immediately opened his mouth to inquire. You can leave now. The sooner you get there the better. If you get there late, maybe all the good boutique decks will be replaced. Qin Shuang didn't dawdle, and immediately sent the location of the gathering to Chen Yu, who took a look at the positioning, which was the entrance to the accommodation area of the Qinglong Academy, and immediately agreed to do so. Soon, 10 minutes later, the two of them converged at the entrance of the Green Dragon Academy's accommodation area. What? Dressed up like that? Are you trying to seduce me? Qin Shuang, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Chen Yu walking briskly and immediately walked forward to flirt with him. Don't you be poor, let's go. The corners of Chen Yu's mouth rose slightly, although he knew that Qin Shuang's words were flattering him. But how many people could refuse a compliment from a beautiful woman whose looks and figure were both excellent? Good. Qin Shuang nodded, and the two of them walked side by side for about 5 or 6 minutes to the main entrance of Qinglong Academy. Boys, you're going out, aren't you? When the doorman saw Chen Yu and Qin Shuang both coming together, He immediately smiled and asked, "Yeah, we're going to check out the trading black market." Chen Yu looked at the closed gate of the Qinglong Academy and answered, "Now you want to go out can only go through the small door. But the small door needs to be opened by the gatekeeper master." Although Chen Yu could summon balloon zombies to carry him and Qin Shuang over the shapeless gate, this was an academy after all, and the gatekeeper master was still a diamond-level big shot. This kind of behavior is obviously not to put the gatekeeper master in the eyes. What will happen at that time Chen Yu is difficult to predict, so it is better to honestly comply with the rules. "Good. Go early and come back early. I'll wait for you until 11 o'clock. After 11 o'clock I'll go to bed. My body is not like when I was young when I could stay up all night. If you guys go overtime you can find your own way to go in." The doorman waved his hand with a smile, then pressed the button, and the small door of the Green Dragon Academy immediately opened. "Thank you, Gramps." Chen Yu and Qin Shuang immediately walked out when they saw this. "Grandpa sounds weird. Just call me the janitorial grandpa like the rest of the class." The doorman master shook his head and lost his smile, then watched Chen Yu and Qin Shuang's backs until the two of them entered the garage together. The parking garage at Green Dragon Academy is not inside the academy, but outside. There is no security guard here, but there is a surveillance camera that looks at it 24 hours a day, and if anything suspicious happens it will be immediately reported to the janitorial master sitting in the security room. This was, after all, the Green Dragon Academy of the 4 famous institutes, and no one dared to move the earth in the Taiwan, so there was no need to worry about the car being broken into by someone else or any other unforeseen circumstances occurring. Chen Yu followed Qin Shuang to a stop in front of a silver-white sports car. "Is this your car?" Chen Yu looked up and down at the shape of the sports car, and had to say that the design of the car was really good. Whether it was the overall face value or the curves of the body were one of a kind. "What? It's not pretty?" Qin Shuang smiled and took out the key to open the car door, then sat on his but in the main driver's seat. "This is a limited edition Lamborghini Phantom, only 100 of which are built each year, and there are only about 300 of them in the world until now," Qin Shuang said as he started the Lamborghini Phantom, and all of a sudden, the sports car emitted a low roar like that of a wild beast. "It's pretty nice, and the car kinda goes with you." Chen Yu smiled and opened the door to sit in the passenger side. Before he was used to using the ice car zombies and balloon zombies to get around. Now sitting in a modern sports car is a little bit of the Grandma Lu into the Grand View Garden. "Why? Do you like it? I'll give it to you if you like it." The corner of Qin Shuang's mouth contained a smile and threw a seductive look towards Chen Yu, which instantly gave Chen Yu goosebumps. "Look. You have to know that Qin Shuang, this woman from the appearance belongs to the kind of iceberg beauty. Looks very bad to approach. A look of stranger do not approach. But it's such a cold imperial beauty. She winks at you and gives you a car. Who can top that?" And Chen Yu also preferred her this dress. Cold color wear, silver fingernails and toenails. Even the car is silver white. The sense of atmosphere pulled full. "Like is like. Giving it to me is not necessary." Chen Yu rolled the window down, then turned his head sideways to look at the scenery on the side. He didn't want his judgment to be affected by beauty. How to say that he was also the top of the national list and a 2-time traveler? Seeing Chen Yu's appearance, Qin Shuang laughed with an expression of success in his scheme, and then started the car and scampered out with a boom. I have to say that Qin Shuang's car skills are really good, and those female drivers are different. Her car skills with the Q-name mountain car god to describe it is not too much. 20 kilometers away, she froze with 10 minutes to arrive. Lamborghini Phantom in her maneuvering like no one else. A variety of drifting over the corner of the endless. Almost put Chen Yu looking dumbfounded. This is really a person can do things? It wasn't until he got out of the car that Chen Yu came back to his senses. By the time he reacted, Qin Shuang had already arrived at the entrance of the trading black market on his arm. To enter the trading black market you need a black market ID to get in, and these black market IDs are universal. When Chen Yu was in Jiangnan City, Su Binglan had prepared everything he needed, black market ID cards included. And as for Qin Shuang, she was even more so. "Both of you, there's no problem with your identities, go on in." After looking at the ID cards of Chen Yu and Qin Shuang, the two inspectors confirmed that they were correct and returned them. "Good." Chen Yu and Qin Shuang nodded. The two of them just wanted to go in but were stopped by another inspector. "Wait, what's wrong?" Qin Shuang frowned slightly. She and Chen Yu were still in a hurry to go shopping in the trading black market. How come this inspector was still doing nothing after looking at the black market ID card to confirm that it was correct? "May I ask if you're the one who topped the national ranking list?" Chen Yu? Seeing Chen Yu's familiar face and thunderous name, the inspector asked with a trembling voice. "It's me. What can I do for you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yu responded quite frankly. "I'm your idol." "Bah, wrong word. You're my idol. You used just 1 month's time to leap from bronze to gold powerhouse in a single bound, accomplishing the top spot on the list with absolute crushing strength. giving me a good burn to watch. The inspector was unusually excited. He did not expect to be able to see his idol Chenyu here, to know that he was more than 30 years old before he could reach the golden 2 stars. And Chenyu only awakened his talent for a month before surpassing him. How could he not admire him? Anan? So it is. So do you want an autograph or? Chenyu nodded slightly and then opened his mouth to inquire. Can we take a picture? The inspector asked, full of excitement. Sure. Chenyu nodded his head in agreement, and then took a group photo with a slightly far-fetched smile under the guidance of the inspector. Alright, brother Chenyu. You guys go in. In the middle of the conversation, the inspectors obviously also noticed that Chenyu's expression was a bit stiff, and immediately made way to make a pleased gesture. Good. Chenyu nodded, then pulled Qin Shuang and walked in. And only after the two of them entered the trading black market did Chenyu slowly draw back his arm that was held by Qin Shuang. Seeing this, a flash of disappointment passed through Qin Shuang's eyes, but she was not discouraged. After all, Chenyu could have just drawn back his arm when he came in, but instead of doing so, he took care of her feelings. This showed that she had a certain position in Chenyu's heart, and in time, she might not be unable to take Chenyu in name only. The capital city is worthy of being the most prosperous city in the Dragon Kingdom. As the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, even the small trading black market is so opulent and magnificent. Those who don't know still think that they have walked into the palace. In comparison, although the trading black market in Jiangnan City was also an ancient style store, it was a slum compared to this place, and even comparing the two together was lifting it up. Walking through the street of stores, Chenyu and Qin Shuang arrived at the Free Trade Square, where the flow of people was so large that it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as crowded. Suddenly, Chenyu felt an emptiness on his right side. He turned his head to look and realized that Qin Shuang, who was originally walking together on his right side, had disappeared. He subconsciously stopped his footsteps and waited for about 3 or 4 seconds before he saw Qin Shuang squeezing out of the crowd in a slightly distressed manner. I can't. There are too many people here. Let's go along the edge. Qin Shuang quickly walked to Chenyu's side and pulled his arm. A pair of eyes looking at Chenyu pitifully. Her slightly messy hair seemed to be telling of her misfortune. Okay. Chenyu nodded his head and agreed to Qin Shuang's request and acquiesced to Qin Shuang's action of holding his arm. What he actually didn't know was that Qin Shuang's pitiful eyes were faked. Her messy hair was scratched by herself, and the lagging behind was intentional on her part, all of which was carefully designed to take down Chenyu. The two of them walked along the edge of the Free Trade Plaza and did not find any more outstanding cards. And just as Chenyu was about to take Qin Shuang to the center to have a look, his afterglow suddenly glanced at a flickering sheen in the corner. Chenyu frowned and subconsciously walked in to take a look. Only a small, unkemptly dressed boy was seen crouching motionless in the corner. His eyes were lifeless and his gaze was dull as he stared at the cards laid out on the stall. His entire being seemed like a puppet that had been emptied of its soul, and only the cards were able to catch his attention. Name, Alter Mage Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction: a once an unbeatable Alter Mage. Don't know because of what turned into a zombie. Alter Mage Zombie will cast an altar in place after the appearance of the Alter Mage Zombie. The Alter Mage will stand on the altar for the attraction of thunder. Every 30 seconds will be on the enemy's random target to release lightning attack, damage 1800. When the Alter Mage Zombie death, casting of the altar will be sacrificed to the condition of self-explosion on the enemy's random target, release heavenly thunder, damage 3000. Oh, Alter Mage Zombies? Looks kind of interesting. The corners of Chenyu's mouth hooked up slightly. Then he smiled and walked over to the little boy's front and squatted down. The little boy seemed as if he did not see Chenyu, still staring at the cards on the stall. His eyes were horrible. No luster at all. Just like an endless black hole. It looked very weird. Little friend, why are you the only one here? Your mom and dad aren't here? Seeing that the little boy did not take care of himself, Chenyu did not get angry, because he needed this card very much, although he would not usually bring it. But the blind box zombie and the umbrella iron barrel zombie can be randomized out. Ah, then this is very necessary to buy. Isn't my mom right here? The little boy was silent for a while and finally reacted in the face of Chenyu's unblinking gaze. He looked at the empty spot beside him, revealing a strange smile. Ha? What are you talking about? Chenyu froze for a moment, knowing that his zombie illustration was able to see information about everything. Since he didn't see it, it meant that there was no such thing as ghosts and monsters in this world. After all, this is a world similar to the previous generation of zombies. The appearance of that kind of ghosts and monsters will be very contrary, but the words are so. The heart cannot lack the fear of ghosts and gods. Chenyu, why don't we go? It feels like he's a bit mentally unbalanced. Maybe he's a psychopath or something. Qin Shuang saw the strange scene, immediately pulled Chenyu's hand. The delicate red lips as to Chenyu's ear whispered to remind. No, wait a little longer. Chenyu shook his head. This was a card he was bound to take. Even if this little boy was really mentally ill, there was no fear. Good. Seeing that Chen Yu's mind was made up, Qin Shuang could only swallow her words of persuasion back into her stomach, and then took his arm to keep a close eye on the little boy's change in demeanor. And once there was anything unusual, she would be the first to tell Chen Yu. Kid, how do you sell this deck? Chen Yu took a deep breath and tried his best to ask the little boy in a gentle tone. $50 million. Not a penny less. That's what my mom told me. Hearing that Chen Yu was interested in wanting to purchase his own deck, some color returned to the young boy's eyes as he said in a low voice with his lips slightly wriggling. $50 million? Can't we haggle? Or barter? Chen Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Although he had a strong earning power, he had been growing wildly since he awakened his talent. So naturally, he needed a lot of cards. All the card combining fees that he had been saving up before were handed over to Su Binglan 2 days ago, and he asked Su Binglan to buy him a wave of 1-star level cards, no matter what the quality was, as long as they were 1-star cards. But he had one requirement, and that was that it had to be in large quantities, preferably the same zombie decks, not this one and that one, which would not work at all in the slightest. No, I just want the money. The little boy shook his head, his words full of determination, not giving Chen Yu a single chance to discuss. Just as Chen Yu was thinking about selling a few cards or going to the site to combine cards to make money, he saw Qin Shuang, who hadn't said anything. Speak up. Here's $50 million. The code is 6 6s. One hand pays, one hand delivers, and if I find out you're screwing with us, I won't be merciful. As she spoke, Qin Shuang took out a bank card from her pocket and threw it in front of the little boy's stall. Although the little boy in front of her was a bit weird, but it was not enough to be afraid of a gold-level powerhouse like her. Here, it's yours. The young boy directly ignored Qin Shuang's threat, and after checking the money in the card for a single penny, he immediately handed over this only card in the stall to Chen Yu's hand. This, Qin Shuang, I can't take your money. Chen Yu looked at the zombie deck in his hand for a while and was speechless. Then he turned his head to look at Qin Shuang and said, Who told you this money is for you? Qin Frost smiled playfully. This money is as if I lent it to you. Give it to me when you can pay it back. If you can't pay it back, it's okay. Sis isn't bad at this small amount of money, but sis is bad at you. Hearing the words of tiger and wolf uttered by Qin Shuang, Chen Yu subconsciously coughed twice trying to hide his embarrassment. Luckily, the people who wandered around the free trade square were buyers and sellers who had needs and wouldn't have nothing better to do than stare at him, or else he would have really died of society. Seeing that Chen Yu's expression was a bit stiff, Qin Shuang also knew that he couldn't be too hasty and immediately said, Just kidding, look at you. Blush a bubble teapot. Isn't your zombie icon able to see information about everything? Then help me see if there are any cost-effective plant decks, preferably with fire attributes. I need this type of plant deck for my talent. Hearing Qin Shuang say this, Chen Yu was also relieved. After 2 lives he knew that the prettier a woman was the more dangerous she was, but when faced with a woman of this caliber, few men could resist, and even he was a bit overwhelmed. After buying the little boy's altar mage zombie, Chen Yu and Qin Shuang headed towards the center area. During this period, Chen Yu had been helping Qin Shuang keep an eye out for plant decks, and naturally, he had found quite a few very good plant decks. As the soul of the Qin family, her status was even higher than that of Qinan, who was the heir of the Qin family, and Elder Qin and the current head of the Qin family, who was also her father, often gave him small lessons. This also led to the fact that she couldn't use up all the money in her card, and coupled with her trust in Chen Yu, she bought whatever Chen Yu said, without the slightest doubt or question. Name, Cactus Pitcher. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 sunshine. Cactus Thrower is a round face and very cute compared to the tall and thin cactus that spits out spikes. It can throw 2 cactus balls at once, and the damage of the balls is the same as that of the cabbage. But the Cactus Thrower has the probability to throw the flame cactus balls and the cold cactus balls, which have a high damage and slow down the enemy, while the cold cactus balls have the same damage as the normal ones. Ice cactus balls are the same as normal cactus balls, but slow enemies for 10 seconds. Name, Freezing Big Spray Mushroom. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 225 sunshine. Introduction, a variant of the Jumbo Jet Mushroom. The Freezing Jumbo Jet Mushroom is much more expensive than the original Jumbo Jet Mushroom, but it has been improved in all aspects. First of all, the range has been increased, and the Freezing Jumbo Jet Mushroom can attack a whole row of enemies in the homeland, and its attacks are accompanied by ice slowdowns, and there is a probability of freezing the enemies for 5 seconds. And the most important thing is that the Freezing Jumbo Jet Mushroom is a penetration damage, so no matter how many enemies come to the enemy, they will be no good to it. Difference. Name, Dewy Sword Grass. Grade, 1 star. Price, 250 sunshine. Introduction. No one knows where it comes from. There are few legends about it.
It claims to be the companion sword grass before the sword saint came out of the world, but in reality it's just a mediocre grass with dew at the tip. Its attacking range is a whole row. Each attack will rotate and throw out 4 drops of dew, and then a sword chi will be condensed to attack the enemy. The damage of the dew will be corn kernels, and the sword chi's damage will be a cabbage pitcher. All 3 of these plant decks are proper fine cards, with Cactus Thrower and Freezing Jet Mushroom both having a slowing effect, but Freezing Jet Mushroom is definitely more useful and prioritized over the other 2. As for the Cactus Thrower, while the Cactus Thrower also comes with a slowdown, that slowdown isn't consistent enough after all, and it does have a probability of throwing a cold cactus ball, and his Chill Cactus Orb's deceleration is inconsistent. In case if you cast Chill Cactus Orb and then Flame Cactus Orb, it's not a waste. The third Dew Sword Grass is needless to say, although it is very scratchy, but its attack frequency is very high. An attack is 4 drops of dew and a sword gas. This kind of attack if you put on ordinary zombies, afraid of the second attack has not finished, the ordinary zombies will fall down. As soon as the 2 arrived at the center of the free trade plaza, they heard the sighs of relief from many people. I'm really convinced. I thought I got the news early enough. I didn't expect to rush over and not even have soup. Who in the world bought away so many fine cards? I'm not sure. I only know that we came late. Basically the powerful boutique cards have been bought away, and I can't look at the ordinary ones. This chicken ribs, tasteless and tasteless. It's a pity to discard them. I just want to curse people now. Can you zombie professions stop screaming? Our plant decks have been swept away. You zombie decks at least have some left. I don't believe that you really don't buy a single one. The rest of these zombie decks aren't bad, alright. I really want to laugh. How did I scream? Can't you complain about complaining? And I said that because I heard you complaining. Comforting you instead of being attacked. It's really a dog's bite. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm just a bit angry. Now my brain is a bit calmer. How about this zombie deck? Do you want me to buy it for you? Can you get lost? I'm really blind to make friends with a crooked target like you. And you even fucking called on the baby. From now on we're no longer friends. Chunyu and Xin Shuang had just come in less than 3 minutes before witnessing a pair of friends going their separate ways, and the 2 of them took a couple looks at the remaining zombie decks and ran out. This remaining zombie deck was the same as what the person who had just quarreled had said. The availability was indeed average, belonging to the kind of chicken ribs that were tasteless to eat and discarded, and if he were in his place, he wouldn't have chosen to bring this kind of card either. After the 2 of them left the free trade plaza, they followed the street of stores to the other side of the Hapka area. The bustle here was no weaker than the free trade plaza, but the number of people was much smaller than over there. Chunyu and Xin Shuang had just walked in when they saw a man running out with a crying face. In his hand was clearly a card that was so trashy that it couldn't be any more trashy. It was obvious that it was a ruined card. Take a look. Take a look. I'm a bronze level card combiner. My strength is as high as bronze 9 stars. Friends who want to combine cards should not miss it. Joke? How dare you? A bronze 9-star card combiner. Make a big deal out of this? I don't even dare to use the word Gundam with my silver 3 stars. And you ended up using it? It's none of your business. What words did I use that got in your way? Does your family live by the sea? Don't argue. Don't argue. Is this place a food market? If you want to argue, go out and argue. If it affects those Heka masters, you'll just wait. The further inside you go, the more cluttered the inside becomes, with hopkalists yelling from both sides of the street. Little brother, do you want me to help you combine cards? I'm a silver 5-star card combiner. My talent is poisonous. Whether it's plant decks or zombie decks, I can do it. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man with a slightly aged face stopped Chinyu's way. He was slightly hunched over and rubbed his hands up and down in a pleasing manner. No need. I'm also a card combiner. I came here because I heard that the trading black market can combine cards on the spot. Chinyu's brows furrowed slightly. He had thought that the environment here would be very good, but he did not expect it to be so pandemonious. If Xin Shuang wasn't beside him, he would have turned around and left long ago. How could he still continue to stay here? You are also a card combiner? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. I see that your face isn't too big. At most you're 18 to 20 years old. You're now a bronze several stars. Bronze level card combiner are at the outermost. Me, bronze? Chenyu heard this expression was stunned. It seems that he only stayed in bronze for a few days before rushing to silver, and now he has even reached the gold 10 stars. What the hell is this person asking? Qin Shuang, who was on the side, was also a bit tense and directly stated Chenyu's identity. Open your eyes and see clearly. In front of you is the first in the bronze potential ranking state ranking, an existence sought after by countless people. And you're actually asking him how many stars of bronze he is? Hearing this, the gazes of many people on the road were attracted over, and after seeing Chenyu's handsome face, someone immediately shouted out, I'll go. Chenyu, the top of the bronze potential ranking state ranking,
is also here. I heard that his talent can synthesize cards and guarantee that they won't be ruined. They're all cards that can be used. I've heard about it too. My dad had trusted his connections to find Chen Yu's sister Su Binglan to make an appointment, but he ended up waiting in line for 2 months and still didn't get his turn. It looks like Chen Yu should have rushed over specially because he heard that there is a black U level card combiner and a diamond level card combiner sitting here today. I just don't know if he will help with the card combining. I think it's a bit up in the air. He's not short of money. There's tons of people who book him for the hop card. He doesn't have to come out here and waste his time. He's most likely just coming over to check it out. In just less than a minute's time, the road that could still be traveled was blocked tightly, and a lot of unknown people also gathered around to join in the fun. The middle-aged man was the first to react. His already hunched body bent down a few points once again and asked in a flattering tone, "So it's Brother Chen Yu. Are you going over to the Black U level bigwigs? I know where they are. Do you need my help to lead the way?" "Lead the way." Chen Yu nodded and casually said, "I might sit here for a while later. I can help close the card while sitting here, but I shouldn't be able to help close the card if I haven't offered." After saying that, Chen Yu followed the middle-aged man forward, and the crowd of onlookers immediately made way when they saw this. Soon, Chen Yu arrived at the most central area, only to see an old man wearing a black Zhongshan suit sitting on top of a high platform to fake sleep. This old man's body is thin, but the form is not stooped. Instead, there is a kind of indescribable spirit. Is it coming? The old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a sweeping and powerful aura swept over him, and the onlookers who had clustered Chen Yu in the center of the room were shocked in place by this aura. Only Chen Yu and Qin Shuang barely managed to carry the pressure from the Black U level powerhouses. Not bad, actually carried it. A flash of appreciation flashed across the old man's wrinkled face. He had a head full of silver hair and his gaze was like a torch. Chen Yu being looked at by him was as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. He was uncomfortable all over. "Little friend, do you know who I am?" Suddenly, as if the old man had come to be interested, he actually beckoned towards Chen Yu, with a teasing look in his eyes. "I don't know. Please guide me." "Senior." Chen Yu stiffly arched his hand. He had only just arrived here. How could he know who this old man in black was? "If nothing else, you'll be my student from now on." The old man didn't sell anything. He just smiled and stroked that silver-white beard, and then opened his mouth blandly. "Ha!" Hearing these words, Chen Yu and Qin Shuang froze for a moment. If this black-clothed old man said this, didn't it mean that his status was that of a teacher of the Green Dragon Academy? The black-clothed old man noticed Chen Yu and Qin Shuang's expressions, and immediately laughed out loud. "That's right, I'm the teacher of the Green Dragon Academy. You and the students enrolled in the zombie profession after you will be brought by me. As for the girl doll next to me, she will be brought by the teachers of the other plant profession." Hearing this, everyone at the scene was shocked to the point that some marveled at the fact that Chen Yu had actually climbed into a relationship with a Black U-ranked powerhouse. Some were surprised that Chen Yu had been admitted to the Green Dragon Academy, and even more were jealous of the fact that Chen Yu had attracted the attention of a Black U-ranked powerhouse as soon as he appeared on the scene. It was important to know that the black-clothed old man had come to the scene for more than an hour, but he had been sitting in the first place and faking a nap, without the slightest intention to make a move. But rather the 3 diamond level card combining masters seated next to him had slightly made a move once or twice. "Are you here because you want me to synthesize any cards for you? Or do you need me to make room for you? I know you're a card combiner too." Seeing Chen Yu standing there without saying anything for half a day, the black-clothed old man laughed and then went on to ask, "I came here for 2 purposes. The first is to come over to see the legendary Black Yao-ranked powerhouse, but I didn't expect it to be you, teacher. And the second is to help synthesize cards for a few people who have an eye for them. But the quota is limited to 5. Chen Yu immediately replied. Hearing Chen Yu say this, the people surrounding him were shocked and happy. Fortunately, they did not choose to leave, but kept following Chen Yu over, especially the ones who were very close to Chen Yu. They didn't know who gave them the mesmerizing confidence, thinking that they must be one of the people Chen Yu said had eyes to see by showing their faces around him. Just taking a look. No thoughts of me synthesizing a deck for you? The old man in black smiled and asked. As your future teacher, as long as you ask, I can synthesize a deck for you for free. Are you sure you don't want this opportunity? No need. Sensei, I'm confident in my talent, and the traditional way of combining cards doesn't suit me. My talent can be synthesized with just a few identical cards. Hearing the words of the black-clothed old man, Chen Yu was more or less moved, but on second thought, although his level was lower than the black-clothed old man's, his talent, when looking at history, was also a unique existence throughout time, and might not necessarily be worse than the black-clothed old man's synthesized cards. Moreover, the traditional way of combining cards required too many things. Even if the black-clothed old man was a Black Yao-level powerhouse, it was impossible to reduce the materials out of thin air. So Chen Yu thought about it and rejected it. Oh, Tell me how many cards you need to synthesize a deck? Seeing Chen Yu say this, the black-clothed old man immediately became interested and immediately opened his mouth to ask. All it takes is 4 identical cards. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yu directly stated the normal standard for external publicity. In that case, if I give you 4 identical 2-star decks, can you give me a fine one? The corners of the black-clothed old man's mouth hooked up slightly as he casually took out 4 2-star death zombie decks from the item bar and threw them towards Chen Yu, who hastily reached out and grabbed them at the sight. Sure, Chen Yu was just about to say of course he could, but he saw the old man in black smile and shake his head. I'm talking about fine cards. It's not as simple as being able to use them. If you give me a cockamamie card that doesn't live up to the standards of a fine card, then you shouldn't call me a teacher to the outside world from now on. I don't need such an egotistical student. Hearing the black-clothed old man say this, the Qin Shuang beside him sank in color and looked at Chen Yu with worried eyes, as if reminding him not to speak so full of words. Who expected Chen Yu did not even look at her. Directly spoke. Of course there is no problem. Not to mention not to call you a teacher. Even if I am allowed to directly withdraw from school can be, as a bronze potential ranking state ranking no. 1. My word is out of the team. After Chen Yu uttered these words, the noisy voices at the scene came to an abrupt end, and everyone looked at Chen Yu with unbelieving eyes, as if time was frozen. Good. If the cards you synthesize can meet my requirements, I will directly send you a 3-star card. As a teacher of the Green Dragon Academy, I will definitely do what I say. The black-clothed old man saw that Chen Yu did not retreat in the slightest but instead rose to the challenge, which caused a little more appreciation and disbelief in his eyes. If the cards synthesized by Chen Yu didn't work, then it would be Chen Yu who was proud and conceited, and his reputation would be in tatters. And the Green Dragon Academy didn't need this kind of student. But if the cards Chen Yu synthesized were strong and could reach the standard he had in mind, then this was not pride and conceit, but absolute confidence in his own strength, and fearlessness in the face of oppression that dared to resist. This was the kind of talented student they needed at the Green Dragon Academy, and it wouldn't hurt to give him a 3-star card as a meet and greet gift, but instead, they would be able to make good karma. What? How did Chen Yu dare? Although he's the top of the bronze potential ranking state ranking, he's ultimately just a rising genius, facing a black Yu ranked powerhouse and actually facing him head on? Brother, didn't you hear? That black Yao level powerhouse is a teacher of the Green Dragon Academy. Chen Yu is also a student of the Green Dragon Academy. How come Chen Yu doesn't dare to say that? Alas, Chen Yu is still too impulsive. Even if the synthesis fails it doesn't matter. I really can't figure out why he said he wanted to drop out. We must know that Qinglong Academy is the first of the 4 famous academies. Indeed. No matter if he is the number 1 on the bronze potential ranking state ranking or a student of the Green Dragon Academy, he needs to be responsible for what he says. If he fails to synthesize, he will be removed from the Green Dragon Academy outright even if he relies on it. After the black-clothed old man opened his mouth, the audience at the scene also came back to their senses, and a heated discussion broke out immediately. At this moment, everyone was not optimistic about Chen Yu. Even Qin Shuang felt that Chen Yu's words were too impulsive. If the synthesis really failed, he would have to leave the Green Dragon Academy. How much time do you need? Seeing Chen Yu clutching the 4 Death God zombie cards in his hand, the black-clothed old man slowly stood up, his hands behind his back as he opened his mouth in a slightly curious manner and asked, "Half an hour is enough." Chen Yu had a smile on his lips and a confident smile on his face. Then under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked straight into the adjacent card combining room. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man who led the way for Chen Yu cautiously asked towards Qin Shuang next to him, "That, little girl, I think what Chen Yu said was too impulsive. Even if he had said that he admitted his mistake, why did he say that he was quitting the academy? Who do I ask if you ask me?" Qin Shuang glared fiercely at the middle-aged man. "I'm telling you, even if Chen Yu withdraws from the Green Dragon Academy, it won't limit his growth. His talent is simply too strong. He's destined to suppress an era horizontally." "Oh," the middle-aged man weakly answered, aggression written in his eyes. He just wanted to ask, but as a result, he was almost disliked by Qin Shuang. Chen Yu didn't know that the people outside were arguing because of him, and he didn't want to know about this kind of trivial matter. At this moment, he was staring at the cards in his hand with full concentration. The previous Death Zombie deck was one he had bought at the trading black market in Jiangnan City. "I thought that this kind of card is very scarce, but I did not expect the old man in black to take his 4, which can be completely synthesized twice. He really do not believe that synthesized 2 3-star Death Zombie decks without fine cards." As Chen Yu slightly raised his hand, the zombie atlas appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Under the control of his intention, the zombie illustrated book was winless and turned itself to the last page of the synthesis page. As Chen Yu threw the 4 Death Zombie cards into the synthesis page, a terrifying black mist swept across the entire card combining room.
It took about a minute or so for the zombie icon to pop up with 2 different 3-star death zombie decks.
Chunyu caught it and immediately rejoiced. Name, Crazy Dead Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 250 tombstone value. Introduction, he used to be the god of death's surrogate, but was abandoned by the god of death for unknown reasons. The crazy zombies of the god of death eventually united with many zombies will be injured by the god of death, and get more powerful. Now he can summon 6 tombstones. He will be summoned in the vicinity of every 2 frames will be randomized tombstones, zombie icon, until the summoning of the 6 tombstones and then stop.
Name, Stealthy Dead Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction, he used to be a substitute for the Grim Reaper, but was mercilessly abandoned by the Grim Reaper. In order to be able to follow the Grim Reaper again, he got stronger power through unknown ways. Now he will be invisible. Every 2 frames will be summoned in the upper and lower road tombstones, until the summoning of 8 tombstones and then stop. And also only in the summoning of the tombstones will be revealed in the real body. When he is in the state of invisibility cannot be attacked, and attacking the enemy will not be detected. When he is in stealth, he cannot be attacked, and his attacks on enemies will not be detected, but will be illuminated by special plants such as street lamps and flowers. Crazy Dead Zombies and Stealthy Dead Zombies are each good in their own way. The advantage of the Mad Reaper zombie is that it summons tombstones quickly, with 6 normal tombstones out of the gate and the ability to summon random tombstones by moving forward. As for the Stealthy Death Zombie, he can attack his enemies in a stealthy state that they can't counter, and he can summon 8 tombstones. But compared to the Mad Death Zombie, the Stealth Death Zombie was still a little bit worse, because the Stealth Death Zombie can't observe the Stealth Death Zombie when attacking the enemy. The enemy will move forward, so the Stealth Death Zombie can only deal limited damage and can't keep gnawing the enemy to death. It is important to know that the Death Zombie's specialty is summoning tombstones, and the gnawing damage of both the Crazy Death Zombie and the Stealthy Death Zombie is the same as that of a normal zombie, which is one of the drawbacks of the Stealthy Death Zombie. After obtaining 2 3-star Death Zombie decks, Chunyu thought about it and ultimately decided to keep the Crazy Death Zombie in his own hands, while the Stealthy Death Zombie was given to the old man in black. As soon as he stepped out of the card combining room, Chunyu felt the gazes of countless people at the scene fall on his body. Gazes of worry, curiosity, jealousy, resentment, and anticipation. No way. It's only been less than 10 minutes. Why did Chunyu come out? Is it possible that he failed to combine the cards? Who knows? But I see that his expression doesn't seem to be much sadness. Instead he has a feeling of confidence. It seems to be a sure thing. Ha, are you kidding me? A 10-minute synthesized deck is a sure thing? Whether or not he can synthesize cards in 10 minutes is still unknown. Not to mention the quality of the cards required. Do you really think that synthesizing cards is just a game? If it's someone else I might question it, but if it's Chunyu, I believe him 100%. I don't care what 10 minutes it takes. All I know is that his eyes are unusually determined. Wow. Brother, Chunyu is your father or give you money you so defend him? Facing the whispers of the surrounding crowd, Chunyu did not have any expression on his face as he raised his head to look at the black-clothed old man sitting on a high seat with a faint smile, casually flinging the Stealthy Death Zombie deck over. Whoosh! A cracking sound sounded beside the ears of the crowd, and by the time they came back to their senses, the Stealthy Death Zombie deck that Chunyu had thrown out had already been grasped by the black-clothed old man in the palm of his hand. Did you just fuse this deck? The old man in black sat on a high seat staring at the cards in his hands for a long time. Then his gaze turned and landed on Chunyu, who was not far away, asking in a deep voice. Right. In the face of the black-clothed old man's attitude of not knowing the details, Chunyu nodded his head and replied in an unassuming manner. Seeing the black-clothed old man's gloomy face, Qin Xuan was a bit anxious as she quickly came to Chunyu's side and whispered, Chunyu, why don't you simply admit your mistake? Although with your talent you are destined to stand at the top of this world, staying at the Green Dragon Academy will allow you to get to that point faster. And it's easier to step in the pits instead of groping around on your own. Her voice was small, but everyone present was a transmigrator with physical qualities far beyond normal, and the black-clothed old man was even a Black Yao-ranked powerhouse. So her words were heard by everyone and revealed strange looks at her. I have confidence in myself. Chunyu stood with his hands behind his back. His posture was upright, just like that 1,000-year-old tree. Just by standing there, the overflowing confident temperament made everyone feel surprised. No way. Could Chunyu really have a solution? I think he's just pretending. Can't you see that Black Flare level Big Brother isn't talking anymore? And his expression seems to be very unpleasant. I feel like Chunyu is a bit hung up on this wave, but his confidence is making me a bit wobbly again. Mainly because that Black Flare level Big Brother hasn't opened his mouth yet now, so I can't really make up my mind. Chunyu is the number 1 on the bronze ranking state ranking, and the Black Yawning ranked bigot is the teacher of the Green Dragon Academy.
One of the two is a heavenly genius, and the other is a top-notch powerhouse who is a godly dragon. So what are you, a little Karami, going to settle for? Ha 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 ha. Brother, you said this to my heart. We onlookers to see a hilarious on the line. How can there be people who cannot distinguish between the size of the king? Ready to comment on these two big brother In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere, which had just been tense, was dissolved by one of the spectators and replaced by a more relaxed one. Good. Worthy of being the first in this bronze potential ranking state ranking, both in terms of guts and talent are top-notch. He will become a great man in the future. Right at this moment, the black-clothed old man who had been sitting steadily in the first place finally spoke, a smile on his lips, his dry and thin palms slightly stroking his beard. Elder Zhong, meaning this card is strong? Noticing that the black-clothed old man was so joyful that the corners of his mouth were grinning up to the roots of his ears, this caused the 3-diamond grade card combiner masters beside him to change their expressions. It was rare to know that Zhong Lao was the one with the weirdest temper in their Qinglong Academy, who usually did not smile, but he did not expect to show such a damaging smile today. It's not just as simple as being very strong. It's not too much of a stretch to describe this deck as invincible. Don't believe me? See for yourselves. Zhong Lao laughed and handed the Stealthy Death Zombie deck in his hand to the Diamond level card combiner on the far side, and the 3 Diamond level card combiners got together to study it. This is a shock without research. I didn't expect that the 3-star Death Zombie deck synthesized by Qingyu would actually be so powerful that it would be directly invincible for the rest of the time, except for the time when it would exit from stealth when summoning the tombstone. It is important to realize that he can attack the enemy while he is in stealth, while the enemy cannot observe him and can only keep dropping blood until he dies. This stealth is invincible mechanic is so strong. It's almost scary how strong it is. Best of all, stealthy dead zombies would be even better in real-life combat. Stay stealthy and clean up the zombies and be done with it. And don't have to worry about the rule that you can't back up in the homestead. However, in reality he wouldn't be able to be in a state of stealthy invincibility. He wouldn't be detected by his enemies when he attacked them, but stealth wouldn't go into a state of invincibility, and if he was mistakenly injured by a ranged attack he would die. That's a nice deck. I'll take it. And here's the 3-star deck you were promised. Check it out. Elder Zhong laughed, a hint of pride in his smile. This was his masterpiece, and if it wasn't his personal disciple, he would never have taken this card out. Obviously, Shenyu had the qualifications to become his personal disciple, and it was not impossible for him to even become a shut-in disciple, although he didn't even have a personal disciple at the moment, let alone a shut-in disciple. But now that Shenyu had appeared, he would definitely take good advantage of Shenyu as a good seedling. Oh, Shenyu raised his hand to receive the 3-star card that Zhong Lao threw over, and as his eyes narrowed, the full information about the card immediately surfaced. Name, General White-Eyed Giant. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 300 tombstone value. Introduction, White-Eyed Giant zombie through countless killings, a variety of military service in the body, and finally from a nobody to promote the attention of the giant general. He wore a red hat, hand holding a treasure ancient ingot knife, wearing an ancient war armor. Behind the basket was replaced by wine, and no longer throws out the ghost zombies. When he appeared in the front of the summoned 4 ordinary zombies carrying wine, every time an ordinary zombie carrying wine died, the White-Eyed Giant whenever one of the zombies dies, the White-Eyed Giant's attributes will increase by 20%, and when his life value falls below half or all 4 zombies die, he will drink the wine behind him and enter into a state of insanity, and his attack and movement speed will increase by 100%. Shen Yu looked startled. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Zhong Lao sitting on the high seat, but he saw Zhong Lao nodding towards him with a smile on the corner of his mouth, which made Shen Yu look a little complicated. Judging by the quality of this 3-star deck, it's definitely a very top-notch one. Originally, the giant zombie was a rather rare card in the zombie deck, and now this 3-star giant zombie deck was obviously given to him by Zhong Lao on purpose. If that wasn't the case, why would the other side send him 3-star giant zombie decks? Just give some regular 3 stars to get rid of them. After all, he only promised to give 3-star decks, and didn't say what quality of 3-star decks he was going to give. After getting the 3-star deck given by Elder Zhong, there was no more hilarity to watch, and the people around him quickly dispersed. Shenyu picked a few lucky ones and told them to stay, and those lucky ones were ecstatic, full of excitement as they delivered 4 cards. They are the regular zombie deck, the clown zombie deck, the bungee jumping zombie deck, and the rugby zombie deck. Shenyu walked into the card combining room and summoned the zombie icon once again, then threw the cards that needed to be synthesized into it. Name, Red-Eyed Common Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction, Ordinary Zombie because of a coincidence got the Red-Eye Giant Zombie Red-Eye power. Ordinary Zombie Head replaced by Red-Eye Giant Zombie Head, and attack damage and Red-Eye Giant Zombie consistent. At the same time the blood quantity is high as 6,000. Now red-eyed ordinary zombie is not just a zombie, can be messed with the existence of the zombie. Name, Ice Mushroom Clown Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction, a variant of the clown zombie. The chill mushroom clown zombie's head is a chill mushroom. When the chill mushroom clown comes out it will move forward at a very fast speed. Unlike the clown zombie that may explode at any time, the chill mushroom clown zombie will only explode if there is an enemy in the one square in front of it. And the chill mushroom clown zombie's explosion range is 3x3, which will inflict 1800 damage to all the enemies in the range. And it will freeze all enemies in the field for 10 seconds, during which time the enemies are unable to act. Name, Clown Bungee Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction, I don't know when to start. Bungee jumping zombies and clown zombies have become good friends without words. Clown zombies told bungee jumping zombies that they are rarely able to cause effective damage to the enemy. Bungee jumping zombies meditate on this, and ultimately decided to help the clown zombies. When the clown bungee jumping zombies will randomly pick up an enemy target when the clown zombies will be held away. And then in the marking of the point to put a clown zombies will soon be exploded, so that the clown zombies to fulfill their own wishes. Clown zombie to fulfill his wish. Name, Machine Gun Shooter Rugby Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 275 tombstone value. Introduction, Machine Gun Shooter Zombie and Rugby Zombie Birth of Love. Machine Gun Shooter Rugby Zombie inherited the advantages of the parents. Rugby Zombie has a very fast speed and harder body, and Machine Gun Shooter Zombie has the ultimate output, can be called one of the models of the output points full, and Machine Gun Shooter Rugby Zombie not only defense pull full, but also has a Machine Gun Shooter's horrible output. And the most important thing is that Machine Gun Shooter Rugby Zombie head of the rugby helmet is black. The degree of hardness is twice as hard as the red rugby helmet. Looking at the pairs of 2-star zombie decks in his hands, Chen Yu looked surprised, not expecting to be quite lucky today. They were all powerful zombie decks. The red-eyed normal zombie that bore the brunt of the attack was needless to say. As long as 200 tombstone values could summon a normal zombie that was comparable to the red-eyed giant zombie. Wasn't that a proper blood profit? Although the red-eyed normal zombie can't throw little ghosts like the red-eyed giant zombie, the red-eyed normal zombie moves faster than the red-eyed giant zombie. Standing in all aspects, if Chen Yu is allowed to choose, Chen Yu will definitely choose the more cost-effective red-eye ordinary zombie. As for the chilling mushroom clown zombie and the clown bungee zombie, they seem to be middle of the road. Of course, this was only for Chen Yu. For everyone else, these two decks are definitely fine cards to always carry. After all, other people weren't like Chen Yu. So many good cards piled up and the zombie atlas was a waste. Back to the main topic. The final machine gun shooter, Rugby Zombie, is definitely the strongest of these 2-star decks. The downside of the original machine gun shooter zombie was that it was too fragile for its own good, and many times it fell without much output. The combination of machine gun shooter zombies and rugby zombies is definitely the finishing touch, not only to make up for the weakness of the machine gun shooter's brittle body, but also to the rugby zombies with a horrible output. After fusing the 4 zombie cards belonging to him into the zombie icon, Chen Yu walked out of the card combining room with the remaining 4 2-star cards. Seeing Chen Yu walk out, the 4 lucky ones who had been waiting for a long time immediately greeted him. Elder brother Chen Yu, did I succeed in synthesizing my ordinary zombie? Dude, your normal zombie is the most normal zombie. It won't fail at all. Can you move back a little? My bungee zombie hasn't even asked yet. That's right, you're still shouting at my brother? He is 18 years old, 10 stars of gold, and is about to enter the platinum level. How do you have the nerve to call out to him as a silver 8-star guy? Brother Chen Yu, how is my rugby zombie synthesized? It's okay if it fails or destroys the card. It's just that I hope you can still help me synthesize it again, can you? Hearing these 4 people say this, Chen Yu smiled helplessly and then gave each of the 4 2-star zombie decks over. Your rugby zombie synthesis worked. How could my shot not? Your normal zombie also succeeded. Take a look and feel free to come to me if you have any problems. And I've synthesized your bungee zombies and clown zombies, so see if you have any problems. No problem. Brother Chen, how could we doubt you? That is, don't even ask that question. The 4 lucky ones replied in unison. In that case, I'll go first. Chen Yu greeted the 4 lucky ones then walked towards Qin Shuang who had been waiting in the same place. The 2 of them walked side by side and soon left the trading black market and returned to the Green Dragon Academy. Because of the preparations to push the layers, Chen Yu and Qin Shuang chatted idly before quickly returning to his villa. After drinking 2 cups of water to moisturize his throat, Chen Yu hoofed into the homestead. Knowing that his rank had already come to 10 stars of gold, and that he could be promoted to platinum as long as he was beating the 31st floor, the urgency in his heart would not allow him to delay until tomorrow.
especially since he had just gotten quite a few good cards. His strength had risen to another level, and there was no way he would be able to stall with just that 3-star crazy death zombie.
Rumble. The moment Chun Yu entered the homeland,
the originally clear sky instantly turned from white to black with dark clouds, and terrifying thunder rumbled through the heavens and earth,
as if it was foretelling something. Patter. Bean-sized raindrops fell with the shocking thunder, and in just a minute's time before and after,
the drizzle turned into a downpour.
Just then,
a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, and the moment the darkness was illuminated, Chun Yu suddenly saw a familiar face gazing at him from the depths of that dark cloud.
Because the distance was too far, and the time it took for the lightning to illuminate the sky was too short, Chun Yu did not see clearly whose face it was, and by the time the lightning illuminated the sky again, the face had already disappeared.
Chun Yu rubbed his eyes, unsure if he had misread or if the face had disappeared,
but he was certainly taken aback.
Why is there a bad feeling?
Chun Yu stood under the eaves of the house watching the storm, suddenly a little distracted. This feeling is like something big is going to happen, but he cannot say what this is the reason. It's strange. Why would the 31st floor change weather? This situation is very unusual.
Chun Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he wondered if this abnormal weather was telling him something,
but he couldn't figure out what it was. Thinking about it,
Chun Yu decided not to care about this. Today he must rush to Platinum,
even if there is an abyss in front of him. So what? He really doesn't believe that he will fall here. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 120 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chun Yu didn't even think about it. Surely it's time to start now. It's hard not to back out just because of this weird weather.
The zombies are 10 minutes away from arriving at your home.
Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. For unknown reasons, the transmogrifier enters extreme mode and can only choose 2 zombies to fight. In extreme mode, the chances of a zombie being blown out by a transferee are increased to 20%, while the zombies encountered will be more ferocious. So this is mandatory, not optional?
Seeing the message prompt that popped out of the panel,
Chun Yu was first stunned.
Then he flipped left and right with a grim expression on his face. But no matter how much he looked,
he didn't find the option to decline.
And now he realized where the thunderstorm had come from. It was just that he had already chosen to start,
and there was no turning back from the bow. So even if he was reluctant, he could only fight on.
It's just that the choice of those 2 spots is crucial.
Tombstones are a great source of yielding tombstone values, so they must be brought. And with 1 slot already taken here, it would be inappropriate to give another to anyone. Blind box zombies? Crazy dead zombies? Angry newspaper reading zombies? Machine gun shooter rugby zombie? Or is it the white-eyed giant general that we just got? Or maybe it's the sailor stiff king who represents the zombie platoon? Chun Yu didn't think of an answer even after thinking for half a minute. Just now time waits for no one.
In the face of such a pressing situation, Chun Yu ultimately chose the benevolent dancing king zombie.
Crazy tombstone. The benevolent dancing king zombie.
With the card slot selection complete, a skull icon appears in the bottom right corner of the panel, and a figure appears at the very top of the homeworld.
The first wave of zombies is coming. An oddly shaped zombie entered Chun Yu's field of vision and stopped at the entrance of the homestead. Name, Thug Zombie. Grade, Platinum 1 star.
Introduction of the thugs who used to be the thugs of the Peninsular State Mixed Society were turned into zombies for unknown reasons. The thugs zombies resisted the invasion of the zombie virus with their own tenacity and willpower, but most of his consciousness is still being affected, and he only retains a small portion of the autonomy of the consciousness and the fighting consciousness of street fighting. The thugs zombies are wearing black suits and ties, and the lower the blood the more damage they do, and the last drop of their blood can even penetrate the boulders. Name, Rolling Stone Zombie. Grade, Platinum 1 star. Introduction. Once a worker pushing stones on the construction site, turned into a zombie for unknown reasons, the Rolling Stone zombie has no sense of autonomy, but it is not something to be messed with. Any existence that it considers as an enemy will be subjected to a thunderous attack. Its most classic way of attack is to push the boulder roll to the enemy. If the enemy cannot avoid the attack of the boulder, will be suffering from the old crime.
Name, Mountaineering Couple Zombies. Grade, Platinum 1 star. Introduction. Once a loving old couple.
They were infected by the zombie virus and turned into zombies on their way to the mountains, but they have forcibly retained a part of their consciousness with their own ideas, thus becoming one of the few zombies in the zombie world that have a partner, and their blood is shared. The old lady zombie climber and the old man zombie climber will be found indifferent but adjacent to each other on the 2 roads, and any of them will lock onto 1 drop of blood and cannot be killed. When the blood level of either one of them reaches the bottom, they will be locked at 1 drop of blood and cannot be killed. And the only way to kill them is to beat both of them to 1 drop of blood at the same time.
Name, Greedy Capitalist Zombie. Grade, Platinum 1 star. Introduction. Once the president of a listed company, it is a typical capitalist.
by virtue of its own dark means to amass billions of dollars.
Rich as hell. The body type is fat, so that countless people feel fear, although it turned into a zombie, but the greed of the bones cannot fade away. The capitalist zombie came out holding a gold bar and chicken legs. When the chicken legs are knocked down into the first level of berserk state, the speed of the attack increased by 50%. When the gold bar is knocked down, it enters a level 2 berserk state, increasing attack speed by 50%. The 4 distinctive zombies standing at the front caused Chen Yu's idea. Looking at the 4 zombies with their shocking introductions, it was clearly not the strength that an ordinary zombie should have, because the sky is too dark. The back of the vast swath of unreadable figures make Chen Yu's scalp numb. These zombies do not say that there are 100, but there are definitely 50 of them. Roar! Just then, a very oppressive roar resounded through the homestead. Even though they were a few hundred meters apart, Chen Yu had already taken a step backward in fear by the voice. It wasn't that he was timid, but the voice was shocking, as if a giant hammer had violently smashed into Chen Yu's heart. It was impossible for anyone else to not have any reaction. The 4 zombies standing at the front unanimously looked back, then tacitly stepped aside. A monster of enormous size was seen slowly walking to the center of the homestead. The guy was 5 meters tall, covered in muscle, and made quite a visual impact just standing there. It had a ferocious gaze and was wearing broken armor, and in its hands, it was holding 2 machetes that were 5 meters in size, and Chen Yu's heart trembled at the sight of it. Name, Ancient Giant Zombie. Grade, Platinum 5-star.
Introduction, Giant Soul and countless zombie souls in the wrong fusion out of the product. Ancient Giant Zombie and ordinary zombies are different.
Ancient Giant Zombie has a higher intelligence, and will not be affected by the zombie virus thinking. Zombies' bloodthirsty instincts will not work on it. It appeared in the purpose of killing. Anything in front of it will be cut in half by him. 5-meter-long machete can be attacked or retreated can be defended. It has not lost since it appeared in the world, and described as a general who always wins. Since it appeared in this world it hasn't lost yet. It's not too much to describe it as a general who always wins. No, the 31st floor has changed so much from the 30th floor? Who can beat this big guy? The most important thing is that its level is as high as Platinum 5 stars. With such a high level and such a wide attack range, even the giant zombie is a younger brother in front of him. Ah! Ho ho ho! The ancient giant zombie roared 3 times. The sound shook the sky and the ground. The 4 small alpha zombies next to him subconsciously lowered their heads, while the zombies standing behind them entered their homes with a docile face. Name, Punk Zombie. Rank, Gold 10 stars. Introduction, once a small gangster in the Peninsula Country Club, without any real skills, can only rely on the fierce appearance to scare the children who do not know what to do. In fact, when encountered then their own ruthless people will be scared to the ground begging for forgiveness. They turned into zombies retained a part of the street fighting ability, but compared to thugs zombies are not a half a star point. Name, Stonewalker. Rank, Gold 10 stars. Introduction, a member of the Rolling Stone zombie family. The stone zombie is too young to push larger boulders, but can only push carts of small stones. They have retained some of their instincts after turning into zombies, and will push a cart full of stones to enter the field, and then stop to attack the enemy's range to throw stones to attack, and their range of attack is 5 squares. Name, Mountaineer's Zombie. Rank, Gold 10 stars. Introduction, once an ordinary hiker, infected because of the zombie virus outbreak. They don't have any special outstanding characteristics. If I have to say there is, it's probably the physical strength and endurance is better than the ordinary people. Name, Capitalist's Puppet Zombie. Rank, Gold 10 stars. Introduction, if the greedy capitalist zombie is the existence that makes countless people feel fear, then the capitalist's puppet zombie is the culprit that contributes to this main reason. The capitalist's puppet zombie is the same big belly with a hateful face, holding a chicken leg in his hand, and when the chicken leg is knocked down, it will enter a berserk state, and its attack and movement speed will be increased by 20%. Name, Cigarette Smoking Zombie. Rank, Gold 10 stars. Introduction, once an ordinary smoking enthusiast, infected because of the zombie virus outbreak, they will light a cigarette when they appear. Attack speed and attack power will slowly increase with the number of cigarettes, and if a cigarette is burned out, the attack speed and attack power will be directly increased to 20%. What Shinyu didn't expect was that the zombies that came out of this were only 10, 2 of each of the above. But soldiers were more numerous than they were elite, and these 10 different zombies could already be worth 50 normal zombies. The problem that most puzzled Shinyu was that of these 5 different types of zombies, 4 of them were able to go up against their respective little leader zombies. But this smoking zombie and the ancient giant zombie couldn't fight each other, could they? Before Shinyu could come back to his senses, the oppressive rainstorm abruptly stopped, the lightning and muffled thunder also quietly disappeared, and only endless black clouds were still shrouding the sky. Seeing this, Shinyu immediately placed Crazy Tombstone in the last column of the middle. At the same time, those 5 different kinds of zombies entered their respective ranks. The punk walker went into the first path. The stone walker went into the second path. The hiker walker went into the third path. The capitalist's puppet walker went into the fourth path. And the smoking walker went into the fifth path. The punk walkers and the smoking walkers move faster. The hiking enthusiast walkers and the capitalist stooge walkers are not fast or slow. And the stone walkers pushing a car around seem dull and slow. Buzz. At that moment, movement came from the crazy tombstone. And 100 tombstone values flew into the panel at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Chenyu immediately placed crazy tombstones on the second and fourth paths. I have to say, crazy tombstone is still very good as a 2-star card. And it's genuinely nice to be able to place it for only 50 tombstone values. Yet it produces 100 tombstone values. Over time, Chenyu had also quickly placed 2 rows of crazy tombstones by virtue of his crazy tombstones, and had saved 300 tombstone values in his hand. Seeing that the time was ripe, Chenyu immediately summoned the benevolent dancing king zombie in the middle of the road. Let's get high, shall we? The benevolent dancing king zombie summoned 4 accompanying dancing zombie minions just as soon as he emerged from the tombstone. Chenyu quickly stepped to the side of the benevolent dancing king zombie and patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, my brother's hope rests on you. Hurry up and let the accompanying dancing zombies go to their deaths and then summon the sleeping zombies in the tombstones." "Don't worry, master. I'll take care of it." The benevolent dancing king zombie confidently patted his chest, and with a hint of his eyes, the 4 accompanying dancing zombies immediately rushed forward at top speed. Seeing the accompanying zombies advancing bravely and fearlessly, the worry in Chenyu's eyes was only reduced by a few points, but the sense of oppression brought about by the ancient giant zombie in the distance was too strong, and he really didn't know who else would be able to kill it besides Dr. Stiff King. "Master, there's no need to worry. When the car arrives, there will be a way through. When the bridge arrives, it will naturally straighten out. Since you believe I can get out of the situation for you, then I will definitely not fail you." Seeing Chenyu's worried look, the benevolent dancing king zombie immediately smiled and spoke out in relief. "Ho ho ho!" The mountaineering enthusiast zombie froze for a moment as he watched the dancing companion zombie walk up to him, then let out an angry yell. Crunch! The dancing zombies ignored the hissing of the hiking enthusiast zombie, and directly at the hiking enthusiast zombie, they nod. Ho ho ho! The hiking enthusiast zombie roars in frenzy and pulls out a short protective knife from behind his back and stabs it at the dancing zombie. But the dancing zombie has no sense of pain and pays no attention to the hiking enthusiast zombie's attacks. However, the attack power of the hiking enthusiast zombie is higher than the accompanying zombie, and facing the attack of 2 hiking enthusiast zombies, even 2 accompanying zombies in unison will not be able to benefit. As the hiker zombies and the backup dancer zombies go back and forth, the backup dancer zombies end up being no match for the hiker zombies. Pang! The backing zombie fell to the ground with a blank face, and the other backing zombie on his side immediately topped it off at the sight of the situation. Seeing this scene, the benevolent dancing king zombie immediately summoned 4 new companion dancing zombies to assist him. As a result, just after a wave was summoned on the side of the benevolent dancing king zombie, the second accompanying dancing zombie also fell under the protective short blade of the hiking enthusiast zombie. Seeing this, the benevolent dancing king zombie was not polite and chose to summon again, in the blink of an eye. However, another 8 accompanying zombies were moving forward with great vigor. Meanwhile, the companion zombies on the second path and the companion zombies on the fourth path met their respective opponents. First was the second road. The second road's accompanying zombie was beaten into a crippled blood without even touching the corner of the stone zombie's clothes. If it wasn't for the fact that the stone zombie's attack wasn't very high, he was afraid that he would have already collapsed on the ground. As for the fourth path, it goes without saying that the capitalist's puppet zombie can be seen as a beefed-up version of a 1-star newspaper reading zombie, but it's still a lot worse than a 2-star master too. The capitalist's puppet zombie and the accompanying zombie nod on each other, and the capitalist's puppet zombie nod on the accompanying zombie with only a thread of blood left without even dropping a chicken leg, fearing that it wouldn't be long before it died. Oh, that's wrong. It's not that it won't take long to die, it's that it's already dead. A rattling came from tombstones across the room as the benevolent dancing king zombie was summoned again. Although there were only 10 tombstones in total on the field, it didn't stop them from being loud. The first path appears with blind box zombies and regular zombies. The second path appears to be the jar thrower zombie and the Quinjet zombie. The third path appears to be the barricade dancing king zombie and the barrel waving flag zombie. The fourth path appears to be the dolphin rider zombie and the angry reader zombie. The fifth path appears to be a clown zombie and a garlic ghost jumping zombie. The zombies that show up aren't ideal, except for the second and fourth paths. While the blind box zombie on the first road is full of hope, it's the hope of the Eurocrats, not the non-crats.
and he's not sure if he's an Eurocrat or a noncrat at this point.
Soon the two parties met. Blind box zombie first and punk zombie fighting. Punk zombie holding a baseball bat. 3 or 2 hit the ordinary zombie fell to the ground. Blind box zombie is broken blind box. Pang. Smoke filled the air as the blind box zombie fell to the ground. Ho ho ho. The punk zombie's brow furrowed slightly as it looked at the smoke with some uncertainty. And before it could react, a utility pole smashed into the top of its head. Come together, those who have disobeyed me. The white-eyed giant zombie slowly stepped out of the smoke. His gaze was cold, but he casually solved the 2 mongrel zombies in 2 strokes. Brother, you're so handsome, but it would have been nice if you had shown up earlier. Ordinary zombies fell in a pool of blood looking at the white-eyed giant zombie that slowly walked forward. He showed bitterness, and eventually his soul returned to the zombie iconography, while his body merged into the land. Brother, I will live with your will. The white-eyed giant zombie looked back at the ordinary zombie, then resolutely walked towards the front. Seeing the conversation between these 2 brothers, Chen Yu was somewhat silent. Wasn't this wave a bit of forced sensationalism? The 2 stone walkers on the second path were unsurprisingly turned into jars by the jar thrower zombies. Because there are still a few more waves of zombies, Chen Yu did not let the jar thrower zombie and the Quin zombie knock out the jars, but instead just let them leave the homes. As for the third road of hiking enthusiast zombies need not be mentioned. They encountered 6 consecutive accompanying zombies, but also to face the barricade dance king zombie and the ferocious attack of the iron barrel waving flag zombie, can carry the strange. But the battle hasn't started yet if the fourth road, the angry newspaper reading zombie walks slower, and so does the capitalist's puppet zombie across the street. Seeing the angry newspaper reading zombie so uncontested, the dolphin knight zombie unhappily crossed over to the first capitalist's golem zombie and directly nibbled on the second golem zombie. However, the dolphin knight zombie's damage was really limited, and even in single combat, it couldn't beat the capitalist's puppet zombie, but instead, it knocked off the capitalist's puppet zombie's chicken leg, causing the capitalist's puppet zombie to go into a berserk state. Ho 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 ho! The capitalist's puppet zombie first stared blankly at the chicken leg that had fallen to the ground, then fumed and roared up to the sky for about 2.5 seconds of foreshocking before it began to attack the dolphin knight zombie. It is worth mentioning that this capitalist puppet zombie actually has an invincibility frame similar to that of the second master, and it actually has an invincibility frame of 2.5 seconds, which makes Chen Yu look blank. No! What class of waste is this capitalist's puppet zombie? Worthy of the second master's invincible frame? Pang! When the capitalist's puppet zombie went into a berserk state, the gnawing and biting attack maneuver was gone, replaced by smashing with his fists. The dolphin rider zombie was shot in the head without even carrying it for 2.5 seconds. After taking care of the dolphin knight zombies, the capitalist's puppet zombies immediately rushed towards the second master at an extremely fast speed, with eyes that looked as if they were similar to looking at their father's killers. Noticing the hostility of the capitalist's puppet zombie, the angry newspaper reading zombie frowned slightly. No. Who gave you the nerve to pretend in front of me? Originally, I just wanted to come out to move my muscles, but I didn't expect to meet an imposter. You are really damned. The second master ripped off his newspaper with a disdainful face, then appeared in front of the capitalist's puppet zombie with great speed. Ka! Only the sound of bones breaking rang out, and by the time the capitalist's puppet zombie reacted, its head had already fallen to the ground, and its line of sight was aimed right at its own body. That is, in a trance, the second master had appeared in front of another capitalist's puppet zombie to gnaw frantically. Even if the capitalist's puppet zombie had an invincibility frame, but it was unable to attack this invincibility frame, just like a certain game's Kagaya Moon, tapping it was just waiting to die in place. Ho 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 ho! The capital family's puppet zombie roared to the sky, and it had just lowered its head in preparation for an attack on the second master when it saw that its head had fallen to the ground at some point. It took less than 5 short seconds from the second master tearing up the newspaper to solving the 2 capitalist golem walkers, with 2.5 seconds of that delayed by the invincibility frames. The first and fourth paths solved the problem, but the fifth path was a bit of a pain in the ass. The clown zombie went halfway and blew himself up. The garlic ghost jumping zombie jumped from the fifth road to the first road, so you can say that the fifth road is pressed for zombies. Fortunately, the crazy tombstones were powerful enough, and Chen Yu had now hoarded 500 tombstone values. Because the zombies on the second, third and fourth paths had already been resolved, it was impossible to send the accompanying dancing zombies to their deaths and thus summon a wave, so Chen Yu could only summon the benevolent dancing king zombie on the fifth path. One thing is for sure, this smoking zombie isn't very powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he only had 2 zombie decks with him, how could Chen Yu have wasted the tombstone value to summon the benevolent dancing king zombie? Not to mention any ceiling level zombie decks like trolley barricade zombies or jar thrower zombies. But gambling dog blind box zombies are able to take them out, right? After the two smoking zombies fell, the zombies did not enter the field first, but waited for all of Chenyu's zombies to leave their homes before the ancient giant zombies slowly raised their hands. Ho 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 ho! As the ancient giant walker let out a roar of offense, all the walkers shook with a tiger, with the two smaller leaders, the thug walker and the rolling stone walker, both slowly walking into the homestead. They were followed by 20 walkers, all of them their respective minions. There's one way to say it, and they're kinda formatted for entry. It's still the punk walkers first, the stone walkers second, the hiking enthusiast walkers third, the capitalist stooge walkers fourth, and the smoking walkers fifth. Only the number has changed from 2 to 4. As for the thug walkers and rolling stone walkers, they entered the first and second paths respectively. After all, the mongrel walkers and stone walkers were their minions, and they were definitely going to lead their minions into battle. What would they call it if they went the other way as a boss to lead someone else's minions into battle? After all the zombies entered, Chenyu summoned the benevolent dancing king zombie without even thinking about it. As usual, the benevolent dancing king zombie summons his companion dancing zombie to rush over to his death. However, this time, Chenyu was summoning two benevolent dancing king zombies, in the second and fourth paths, which would make summoning the sleeping zombies and the tombstones a bit faster. The truth was just as Chenyu had predicted, but only 5 minutes had passed before a ringing came from the tombstone. The little ghost zombie and the barricade zombie looked at the mob of zombies not far away with a defiant face, while the ordinary zombie and the iron barrel zombie walked forward with a lifeless expression. I don't know if there is something wrong with this rolling stone walker. Since it entered the homestead it has stood at the homestead entrance and hasn't moved. On the contrary, it's its little brothers the stone walkers who actively rushed forward to attack. Soon, all the zombies on the third, fourth and fifth routes were taken care of, but the first and second routes didn't even kill a single zombie. Fortunately, there was still the benevolent dancing king zombie, and the companion zombies that he constantly summoned were the pillars of Chenyu's mind. And as long as the benevolent dancing king zombie was still able to summon companion zombies, Chenyu's mindset could always remain good. Ho 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 ho! The thug zombie stared at the second path of the benevolent dancing king zombie with a ferocious face, but it was a pity that it could not change routes, otherwise it would have definitely tackled the thieves and been the first to kill the benevolent dancing king zombie. Between roars of rage, the thug zombie punched out the head of the backup dancer zombie, followed by a whip kick that cut off the backup dancer zombie behind him. At first, the accompanying zombies could still hurt the thug zombies, but as the thug zombies' black suits were destroyed, revealing the muscles inside, the thug zombies' fighting sense seemed to be activated, punching to the flesh, and even preempting attacks, hitting the accompanying zombies bitterly. If it were not for the fact that the accompanying zombies are all cannon fodder sent over by the benevolent Dance King zombies to send their lives, Chenyu would have been heartbroken. When has he ever seen so many accompanying zombies die? The more this mob of zombies fought, the more the benevolent Dancing King zombies summoned. Under the attack of the mob zombies, the companion zombies summoned by the benevolent Dance King zombies formed a wave of corpses, charging towards the mob zombies on the first path and the rolling stone zombies on the second path in a crushing manner. During that time, the Inhiard Dancing King zombie was also summoned twice in a row, but the zombies summoned on both occasions were unsatisfactory. The first summons are diving zombies, barricade zombies, normal zombies, and pole vaulting zombies. The second summons a duck lifesaver zombie, a rugby zombie, a balloon zombie, and a snowman zombie. The first two are the first way and the last two are the second way. By all rights the rugby zombie shouldn't have been so weak, but he was facing a mob zombie with only residual blood, and he was punched and kicked before he could even touch the corner of the mob zombie's coat and was sent to collect his lunch. As for the second road, the situation was much better than the first. The 4 stonewalkers had already been taken care of by the accompanying zombies and the summoned zombies, but they were still over 100 meters away from the rolling stonewalkers. The rolling stonewalker had no intention of making a move up to this point, and just kept standing there like a stone statue. Let's get high, shall we? Just then, the mob zombies killed the companion zombie once more, and the benevolent Dancing King zombie pointed to the sky, and the frantic gravestone immediately sent out movement. Gollum Gollum. 2 split duck lifesaver zombies crawled out of the tombstones on the second path, and the only other zombie that appeared on the first path was a trolley barricade zombie, and no one else. Just as Chenyu was curious as to why only a cart barricade zombie appeared on the first path, a clown bungee zombie descended from the sky, hugging away a punk zombie that was following the thug zombie and leaving behind the clown zombie that was about to explode. Ha! Pang! The clown zombie looked at the gift box in his hand and was surprised for a moment. Then the gift box let out a violent explosion, and the thug zombie and its 4 mongrel zombies were all killed by the clown zombie. Ho 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 ho! After all the walkers in the room died, the rolling stone walker, who had been standing still, finally made a move. It looked up to the clouds in the sky and let out a violent roar, the sound like a shockwave through the dark clouds. Only a wisp of black gas floated up from the bodies of those dead zombies and slowly entered the boulder pushed in the hands of the Rolling Stone zombie. Ho ho ho! The Rolling Stone zombie roared angrily, and the boulder in front of him enlarged a few times at a very fast speed, and the size that could only cover one road just now occupied 3 roads. With a hard push from the rolling walker, the boulder rolled toward the front at a slow pace. Clunk! The zombies that passed along the way were crushed into meat cakes without even putting up a fight. Seeing his minions fall one by one, the benevolent Dancing King zombie didn't hold back and continued to start summoning. The 4 accompanying zombies charge forward together, with 2 of the two-way ones in different positions. The one at the top can be summoned once if it falls, once if the ones to the left and right fall, and once more if the one at the end falls. After the backup dancing zombies fell again and again and again, the benevolent Dancing King zombie pointed to the sky. Kid zombies and stone thrower zombies appear on the first path. Giant throwing red-eye giant zombies and pole vaulting zombies appear on the second path. And trolley barricade zombies and freezing ice truck zombies appear on the third path. Since there are no more enemies on the first and third paths, the kid zombies, stone thrower zombies and trolley barricade zombies, and freezing ice truck zombies all rush forward at great speed when they appear, while the kid zombie and the trolley barricade zombie are faster. The stone thrower zombie and the ice truck zombie are the ones with cars, and they are not in the same class at all. Facing the terrifying boulder like this, the stone thrower zombie and ice car zombie wanted to use their own crushing rules to go hard, but they didn't expect to be crushed by the boulder and explode their cars just as soon as they touched each other. The kid zombies and trolley barricade zombies that followed were not surprisingly hateful. The second way of pole vaulting zombie wanted to use the hands of the pole jump over the boulder, but he underestimated the height of the boulder. He came to the boulder in front of a hard jump. The result is only reached half the height of the boulder, and ultimately also be crushed into a meat cake. Is that how it's going to fail? Chen Yu's heart sank to the bottom, and just as he was thinking of a way to deal with it, he saw the red-eyed giant zombie who had thrown the giant throw the utility pole in his hand with all his might. Pang! Only a loud bang was heard, and a crack was smashed into the surface of the boulder, but the pole was mercilessly crushed into wood shavings. Faced with the incoming boulder, the red-eyed giant zombie who threw the giant held out his hands in an attempt to stop the boulder's progress. Perhaps it was due to the giant zombie's own characteristics. He wasn't crushed into a meat cake, but instead stopped the boulder's advance. But that doesn't mean that the red-eyed giant zombie that threw the giant stopped the boulder. Only that the red-eyed giant zombie briefly blocked the boulder because of the rule that you can't back away from it. And the boulder was still rolling at a very fast speed. The blood level of the red-eyed giant zombie that threw the giant was dropping at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, which made Chen Yu feel a little uneasy. Just then, the red-eyed giant zombie will be below half of the blood, only to see the red-eyed giant zombie flung back. The mercenary red-eyed giant zombie flew forward. Because the height of the boulder was too high, the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie was unable to leap over the boulder and was forced to land beside the red-eyed giant zombie that had thrown the giant. Perhaps it was because of the 2 red-eyed giant zombies fending them off that the boulder's rolling speed dropped only slightly, but that didn't completely finish the boulder off. Seeing the blood level of the giant throwing red-eyed giant zombie arrive at a critical point, another mercenary red-eyed giant zombie flew out from behind the giant throwing red-eyed giant zombie. The 3 red-eyed giant zombies worked in unison, and the boulder rolled slowly. But the red-eyed giant zombie that threw the giant was already dying, and it wouldn't be long before he died. And by then how could just 2 mercenary red-eyed giant zombies stop the monolith's devastating horizontal thrust? Just then, the red-eyed giant zombie that threw the giant finally couldn't carry the damage and fell to the ground with both eyes closed. The blood level of the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie that came out first at the very beginning was also low to critical. As the rocket launcher behind the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie fired a shell, the Rolling Stone zombies in the rear died under the fire without even reacting. I'm counting on you. The mercenary red-eyed giant zombie glanced at his fellow soldier next to him before collapsing with no further support. Seeing the giant throwing red-eyed giant zombie and the first mercenary red-eyed giant zombie die, the second mercenary red-eyed giant zombie got angry. Fire! With a roar from the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie, the bazooka fired a shell that viciously blasted the boulder. Bang! The terrifying artillery fire blew the boulder to smithereens. And the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie that was at the center of the explosion was also affected by the blasted debris. And his blood level was instantly emptied. All 3 red-eyed giant zombies were sacrificed to finally put the horrible boulder crisis to rest. But that was only halfway through the battle. The mob walkers and the rolling stone walkers are just 2 of the smaller leaders. And there are 2 more smaller leaders and 1 larger leader who haven't made an appearance. With the zombies all out of their homes, a new round of attacks is on the way again. The climbing couple walkers and the greedy capitalist walkers lead the rest of the walkers slowly into the homestead.
Only the ancient giant zombie was left standing outside the homestead looking at Chen Yu with a teasing look, adding to Chen Yu's already annoyed mood. Because of the mechanism, the old lady climber zombie appeared on the second road, the old master climber appeared on the third road, and the greedy capitalist zombie appeared on the fourth road with its capitalist's puppet zombie. Because the tombstone value was upwards of 1,000, the bold Chen Yu directly summoned benevolent dancing king zombies in all 2, 3, and 4 paths, and placed another row of crazy tombstones. He just couldn't believe that he could lose with his current lineup. Wave after wave of companion zombies were summoned as the companion zombies rushed over to their deaths. Chen Yu did not even think that just 3 benevolent dance king zombies started a zombie party. Just now there were only 12 accompanying zombies, but as a result, with the help of the opposite zombie, the 12 accompanying zombies directly soared to more than 60. It's just a pity that the number of times each dancing king zombie can be summoned is each to their own and can't be shared. Otherwise it wouldn't take a minute to just wake up the sleeping zombies in the tombstone. Let's get high, shall we? If I look at you again. From south to north. Shocking thunder, this heavenly cultivation of the sky collapsing purple and gold hammer. Just then, the 3 benevolent heart-dancing king zombies were summoned at the same time, and there was a crazy ringing coming from the tombstone as 45 different zombies came out of the tombstone. Ha! Seeing such a large number of zombies, Chen Yu first froze for a moment, rubbing his eyeballs in disbelief before letting out a cry of surprise. In less than a minute, the 20 zombies and the 2 small leader zombies fell to the ground. Chen Yu didn't see who they were gnawing on, because there were so many zombies appearing. His vision was completely obscured, and by the time he reacted, the zombies had already pushed across. Ho 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 ho! Seeing all the zombies die, the ancient giant zombie that had been standing at the entrance to the homestead roared twice in triumph. It raised its eyebrows slightly, and its original angry look had long since disappeared, replaced by an endless smile. Noticing the change in the ancient giant zombie's demeanor, Chen Yu frowned, instantly associating it with something bad. Without waiting for Chen Yu to react, and without the zombies leaving their homes, the ancient giant zombies rushed in ahead of them. It held 2 5-meter-long machetes into the middle of the road, all the way to chopping vegetables, dancing zombies, ordinary zombies, pole vaulting zombies, zombies with knives to read the newspaper, trolley barricade zombies all fell under its knife. No one can be spared. Perhaps it was too much to kill fast enough. The ancient giant zombie actually began to rotate madly like a gyroscope. Even the rules were ineffective against it, and the zombies in the second, third and fourth paths were harvested madly like wheat. No matter how much the benevolent dance king zombie summoned, the 4 companion zombies were as good as one in front of the ancient giant zombie. Either they wouldn't die or they would finish dead in one piece. The zombies summoned by the benevolent dancing king zombie from the tombstone are also useless. Neither the second master or the second master with a knife, or the mercenary red-eyed giant zombie can do a single damage to the ancient giant zombie. Instead, the ancient giant zombie's machete was getting redder and redder, and the white machete that had originally flashed with a cold aura was drenched in blood, so that not a single luster could be seen. The ancient giant walker spun faster and faster, and advanced at the same speed, but it was only a few minutes before it had reached a position slightly in front of the halfway point. If there were no surprises, in 3 minutes' time, the ancient giant zombie would definitely be able to arrive at Chen Yu's doorstep. Just as Chen Yu was at a loss, the benevolent dancing king zombie once again summoned the entire field of tombstones. The familiar figure that appeared in the middle of the road made Chen Yu's eyes red, and he didn't expect the jar thrower zombie and the throwing clown zombie to come to the rescue. As the jar throwing zombie threw the jar, it looked like the jar was about to land on the ancient giant zombie, but to his surprise, the jar was sliced to pieces by the ancient giant zombie's blade. However, the throwing clown zombie's gift box deals 1/5 of the damage to the ancient giant walker, and the throwing clown zombie can blow the ancient giant walker alive if it can be stalled. After figuring this out, Chen Yu immediately summoned 4 more compassionate dancing king zombies in the second, third, and fourth paths, directly using up his still abundant tombstone value. Anyway, the tombstone value can't be inherited to the next tier, and now we're facing a huge crisis, so whether we can win or not depends on this wave. Just then, a miracle happened, only to see a terrifying black shadow enveloping the homeland. Chen Yu looked up to see Dr. Stiff King wearing a sailor's mask slowly lifting his foot and stepping on the body of the ancient giant zombie. Pang! The ancient giant walker didn't have any chance to react. It was just so gently resolved. I still remember the terrifying as hell oppression of the ancient giant walker when it first appeared, but I didn't expect it to even be able to carry Dr. Stiff King's kick, giving people a feeling of a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Asshole! You again, asshole! The summoner zombie hiding above the sky clenched its teeth, its eyes flickering with flames of anger, its brows furrowed together and its nostrils shrugged as if it were a volcano that was about to erupt.
as if it might erupt at any time. But the summoner walker wasn't some reckless man, and it was able to become the right-hand man of the zombie queen by brains, not force. In this situation now, even if it went down in person, it wouldn't help. After all, it would be suppressed in rank if it went down. With Chen Yu's current rank, it would be forcibly suppressed at platinum 10 stars, which couldn't deal with Chen Yu at all. And the probability of even being able to solve Chen Yu was less than 1%, and there was a 90% chance that it would be taken out by Dr. Stiff King, even if Dr. Stiff King was only a gold 10 star, but it had to admit that Dr. Stiff King was just more powerful than it. Dr. Zombie King can cross over even one big level to kill it, or else why would Dr. Zombie King have the title of king? Why not just call it Dr. Zombie? Thinking of this, the anger in the summoner's zombie's eyes climbed steeply to the extreme. Damn Dr. Stiffy, you've got it in you to keep coming out and saving the day. I can't believe you're so timely every time. This kid can already enter the endless abyss. I don't believe he's been hiding all this time from entering the endless abyss. The summoner zombie clenched its fists tightly, slightly trembling because of the excessive force. It violently threw out its sleeves and left the 31st floor without looking back after giving its harsh words. After the summoner walker was gone, Chen Yu's panel popped up with all sorts of tips at once. However, Chen Yu did not have the time to care about this as he looked at the zombie hordes that were moving forward, and then threw a grateful look towards the Sailor Stiff King. The Sailor Stiff King lowered his head and revealed an intriguing smile towards Chen Yu, before being teleported to the endless abyss with a single step under Chen Yu's gaze. After all the zombies had left the field, Chen Yu then had time to watch the panel's prompts. Congratulations to the transferee who has successfully passed the 31st floor under the extreme mode, and has obtained 5 random zombie cards, which have been deposited into the item column. In extreme mode, the transmogrifier wiped out the enemy, and 7 random zombie cards were released, which have been deposited in the item bar. Oh, seeing that the panel had so thoughtfully deposited the zombie deck into the item bar for him, Chen Yu immediately clicked on the item bar to check it out. They are Ice Truck Zombie Deck, Sledding Zombie Squad Deck, Vulcan Zombie Deck, Stone Thrower Zombie Deck, Escalator Zombie Deck, Barrel Zombie Deck, Pole Vaulting Zombie Deck, Newspaper Reading Zombie Deck, Joker Zombie Deck, Dolphin Rider Zombie Deck, Kid Zombie Deck, and Snowman Zombie Deck. One thing is for sure, all of these zombie decks Chen Yu had one in his hand, and now that he had gotten a second one, all of them could be synthesized by Chen Yu into 2-star decks. Thinking of this, Chen Yu summoned the Zombie Illustrated Guide without even thinking about it, and as the pages of the Zombie Illustrated Guide slowly flipped, it eventually settled on the last page of the synthesized page. It's worth noting that the Zombie Illustrated book has a lot more pages than it would have at the beginning. If the zombie illustrations at the beginning were only as thick as an elementary school practice manual, they are now 2/3 as thick as a dictionary. And looking at the situation, it wouldn't be long before he could surpass the dictionary. After all, he would be gaining zombie cards faster and faster in the future, and so would the rate of promotion. As Chen Yu threw the cards that could be synthesized into the zombie icon, endless black auras continued to flash around him. In about a minute or so, a variety of brand new 2-star decks appeared in Chen Yu's hands. Name, Exploding Ice Truck Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction: Ice Car Zombie because of drunk driving problem was impounded driver's license. In order to be able to drive again, Ice Car Zombie can only run to the zombie driving school re-examination of the driver's license. In order to prevent caught again, Ice Car Zombie to their own cars with explosive devices. Ice Car Zombie received damage will speed up. The lower the amount of blood, the higher the speed of the move. When the Ice Car Zombie's blood is lower than 100 drops of blood will be entered into a state of invulnerability for 2.5 seconds, and then the zombie will be able to drive again. Forward to about 10 meters after the explosion. Name, Ice Road Sledding Zombie Squad. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction: the boss in the Sled Zombie Squad observes the sky at night every day in size from time to time. Although they are a 4-member squad acting together, but their own strength are not strong. Appearing in the battlefield can only be cannon fodder. In order to change this phenomenon, the Sled Zombie Squad and the Ice Car Zombies have been studying for a period of time, and now their sled car can leave the ice road, and can always drive forward, and will crush the enemy when they meet them. The sled truck has a blood level of 1,000, and the sled zombie team will only get off the sled truck if they blow it up. Name, Sitting Vulcan Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction: Vulcan Zombie Variant Zombies. Sitting Vulcan Zombies and Vulcan Zombies do not have a big difference. Whether it is the appearance or attributes are identical. If you have to say what the difference is, it should be Sitting Vulcan Zombies can be sat twice in a row. It is a relatively brittle death squad. Name, Extreme Stone Thrower Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Name, Continuous Escalator Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. Continuous Ladder Zombie is a variant of the Escalator Zombie.
Continuous Escalator Zombie can build a ladder on the body of the enemy, only plants,
and can always build.
In addition to his and the original Continuous Escalator Zombie compared to almost no change, but the blood is higher than the 300 blood.
Name, Pumpkinhead Barrel Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction. Iron Barrel Zombie once accidentally ate a pumpkinhead.
Who expected this pumpkinhead is actually highly toxic pumpkinhead. Cannot carry the Iron Barrel Zombie in 3 hours after the death of poisoning, and he ate the pumpkinhead is not digested. But instead of Iron Barrel Zombie's head into the head of the pumpkinhead. The pumpkinhead of the Iron Barrel Zombie's movement speed is very slow. But Pumpkinhead of the Iron Barrel Zombie can be given to the whole field. Does not wear a hat and Defense Zombie increase the Iron Barrel.
Each time the interval between each increase is about 15 seconds. Name, Sacrificial Pole Vaulting Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. Sacrificial Pole Vaulting Zombie is a variant of Pole Vaulting Zombie. Sacrificial Pole Vaulting Zombie jumps over an enemy and deals a potato thunder damage to it. When Sacrificial Pole Vaulting Zombie jumps over an enemy, he himself will die immediately and summon a new Sacrificial Pole Vaulting Zombie at the same place. And so on and so forth, unless the enemy can be killed before he gets close to him. Then Sacrificial Pole Vaulting Zombie can unless the enemy can kill him before he gets close. The Sacrificial Pole Vaulting Zombie can keep going. Name, Stealth Reading Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction. Once is the zombie world everyone looked down on the old and sickly zombies. But you have to remember, the old and sickly is once.
If anyone dares to read the newspaper in front of the stealth zombie mention the old and sickly, this 4 words will certainly trigger a hidden egg.
Stealth read the newspaper zombie out holding a newspaper. The newspaper can be immune to a time of ash damage.
When the stealth zombie newspaper readers are knocked out of the newspaper will be into the state of berserk. The attack speed and movement speed will be increased by 300% and will enter the stealth. When the newspaper is knocked out,
the stealth zombie will enter a berserk state,
increasing its attack speed and movement speed by 300%,
and will enter stealth. Name, Stampeding Clown Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction. Stampede Clown Zombie is a clown zombie variant zombie. Stampede Clown Zombie whole body showing red.
Stampede Clown Zombie moving speed is 3 times the original version. But Stampede Clown Zombie hands of the gift box with the Clown Zombie rampage and become more manic.
No matter any time, anywhere, there may be an explosion. Name, Shark Knight Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction. Dolphin Knight Zombie because of a chance to tame the shark.
With a stronger helping hand he chose to directly replace the dolphin for a more powerful shark. Shark Knight Zombie's movement speed is twice as fast as the original version of the shark.
When the enemy appeared in front of the party, the shark will not take Shark Knight Zombie leaping over the enemy,
but rushed up to the enemy in the same way as a way to cause a great damage, followed by the death of the shark itself.
Name, Exploding Kid Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value.
Introduction. Explosive Kid Zombie is a variant of Kid Zombie Zombie. Explosive Kid Zombie can be immune to damage when dying, will lock the blood trigger immune to damage. Immune to damage after the Kid Zombie will immediately explode.
The explosion range and damage is equivalent to the cherry bomb. Name, Christmas Snowman Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value.
Introduction. Snowman Zombie is a more mysterious existence in the zombie world. Although the surface looks very cold.
In fact,
he is very much like to chat and caring guy. Once he happened to know that Christmas exists, immediately disguised as Santa Claus to send gifts to various children's houses, so it is honored as Christmas Snowman Zombie. Christmas Snowman Zombie and the original Snowman Zombie attributes are the same.
But Christmas Snowman, the zombie will not run away, and will randomly throw gifts to enemies and friends.
This gift is full of unknowns,
may be dangerous, may also be the aura of enhancement. Anything is possible.
Looking at the 12 2-star cards that appeared in his hands,
Shen Yu was stunned.
I didn't expect that this time the synthesized cards were actually all new.
Not even one of the same,
which made Shen Yu somewhat helpless.
After all,
only previously owned 2-star decks can be hoarded with any hope of fusing a 3-star deck. Of course, this was not to say that the 2-star decks were bad.
After all, the strength of these 12 zombie decks were all very online. And for this, Shen Yu was still quite satisfied. After synthesizing the cards,
Shen Yu had no desire to continue playing and return to reality. After seeing that no one had contacted him on his cell phone,
Chen Yu then opened the listening software to listen to the book and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yu was still asleep when he was woken up by a phone call. Chen Yu picked up his cell phone and found that the caller contact was Qin Shuang. Originally, he thought that he was hanging up the phone and continued to sleep. But when he thought that Qin Shuang must have something in mind when she called him so early, he simply picked up the phone. Of course, the main reason was that he owed Qin Shuang $50 million that he hadn't paid yet, and now that Qin Shuang was his debtor, he couldn't treat his debtor so casually. Hey, baby feather, what took you so long to answer? You didn't just wake up, did you? Qin Shuang's flirtation came from the other end of the phone. Her voice was sweet, like heavenly music, like a fairy playing music in the heavenly palace. The notes happened to flow down to the mortal world. Chen Yu was very clear that Qin Frost's voice was on the cool side, and the current sweet timbre was most likely to be clamped out. But Qin Frost clamped out too naturally, and it was completely inaudible, as if Qin Frost was born with this timbre. Whoa, what's with the early morning madness? Hearing Qin Shuang open his mouth and call him Baby Fei, this caused Chen Yu's old face to blush, and he subconsciously retorted back with less friendly words. Qin Shuang sucked in her nose and lay on her back on the sofa with an aggrieved expression, just like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Even through the screen, Chen Yu could imagine Qin Shuang tearfully lying on her side on the ground softly sobbing, 2 lines of tears sliding down from both sides of her cheeks. So it could be said that I feel sorry for her. Okay, seriously, what did you want to see me about? Seeing Qin Shuang's delay in getting to the point, Chen Yu yawned, and then put his cell phone next to his ear, while he himself lay on the bed in a large zigzag shape, closing his eyes to rest his mind. Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you were up yet. Seeing Chen Yu change the topic, Qin Shuang immediately put away her fake crying and subtly tested Chen Yu. Haven't gotten up yet. Fighting the 31 layers yesterday exhausted me, and I haven't gotten my essence back yet. Chen Yu yawned again and subconsciously rolled over, almost crushing the cell phone screen. Luckily, he was very relaxed when he slept and didn't use a single ounce of strength, or else the cell phone would have been crushed to pieces by his platinum-level powerhouse. What? And you've beaten the 31st floor? Hearing Chen Yu say this, Qin Shuang first froze for a moment, then shouted out in an extremely exaggerated voice. Yeah, don't be so surprised. My eardrums are intolerant. Chen Yu gave a light hiss with some difficulty, then reached out his little thumb and dug in his ear. He used to love this maneuver, when he could dig out a lot of earwax, and it was a great stress reliever. But now with the increase in strength, the impurities in the body are expelled and the earwax is naturally gone. It's not bad. I've only just gotten to gold not long ago, and you've already gotten to platinum. I also don't know if those who have ever fought you and still stayed in silver will find a building to jump from, Qin Shuang said rather emotionally. Chen Yu laughed. I also only passed the 31st floor by a fluke, and I don't know how it happened. My 31st floor was an extreme mode that only allowed me to choose 2 cards, and I almost flipped on this floor, but in the end, it was said that I was skillful enough to take the victory by a close margin. Ha, what? Qin Shuang looked stupefied. You actually entered limit mode and cleared the 31st floor while in limit mode? Yeah, what's the problem? Chen Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, lying on the bed with a relaxed expression, but the unstoppable smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed the mood of the moment. But it's understandable. After all, he's not a saint and has his own 3 views and likes and dislikes. It was a normal thing to feel happy at being praised by others, and Chen Yu was no exception. Even if it wasn't him, and it was replaced by another Yang Yu or Yi Yu, there was a chance to put on a hard cup in front of a stunning beauty. Would they miss it? No, it won't. It's in everyone's nature to fill a cup, and no one is an exception. Mr. Ma, a successful person in his last life, once said, I don't like money. I'm not interested in money. Isn't this a loaded cup? It's also a mounted cup. Why would Mr. Ma make so much money if he really didn't like money? Mr. Ma merely hid the cup and mounted a very invisible cup, instead of with the kind of overnight wealth of profiteers like everywhere to show off how much money they have earned. This will appear to be a small pattern. A small family. You really? Qin Shuang was a bit speechless. Do you know how powerful you are? You should know that limit mode is a hidden mode. A mode that only appears once in a million transmutations. The difficulty of the hidden mode is so high that it's basically a death sentence if you encounter it. But if you pass this level in hidden mode, you can get rewards that would be hard to match in several levels combined. In the eyes of ordinary powerhouses, hidden mode is both an opportunity and a challenge, and the slightest mishap could leave a corpse in the ground. And in the eyes of ordinary people it's even a hell mode. And in front of a heavenly wizard like you, who is destined to suppress an era horizontally, limit mode isn't a limit mode at all. It's a lucky mode that can give away a huge wave of benefits. Hearing Qin Shuang say this, the corners of Chen Yu's mouth simply couldn't be suppressed and could only be allowed to rise. However, Qin Shuang did not know that Chen Yu's limit mode was being forcefully targeted by the summoner bereaved. Chen Yu not only had to face various elite monster zombies, he also had to face the ancient giant zombies that were as terrifying as they were. If he hadn't gotten lucky and summoned the Sailor Stiff King, it was still unknown whether Chen Yu would have been able to clear this level. After all, Chen Yu almost folded in the hands of the boulders of the rolling stonewalkers, which could not be described as an easy pass. If Qin Shuang knew the truth about Chen Yu being targeted, he was afraid that he would jump 3 feet high and directly put a collar on himself and then hand the rope to Chen Yu. As the saying goes, one man gets a chicken and a dog. If he can't climb into a relationship with Chen Yu, Qin Shuang would really think of other relationships to bring the relationship between himself and Chen Yu closer. It's nothing, by the way. What was it you called me about? Chen Yu smiled gently and did not say more on this topic, instead pulling the conversation back to the topic that he had started with. Oh, you mean this? I'm at the door of your villa now. You'll know what I'm going to say when you open the door. Qin Shuang hung up the phone after saying mysteriously, "Ha? What the hell?" Chen Yu looked at the phone in his hand that had been hung up with a dumbfounded look. How did Qin Shuang say that he had arrived at the door? Although the two men's villas were close enough to be described as neighbors, arriving and arriving right away were two different things. With a hesitant attitude, Chen Yu came to the door with great speed and opened it to take a look outside. Only Qin Shuang stood there with a smile on her face, her hands behind her back as if she was hiding something. What do you have in your hand? Chen Yu curiously glanced at Qin Shuang's hand, but Qin Shuang did not have the intention to show him, and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Why don't you guess?" Qin Shuang smiled playfully and raised her eyebrows in a mysterious manner. "I'm not going to guess. I'll close the door if you don't." Chen Yu rolled his eyes and then prepared to close the door. Wait. I'll talk. Can't I talk? Seeing Chen Yu's unamused look, Qin Shuang was furious, but she was now in the status of a suitor, and could only break her teeth and swallow her stomach in the face of this attitude of Chen Yu. It couldn't be helped. Who made her need to hug Chen Yu's thigh? Go ahead then. Seeing Qin Shuang's anxious and panicked look, Chen Yu smiled faintly, and his hand that was about to close the door gave a start for it. I brought you breakfast. Why don't you try some? Under Chen Yu's expectant gaze, Qin Shuang coughed twice, and then slightly coyly took out from behind him the 2 buns and green bean congee that he had personally gone to buy. She had long inquired about Chen Yu's family environment, and although his sister was Su Binglan had not returned to the Su family for a long time, and was already in a semi-detached state. Under these circumstances, Su Binglan had no way to give Chen Yu too good a living condition. The place to live, for example, is a mediocre little 100-square-foot house, not even a villa, let alone a Michelin meal. If there were no surprises, Su Binglan's living conditions with Chen Yu and the two of them should be very frugal, and although they were not worried about food and clothing, they were definitely not too good. Qin Shuang pondered that Chen Yu's current consumerism had not yet changed over, and running over with a large pile of things was too abrupt. Why don't you be a little more grounded and just buy 2 buns and mung bean congee? And maybe you can even impress Chen Yu. You're at least a family son. Why would you think to bring 2 buns and green bean porridge over? Seeing the ordinary plastic bag handed over by Qin Shuang, Chen Yu looked at her with a look like you're teasing me. I'm not looking for the other. You are not accustomed to eat well. Tomorrow you want to eat what directly with me? Outside there is I will go to buy for you. There is no I will call the home chef to give you customized. Noticing Chen Yu's eyes, Qin Shuang's pretty face reddened, cursing herself in her heart for being smart, not realizing that being smart was not smart enough. Had she known, she would have brought some cake. No, I'll just eat whatever I want by myself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head in tears and laughter, and then reached out his hand to take the plastic bag handed over by Qin Shuang. We're both friends at least. Do you have to be so cold to me? Hearing this, Qin Shuang's heart tightened, but on the surface, he shrugged his shoulders in a flirtatious tone. Ha ha ha, it's not that I'm cold to you. It's mainly because you're too enthusiastic. If you have a request for me you can just say it. As your friend, as long as I'm able to do what I can help you, provided that this matter won't harm my own interests. Chen Yu smiled and said, really? Anything that's within your power, except for things that hurt your interests? Hearing Chen Yu say this, Qin Shuang immediately brightened up, as if the hunter had seen his prey, making Chen Yu look a little nervous. Well, really, as long as it's something that doesn't jeopardize the benefits. Chen Yu hesitated for a second or two, and finally nodded under Qin Shuang's expectant eyes. Yeah, so, Chen Yu-san, can I be your lover? After receiving Chen Yu's affirmative reply, Qin Shuang no longer had a moment's hesitation and directly made her feelings known to Chen Yu. Good. Wait, what did you say? No. Tell me again. Chen Yu subconsciously wanted to agree, but the result was that the words had just been exported and suddenly reacted that something was wrong. He looked at Qin Shuang's wolf-like expression, his heart jumped, and his footsteps slightly trembled as he took a step back, as if he had seen something terrible. Chun Yu, I like you. Seeing Chen Yu's expression as if he was an enemy,
Qin Shuang could no longer control the agitation in her heart and directly took a step forward to pull Chen Yu's hand. A pair of affectionate eyes full of pleading.
Cough 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 cough. I'm sorry, I might have been dreaming before I woke up. I'm going back to bed. I'll contact you at noon if anything happens, ha. Chen Yu fled as if he was ready to turn around and leave, but his hand was grabbed by Qin Shuang. So how could Qin Shuang let him break free so easily? No, Mr. Chun Yu, you haven't responded to my confession.
Qin Shuang hugged Chen Yu's body from behind, then pressed her face against Chen Yu's back and choked.
I'm a little too messed up to answer you right now.
Chen Yu's voice slightly trembled as he returned. Although he had been a man in 2 lives, an extreme beauty like Qin Shuang was not the kind of mediocre powder that could be compared to that in his previous life. In the face of the kind of casually frivolous women inside the bar in his previous life, Chen Yu could naturally cope with himself. But Qin Shuang's deep confession of this kind of superb beauty, he really didn't know what to do. Student Chen Yu, turn around and look me in the eyes. I don't believe you have 2 empty eyes. Qin Shuang's choking stopped and was replaced by a seductive voice. If the Qin Shuang just now was a heavenly maiden that I could see, the current Qin Shuang was a seductive demon that ate people without spitting out bones. Under Qin Shuang's repeated requests, Chen Yu swallowed his saliva and finally chose to twist his head to look at Qin Shuang.
As a result, it doesn't matter if you don't look at it.
You'll almost lose your soul if you look at it. Only to see Qin Shuang looking at him with a flushed face, her eyes full of playfulness, the air around her filled with the scent of roses, so that people could not help but sink into it. Mr.
Chun Yu,
I am now solemnly telling you that from now on you belong to me.
Do you understand?
Seeing that Chen Yu was still holding his ground, Qin Shuang once again changed her style, turning into that towering iceberg queen, her tone full of seriousness and commanding tone. Seeing Qin Shuang being so versatile, the excitement in Chen Yu's heart just now faded partially. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said in tears and laughter,
Qin Frost, what are you doing?
The 2 of us have met only a handful of times.
And if we hadn't met at the entrance of the school that day, we wouldn't even be considered friends. And you're still saying that you like me? Mr. Chun Yu, have you ever been in love? Hearing what Chen Yu said,
Qin Shuang did not answer positively,
but instead asked back a rhetorical question from a different angle. No. Why? Chen Yu froze for a moment and then replied, then how do you know what love is?
Qin Shuang smiled faintly. There are many things in this world that are love at first sight.
Do we have to explain them one by one in scientific terms? Don't you think it's ridiculous? I wanted to ask you, have you ever been in love?
Chen Yu blinked and asked back in Qin Shuang's words.
No.
Qin Shuang shook his head rightfully.
Then how do you know what to like? Chen Yu cocked his head, feeling like his brain was going down. Read TV shows and novels.
Qin Frost crossed her arms and said with a straight face,
6, and it's still you.
Chen Yu was silent for a long time, then made a hand gesture movement of 6 with his hand.
Go inside and talk.
Seeing that Qin Shuang was pulling on his hand and was unwilling to let go, Chen Yu could only compromise and offer a solution.
Good. Qin Shuang nodded, then closed the door and followed Chen Yu's footsteps towards the sofa in the hall.
The 2 of them sat opposite each other, and Chen Yu purposely maintained a safe distance,
just to prevent Qin Shuang from pouncing on him again.
In the face of Qin Shuang, this kind of impeccable beauty in both figure and appearance, Chen Yu really couldn't resist. In order to prevent his body from falling first, he could only choose to avoid the front for the time being. There is an old saying that if you endure for a while, the wind and waves will calm down, and if you take a step back, the sea and the sky will be wide open. Seeing Qin Shuang sitting on the sofa in a regular manner, Chen Yu took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. I want to know why you like me. Don't you tell me about love at first sight. I never believe in this kind of thing. I want you to tell the truth. What a coincidence. I don't believe in love at first sight either. But this kind of thing is really hard to say. It's right if you want to describe it as love at first sight. But I didn't just fall in love with you when I saw you, but rather I fell in love with you by combining multiple factors. Qin Shuang said very frankly.
Oh, what do you mean? Chen Yu asked curiously. Qin Shuang laughed. To be honest,
I can describe you as love at first sight, and I can't describe you as love at first sight. There are a few aspects of you that I'm truly attracted to. Firstly,
your looks are outstanding. It's my favorite type. Secondly, you're very strong. Every woman is born strong. I'm no exception.
You're the first person who was able to defeat me so easily,
and twice in a row. So I admit that I'm overwhelmed by you. Thirdly, your talent is very strong. Maybe other people can't see it, but in my eyes, you are the kind of supreme genius that can crush an era. You will rise at an extremely fast speed and crush everyone in the world. The above is the source of my fondness for you. You may think me snobbish. I can graciously admit that I am extremely strong.
There hasn't been a single person in the world who has caught my eye in these 18 years.
And you, being the first, will be the last. What do you think of my explanation? After saying that, Qin Shuang lazily laid down on the sofa.
She went out to buy breakfast today, was wearing a big white rabbit one-piece pajamas out. In order to see Chen Yu specially back home to change a strapless halter dress. This short black dress she hadn't worn out yet because it was really short and basically might be more revealing if she sat in a chair and casually moved around. So she usually just wore it around the house for her own fun. So naturally she couldn't possibly wear it out for others to see. But in order to be able to take Qin Yu, she also put up a fight and directly put on this short black halter dress. Perhaps because she felt that it was not too comfortable to lie down like this. Qin Shuang thought about it and then took off her high-heeled boots and lifted up her two long legs wrapped in black stockings to lie down sideways on the sofa, which was much more comfortable. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Chen Yu subconsciously looked at Qin Shuang, and as a result, he almost sprayed out his nosebleed. The beautiful curve of the collarbone, the sexy shoulders, and the private customized short halter dress showed Qin Shuang's perfect figure to the fullest, so that he couldn't help but start to mess up his thoughts. What's wrong? Student Chen Yu, why are you so red in the face? Is there something wrong? Noticing Chen Yu's reddened cheeks, Qin Shuang laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she still put on a surprised and worried expression to ask out loud. It's okay, I get where you're coming from, but I might have to think about it. Chen Yu lightly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, while politely presenting his point of view to Qin Shuang. Faced with Qin Shuang's honest answer as well as her tantalizing figure, Chen Yu actually wanted to agree, but after carefully considering Qin Shuang's family background, Chen Yu was a bit hesitant again. After all, he wasn't too sure whether what Qin Shuang said was the truth or not. In case Qin Shuang really had something against him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, agreeing to it would mean becoming a pillow. What are you hesitating about? Is it because Qinan is my brother? Noticing Chen Yu's uncertain expression, Qin Shuang asked very frankly. Well, I've had problems with him. In the face of Qin Shuang's frankness, Chen Yu's expression was stunned. Then he nodded. He had known before that Qin Frost and Qinan were siblings, but Qin Frost was different from that idiot Qinan, and Qin Frost was obviously much more sensible. In the face of Qin Shuang's repeated gestures of goodwill, Chen Yu finally decided to count Qin Shuang and Qinan separately. His conflict with Qinan had nothing to do with Qin Frost, and it was fine to become friends with Qin Frost, but taking it further could be problematic. After all, Lu Yan also said, how could I have a scheming heart? In the face of Qin Frost's application to become a pillow, Chen Yu really needs to consider a lot of things, and can no longer singularly separate the sibling relationship between Qin Frost and Qinan. I've already taught Qinan a lesson. If Qinan persists, I'll personally make a move to reclaim the identity of the Qin family's heir. All of his current identity was given to him by me. I don't want to be bound by this burden of the Qin family, but if he is able to turn back from the wrong path, I still hope that you can be generous enough to forgive him once. If you really can't, then I will expel him from the Dragon Kingdom, and never let him appear in front of you to get in the way. Maybe you'll think I'm lying, but it's okay, time will prove to you my sincere heart, even if you don't promise me right now, but I've already taken you as my boyfriend. Whatever you need you can tell me, yo. I'll promise you anything you ask for. Qin Shuang smiled and threw a wink at Chen Yu. I'm a little messed up right now, so go ahead and go home. Seeing that Qin Shuang was so frank, but instead, Chen Yu would not be able to make it whole, and after hesitating for a long time, Chen Yu still gave the order to expel the guests. After Qin Shuang left, Chen Yu sat in the living room for a long time. He thought a lot but finally decided not to promise Qin Shuang. After all, Qin Shuang's identity was too sensitive for him to actually accept. Early the next morning, Qin Shuang once again paid a visit to the door, and in her hand, she was carrying a privately ordered strawberry cake with the names of both Chen Yu and Qin Shuang carved on top of the cake. In the face of Qin Frost's bold courtship, Chen Yu acted bitterly, but no matter what expression he made to politely reject Qin Frost, it was useless. Qin Frost seemed to have made up her mind to take him down. In order to get rid of Qin Frost, Chen Yu could only tentatively agree to the couple application of pulling hands and taking a walk together, but wanting to take a step closer still didn't work. He had concerns about Qin Frost. As time went on, it was soon time for the official start of the school year, with teachers and various staff members arriving at the school. The management of the Green Dragon Academy was relaxed, and all scenes were open to the students except for a very few places. In the past 2 days, Chen Yu and Qin Shuang had been wandering around the academy when they had nothing else to do, often taking a walk near the Swan Lake in the center of the academy's forest. It's worth noting that the academy has special rooms for card combining and sparring, and even an open sparring dueling arena. While it sounds like a cutting room is similar to a cutting dueling arena, a cutting room is used for sparring with each other and settling personal grudges.
And the cutting duel arena is an extracurricular discipline that the four academies have traditionally maintained. There are two types of rankings in the cutting duel arena, one on a yearly basis and one on a monthly basis. The month-based ones start at the beginning of the month and are settled on the last day of the month, and the rewards are automatically settled at the end of the month. And any ranked students can go and collect their rewards. The year-based ones start at the beginning of the year and are settled on the last day of the year, and the rewards are also automatically settled at the end of the year, so you just need to collect them yourself. However, the annual list is different from the monthly list in that the annual list counts students up to 1,000, while the monthly list only records students up to 100. The most important thing is that the Green Dragon Academy is not divided into any grade. The strength is strong, you are the senior. The strength is weak, you are the junior. Not whoever enters the Green Dragon Academy first is the senior. This also led to the annual list and monthly list are not divided into grades. The matching mechanism is particularly random. The new and the elementary school students match to the diamond level of the old schoolmasters are a common occurrence. Of course, the cutting and dueling arena was relatively fair. If the old senior was saying that he was pressing people with his rank, then this would not need to be played with, and the rankings would just be directly based on the rank. That's why the cutting duel arena suppresses everyone's level to 1. And the home grounds are the most primitive venues, purely competing in tactical arrangements and the strength of their respective fused decks. In this way, freshly minted scholars are also eligible to compete for the monthly and yearly lists and receive rewards from the academy. That being said, becoming a diamond level powerhouse would allow you to graduate from the Green Dragon Academy, or you could choose to stay. If you become a Black U level powerhouse, you can choose to communicate with the academy and change from a student to a teacher. However, after reaching the Black U level, one could not stay in the Green Dragon Academy as a student. After all, the Black U level was already a party of powerhouses. How could one still stay in the academy and take up resources? Another thing that made Chinyu very shocked was that the Green Dragon Academy actually covered an area of a terrifying 1,000 square kilometers. If it hadn't been for the last few days of walking plus asking his teachers, he wouldn't have known. This has been equivalent to an island that size. No wonder the Green Dragon College accommodation area is full of villas. On this teaching conditions and covers an area of even if all the villas also seem to be very empty. Fortunately, Chenyu and Xin Shuang were lucky and were assigned the outermost villa in the accommodation area. It was left behind by the previous seniors who had graduated, and the villa had been cleaned and all the various bed covers replaced with new ones. Otherwise, if you are assigned to it, I'm afraid you'll have to waste a lot of time going home. Today the official opening of the school needs to go to the classroom to show up. The enrollment teacher also made a special call to remind Chenyu according to the address given by the enrollment teacher to the classroom. The classroom is one of those stepped classrooms that go from low to high, with the lowest being parallel to the frontmost podium. As soon as Chenyu entered the door, he saw a dozen acquaintances sitting on the seats, and several of them were even people who had fought against each other twice when they were competing for the national ranking. Brother Chen, this way. Right at this moment, a familiar voice came from the last row, and it was also this shout that caused everyone in the classroom to look towards Chenyu. Wow! It's really Chenyu. When the enrollment teacher told us that Chenyu was in the Green Dragon Academy, he still didn't believe it. But there was no reaction from the Vermilion Bird Academy's side, so I came over. I didn't expect it to be true. Although both Green Dragon Academy and Vermilion Bird Academy teach the zombie profession and the strength of the two academies is similar, Chenyu is at the top of the national ranking, so I'll go wherever he goes. Just kidding. I'm a man who has been defeated twice by Chenyu, so I'm just asking if any of you have this treatment? That really doesn't compare. I haven't even encountered Chenyu and as a result, I've only barely reached 32nd place. If I encounter Chenyu twice in a row, I'm afraid that I'll directly fall down 100 places. As long as Chenyu is here, I'm relieved. This trip to the Green Dragon Academy did not come in vain. I do not know what level Chenyu is now. I have silver 10 stars, soon to be promoted to gold. I do not know how much more can catch up with Chenyu. The students at the scene looked at Chenyu and talked. Most of them knew Chenyu. There was no way who made Chenyu too famous. If it isn't brother Wushuang, why are you here too? Seeing Yi Wushuang's handsome face, Chenyu's eyes lit up and he quickly walked up the steps and came to sit beside Yi Wushuang. I'm a zombie by profession too. You forgot? Yi Wushuang cried and laughed. He had thought a lot at home since he was defeated by Chenyu that time, and his family had been enlightening him. As a genius, Yi Wushuang couldn't accept his failure. He thought that he was born to be unique in the world, one of a kind, suppressing an era horizontally, but he didn't realize that the talent he was so proud of was a joke in front of Chenyu. What double talent? What third son of the Yi family? Yi Wushuang? In front of Chenyu, he didn't even have a shred of resistance, and it was this overwhelming defeat that made him recognize reality. Instead of dwelling on past failures, He now chooses to reconcile with himself and follow in Chen Yu's footsteps. He asked the rest of the Yi family what they thought of Chen Yu. Their comments were all compliments without exception, and even his father uttered the phrase unfathomable with a grave expression on his face, which was the fundamental reason why he had come to the Green Dragon Academy to stay with Chen Yu. If I can't beat you, I'll join you. Isn't there an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do? No. I was searching to see if there wasn't still the Vermilion Bird Academy. Why have you all come to the Green Dragon Academy? Chen Yu looked at Yi Wushuang with a curious face. Not only Yi Wushuang, but also many zombie profession transitioners whose names were seen on the national ranking have come to the Green Dragon Academy. So wouldn't the Vermilion Bird Academy not be able to recruit students? Yi Wushuang smiled and said, in previous years, the level of the students of the Green Dragon Academy and the Vermilion Bird Academy were not far apart. But this term is an exception. It's not that the academy has a problem. It's that the students have a problem. Because you, Chen Yu, the first zombie profession transferee on the Bronze Potential Ranking state ranking went to the Green Dragon Academy. And when others saw that you all chose the Green Dragon Academy, they naturally followed suit, with only a few going to the Vermilion Bird Academy. Ha, because of me? I'm searching and I didn't ask you guys to come? Chen Yu sat in his chair with a dumbfounded look on his face. He didn't even have the contact information of these people. Yi Wushuang had at least called him before. As for the others, they had little impression. Yi Wushuang smiled and said, you didn't ask us to come, but you came to the Green Dragon Academy. Of course we zombie profession transmigrants are following you. You are now a benchmark for the zombie profession. There were more than 300 people in this class, all of whom had come to Qinglong Academy by admiring Chen Yu's valor. On the contrary, the Vermilion Bird Academy's side had only recruited over 200 people this year, and the number of geniuses was 1/3 less than that of the Green Dragon Academy. Don't look at how big the Green Dragon Academy was, but the number of students enrolled each year was extremely limited. After all, the signboards of the 4 famous academies were here, and it was impossible for them to lower their standards to enroll students. Typically, each class that comes in is placed in a class led by a black flare level teacher, with 3 diamond level tutors in the mix to supplement them. Note that tutors can only assist the black U level teachers when they are in class. They do not have the right or ability to teach the class, and this is the most critical. Chen Yu still wanted to say something, but the noisy atmosphere of the scene suddenly quieted down, which made Chen Yu smell a hint of something wrong and immediately shut his mouth. Ahem. Just then, a cough rang out from the podium there. Chen Yu turned his head to look, only to see a black-clothed Zhong Lao standing on the podium with a serious face sweeping over the crowd present. After seeing Chen Yu's face, Elder Zhong's serious demeanor revealed an imperceptible smile. However, the smile was so imperceptible and fleeting that no one else caught the message except for Chen Yu, who had already reached the platinum level. Zhong Lao laughed and tapped the podium with his middle knuckle. Students, my name is Zhong Qing. Others like to call me Zhong Lao. You can call me Teacher Zhong. By definition, this class is just a socialization class, so you can get to know each other, so we can get to know each other. But unlike me, this class, your first class in school, will be the best class you've had since you started. We don't do the equality thing. I believe in strength above all else. As long as you have strength, you have status and resources. And if you don't, keep your tail between your legs. Now, I'm going to make Mr. Chen Yu the class president. If it's in the absence of me as well as the other teachers, he'll be the acting teacher. Who's in favor of it and who's against it? As Zhong Lao's words fell, the classroom was silent, and no one dared to stand out as a standout. The small portion of them who did not know who Chen Yu was also understood Chen Yu's identity after hearing the comments of the people around them. No one said anything, so that means there's no opposition? Zhong Lao laughed, then said, the benefits of being a class president are more than that. You guys are so quiet now, don't regret it later. Hearing Elder Zhong say this, an acute muscular strong man stood up and asked, Mr. Zhong, may I ask what other benefits the class president has? If you don't finish at once, we won't know whether we should fight for this right or not. The corners of Zhong Lao's mouth hooked up slightly as he smiled and spoke. Good. This student asked a good question. Then I'll tell you about the future rank system and the benefits of each rank. As for the class president, it's a special benefit that overrides the rank system. First of all, the 300 or so of you are divided into 3 ranks. The top 100 in strength are ranked A, the top 200 in strength are ranked B, and all the rest are ranked C. Class C students receive 3 1-star random zombie decks per month, and Class B students receive 5 random 1-star zombie decks per month. A-level students receive 6 random 1-star zombie decks and 2 designated 1-star zombie decks each month. With the designated decks provided, they are available in the school's resource library. As for the class president's benefits are much better. Not only can you receive 6 designated 1-star zombie decks every month, but you can also get a designated 2-star zombie deck. Or if you don't need a designated one or the resource pool doesn't have a need for one, then it's changed to 2 random 2-star zombie decks. As for how the hierarchy should be established, I'll tell you in class 3 days from now. But the class president is determined right now. So if you have no objections, then I'll set Chen Yu as our class president. Just after Zhong Lao's words, the classroom, which had just been incredibly dull, resounded with noises like bargaining in a food market. Holy shit, what's the reason? The class president's welfare is so good. Even the classmates whose grading system is A-ranked can't compare to a single hair of the class president's welfare. It can't be helped. This is the world of the weak and the strong. You can't beat people, you have to accept unfair treatment. The resources in this world are limited. Even in the family it's impossible to distribute them evenly, right? The words are so. But a family is a family and an academy is an academy. A family can't do an even distribution because a family has to develop and grow and inevitably tilts its resources to the more talented members of the clan. But an academy is a place to teach and educate. So why can't it do an even distribution? You're really funny. If it was in the old days that would be true that everyone was equal. But since the appearance of the matchmaking platform, it's all about strength. So stop daydreaming, will you? Laughing my ass off. You can't beat Chen Yu and you don't want to give up your resources, so you can only snipe here. Who do you think will take care of you? In the eyes of others, you're a clown, get it? The students bickered back and forth. Some thought that Chen Yu should be the class president, while others felt that resources should be allocated reasonably. But none of them dared to bring up the idea of issuing a challenge to Chen Yu. Seeing this scene, Zhong Lao shook his head and sighed in his heart. And just then, the muscular strong man who stood out at the beginning spoke again. Teacher Zhong, I only have one question. If I issue a challenge to Chen Yu, can I get him to suppress to the same rank to spar with me? I'm only a silver 10-star right now, but he's already a gold-level powerhouse. That's a question you should ask Mr. Chen Yu himself, and he's not a gold level, but a platinum level. Elder Zhong laughed and looked at Chen Yu with an inquiring gaze, seeking Chen Yu's own opinion. After all, the person who is going to fight is not him. It is always bad for him to agree in one mouthful. In case it makes Chen Yu such a genius feel resentful is not a blood loss? What? Platinum level? How long has it been since the bronze potential ranking has passed? Chen Yu has stepped into the platinum grade. This promotion speed is too exaggerated, right? Indeed. In the past, bronze to silver, that moment can still be explained by the tier simple, but after stepping into gold, the tier is more and more difficult. You must play steadily, otherwise it is extremely easy to roll over. But Chen Yu's speed has not been reduced in the slightest, worthy of being the number 1 on the bronze potential list. This is troublesome. He's a silver 10-star little Karami who dares to touch Chen Yu, a platinum level big shot. If he angers Chen Yu, I'm afraid he won't have a good time in the future. Indeed, I don't know what this man thinks. Even if Chen Yu agrees to suppress to the same level as him, he has no chance of winning. We must know that Chen Yu's strongest point is not his level, but his godly zombie deck. Hearing Zhong Lao's words, the scene immediately exploded. Everyone looked at the muscular strong man with sympathetic or gloating eyes. This was what happened to the headstrong man. The muscular strong man coldly shouted when he heard the comments of the people around him. Chen Yu, right? My name is Zhou Daju. I'm different from everyone here. I'm from an ordinary family, and I've come to where I am now step by virtue of my own hard work. I heard that you were also born from an ordinary family. I have a lot of respect for your deeds, but I think others have blown you too far. I'm here to challenge you today and pull you down. If you have the ability, suppress your rank to the same level as me. After saying that, Zhou Daju also did not care about other people's strange gazes, and directly posed bodybuilding movements, which made the students look blank. Pull down the altar? Alright, I'd like to see how you're going to pull me down. I can suppress the level to the same level as you. Hearing Zhou Daju's words, the corners of Chen Yu's mouth rose slightly. He had not heard such words for a long time, and vaguely remembered that the last time was when he was competing in the bronze potential ranking state ranking. Well, a gentleman's word is his bond. Zhou Daju's eyes lit up and he quickly came to Chen Yu's side and added his buddy. Seeing that the two of them were about to start their friendly sparring session, Elder Zhong spoke up. Hold on, before you start sparring, you need to link your own sparring platform to the classroom's projector, which can put your fight on the big screen for everyone to see your strength. This special projector that could link to the sparring platform was made from special materials gathered from the endless abyss. The advantage is that you don't need to add friends to watch the battle from the big screen. The disadvantage is that this special projector consumes a lot of power, but for Qinglong Academy, this power consumption is nothing. Good. Chen Yu and Zhou Daju exchanged glances and immediately linked their sparring platforms to the special projector. As the large screen flashed with a special blue light, Chen Yu and Zhou Daju also entered the sparring platform. Friendship cuts were special pure white spaces,
and behind the two were their respective homes, the size of which changed because Chen Yu suppressed his own level.
Are the parties ready to finish?
Yes. A prompt popped up on both of their panels, and Chen Yu and Zhou Daju raised their heads at the same time to look at each other, then clicked ready.
Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Crazy Tombstone, Crazy Dead Zombie, Split Duck Lifesaver Zombie, Blind Box Zombie, Tombstone Barrel Zombie, Can Thrower Zombie, Trolley Barricade Zombie, Kindness Dancing King Zombie, Angry Reader Zombie, Pumpkin Head Barrel Zombie. Chen Yu quickly finalized the candidates.
Although he suppressed his own level, the card slots would not be reduced just because the level was suppressed, in order not to be said to be bullying the small. So Chen Yu just randomly ordered a few zombie decks.
Mutant Tombstone, Mutant Sword and Axe Zombie, General Thunderbolt Zombie, Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie, Mutant Primal White-Eyed Giant Zombie, Mutant Mirror Zombie, Mutant Knight of the Close Quarters Zombie.
As for Zhou Daju, the 7 zombie card slots were also second choices, but unlike Chen Yu, his second choices weren't imperative, but because he only had so many zombie decks that he could hold. But don't look at the fact that he can only come up with these zombie decks, which are actually first-rate strong. Especially that Thunderbolt General Zombie was his family's heirloom, and he was able to get all the way through to here. And the Thunderbolt General Zombie deserves a lot of credit.
His talent is mutation,
which allows the zombie deck or the zombies in the board to mutate.
And this mutation is uncontrollable,
with the possibility of going in a good direction or a bad direction. All of his cards except this General Thunderbolt Zombie have been mutated by his gift. Those that were able to be selected were the ones that mutated in a good direction, while the zombie decks that mutated in a bad direction were sold by him to someone else in time to stop the loss.
After starting the matchup,
Chen Yu and Zhou Daju coincidentally placed their respective tombstones in the middle.
Name, Mutant Tombstone. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, Mutated Tombstone.
Every time it summons a zombie, it can get 50 tombstone value, and the zombie summoned has a 50% probability to be a mutated ordinary zombie.
Mutant Tombstones? Looking at the introduction of the Mutant Tombstone, Chen Yu froze. This thing didn't look strong. How did Zhou Daju dare to challenge him?
There's one thing to be said for winning a battle,
and often you only need to see the beginning to know the end. And one of the crucial things is the cards that can be produced. As it stood, this mutated tombstone of Zhou Daju's looked very average.
And if the mutated normal zombie summoned by the mutated tombstone was also weak,
then he would be able to declare victory in this battle in advance. Soon,
the Mad Tombstone and the Mutant Tombstone both moved at the same time, with 100 tombstone values arriving on Chen Yu's panel,
while on Zhou Daju's side,
an ordinary zombie with green liquid sticking to its body was summoned.
Name, Venom Zombie, Mutated Common Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 100 tombstone value. Introduction, Venom Zombie is one of the branches of the mutated normal zombie.
Venom Zombie walks through the road will leave green venom. Any other creatures other than friendlies walking on the venom will receive 50 points of damage every 2 seconds, but in the venom walking on the venom for more than 30 seconds, the venom will explode, inflicting 500 points of damage to the target. Oh, this Venom Zombie is interesting. Seeing the Venom Zombie that walked out from the mutated tombstone, Chen Yu's originally bored eyes slightly lit up.
Feather. This is just one of them. Don't be surprised. Keep reading.
Noticing the undisguised color in Chen Yu's eyes,
Zhou Daju grinned. He had only just begun to let Chen Yu stare in amazement. Then wouldn't what came after be a shock to Chen Yu's jaw? Interesting. I'll see what happens then.
Chen Yu smiled and shook his head before placing a crazy tombstone on the second and fourth paths at the same time.
Seeing this, Zhou Daju also placed a mutated tombstone on the second path. That wasn't all. Zhou Daju directly activated his own talent to mutate the 2 tombstones on the field, and the tombstones that already looked weathered became even more worn out. However, the mutations that had occurred in the 2 tombstones had caused Chen Yu to take a keen interest. The mutated tombstone that Zhou Daju had in the middle of the road was mutated in a good direction. Not only did the tombstone value obtain change from 50 to 100, the probability of summoning a mutated normal zombie was also raised to 100%, except that the grade didn't change. It was still a 2-star card. However, Zhou Daju's mutated tombstone on the second path had changed for the worse. Not only did the value of the tombstone he received change from 50 to 25, the probability of summoning a mutated normal zombie was also reduced to 25%. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu smiled. Zhou Daju's mutation was uncontrollable. It was always a bit unreliable. If his mutation was controllable, then he would definitely not be a silver 10-star, but a gold-level player now. Soon, as time passed and 3 minutes flashed by, Chen Yu and Zhou Daju's lineup had taken shape.
Chen Yu placed 2 rows of crazy tombstones in one breath, and he unprecedentedly did not summon death zombies as well as crazy death zombies to sweep the battlefield. as he was prepared to experiment with the formation play style he had thought of before. He had a great idea the moment he got the Pumpkinhead Barrel Zombie. Since the Pumpkinhead Barrel Zombie can put barrels on the entire field of zombies that aren't wearing hats and defenses, what happens if he summons the Split Duck Life Preserver Zombie? As for the Rinshin Dancing King Zombie and Death God Zombie, that lineup has been tested and is real strong. Chunyu has no need to take it out to bully the little ones. Brother Feather, my zombies are on your side. Why haven't you responded yet? Seeing that Chunyu had been sitting leisurely in his chair, Zhou Daju frowned slightly. His and Shen Yu's lineups were exactly the same, both with 2 rows of tombstones, except that Shen Yu was a crazy tombstone, and his was a mutated tombstone that could summon mutated normal zombies. Right now, his mutant tombstone had summoned a total of 18 mutant normal zombies, with 3 in the first path, 4 in the second path, 4 in the third path, 4 in the fourth path, and 3 in the fifth path. It was worth mentioning that most of the mutated normal zombies summoned by Zhou Daju's mutated tombstone were venom zombies, and only 4 or 5 were other mutated normal zombies. Name, Donut Zombie, Mutated Common Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 75 tombstone value. Introduction, Donut Zombie is one of the branches of the mutated normal zombie. The appearance of the Donut Zombie and normal zombie is not much different, but the Donut Zombie's hand holding a donut. When encountered with the enemy, the Donut Zombie will eat the donut in his hand, and then increase the speed of the attack speed and movement speed of 100%. Lasts for 10 seconds and then ends. Name, Pure Roadrunner Zombie, Mutated Common Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction, Pure Roadrunner Zombie is one of the branches of the mutated ordinary zombies. Pure Roadrunner Zombie appearance and ordinary zombies are exactly the same. If you have to say what is different, Pure Roadrunner Zombie body is in the translucent color. He encountered the enemy can be entered into the Pure Roadrunner state. Pure Roadrunner state. He cannot be attacked. All the enemies will subconsciously ignore it. Pure Roadrunner Zombie can only keep the state of the Pure Roadrunner, 15 seconds, when the time is up. You need to exit the Pure Pathfinder state, 5 seconds before you can enter again. I didn't realize that a single mutated tombstone in the area could actually summon so many different mutated normal zombies. Among them, the Venom Zombie and Donut Zombie gave Chenyu a more general feeling. But this Pure Roadrunner Zombie is quite interesting. Actually can enter the Pure Roadrunner state. This purely passerby state can't be attacked and all enemies will easily ignore it. Like a living zombie turned into a small insignificant stone on the side of the road. No reaction? I just don't want you to lose too quickly. The corner of Chenyu's mouth hooked up slightly. Then summon Split Duck Life Preserver Zombies on the first, third and fifth paths. And then summon Blind Box Zombies and Pumpkinhead Iron Bucket Zombies on the second and fourth paths respectively. Hearing Chen use sightless words, the faces of the people watching the battle in the classroom did not have the slightest abnormality, and a few of them even held back their red faces as they had also been defeated in this manner, and it was a really bad feeling. Appeared, Chen Yu's Blind Box Zombie. This zombie is really scary. If you don't hit him, he'll go into the house, but if you hit him, you won't be able to kill him, but instead, he'll turn into another zombie. There were several people who were planted in Chen Yu's hands during the previous bronze potential ranking state ranking match. When I saw Chen Yu's blind box zombie come out I knew it was stable. If others were so leisurely lying on the chair I would scold him for pretending. But if Chen Yu was like this, I would only say a tie pants hot. Worthy of being Chen Yu ah. Not only does it not have that kind of arrogance when you say it, but instead it gives me a sense of being at home. I seem to have gotten used to it without even realizing it. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yu isn't calling it arrogance. He's just stating the facts. So far, I haven't seen him at full strength. Yeah, I've watched all of his previous battles, and he's always laid back in his chair with such ease, as if he could take the victory with the lift of his hand. You guys, this is nothing. At that time I also played with Chen Yu. The results of 3 minutes did not hold up and lost. At that time angry I did not close my eyes for a night. How can I, the great young man of the Wood family, suffer this strange shame? As a result, I got over it in less than 3 days. So everyone is the same. How long do you guys think Shodaiju can last in Chen Yu's hands? I think 5 minutes should be the limit. 5 minutes isn't so bad. It's been more than 3 minutes now. And looking at this meaning Chen Yu seems to be preparing to accompany Zhou Daju for a while. He shouldn't end the fight too early. Hearing the murmurs of the people around him, Yi Wuxuang's face was calm but looked towards the big screen without uttering a word. Compared to the others' relief and bearishness, he was already prepared to recognize the time. Summoning so many zombies at once. Do you want to test my strength or do you want to level the field in one wave? Seeing the zombie that Chen Yu had summoned, Zhou Daju frowned slightly, but it was a pity that he didn't have much of a countermeasure right now. Although both he and Chen Yu had 2 rows of tombstones, Chen Yu had stopped after placing 2 rows of tombstones and had been hoarding tombstone values. While he had only just managed to finish placing 2 rows of tombstones, and simply didn't have much spare tombstone value on hand to use. Immediately after, before Joe Daju could figure out whether Chen Yu wanted to test his strength or push flat, the zombies on Chen Yu's side refreshed his 3 views, only to see 1, 3 or 5-way split duck life buoy zombies began to flicker constantly. Each time the number of split duck life buoy zombies on the scene will double. I don't know what is going on. These split duck life preserver zombies actually have iron buckets on them, and from Joe Daju's perspective, it is as if he is facing a constant stream of well-equipped regular troops. Seeing this scene, Joe Daju's scalp began to tingle, and the ambition he had just had seemed to have been lightly crushed by Chen Yu, causing him to lose all face. He wasn't hopeless though. Although these split duck lifeboa zombies were outnumbered, the ground all 5 of his paths were covered with venom created by the venom zombies, and it wasn't certain if these split duck lifeboa zombies with iron buckets on their sleeves would be able to carry it off. Holy shit, what's going on here? Even if these duck life preserver zombies can split, they can actually put buckets on themselves? I knew Chen Yu lying on the chair must be stable. I can't figure out on what basis Joe Daju dares to issue a challenge to Chen Yu. He is afraid that he can't even catch a wave of Chen Yu in this condition. I understand this person Joe Daju. He has a lot of mutated decks in his hands, and there are many powerful zombie decks among them, but in the face of Chen Yu, this supreme genius, he's considered to be nothing. It's also that time in the bronze potential ranking national ranking matchmaking stage when Joe Daju was lucky enough not to have run into Chen Yu. Otherwise where would he have the guts to clamor in front of Chen Yu? Honestly Joe Daju this person is still quite good. He is just more straightforward. The mutant cards he sells to other people are sold at very low prices. Compared to that, Chen Yu has fallen short in this aspect instead. Ha, what are you talking about? Have you really bought Joe Daju's mutation decks? His mutation talent is uncertain. The ones he puts out for sale are the ones he doesn't want, and the good ones he's long kept to himself. Joe Daju and Chen Yu didn't know how heated the discussion was outside, but Joe Daju was under great psychological pressure at this time, because of the reason that the venom zombie's speed is faster. The venom zombie has gone to Chen Yu's side of the half-court position, and there are 64 split duck lifesaver zombies in the 1, 3, and 5 paths, respectively. Facing hordes of split duck life preserver zombies, the venom zombies were easily crushed without the slightest resistance, and even the pure roadrunner zombies with pure roadrunner status could only delay the time of death. As for that donut zombie, not to mention the low version of the second master, and even his berserk state there is a time limit, can only increase the attack speed and movement speed for 10 seconds. Facing the split duck life preserver zombie cannot even eat the donut in time to be seconded. However, there was still a pure roadrunner zombie on the second road, and if the pure roadrunner zombie was allowed to steal the house, Joe Daju might actually be able to turn the tables. Just when Joe Daju had high hopes for the pure roadrunner zombie, the scene that occurred caused Joe Daju to be petrified on the spot. Just see the pure roadrunner zombie face the blind box zombie into the pure roadrunner state, directly bypassing the blind box zombie and the pumpkin head barrel zombie. However, Chen Yu directly summoned the trolley barricade zombie in the blink of an eye when the pure roadrunner zombie exited the pure roadrunner state, directly killing the pure roadrunner zombie in seconds. This made Joe Daju feel very puzzled. Chen Yu could only see through a part of a zombie even if he was a card combiner. Right. Why would Chen Yu know that there was a time limit for the pure roadrunner state of a pure roadrunner zombie? However, Joe Daju quickly remembered that this was a basic use brought about by Chen Yu's talent, and Chen Yu's ability to become a card combiner was also a function of his talent. Thinking clearly about this point, Joe Daju was quickly relieved. He looked at the general army of zombies face calm. He was betting that the venom of the venom zombies could get this group of split duck life preserver zombies with iron barrels on them. In the meantime, he's hoarding tombstone values, so if the venom zombies can't do anything to the split duck lifesaver zombies, then he'll have to pull out his mutant dragon bone zombies. Click, click. The split duck lifesavers zombies in the lassoed barrels walk on the venom left behind by the venom zombies, and the intense poison from the venom is continuing to take its toll on them. Pang! Just then, the iron barrels above the heads of the split duck lifesavers zombies suddenly shattered. Beautiful. Seeing this, Joe Daju clenched his fist hard. He knew that the venom zombies' intense poison could take out the split duck lifesaver zombies. Aha! The smile on Joe Daju's face hadn't lasted a second before he couldn't hold it together and quickly turned from joy to sorrow. It took less than 5 seconds for the barrels above the heads of the split duck lifesaver zombies to shatter, and the discovery horrified everyone. Holy shit, what's going on here? Why was the iron bucket on top of the duck life preserver zombie's head able to get back up after it was poisoned by the venomous zombie's venom? Laughing me to death. This Joe Daju take what resistance just with him these zombies want to face Chen Yu's iron barrel army. Afraid is more difficult than mountaineering. I think so. It seems like the duck life preserver zombies can increase indefinitely. There are hundreds of these things now.
Too many to count. I suspect that in a little while, the duck life preserver zombies will fearfully pile up all over the homestead. I really can't figure out why Zhou Daju hasn't surrendered yet. First of all, Chen Yu's duck lifesaver zombies seem to double in number every time they increase. Secondly, it won't take long for iron buckets to appear on the heads of these newly appeared duck lifesaver zombies. In the face of such an army of iron buckets that keep increasing in number, Zhou Daju is still thinking of resisting the enemy? I don't think so. From start to finish, Zhou Daju has only ever placed tombstones, and Chen Yu has already summoned 3 different zombies. You and I may not be able to be sure that Zhou Daju will definitely fail now. What if a miracle occurs? In case of a miracle, I'll just wash my head upside down. Are you really kidding me? Chen Yu is the #1 existence on the bronze potential ranking state ranking, and hasn't lost a single handful of matches in the sparring stage. And for such a legend to lose to a little-known Zhou Daju? Brothers, don't be so angry. I'm just guessing. Who they lose and who wins doesn't have much impact on us. We're just spectators, just commenting on the game. The chatter in the classroom was getting louder and louder. Everyone thought that Zhou Daju was bound to lose, but there were always a few unbelievers who felt that Zhou Daju would be able to break Chen Yu's undefeated record that he had been maintaining. Over time, the split duck lifebua zombies had arrived at the halfway point of Zhou Daju's field, and the split duck lifebua zombies were growing in numbers. At a glance, it's nothing but split duck lifesaver zombies or split duck lifesaver zombies. Of course, there are still blind box zombies and pumpkin head iron bucket zombies on the 2nd and 4th paths, and if these 2 paths weren't empty, Chen Yu wouldn't be able to see the field while lying in his chair. As for Zhou Daju's side that hadn't moved, he didn't choose to summon other zombies because he knew that if he couldn't let all of these split duck lifesaver zombies die, the barrels on their heads and the number of them would all come back again. As the saying goes, the spring breeze blows again and again, and the grass must be cut to remove the roots. And now the split duck life preserver zombie is this truth. He either kills all of them in seconds or waits for the time. He has now hoarded a lot of tombstone values in his hands. Although the zombies summoned by the mutated tombstones cannot even carry these split duck lifesaver zombies for a second. But Zhou Daju originally did not have any hope for this, so he cannot talk about it as much as a disappointment. Gollum. It was also at this time that a rattle came from the mutated tombstone at the forefront of Zhou Daju, and a venomous zombie crawled out from the mutated tombstone, then roared as it walked towards the front. Zhou Daju immediately brightened up when he saw this. He wasn't so excited because of the appearance of the venom zombie, but he had finished hoarding his tombstone value. Thinking of this, Zhou Daju immediately tapped on his panel and then began summoning. Ho 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 ho! As Zhou Daju tapped his finger, a bone dragon in a state of virtual reality descended from the sky and landed in the center. The bone dragon roared provocatively at the split duck lifesavers zombies before transforming into a normal zombie wearing the bones of a dragon. And that, in a nutshell, is a mutant keelback zombie. Name, Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction, Dragon Bone Zombie is one of the rarer zombies in the legend. Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie is mutated from the Dragon Bone Zombie. Compared to the previous image, the current Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie is even more horrifying and hideous. Dragon Bone Zombie will cause a deterrent effect to the enemy after appearing on the scene, and then release the dragon's spit on the entire line of enemies in front of it. The dragon's breath can deal 1,800 points of damage. The attack method of the Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie remains unchanged, but it can deal 2,500 points of damage, which is a small increase in damage. Yo, alternative version of a fiery chili zombie? Seeing the introduction of the Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie, Chen Yu immediately associated it with the fiery pepper zombie, but the fiery pepper zombie cleared out an entire line of enemies at the cost of blowing itself up. Unlike the Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie, the Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie doesn't need to self-destruct, and he can deal one-time damage to enemies in front of him as soon as he comes out. His strengths and weaknesses are obvious. The strengths are that he doesn't need to blow himself up to deal high amounts of damage, and when he's done he can chew on his enemies like a normal zombie, and he's got the equivalent of a rugby zombie in terms of attack and defense, which is pretty good. However, the disadvantage is that it can't hit the enemy behind him. In case the enemy takes advantage of the gap when the Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie comes out and runs behind him, then the Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie will be summoned for nothing. But then again, the Firecracker Pepper Zombie has so much uncertainty of its own, and the original Firecracker Pepper Zombie has no idea when it's going to explode, whereas the Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie opens up as soon as it comes out of the game. So the Mutant Dragon Bone Zombie is definitely prioritized over the Firecracker Pepper Zombie. Brother Feather, do you think this is my limit? I didn't hold it in for so long with only this much tombstone value. Noticing that Chen Yu's expression did not change, Zhou Daju did not get annoyed. Instead, he was somewhat happy to stir up the topic. Oh, I'll have to wait and see then. Chen Yu nodded noncommittally towards Zhou Daju. Just then, 4 more zombies with mirrors appeared on Route 1, 2, 4, and 5. Name, Mutant Mirror Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value.
Introduction: Mirror Zombie is one of the experiments of a mysterious being. This mysterious being originally wanted to imitate the plant mimic to make a mimic zombie out, but he found that he seems to have messed up.
Not only did not make a mimic zombie too, but instead made an extraordinary zombie.
Mirror Zombie can be selectively copied by a target and become the target's appearance.
During the transformation period will be copied any action and perfect replica of the target. During the transformation period, it will copy any of the target's movements and reproduce them perfectly. The transformation time is 10 seconds. After 30 seconds the mirror surface will be broken. The transformation of the mutated mirror zombie will be 30 seconds. If it's just a simple mirror zombie, it doesn't really do a whole lot, and it can't even replicate the movements of a mutant keelback zombie.
Because the mutant dragon bone zombie's pre-shake time was exactly 10 seconds. The mutant dragon bone zombie had just wasted 7 seconds with that gorgeous outburst,
and if you did the math, it would have taken at least 20 seconds to do it, which the original mirror zombie couldn't have done.
But now the situation is different. The transformation time of the mutant mirror zombie has been extended to 30 seconds. Even if the mutant mirror zombie does a whole set of actions, down can also hit the mutant keel zombie's dragon spit,
which is the fundamental reason for Joe Daju to bring these 2 zombies,
only to see the mutant mirror zombie take out a mirror and aim it at the mutant dragon bone zombie.
And in the next moment, all 4 mutant mirror zombies turned into the appearance of mutant dragon bone zombies.
The 5 mutant dragon bone zombies raised their heads to the sky, and the dragon skull on top of their heads transformed into a lifelike bone dragon that flew into the sky, followed by a deafening roar towards the split duck life-saving circle zombies. Ho 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 ho!
The split duck lifesavers zombies are slowed down by the deterrent.
It was also the moment when the 5 bone dragons unleashed their dragon spit together, and all the split duck lifesaver zombies, along with the 2 blind box zombies and the 2 pumpkin head iron bucket zombies, were struck by the dragon spit. In about 3 seconds, the dragon spit ended, and the 4 mutant dragon bone zombies transformed back into their original forms, while the mirrors in their hands shattered and they could not transform again. I didn't realize your zombies were still interesting. Seeing that all the zombies on the field had been cleared,
Shen Yu revealed a smile. Only the smile did not look so friendly to Joe Daju.
Feather, that's just where it's at.
Joe Daju smiled faintly and reluctantly opened his mouth.
No, I think it's almost over. Seeing the somewhat far-fetched smile on Joe Daju's face, Shen Yu could not stop the corners of his mouth from rising. It's not that he's selling himself short, it's mainly that the blind box zombie will randomly summon a zombie when it dies, and he had a blind box zombie on all 2 and 4 roads. In case a powerful zombie appeared, what would Joe Daju resist with? Feather. Just as Joe Daju was about to say something else, an elusive smoke suddenly filled the 2nd and 4th road.
Pang!
A sound of breaking wind rang out from the smoke on the 2nd path. Joe Daju subconsciously twisted his head to look, only to see a giant zombie in battle armor break through the smoke and walk out from it, with a majestic face, a red cap on his head, and a long-standing sacred weapon in his hand. He looked extraordinary and intimidating. Just then, movement also came from the mutated tombstone on the 2nd path, only to see a venom zombie crawling out of the mutated tombstone and walking towards the white-eyed giant general at an extremely fast speed.
The fertile land of the stiff emperor will not allow you to do as you please? The white-eyed giant general snorted coldly,
only to see him raise his hand and 4 ordinary zombies carrying wine appeared in front of him. The venom zombie ignored the words of the white-eyed giant general,
or rather the current one had no self-soul, like an empty shell,
a walking corpse, completing the program set by the system.
Crunch! The venom zombie and the normal zombie carrying the wine nibbled away. The venom zombie was a mutated normal zombie,
and was stronger than the normal zombie in all attributes. Facing the 4 ordinary zombies that came one after another, the venom zombie easily took care of the one at the front. Snap! As the ordinary zombie at the front died, the altar of wine in his hand fell to the ground and shattered.
Humph! The white-eyed giant general snorted coldly,
and all of his own attributes steeply increased by 20%. The venom zombie was worthy of being a venom zombie. The attack damage was exaggerated, and it also contained intense poison damage. In addition to the ordinary zombies under the feet of the venom zombies left behind the venom, they came to the blood level has fallen to half, so easily solved all the ordinary zombies. We're all born from the same root, so why are we so anxious for each other? As the last ordinary zombie fell, a complex color was evident in his eyes. He stared at the lifeless face of the venomous zombie for a while, and eventually couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Hurting my brothers, you already have a way to die. The white-eyed giant general took out the wine behind him and drank it in one gulp, then slammed it down hard on the ground. At this moment, his eyes became blood red, and his own attributes gained a qualitative leap. It was no exaggeration to say that the white-eyed giant general in his epileptic state did not even face the red-eyed giant zombie, and could even take down the red-eyed giant zombie at the cost of losing half of his own blood. Swish! Only a white light flashed, and the venom zombie was split in two by General White-Eyed Giant's ancient ingot blade. I have to say that this ancient ingot knife is definitely a generation of artifacts, knowing that the human brain is the hardest, and the zombie's head is even stronger by several times. But the white-eyed giant general heart aimed at the middle of the venom zombie's brain split, but also really silky smooth split. Look at that look, does not seem to have a little discomfort. Facing the white-eyed giant general's step-by-step approach, Zhou Daju's expression became more and more panicked, and just when he didn't know what to do for the best, there was a sudden movement coming from the mutated tombstones on the 4th and 5th paths. Only 2 venom zombies crawled out of them, and he got 100 tombstone values as a result, but his current tombstone value was only a measly 150, and those few powerful zombies couldn't be summoned right now. Luckily, the white-eyed giant general walked at a slower speed, even though all of his attributes had been increased by 80%, and he had entered a state of madness, increasing his attack and movement speed by 100%, but he was only moving a hair faster than a rugby zombie, and it would be at least a minute before he could get into the house from his current position. It was just that this 1 minute was too urgent. It was not clear whether or not he could summon the General Thunderbolt zombie. However, the zombies that randomly came out of the 4th path were even more so that Zhou Daju was scratching his head. He did not expect why the 4th road appeared is actually a blind box zombie. Blind box zombie just was not mutated kill zombie to kill. Why blind box zombie will still appear in the battlefield? However, the good thing was that the blind box zombie's movement speed was slower than General White-Eyed Giant's, so Zhou Daju didn't need to bother with the blind box zombie for the time being. Soon enough, the White-Eyed Giant General arrived at the second closest mutant tombstone. I'm sorry, but you are to blame for making an enemy of my lord. The White-Eyed Giant General glanced at the mutated tombstone in front of him, and his footsteps slightly paused as a special look appeared in his eyes, followed by a vigorous slash. Touch! The mutated tombstone did not have the slightest resistance, and in the split second that the ancient ingot blade fell, the entire tombstone shattered. Black stones flew in all directions, and one of them even smashed into Zhou Daju's calf. Fortunately, the size of the stone wasn't very big. Zhou Daju was only startled for a moment, jumping towards the sky like a rabbit, and then subconsciously fell backward and retreated to the wall before slowing down. It couldn't be helped. The intimidating power of the White-Eyed Giant General was just too strong. Not to mention the mutated tombstones. I'm afraid that other zombies would be like dirt in front of him. Wow! Chen Yu's White-Eyed Giant zombie oppression is too strong. Although we don't know exactly what this zombie deck is called yet, but from the appearance are definitely an ancient lieutenant. Are you kidding me? Just this dress, how can it be a lieutenant? Where did the lieutenant get this kind of imposing temperament? This kind of fear only ancient generals have, right? Yeah, look at that white-eyed giant zombie still holding a divine weapon in his hand. I feel like Chen Yu fused the weapon deck with the zombie deck to appear such a zombie deck. Goo, you guys stop. The more you talk the more I want to cry. I made an appointment with Chen Yu to help synthesize the cards last month, because Chen Yu is too busy. His sister Su Binglan has been putting it off, and every time she calls, she is too busy. You guys are saying this, I want to cry even more. When in the world will I be able to synthesize the cards off? Brother, don't you know? There is a green channel to find Chen Yu to synthesize the cards. My father called Su Binglan before when he mentioned this matter implicitly. Then Su Binglan said that the 8 cards plus the card combining fee can be synthesized within 24 hours. But you need to go to find Chen Yu on your own. I was on the plane to Jiangnan City before, and I let Chen Yu synthesize the cards for me. No, how can you sit on the ground like this? Isn't this bullying the honest people? Our Li family is at least a prestigious family. Let him help synthesize the cards and still have to take the green channel? You guys. Ahem. Just as the classroom was talking, Elder Zhong, who was standing on the podium, coughed with a gloomy face. Hearing Zhong Lao's cough, everyone subconsciously closed their mouths, and the classroom that had just been incredibly noisy instantly fell to a pin drop. This was the sense of oppression from a black U-level big brother. This white-eyed giant general is for the card I gave to Chen Yu's classmate. I met Chen Yu by chance in the trading black market before, and we made a bet between us. I lost that bet, and naturally this card was given to him. Only after seeing that everyone stopped talking did Zhong Lao slowly open his mouth, explaining the origin of the white-eyed giant general. Worthy of being Mr. Zhong. No wonder this deck doesn't look very much in line with Chen Yu's past style. I didn't expect it to actually be Mr. Zhong's masterpiece. Yeah, most of Chen Yu's zombie decks I've seen are basically the strength of the zombies themselves. There's no such divine weapon that has appeared. Just now I'm still feeling strange, but now it's not strange.
Everyone patted Zhong Lao on the back after he revealed the origin of the White-Eyed Giant General. And of course, this General White-Eyed Giant is really well synthesized and is a great zombie deck, as evidenced by General White-Eyed Giant's appearance. As for the betting incident mentioned by Zhong Lao, all of them unspokenly did not mention it. After all, Zhong Lao did not explicitly mean it. What if they raised it in case it made Zhong Lao unhappy? Well, stop talking and watch carefully. Elder Zhong waved his hand, then turned around and continued to watch what was on the big screen. At the same time, Zhou Daju's situation was no longer optimistic now, and if he allowed the White-Eyed Giant General to move forward one more frame, he was afraid that he would definitely lose. Just as Zhou Daju was about to give up, the two mutated tombstones in the middle suddenly rattled. A donut zombie and a venom zombie burrowed out of them, and Zhou Daju's tombstone value came to 300. Seeing this, Zhou Daju looked delighted and immediately summoned the mutant primordial giant zombie on the second path. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of summoning a Thunderbolt General zombie, but the tombstone value required for a Thunderbolt General zombie was too much, a full 400. However, he only had a total of 300 tombstone values right now, so he could only helplessly give up summoning the Thunderbolt General zombie and instead summoned the mutant primitive giant zombie that required 300 tombstone values. Name, Mutant Primitive Giant Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 300 tombstone value. Introduction. From the past time and space of the original giant zombie is the original era of the generation of the God of War. He relied on his own hard physical quality and blockhead to dominate the party. God block kill Buddha. No matter who have no way to take advantage of his body. Of course, here refers to the same size of the zombie. If it is to move out of the mysterious existence of that, there is no need to fight back. The original giant of the blood of 5,000. The original mutation of the original giant zombie's blood quantity is 7,000. The bone wolf tooth stick in his hand can cause high damage, twice as much as the normal white-eyed giant zombie. That's it? After reading the introduction of the mutated primordial giant zombie, Chunyu smiled without moving. Although from the introduction, the mutated primordial giant zombie's base attributes were above the white-eyed giant general, and still had more than twice the amount of blood of the white-eyed giant general. However, the white-eyed giant general's various attributes when he entered the state of epilepsy exceeded the mutant primitive giant zombie. Even if the mutant primitive giant zombie's blood quantity was thick enough, you have to know that the white-eyed giant general's attack speed was now increased by 180%, which was a horrifying value. Feather, what are you laughing at? Do you think my mutated primitive giant zombie can't beat your white-eyed giant zombie? Although your white-eyed giant zombie looks more imposing and domineering than mine, my mutated primal giant zombie is definitely not weaker than your white-eyed giant zombie. Zhou Daju immediately spoke out after noticing Chen Yu's smile that hung at the corner of his mouth. From the appearance, Chen Yu's white-eyed giant general's dress is far beyond the zombie primitive giant zombie. One wearing ancient battle armor, one just wearing animal skin, which cannot be compared. Coupled with the bright ancient ingot sword in the hands of the white-eyed giant general, whether viewed from afar or up close, he was one of the most handsome, and the terrifying pressure of that body could not be overstated by using the air to swallow mountains and rivers. As for his mutated primal giant zombie, because of the mutation but the reason, although the basic attributes have been improved a lot, but the appearance compared to before is much uglier. From a distance it looks like a hunchbacked dullard. Chunyu was just about to say something, but as a result, he had just uttered a single word when the white-eyed giant general and the mutated primordial giant zombie started fighting, which caused him to stop what he was about to say and turn to carefully observe the battle. The battle between the white-eyed giant general and the mutated primitive giant zombie is as simple as it is brutal. The white-eyed giant general's attack speed was too fast. The mutant primitive giant zombie had just smashed the white-eyed giant general for a moment, while the white-eyed giant general had already left 3 slashes on the mutant primitive giant zombie's body. How about thick blood? So what if you have 7,000 blood? My white-eyed giant general only has 3,000 blood, but his attributes are something you can't even keep up with by shooting your horse. And the damage of the divine artifact ancient ingot blade can be different from an ordinary pole. The damage of the divine artifact ancient ingot blade was 2.5 times that of a normal utility pole, plus all of General White-Eyed Giant's attributes had been increased by 80%, which also included the attack power, which made General White-Eyed Giant's blade fast and vicious. After just 3 slashes, the mutant primordial giant zombie's blood level had fallen by 1/3, and a scar appeared on his forehead, while the white-eyed giant general still looked unscathed. Flesh without soul is empty. Though you have not returned to your master's arms at this time, I believe that one day we will be reunited. The white-eyed giant general sighed as he looked at the mutated primitive giant zombie with empty eyes in front of him, and then accelerated the speed of his attack. In just 30 seconds, the mutated primordial giant zombie with 7,000 blood fell at the feet of the white-eyed giant general.
while the white-eyed giant general's blood level only managed to fall by a quarter.
I concede.
Seeing his proud mutated primitive giant zombie fall to the ground so unbearably, Joe Daju's eyes went from hope to despair again until he finally lost his mind.
Brother, you
are worthy of being the number one person in the bronze potential ranking state ranking. I haven't fought with you before and have always longed for the day when I could fight with you and defeat you. But after actually fighting with you I realized that the gap between me and you is like a mole cricket fighting with the white moon.
I'm sorry. I was wrong.
Joe Daju smiled bitterly. There is loss and relief in his eyes, and the arc of his mouth is the proof of relief.
After the battle ended,
the crowd of melon eaters on the scene did not comment on the battle that had just taken place.
After all, just now Joe Daju's performance inside was very good.
Although Joe Daju was only silver 10 stars now, which was considered to be a medium level amongst the freshmen in the entire Qinglong Academy, yet he was able to hold out for so long in Chen Yu's hands, which was enough to see how powerful he was.
Strong people were always respected.
If Joe Daju was the kind of weak and pretentious player, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter the door of the Green Dragon Academy. Any of you who still have objections to Chen Yu's position as class president, hurry up and step forward. I only believe in strength as respect. If anyone gives me that set of snitching or dares to spread rumors to tarnish the reputation, I'll clean you up first. Seeing that the entire class tacitly lowered their heads and did not speak, Elder Zhong immediately understood that Chen Yu's strength had convinced everyone, but the scene should still be said.
Teacher Zhong, just don't worry. We don't have any objections to Chen Yu's position as class president.
I came to Qinglong Academy in the first place only because I inquired about Chen Yu being here.
Yeah, I met with Chen Yu once before, and that fight convinced me. This class leader should be Chen Yu to sit. I'm not convinced by anyone else. Teacher Zhong, please don't test us. How dare we have thoughts about Chen Yu? We can't wait to flatter him.
I made a reservation for Chen Yu's hop card last month.
Don't spoil it for me. Ha 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 ha. Mr.
Zhong wouldn't think that we're as rash as Joe Daju.
Of course, Daju.
I don't mean to scold you. This rashness is just to express your bravery. You know I wouldn't dare to touch Chen Yu's mold.
Hearing Zhong Lao's words, everyone waved their hands in succession. No one was willing to offend Chen Yu,
a super genius in the middle of the day, which led to a good classroom froze into a hand-waving association.
Zhong Lao smiled and coughed twice, and everyone quieted down at that moment.
Elder Zhong proceeded to speak a few more words before hastily ending this first lesson of enrollment, and as the nail in the coffin class president of this class, Chen Yu could go to the resource bank in advance to collect his benefits. However, Chen Yu didn't go that early. After all, the class hierarchy hadn't been formalized yet. It would take 3 days before he could. It wouldn't be too late for him to wait for the class hierarchy to be finalized before he went.
Soon, Chen Yu then returned to the villa.
Chen Yu entered the matchmaking platform as usual, but instead of starting to play the 32nd floor, he looked at the black icon of the Endless Abyss unlocked on the panel. That's right, he had already unlocked the passageway to the Endless Abyss, but he wasn't ready to go to the Endless Abyss right now. After all, his knowledge of the Endless Abyss was too limited, and it would be easy for any accidents to happen if he ventured over there recklessly. However, he thought of the fragment of the spacetime passage he had once obtained, and before entering the Endless Abyss, he felt the need to go to that world of the Centurion Walker first, and wondered how the ancient world over there was. Thinking of this, Chen Yu didn't dawdle and directly took out the spacetime channel fragment. Buzz! The spacetime channel fragment emitted a buzzing sound, and the surface of the fragment faintly emitted a blue glow, and seeing this, Chen Yu immediately urged the spacetime channel fragment. Boom! A deep black portal appeared in front of Chen Yu, and Chen Yu immediately walked in. As soon as he entered the black portal, Chen Yu felt a dizzying sensation sweeping over him, not to mention southeast, west, north and west. He couldn't even tell up, down, left and right. Hiss! It lasted for a whole minute before Chen Yu retreated from the feeling of vertigo, but before he could open his eyes, he felt a cold sensation in his brain, which made him subconsciously rub his temples. Just then, a deafening hissing sound came from not far away and approached with great speed. Hearing this sound, Chen Yu subconsciously opened his eyes, only to see 4 or 5 skinny, bony zombies wearing simple cloth clothes lunging in his direction. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately threw the spacetime channel fragment into the item bar, and then summoned the balloon zombie to bring himself up into the sky, which barely dodged a bullet. Name, Common Zombie. Grade, Bronze 8 star. Introduction, an ordinary zombie from the ancient world. Due to the years of turmoil and social unrest makes the survival of ordinary people is particularly difficult. Many people did not die in the war, but starved to death in their homes. Coincidentally, the zombie virus due to the time and space turbulence to this world, the world's 95% of the people have turned into a zombie, and thus get rid of starvation fate. However, after Chen Yu swept a glance at the information of the zombies on the scene, his face steeply froze. By all calculations he had not thought that he would actually be scared by 4 or 5 bronze-level zombies. It was really a loss of face for a platinum-level powerhouse. Thinking of this, Chenyu immediately had the balloon zombie place himself on a tree, then retrieved the balloon zombie and summoned the jar thrower zombie. Bang! The jar pitcher zombie just appeared and threw jars to turn the pouncing regular zombies into jars. And because the jar pitcher zombie itself is a zombie, it doesn't need to worry about being infected with the zombie virus. In about half a minute or so, the jar thrower turned 5 normal walkers into jars. Seeing this, Chenyu jumped down from the tree with a backflip, and because of the reason that the jars themselves were brittle, Chenyu broke all of them in 3 or 2 hits. Only the wide-eyed giant general, ice wagon zombie, barrel-waving flag zombie, snowman zombie, and frozen ice wagon zombie appeared in front of Chenyu. As a matter of fact, Chenyu can only summon a zombie to help himself, but the zombie summoned by the can thrower zombie who throws the can and breaks it doesn't belong to the one summoned by Chenyu, so there isn't this limitation. Chenyu glanced at all the zombies present with satisfaction, then carefully surveyed the environment he was in. He was probably in something like a suburb right now. Otherwise, with the prior condition of 95% of the global population infected into zombies, Chenyu was afraid that as soon as he came out, he would be gnawed to pieces by the zombies. Come on, brothers, follow me. Chenyu sat behind the frozen ice car zombies without the slightest panic, and then commanded the bewildered zombies. Yes, master. The wide-eyed giant general was the first to respond to Chenyu's words. As a loyal giant general, he obeyed everything Chenyu said 100%. So, man, can you give me a ride? The iron bucket flag waving zombie saw that Chenyu had already moved forward and immediately asked the jar thrower zombie beside him. Sure, come on up. Jar thrower zombie nodded without hesitation. All buddies in the same camp. There was no reason for him not to help out, and barrel waving flag zombie could also increase the movement speed for everyone. So why not? Older brother. Seeing that the barrel waving flag zombie has already gotten into the canister pitcher zombie's car, the snowman zombie just wanted to ask the ice car zombie as he did, but didn't realize that as soon as he opened his mouth, he was captured by the ice car zombie to the car, and then slammed on the gas to follow him up. Perhaps because it was the real world, General Wide-Eyed Giant didn't need to immediately summon the regular zombies carrying the wine, but could wait until the battle. If the Wide-Eyed Giant generals in the homeland were advancing at a slightly slower pace, the real-world Wide-Eyed Giant generals were on fire. Because he didn't know what fatigue was, the Wide-Eyed Giant general followed behind Chenyu the entire time at top speed, vowing to protect Chenyu's safety. Neither Chenyu nor the other zombies had expected the normally bulky and heavy Wide-Eyed Giant general's forward speed to be so fast. After rushing for more than 10 miles, Chenyu finally saw a small village. This village looked desolate and deserted, seemingly deserted for a long time, but Chenyu saw a wisp of black smoke at the very edge of the village. Seeing this, Chenyu immediately commanded the freezing ice truck zombie to turn around and drive towards the very edge. After arriving at his destination, Chenyu frowned slightly as he looked at the pile of firewood that had already been extinguished, and from the traces at the scene, it seemed that the fire had only just been extinguished a short while ago. Is it hard to believe that it's because the sound of him freezing the ice truck zombie drive scared the fire makers? It stands to reason that a fire means there are living people, as the walkers are not intelligent enough to make a fire or put it out. Even if the zombies do, there is no need to turn off the fire and hide. After all, zombies are extremely bloodthirsty, do not know how to write the word fear. See, the living is dry. Master, am I making too much noise? Right at this moment, the wide-eyed giant general next to him suddenly opened his mouth. His expression was naive as he subconsciously scratched the back of his head and looked at Chenyu with guilty eyes. He had just run all the way over, shaking the sky and the earth. It would be strange if he didn't scare others. Chenyu glanced at the wide-eyed giant general and immediately took back the pot that had just been distributed to the ice truck zombie and snapped it onto the wide-eyed giant general. It's okay, I'll go in first and see what's going on. However, Chenyu didn't dwell too much on this matter as he jumped down from the frozen ice truck zombie's vehicle, then walked towards the cabin closest to the pile of matches. Master, look out! Seeing Chenyu walking towards the wooden house, the snowman zombie immediately blocked Chenyu's way. What's wrong? Chenyu confused looked at the snowman zombie. He has not yet walked into the cabin. The result of the snowman zombie gave him a stop. It is difficult not to perceive what danger in the cabin. How can the master, who is 1,000 years old, risk his life? The snowman zombie shook his head and choked on his voice as he asked Chenyu. Yes, we are willing to be the vanguard and clear the way for our master. The iron bucket flag waving zombie also came to Chenyu's side at this time. After all, our souls can return to your embrace after our deaths, but if you were to have an accident, it wouldn't be enough for us to die 1,000 times over. To be honest, Chenyu's behavior made the zombies present very moved.
He clearly could have ordered the iron barrel waving flag zombie and the snowman zombie to go in and explore the path, but he didn't do so. Instead, he got down from the car and walked towards the wooden house without any hesitation, worthy of being the successor of the stiff emperor. Then I'll trouble you. Seeing that the snowman zombie and the iron barrel flag waving zombie were so sincere, Shen Yu did not push back. He stood still and watched as the barrel waving flag zombie and the yeti zombie walked up to the door of the cabin and knocked on it, ready to rush up and help or retreat behind the white-eyed giant general. Knock, knock, knock. Is there anyone in there, please? Hearing the iron bucket flag waving zombie speak fluent Mandarin, the snowman zombie next to him was quite surprised, but he didn't show it. Instead he just stood quietly by his side and waited. About 10 seconds passed without any movement coming from inside, as if no one was really in there. Anyone? I'm going to force my way in if there's no one there, the iron barrel flag waving zombie asked again without getting tired of it. After all, the successor of the stiff emperor was present. He couldn't act too rudely. After all, Chen Yu was also a human being, and it would be bad if he was resented by Chen Yu. Another half a minute passed. There is still no one inside to give a response, but the iron barrel waving flag zombie and the snowman zombie are sure that there is someone inside this cabin. After all, they used to eat brains, and their perception of people is extremely sharp. Seeing that the people inside weren't going to open the door, the iron barrel waving flag zombie and the yeti zombie exchanged a glance, and the yeti zombie immediately slammed into it with its own massive body. Click! The snowman zombie barely exerted any force before the wooden door shattered in response. Sorry, didn't get the power. Watching the wooden door fall apart as he slammed it, the snowman zombie scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He just used only 1% of his strength, but he didn't expect the wooden door to be as thin as paper, and it shattered without even being able to carry it for a second. He didn't think that it was his strength that was too strong, because the opponents he had faced before were all of the same level, and ordinary snowman zombies were of no use at all. But the situation is different now. The zombies in this world are obviously not of a high level. Wouldn't it be easy for him, a platinum level snowman zombie, to fight all the bronze level zombies? It's fine. Just open the door. The barrel waving flag zombie laughed and patted the yeti zombie on the shoulder, then took the lead and walked into the cabin. TSK. Just as soon as he entered the door, iron barrel flag waving zombie smelled an unpleasant smell. Only he hadn't appeared in the present world for too long. For a moment he couldn't distinguish what kind of smell it was. It felt like mold. This cabin was not big, probably 3 rooms. After the iron barrel waving flag zombies searched the 2 big rooms without finding anyone, their eyes fell on the smallest room. Just as the iron barrel waving flag zombie was about to walk in, he saw the yeti zombie enter that room at some point and carry a 17 or 18-year-old teenager and a 12 or 13-year-old girl out from inside the room. Who are you assholes? Why did you take me and my brother? The young girl squirmed wildly in the snowman zombie's hands, but the overwhelming strength of the snowman zombie was here, and no matter how much she struggled, it was to no avail. On the contrary, the 17 or 18-year-old teenager next to him looked much calmer, and his gaze was dead set on the iron barrel flag waving zombie as if he wanted to see through it. Thanks to Son Chicken Big Brother and all of you for your support. Love you. Arrest you? We just want to ask you guys to step outside and talk. The snowman zombie and the barrel waving flag zombie looked at each other, and the 2 of them went out of the cabin one after the other. After coming out, the snowman zombie left the teenage girl on the ground. Of course, the snowman zombie's movements were light, and while it looked like a throwing motion, it was actually a gentle release. Master, it's just the 2 of them in there. The barrel waving flag zombie stepped forward and briefly reported the situation inside the cabin. Aha! Chen Yu nodded slightly, and the iron barrel flag waving zombie and the snowman zombie immediately returned to the team upon seeing this. Sitting behind the ice truck zombie and the jar thrower zombie. You're their leader? Seeing all the zombies standing behind Shin Yu, the teenager did not have the slightest bit of timidity and spoke directly. That's right, it's me. Chen Yu nodded non-committally. What exactly is your purpose in capturing us? The young girl gritted her teeth and stared at Chen Yu with a creepy look as if she was looking at her father's murderer. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking of arresting you guys. I was just trying to get a feel for the world. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm from another world and came here to kill zombies. I was looking for you guys because there was black smoke billowing out of your side of the sky and I thought someone would come over and ask. Chen Yu made himself known quite frankly. To put it bluntly, he had only come to this world to simply practice and prepare for his future trip to the Endless Abyss, knowing that the situation in the Endless Abyss could be much more terrifying than here. Of course, the last thing he wanted to do right now was kill walkers. Although the zombies in this world are of a lower level, but they are numerous. The burst rate is not high. Kill more as usual will burst rewards. What's the difference? You're an alien hero? Hearing Chen Yu say this, the teenager's expression was stunned. He looked at the many zombies behind Chenyu. His eyes flashed a trace of bewilderment mixed with a little bit of enlightenment. Alien heroes? Chenyu's expression was stunned and he looked at the teenager in a somewhat confused manner. For a moment he could not tell whether he had a problem or the teenager in front of him had a problem with his expression. Yes, alien heroes. Seeing that Chenyu looked like he didn't understand anything, the teenager immediately opened his mouth to explain. 5 years ago, I don't know what caused the horrible zombie virus to sweep the world. So many people were infected and turned into zombies. Zombies are so fast that people simply outrun them. And there are only two possibilities for ordinary people like us after encountering a zombie. One is to be eaten, and the other is to be infected. My little sister and I lost loved ones to walkers, and my father was fortunate enough not to be chewed to a pulp, but he turned into a horrible zombie. Luckily, my father's willpower was strong and he maintained some consciousness even after he turned into a zombie, and he helped us hold off that group of zombies and slaughtered them. But there wasn't much of my father's consciousness left, and it was dwindling as time went on. And in order to protect my little sister and me, my father turned his head and ran away, and never came back. Our village used to have thousands of people, but now only my little sister and I are left. Speaking of which, my little sister and I would have died 3 years ago, but were saved by an outside hero. There are a total of 2 people coming. The guy can summon very large plants to help, and the girl can control zombie-like things to kill the enemy. Similar to these monsters behind you. I saw with my own eyes that hundreds of zombies were like dirt in the hands of the 2 of them. They all died without even resisting for a minute. They told me they were from beyond the world and called themselves outsiders, but they were heroes who saved my little sister and me, so we called them outsider heroes. They told me the purpose of their visit was to kill zombies. The more they killed the better. They killed all the zombies near this village of ours, and now there aren't many zombies around here, which is why I dared to build a fire. The 2 of them basically come here once a month, and every time they come over they bring us food and necessities, and the lives of the 2 of us are theirs, so to speak. Because they've been coming more and more often, my little sister and I have learned a few things, like what plant careers and zombie careers are. The plant profession fights in a completely different way, so there's no need to worry about it. But the zombies in the zombie profession are a little bit similar to zombies. And if it weren't for the fact that most of the zombies in the zombie profession are dark-skinned, we wouldn't be able to tell them apart at all. The teenager said what he knew in one breath. What he thought was very simple. Since Chenyu was an alien hero, he must be a good person, and would definitely not do anything bad to him and his little sister. Also, if Chenyu wanted to do something bad to him and his little sister, how could the 2 of them, ordinary people with no hands, resist? So it is. Chenyu nodded thoughtfully. Before Chenyu continued to speak, the snowman zombie standing behind him opened his mouth with a displeased face. You really can't talk to this kid. What's wrong with us zombies having darker skin? Do we have to look as white as a zombie? He, the snowman zombie, was known as the whitest zombie in the zombie world. How could he tolerate the teenager's false accusations? Slightly, you zombies are just dark, long and dull. Seeing the snowman zombie face is not good. The teenager frowned slightly wrinkled did not say. But 12 or 13 years old childish young girl is not accustomed to the snowman zombie. Directly towards the snowman zombie put on a ghost face. It looks very cute. Little sister. How to talk. Hearing the young girl say this, the teenager's face changed, and he immediately turned back with a sullen face and chided. Seeing that the teenager was frantically giving herself a wink, the young girl also understood what the teenager meant, and instantly grunted sullenly, then skimmed her head and said no more. I have a question I don't know if I should ask? After stopping his little sister, the teenager turned back to reveal a coy smile and rubbed his hands tentatively towards Chenyu. What's the problem? But no harm done. Chenyu glanced at the teenager and nodded in agreement. I've heard that both the zombie and plant professions can only summon one plant or one zombie to help. But why do you have a total of 6? The teenager asked in a small voice with his head bowed in apprehension. That's what made him and his little sister very reluctant when they saw the barrel-waving flag zombie and the Yeti zombie. If it wasn't for the fact that the snowman zombies were spitting out human words and were so powerful that they couldn't move, they would have resisted long ago. I have my own way of doing things. If there's no other information I'll leave now. If you have any information on any place here that has more walkers you can let me know. I'm more than capable of doing that. Chenyu's gaze was calm as he looked up to the sky, and he didn't know what was going on, but the sky that had just been clear had suddenly turned gray, as if something big was going to happen. If you ask me anything else I may not really know, but this is the only thing I do know. Those 2 alien heroes told me that the city that departs 50 miles to the east has a lot of zombies, countless, including many gold-level super zombies. If your strength is not enough, I advise you not to go there, the teenager said to Chenyu in a very sincere tone. Chenyu smiled and asked, what are the ranks of those 2 alien heroes? And since you know all about the rank thing, that means you know their ranks as well. The teenager nodded and didn't deny it. Yes, I know their levels. One of them is a silver 10-star and the other is a gold 3-star. They are not sure about that city. They can only wait to clean it up after improving their strength. They've been preparing for that city for 7 months, but they're still getting nowhere. And last month I heard from that girl that a platinum-level zombie was born in that city, and that the plans to prepare needed to be pushed back again. That boy's face doesn't look too good. It seems like he's ready to give up on going to that city, but the girls think it's too early to say they're giving up. After all, they're definitely improving at a higher rate than the zombies. After saying that, the teenager respectfully lowered his head and did not speak again. The corner of Chun Yu's mouth hooked up slightly as he asked rhetorically, "Since you said that your and your little sister's lives are theirs, why did you tell me about their plans? If you didn't, I wouldn't have known that there were many zombies in that city 50 miles away." The teenager shook his head. "It is because my life and my little sister's lives are theirs that I am telling you about this, for they have come and gone this month." They came with a very important piece of information, and that was that the girl was going to lead the boys in a strong attack on that city. But when I say strong attack, I don't mean reckless brutality. I mean a slow attack from the edge. But it's not like you don't know about the sense of smell of the zombies. I'm afraid that they'll be chased and whisked away by the city full of zombies just as soon as they pass by, and end up dying at the hands of the platinum-level zombies, and that would be the end of it. Every word the teenager said was the truth, so he said it with candor and without a hint of color. Regarding the words of the teenager, Shen Yu did not completely believe them, but he did not doubt them either. Anyway, he could use the balloon zombies to scout the way and press on without worrying about being backstabbed or misinformed. The balloon zombie is gone. Also have white-eyed giant general and ice car zombie. They are guarding the side. He worry about a hairline? Alright, I know. Platinum-level zombies are nothing in my eyes. Since there are a lot of zombies over there, I'll take my first step. Shen Yu smiled and waved his hand with the teenager, then sat on the back seat of the frozen ice car zombie, and the 3 cars started at the same time, accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of the white-eyed giant general running as it lifted off. After leaving the village, Shen Yu proceeded all the way according to the direction the teenager said. It took about 2 hours before the group finally arrived near the city a kilometer away. Shen Yu looked at the white-eyed giant general beside him with a face of surprise, who had run for 2 hours without taking a breath. Thinking that the general deserved to be a general, running for so long froze without saying a word. After the car stopped, Shen Yu immediately retrieved the jar thrower zombie and sent out the backstab balloon zombie to scout ahead. In about half an hour or so, the backstabbing balloon zombies came back. Well, Shen Yu saw the unharmed balloon zombie with a hopeful face. If the truth is just as that teenager said, he could be about to go on a killing spree. The balloon zombie immediately replied, "Master, there is more than 1 platinum-grade zombie in the city. There are a total of 10 platinum-grade zombies, with 1 platinum 1-star zombie in the open and 9 platinum-grade zombies in the shadows. The strength of these 9 platinum-level zombies varies from high to low. There are 1-star to 3-star. The highest is only 1 platinum 4-star. With the master's current strength, pushing across the city is not much of a problem. But I'm just afraid that there are still zombies waiting in the dark that I can't see. This city gives me a feeling of a very ominous foreboding. Master must be more careful, and in case of danger you must summon me in time to take you up to the sky." Hearing the balloon zombie say this, Shen Yu's face sank. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. The foggy sky was getting more and more gloomy, as if there was some kind of conspiracy brewing. This made Shen Yu subconsciously think of the 31st floor. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of grass. Not to mention that the 31st floor was less than a week away from today, so how could he forget? But Shen Yu is not a person who will retreat. Even if the road ahead is bumpy, he has to rise to the challenge and move forward. Thinking of this, Shen Yu directly retrieved the balloon zombie and summoned the Sailor Stiff King. He didn't care what kind of conspiracy there was inside the city, but he always believed that he had already broken all laws with his strength, and any conspiracy was useless in front of absolute strength. The moment Shen Yu summoned the Sailor Stiff King, the gray sky changed abruptly. The dark clouds quickly dissipated at an extremely fast speed, and the golden sunlight shone on the earth, as if the sun gong had revealed a brilliant smile. Seeing that the weather had changed so much, this made Shen Yu momentarily not know what to say. Wasn't it just a mountain rain? And how come in the blink of an eye the light of the righteous path is shining on the earth? Bumper! 2 loud bangs echoed in Shen Yu's ears, and a large area including Shen Yu was covered in shadows. Shen Yu looked up at the top of his head, only to see the Sailor Stiff King maneuvering his arm to pick up Shen Yu and the other 5 zombies on the ground, placing them in the palm of his hand. I have to say that the Sailor Stiff King is really big, and it's simply great to see the world standing on top of a giant's head. Even though it was not the first time Shen Yu had come to Dr. Stiff King's control room, it was still hard to hide his inner excitement. Master, what can I do for you? The Sailor Stiff King respectfully bowed slightly towards Chen Yu. Tread down this city. Chen Yu didn't even think about it and blurted it out directly. Trampling? The Sailor Stiff King looked at Chen Yu with a face full of shock, obviously not expecting Chen Yu to say that. Yeah, step on it. Chen Yu's mouth rose slightly. There are the strongest zombies do not use. Prefer to fall into desperate situations to reuse. Is he what likes to be masochistic people? Previously, matchmaking platforms pushed the tier because Dr. Stiff King required a higher tombstone value and wasn't cost effective. So he didn't bring it, but that doesn't mean Dr. Stiff King isn't strong. Though, I see. Dr. Stiffy nodded, his fingers switching back and forth between the display and the joystick. Touch. The Sailor Stiff King took the white van he had gotten out of nowhere and slammed it hard against the walls of the city. The seemingly solid walls collapsed and collapsed without even resisting for 3 seconds. Standing high above, Chen Yu saw with his own eyes that the city, which had just been ancient and unruffled, was missing a corner, revealing a tide of zombies that filled it. Ho 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 ho. The zombies let out a continuous roar. Most of this zombie wave was ordinary zombies, but there were quite a few silver and gold level zombies mixed in with the ordinary zombies. From this scene of gold level zombies walking all over the place alone, it can be seen that platinum level zombies are definitely not the end of the line, and the balloon zombies are afraid that there are still things that have not been explored. But think about it, the balloon zombie is also platinum 1 star. How many levels he zombies are how many levels? Let the balloon zombie to detect a stronger zombie is also difficult for him. Seeing the zombies madly rushing towards Sailor Stiff King immediately placed the White-Eyed Giant General, Iron Bucket Waving Flag Zombie, Frozen Ice Wagon Zombie, Yeti Zombie, and Ice Wagon Zombie that he had just cupped in his hand on the ground. Charge me, brothers! The freezing ice car zombies slammed on the gas just as soon as it touched the ground, and all the zombies that passed by on the way were frozen, one by one turning into green ice sculptures. Just a few thousand zombies. Watch me destroy them with one strike. The White-Eyed Giant General waved his hand and summoned his 4 ordinary zombie minions carrying wine, and then he immediately rushed to the forefront, killing gods and Buddhas in the way of gods. Here, ye lullabies. The corners of the ordinary ice car zombies' mouth slightly hooked, one after another. The zombies will be crushed into meat cakes. As for the car accident and so on, press the impossible to exist. The snowman zombie and the barrel waving flag zombie didn't have the platoon of the White-Eyed Giant General and the freezing ice truck zombie, but they were doing their best to kill the enemy. As platinum level zombies, the Yeti zombie and the barrel waving flag zombie, even if they were not powerful in their own right, were strong enough to do level crushing and kill zombies like dogs. After putting down all 5 zombies, the Sailor Stiff King didn't stop and immediately started putting down zombies again, only to see the Sailor Stiff King's control screen flashing rapidly like a lottery, each time flashing a different zombie avatar, with the flashing time getting slower and slower, and finally settling on the ghostly Yeti zombie. As the screen settled, a ghostly Yeti zombie immediately appeared in the Sailor Stiff King's originally empty hand, with the ghostly Yeti zombies appearing on the battlefield. The ordinary zombies are being bitten and suffering, because of the unique mechanism of the ghostly Yeti zombie. Every time he was about to take damage he would immediately change position, letting the attacks of the ordinary zombies fall through, and after the ordinary zombies had attacked, the ghostly Yeti zombie would reappear in front of the ordinary zombies to attack again. It is worth mentioning that the ghostly Yeti zombies are able to change rows at any time when fighting on the versus platform, while in reality they change positions at any time, which can be interpreted as an instantaneous movement without a time limit. Scary as hell. It's a pity that the ghostly Yeti zombie's own damage is not high, for the bronze level ordinary zombies can be killed in one hit, but in the face of gold level or platinum level enemies like this, he can only be reduced to the same as Master Lee's Scraping Boy. Less than 10 seconds after releasing the ghostly Yeti zombies, the Sailor Stiff King started releasing zombies again. This time the release is not yet debut of the Cart Pole Vault zombies. Cart Pole Vault zombies and Cart Barricade zombies are very similar, but the Cart Pole Vault zombies move faster than the Cart Barricade zombies can be said to be the Cart Barricade zombies of the high-grade version. Watching as one after another 2-star zombie appeared on the battlefield, Chen Yu instantly felt that he had made the right choice, and that only the Sailor Stiff King had the ability to do so. It's just not cool to be in a group and alone. Soon after, Chen Yu counted the time in his mind. It was about a minute or so before the Sailor Stiff King lowered his head, and the moment he opened his mouth, it was a ball of flame that was enough to destroy the city walls. Compared to the hole smashed out by the white van, the giant flame ball pushed directly and flatly, and the ordinary zombies with no sense of avoidance died in pieces. Chen Yu saw that where the flaming ball passed through there was not an inch of grass. The cards also burst too. It is a pity that Chen Yu cannot go down to pick it up now, but these burst rewards have light clusters. Chen Yu is not worried about not being able to find it, and it is not too late to wait for the end of the battle and then take inventory. Some people may not be able to imagine how wide the flaming ball is, but it's actually understandable when you substitute the Sailor Stiff King for a human, and the ordinary zombies for ants. And the flaming ball is the equivalent of a ball of paper kneaded into a ball and set ablaze. While Chen Yu's side was still in the throes of killing, 10 platinum-grade zombies and 1 diamond-grade zombie had already met in the shadows. The 11 zombies hid in the dank sewer watching what was happening outside. Ho 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 ho. What to do? No. Ho ho ho. No. Roar. Just watch. Roar roar roar. Roar. 10 platinum-ranked zombies exchanged grimaces. Some of them had already mastered the preliminary language, thanks to the increase in strength, awakening some of the memories they once had, while the few that couldn't speak yet hadn't mastered the language, but had awakened a small amount of memories. Alright, don't make a scene here. You guys think this is the Chamber of Trade? At that moment, a calm voice rang through the sewers. Hearing these words, the 10 platinum-level zombies subconsciously twisted their heads to look at them, and after realizing that the person who spoke was the boss of themselves and the others, they hurriedly lowered their heads to show their submission. Stupid! You are at least platinum-level walkers. How can you be scared out of your wits by a platinum-level toy? The diamond-grade zombie's gaze coldly swept over all the platinum-grade zombies present. Its eyes seemed like a sharp sword with a cold aura, making the platinum-grade zombies not dare to look directly at it. There was a saying that only by stepping into the diamond level could one be considered to have stepped into the ranks of the powerful, and to be able to be called a generation of Corpse King's existence. Spitting out human words was the most basic. Generally speaking, when a zombie enters the diamond level, it will awaken a large portion of its previous memories, and its thinking ability will get a qualitative leap. But there is an eventuality in everything. Some zombies who were not good in the head when they were born may not be able to speak even if they get lucky and become diamond level. After all, it couldn't do wow when it was alive. After cruising around all the zombies, the diamond class zombie's gaze finally settled on the platinum class zombie at the head. Boss. Don't dare. The platinum-level zombie felt the diamond-level zombie's sight heart trembled, knowing that he had to speak, and immediately said what their 10 zombies shared in common. Stupid. Look at you all now. The diamond-level zombie's eyes were gloomy as he walked up and slapped the platinum-level zombie. This platinum-level zombie was the strongest platinum 4-star zombie, but it didn't even manage to carry the diamond-level zombie slap, and was directly slapped off 1% of its blood volume. Yes. Sorry, boss. Platinum-level zombies can only bow their heads and admit their mistakes. In the face of diamond-level zombies he didn't even have a single thought of resistance, and even wondered what to do if the boss didn't have too much fun slapping him. Humph. Not enough to accomplish anything. The diamond-grade zombies snorted coldly. Since you guys don't have any ideas, then listen to me. Lao E, Lao Air, Lao San, Lao Si, Lao Wu go to the front to attract attention. It's best to take care of a few enemies. Lao Lu to Lao X are in charge of feinting and pretending to sneak attack, and I'm hiding in the dark ready to wait for the chance to kill in one hit. Yes. Ho ho ho. When the 10 platinum-grade zombies heard the diamond-grade zombies give their orders, they were all as full of wariness as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Just now they were scared out of their wits because they knew that with their level they had no chance of winning against the Sailor Stiff King, who was also platinum level. But now that the diamond level boss was ready to make a move, so what were they still panicking about? Soon, the 10 platinum zombies left the sewer, while the diamond zombies stayed in the sewer and pressed on. Those who can become diamond-grade zombies are not idle, and it can stand out from the many zombies by not only strength, but also danger warning. It looked at the 50-foot-tall Sailor Stiff King. The anxiety in its heart grew stronger and stronger, as if as soon as it rushed up before it touched Dr. Stiff King it would die. The diamond-class zombie stared at Dr. Stiff King for a long time in contemplation, and finally made a decision that went against its bloodthirsty instincts. That's right, it's getting ready to run. As the saying goes, if you stay in the Green Mountains, you are not afraid of no firewood. It does not believe that it cannot rise again after leaving this city that has been under control for a long time. To know that the power can be rebuilt, but people cannot be resurrected from the dead. Even if there is a 10% chance that it will die, it will not hesitate to turn its head and run. Not to mention that the mortality rate is now unknown. Of course, the bottom line is that the benefits received are too rare to be worth the risk it takes for that. Those zombies and cannot eat, can eat only one Shenyu? In order to eat Shenyu a person dispel their own lives. This is not stupid as what? But there was no hurry now. The battle had just begun. It would wait and see how things would turn out firsthand. In case those 10 platinum level zombies gave out and took out the zombie who was manipulating the mech. Rumble. Unlike the calmness of the sewers, the battle on the ground was scorching. with all sorts of giant balls of flame and giant balls of frost rolling around. The zombies that were originally full of dead and wounded were getting more and more dead and wounded. But the Sailor Stiff King's blood level had also dropped by 10,000 blood. The number of ordinary zombies was here after all. And even though the Sailor Stiff King had killed a lot, there was always a small portion of zombies that ran to the Sailor Stiff King's feet to give him a pedicure. However, these foot trimmers were basically only able to take one bite before being resolved by the zombies released by the Sailor Stiff King, or were all killed in seconds by the Sailor Stiff King stomping his foot. What a great fight! The wide-eyed giant general stood in the zombie horde covered in blood. No matter who came, they couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Instead, they would be beheaded directly by his ancient ingot blade. Brother, now is not the time to be gullible. The iron-blooded white-eyed giant zombie standing beside the white-eyed giant general spoke out and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself." The white-eyed giant general gave the iron-blooded white-eyed giant zombie a look, and then continued to charge forward to fight. The two of them, one in front of the other, shielded each other from the zombies' chances of being able to sneak up on their backs, which was the reason why they hadn't lost much blood even after fighting for so long. The other side, the freezing ice truck zombie and the jar thrower zombie are comparing their car skills, both of them maxing out their speeds at the same time, but both of their cars are performing about the same, with no noticeable back and forth difference. Dude, can you do it? Seeing the jar thrower zombie fall behind by a gap of 2 meters because of throwing the jar, it made the freezing ice truck zombie open its mouth and flirt. "Che, if I hadn't just pitched the can to help you, you'd be in a car wreck by now." The jar pitcher zombie responded to the frozen ice truck zombie with a look of disdain. He had just seen a zombie covered in balls of spikes in front of the ice truck zombies, a zombie that would cause their car to explode. To avoid that from happening, that's why he went out and threw the can. Otherwise, how could he have been more than 2 meters behind? Okay, then this I won't bother with. The freezing ice truck zombie also knows that the jar thrower zombie is telling the truth, so it reduces its speed a bit to keep the jar thrower zombie's car parallel to him. "Don't worry, your car can't outrun mine if there are no external factors interfering with it. Both of our cars are half as fast as each other." Seeing the frozen ice car zombie's persistent expression, the jar pitcher zombie was leisurely crossing its legs. He didn't particularly care about the matter of dividing the winners and losers, so when he encountered some of the more powerful zombies, he would step in and turn them into cans. As for the freezing ice truck zombies, they purely enjoy racing from south to north and rushing from north to east, and along the way, they don't know how many zombies have been frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing that the battle was a one-sided situation, the 10 platinum-level zombies that had just come out of the sewers couldn't help themselves, and they followed the orders of the diamond-level zombies to the letter. Old 1 to Old 5 ran to the front battlefield to attract the attention of the zombies, while Old 6 to Old 10 spread out, ready to sneak up on Dr. Stiff King, or any other zombies. Oh, interesting. Seeing a platinum-grade zombie appear at the feet of the Sailor Stiff King, Chen Yu was immediately interested. Name, Zombie on a Wire. Grade, Platinum 3-star. Introduction. The father of the Iron Zombie used to be a soldier who participated in the Battle of Red Cliff. Although the father of the Iron Zombie has died, but the Iron Zombie has always remembered his father's teachings. The Iron Zombie can manipulate the Iron Zombie to fight for itself. When there are enemies within a range of 3x3, it can use the Iron Zombie to connect all the enemies, but it can also use the Iron Zombie as a whip to beat the enemy, within a range of 30 meters in the real world. Thanks for the support of the 1,000 miles of glasses and the support of all of you. Roar. Through and through. Connect. The Iron Cable Zombie roared. It slapped its hands towards the ground, and 4 or 5 iron cables sprang out from the ground, bundling towards the surrounding zombies. Click, click, click. Dodging post-it note zombies, garlic ghost jumping zombies, bouncing iron door zombies and umbrella barrel zombies are all connected. The angry newspaper reading zombie at the forefront rolled to avoid the wire, but rolled itself into the dirt on the ground, the whole thing looking woefully out of shape. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out, only to see another iron cable whip viciously towards the angry newspaper reading zombie. Seeing this, the angry newspaper reading zombie hastily stood up and fended it off with the newspaper in his hand. Roar! Stupid! Homeboy! You wouldn't think this thing can block my attack, right? The wire walker burst out laughing when he saw the angry newspaper reading zombie actually using something like a newspaper to block his wire. As the saying goes, the persimmon picks the soft one to pinch. Among these several zombies, this old guy looks the weakest, and it is going to use the angry newspaper reading zombie to sacrifice itself today. Pang! With a crisp clang, the angry newspaper reading zombie's newspaper shattered and a substantial question mark appeared above his head. Kid, you're pissing me off. The angry newspaper reading zombie glanced down at the pieces of newspaper that he had turned into crumbs and dropped to the ground. and then stared calmly at the wire zombie, as if he was looking at a dead person. Pissing off. Anger you? Ho ho ho. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Are you talking to me? Joking? The wire zombie laughed loudly and looked at the angry newspaper reading zombie with a look of a retard. It had long seemed that this guy was the weakest. I didn't expect that this guy's IQ was also the lowest, and actually dared to say such treacherous words to it? Kidding? The angry newspaper reading zombie laughed and shook his head, and in the next second, he appeared behind the wire walker. You think I'm kidding you? The angry newspaper reading zombie said in an eerie tone next to the wire walker's ear. You. Ho ho ho. How did you get over here? The wire zombie's expression was stunned, and then it changed color madly. It subconsciously rushed forward 2 steps, wanting to take the opportunity to get rid of the angry newspaper reading zombie that had appeared behind it at an unknown time. However, the speed of the second master was too fast, and it had only just taken a step forward when the second master appeared in front of it. Arrogant guy. Now you know you're scared? The corners of the second master's mouth hooked up slightly as he reached out and pressed his hand directly onto the top of the wire walker's head, a terrifying pressure bursting out from his body. Ho ho ho. I was wrong. Please, give me a break. Let me go. The wire zombie cried and begged for forgiveness, but it hadn't thought about how arrogant it had been when it had just spoken out to provoke the second master. As the saying goes, trouble comes out of the mouth. So mind your mouth in your next life. The second master laughed lightly and shook his head. Under the terrified eyes of the wire walker, he directly and easily ripped off the wire walker's head. Master, how was it? The stiff king stood with his arms folded as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. The situation was now very clear. With the cooperation of the many zombies, the battle was now nearing its end. Thousands of zombies gradually fell, and now only a few hundred higher-level zombies were left to resist. But in front of the awakened second master, they were not enough to stuff their teeth. So he freed his hands in advance and waited for victory. It's impressive. You're just too strong. Chun Yu looked at Dr. Stiff King with emotion on his face. The Sailor Stiff King was stronger than the original Stiff King by more than 1 level. The original King of Stiffs can only put normal zombies in the beginning, but the Sailor King of Stiffs doesn't have this limitation. Not only does he put whatever zombies he wants, but most importantly, he also puts all the 2-star zombies. You have to know that the 2-star zombies are all elites, and there is no lack of second masters. Second masters with knives, stealthy second masters, and mercenary red-eye giant zombies of such a level of Big Brother. The Sailor Stiff King humbly waved his hand. If it wasn't for Chen Yu synthesizing the Sailor Stiff King card, he wouldn't have been able to harness the Sailor Mecha for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu smiled non-committally. Synthesizing this kind of thing is all about luck. Right now I already have one of your cards in my hand, so as long as I get another Sailor Stiff King's card, then you will unlock the power of 3 stars. 3-star power? Dr. Stiff King looked down at the field thoughtfully. I'm afraid I won't be able to unlock it anytime soon. Cards like Dr. Stiff Kings are hidden cards that can only be obtained by transmutations that have a deep connection with zombies. However, you are the successor of the Stiff Emperor. The hidden cards are just like ordinary cards to you, but the probability of obtaining this card of Dr. Stiff King is very small, so you shouldn't be too anxious. Just go with the flow. After saying that, Dr. Stiff King manipulated the mech to throw another white van out. It had to be said that Dr. Stiffy King's accuracy was really high, and he had smashed 3 platinum zombies with this van, and even popped 2 cards. Summoning you over to help was really the wisest choice. Other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who can so easily solve the zombies in this city, and it's still a direct crush. It's simply too good to be true, Chen Yu said with a smile. Don't get cool yet. There's a little mouse on the loose. Dr. Stiff King's smile tightened slightly as he glanced at his display, then quickly clicked on the control screen, only to hear a click as a fast-moving red dot appeared on the display. It is? Chun Yu looked at the display with some curiosity. From Dr. Stiff King's mouth it was not difficult to learn that there should be something preparing to escape. He just didn't know what it was that was going to run away. Is it a zombie? No, it shouldn't be. Creatures like zombies were typically brainless. Even if they knew they couldn't beat them, they would still rush up in a swarm under the bloodthirsty instinct. There's a diamond-class walker ready to run. I'll send someone after it. Dr. Stiff King explained, then maneuvered his mech to release a backstabbing balloon zombie onto the battlefield. As soon as the backstabbing balloon zombie appeared, it immediately hugged the second master who had been killing in the battlefield and flew off into the distance. Seeing this scene, the corner of Chun Yu's mouth twitched. He had just thought that it should not be a zombie to come. He did not expect the punch in the face to come so fast that he did not react. Soon, with the backstabbing balloon zombies sprinting at full speed,
The two of them caught up with the diamond-grade zombies that had fled the city for 3 kilometers. The diamond-grade zombie stopped here originally to watch where the situation was going, but he didn't expect that there were actually 2 zombies that weren't afraid of death chasing towards him.
How did you guys know I was here?
Not caring if the pursuing zombie could understand,
The diamond-level zombie directly opened his mouth and asked, "Know how weird it is that you're here?" Second master a backflip perfect landing.
Backstabbing balloon zombie is not a word flying in the air staring at the diamond-grade zombie.
If the diamond-grade zombie wants to escape, he will absolutely not hesitate to rush up to do it.
It's quite strange that you guys were able to pinpoint me when I never showed my face from the beginning.
Could it be that those idiots gave me up? No, that's not right.
What I told them was that I was waiting in the shadows for an opportunity to move.
They wouldn't have thought I would run away.
And even if they did, there's no way they could have known where I was headed.
So how did you guys know?
The diamond-grade zombie took a look at the deadwood trunk beside it and sat on it with a but that didn't mind in the slightest. It had a strong curiosity in its eyes as it really didn't figure out how these 2 zombies found it.
Don't think about it, you're guessing in the wrong direction.
I'm giving you a chance now to finish yourself off and give yourself a decent death. The second master pushed up his glasses with a smile on his face. The battle he had just fought had reduced the anger in his heart a little. This was what allowed him to speak calmly to the diamond-level zombies.
Otherwise, if he had to change into the person he was just now,
he was afraid that he would have already fought with the diamond-level zombies.
A decent death? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Hearing the second master's words,
the diamond-grade zombie was instantly happy. Since becoming a diamond-grade zombie, it hadn't heard such arrogant words for a long time.
Is it a joke you can't tell? Seeing the amused expression on the diamond-grade zombie's face, it made the second master's face look bad. But he didn't make a direct move, only that there were a few more bloodlines in his eyes. Alright, without further ado, I'll give you 2 choices now as well. The first one, tell me the truth and I can let you guys leave safely. And the second one, fight with me, get beaten to death by me, and then tell me the truth of the matter.
The diamond-grade zombie slowly tightened the smile on its face as it raised its own 2 fingers and spoke out in a cold tone the 2 choices it had given the second master.
If you don't see a coffin,
then I'll fulfill you. Seeing that the diamond-level zombie was so arrogant,
the second master didn't have the heart to chat with it any longer, but directly chose to make a move. In the past, when the second master was still silver level, he could hand-tier the more crotch zombies in the platinum level, and now that he is a platinum 1-star, facing the diamond-level zombies is not unbeatable. Name, Straw Shoe Walker. Grade, Diamond 1-star. Introduction, after King Jing of Zhongshan, once was the royal bloodline of the Han dynasty. Now although the bloodline is sparse, the era is long, but the identity of the name is right. In the village of Lujia, like the grass shoes zombie, this has the Han dynasty bloodline of hundreds of people. It is one of them, because of the early death of his parents. The grass shoes zombie can only do the things of the weaving mats and peddling shoes to maintain a livelihood. The grass shoes zombie can throw their own woven grass shoes to attack. If the enemy is hit by the grass shoes, will fall into 10 seconds of stiffness. The stiffness cannot be stacking time. If the enemy is hit by the straw shoes, it will fall into a 10-second stiffness, and cannot move under the stiffness state, and the stiffness state cannot be superimposed on the stacking time. As a generation of zombie king, the zombie that has become a diamond-class zombie has obtained the straw shoe field, and anyone who steps into its field will wear the straw shoes, which will cut the speed of movement by 50%, and increase the movement speed of the zombie by 50% when it is in the field itself. You're too slow. Seeing the second master charging straight towards him, the straw shoe zombie laughed and shook his head. Then with a serious gaze, he patted his straw shoes with both hands. In a blink of an eye, a light emanated from the pair of straw shoes on its feet, only to see the space within 50 meters centered around the straw shoe zombie turn a beige color. What? In the next moment, the second master suddenly felt an uncomfortable feeling. He subconsciously looked down, only to see that his feet had somehow put on straw shoes. There's a saying I don't know if you've heard. Seeing the second master's dumbfounded expression, the straw shoe zombie laughed out loud as it dodged the second master's charge while laughing and flirting with the second master. What's the word? The second master asked with a grim expression on his face. Fly in your straw shoes. The straw shoe zombie smiled and responded to the second master. Also at this time, the straw shoe zombie appeared in the back of the second master, and directly hit the second master's waist and abdomen with a head back hollowing. You're okay. Seeing the second master roll on the ground with a pained expression on his face made his fellow backstabbing balloon zombie a bit worried. It's okay, it doesn't matter. The second master shook his head with a grave expression, but his eyes betrayed the true thoughts of his heart. Seeing this scene, the backstab balloon zombie also stopped watching the show and directly joined the fight. Because of the unique characteristics of the backstabbing balloon zombie, which also led to the straw shoe zombie cannot attack the backstabbing balloon zombie, can only let the backstabbing balloon zombie lying on its back to nibble it. How despicable. Luckily I have thick skin. This damage you're doing won't be able to help me. The straw shoe zombie sneered and looked back at the backstabbing balloon zombie, then continued to provoke the second master like a nobody. In a state of anger, the second master did not have much brain to think, and when he saw the straw shoe zombie, he rushed forward with a brain, and as a result, not only did he not hit the straw shoe zombie, but he was fooled by it. On top of that, the straw shoe zombie also attacked with the straw shoe from time to time, and although his speed was delayed by the straw shoe, the second master's speed was not covered, and he had always been able to dodge it. But that's where the problem lies. Not only does the second master have to attack the straw shoe walker, he also has to dodge the straw shoes thrown out by the straw shoe walker, which makes the second master barely touch a hair on the straw shoe walker's head. A full 7 minutes of fighting. The second master only managed to touch the straw shoe zombie a bit, but the blood of the straw shoe zombie is still 1/3 of the blood. We must know that there is still a backstabbing balloon zombie in the back of its crazy output. Who is there? There's no way out. The second master gasped and propped his hands on his knees. He didn't attack again because the anger in his heart had been used up and now he could think calmly with his brain. No! How could I possibly admit defeat? The second master's face was fierce as he directly cut off his foot with his hand, letting it and the straw shoe roll off to the side, and then rushed towards the straw shoe walker with lightning speed. What? I can't believe it's so hard? Seeing that the second master did not hesitate to cut off his own feet, this caused the straw shoe walker to look shocked. Before the straw shoe zombie could react, the second master had already rushed to its front and crazily gnawed. Ho ho ho! The straw shoe zombie let out a cry of pain as it grimaced and blasted its fist at the second master's face. But the second master is like a hanged general, extremely fast. Grass shoe zombies simply cannot hit the second master. But on the contrary, it makes the second master's attack even more crazy. Are you kidding me? You platinum level scum! How dare you come to touch a diamond level corpse king? The straw shoe zombie roared, and a powerful pressure spread out in all directions. The backstabbing balloon zombie lying on its back and gnawing frantically subconsciously stopped its hand movements for about 3 seconds before regaining consciousness. But the second master was not so lucky. He was already in front of the straw shoe walker, and now that he was yelled at like that, his whole body froze in place uncontrollably. Seeing this, the straw shoe zombie immediately took out a straw shoe and threw it at the second master's body, which was also the moment that the second master fell into an endless stiffness. The straw shoes thrown by the straw shoe walker could put the target in a 10-second stasis, and the straw shoe walker's straw shoes were infinite, which led to the straw shoe walker being able to keep throwing straw shoes to keep the second master stuck in a stasis and unable to move. Maybe some people are wondering, but it's really not that hard to understand. Just think of the straw shoe walker as the butter pitcher from the Unknown Edition. Butter can control zombies, and every shot the butter thrower throws is butter, meaning that the butter thrower can do a solid one-shot win no matter who it faces, as long as the opponent can be controlled. Of course, the situation is not different now, although the straw shoe zombie can keep hitting the control just like the butter pitcher, but it can't solve the backstabbing balloon zombie on its back. Even if it finishes off the second master, it will end up dying at the hands of the backstabbing balloon zombie. Hey, you're just going to watch me beat your partner to death? The straw shoe zombie glanced back at the backstabbing balloon zombie on his back, his tone tinged with disbelief. It took advantage of the second master being in a frozen state to hammer the second master one after another, hitting the second master's blood level gradually decreasing, and eventually stuck at around 300 blood. If the straw shoe zombie punched 2 more times, I'm afraid even Hua Tua in the world couldn't save the second master back. Doesn't the backstabbing balloon zombie care about his teammates at all? Go ahead and fight. The second master, his old man, is ready to go back to sleep anyway. I'll take your life. The backstabbing balloon zombie gulped back a sentence. The angry grass shoes zombie teeth itchy. This guy just talk. How to talk while gnawing it. Oh oi. You see, I didn't take his life even after I beat him up like that. I just wanted to negotiate with you. Tell you what, I don't want any more truth. As long as you let me go, I'll allow you to take this old man with you. How's that? Straw shoe zombie cried and mourned to the backstabbing balloon zombie said, it is not easy to become a diamond level zombie, and now it has not yet enjoyed the glory and wealth for a long time to die in the hands of a platinum zombie. This is even more difficult than killing it. The backstabbing balloon zombie rolled his eyes and said with an impatient face, I said I don't need it, so hurry up and give the second master a pain in the ass. He even went so far as to cut off his own legs in order to be able to finish you off. So you're harming him by keeping him alive instead. I meow. The straw shoe zombie was speechless. Then what the hell do you want to do to let me go? I have no grudges with you guys. I've never looked for trouble with you guys, and even when I ran into you guys I just ran away. What more do you want from me? Whether I can spare you or not is not for me to decide. This is Dr. Stiff King's decision, and even more so the decision of the Stiff Emperor's successor. I'm only responsible for executing it. And you just need to obediently turn into a card. I've heard that high-level zombies are most prone to dropping cards. The backstabbing balloon zombie returned expressionlessly. Straw Shoes Zombie want to cry without tears looking at the ground lying on the second master. It in the end who is inviting who messed with. Is it a zombie must be driven to extinction? Can you stop talking to me? It's making me chew badly. My cheeks hurt. The back-spiked balloon zombie frowned and opened his mouth in anger. This straw shoe zombie was really brainless. If it hadn't been looking for his own conversation, he would have given the straw shoe zombie a nibble to death. Big brother, don't gnaw on me for a while. I suddenly thought of something that will definitely help you guys. Feeling the loss of his own life force, the straw shoe zombie was really out of options. In order to save his own life, the straw shoe zombie decided to sell the information that he had collected for a long time. What is it? The backstabbing balloon zombie frowned and stopped his hand at the sincere look of the straw shoe zombie anyway, because the straw shoe zombie only had a third of its blood left. If he continued to gnaw on it, the straw shoe zombie was afraid that it really couldn't carry on. I can't tell you the secret, but I can tell your master. And it's useless to talk to a player like you who has no say in the matter. The grass shoes zombie lightly grunted. It can't easily tell the secret to save its life to the backstabbing balloon zombie. Otherwise the backstabbing balloon zombie will turn its head to gnaw it, and then use its secret to claim credit. Then who can it find to justify? Want to see the master? I think you're scheming. Seeing that the straw shoe zombie actually dared to speak to itself like this, the backstab balloon zombie didn't even think about it and started to frantically gnaw on it. And the straw shoe zombie's blood level fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stop! Just when the straw shoe zombie only has 500 blood left and is about to go to the west, the second master who recovered from the state of stiffness immediately opened his mouth to stop the backstabbing balloon zombie's movement. What's wrong? Second master? Backstabbing balloon zombie looked at the second master with a bewildered face. He was about to explode the deck, only to be reprimanded by the second master. The chunks of meat in his hand shook off. Don't rush to deal with this fellow first, in case what it says is important. We are not familiar with this world. Its information is still important. If the information it says displeases its master, it won't be too late for us to deal with it. The second master has a broader insight and understanding compared to a youngster like the backstabbing balloon zombie. The backstabbing balloon zombie thinks that the straw shoe zombie is playing tricks, but the second master thinks that it, as a diamond-level zombie, must know some information. Got it. So let's take this guy back? The backstabbed balloon zombie nodded and opened his mouth to offer his thoughts under the serious gaze of the second master. Well, you bring this guy back can be. I will not go back with you. My current state is very bad. Go back instead of disgrace. Not as good as now relief. Go home to sleep comfortably to the real. The second master said in this way. After saying that, the second master hooked his hand towards the straw shoe zombie. Hey, it's time for you to play your role. I'm in a bad state now, so just finish me off. Ooh-hoo. Ha! The straw shoe zombie nodded absent-mindedly, and 2 seconds later, it realized that the second master wasn't asking it to help, but to finish itself off, which couldn't be allowed. What? Hurry up! The second master frowned with a displeased expression. But, straw shoe's zombie face white. It is not timid, mainly afraid to give the other side to do the reason. In case it said the information, but the other side said that he killed his men, then it is not this information for nothing? Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. You don't need to take any responsibility. Noticing the strong worry and fear in the eyes of the straw shoe walker, the second master smiled and waved his hand. The straw shoe zombie looked back at the backstabbing balloon zombie. After all, when the second master died later, what should be said or backstabbing balloon zombie said, so it had to ask the backstabbing balloon zombie's consent. Do it, and don't bore the second master with the wait. The backstab balloon zombie didn't have any problem with this, and even urged the straw shoe zombie to hurry up. Oh, good. Seeing this, the straw shoe walker could only be ruthless, aiming 2 bunkers punches at the second master's head. Okay, let's go. Seeing the second master fall to the ground without any more life, the backstabbing balloon zombie withdrew its sight with an expressionless face, and then flew into the air with the straw shoe zombie, heading towards the side of the city. Soon, the backstab balloon zombie returned to the city with the straw shoe walker. The battle on this side is over and the zombies are cleaning up the battlefield, looking for cards or other rewards that popped out. Doctor, Master, I'm back. The backstabbing balloon zombie flew through the air with the straw shoe zombie, and when Dr. Stiff King saw this, he hurriedly maneuvered his mech to squeeze the straw shoe zombie in the palm of his hand. The backstab balloon zombie saw that the straw shoe walker had been brought under control, and instead of lying on its back, it flew to the vicinity of the control room. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you shoot on sight? Now what are you trying to do by bringing back a half-dead diamond-grade zombie? Dr. Stiff King said with a stern face. The backstabbing balloon zombie replied with some aggravation. I don't want to but the second master, his old man, said that he could bring it back first to see how things are going, so I'm just an executing order. The second master said you could bring it back? Bring it back for what? Dr. Stiff King's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that the second master was a knowledgeable scholar. Surely he wouldn't put his finger in the air for no reason. So this guy he brought back must be of some use. No, it's that this guy said that he holds a secret in his hand. It also said that it must be of some help to the master. When the second master heard it, he thought that he could bring it back, and if it's useless then it's not too late to deal with it. The backstabbing balloon zombie said this. Oh, so that's it. Dr. Stiff King came to a sudden realization. He said how the second master would let the backstabbing balloon zombie bring a zombie back for no reason. The original cause through the result is like this. Hey, can you guys stop having a conversation and come ask me any questions? Seeing Dr. Stiff King and the backstab balloon zombie chatting animatedly with each other, the straw shoe zombie was a bit annoyed. Its straw shoe zombie was at least a generation of Corpse King, the highest ranked powerhouse on the scene, and these two platinum ranked brothers actually dared to be so arrogant in front of it? If it wasn't for the fact that it was now severely injured and its strength was non-existent, it would definitely let this little old man, Dr. Stiff King, know how powerful it was as a diamond-grade zombie. Is there a place for you to talk here? Humph. Backstabbing balloon zombie. Slap me. Dr. Stiff King grunted softly, staring at the straw shoe zombie with an unkind face, and as soon as the backstabbing balloon zombie heard it, it immediately flew to the straw shoe zombie and smacked it hard. You guys. The straw shoe walker covered his left cheek where he had been hit and looked a little stunned. It did not expect Dr. Stiff King actually dared to let the backstabbing balloon zombie hit himself, but this rash really hit. A generation of Corpse King do not want to lose face? You what you are. Stay put until you're told to, or I won't guarantee your safety. Dr. Stiff King opened his mouth coldly. Obviously he didn't look tall, but he gave off an oppressive feeling, and the straw shoe zombie could only silently cover his face and misplace his sight. Master, you ask. Seeing that the straw shoe zombie bowed its head and gave in, Dr. Stiff King then moved to the side to make room for Chenyu. Good. Chenyu gave Dr. Stiff King an appreciative glance, then fixed the straw shoe zombie with an icy gaze. Speak, your secret. If what you tell me is unsatisfactory to me, then you can go and accompany those zombies down there. Seeing Chenyu, a human with no hands, also dare to speak out against himself, it made the straw shoe zombie feel suffocated but helpless at the same time. Who made the situation stronger than others now? It can only bow down? The straw shoe zombie organized his thoughts and then spoke. This secret is very simple. You may not know who I am, but I can tell you that I'm after the king of Zhongshanjing, and Liu Bei, the Zhaolai emperor from our same village, is my good brother. Liu Bei, Emperor Zhaolai? Hearing the words of the straw shoe zombie, Chenyu froze, surprise in his eyes, but not much surprise. After all, the introduction of the Wire Walker mentions that the Wire Walker's father was a soldier who fought in the Battle of Red Cliffs, suggesting that it's the Three Kingdoms period, and judging from this introduction, it would be the end of the Three Kingdoms, with various famous battles already fought. Plus the fact that this straw shoe zombie called Liu Bei Emperor Zhaolai means that the current period is at least the same time Liu Bei claimed the title of emperor, but it's impossible to say if it's even further back. The first Shu Han can be said to be full of talent. One has Crouching Dragon Phoenix Daisy, martial arts has 5 tiger generals, but the late Shu Han talent withered before the Prime Minister 6 out of Qishan, after the Jiangwei 9 expedition to the Central Plains, directly to the Shu Han's young and strong have been beaten up. The most important thing is that, in addition to Jiangwei, a decent generals are not. The most strawman is the high hopes of Zhuge Zhan. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhuge Zhan is a little bit did not inherit the wisdom of the Prime Minister. The straw shoe zombie said with slight pride. Yes, Zhaolai Emperor Liu Bei. It's a half-step zombie at the Zuni level, and as long as it devours enough more flesh and blood, or the life essence of other zombies, in less than 3 years, it'll be able to successfully advance. Even Liu Bei is a half-step Zuni level zombie. Then wouldn't the 5 tiger generals all be Zuni level zombies? Chenyu asked as he stroked his chin. What? You actually know about the 5 tiger generals? Hearing Chenyu's words, the straw shoe zombie's expression changed. It thought that Chenyu was just an outsider who had just come to the ancient world, but it didn't expect Chenyu to actually understand so deeply. Who doesn't know that? Chenyu rolled his eyes. He is at least a traverser. In his previous life he was familiar with the 4 great masterpieces. Even if this world does not have the romance of the 3 kingdoms, he remembers it clearly. If you know about the 5 tiger generals,
Then you should also understand that the 5 tiger generals all died back when Emperor Zhaolai Liu Bei ascended the throne. The straw shoe zombie sighed with a complicated expression. Originally it was trying to bluff Chen Yu with its identity as Liu Bei's fellow villager, but now it seems that it was overthinking. If it says something Chen Yu knows, and it is different from the information it says, then it is afraid that its head will be insecure. In order to avoid the head moving, it can only be sincere. What? How is it possible that the 5 tiger generals all died when Emperor Liu Bei of Zhaolai ascended the throne? Let's not talk about the martial Saint Guan Yu, but even that Zhang Ida, who made a spear of 8 serpents, didn't die so early. Chen Yu looked surprised. This seems to be very different from the history he knew well. When did the 5 tiger generals die at the time of Zhaolai Emperor Liu Bei? It seems that you also heard it from hearsay and don't know the inside story, so I'll tell you what happened back then. First of all, the zombie virus attacked. All the Shu army was infected into zombies. The 5 tiger generals with their force value and the many zombies to kill a bloody road. Zhaolai Emperor Liu Bei is not an idle person either. Although it is a monarch, its martial righteousness isn't much worse. It kills 7 times in 7 in the zombie horde with its female and male double-stranded swords in hand, and its level has quickly risen to the diamond level. According to reason, it will regain some of its consciousness when it becomes a platinum-level zombie, but at that time, it had already killed madly, and froze for 7 days and 7 nights to promote from platinum level to diamond level. It was also at this time that Liu Bei, the emperor of Zhaolai, came to his senses, and it sat on a high platform overlooking the entire army, and there was not a single one of Shu Han's 100,000 strong army left, and even its beloved 5 tiger generals died in its hands. Liu Bei, who came to his senses, regretted it. It was a benevolent ruler, courteous and kind to the people, but as a result of an accident it slaughtered its own soldiers and generals. Compared to the accusations of outsiders, it was more tormented and agonized in its heart. In order to figure out what the hell is going on in this dystopia, Liu Bei spent 10 years killing all the zombies in his territory, and the people who survived were raised by it in the city. Of course, my good brother Liu Bei is a benevolent ruler. It doesn't keep the survivors in captivity and eat them regularly, but really treats them well. Even though it's already a zombie itself, it just manages to restrain its appetite and not move those people. But the zombie virus is too terrifying. Even though Liu Bei protected those people tightly, the zombie virus was like locusts crossing the border, turning everyone into zombies in less than half a month. Miraculously, all of these people were obviously only bronze-level zombies, but they all retained a portion of their consciousness, and Liu Bei relied on the help of this particular portion of zombies to occupy almost half of the 3 kingdoms territory. The original 3-legged tripod situation was broken, and now Wu and Wei are now shrinking in the corner and languishing, while Shu is as good as new. And it was thanks to Liu Bei's blessing that I was promoted to a diamond-class zombie so quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei and Wu also have Black Yao-level powerhouses on their side, they wouldn't be able to stop Liu Bei's attack with their current strength. And I know that Liu Bei is preparing to launch a general attack on Wei and Wu in the near future. Liu Bei is already stuck in a bottleneck. As long as this general attack is successful and enough zombie essence is absorbed, it will be able to break through the Zuni level in one fell swoop and become the veritable number 1 of the 3 kingdoms. The straw shoe zombie said the information he knew in one breath, knowing that although it was geographically remote here, it also belonged to the jurisdiction of Shu Han. It didn't believe that Chen Yu would still dare to lay his hands on it when he heard the 5 words Zun Sure Grade Zombie. Not bad, very useful information, but that's not enough. You have to come up with another useful piece of information. Chen Yu nodded with a smile on his face, and just when the straw shoe zombie felt that he was safe, Chen Yu drew a turn, and the straw shoe zombie's mood was like falling into an ice cave. What do you mean? As a human, you actually don't count your words? The straw shoe zombie's face was cloudy. It had already told Chen Yu the most useful information, but it turned out that Chen Yu actually said this. Could it be that he was teasing it? When did I say I was going to leave you alone? Chen Yu asked back with a strange expression. Did you hear that? Chen Yu twisted his head to look at Dr. Stiff King and asked. No, Dr. Stiffy King sniffed and immediately cooperated. So did you hear that? Chen Yu turned to ask about the backstabbing balloon zombie again. No. The backstabbing balloon shook his head at the sight. That's not it. Just send it home quickly. Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand, and the backstab balloon zombie immediately rushed forward to gnaw through the remaining life of the straw shoe zombie. After the death of the straw shoe walker, 2 cards and a black ball of light suddenly appeared in the palm of the sailor mech's hand. Seeing this, Dr. Stiff King immediately maneuvered his mech to deliver the cards and light ball to Chen Yu. Buzz! As soon as Chen Yu's hand touched the ball of light, he felt a particularly comfortable sensation throughout his body. After feeling it carefully, Chen Yu realized that it was not an increase in strength, but an increase in physical ability. While the strength increase is very similar to the fitness increase, The strength increase is mainly a matter of getting stronger.
Nothing else changes.
But fitness increase is different. Fitness increase is what makes your core more stable. It not only adds a sense of strength to your entire body,
but it doesn't leave other areas behind, like that area of errands. Chunyu once heard of a joyful thing, that is, a transmigrant was originally a 3-minute Western cowboy fast shooter. As a result,
after getting the physical ability to increase froze into everyone's envy of the time control masters,
to extend the 3 minutes to 30 minutes, who the hell can top it?
This has led to a lot of people wishing they could get the physical increase as a bonus.
However, this reward is a bit of a chicken rib for Chenyu. He himself is at his peak,
and raising his level will also incidentally increase this aspect. And now comes the increase in body energy.
Simply don't be too outrageous.
After absorbing the ball of light, the zombie side of the battlefield cleanup was also completed, only to see the backstabbing balloon zombie holding a large pile of cards to fly to the control room to come, together with the two just burst out of the straw shoe zombie, a total of 30 cards. The zombie decks are 2 regular zombie decks,
2 Dancing King zombie decks, 2 Tombstone decks, 2 Machine Gun Shooter zombie decks, 2 Barricade zombie decks, 2 Diving zombie decks, 2 High Nut zombie decks, 2 Little Kid zombie decks, Iron Gate zombie decks, Bungee Jumping zombie decks, and Balloon zombie decks. The plant decks are Cherry Bomb, Sunflower, Pea Shooter, Potato Thunder, Chill Mushroom, Charm Mushroom, Lotus Leaf, Watercress, Third Line Shooter, Pumpkin Head, and Magnet Mushroom.
Chunyu had thought of synthesizing directly here, but on second thought, he thought that this was the ancient world after all, and it wasn't safe, even if there was a Sailor Stiff King here to escort him. But this straw shoe zombie was Liu Bei's good brother,
and Liu Bei was a half-step Zuni level zombie,
and the Sailor Stiff King was only a platinum 1-star at the moment,
so it really wasn't certain that he could carry Liu Bei's attack. Thinking of this,
Chenyu still recalled the Sailor Stiff King and then took out the time channel fragment to return to reality. As for those zombies that were released by the Sailor Stiff King,
Chenyu had no way to take them back, and could only order them to stand by and do whatever he wanted to do. As soon as he returned to reality, Chenyu couldn't wait to call out the zombie illustrations. As the zombie illustrated guide flipped to the last page of the synthesis page, Chenyu then threw in all the cards that could be synthesized. The ones that can synthesize 2-star cards are normal zombies, Dancing King zombies, Tombstones,
Machine Gun Shooter zombies,
Barricade zombies, Diving zombies, High Nut zombies, Kid zombies, Iron Gate zombies,
Bungee Jumping zombies,
Balloon zombies, Cherry Bombs, Sunflowers, Potato Mines, Chilling Mushrooms,
and Charmed Mushrooms.
Name, Giantized Common Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 100 Tombstone value. Introduction, once the most ordinary zombie in the zombie world.
Since he got the giganticization potion gifted by Dr.
Stiff King,
he is no longer ordinary. The giganticization of ordinary zombies' attack method has not changed much,
but now he has 10,000 blood. Even the big brother of the zombie world, the red-eyed giant zombie, can't compare with his blood.
The giganticization of ordinary zombie, in addition to gnawing and biting, he has learned to stomp and is good at using his size advantage to crush his opponents.
Name, Blind Box Dancer Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 225 Tombstone value.
Introduction. Blind Box Dancing King Zombie is a variant of Dancing King Zombie.
Blind Box Dancing King Zombie wears a blind box on its head. When attacked to a certain extent,
the blind box on top of the head of the Blind Box Dancing King Zombie will break and summon 4 random zombies.
Blind Box Dancing King Zombie won't summon the accompanying zombies before the blind box is broken,
and won't die after the blind box is broken, but will continue to fight on as a normal Dancing King Zombie.
Name, Urinating Split Machine Gun Shooter Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 Tombstone value.
Introduction. Urine Fork Machine Gun Shooter Zombie is a machine gun shooter zombie modification. Urine Fork Machine Gun Shooter Zombie compared to the ordinary Machine Gun Shooter Zombie output is higher.
Urine Fork Machine Gun Shooter one time can occur 18 Ps, respectively, to the front to launch 6, up and down 2 roads respectively launch 6. The output is very high, but the weakness is also very obvious. That is, brittle and paper-like. Name, Rugby Diving Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 Tombstone value. Introduction. Diving Zombie is one of the more common zombies in the zombie world.
Because of its attack damage, and ordinary zombies are the same, so they are called ordinary zombies can dive. In order to be able to change the other people's contempt for their own diving zombie to the rugby zombie to borrow a helmet. With a rugby helmet, diving zombie defense increased by a large section. Coupled with the characteristics of the water, he won't be attacked, and now he's much stronger than before.
Much stronger. Name, Anti-Injury High Nut Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction, High Nut Zombie as a special plant zombie. In the plant world also has not a small amount of people. In order to make their own strength more let a layer. High Nut Zombie found a former teacher of the King of the Ground Thorns. And from the King of the Ground Thorns have learned a lot of skills. The High Nut Zombie blood is now up to 6,000. And the same as the Red-Eyed Giant Zombie. And High Nut Zombie damage will be the original return damage to the enemy, provided that the anti-damage to the zombie is still alive. The High Nut Zombie will return damage to the enemy after taking damage, provided that the anti-damage High Nut Zombie is still alive. Name, Flag Barricade Iron Gate Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 300 tombstone value. Introduction, Flag Barricade Iron Door Zombie is a variant of the Iron Door Zombie. Flag Barricade Iron Door Zombie blood and ordinary Barricade Zombie the same. But Flag Barricade Iron Door Zombie's movement speed is very fast, and the Iron Door of the blood up to 50,000 blood. Very few people can beat Flag Barricade Iron Door Zombie from the front, but Flag Barricade Iron Door Zombie's Iron Door can only withstand the frontal damage. If an enemy sneaks up on the body from behind, the damage will not be spread to the Iron Gate. Name, Red Warm Cherry Bomb. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 Sunshine. Introduction, Red Warm Cherry Bomb is a variant of the cherry bomb plant. Red Warm Cherry Bomb will leave a ripe red potato mine in the same place after the explosion. The explosion damage of the potato mine is equivalent to the damage of 2 potato mines. Name, Flame Sunflower. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 50 Sunshine. Introduction, Sunflower deep feeling of their own weakness. In order to be able to become more powerful, Sunflower and Fire Hot Pepper study for a period of time. And now it's learned to return. Flame Sunflower give up the traditional production skills, but it can summon the Flame Sunflower on the enemy to cause sustained damage. Each time can only attack one enemy. At the same time, will be locked to the enemy with the lowest blood to cause sustained flames damage. The range of the attack is 5x5. Name, Ice Cold Melon. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 75 Sunshine. Introduction, the love child of Ice Mushroom and Wormwood Gourd. Ice Gourd perfectly inherits the good genes of Ice Mushroom and Wormwood Gourd. When an enemy appears beside the Ice Gourd will ruthlessly smash to the enemy, inflicting the same damage as the original Wormwood Gourd and freezing the enemies in the whole field for 5 seconds, which is an absolute freezing for the 5 seconds, and can't be thawed by the flames. Name, Charmed Mushroom Pitcher. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 500 Sunshine. Introduction, Charming Mushroom and the predecessor Corn Pitcher studied for more than 10 years. The Charm Mushroom from the original can only passively charm the enemy to actively charm the enemy. The Charm Mushroom Pitcher every 60 seconds can throw a small Charm Mushroom. Small Charm Mushroom can charm most of the enemy. In addition to those exempted from control of the enemy, no one can escape from the control of the charm of it. In addition to the 10 new cards that have been synthesized, there are also 6 cards that have been synthesized before: Barricade Dancing King Zombie, Crazy Tombstone, Exploding Kid Zombie, Charming Mushroom Bungee Zombie, Backstabbing Balloon Zombie, and Instant Potato Thunder. Shen Yu didn't even expect that his luck would be so good today. And the cards that came out of the fusion were all very good. Giganticized normal zombies had a full 10,000 blood and could not only gnaw on enemies but also stomp on them with their feet. It's worth noting, however, that the giganticized normal zombie has a different spike mechanic than the Dr. Stiff King kind. The giganticized normal zombie stomps a foot for 3 gnawing damage, and you can only stomp a squishy when the enemy is in the decimation line. Needless to say, the Blind Box Dancing King Zombie is a proper 2-star top card that not only has 2 precious lives, but can also summon 4 random zombies. As for the Urine Forked Machine Gun Shooter Zombie, this card is actually quite controversial. You say he is powerful. He is shattered at the touch. You say he is vegetable. He can kill the Red-Eyed Giant Zombie from a distance single. This feeling was like playing an online game, where the piss-splitting machine gun shooter had clicked all of his attributes on attack and froze on none of the other attributes, which created his extreme output. Flag Barricade Iron Gate Zombie is even more needless to say. Who is a good person can afford to use 50,000 blood Iron Gate? Even if the blood of the Iron Gate can only be effective in the frontal battle, but this cannot hide the fact that he is super strong. As for those other cards, not to mention, which one of them won't be snatched up if you take it out and put it outside? There was also that Barricade Dancing King Zombie card. Shen Yu also had one in his hand, which could now be directly synthesized into a 3-star card. Thinking of this, Shen Yu didn't even think about it and directly threw the 2 Barricade Dancing King Zombie cards into the Zombie Atlas. Buzz! A black and white mist filled the entire room, and the zombie iconography shuddered violently. The last time this happened was when the champion pole vaulting zombie was synthesized. Thinking of this, the surprise in Shen Yu's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and he couldn't wait to see what kind of card the 2 Barricade Dancing King Zombies fused together would look like. Just then, A shiny card flew out of the zombie icon. Name, Spacewalker Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 250 tombstone value. Introduction. Barricade Dancing King Zombie dancing skills in the zombie world is the top of the existence. But the Barricade Dancing King Zombie is not satisfied with this, because there are still people stronger than him. In order to improve their own dancing skills, Barricade Dancing King Zombie hard work, and ultimately learned the Space Step. Space Step Dancing King Zombie gave up his head of the barricade hat, and turned to wear toadstool glasses. Space Step Dancing King Zombie's movement speed is very fast. Is the ordinary Dancing King Zombie. The Spacewalker Zombie moves very fast, 3 times faster than the normal Spacewalker Zombie. The normal Spacewalker Zombie walks 2 frames to summon the Dancing Zombie. The Spacewalker Zombie walks 6 frames to summon the Dancing Zombie. When the Spacewalker Zombie summons the Dancing Zombie, the Spacewalker Zombie will summon the air support, and 3 random 2-star zombies will be dropped into the air. Seeing the introduction of the Space Step Dancing King Zombie, Chen Yu looked surprised, not realizing that the 3-star Dancing King Zombie was actually so strong. If the Space Step Dancing King Zombie can only summon air support, Chen Yu will feel that this Space Step Dancing King Zombie is nothing. But the Space Step Dancing King Zombie can not only summon air support. It's that last line about the Spacewalker King being summoned again when a summoned zombie dies that's the kicker. Chen Yu had even been able to visualize a zombie party set off by the Space Step King Zombie. If the benevolent Dancing King Zombie needs to be paired with a tombstone to be useful, then the Space Step Dancing King Zombie is an army all by itself. After fusing the zombie decks that should be fused into the zombie icon, Chen Yu then collected the extra zombie decks and plant decks into the item bar. After harvesting a wave of card rewards in the ancient world, Chen Yu didn't plan to go back anytime soon. What if he was caught by Jelai Emperor Liu Bei just as soon as he passed? The Sailor Stiff King might not be able to beat Jelai Emperor Liu Bei yet, so he had to meet out a bit. Since he couldn't go to the ancient world right now, Chen Yu planned to learn about the Endless Abyss from the others. Thinking of this, Chen Yu dialed Bai Yi's phone. He also quite a long time no contact with Bai Yi. January did not see. Very miss do. After about 10 seconds of ringing, the phone was answered. Hey, Mr. Chen Yu, what can I do for you? Bai Yi's pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. There's something I want to ask you. Is this a good time for you? Chen Yu nodded and took a slight sip from the cup of water by the bedside. The hot water that had been poured earlier had already gotten cold. As long as it's your problem, I'm always available. Bai Yi on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. She didn't expect Chen Yu to actually have a question to ask her, but since Chen Yu had opened his mouth, then she must have unconditionally agreed. Chen Yu smiled. It's not really a big deal. I just wanted to ask if you know about the Endless Abyss. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression was stunned. The Endless Abyss isn't that something that can only be unlocked by beating the 30th floor. You should only be gold level now. How come you're starting to inquire about this now? Goo. I've long since gotten through the 30th floor, and I'm now platinum level. Or else I'd purposely call you to ask you what all this is for? Chen Yu said in tears and laughter. So that's how it is. Bai Yi nodded with a sudden realization. I don't know much about the Endless Abyss either. I've mainly heard it all from my father and grandfather. It is said that the Endless Abyss is divided into 3 modes. One is single player endless. In the single player endless mode, the zombies encountered will be easier. There is an out of zombie restriction, and there will not be a brain rush. The second mode is 2-player endless. This mode has the possibility of encountering triple the difficulty of the zombies, which is a challenge and an opportunity. Just right for the strong, but a painful torture if you are weak. As for the third mode, it's team endless. A total of 10 trannies can be teamed up to fight zombies together, but likewise, the zombies encountered are one of a kind, and the difficulty of encountering a zombie is 20 times that of the previous one, so generally only bigwigs above the diamond level will consider team endless. By the way, double endless and team endless are groups of people fighting in a homeworld that expands for the number of people, but it's not too big. For example, if I enter the 2-player endless mode with you, and your homeworld is bigger than mine, then it will use your homeworld by default, and then add lengthen 2 new paths to your homeworld, or up to 4 paths if you're at the same level of power, depending on how strong that person in the group is. The distribution of benefits in this group mode is calculated by the matchmaking platform, and the cards dropped are exclusive cards, so only the calculated benefit recipients can pick up the cards and put them away. No one else can. You also don't have to worry about the uneven distribution of benefits. It can be said that there is no fairer platform in this world than the matchmaking platform. It will be settled based on your damage, bearing wounds, control time, and final kill, and it won't be biased in favor of any party. After she finished speaking, Bai Yi then took a slight breath. Even though she was already a silver 9-star, it was still a bit uncomfortable to say so many words in one breath. And do you know the maximum number of walkers that can come out of a single endless at one time? Hearing Bai Yi mention the limit of the number of zombies out, Chunyu hurriedly asked after him. After all, he was now the object of the zombie queen's focused attention, and the most zombies came out every time, causing him to be used to high intensity by now. Bai Yi nodded. This I know. The first wave of single endless will produce a maximum of 30 zombies. The second wave's maximum limit will be raised to 35 zombies. The third wave's maximum limit will be raised to 40 zombies, and so on. The waves after that will get harder and harder. And if you're not careful, you'll fall in the endless abyss. But the rewards you get are also very good, and it's not too much to describe it as $1,000. But be careful. If you enter the endless abyss, you have to fight through the 5 waves before you can get out. Otherwise you'll be stuck there all the time. There is no time limit on the waves of the endless abyss. And when you enter the endless abyss, the matchmaking platform's matchmaking time will be stagnant, and there will be no mandatory countdown asking you to fight. And it's not a problem if you carry food to enter there and live into old age. Many platinum-level big shots enter the endless abyss and live there in the twilight of their lives. There were pros and cons to the endless abyss, but it was clear that the benefits that could be obtained in the endless abyss far outweighed its cons, which was why so many powerful people were attracted to the endless abyss. As the words fell, Bai Yi seemed to have thought of something else and continued. By the way, there is also the most important point. Zombies will no longer be restricted by the rules and thus forced to move forward in the endless abyss. So as long as you haven't left your homeland, you can let the zombies stay as your helpers. Hearing this, Shenyu also roughly understands the situation of the endless abyss, which is very similar to the endless mode of zombies in the last life. But the difference is that losing in the endless mode is losing, but losing in the endless abyss is the end of the body. I know. Thank you. Shenyu expressed his gratitude to Bai Yi from the bottom of his heart. You're welcome. Who are we to each other? Bai Yi's small face flushed red as she bravely returned. Since ancient times, beauty loved heroes. As early as when Shenyu defeated Liu Yao, she was vaguely moved. After that, Shenyu went all the way, from the bronze potential ranking provincial ranking to the national ranking, and became the first in the national ranking. Bai Yi was even more unable to extricate herself from worshipping Shenyu. However, she knew that her own talent was limited and there was no way to help Shenyu in any way, so she could only suppress the fondness in her heart and silently stay by Shenyu's side to be his confidant. Where are you studying now? Still over in Jiangnan City? Seeing that he had gotten the information he wanted, Shenyu planned to enter the endless abyss to fight, but he and Bai Yi were at least friends, so it would be a bit too impolite to hang up without saying a word, so he nagged him about his family. Hearing Shenyu ask about his own academy, Bai Yi immediately smiled and spoke. No, I'm in the capital right now, but it's not one of the 4 great academies, it's merely a key academy. You're in the capital city too? Which academy are you in the capital city? I'll see if it's close to our side. If the distance is suitable then we can meet and catch up or something, Shenyu said politely. That's pretty close. I'm enrolled in the nearest major academy in your Green Dragon Academy. It's only about 70 kilometers round trip. Do you have time to come out now? Bai Yi suppressed her inner excitement and asked in a calm manner. She hadn't even thought of this layer, but Chun Yu's words had inspired and motivated her. And since Chun Yu had taken the lead in opening her mouth, she had to be bold for once today. Whatever she said, it's already nighttime. So I don't think it's convenient for you to come out as a girl, is it? Shenyu is a little difficult. He was just trying to be polite, but did not expect Bai Yi actually took it seriously. He thought of running 70 kilometers just to catch up. It's okay, it's the same thing, as long as it's you. It's convenient for me. Even if it's 700 kilometers I'm obliged. Bai Yi could no longer hold back the fluttering in her heart, and told Shenyu what she really wanted in her heart in this half-joking way. Alright then, come over here. It just so happens that I haven't had dinner yet. Let's find a roadside stand to eat something. See, Bai Yi said so. Shenyu is not good to excuse. Coincidentally, he has not gone to the roadside kind of barbecue stalls jerk skewers for a long time. And now Bai Yi to come over. The two people are just to eat some kebabs. Okay, send me the address and I'll come over now. Bai Yi's rather excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Shenyu opened the map and sifted through a wave of stores in the surrounding area, and found that 3 kilometers away there was a barbecue stand that had a pretty good rating, and the reviews were all favorable. But Shenyu didn't listen to what these favorable reviews said, and instead clicked on the column of bad reviews. It's important to realize that the good reviews are likely to be swiped, and the bad reviews are the true windfall of this barbecue stand. But this store does do well. A total of more than 10,000 positive reviews, only more than 300 bad reviews, and these more than 300 bad reviews are complaining that there is no place to sit, but also queuing up and so on. Enough to see how hot the business is. how good the reputation is. Chen Yu briefly flipped through the pages for 2 minutes before sending the address of this restaurant to Bai Yi, while he himself booked the box online. Said roadside stalls jerking skewers, but will not really run to that kind of fly restaurant to eat. He himself accepted, but Bai Yi is not necessarily able to accept. After all, she is a rich girl, and he cannot compare. Bai Yi also hoofed after seeing the positioning and rushed towards the positioning in her luxury sports car. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu called a few more familiar people, including his sister Su Binglan, and his former rivals Lu Yao and Yi Wushuang. The information they knew was more comprehensive than Bai Yi, but the content of the information was largely different. Lu Yao and Bai Yi as well as Yi Wushuang were all juniors and currently had no access to the endless abyss, so they knew less. However, his sister Su Binglan was already a platinum-level powerhouse, and after getting his cat's tail ice-cold cactus like a hanged man, she had already gotten through the 40th layer and was about to advance to become a diamond-level powerhouse. So naturally, she had to know much more about the endless abyss. The first is that the color of the sky in the endless abyss is blood red with a hint of black in it. In the endless abyss, the sky does not drop sunlight, but both plant professions and zombie professions give 100 sunlight as a supply in the opening round, which is kind of generous. After talking to Su Binglan on the phone, Chen Yu then straightened his clothes in front of the mirror before leaving the villa. Just now, Su Binglan had mentioned to him that many people had made reservations for fusion decks. Chen Yu, on the other hand, said that he would let them come to the capital city on their own, or wait for him to return to Jiangnan City to help them synthesize after his vacation, and that he could take 3 hours out of his day to use to help with the synthesis, with Su Binglan's side being responsible for the specific arrangements. After exiting the Green Dragon Academy, Chen Yu took a slow stroll towards his destination. In about 10 minutes, he arrived at the barbecue stand. The name of this place is called Mighty Brother Barbecue Stall, divided into the store and the bund. The bund is in front of the store, set up a few tables to get together. A lot of people like this kind of atmosphere. Grounded. The interior of the store is great, much nicer than the scribbly bund outside. But surprisingly, the store is less than half as popular as the outside. You can make reservations for the store's booths online, but reservations are not allowed for the bund's location, and priority goes to whoever comes in first, or you'll have to negotiate with other diners on your own. The store doesn't get involved in entanglements with this one. Hello, do you have an appointment? Chen Yu was stopped by the pretty girl sitting at the front desk just as he walked into the Mighty Brother barbecue stand. Got a reservation. I booked the box online. Chen Yu took out his cell phone from the item bar and showed it to the pretty girl, who nodded in agreement at the sight. Okay, sir, you're a transmuter, right? When the girl saw that Chen Yu was able to take things out of thin air, she immediately opened her mouth to inquire. Yes, what's the problem? Chen Yu frowned slightly. He had come for just a meal and this receptionist mentioned the matter of transmigrants. Could it be that she or the boss here did not treat transmigrants well? Seeing that Chen Yu misunderstood his meaning, the girl hurriedly explained. It's like this, sir, we have a hidden benefit in our barbecue stall. All the transmigrants who come to our barbecue stall to consume are free of charge to give away authentic lamb kebabs. And the higher your level the more benefits you can get. Do you see that you need it? Oh, that's right. Chen Yu came to a realization and then asked, how many strings of authentic lamb kebabs can I get if it's bronze level? 10 bunches. The girl replied with a calm gaze. Then what if it's silver level? Chen Yu asked. 100 bunches. Sir, the girl's attitude was noticeably more respectful. According to you, wouldn't the gold level be 1,000 strings? Seeing such a large span of hidden benefits between bronze and silver levels made Chen Yu somewhat curious. The girl shook her head. No sir, the gold level is 300 skewers of lamb plus 300 skewers of beef. And if it's platinum and above it's all free. What level are you? Chen Yu was just about to reply, but he felt someone behind him pat his arm. The person did not use much force, but the pat was quite loud. Only to see a fat man with a height of about 1 meter 7 and a weight of 200 pounds standing in front of Chen Yu with an arrogant face and nuzzled his mouth. Dude, waste your time without that strength you know. There is a level detector here. You a bronze level player disguised as a platinum level will be seen out in minutes. Hurry up and get out of the way. I'm still ashamed if you're not. Are you armless? Can't you make any money? And you have to ask for this benefit. If I were you I'd find a building to jump off of. After saying that, Fatty was ready to push Chen Yu away, but he didn't expect Chen Yu to not move at all. Yo, can't see you still have some strength, but this strength is not enough to look at in front of me. I am a bronze 10-star powerhouse, and my buddy is even a silver 5-star big brother. So if you're smart, you should hurry up and get out of the way. Fatty didn't think that Chen Yu's level would be anywhere near as high. After all, how could a powerful person with strength chase after an ordinary sales clerk and ask questions just for that hidden benefit? This thing is not a few dollars.
Even a bronze-level player who stays in bronze for a long time can earn money that an ordinary person cannot earn in a lifetime. He really does not believe that Chunyu would drop so much to ask about hidden benefits if he is very strong. As for why he didn't push Chunyu, he blamed it on the fact that he hadn't eaten yet at night, and that he had wasted a lot of stamina today by promoting to a bronze 10-star powerhouse, and wasn't at his peak, so it was normal that he couldn't push Chunyu. Sir, let the gentleman in first. It's not a good idea for you to block the doorway. We have business to do. Seeing Chunyu blocking the import and export, coupled with the fat man exposing himself, this caused the girl's attitude to change, and she who had just been enthusiastic about Chunyu now became nonchalant. Apologize. Chunyu ignored the girl's words as he stared calmly at the fat man in front of him. To be honest, he never thought that he would actually come across such a situation. He, a platinum-level powerhouse, would actually be provoked by a bronze 10-star powerhouse? Was this surely not some fictional bridge? Apologize? Oh, boy. Are you worthy? The fat man grinned. The horrible aura spread out in all directions. The girls who were ordinary people bore the brunt of the ripple effect, only feeling uncomfortable all over, vaguely having the urge to kneel down. But Chunyu only felt like laughing at this. What the hell are you laughing at? Noticing the disdain that curled up at the corner of Chenyu's mouth, the fat man instantly burst into a rage. He was a bronze 10-star powerhouse, a man who stood at the top of the bronze level. Who of the other bronze levels dared to underestimate him? Oil and salt. Chenyu shook his head. He was not the kind of retarded novel hero who could be magnanimous and forgiving in the face of this kind of provocation from a small nag. Since this dead fat man was so ungrateful, then he sent him to the hospital to lie down. Just as Chenyu was about to strike, a thick middle-aged male bass voice rang out behind the fatty. Fatty, you're blocking the doorway to Dia, can you go in? Hearing this, the fat man returned with some aggravation. Brotherly, I didn't do it on purpose. It's this kid who intentionally blocked my path. He wouldn't let me ask him to get out of the way. I can't do anything about it. There is no way to do him. You are afraid of something. You cannot beat this is not still brother. You really live more and more back. Before at least a little bit of courage. Now the goat with the sewer rats like. Lily angrily scolded. I'm sorry, Rico. I'll fuck him now. Fatty pouted and apologized. He was just about to chide Chenyu a couple more times, but he didn't expect Chenyu to actually look at him with a mocking face, which made Fatty lose his mind instantly. What the hell are you laughing at? The fat man then slapped at Chenyu. The fight between the transmigrants is not under the control of the Law Enforcement Bureau, but the Guard Bureau. Even if he beat up Chenyu, it is just a matter of compensating some money and be done with it, knowing that his brother-in-law is the junior captain of the Guard Bureau. I'm laughing at you, fat ass. Chenyu's smile converged. Before the fat man's slap was drawn, Chenyu kicked out a positive stump with great speed. The fat man only felt as if his stomach was hit by a train, and the whole person instantly flew backwards uncontrollably. Pang, pang, pang. The fat man flew more than 10 meters in the air, and finally knocked down the metal racks of 3 barbecue stalls before he managed to stop. Fixed his eyes to see, only to see just now also arrogant incomparable fat man at this time is collapsed in the roadside by the stone pier spitting blood. The whole person withered, as if at any time to pass out. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Seeing this appearance of the fat man, Lily who was standing at the side was in a cold sweat. It was lucky that he had not just stood behind the fat man, otherwise he was afraid that he would have to give the fat man a back. You go stay with him too. Chenyu poked his head out to look at the lean man in front of him, then swung out a fist. Lily who couldn't dodge in time could only watch as the fist landed on his abdomen, and then his whole body flew out backwards uncontrollably. After resolving the two outspoken guys, Chenyu dialed the hospital's emergency number and the escort bureau's phone number without haste. After briefly elaborating on what he had committed, someone from the escort bureau's side was also sent to the scene of the crime at a rapid pace. Seeing Lily and Fatty so tragically collapsed in a pool of blood, the two escorts from the escort bureau walked up and inquired. It was you who made the call just now, wasn't it? It's me. The ambulance should also be arriving soon. How much money should be compensated? Do I still need to go with you to the bureau to go through the process? Chenyu calmly nodded his head and acknowledged. Seeing Chenyu so calm, the two escorts looked at each other, as if they did not expect Chenyu to react this way. One of the escorts spoke up and asked, going through the process will come later. Is it convenient to ask your identity? The escort asked in a low voice, deeply afraid that he was messing with one of those powerful and influential gentry. Chenyu smiled and shrugged. Not much of a status, just an ordinary citizen. But I'm kind of famous. Quite famous? What do you mean? The escort officer froze. He had seen many arrogant and domineering male children who exposed themselves, but he had never seen this strange way of speaking from Chenyu. Before Chenyu could open his mouth to speak, he saw a white Porsche parked on the side of the road.
Bai Yi got down from the car and quickly came to Chen Yu's side. "Student Chen Yu, what's going on with you?" Bai Yi was in a hurry when she got off the bus and didn't see Li and Fatty, who fell on the other side of the bus. She thought that Chen Yu was misunderstood by the escorts and was coordinating something. "Nothing, hit two guys." Chen Yu pointed at Li and Fatty lying on the ground. If he had not been merciful, he would have sent these two to meet the king of hell. After all, Fatty and Li had both just looked down on him, and he could take the opportunity to incite them to fight with him to the death, sending them away without any effort. Bai Yi nodded. She didn't ask Chen Yu why he had taken action against these two people. In her opinion, the ones Chen Yu taught were bad guys, and since they were bad guys, they deserved to be beaten. Bai Yi twisted her head to look at the two escorts and asked, "There's no need to go through the process, we're still getting ready to eat, and I'll cover all the medical expenses for those two." Seeing the cold, arrogant and awe-inspiring Bai Yi say this, the two escorts were somewhat at a loss for words. After all, they hadn't yet figured out the identities of Bai Yi and Chen Yu. But the way these two talked and the lightheartedness on their faces clearly had a background. Seeing that the two escorts did not speak, Bai Yi smiled and patted Chen Yu's shoulder. He, the top of the bronze potential ranking state ranking list, does not change his name when he walks, does not change his name when he sits. Chen Yu is also, he is currently enrolled in the Qinglong Academy, and is now a platinum ranked powerhouse. And his teacher is a black U ranked powerhouse. Are you sure you want to hold us up? Sorry for disturbing your meal. We'll go back now. We also understood what happened when we came here. It was these two who provoked first. Mr. Chen Yu doesn't have any responsibility and doesn't need to bear the medical expenses. I'll go and notify the two of them on their side. The escort standing at the front spoke extremely fast, and after finishing, he saluted towards Chen Yu and Bai Yi, and then pulled on the escort behind him and jogged away. Just kidding, they're not stupid. They know who they can and can't offend. Collapsed on the ground, this fat man they are recognized. This guy happens to be their squad leader's brother-in-law. Before this guy hit the people or they came over to smooth things out, they were the highest emotional intelligence in the squad. They didn't mind selling personal favors to the squad leader if they could be offended. But if they couldn't be offended, they would definitely clear the air, and even push the fault onto the fat man's body, which was used to calm the other party's anger. After resolving this mess, Chen Yu and Bai Yi also had no desire to eat at this store. Just as Chen Yu and Bai Yi were about to get into the Porsche to look for another barbecue restaurant, they saw a middle-aged man in a black suit running out of Mango's barbecue stand in a hurry. Stay back! Stay back! Seeing the middle-aged man in this state, Chen Yu vaguely guessed the identity of the visitor. However, he didn't feel that the other party had come over to settle the score with him, even if he had messed up the other party's barbecue stand like this. The other party's strength was only silver rank. He didn't believe that someone who could run a barbecue stand so well would make a stupid mistake. Something wrong? Chen Yu asked without changing his face. He had his hands in his pockets. His demeanor was calm, and his eyes, which had never changed from the beginning, revealed a deep composure. He was clearly just standing here, a platinum-level strength introverted without a trace of leakage, but he gave an extremely strong sense of oppression, and the middle-aged man in front of him even trembled uncontrollably with his legs. Seeing that Chen Yu did not turn around and leave at the first opportunity, the middle-aged man was relieved. He smiled and spoke. It's fine. It's fine. I was just inside using the restroom and didn't hear the commotion outside. I'm really sorry. It's our problem for making your experience unpleasant. In this case, I will compensate you 2 lifetime gold cards. As long as you take this card to our store, you can consume free of charge. Effective for life. Do you think it's okay? Chen Yu waved his hand. I don't need the gold card, but I'm too lazy to look for another place. Let's just eat at your house. I don't need any hidden benefits. I'll pay for as much as I eat. After saying that, Chen Yu took Bai Yi with him and walked into the Mighty Brother barbecue stall. Boss Mang didn't dare to question this when he heard this. He quickly chased after Chen Yu to give Chen Yu an account of what signatures of the store's barbecue were worth trying. Chen Yu heard. Anyway, he is now platinum level. Do not have to worry about what the problem of growing fat. Simply came to a copy of each thing to taste. Waiting for the order of barbecue on all. The boss fierce brother will retreat out, and instructed other people to entertain Chen Yu. But where Chen Yu has a little bit of dissatisfaction to take them to test. Chen Yu didn't know what was going on outside because the door to the box had already been closed, and he was still holding 2 skewers of beef kebabs in his hand and feasting on them. How have you been doing? Seeing Bai Yi sitting on the chair without saying anything or eating, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask. It's okay, but my grandfather might not last much longer. Bai Yi reluctantly smiled. She was originally prepared to turn to Chen Yu for help, but once she thought that the relationship between the two had not yet reached that point, and that Elder Bai still had a breath of fresh air, that was why she had delayed in making up her mind. but I didn't expect that Chenyu would take the initiative to call her today, and also asked about her recent situation, which made Bai Yi instantly figure it out and simply meet up. Can I help you? Upon hearing this, Chenyu threw the 2 disposable bamboo sticks that had eaten all the meat onto the table and picked up another 2 skewers of oysters and stuffed them into his mouth. It's diamond level across the street, so I'd better not involve you. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment. She wanted to directly agree to it, but then she thought that the 2 of them hadn't finalized their relationship yet, so it definitely wouldn't work to make Chenyu agree just like that, and she ultimately refused Chenyu's request for help. Are you kidding? I'm the one who's afraid of things, or do you not consider me a friend? Noticing the preoccupied look on Bai Yi's face, Chenyu smiled faintly and picked up a bunch of leeks and handed them to Bai Yi. It's because they're friends that I don't want you to risk your life or even get hurt because of what happened to me. Bai Yi shook her head as she stretched out her slender hand to catch the leek that Chenyu handed her and swallowed it directly into her mouth. She usually took small bites and chewed slowly, but she was so upset right now that these old courtesies went out the window. And what if we're not friends? Chenyu chewed the oyster in his mouth and swallowed it violently as he looked at Bai Yi with a burning gaze. He thought that Bai Yi had come to his door when he had just awakened and provided him with the cards he needed, so he still had a good feeling towards her. What do you mean? Bai Yi looked at the already empty bamboo stick in her hand with a slightly dumbfounded expression. Nothing, you were pretty bossy just now. Chenyu shook his head with a smile and did not talk about this topic anymore, but instead talked about the scene just now where Bai Yi drove her Porsche in a domineering manner to save the day. What I just said is the truth. Bai Yi also smiled. In my heart, you are a very excellent person. So excellent that you are out of reach and can only look at your back in silent adoration. In fact, I was especially excited when I first came here, wanting to say many things to you, but it wasn't until I sat next to you and looked at your face that I couldn't say anything. It's true that I've been quite anxious lately, and even though the family side has been telling me not to worry about it, how can I not be anxious when it comes to this situation? I've wanted to call you several times and beg you for a favor, whatever I can give, but I can't say it. I don't want our relationship to turn into a transaction, even if we met in the beginning because of a transaction. After saying that, Bai Yi leaned on the back of the chair as if she was relieved. She had already said what she wanted to say. As for what Chenyu would react to just take a step and see what happens. If not, she would take it on herself. Thinking of this, Bai Yi no longer had any scruples, and picked up the barbecue on the table and ate it one string at a time. She was born with a physique that couldn't gain weight from eating, plus now that she had become a transmigrator, her body had become very healthy, making it even more unlikely that she would be in any state of obesity. As for why there are still trannies who are obese, it's because that's how they were before they became trannies. Even if their bodies become healthy, but even more healthy cannot carry binge eating if they maintain a normal diet, absolutely able to lose weight. Can I take these words of yours as a confession? Seeing Bai Yi quickly destroy the barbecue on the table, Chenyu instead stopped the action of his hands. Compared to the interests of the supreme and questionable Qin Shuang, it is really still Bai Yi more acceptable to him a little. You can interpret it any way you want. Bai Yi's cold cheeks were quickly colored with a layer of redness as she carefully glanced at Chenyu, purposely making strange noises with the beef in her mouth to not let Chenyu hear her true thoughts from it. It is not true that she likes Chenyu, but Chenyu has not made a statement yet. If she foolishly admits it, and then Chenyu comes back with a sentence of I don't like you, then is she not a clown? That's how I understand it. Chenyu smiled and nodded, then also joined the team eating barbecue. About 10 minutes time, a whole table of barbecue was eaten by both of them. Both of them remained silent during the period. Bai Yi was not talking because she didn't know Chenyu's attitude, and Chenyu was simply cammy. After finishing the barbecue, Chenyu went to the front desk to settle the bill and then returned to the box. Let's go. Chenyu leaned against the door, holding a piece of toilet paper that had just wiped his mouth and was covered in red oil and chili powder. Good. Bai Yi also wiped her mouth. She originally wanted to pay for the bill, but she really couldn't argue with Chenyu, and ultimately let Chenyu grab the right to pay for the bill. After eating, the two got into the Porsche. Bai Yi sat in the main driver's seat. Chenyu sat in the passenger seat. Bai Yi's finger snapped the button to make the window roll down. The coolness of the night blew into the car with the breeze. Bai Yi drove the car aimlessly wandering in the street. The speed of the car is about 50 or 60 yards. It is not fast. The wind blowing in is also very comfortable. Not so violent. About 10 minutes of time, Bai Yi was finally unable to hold back from speaking first. Chenyu students. Look. There is an inn in front of you. It seems to be the most recent popular net red inn. I have not come to this kind of place. Want to go up and sit? Chenyu cried and laughed as he asked. Is this a proper sit for you? You're the one who's immodest. Hearing Chenyu say this, Bai Yi immediately reddened her face. and at the same time, she also lost a little bit inside. She originally wanted to use this matter to test Chen Yu's intention, but if it seems now, she should have been rejected. Thinking of this, Bai Yi helplessly sighed in her heart, and the idea of continuing to test the waters vanished. I'll take you back. It's getting late. Bai Yi purposely tilted her head sideways to not let Chen Yu see the somewhat difficult expression on her face and said in a bland tone, "Good." Chen Yu nodded. The Porsche violently emitted a roaring sound, and in less than 5 minutes, it steadily stopped at the entrance of the Green Dragon Academy. At this time, Bai Yi had already cleaned up the expression on her face. She stared at Chen Yu who was sitting in the passenger seat and nudged her mouth. "Nu ah, Qinglong Academy has arrived. Are you still not going down? Aren't you going down?" Chen Yu tilted his head and asked rhetorically, "What am I going down there for?" Bai Yi froze for a moment. It wasn't like she was staying here for a long time. She sent Chen Yu off and was ready to go home. Otherwise how could she have parked her Porsche directly in front of the Qinglong Academy? "I may not have time to walk you down there right now." Bai Yi thought for a second that it might be Chen Yu as a friend who wanted her to accompany her for a while, but she wasn't too emotionally stable right now, so her tone was a bit icy. "Didn't you just confess to me?" Seeing Bai Yi flip-flopping, Chen Yu was a bit confused. He did not understand what Bai Yi this is the meaning of. Just now also true feelings, how now on the change of heart? "That's enough, Mr. Chen Yu." Bai Yi's face was unhappy as she let out a low gulp. It wasn't true that she liked Chen Yu, but that didn't mean that Chen Yu could take this matter out and poke at her wounds with a blank face. "Are you backtracking now?" Chen Yu's brows wrinkled slightly as he pondered if Bai Yi hadn't just taken him to the inn to test him out. How did he become like this again now? Backtrack on what? Bai Yi just wanted to angrily rebuke Chen Yu, but she heard Chen Yu say that he wanted to back out, which made Bai Yi freeze in place. "Confession." Chen Yu tilted his head, feeling that the CPU was not enough. "No, what the fuck is going on here? Can anyone help him out? When did I reverse my confession? Wasn't it you who mocked me with this instead of accepting my confession?" Bai Yi laughed back in anger. She had always treated Chen Yu as a target of admiration. Even if Chen Yu had just rejected her hints, she wouldn't feel anything and would even think that Chen Yu was a good man. But Chen Yu poked her wounds like this without any scruples, which made her heart pull out of her chest all of a sudden. Chen Yu scratched the back of his head. "I think you might have misunderstood something. When did I reject your confession? I clearly accepted your confession. When did you accept?" Bai Yi felt like people were going to be silly. "From just now until now you haven't said the 3 words I agree. On the contrary, just now when I took you to the inn and asked you, you directly rejected me. Do you know how much this hurts a girl who hasn't been in love yet?" Bai Yi is not afraid to make a fool of herself now. Anyway, she is losing her face here in Chen Yu, so she simply said what she had in mind in her head. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Once you say it." Chen Yu was laughing silly, seeing Chen Yu leaning back in his chair and laughing with his belly. Bai Yi only felt her face burning hot. At the same time her heart also rose up with doubts. In her heart, Chen Yu is not a person who likes to laugh at others. He has always been calm and composed, as if everything is a winning image, unless he really encountered something funny to hold back. Coupled with Chen Yu's comment that she had misunderstood something, this caused the doubts in Bai Yi's heart to intensify. A long time, Chen Yu only stopped laughing. He wiped the tears that flowed out of his eyes because of his laughter and said, I'm crying to death. I just asked you if you're a confessor at the Mighty Brother barbecue stand, and I agreed to it when you said yes, and if I didn't agree to it, I'd have definitely told you about it. As for the words you just drove the car near the inn and asked me, I wasn't disagreeing. I was just thinking that the inn wasn't safe, so I was thinking that you'd come back to this side of the Green Dragon Academy with me, but it's kind of hard to talk about this stuff. And I was afraid that you'd think that I'm some kind of sex maniac, so I kind of wriggled around and didn't say it outright. After Chen Yu finished his words, Bai Yi was on the verge of having a seizure. At this moment, she questioned Chen Yu countless times in her mind as to why she didn't just say yes, but acquiesced. Perhaps Chen Yu's acquiescence meant agreement, but in her opinion, Chen Yu's silence was a no-ah. Bai Yi's psychological changes along the way could even compose a novel when written out, and at that time, her heart was really in a state of flux. Firstly, the excitement at the very beginning when she uttered her confession, then the apprehension when Chen Yu didn't state her position, and especially when Chen Yu made a pretense of pausing. She felt like her whole heart was going to die, but Chen Yu was silent. He didn't explicitly agree or refuse, which also released the signal to Bai Yi that he could still continue to work hard. That's why Bai Yi drove the car to the entrance of the inn to test it. As a result of this test, directly to her whole heart died, just when she was ready to gray escape back to their own school. The result Chen Yu did not directly get off. At that time, she was confused and heartbroken. Just as she told Chen Yu to get off the bus, Chen Yu said that she misunderstood again, which made her both agitated and confused. And she didn't understand what kind of drugs Chen Yu was selling in his stomach, until she confessed to tell. Chen Yu also said what was in his heart. Her mind as if from the bottom of the valley to the sky. What is the phrase called? The dark flowers and a village. After the two of them talked it over, Bai Yi's small face instantly turned red as she already knew what Chen Yu meant. Bai Yi looked at Chen Yu's hopeful eyes and then drove the Porsche into the garage of the Green Dragon Academy. Although the Green Dragon Academy did not allow strangers to enter the academy, people brought in by students were allowed, but they needed to sign in with the gate master before entering. Yo, isn't this Mr. Chen, is this bringing your girlfriend over for the night? The doorman asked with a smile when he saw Chen Yu bring Bai Yi to the door. Yes, please help with the registration. Sir, Chen Yu nodded. Seeing this, the doorman was not ambiguous, and directly took out a book and a pen and handed it to Chen Yu, who immediately signed his name and Bai Yi's name on it. After registering, Chen Yu chatted with the doorman again and eventually headed inside the Green Dragon Academy under the doorman's flirtation. Soon, the two arrived at the villa. The two chatted about a lot of things along the way. Basically it was Bai Yi talking about the various happy and unhappy things she had done this month, while Chen Yu silently acted as a listener, occasionally responding to Bai Yi with a couple of sentences. As they chatted, the two chatted about the endless abyss. Because of the endless abyss, Bai Yi was able to establish a relationship with Chen Yu by chance, which made Bai Yi very grateful. Bai Yi mentioned that she had a platinum 9-star cousin who was worried about not having a suitable candidate for teaming up, and that Chen Yu could look for her if he wanted to have a two-player endless. In response, Chen Yu naturally agreed, as he was now unsure whether he was playing single endless or double endless, and had yet to consider it. A sleepless night. Everything is watertight, because the battle was too intense. Bai Yi slept until 10 o'clock in the morning and still didn't want to get up. Anyway, her college didn't have classes this morning, so Chen Yu also let her go. As for his words, he ran off to class after washing up in the morning, and today's lecture was on theory. This kind of theory class cannot go, but Chen Yu thinking that this is the first class in a serious way, or to come over. He also wants to see the theory class has no dry goods. As a result, a theoretical class came down without any dry goods, and the things that were taught were known to Chen Yu, not to mention the other children of the family who had received elite education since childhood. Chen Yu was still sitting next to Yi Wushuang as usual. Yi Wushuang told him that he wouldn't even come to the theory class in the future, but he would come to the practical class and had to come. That was the rule. After understanding the regulations, Chen Yu and Yi Wushuang chatted idly before leaving the step classroom and returning to the villa. Sleepy-eyed Bai Yi finally opened her eyes at 12:30 p.m. Honestly, she really wasn't very comfortable last night, but everything has a transition phase, as the saying goes, first bitter then sweet, plus she was also a transmogrifier, so she couldn't feel the pain after resting for the night. Awake? Chen Yu, who had just set up the dishes, looked up at Bai Yi, who had come down from upstairs, and asked towards her with a smile, "Did you make this?" Bai Yi looked at the table of sumptuous dishes surprised for a moment, not realizing that Chen Yu's cooking skills were actually so good at such a young age, able to make so many tantalizing dishes. "I just went to the cafeteria and ordered this, and thought you hadn't eaten it yet, so I brought it back on the item bar." Chen Yu cried and laughed. He could cook, but not at the level of a 5-star chef, and it took so long to cook, so why didn't he use the 5-star chef in the cafeteria and waste his time cooking a meal that wasn't too good instead? "Okay, I'm probably going to head back over to the college after dinner." "You bad boy. You were a real tosser yesterday." Bai Yi very naturally walked to the table and sat down. She is now just together with Chen Yu to be separated. More or less heart some reluctance. Not staying a little longer? Chen Yu reached out and rubbed Bai Yi's hair. Not to mention, Bai Yi has a particularly strong fragrance, which is not the flavor of perfume, but the self-body fragrance. "I'd love to, but I have a practical class this afternoon." Bai Yi sighed with a bitter face, but she was already satisfied with being able to establish a relationship with Chen Yu last night. As for the rest, it would not be too late to talk about it later. "Alright then." Chen Yu nodded. "Remember to send me a message if something happens. As for the family side, you don't need to worry. If anyone dares to act rashly, I will help." Hearing Chen Yu say this, the haze on Bai Yi's face was swept away, and after the two of them talked and laughed about the food on the table, Chen Yu sent Bai Yi out of the Green Dragon Academy. Under Chen Yu's gaze, Bai Yi drove off in that Porsche, until the shadow of the Porsche could no longer be seen, and only then did Chen Yu hit the road back home. Chen Yu had just arrived at the entrance of the villa, but he didn't expect that one person was already waiting here. This person was no one else. It was Zhou Dazhu who had fought him one-on-one that day. Chen Yu didn't even expect Zhou Dazhu to come to him. Is it hard to believe that it was for that day of single combat? But that day Zhou Daju was crushed in all directions. Even if Zhou Daju heart all kinds of anger can only be held in the heart. Come to find him to snow former shame will only add to the sadness. After all, he once again out of the hand cannot be suppressed level. Something? Chen Yu walked to Zhou Daju's body and opened his mouth to ask. It's okay, I just wanted to ask if you needed to cooperate? Noticing that Chen Yu's eyes seemed to carry some ill will, Zhou Daju quickly waved his hand. He didn't want to be implicated in this cooperation because of the last one-on-one fight. Cooperation? How? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. He really didn't expect Zhou Daju to come to find himself actually for cooperation. But what was there to cooperate between the two? Zhou Daju spoke frankly. I know you can synthesize powerful cards, and my mutation talent can help you. If the cards that come out of the mutation turn out to be worse, I'll be solely responsible for it. But if the mutation becomes even more powerful, just watch out for the payoff. Is that okay? Well, Chen Yu pondered for a moment and said, with all due respect, the partnership you proposed is not reciprocal. Your mutation talent is not stable enough, and I can't rest assured that I can hand over good cards to you for mutation. But if I give you a poor card to mutate, it doesn't seem to matter to me if he gets better or worse, or even if I take him out and use him. If we have to talk about cooperation, I think we can swap cards. You take your high-quality cards for my high-quality cards, and complete the transaction when both parties are satisfied. This is reciprocal cooperation. Hearing this, Zhou Daju frowned slightly. Fellow student Cheng Yu, you should know that the cards I mutate with my mutation talent are very strong. If you give me your cards, I'll mutate a very strong card for you, and I only need you to watch and give the payment. Isn't this cost-effective? The problem is that your mutation talent is unstable. I can't rest assured that I'll give you a good card to mutate. If I give you a very strong 3-star card and you turn that card into trash, will you be able to afford to pay for it again by losing yourself in it? Chen Yu asked Zhou Daju rhetorically. Admittedly, with Zhou Daju's talent, if utilized properly, he would at least be a diamond-level player in the future. But he was now just an ordinary silver 10 stars, not to mention 3-star decks, let alone a top zombie deck in 2 stars. With Zhou Daju's current fortune, he couldn't afford to lose money. Zhou Daju was momentarily speechless. Chen Yu also didn't care what Zhou Daju's reaction was, and directly said, listen, there's no way I'm going to hand over my cards to your unstable mutation talent. If you really want to work together, you can bring the cards that have mutated well and exchange them with me. As long as they're online in terms of strength and that I can see, I'm going to take them all. After saying that, Chen Yu took his cell phone out from the item bar. His slender fingers slid quickly on the phone and soon opened the code scanning interface. Come on, contact me when you're ready. Chen Yu looked at Zhou Daju, who was standing still and indifferent, and raised the cell phone in his hand. Good. Zhou Daju bitterly sighed in his heart, then took out his cell phone and scanned Chen Yu's QR code and added his friend. He had thought that this time to find Chen Yu cooperation is 10-1, but did not expect that he not only did not fool Chen Yu, but let Chen Yu get the initiative, which made him have to follow Chen Yu's rhythm. However, what Chen Yu said is very right. He came to find Chen Yu cooperation completely relationship is not equal. This kind of cooperation is extremely unreasonable and not secure. This is also the reason why Chen Yu did not even think about it and rejected him. But Chen Yu's words again made Zhou Daju a bit torn. If the zombie deck he mutated out was very powerful, then why didn't he take it himself, but came to exchange it with Chen Yu? Zhou Daju thought about it and quickly came up with the same cards, and if they were the ones he needed, he could keep them for himself. But if it was a zombie deck that he didn't need or already had himself, then he could go and trade with Chen Yu for a zombie deck that would be useful to him. Thinking through this point, Zhou Daju immediately brightened up, just as a dead knot in the heart of a moment to come alive. I'll go first, then. Zhou Daju greeted Chen Yu then turned around and left without looking back. Good. Chen Yu nodded and looked at Zhou Daju's back until Zhou Daju completely disappeared from his sight before opening the door and walking in. Today, Qin Shuang rarely came to him and seemed to be close to rush the layers, which was a good thing for Chen Yu, so that he didn't have to worry about someone suddenly contacting but not being able to find others while he was playing endless. After returning home, the first thing Chen Yu did was to take a shower before returning to his room. He wanted to lie down on the bed and lie down for 2 minutes before entering the matchmaking platform, but he didn't realize that the previous white sheets were gone, and in their place was a white sheet with a pattern. If Chen Yu hadn't felt the different texture on the bed sheets, he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. Chen Yu carefully thought about it, and without any surprises, it should be the bed sheet that Bai Yi took away. Because he was turning on the light last night, he could see clearly, and it was normal for Bai Yi to take away the bedsheet to commemorate his first time. Thinking of this, Chen Yu didn't dwell on it anymore, but instead entered the matchmaking platform and went to the single endless abyss. As soon as he entered the endless abyss, Chen Yu felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation. Chen Yu looked up and saw that the sky was a dark blood color. The blood moon shone on the earth, and all the land was glowing red at that moment, as if it had shrouded everything in the world in a crimson shadow. Wow! At that moment, an eerie breeze blew by, accompanied by gusts of blowing weeds like ghostly sobs, which for a while made people shiver and feel intimidated. You have entered Endless Abyss single-player mode. You are the enemy of the Queen of the Zombies, and you will face the crazy revenge of the zombies. You will have the most and strongest zombies that are just at the limit for each wave. Are you ready for this? Can I go back if I say I'm not ready? Hearing the electronic mechanical tone of the sparring platform ring out in his head, Chen Yu asked back with some tears and laughter. You need to fight through 5 waves of walkers before you can leave the Endless Abyss. Hearing this, Chen Yu rolled his eyes, since he couldn't even get out. Then surely he could only be prepared. He thought he would be able to go out directly. The Endless Abyss has no time limit. Do you fight now? Now. Chen Yu didn't even think about it and directly nodded his head. Anyway, he had nothing to do when he stayed in the Endless Abyss. Even if it was a dragon's den in front of him, he had to break into it. The zombies are 10 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Crazy Tombstone, Blind Box Dancing King Zombie, Crazy Dead Zombie, Split Duck Life Preserver Zombie, Pumpkin Head Bucket Zombie, Blind Box Zombie, Tombstone Bucket Zombie, Jar Thrower Zombie, Benevolent Dancing King Zombie, and Space Step Dancing King Zombie. 10 zombie card slots. Chen Yu froze with 3 Dancing King Zombie decks. The first is the Benevolent Dancing King Zombie that followed him in the beginning. The second is the Blind Box Dancing King Zombie. And the third is the only 3-star Space Step Dancing King Zombie. Now was there any need to worry about fighting? No matter what kind of powerful zombie was on the other side, it would be a piece of cake for him. Perhaps in other people's eyes he possessed a variety of top cards and could casually push his way across. But only he himself knew the heartache and danger involved. You have to know that the Zombie Queen is not a good person. There are several times if it is not Dr. Stiff King came out to save the scene. He was afraid that he would have died in the battle platform. Chen Yu shook his head, no longer thinking about these has-beens. A skull icon also appeared in the bottom right corner of the panel after the deck was selected. And that was also when the roar of a car came from the distance. Chen Yu raised his head to look, only to see a group of zombies riding Ghostfire aggressively rushing towards his side. The guy in the lead drove a $1 million customized motorcycle, and the exhaust pipe at the back of the motorcycle was not exhaust, but a slowly burning flame. Name, Ghostfire Junior Zombie. Grade, Platinum 1 star. Introduction, once was an uneducated ordinary youth gangster. Later because of the zombie virus outbreak turned into a zombie. Ghostfire teenage zombie driving a modified Ghostfire motorcycle. Once this car rely on the unorthodox appearance was recognized as the standard of the social loafers. Now this car has a magical function. When the Ghostfire teenage zombie encountered the enemy, the front of it will spit out the flames to attack the enemy in front of it. The range of the attack is 2 squares. The Ghostfire teenage zombie and the Ghostfire motorcycle share 1 life. When the Ghostfire motorcycle explodes, the Ghostfire teenage zombie dies with it. Name, Flame Rider Zombie. Grade, Platinum 3 star. Introduction. Did used to be a social loafer who had made a name for himself. Perhaps because of the burning soul of the middle-aged too. This social loafer tattooed a flame knight on his back. When the zombie virus swept in, it was infected into a zombie but retained a part of its sanity by virtue of the flame knight. When a quarter of its blood dropped, it would turn into a flame knight form, and the customized model of the motorcycle that it rode would be transformed into a burning chariot. When the flame knight's blood level drops to half, the flame knight will turn into its second form and get the ability to summon the ghostly flame junior zombie. Chen Yu was somewhat speechless as he looked at the introductions of the Ghostfire teenage zombie and the flame knight zombie. This thing was really stinky and long. The key was that he still had to look at it seriously. There is one thing to be said though. The Ghostfire Teen Walker and the Flame Rider Walker are both awesome walkers. First of all, the two of them were zombies on bikes, and riding a bike meant that they could crush their opponents. And while their rule wasn't to kill in seconds, but rather how much blood was deducted for each crush, and how much blood could be deducted until they got to the decimation line before they could actually crush, it was still considered pretty strong. Secondly, the Ghostfire Teenage Zombie's Ghostfire motorcycle can breathe fire. So isn't this the equivalent of a fusion of a low-profile version of the ice truck and a low-profile version of the fire-breathing iron door zombie? And these two traits together really do make for quite a headache. Most importantly, this Flame Knight zombie could not only transform but also switch forms. So no matter how you look at it, it wasn't a good guy to deal with, was it? Come and taste the power of this hellfire. The Flame Knight zombie stood not far away staring at Chen Yu comparing a thumbs-down movement. His mouth was even spitting out wild words, as if he had already seen Chen Yu's death. Roar! Ho 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 ho! The Ghostfire teenage walkers were all excited. only to see 29 Ghostfire teenage walkers lined up in order. 6 Ghostfire teenage walkers on each path respectively. Among them, there were only 5 Ghostfire junior walkers in the middle road. But the Flame Rider walkers took them in. And they were obviously more difficult to deal with than the 6 Ghostfire junior walkers in the other roads. Seeing this, Shen Yu did not make any indication, but only silently placed a crazy tombstone in the middle of the road. It didn't take long for the crazy tombstones to produce 100 tombstone values, which Chen Yu immediately continued to place in the second and fourth paths. I have to say that the crazy tombstone card is still very good. Chen Yu now has an idle one in his hand, but he does not intend to sell it. After all, this card is beyond the general 3-star grade of the top 2-star cards. In about 3 minutes or so, Chen Yu had already placed 2 rows of crazy tombstones and had 500 tombstone values in his hand. Now then, start popping soldiers. Chen Yu summoned Space Step Dancing King Zombie in the second lane and Blind Box Dancing King Zombie in the fourth lane. The next moment, 2 very different spotlights fell from the sky. Instead of turning around, the Blind Box Dancing King Zombie was seen coming out of the box and staying back, and never meant to summon a backup zombie from the beginning to the end. The Space Step King Zombie, on the other hand, was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye he scurried 3 frames away. 3 frames short of half-court. Let's get high, shall we? After the Space Step Dancing King Zombie arrives at 6 frames, he points to the sky, and 4 accompanying zombies appear beside him, while the cries of the bungee jumping zombies ring out from the sky. Yeehaw! 3 bungee jumping zombies were seen falling from the sky, bringing with them 3 different 2-star zombies, the Barricade Dancing King Zombie, the Big Ghost Zombie, and the Backpack Kid Zombie. Only the Backpack Kid Zombie carrying a dirt-colored backpack landed on the third road. The Barricade Dancing King Zombie landed on the second road, and the Big Ghost Zombie appeared alone on the first road. At the same time, the Ghostfire teen walkers were gradually approaching, with only 1 frame of distance between them. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to collide on each other, the Backpack Kid Zombie was 1 step ahead of the others and met with the strongest Flame Knight Zombie, the strongest against the weakest. Without any suspense, the Backpack Brat Zombie was crushed. After the death of the little ghost zombie, the backpack behind him turned into a tent standing in place, and because of the special nature of the tent, the Flame Knight Zombie could not run over or destroy the tent, but could only drive over it. In the next moment, the giant zombie stepped out of the tent, and as the giant zombie raised the pole in his hand, the Ghostfire teenage walker crashed into him. However, this collision of the Ghostfire teenage zombie didn't crush the White-Eyed Giant Zombie. It only caused the White-Eyed Giant Zombie to drop 500 blood, but the White-Eyed Giant Zombie's giant hammer smashed into the Ghostfire teenage zombie's Ghostfire motorcycle. Pang! The Ghostfire motorcycle was directly smashed and smoked, and the fire-breathing function in front of it was muted as a result of this. Take a shot at me! The White-Eyed Giant Zombie swung the pole again, and this time, the Ghostfire motorcycle didn't hold up any longer and exploded directly. Pang! With the death of the first Ghostfire teenage walker, the 4 Ghostfire teenage walkers behind it immediately topped it, and a small opening appeared in front of it where it was used for illumination, spewing out fiery flames. The White-Eyed Giant Zombie's blood level was dropping at a rate of 200 and 200, but the White-Eyed Giant Zombie was no slouch, and 2 shots took out another Ghostfire teenage zombie. As a scar appeared on the White-Eyed Giant Zombie, another White-Eyed Giant Zombie came out of the tent. The 2 of them looked at each other. You and I, brothers all together, how can there be a single enemy? Such rats and mice, milky and unhealthy, how can they be our rivals? The 2 White-Eyed Giant Zombies did it together, and the 3 Ghostfire teenage zombies behind them were powerless to resist, dying and being wounded in pole after pole. Humph, so what if I kill them? The Flame Knight Zombie grunted coldly. It was just a pity that it hadn't dropped its blood to enter the Flame Knight state yet, or else these 2 White-Eyed Giant Zombies would definitely die under its flames. Let's get high, shall we? After the death of the Backpack Brat Zombie, the Space Step Dancing King Zombie then lowered his speed, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, and he once again pointed towards the sky. 4 companion zombies and 3 air support appear, only to see angry newspaper reading zombies appear to support the big ghost zombies on the first path, while the second path summons epileptic minor zombies that can sneak up on you underground. It seems that the crisis is now over for the first and second routes, but the third route is not good for the Flame Rider zombies, and the third route has air support in the form of the Ace Rugby zombies that we got early on. The Ace Rugby zombie is the unnamed version of the Black Master. Although the Black Master is really strong, if it is a one-on-one fight between the zombies, the Black Master can beat the second master, but if it is against other enemies, the Black Master's lethality is not as horrible as that of the second master. If the second master was a fast and fierce spear spike, then the Black Master was the perfect warrior with evenly developed hexagons. He had resistance to damage, speed, attack power, and defense, but it was just because it was so balanced that none of it stood out. Humph. With you, you're worthy of blocking me? The Flame Knight zombie looked at the Ace Rugby zombie blocking in front of it and smiled coldly. It was worried that there was no one to unlock the Flame Knight form for it, but now there was someone who had sent it to its door. Watch me take your life within 3 steps. The Ace Rugby zombie was immediately enraged upon hearing the words of the Flame Knight zombie, and with a single stride, he rushed to the Flame Knight zombie and gnawed on it. Pang! The Flame Rider zombie crashed into the Ace Rugby zombie, but the Ace Rugby zombie didn't die, not even a deflated helmet. Just as the two tangled with each other, the blind box on top of the head of the blind box dancing king zombie on the 4th path was crushed by the ghostly fire teenage zombie, and 4 different zombies appeared in front and behind him with him at the center. I've come to help you. Only the machine gun shooter rugby zombie appears 2 squares behind the Ace Rugby zombie. The machine gun shooter rugby zombie has the plant head of a machine gun shooter, with the same black rugby helmet as Ace Rugby on his head, but he's wearing red, which looks odd. Ha ha ha, if you and I are brothers side by side, who can defeat us? Ace Rugby zombie smiled when he saw machine gun shooter rugby zombie appeared behind him to hit the output, knowing that machine gun shooter rugby zombie's output was several times that of his. The 4th road appears to be a cart barricade zombies and fire-breathing iron door zombies. The 5th road is red-eyed ordinary zombies. There are these 3 generals here. Why fear Hua Xiong? Bah! Why fear this kind of rabble? The fire-breathing iron gate zombie is worthy of being the grandmaster of the fire-breathing world, and the ghost fire teenage walkers are a younger brother in front of him. A fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie can take out a Ghostfire Teenage Walker with 3 shots of flame, but a Ghostfire Teenage Walker with 3 shots of flame can only rot the Iron Gate of a fire-breathing Iron Gate zombie a little. Plus there are trolley barricade zombies in front of the top. Fire-breathing Iron Gate zombies can spray flames with impunity, but the Ghostfire Teenage zombies need to defend against the charge of the trolley barricade zombies. As the trolley barricade zombies charge forward without a word, the Ghostfire Teen zombies fall one by one, with the sound of Ghostfire motorcycles exploding. As for the red-eyed normal zombie of the 5th road is even more simple and rough, because the red-eyed normal zombie and the red-eyed giant have the same damage, so the red-eyed normal zombie nibbles on the Ghostfire teenage zombies. 2 mouthfuls of Ghostfire motorcycles exploded. It is important to know that red-eyed normal zombies can be much more flexible than red-eyed giant zombies, plus red-eyed normal zombies also have a fast attack speed, so it is easy to speed through a road. Perhaps knowing what the endless abyss was, the zombies didn't move forward after finishing off their opponents, but stayed put and waited for the next wave of zombies to invade. A blazing fire, not an inch of grass. Right at this moment, the Flame Knight zombie roared up to the sky. The skin on its body was instantly covered in flames. If it was just an ordinary zombie a moment ago, then it was now like an angel of judgment from hell. Boom boom. The customized model of motorcycle on the crotch of the Flame Knight zombie burned with it, but in the blink of an eye it became that flaming chariot. Da 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 da. The bullets spewed out by the machine gun shooter rugby zombie poured onto the Flame Knight zombie's body without leaving any residue. But not only did this not defeat the Flame Knight zombie, but it made it even stronger. The pressure on the Ace Rugby zombie who was at the front increased instantly. He only felt a violent tremor all over his body, and the flame infestation from the flame chariot caused his blood level to drop rapidly. In just over 10 seconds, the Ace football zombie's helmet was blown off and one of his arms was broken as a result. The machine gun shooter rugby zombie, on the other hand, stands a drop behind the Ace Rugby zombie for output, and not only can he shoot P-attacks with his machine gun shooter head, but he can also nibble on the Flame Rider zombie himself for twice the damage. Dude, I'll go first. The Ace Rugby zombie gave the machine gun shooter rugby zombie an apologetic look before being crushed to death. Damn it! Seeing the Ace Rugby zombie die in front of him, the machine gunner rugby zombie's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't believe why the Ace Rugby zombie, who had obviously been intact just a moment ago, had died. That's also when the Space Step Dancing King zombies made another summoning, the first being a backstab balloon zombie, the second a continuous escalator zombie, and the third a charmed mushroom bungee zombie, only to see the charmed mushroom bungee zombie fall from the sky, directly picking up the Flame Knight Walker and flying up into the sky. In about 5 seconds or so, the charmed mushroom bungee zombie came down again and threw the charmed Flame Knight Walker back into place. That was the end of the first wave of the solo endless, and all the zombies sat down on the ground crestfallen. Of course, it was not that they needed to rest, it was just that standing was too much of a sight blocker, and in order not to hinder you from seeing each and every zombie, that was why they all sat down by default. As for the Flame Knight zombie, it now also belonged to one of its own people. Chun-Yu told it to sit and not move, and the Flame Knight zombie naturally obeyed. Who of you here has the most knowledge? I would like to ask about the Endless Abyss. Chun-Yu looked around at the zombies present, then walked to the center of the homestead and asked. The zombies looked at each other. They didn't speak.
they just judged and communicated through each other's eyes.
After all, the strongest zombie doesn't mean it's the most knowledgeable. The main thing to look at is whether or not the soul inside this zombie knows about the endless abyss. 3 seconds later, Zombie, the king of spacewalkers, stood up from the ground. He looked around from side to side, then pointed at himself with some uncertainty. I think it's me? Shenyu walked over to the space step dancing king zombie and sat down. Earlier, the red-eyed giant zombie once told me that he couldn't stop, that he would go to the endless abyss until he died in battle, and that his soul would return to me once again. So I'd like to ask, where exactly are they going? And if it's the endless abyss, then why haven't I seen them before? I'm sorry, I don't know about this, but the place we left our homeland for is different from here. Either the red-eyed giant zombie lied to you or didn't make it clear, or this is not the endless abyss at all. The space step king zombie shook his head, stating that he wasn't sure either. That, just as Chun Yu was about to pursue the question, the backup dancer zombie next to the space step dance king zombie suddenly stood up. This I know, the backup dancer zombie said with his hand raised in conviction. You know? Shen Yu's expression was stunned. He looked up and down at the accompanying zombie. Wasn't this just an ordinary accompanying zombie? What kind of things could he know? Master, perhaps you don't know much about the endless abyss, but I do know that where we are isn't really the endless abyss. And the endless abyss that the red-eyed giant zombie is talking about is the hidden mode that transmigrants are able to open up after beating the 100th wave. No homeworld would exist in the true endless abyss. It's barren. There's nothing there, and it's also the main corridor between the two planets. And although the main corridor has been blocked off by the sparring platforms, the zombies are trying to break the blockade all the time to get all of them to the blue planet. I don't know much about the situation on the plant side, but on the side of the main corridor, we zombies are in the majority, and it's us who carry the banner of defense against the zombies because we have the ability to attack actively. On the contrary, on the side of the plants, they need flower pots in order to survive in the main corridor and they can't move, so they can only be passively defended. It's no exaggeration to say that without us zombies, without the help of the Stiff Emperor and the Stiff King, the creatures on the blue planet would have been wiped out as early as the moment the two planets linked, and the zombies would have used the most horrible means to make the plants and animals on the blue planet into zombies or food. The accompanying zombie said with a grimace. So it is. Shen Yu nodded thoughtfully. After continuing to ask a few more questions, Shen Yu began to count the rewards of this wave. There are 2 zombie decks and 1 plant deck. Respectively, the zombie decks are Joker Zombie and Normal Zombie, and the plant deck is Big Mouth Flower. At this point he already had 2 Big Mouth Flower decks, but he didn't rush to synthesize them. After all, synthesizing them one by one is not as cool as synthesizing a bunch of them together. After putting the cards into the item bar, Shen Yu proceeded to start fighting. After all, if he wanted to leave from the endless abyss he had to fight through 5 waves. He had only fought through 1 wave now, and it was still early to get out. The endless abyss has no time limit. Do you fight now? Yes. Shen Yu nodded in agreement. The zombies are 10 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Blind Box Dancing King Zombie, Tombstone Barrel Zombie, Crazy Tombstone, Crazy Dead Zombie, Benevolent Dancing King Zombie, Split Duck Life Preserver Zombie, Pumpkin Head Barrel Zombie, Blind Box Zombie, Jar Thrower Zombie, Space Step Dancing King Zombie. Shen Yu did not think much, directly brought the last wave of zombie card slot. After all, these zombies are carefully selected by him. Single player endless, second wave of zombies coming soon. Only to see a single zombie dressed in flashy clothing coming this way in a neat and tidy manner. Their leader holding a 7-star sword with even more splendid clothes than them. Name, Escort Zombie. Grade, Platinum 1 star. Introduction, once was to protect the Emperor's elite guards. Because of the reason of the spacetime turbulence was infected into the zombie. Guard Zombie retains part of the sanity. The body because of the long-term training led to extremely obedient. Are at the beck and call of the escort leader zombie. Guard Zombie is best at continuous decapitation. Continuous decapitation can be a moment to hit the 3 knives. Each knife can cause 200 damage. Continuous decapitation is only 30 seconds of the cooling when the cooling state of the continuous decapitation will normally use the knife to slash. When continuous chopping is on cooldown, the guard zombie will use its sword to slash normally. Name, Escort Chief Walker. Grade, Platinum 3 star. Introduction, once was to protect the Emperor's guard leader. Because of the reason of spacetime turbulence was infected into a zombie. Guard leader zombie retains a large portion of sanity. Can be normal communication. It is the best is the Wind Chop. Wind Chop cooldown is 30 seconds. Wind Chop can be less than 1. 800 zombies directly killed. Ignore armor. If the enemy's blood level is higher than 1, 800 caused 800 damage. The enemy's blood level is higher than 1. 800 caused 800 damage. The 7-star sword of the escort leader zombie can summon the escort zombie. Whenever the escort leader zombie uses the gale chop once, it can be summoned once. There were 35 zombies in total, 1 escort leader zombie and 34 escort zombies, all of them with serious faces and killing intent. The leader of the guard's zombies swept through the homestead and immediately analyzed the current situation. It found that the zombies on Route 1, 2 and 3 were extremely bad and numerous, and Route 4 and 5 had fewer zombies, but Route 5 was obviously more vulnerable than Route 4. Thinking of this, the head guard walker immediately spoke. Everyone, all of you, come with me to the 5th road. Roar. Ho 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 ho. The guard walkers immediately threw back their heads and whistled in response, and as the head guard walker stepped into the 5th path, the guard walkers rushed to follow it. Yo, so smart? Seeing that the escort leader zombie knew that persimmons pick soft pinches, Chen Yu was a bit surprised. There was only one accompanying zombie and red-eyed normal zombie on the 5th path, and although the red-eyed normal zombie was strong, the escort leader zombie and escort zombie on the opposite side were no slouches either. Red-eyed ordinary zombies are not necessarily able to beat so many zombies. As for the accompanying zombies were automatically ignored by Qing Yu. After all, the accompanying zombies one-on-one are not able to beat the escort zombies, not to mention the 2 people facing so many zombies. However, Chen Yu is not in a hurry. He took a look at his current tombstone value, and directly placed 2 more rows of crazy tombstones in a row. There are still 50 tombstone value left. Chen Yu put a blind box zombie behind the red-eyed ordinary zombie. This time the tombstone value is considered to be completely squandered. Roughly 3 minutes had passed, and the red-eyed ordinary zombies, companion dancing zombies, and blind box zombies were about to meet up with the escorting zombies, while Chen Yu's hand had harvested 1,000 tombstone values. I have to say that the crazy tombstone is really strong. One-time production is 100 tombstone value. To know that one-time production of ordinary tombstone is only 25 tombstone value. Chen Yu had a total of 4 rows of crazy tombstones and harvested 1,000 tombstone values in just 3 minutes. If he placed crazy tombstones all over the homeland, wouldn't he not worry about tombstone values at all? Just as Chen Yu was thinking about the feasibility of this matter, he saw the blind box zombie take the lead in crossing over the red-eyed ordinary zombie to meet up with the guard leader zombie. Humph, a nameless junior. Who is worthy to fight with me? The escort leader zombie saw the blind box zombie wearing a blind box cannot see the head suddenly cold snort, and then drew out the 7-star treasure knife as a move of the great wind chop. Wow! Violent gusts of wind whistled by, and the gale chop formed by the wind rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, but in a blink of an eye, the blind box on top of the blind box zombie's head shattered apart. After the blind box zombie's body fell, the red-eyed normal zombie behind him and the accompanying zombie both suffered the devastation of the gale chop, and the accompanying zombie died on the spot without any suspense. But the red-eyed normal zombie was not the straw man that was the accompanying dancing zombie. Even if he took most of the gale chop, with his blood quantity, the gale chop could not really kill him in seconds. Oh, when the guard leader zombie saw that the red-eyed ordinary zombie had withstood its gale chop and actually hadn't fallen, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I can't see that you're still a bit strong. Actually, even the gale chop couldn't take you down. But that's where it ends. After saying that, the escort leader zombie was ready to slash at the body of the red-eyed ordinary zombie with its 7-star treasure sword, but it didn't expect a mist to suddenly rise up under its feet. What? The guard leader zombie was stunned, and before it could react to what was going on, it saw the mist wrapping around its entire body, making it unable to see anything clearly. Barricade? The escort leader zombie frowned as it held its 7-star treasure blade and slashed fiercely at the smoke in front of it, but it didn't realize that its 7-star treasure blade was stuck halfway. Click! The sound of weapons colliding came from the smoke, which made the guard leader zombie confused, knowing that it was holding a 7-star treasure sword. Whose weapon could block its 7-star treasure sword? Soon the doubts of the head guard walker were answered, only to see the smoke dissipate. The white-eyed giant general holding an ancient ingot blade blocked its 7-star treasure blade back bit by bit. When the 2 weapons level is the same, then the competition is between the 2 whose power is stronger. The white-eyed giant general's block head is here. Even if the guard leader zombie has been through 100 battles, but the face of the white-eyed giant general still fell into the wind. How are you? So strong? The head guard walker strained to stare at the white-eyed giant general. Who it knew could understand it. Nothing else, only the hand is familiar. The corner of the white-eyed giant general's mouth grinned. The force in his hand became stronger and stronger, and finally directly pressed the guard leader zombie was unable to resist. The guard leader zombie could only retract his force, and then violently staggered away. Swish! In the next moment, the white-eyed giant general's ancient ingot blade slashed across the arm of the head guard walker with the force, and the head guard walker's arm directly broke and fell to the ground. When the escorting zombies saw that their leader had been harmed,
They immediately rushed up towards the white-eyed giant general. The white-eyed giant general ignored these shrimp soldiers and crab generals as he casually waved his hand, and 4 ordinary zombies carrying wine appeared in front of him. It was a pity that the ordinary zombies carrying the wine were just ordinary zombies, and facing so many escorting zombies, they took 4 consecutive decapitations and eventually collapsed to the ground.
Utter madness. The white-eyed giant general directly entered a berserk state,
facing the white-eyed giant general and red-eyed ordinary zombies in a rage.
The escort leader zombie and its men had no resistance at all.
Under the watchful eyes of the other zombies, the 2 brothers froze and killed through all the zombies on this road with their own strength. But the white-eyed giant general only had 200 blood left, while the red-eyed ordinary zombie died in the hands of the last escorting zombie. Chun Yu, on the other hand, took advantage of this time to place 4 rows of crazy tombstones in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th rows, while leaving 200 tombstone values in reserve. Because the homestead was big enough, Chen Yu placed so many crazy tombstones that the zombies had a place to sit. It is worth noting that the grid of the homestead is fixed in 5 ways and 9 rows, and only the top row now remains without a crazy headstone placed on it. After counting the rewards of the second wave, Chen Yu continued to start fighting, and after about 2.5 hours, Chen Yu had fought through the 5th wave, and obtained the button to be able to go back to the real world as long as he pressed the button on the panel. And the rewards he gets are huge. Even if he excluded the rewards of the first wave and only talked about the rewards of the 2nd to 5th waves, he had gotten a full 15 zombie decks, as well as a physical ability increase as well as a strength increase. An absolute bonanza. The 15 zombie decks are 2 propeller zombie decks, 2 dice zombie decks, 2 tombstone decks, 2 flag waving zombie decks, normal zombie decks, joker zombie decks, tombstone swallowing zombie decks, diving zombie decks, savage zombie decks, jumping zombie decks, and barricade zombie decks. Chen Yu didn't even think that he could synthesize all the other zombies except for this savage zombie, and it just so happened that he had all of these individual zombie decks. Thinking of this, Chen Yu immediately summoned the zombie illustrated guide, and after the zombie illustrated guide flipped to the last page, Chen Yu immediately threw in the zombie cards that could be synthesized. Name, Spiral Plane Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 225 tombstone value. Introduction, Propeller Zombie Variant Zombie. Spiral Plane Zombie will push the homemade spiral plane out of the field. Out of the field 5 seconds later. Spiral Plane Zombie will drive the spiral plane to fly into the sky. Spiral Plane Zombie's attack range of a whole line. The front side of the appearance of the enemy. The Spiral Plane Zombie will manipulate the spiral plane to send out bullets. He can fire 5 bullets every 3 seconds. Each bullet damage is equal to the ordinary zombie nibbles 2 bites. Name, Magician Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 300 tombstone value. Introduction, Dice Zombie Variant Zombies. Magician zombies will be card draw each time they appear. If the points drawn to 1, Magician zombies will directly escape. If the points drawn to 2, Magician zombies will summon 2 Magician zombies. If the points drawn to 3, Magician zombies will become ghostly, will be in the 5-way back and forth horizontal jump. If the points drawn to 4, Magician zombies will die on the spot. If the points drawn to 5, Magician zombies will summon a random zombie with the word king. If the points drawn to 6, triggering the characteristics of 6 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. If the number of points drawn is 5, the Magician zombie will summon a random zombie with the word king. If the number of points drawn is 6, it will trigger the 6 sixes and 6 luck trait. If the number of points drawn is 7, it will inflict 1,800 lightning strike damage on a random enemy. If the number of points drawn is 8, it will increase the attributes of all friendly targets by half. And if you draw 9, the Magician zombie will take half of the attributes of all targets in the field and add them to itself. If you draw 10, you will summon an elemental ice dragon to help you in battle, which will dissipate at the end of the battle. Name, Overeating Tombstone Swallowing Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction, Tombstone Swallowing Zombie Variant Zombies. Tyrannical Eclipse Tombstone Swallowing Zombies have the same characteristics as the largemouth flower. You can swallow all the small and medium-sized enemies in one bite. When Tyrannical Eclipse Tombstone Swallowing Zombies swallow, the enemy will immediately leave a tombstone in the same place. And the largemouth flower is different is that Tyrannical Eclipse Tombstone Swallowing Zombies has a short cooldown time of only 5 seconds. Tyrannical Eclipse Tombstone Swallowing Zombies like nothing more than to separate one by one from the enemy. Aside from the 3 newly synthesized zombie decks, they're all zombie decks that you've gotten before. They are Crazy Tombstones, Barrel-Waving Flag Zombies, Random Zombies, Throwing Clown Zombies, Elite Diving Zombies, Garlic Ghost Jumping Zombies, and Trolley Barricade Zombies. One of the Crazy Tombstones and Random Zombies Chen Yu's hand have,
can be synthesized 3-star cards. Thinking of this, Chunyu immediately threw the 4 cards in. Name, Tombstone of Blood Rage. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 100 tombstone value. Introduction. Many people think that the tombstone is just a dead thing with no spirit, but they don't know that the tombstone also has its own consciousness. When the crazy tombstone sees the zombies fall one by one, it is completely angry. It gives up its own ability to summon the zombies and produce the tombstone value, and instead, it changes its profession to become a necromancer. When the friendly target is dead for more than 1 minute, it can resurrect the friendly target to fight again, resurrection of each target twice. Name, Random Mimic Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 100 tombstone value. Introduction. Random Zombie Variant Zombie. Random Mimic Zombie will randomly turn into a random zombie owned by the zombie icon after the appearance of the zombie. When the zombie randomly turned into a zombie death, he will turn into a mimic, once again randomly transformed. This time without limiting the species. You can turn into a plant, zombie, zombies, zombies, one of them. Chunyu froze as he looked at the 2 zombie decks. No, it's too anticlimactic, isn't it? Chunyu realized that his luck was still pretty good today. At least none of the cards synthesized were weak. Chunyu prepared to leave the endless abyss after fusing the newly synthesized zombie cards into the zombie icon. But on second thought, it seemed that he still had the Big Mouth Flower deck that he hadn't synthesized. Thinking of this, Chunyu once again threw the Big Mouth Flowers deck into the synthesis page. As white-green light burst outward with the zombie icon as the center, Chenyu's hand also had an additional plant card in it. Name, Flame Big Mouth Flower. Flame Big Mouth Flower. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 Sunshine. Introduction. Flame Big Mouth Flower evolved into Flame Big Mouth Flower from normal Big Mouth Flower due to an accidental misstep into the Flaming Mountain. Flame Big Mouth Flower gave up its previous attack method. Now Flame Big Mouth Flower won't eat the enemies, but it will spray the flame attack. The attack range is around 4 frames. Flame Big Mouth Flower's flame attack can hit the upper, middle, and lower 3 ways of the enemy, and the damage of the attack is the ranged damage. In the eyes of the Flame Big Mouth Flower, in the eyes of the Flaming Lobster, both an enemy and a group of enemies are the same. Chenyu swept a glance at the introduction of the Flame Loudmouth Flower and then put the Flame Loudmouth Flower away in the item bar. There's one thing to be said for the Flaming Loudmouth Flower, which is moderately strong, with an attack that's novel to say the least, but not particularly strong. Leave it to the Flaming Spats to fight the hordes of Splinter Duck Lifebua zombies, which it can swarm, but it can't beat against a Splinter Duck Lifebua zombie wearing barrel defense. After returning to reality, Chenyu went to the cafeteria for a meal, then returned to the villa and fell asleep. After a night's rest, Chenyu was in high spirits. Chenyu wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat a breakfast, but saw Qin Frost with breakfast to find him. Chenyu thought for a moment, so it is not a matter of going on. So he told Qin Frost about his drink and Bai Yi's relationship. Qin Shuang sniffed and her brows furrowed into a ball. She knew that Chenyu would have difficulty accepting her because of her status, but she didn't expect Chenyu to rebuff her in this way. But Qin Shuang says she won't give up, and if Bai Yi ever chooses to let go herself, she'll start actively pursuing Chenyu again. After dismissing Qin Shuang, Chenyu went to the cafeteria for breakfast. After eating breakfast, Chenyu had wanted to return to the villa to start conquering the push layer, but when he thought about it, it seemed that he hadn't gone to the cutting duel arena yet, which was rewarding. Thinking of this, Chenyu turned a corner and went to the cutting duel arena from the road back to the villa. As soon as he arrived at the cutting duel arena, Chenyu saw quite a few people gathered around the area. I didn't expect Senior Sister Li actually got such a powerful card. We must know that Senior Brother Huang has always pressed Senior Sister Li head on. Now Senior Sister Li is considered to have really turned the tables. Senior Sister Li only won this one time. Or in the case of Senior Brother Huang's carelessness, Senior Brother Huang is the 98th on the monthly ranking. Senior Sister Li isn't even ranked on the monthly ranking. So what is she going to compare herself to Senior Brother Huang? That's right. Senior Brother Huang's ranking in the annual list is 794. Senior Sister Li has only managed to reach 900. So don't come and touch our Senior Brother Huang with any crooked jujube. Laughing to death. Didn't you guys see that ironclad face of Senior Brother Huang? Your Senior Brother Huang is probably in a hurry right now. Don't look at it now that Senior Brother Huang is still leading in the rankings, but wait until later to take a look at it. Senior Sister Li will definitely overtake. Ha 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 ha. Senior Brother Huang is your father. So anxious, or is he saying he can give you a share of the money if he wins? The scene was energized by the chatter of the onlookers, many of whom were arguing. The dueling arena was a round shape similar to that of a Roman dueling arena, and the dueling arena used state-of-the-art technology, and everyone could pick up a holographic eyeglass from the self-service machine there at the front desk before entering the arena. With the glasses on you can watch everyone's fights. switch back and forth, and are watching a holographic projection from inside the dueling arena. No different than if you were fighting in person in the dueling arena. Chenyu sat in the audience of the dueling arena for a while and watched how many people were fighting right now. I didn't expect this, not to see. I'll look shocked. There are actually more than 300 battles. To know that it is just now to the morning. One of the most clamored for and discussed was the battle between senior brother Huang and senior sister Li. Except that their battle had already ended and Chenyu did not see it. After watching for 10 minutes, Chenyu left from the audience and came to the battle-ready single room. After sitting in the specialized chair, Chenyu connected to the internal system of the cutting duel arena, and after examining his matchmaking platform information and the personal information of this school, he began matching. It didn't take long before Chenyu was matched with an opponent. Transferee Chenyu vs. Transferee Longhua Gue. The next moment, the two appeared in the initial homeworld. The tall and thin man on the opposite side froze for a moment as he looked at the name of the successful match, and when he raised his head and saw Chenyu's cheeks, he was completely dumbfounded. No! How did he meet the guy who was number 1 on this session's bronze potential ranking state ranking? Logically speaking, as the previous senior, Longhua Gue shouldn't be so afraid of Chenyu. After all, Chenyu's foundation was still shallow, and his chances of winning against a veteran powerhouse were definitely not high. But the problem is that this Chenyu guy is an anomaly. His talent is to be able to create cards. If it was just a general friendly sparring session, he was definitely not false to Chenyu. He was at least a platinum 7-star powerhouse. But this guy Chenyu was not general. On the contrary, Chenyu was still very powerful, which led to Longhua Gue not having an ounce of confidence when facing Chenyu. Let's try it first, and if it doesn't work, let's run. Longhua Gue gritted his teeth and finally decided to restrain the urge to escape. He hadn't fought Chenyu. Even if Chenyu had a fierce reputation, he didn't feel that he was completely out of Chenyu's league. In other words, what if he could beat Chenyu? Wouldn't he be running away for nothing? Are the parties ready to finish? Yes. Neither Chenyu nor Longhua Gue had a moment's hesitation, both nodding their heads in agreement at the first opportunity. Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Compared to Longhua Gue's indecision, Chenyu was much more relaxed and calm. Magician zombie, random mimic zombie, overeating tombstone swallowing zombie, crazy tombstone, crazy dead zombie, benevolent dancing king zombie, split duck life preserver zombie, pumpkin head iron bucket zombie, blood rage tombstone, and space step dancing king zombie. Magician zombies, random mimic zombies, bulimic tombstone swallowing zombies, blood fury tombstone, Chenyu all brought. As for the blind box zombies, canister stone thrower zombies, what are replaced by Chenyu? After all, a generation of new people for the old. Longhua Gue pondered for half a minute before finally making up his mind and choosing his strongest zombie deck. Bamboo tombstone, bamboo basket zombie, stick zombie, martial zombie, bamboo shield and hammer zombie, chastity zombie, seven sisters spider spirit zombie, lady white bone zombie, yellow eyebrow zombie, and red child zombie. Guys, I had surgery yesterday, so I might be missing a few days lately. Sorry. After the battle started, Chenyu immediately placed crazy tombstone in the middle, while Longhua Gue on the opposite side placed bamboo tombstone in the first lane, choosing to avoid the front line for the time being. Chenyu swept a glance at the tombstone made of bamboo poles placed by Longhua Gue, and the information of the bamboo pole tombstone immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, bamboo tombstone. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, bamboo tombstone is a festival tombstone. In the day of bamboo stick festival, dead people will use bamboo sticks made of tombstone to bury them. This is the custom. Bamboo stick tombstone compared to the traditional tombstone to be more simple, durable. Bamboo stick tombstone every time to summon the zombie will get 50 tombstone value, and bamboo stick tombstone will only summon the bamboo stick zombie. What kind of zombie is a bamboo zombie again? Chenyu frowned slightly, vaguely remembering that the last time he saw the special zombies from the introduction was still a mutated tombstone. Although he didn't know how strong this bamboo zombie was, from the introduction of the bamboo tombstone, this 2-star tombstone of it was definitely up to the passing line. Soon, the mad tombstone and the bamboo tombstone came ringing at the same time, and 100 tombstone values automatically flew into Chenyu's panel, while the bamboo tombstone summoned a zombie holding a bamboo pole. Name, bamboo zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, ordinary zombie variant zombies. Bamboo stick tombstone appearance and ordinary zombies. But with the difference is that the bamboo stick zombie hand holding a bamboo stick. Bamboo stick zombie damage is twice as much as ordinary zombies. The distance of the attack is 2 meters. Bamboo stick zombie in front of the appearance of the enemy will be stabbed with a bamboo stick. The enemy attacked by a 20% chance of being knocked back. Stunned. Tetanus effect for the next 10 seconds. The effect of tetanus is that within the next 10 seconds, all the damage received is real damage, ignoring armor and defense. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Chunyu looked at the introduction of the bamboo pole zombie, eyes lit up. This zombie can be much more powerful than ordinary zombies. Just with the bamboo pole in his hand can single-handedly kill 3 ordinary zombies.
Chunyu did not waste any time and directly placed crazy tombstones on the second and fourth paths, while Longhua Gue on the opposite side was not shy and placed bamboo tombstones on the fifth path. About 3 minutes had passed, and the bamboo zombie from the very beginning had already walked across the homestead to Chunyu's territory, while Chen Yu's side had already placed 2 rows of crazy tombstones. Longhua Gue on the opposite side had managed to place 9 bamboo tombstones, and was still short of the bamboo tombstones in the middle of the road to make up 2 rows. Chen Yu glanced at his tombstone value and directly spent it to summon Magician Zombie. The next moment, a guy in a magician's gown appeared in the middle of the road, looking mysterious with a mask on his cheeks, a magic bowler hat on his head, and a black robe. Let's see. Today's fortune. The magician zombie comes out and throws the 10 cards in his hand into the sky, only to see the magician zombie chanting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the 9 cards in the air spontaneously combusted without fire, but in a blink of an eye they disappeared, not even leaving behind any ashes. The magician zombie's eyes snapped open and he raised his hand to grab that last magic card. The moment the magic card was grabbed, a word too appeared in the sky of Chenyu homeland. Lucky, ha! The magician zombie had a smile on his lips as he raised his hand, and magician zombies appeared on both the second and fourth paths. At the same time, the people watching outside also discovered Chenyu's name. They spread the word, and in the end they all ran to see Chenyu fight. After all, Chenyu's fame is here. From his debut until now he has never lost, and so far he maintains the record of never losing. My gosh, I didn't expect to actually see Chenyu fight today. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chenyu actually came to our Green Dragon Academy. I thought he would go to the Vermilion Bird side. The Vermilion Bird side is no better than ours. The Green Dragon sounds more domineering than the Vermilion Bird. A real man should choose the Green Dragon. Chen Yu's opponent is the last Longhua Gue Long Sr. I heard that Long Sr. has already reached the Platinum 7 stars. Right. Chen Yu is only gold level to beat Long Sr., cutting dueling arena and does not depend on the level. With those cards that Chen Yu has, the one who should worry about winning or losing is obviously Longhua Gue. Okay. And Chen Yu is also Platinum level now, although he is just a beginner in Platinum, but it won't take long for him to catch up with Longhua Gue, or even surpass Longhua Gue. What? Chen Yu is already Platinum level? I've only just gotten to Platinum, and you're telling me that Chen Yu, a junior, is Platinum? There was a lot of talk in the audience. No matter where he went, Chen Yu was the center of discussion. After all, his talent and strength was here. It was hard not to draw attention to him. Let's see it. Today, is it the right day to go out? The 2 magician zombies start drawing magic cards just as soon as they appear, and both of them utter the exact same words, but draw completely different magic cards. The magician zombie on the second path draws a magic card with a 0.1, and the magician zombie on the fourth path draws a magic card with a 0.5. Only 1 word appeared in the sky on the left, and 5 words appeared in the sky on the right. It's not a good day to travel, so I'll go ahead. The magician zombie on the second path bowed apologetically towards Chen Yu, then raised his hand to conjure a water-rippling portal and stepped into it. Chen Yu was just about to say something, but he saw the magician zombie from the fourth path laugh and tilt his head to the sky. Here, the wrath from the throne. The magician zombie raised his hand and waved. A portal emerged from the dome of the sky, and the space step dancing king zombie descended from the sky, rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, but with a wobble. The space step dance king arrived at the very front of the fourth path. Let's get high, shall we? The space step dancing king zombie pointed to the sky and 4 companion dancing zombies appeared around him. Yeehaw! 3 voices about bungee jumping zombies rang out. Only a big ghost zombie was seen airborne in front of the space step dancing king zombie, which summoned a garlic ghost jumping zombie on the first path, and a blind box dancing king zombie on the second path. The garlic ghost jumping zombie started jumping around just as soon as it appeared, jumping to the second path one moment and the third one the next. Seeing that he was about to brush shoulders with the bamboo zombie on the first path, the blind box dancing king zombie's face was fierce, and he directly raised his hand to rip the blind box above his head. In the next moment, 4 random zombies appeared around him. The first one appeared as a trolley barricade zombie, the second as a blind box zombie and sled zombie arm team, and the third as a zombie with a knife reading the newspaper. So, let's go to war. Let's see if you can hold back this zombie army of mine. Chen Yu looked at Longhua Gue on the opposite side with a relaxed expression. If nothing else,
Long Hua Gui was sweating profusely by now. Fingers recovering a bit. Guys, drink!
Noticing the card barricade zombie rushing at a very fast speed,
the bamboo pole zombie poked out the bamboo pole in his hand with an expressionless face. Pine.
There was nothing unusual about the bamboo pole hitting the card barricade zombie, except that it broke the small leather cap slightly.
The trolley roadblock zombie came to the bamboo zombie without stopping his feet,
and then turned the bamboo zombie into a meat cake with a crushing force.
What?
Seeing his own bamboo zombie die without any resistance made Long Hua Gui astonished. Seeing that the trolley barricade zombies were so fast, Long Hua Gui could no longer care about the neatness of the second row of bamboo tombstones and directly summoned the stick zombies.
Name, Stick Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction, pole vaulting zombie variant zombie. Stick zombie will jump over the enemy after encountering the first enemy. Turn the enemy into a bamboo stick tombstone.
When the stick zombie jumped over, the stick zombie's stick is still left in the hand,
but the stick zombie will no longer jump but change to a stick to attack. Because of the limited time,
Long Hua Gui didn't have any more tombstone values on him, so he could only barely summon the stick zombie.
After the stick zombie comes out, he quickly charges towards the trolley barricade zombie. Soon,
the two extremely fast guys ran into each other, and saw that the trolley barricade zombie was about to crush the stick zombie,
but the stick zombie saw a jump, and the trolley barricade zombie turned into a bamboo stick tombstone. Brothers, have you forgotten your dreams? Didn't forget.
The sled zombie arm team appeared in the field after a long time,
and the sled zombie's boss looked to his 3 brothers in the back seat,
who responded with a determined look. After solving the big trouble of the trolley barricade zombies, Long Hua Gui was relieved, but there were still a lot of potential threats that hadn't been lifted, which made Long Hua Gui's mind in turmoil. Both the sledding zombie arm squad on the second road and the zombie with a knife reading the newspaper on the third road are guys he'll have trouble tackling.
Not to mention that there's a space step dancing king zombie eyeing him on the 4th or 5th road. Just as Long Hua Gui was meditating, he saw that the garlic ghost jumping zombie had popped up from Chun Yu's homestead to his homestead. The most frightening thing is that the garlic ghost jumping zombie moves very fast,
and can also change the road.
The trail is erratic.
In addition to the yellow eyebrow zombie can subdue him.
There is no other way. However,
the yellow-browed king zombie needed a full 400 tombstone values,
and the current Long Hua Gui couldn't even shell out a tenth of that. So what should he do? Thinking of this, Long Hua Gui released a sigh of relief. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he lost to the famous bronze potential list of the country list leader Chun Yu, not some roadside cat or dog. No shame. With Long Hua Gui's mind leveled out, he didn't care about getting up, and directly looked for a recliner to set up in the doorway and lay down on it. TSK, it's really comfortable. He suddenly seemed to be able to realize what Chun Yu was feeling. Long Hua Gui's mental transformation was not known to anyone, and the people watching the battle outside exploded when they saw that Long Hua Gui was actually lying on the recliner as well. Holy shit! Is Senior Long so arrogant that he still dares to lie down and rest in the face of such a terrifying opponent as Chun Yu? If this were me, I'm afraid I'd already be so nervous that my forehead would be sweating. Long Senior is worthy of being a senior. The psychological quality is powerful. Even in front of a great enemy can also be a mountain collapse in front of the color unchanged. It is really a model for my generation. I must find an opportunity to get in touch with Long Senior. You guys, do you think it's possible that Senior Long has some kind of solution to retreat from the enemy to make it so easy? If there was no solution, it wouldn't be possible to do it in such a wave, right? I feel that Senior Long should have a way out, but I just don't know what it is. Senior Long's bamboo stick tombstone, I know that it can only produce 50 tombstone values, and he just summoned Stick Zombie has already used almost all of it, and he doesn't have any spare tombstone values in his hand at all. If there's still some kind of way of flipping the game over, it should be in the talent. I don't think it's a talent. I've heard of Senior Long's talent. His talent is called Dark Curb. His zombies have a 30% probability of curbing and reviving an enemy after killing them, and a 40% probability of getting the corresponding tombstone value of the enemy they killed after killing them. Is that so? Then how did Senior Long dare to lie down on a chaise longue and whistle leisurely? I don't know about that, but there must be some reason why Senior Long did that. Maybe there's some details that we missed, so I won't necessarily jump to conclusions until I've read it. The people in the audience were discussing fiercely, and the topic of discussion was nothing more than why Long Hua Gui dared to lie on the reclining chair, and what exactly was his bottom card. Many people watching the battle participated in the discussion, but they could not come up with a solution no matter how much they discussed it, and they could only give up in the end. In the meantime, in the initial homeworld, Long Hua Gui crossed his legs in boredom, and as a swinging player, Long Hua Gui didn't even bother to pick up the tombstone values produced on the ground. No one else, just the pendulum swinging. Seeing the garlic ghost jumping zombie has come to the vicinity of the bamboo stick tombstone left and right horizontal jump. Manhwa even eyelids are lazy to lift. If not because of a yawn, he cannot see the garlic ghost jumping zombie over. Senior, what is this? At first Chen Yu thought that Manhwa had some kind of card before lying motionless on the recliner. But now the garlic ghost jumping zombie is about to enter the home. Manhwa is still indifferent. This can be Chen Yu look confused. He is the first time to meet this kind of opponent. Hearing someone call out to him, Manhwa answered, then sleepily opened his eyes. After seeing that it was Chen Yu talking to himself, Manhwa then smiled bitterly and opened his mouth. Chen Yu students, your strength is too strong. I simply can't afford to rise up to the idea of resistance. Look at the zombies you summoned at the beginning. Lifting a hand and summoned 2 more, and then one of them ran away, and the other summoned 8 zombies, and you put aside this endless it? This, hearing Manhwa's words, Chen Yu just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but garlic ghost jumping zombie didn't give a chance at all, and ran into Manhwa's house in a puff of smoke. With the moment the garlic ghost jumping zombie entered the door, time and space froze, and by the time the two reacted, they were already outside the field. Chen Yu helplessly covered his face, not realizing that his fame was now spreading so widely that even the platinum 7-star Manhwa could do nothing about him and ultimately chose to swing for the fences. Chen Yu didn't waste any time and opened another hand after ending this one, but he froze after seeing his opponent's name. Senior Long? Chen Yu, how come it's you again? The two men looked at each other in their initial homes. Neither of them expected to be matched again. Was it just destiny? If you do, I'm going to admit defeat. Manhwa smiled bitterly. It was already humiliating enough that he had just swung for the fences, but as a result, he was now matched with Chen Yu. Wasn't this taking his face over to Chen Yu to step on? Chen Yu cried and laughed. Senior Long, not so much. That was also luck. My zombie deck has uncertainty. If I just had bad luck, the 300 tombstone values would have been used in vain. I know. Your zombies all seem to be random. The one wearing the box will randomly turn into a different zombie when it dies. Kinda depends on luck. Manhwa nodded in response. Then let's continue? Chen Yu asked with a smile. Well, okay. Manhwa hesitated for a moment. He was thinking of surrendering directly, but as his opponent Chen Yu had encouraged him like this, he was afraid that if he retreated again, he would be reduced to the laughingstock of the entire academy. Thinking of this, Manhwa still agreed. Are the parties ready to finish? Yes. Both men nodded in agreement. Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Manhwa had no other choice and still brought the same zombie deck from the previous hand, while Chen Yu switched. Against Manhwa, the last hand's lineup is still too strong. People simply can't resist. Crazy Tombstone, Blind Box Zombie, Random Mimic Zombie, Split Duck Life Preserver Zombie, Pumpkin Head Bucket Zombie, Benevolent Dancing King Zombie, Teleporting Post-it Note Zombie, Gramophone Barricade Zombie, Binge-Eating Tombstone Swallowing Zombie, Champion Pole Vaulting Zombie. This is a lineup that Chen Yu randomly picked out. That kind of relatively overpowered Blood Rage Tombstone doesn't even need to be out there to win, and bringing it would be for nothing. In order to prevent Manhwa from surrendering directly, Chen Yu also did not bring a Magician Zombie, and he was prepared to experiment with a method of play that he had mulled over before. If you say a Split Duck Lifeboa Zombie and a Pumpkin Head Barrel Zombie each way, and then summon a Benevolent Dancing King Zombie and a Gramophone Barricade Zombie on each of the 2 or 4 ways, what does the opposite side take to win? After choosing your cards, the battle begins. Chen Yu, as usual, placed a crazy tombstone in the middle, and Manhwa had the decency to place a bamboo tombstone in the middle as well. About 3 minutes passed. Chen Yu had already placed 2 rows of crazy tombstones, while unlike the last handful, Manhwa had only placed 1 row of bamboo tombstones, and he still had 350 tombstone values stored in his hand, which was described as relatively wealthy. As long as the zombies Chen Yu summoned weren't the kind of guys that could live on endlessly, he was sure of how to deal with them. Student Chen Yu, make your move. I'm ready, just don't come down too hard in one go. Manhwa glanced at Chen Yu who was not far away lying leisurely on a recliner, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, okay, then I'll just summon 2 at random. Seeing the renewed fighting spirit in Manhwa's eyes, Chen Yu smiled in relief and then placed a blind box zombie on the 2nd and 4th road respectively. He was not in a hurry to settle Manhwa at once now. After all, the last hand had already struck Manhwa to the bone. If this hand was even faster than the last, Manhwa was afraid that he would have to find a building to jump straight away. Seeing that Chen Yu had made a move, Manhwa frowned and thought carefully before finally deciding to send out his 7 sister spider spirit zombies. They only needed 200 tombstone values, yet they could summon 7 of them. And they weren't ordinary zombies. They could not only fire cobwebs to trap their enemies, but they could also go berserk. Similar to a weakened version of the second master. It just so happened that the bamboo tombstone on the third path produced another 50 tombstone values. Manhwa gritted his teeth and finally chose to summon the 7 Sisters Spider Goblin zombies on both the second and fourth paths. The 7 Sisters Spider Spirit zombie just appeared. Manhwa homestead became dusty, and under the eaves of the house is sticking a lot of cobwebs. It looks like it has not been taken care of for a long time. The second and fourth paths are even more gray, as the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit zombies come out one by one, generating small cobwebs in the paths they travel. Name, 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombies. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction, 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie and Sled Zombie Squad similar, are a team together, but with the difference is that the strength of the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie is far more than the Sled Zombie Squad. 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie for 7 zombies. They are connected to the blood. Blood interoperability. Share a blood. They can use the gnawing attack or throw out the cobwebs to trap the enemy. By the cobwebs trapped enemies, either use clover to blow away the cobwebs, or rely on their own strength to break free from the cobwebs. According to the strength of the trap time, when the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie's blood reduced to half, the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie will enter the state of frenzy. Attack speed. Movement speed. Attack power to enhance 80%. 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombies will be left in place for every advance of the grid. A small cobweb. A small cobweb can be trapped in the enemy for 5 seconds. If the enemy is strong, the time will be reduced. Seeing the introduction of the 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombie, Chunyu froze for a moment. Where is this? What 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombie? This is clearly Long Huagui's pressure card. Chunyu did not expect Long Huagui actually so ruthless. Dealing with 2 blind box zombies actually summoned 2 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombies. Look at this situation. Long Huagui a short period of time there is no extra tombstone value, right? Long Huagui noticed the surprise in Chunyu's eyes and smiled. Chunyu student, don't be surprised. Against you I have to bring up 12 points of spirit, in order not to let my tombstone value be wasted. This is why I summoned 2 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombies. Otherwise what if I summoned other zombies to be killed by the backlash? After saying that, Lan Huagui stared nervously at the nearby bamboo tombstones. His main thing now was to engage in production. Although the blind box zombies crisis was lifted, this was only Chunyu's test, not even an initial attack. Soon, the blind box zombie and the 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombie meet at the exit of the 2 initial homes. As the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie threw out a spider web, the blind box zombie was trapped in place and unable to move. Under Chunyu's perspective, a control time bar appeared above the head of the blind box zombie, and both blind box zombies had a control time of 30 seconds before they could break free, and before that, they could not move or attack. Crunch! The 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie looked at the trapped blind box zombie in a habitual manner, and then opened its cherry mouth to nibble on it. Don't look at the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie's mouth is small, but the gnawing damage is not low at all. Who would have thought that their gnawing damage is actually twice as much as an ordinary zombie? Brothers, have you forgotten your dreams? Didn't forget. Those who violate my lord's borders, I will strike and break them. The Sled Zombie Armed Squad appeared to officially engage the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombies on the second path, while the summoned White-Eyed Giant Zombies were on the fourth path. Facing an enemy that was nearly twice their number, the Sled Zombie Armed Squad had no fear. On the contrary, their eyes were still filled with wariness. After all, it was not their character to retreat when they encountered difficulties, and with the strength of the Sled Zombie Armed team now, it is not easy to say who will die. The 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombies are not necessarily able to beat the Sled Zombie Armed team. As for the fourth road of the White-Eyed Giant Zombie, Chunyu think quite hanging. After all, White-Eyed Giant Zombie only 1 star, and still a single body. Opposite the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombie, a control can make the White-Eyed Giant Zombie cannot move. This fucking take the head hit it? As expected, the outcome of the battle was not what Chunyu expected. After about a minute and a half or so of fierce fighting, the two were split between them, with the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit Zombies winning both ways, and the Sled Zombie Armed Squad and the White-Eyed Giant Zombies dying. The difference is that the Sled Zombie Armed Squad beat the 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombies on the second path with only a thread of blood left and a drop short of taking it down, while the 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombies on the fourth path didn't lose a single drop of blood and finished off the White-Eyed Giant Zombies. This also caused the 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombies on the second path to enter a frenzy, charging towards Chunyu's side at an extremely fast speed, while the 7 Sisters Spider Goblin Zombies on the fourth path walked slowly on the road. Seeing this, Chunyu summoned a Pumpkinhead Iron Bucket Zombie on the second road,
and then summoned the compassionate dancing king zombie on the third road. And with the compassionate dancing king zombie pointing to the sky, the 4 companion dancing zombies immediately appeared on the second, third, and fourth roads. Because the benevolent dancing king zombie appears from the very end of the middle road, you won't be able to meet the 7 sisters spider goblin zombie for a while. It took about a minute or so for the two to meet in the middle of the Chenyu homestead, and both the benevolent dance king zombie and the companion dance zombie were wearing barrel hats on their heads without exception.
What's going on here?
Seeing that the originally empty heads of the Rinshin Dance King zombie and the accompanying zombies suddenly had extra iron bucket hats made Long Huague look confused.
In order to prevent himself from misreading, Long Huague froze and rubbed his eyeballs hard, but the result didn't change in any way. The benevolent Dance King zombie and the accompanying zombies' heads just appeared as iron bucket hats. What the hell? What kind of zombie is Chenyu that he can actually make all zombies wear iron bucket hats?
It looks like it should be that pumpkin-headed barrel zombie at the end of the second path.
That should be his ability.
All of you are focusing on the pumpkin-head iron bucket zombie. Am I the only one focusing on how Chenyu met up with Senior Long again? The last handful of Senior Longs were lying on the recliner and not moving at all.
How come they're serious again now? You're not nonsense.
Long Senior has already swung last hand.
Let us look at the joke. This hand if still swinging must not be scolded.
I see Long Senior also want to fight for breath. If pure swing if directly surrendered.
The students in the audience were murmuring. The last time they were fooled by Long Huague's pretense of being a magician, and now that Long Huague was up against Chenyu, they were immediately interested.
The 7 sisters of the second road spider spirit zombie and the accompanying zombie encountered together. As if the sparks hit the earth, both sides immediately began to fight. Although the companion zombie was wearing a barrel defense on its head, the 7 sisters spider goblin zombie had control abilities, and the companion zombie faced 7 sisters spider goblin zombies with no resistance at all, and was quickly killed.
But it doesn't matter if you don't move. If you do, you're in big trouble.
As the backing zombie fell to the ground and died,
the benevolent dancing king zombie was immediately summoned again,
and 4 new backing zombies appeared,
forcing the 7 sisters spider spirit zombies,
who had been preparing to move forward,
to stop in their tracks.
And this scene was taken in by Long Huague, who was not far away.
A sense of urgency arose, making Long Huague feel a strong sense of uneasiness.
In order not to make the same mistake,
Long Huague restrained the urge to place another row of bamboo headstones and hoarded the value of the headstones instead.
The situation now is that he has 2 bamboo zombies on the first path, 7 sisters spider spirit zombies and 2 bamboo zombies on the second path,
3 bamboo zombies on the third path.
The fourth path is in line with the second path, and the fifth path is in line with the first path.
On Chenyu's side,
there is only the benevolent Dance King zombie and his accompanying zombie and a pumpkin-headed iron bucket zombie.
So it's not certain who will lose and who will win.
In terms of quantity alone, he is really not false. Chenyu, afraid of the fear of benevolent Dance King zombie, has been summoned. This guy summoned so fast, Long Huague really a little top.
Soon,
the second companion zombie summoned on the second path also died at the hands of the 7 sisters spider goblin zombies, while the leading 3 spider goblin zombies had already gone over to the newly summoned companion zombies to stop the remaining 4 spider goblin zombies. Seeing the companion zombie ghosts do not come back one after another,
the 7 sisters spider spirit zombies are a little unhappy. With 4 7 sisters spider spirit zombies frantically gnawing,
the newly appeared companion zombies did not have any resistance to fall down. As 6 of the 7 sisters spider spirit zombies went by, the last of the 7 sisters spider spirit zombies got caught up with the accompanying zombies again. The 7 sisters spider spirit zombie angrily threw out a slap and smacked the companion zombie in the face,
and the companion zombie immediately dropped 1/3 of its blood level. Suddenly,
the pumpkin-headed barrel zombie at the very end of the second path let out a buzz, and all the zombies in the entire field without defenses put on barrel hats, and the accompanying dancer zombie that had lost 1/3 of its blood was no exception.
Seeing this scene,
Chenyu was somewhat speechless.
No,
the benevolent dancing king zombie was all set to do a full court call,
only to be stopped by the pumpkinhead barrel zombie's barrel hat?
7 sisters spider spirit zombie is indeed very strong, but they are strong in a few people in a piece.
Single 7 sisters spider spirit zombie is not so strong attack power.
Want to kill in a short period of time wearing a bucket hat accompanied by dancing zombies is impossible. While the other 6 7 sisters spider goblin zombies had already come to the front frame of the crazy tombstone, Chenyu could only summon a blind box zombie on the second path again to block it. As the blind box zombie descended from the sky in an extremely cool way, the 6 7 sisters spider goblin zombies immediately used their spider webs to trap them, followed by a frenzy of nibbling, pawing. The blind box on top of the zombie's head shattered violently, and a cloud of smoke buried the blind box zombie's body.
Knock knock, knock knock. At that moment, A powerful heartbeat came out of the smoke, drawing everyone's attention. This is. Shen Yu looked startled. It was the first time he heard this kind of sound. In the end, which zombie is so oppressive? It was also at this time that the smoke dispersed, and Shen Yu was able to see the zombies that had been randomized by the blind box zombies. After seeing the second master's handsome cheeks, the thick doubts in Shen Yu's heart were instantly relieved. There is one thing to be said for the second master. The second master may not be the strongest zombie. There are a lot of zombies can beat the second master, but the second master is undoubtedly the most impressive zombie in the zombie. When the enemy sees the unsealed second master, the heart will absolutely thump straight to the heart. Pang! The Seven Sisters Spider Spirit zombie casually threw out a spider web, and the newly emerged second master was instantly trapped. The second master's eyebrows wrinkled into a ball. He looked at the cobwebs on his body, look unhappy, but unfortunately he is now holding a newspaper in his hand. His strength is not completely unsealed. For a moment there is really no way to directly get out of the trap. Just when the second master silently power, 6-7 Sister Spider Spirit zombies have come to the second master's body, crazy nibbling up the newspaper in the second master's hand to the naked eye visible speed to become tattered, and finally completely broken. You guys are pissing me off. A substantial question mark appeared on the top of the second master's head, and his body also became transparent until it disappeared, and the cobwebs that had just trapped the second master were even violently dismantled, and Long Huague was stunned by the sight. Swish! A hurricane blew up on the second path, and in the next moment, the 7 Sisters Spider Spirit zombies and the 2 bamboo zombies fell to the ground, and the time interval between their falls did not exceed 2 seconds. What? Long Huague looked horrified. He didn't even look at what had happened, and as a result, all the zombies had all collapsed. Not 5 seconds later, Long Huague and Shen Yu were teleported off the field. Long Huague stared blankly ahead, his expression stagnant, as if he had not yet detached himself from the scene he had just witnessed. Shen Yu, on the other hand, was much more relaxed, as he knew that it was the stealthy newspaper-reading zombie that had struck. However, Shen Yu also did not expect that the blind box zombie actually invited the stealth-reading zombie over. With the strength of the stealth-reading zombie, Long Huague with what resistance? After resolving Long Huague, Shen Yu immediately opened the third hand. He wants to rush to the top 100 of the monthly list today. Preferably he can rush to the first. After all, he is used to being the first. As for the 2 consecutive losses, Long Huague's mentality completely collapsed. His eyes forcefully contained tears, gritted his teeth and walked out of the combat preparation single room. As soon as he stepped out of the door he saw a dozen or so schoolboys squatting at the door surround him. I'm going to go and see Senior Long himself. May I ask Senior Long what you have to say about encountering Chen Yu twice in a row? And what do you think of Chen Yu's strength as an opponent? Senior Long, did you comprehend or learn any tactics from the fight with Chen Yu? And if you were to encounter Chen Yu again, are you certain that you would be able to beat him? There's one thing I don't understand. Can you help me out? Senior Long, I've seen you fight before. May I ask why you didn't take out your crushing card? The Yellow Eyebrow King zombie? There is one thing to say. Senior Long, I'm really a bit disappointed in you. You obviously have a lot of very strong cards, but as a result, you can't use any of them. You can obviously summon the Yellow Eyebrow King zombie or the White Bone Lady zombie. Why did you choose to choose the kind of weaklings like the 7 Sisters Spider Goblin zombie? With all due respect, you're just a waste of space. Running into Chen Yu twice in a row. The first one was directly swung by Chen Yu's hole, and the second one was a serious fight, resulting in another few minutes to end the fight. And even your mindset was also crushed. Simply foolish. A series of questioning and abuse flooded into Long Huague's brain, and the Long Huague who had just regained a little bit of sanity collapsed again. Leave me alone. You guys leave me the fuck alone. Are you guys blind? Can't you see Chen Yu's strength? Chen Yu is the top of this term's bronze potential ranking state ranking. Is it something very humiliating for me to lose to him? I'll tell you plainly, this Chen Yu person is ridiculously strong, and there's no way I can beat him, whether it's the next hand or the 1000th. The zombie deck in his hand is more than 1 level stronger than my zombie deck. I'm like a primitive man from the past while Chen Yu is a future techie who traveled from the future. What am I going to play with him? And you? I don't even want to talk about you. Is it that I don't want to use the Yellow Eyebrow King zombie? What use can a Yellow Eyebrow King zombie be? Can he take care of the second and the fourth road at the same time? The last is you. And you know it? You just scolded me. I am losing or winning and you have half a penny to do with You also educate on me. I go you code. Long Huague aimed at these schoolmates who surrounded him was a furious roar, venting all the anger that had just accumulated in his heart on them. The onlookers have never seen this kind of battle. They all shut their mouths and didn't dare to touch Long Huague's bad luck. Long Huague saw that this group of people who had just been screaming happily were now not screaming anymore. so he let out a cold snort and whisked his sleeves away.
Chen Yu was unaware of the situation outside as he had already been matched with a new opponent.
This person's level was lower, not even as good as Longhua Gui's, just barely 3 stars of platinum, and the cards in his hand weren't as strong as Longhua Gui's, and he was defeated in less than 3 minutes. After defeating this person, Chen Yu rushed to the next battle without stopping. However, in just 7 hours, Chen Yu had rushed from a nameless nobody on the list to the 10th place on the monthly list, and everyone had been frightened by Chen Yu's overwhelming ruthlessness, causing them to not dare to match again. Chen Yu looked at now has been matched for 3 minutes of matching time some helpless. He was thinking that it should be his own strength is too strong. The matching mechanism do not know to match him with what opponents. After all, Chen Yu is one of the few on the list has not yet lost the general of constant victory. Just as Chen Yu was pondering whether or not to end the match and return to the villa for dinner, the panel suddenly displayed a successful match. Transferee Chen Yu vs. Transferee Hu Yifan. Seeing this name, Chen Yu froze for a moment. He had studied this list. Hu Yifan was not only the 6th diamond-level powerhouse in this month's monthly list, he was also a giant who was always in the top 50 in the yearly list. The next moment, the two appeared in the initial homeworld. Chen Yu raised his head and looked at Hu Yifan. This man was about 1.75 meters or so tall. His body looked well-proportioned, and he should be the kind of man who had occasional fitness. "Hello, Mr. Chen Yu, we finally meet." Hu Yifan noticed that Chen Yu was sizing himself up, and he made an undisguised turn so that Chen Yu could get a better overview of him. "Finally meet?" Hearing Hu Yifan's words, Chen Yu frowned slightly. "Yeah, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. You're the meat and potatoes of the big boys." Hu Yifan smiled and nodded. Don't look at him as a diamond-level powerhouse, but Chen Yu was an existence that even the Black Yao-level bigwigs had to pay attention to, and the cards he made were among the top batch in the eyes of the Black Yao-level bigwigs. "Are the parties ready to finish?" "Yes." Both men nodded. After answering, Hu Yifan added with a smile, "Those guys are scared of you. They don't dare to match. I thought that since they don't dare, then I just happened to play 2 games with you, and by the way, I will send you to the first place, and you are not accustomed to sitting in the other positions, but I won't let go of the water. If you want to sit on the number 1 throne it depends on your own strength. Of course, I believe that with your strength you don't need to let go of the water, and I'm saying this because I'm telling you ahead of time, don't have a mental burden." After that, the panel prompt popped up as well. Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Blind Box Zombie, Crazy Tombstone, Benevolent Dancing King Zombie, Random Mimic Zombie, Split Duck Life Preserver Zombie, Pumpkin Head Bucket Zombie, Teleportation Post-it Note Zombie, Gramophone Barricade Zombie, Binge-Eating Tombstone Swallowing Zombie, Champion Pole Vaulting Zombie. Chen Yu's choice had never changed, even if the opponent he faced was the diamond-level powerhouse Hu Yifan. After all, those 3-star decks were too overpowered. Taking them out was more or less a bit of a bully. Plant Tombstone, Drain Tombstone, Ice Truck Red-Eye Giant Zombie, Ice Truck Pole Vaulting Zombie, Pole Vaulting Rugby Zombie, Barrel Jumping Zombie, Sacred Shield Readers Zombie, Chef Zombie, Chainsaw Normal Zombie, Explosive Miner Zombie, Queen Medusa Zombie. Hu Yifan didn't hesitate much and directly took out his strongest card. It felt that Chen Yu deserved his full strength. Once the card slot selection is complete, the matchmaking begins. Chen Yu immediately placed Crazy Tombstone in the middle, and Hu Yifan also placed Plant Tombstone in the middle in a similar fashion. Name, Botanical Tombstone. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, a special tombstone made of 100 kinds of plants. The tombstone will produce 75 tombstone values every time it summons a zombie. And the zombie summoned by the plant tombstone is a special random plant zombie. You never know whether the next zombie that walks out of the plant tombstone is a sunflower zombie or a pea shooter zombie. Seeing the zombie summoned by Hu Yifan, Chen Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Even with his current high vision and high standards he had to admit that this card was at the top level, not inferior to the zombie card he synthesized. Soon, there was simultaneous movement coming from both the Crazy Tombstone and the Plant Tombstone, and a machine gun shooter zombie slowly burrowed out of the Plant Tombstone. Seeing the zombies summoned by the Plant Tombstone, Chen Yu came to be interested. Finally there was an opponent that could give him on intensity. He had just been abusing the vegetables, abusing them all a little bit of scalp. However, the machine gun shooter zombie's bullets couldn't traverse the 2 homesteads, and he had to come to Chen Yu's homestead in order to attack his tombstones. So Chen Yu didn't pay any attention to it, and instead placed Crazy Tombstones on the 2nd and 4th paths. Hu Yifan, on the other hand, placed the Drain Tombstone at the very front of the homeworld. The Drain Tombstone existed for 5 seconds before disappearing and leaving a destruction pit at the front, so that Hu Yifan could not place another tombstone on top of the destruction pit. Name, Drain Tombstone. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 25 tombstone value. Introduction, unlike traditional tombstones, the drain tombstone is drained by the evil capitalists. When placed, the drain tombstone will immediately provide 250 tombstone value, then disappear, leaving a destruction pit in its place, which will disappear over time. And no tombstone can be placed while the destruction pit exists, only 2 drain tombstones can be placed in a minute, and after that, it will enter a 3-minute cooldown. With just one click, Hu Yifan got 500 tombstone values and then placed plant tombstones on the first, second, fourth and fifth paths. Shen Yu didn't even think that there was actually someone else who could surpass himself in terms of production, even if Hu Yifan was bringing 2 tombstones, either of which carried out was inferior to crazy tombstones. But this was a team game, and a card was not as powerful as the entire slot having a match. Of course, in front of the absolute power, the so-called cooperation is a joke. Perhaps in cooperation with the effect of 1 plus 1 is greater than 3, but if the opponent is 100, 3 in front of 100 have the power of resistance? Soon, 3 minutes passed. Shen Yu placed 2 rows of crazy tombstones as usual, leaving 400 tombstone values in his own hand. The opposite side of Hu Yifan had planted 3 rows of plant tombstones and had a different plant zombie for each path, of which the machine gun shooter zombie that had been in the middle at the beginning had already arrived at Shen Yu's homestead. Shen Yu briefly swept a glance at the opposite side of the lineup. First of all, the first road, a sunflower zombie, a pea shooter zombie, and a voodoo zombie. The other 4 paths are pretty much the same, with Vulcan zombies and pea shooter zombies, the only difference being that instead of sunflower zombies, the second path is corn thrower zombies, the third path is machine gun shooter zombies, and the fifth path is charmed mushroom zombies. Name, Sunflower Zombie. Grade, 1 star. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, Sunflower Zombie is a zombie family of more special plant zombies. Sunflower Zombie attributes and ordinary zombies, but with ordinary zombies is different. Sunflower Zombies will provide 25 after the death of the tombstone value. Name, Corn Pitcher Zombie. Grade, 1 star. Price, 100 tombstone value. Introduction, Corn Thrower Zombie is a special plant zombie in the zombie family. Corn Thrower Zombie can launch corn kernels and butter to attack the enemy. The probability and damage in plant corn thrower the same. Snap. Seeing the first round of 4p bullets hit the crazy tombstone, Shen Yu immediately summoned the blind box zombie in front of the machine gun shooter zombie. The blind box zombie falls from the sky in front of the machine gun shooter zombie, and then gnaws on each other with him. The blind box zombie and the machine gun shooter have similar attributes, but the machine gun shooter zombie also fires 4p bullets as it chews, which causes the blind box zombie to fall to the ground before it lasts long. As the blind box zombie fell to the ground, a puff of smoke enveloped the area, and a crunching and gnawing sound came from the smoke. When the smoke cleared, the machine gun shooter zombie was dead, and the barrel machine gun shooter zombie came out of the smoke, because he himself was at the front end of the border between the 2 homesteads. The barrel machine gun shooter zombie quickly arrived at Hu Yifan's homestead and started attacking frantically. Brothers, birthday today. Just got back. Sorry. Had surgery on my hand. It's a little better now. Thanks for caring, brothers. Kind of fun. Ha! Seeing that the barrel machine gun shooter zombie easily killed his machine gun shooter zombie, and that the barrel machine gun shooter zombie fired 6 bullets, Hu Yifan's pea shooter zombie soon had his arm broken. In just 30 seconds, though, the pea shooter zombie and the voodoo zombie fell to the side of the road one after another, their bodies blending into the land as time went on. Seeing that the barrel machine gun shooter zombie's bullets were about to hit the plant tombstone, Hu Yifan immediately summoned the ice truck red-eyed giant zombie in front of the barrel machine gun shooter zombie. Although the price of the ice truck red-eyed giant zombie was a bit expensive, the ice truck red-eyed giant zombie had a great role to play. Plus Hu Yifan wasn't really lacking in tombstone value, so he simply summoned the ice truck red-eyed giant zombie to give the people outside the arena a long look. Name, Ice Truck Red-eyed Giant Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 500 tombstone value. Introduction, Icecar Red-eyed Giant Zombie is an Icecar zombie and Red-eyed Giant Zombie fusion born of the crystallization of the Icecar Red-eyed Giant Zombie has up to 8,000 blood. When the blood dropped to 6,000, Icecar Red-eyed Giant Zombie will be in time to jump out of the car and will be about to explode Icecar thrown to the enemy. In the driving state, Icecar Red-eyed Giant Zombie's mobile speed is ordinary Icecar Zombie 1.5 times. In the walking state, Icecar Red-eyed Giant Zombie and ordinary Red-eyed Giant Zombie movement speed is consistent. Icecar Red-eyed Giant Zombie in walking state. Giant Zombie's movement speed is the same as that of a normal Red-eyed Giant Zombie. Perhaps because the Ice Truck Red-eyed Giant Zombie was born from an Ice Truck Zombie and a Red-eyed Giant Zombie. The Ice Truck Red-eyed Giant Zombie throws out not kid zombies but Ice Truck zombies. Seeing the introduction of the Ice Truck Red-eyed Giant Zombie, Shen Yu was stunned.
not expecting any of the zombie cards Hu Yifan took out to be so powerful.
Ice car red-eye giant zombie throw once about to explode the ice car is to throw a cherry bomb.
And the small ghost zombie in his back basket has also been replaced with an ice car zombie. When the time comes to throw the ice car zombie, caught off guard can really crush him a lot of zombies. The ice truck red-eye giant zombie crushed Chen Yu's barrel machine gun shooter zombie just as soon as it appeared. Seeing this, Chen Yu did not act first, but waited until the split second that the ice truck red-eye giant zombie came to his home. Chen Yu immediately summoned the champion pole vaulting zombie.
As soon as the champion pole vaulting zombie appeared,
he immediately swung his pole and jumped the ice truck red-eye giant zombie over it.
Frame.
As the champion pole vaulting zombie crosses over the ice truck red-eye giant zombie to Hu Yifan's homestead,
the ice truck red-eye giant zombie turns into a tombstone.
What kind of zombie is Chen Yu?
Isn't this a pole vaulting zombie?
And why did the ice truck red-eye giant zombie turn into a tombstone after he crossed over it?
Are you an idiot?
How can this be a pole vaulting zombie? He jumped over the ice truck red-eye giant zombie and didn't discard the pole in his hand.
It means he can swing again. Pole vaulting zombie's pole is disposable. My god. So outrageous. Chen Yu, this zombie deck is really insurmountable. Hu Yifan Big Brother's ice car red-eye giant zombie. I know. The blood volume is 8,000.
But I did not expect a photo was turned into a tombstone.
Look. That cool pole vaulting zombie guy is heading towards Big Brother Hu Yifan. Do you think he'll be able to make it to the other side? Nerve. You've been reading too many internet terriers.
You're even talking about walking to the other side of the river. But I don't think that guy can walk to the other side of the river.
After all, even though he's strong, he has no defense on his whole body,
which means that his blood quantity must not be high, as long as a pea-shooting zombie or machine gun-shooting zombie can kill him.
The crowd in the audience couldn't stop discussing.
They all didn't expect the champion pole vaulting zombie summoned by Chen Yu to actually be able to solve the ice truck red-eye giant zombie so easily.
From this point alone,
it was worth it for the champion pole vaulting zombie to make an appearance.
And how could Hu Yifan not think of an idea that the audience could think of?
Seeing the champion pole vaulting zombie approaching at every step,
Hu Yifan didn't have any panic,
and his movement came from the tombstone closest to the homestead in the middle.
A pea shooter zombie climbed out.
The champion pole vaulting zombie also had the obvious result of eventually falling to the peas fired by the pea shooter. Of course, it was difficult for the pea shooter zombie to single-handedly kill a full-blooded champion pole vaulting zombie,
and in order to help the champion pole vaulting zombie quickly sink into the ground,
Hu Yifan summoned the chef zombie again.
Name, Chef Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value.
Introduction: Chef Zombie is a more mysterious existence in the zombie world.
Chef Zombie is a zombie without a fixed place.
His favorite thing to do is to apply for a job in the major restaurants.
Today in this restaurant as a chef. Tomorrow in another restaurant as a chef. The day after tomorrow in a 5-star hotel as a sous chef.
Chef Zombie will give the whole field of friends to eat a random one of the 5 different kinds of food. Each different food gains are not the same.
Food are ramen noodles,
vegetables,
brain flour, chicken legs, milk. The food are ramen,
vegetables,
brain flour, chicken legs, milk. Eat ramen will increase the damage by 50%.
Eat vegetables will increase the movement speed by 50%.
Eat chicken legs will increase the blood by 50%. Eat milk will increase the attack speed by 50%. Eat brain flour will increase the attributes by 50%.
And the chef zombie will feed random food to any one of the friends every 30 seconds. When the chef zombie's blood is lower than 50%,
it will be the same as the snow. Chef Zombie will feed random food to any friend every 30 seconds.
And it just so happens that Pea Shooter is the one who got the ramen, which led to Pea Shooter Zombie single-handedly killing champion pole vaulting zombie by himself.
Chef Zombie? That's quite a zombie.
Looking at the introduction of the chef zombie, Chen Yu Bright, Hu Yifan gave him too many surprises. Whether it is the Ice Car Red-Eye Giant Zombie or Chef Zombie or the 2 tombstones are very top cards.
I'm flattered. Your deck is also very strong. Hu Yifan laughed.
Before I played against you, I thought it would be 50-50 between us.
But I didn't expect you to be even more powerful than I imagined. Even with my current strength I was overwhelmed by you.
No wonder those opponents you were matched against were in tears.
At first glance, they were devastated.
Chen Yu and Hu Yifan started the business blowing each other up like no one else.
But those viewers outside the arena were dumbfounded. Aren't these 2 rivals? Why are they even complimenting each other?
But Chen Yu and Hu Yifan obviously couldn't give them answers to their questions. And with most of the zombies on Hu Yifan's side coming to Chen Yu's home, Chen Yu also habitually patched up the blind box zombies on the 5 roads.
So, open the bet.
Until Hu Yifan took the initiative to summon zombies,
Chen Yu would not summon any zombies other than the blind box zombies. Because it's not necessary. The blind box zombie lands in an extremely cool position. And before he can make a big move, he sees the Vulcan zombie come up and sit on his ass, directly crushing them.
5 clouds of mist wrapped the bodies of the blind box zombies, and for about 3 seconds or so, the sound effects of the different zombies came from the smoke. Soon, the smoke cleared and the zombies' true faces emerged. The first path is normal zombies. The second is frozen ice truck zombies. The third is pole vaulting zombies. The fourth is epileptic miner zombies. And the fifth is shovel escalator zombies. The second wave of exchanges began. The zombies of the first, second, and third routes charged majestically, and before they could touch each other, they were frozen in place by the freezing ice truck zombies. Ordinary zombies and pole vaulting zombies immediately rushed forward to who Yifan's zombies is annoying.
Freezing ice truck zombies is even simpler. All the way to run over the line.
As for those zombies on the fourth road, not to mention the fact that they were chewed to death without even being able to touch the epileptic miner zombies, and they didn't even know who chewed them to death until they died. The fifth road is even with the shovel escalator zombies sit in town. Pea shooter zombies. Charm mushroom zombies is really not enough to see. Maybe charm mushroom zombies for other zombies is very disgusting, but for the shovel escalator zombies have no use at all. Name, seductive mushroom zombie. Grade, 1 star. Price, 75 tombstone value. Introduction, mushroom zombie is a special plant zombie in the zombie family. All the attributes of mushroom zombie are the same as the ordinary zombies. Mushroom zombie will choose the last one to chew their opponents to be charmed after death. Note, only the enemies who are chewed on will be charmed. Swish, swish. As the shovel escalator zombie swung the shovel in his hand, the pea shooter zombie and the charmed mushroom zombie fell to the ground in response. No, it wasn't a responsive fall. It wasn't even a body. It was just shoveled out of existence. Wow. Mr. Chun Yu, your zombie is so strong. Hu Yifan face incredible. His plant zombies have always been unbeatable. The result of encountering Chun Yu with the evil the advantages that should play at all did not play out. The 2 long-range hitting pea shooter zombies and machine gun shooter zombies were intercepted by the blind box zombies without even touching Chun Yu's tombstone. The 5 Vulcan zombies just blew out the blind box zombies' blind box. The sunflower zombie dropped 25 tombstone values. The corn pitcher zombie didn't do anything at all. And the charmed mushroom zombie was even sent away with a shovel. Average to average. Yours is pretty strong too. Chun Yu laughed. This is only where Hu Yifan has not yet summoned his zombie. How can Chun Yu because of this 1 or 2 sentences of praise on the drift to find the north? Ha 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 ha. I'll summon another one then. But I'll have to get some tombstone value before then. Hu Yifan laughed as he casually placed 2 drained tombstones at the front end of his homestead. And when the tombstone value arrived, Hu Yifan immediately summoned Queen Medusa zombie on the second path. The Queen Medusa zombie can hit the top, middle, and bottom paths, and you don't need to bother with the first through third paths after summoning the Queen Medusa zombie. As for the minor zombies on the fourth path, they will eventually head back, so it's a no-brainer for now. But the shovel escalator zombies on the fifth road are very strong. No matter what zombies are sent away with a shovel, Hu Yifan thought that only long-range damage or explosive damage could send them away. So he summoned the explosive minor zombies. Name, Queen Medusa zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 500 tombstone value. Introduction, Medusa Queen zombie from the long history of ancient Greek mythology. She should be a myth not existing in the current world of creatures, but the current world with the Queen Medusa stone statue and zombie fusion, resulting in alternative Medusa Queen zombie. Medusa Queen zombies means of attack for the near remote, short-range claw attack, long range for the magical ball attack. The attack damage of 300, and every 15 seconds the Medusa Queen zombie can release a petrification ray. Petrification ray will randomly petrify the attack range of 1 to 2 enemies. Medusa Queen zombie attack range of 3 rows of 6 squares. Every 15 seconds, the Queen Medusa zombie can release a petrification ray, which will randomly petrify 1 to 2 enemies within the attack range. And the attack range of the Queen Medusa zombie is 3 rows and 6 squares. Name, Exploding Minor Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, Explosive Miner Zombie is a variant of the Miner Zombie. Explosive Miner Zombie tired of the daily digging days, compared to day and night digging. He now prefers to blast. With the speed of the blasting, 3 minutes will be able to complete the process of his previous 3 hours. When the blasting Miner Zombie entrance will be very fast speed to the feet of the first enemy to install instantaneous explosive mine, will be their own and the enemy to send to the west sky. Explosive damage is the damage of the cherry bomb. The Queen Medusa zombie just appeared and turned the freezing ice truck zombie and the pole vaulting zombie into stone statues, then threw magic orbs that smashed into the regular zombies. Buzz! The magic ball smashed on the body of the ordinary zombies to emit a buzzing sound, and the place where the ordinary zombies were attacked even appeared purple magic ripples, which seemed to be full of special effects. The exploding miner zombie in the fifth path quickly came to the ground of the shovel escalator zombie and exploded. And the exploding miner zombie and the shovel escalator zombie were both killed in action. The epileptic miner zombie on the fourth path was also just as Hu Yifan expected, as he chewed up and exploded 3 plant tombstones in the ground, before exiting the earth at the end of the path and turning around to head back. After the epileptic miner zombie left, Hu Yifan immediately filled in 3 plant tombstones in the empty spaces where the tombstones had just been chewed up, or else Hu Yifan, the OCD, would be driven crazy. Soon, Chen Yu's zombies were all taken care of while the Queen Medusa zombie twisted its snake body and swam slowly. It had to be said that the Queen Medusa zombie had an excellent figure and superior appearance. Even if her hair was all snakes, it didn't affect her beauty, and even added a touch of voluptuousness and unoffensive oppression to her. Seeing this, Chen Yu summoned 2 split duck lifesaver zombies on the second path, while on the third path he summoned the benevolent dancing king zombie. Since you Queen Medusa zombie can petrify your enemies, I'll give you a whole army of 1 person. I'd like to see how you're going to petrify. Is it the petrified split duck lifesaver zombie, or the benevolent dancing king zombie, or the dancing king zombie summoned by the dancing king zombie to accompany the zombie? After about 10 seconds, the petrification ray's cooldown is up, and the Queen Medusa zombie immediately fires the petrification ray. Then, and then petrified one of the companion zombies summoned by the benevolent dance king zombie? This Medusa Queen zombie is also too non-competitive. Chen Yu summoned 2 split duck life preserver zombies and a benevolent dance king zombie is to improve the tolerance rate, but did not expect the petrification ray of the Medusa Queen zombie actually gave the accompanying dance zombie. As the accompanying zombies are petrified, their life traits disappear and they are considered dead. The benevolent dance king zombie pointed to the sky and 4 new backing zombies came out of the dirt as a powerful musical song played over the scene. Seeing this scene, Hu Yifan's heart sank. I did not expect that the key moment Medusa Queen zombie actually gave him a chain. Petrify who is not good, but to petrify the accompanying zombie, this time he will have to be busy. But the good thing was that the petrification rays of the Medusa Queen zombie were 1 in 15 seconds and didn't have a long cooldown. With the Queen Medusa zombie releasing the petrification ray again, the benevolent dancing king zombie and his right side companion zombie were petrified into stone statues. Sensing the loss of life traits in the benevolent dancing king zombie, the companion dancing zombie at the forefront of the third path succeeded to the throne in time to summon 4 more companion dancing zombies. And after 5 seconds, the split duck life preserver zombie also produces a split. 2 split duck life preserver zombie into 4. Can put Hu Yifan look dumbfounded. No dude. Your dance king zombie has been petrified by me. Why would a companion zombie summon zombies like the dance king zombie? And what's with that duck life preserver zombie of yours? It can still play split Hu Yifan looked at Chen Yu with a slightly broken expression. He was really surprised that Chen Yu actually gave him this whole thing. At first, he thought that his plant zombies would have been an army, but compared to the current Chen Yu, his plant zombies were a bunch of younger brothers. Zombie traits. If I tell you this, won't you find a weakness against me in one go? Chen Yu some crying and laughing rhetorical question. How he did not expect Hu Yifan will actually directly ask him zombie characteristics, if not particularly familiar with how can tell this And even people who are very familiar with each other will also think about the other side to ask this in the end. What is the intention? Right. After all, zombies can not only be limited to the matchmaking platform and cutthroat battle, but can be summoned to reality. That's right. Sorry for being abrupt. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Hu Yifan also reacted and hurriedly apologized to Chen Yu a few times. It's fine, but may I remind you not to procrastinate. The longer you drag it out, the worse it will be to deal with. Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand. In fact, an understanding person can see after a while. Split duck life preserver zombies are based on the passage of time and the number of rapid development. The compassionate dancing king zombie, on the other hand, is different from the split duck lifesaver zombie in that the compassionate dancing king zombie is the one who tries not to fight him, or else he'll be like the rats and give birth to 10 of them in one litter. There's no end to the fight. There's no end to the fight at all. The problem is that according to this trend, I can't handle it at all. I don't dare to fight your backup dancer zombie. Your duck life preserver zombie is quite a good solution. Hu Yifan sighed helplessly. You think a duck life preserver zombie is a better solution than a backup dancer zombie? Then you might have thought wrong. Chen Yu said with an odd look at Hu Yifan. What do you mean? Hu Yifan froze for 2 seconds, obviously not reading Chen Yu's meaning, but as the split duck lifesaver zombie split once again, Hu Yifan completely understood. Good lord, this split duck lifesaver isn't splitting 2 by 2, it's multiplying twice as many by itself. Seeing that the split duck life preserver zombie and the companion dance zombie were coming on strong, and the Medusa Queen zombie couldn't be useful, Hu Yifan had to take out his own killer weapon. Yes, that's the barrel jumping zombie. Hu Yifan didn't hesitate and directly summoned the barrel-jumping zombie on the fifth path. He believed that the barrel-jumping zombie would surprise him. Even if Chen Yu could solve the barrel-jumping zombie, it would still take some effort. Name, barrel-jumping zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction. Jumping zombie was once a very ordinary zombie. He did not have any offensive. The purpose of the appearance is also very simple. Is to disgust the opponent, but jumping zombie's body plate is too brittle. Even if he can jump very quickly, cannot escape the enemy's relentless iron fist. But now it's different. Jumping zombie's partner Iron Bucket Zombie died in the war. Iron Bucket Zombie's hat stayed. Jumping zombie inherited the Iron Bucket Zombie's hat to become the barrel jumping zombie. Defense greatly improved. Because Hu Yifan had summoned the barrel jumping zombie at the very end of the homestead exit, the barrel jumping zombie quickly arrived at Chen Yu's homestead. In response, Chen Yu simply smiled bashfully and then summoned the tyrannical eclipse tombstone swallowing zombie on the fifth path. You can't be ruled, can you? The next moment, the tyrannical eclipse tombstone swallowing zombie opened its bloody mouth and ate the Iron Bucket jumping zombie, not even spitting out a little slag, as if the Iron Bucket jumping zombie had never come out. Burp. After eating the barrel jumping zombie, the overeating tombstone swallowing zombie burped, then left a tombstone in its place, watching the others. My god, what kind of zombie deck is this Chen Yu? It actually swallowed Big Brother Hu Yifan's iron barrel jumping zombie in one bite and left a tombstone behind. Convinced? Are all of Chen Yu's cards so heaven-defying? No wonder those previous opponents haven't beaten Chen Yu. Now it seems that there are only a handful of people in this world who can beat Chen Yu. I don't think Chen Yu has changed any of the cards he brought with him. They're all the same. His previous opponents didn't even have a chance to let Chen Yu use a few more zombie cards. Even Hu Yifan Big Brother went all out and let Chen Yu use just a few more zombie cards. Buddy, you quickly say no more. I want a sweat-drenched back. I am the third to lose to Chen Yu Big Brother of the unlucky egg. I did not even think that my first match today ran into Chen Yu. Is simply a broomstar possession. Aha, so it's you. I was looking for you to have been sitting next to me watching the battle. Sorry, really sorry. I didn't mean to stab you in the heart just now. If I had known you were next to me, I would have been more restrained. Well, man, that's even more solid. You're not as comforting as you are. At least I'm hurting inside instead of being more sad. In the audience, a player who had previously been punched by Chen Yu was staring at the screen in depression, while the people next to him were all embarrassed, as they also did not expect to casually discuss a couple of sentences to actually discuss to the head of the rightful owner. And in the initial homestead, Hu Yifan is already thinking about not surrendering. After all, there is no chance of winning if you fight like this. You might as well hurry up and send Chen Yu to the first place. At that time, when the word got out, he wouldn't be a diamond-ranked powerhouse losing to a platinum-ranked junior in other people's mouths, but rather a diamond-ranked Big Brother taking care of his schoolmate and sending him to the top of the monthly rankings, which was of a different nature. Hu Yifan thought carefully for half a minute, and finally gave up on intentionally releasing water. Chen Yu had the ability to be able to defeat him, and it was simply superfluous for him to intentionally let the water out, and it might even pull down Chen Yu's favorability towards him. Compared to the outside world's evaluation of him, he felt that it was still Chen Yu's favorability that was more important, and this kind of operation of picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons was obviously not worth it. Since he had decided to pull in Chen Yu's favor, Hu Yifan was going to go all out, even if he lost to Chen Yu. So what? He wanted to show Chen Yu that his diamond level was not for nothing, and he didn't bring all the strongest cards. His hidden cards will not be easily revealed in front of the crowd. After all, this is just a sparring match, not a life and death duel. There is no need for that at all. Thinking of this, Hu Yifan immediately summoned Holy Shield Reading Zombie on the third path. While a 1-star red zombie is a recognized waste, a 2-star red zombie has seen an epic metamorphosis. Not to mention the fact that this red zombie of his is a 3-star one. Name, Sacred Shield Reading Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 225 tombstone value. Introduction. Newspaper reading zombie is the zombie world of the old and weak. As long as it is a zombie can flaunt in front of him. And read the newspaper zombie has not had the courage and strength to resist, but now read the newspaper zombie is different. Now read the newspaper zombie got the power of the Holy Shield. His hands of the newspaper has been selected for the Holy Shield of the carrier. The overall presentation of the gold color? When the Holy Shield read the newspaper zombie hands of the gold-colored newspaper is knocked out. The Holy Shield read the newspaper the zombie will be covered with the power of the Holy Shield. Attack speed. Damage. Blood increased by 300%. Movement speed increased by 50%. With injury-free and injury added, Holy Shield reading zombie is countless people's heart-lingering nightmare. But the Holy Shield reading zombie's weakness is also very obvious. As long as from the back of the sneak attack or aerial attack, In the case of not knocking off the newspaper will be Holy Shield reading zombie can be killed. After seeing the introduction of the Sacred Shield reading zombie,
Chen Yu was surprised for a moment.
This was the first time he had seen a different version of the read zombie in someone else's place.
Knowing that the read zombie had traditionally been an old and weak person in the eyes of others. So who would put in the effort to develop a read zombie deck? What? Surprised? Noticing Chen Yu's eyes, Hu Yifan smiled and spoke.
Yeah, I didn't realize you cultivated newspaper reading zombies.
Chen Yu nodded with a frank expression. He really did not expect there to be anyone else as prescient as him.
In fact, I was inspired by watching your battles. When I saw your reading zombies so fierce, as if they were stoned,
I tried it on a whim, and I didn't expect to get such a monster by mistake.
Hu Yifan's mouth smiled. He did not even think that he casually cultivated actually got this kind of top zombie. It is not an exaggeration to say that Sacred Shield reading zombie can definitely rank in the top 5 of the zombie decks that he fused.
Chen Yu nodded.
Many zombies have their own potential,
with the newspaper reading zombie being the strongest one. You made the right move.
The Holy Shield newspaper reading zombie is quite strong. Hearing Chen Yu accurately call out the name of the Sacred Shield reading zombie,
Hu Yifan wasn't surprised because he had already known that Chen Yu could see information about anything.
Don't look at Chen Yu usually only staring at the zombie cards.
In fact, his talent is able to see more privacy,
such as the data of the 3 circumference of these.
He just don't want to see it. It doesn't mean he can't see it.
It was also at this time that the Sacred Shield newspaper reading zombies and the accompanying zombies met, and originally Chen Yu was worried that the number of accompanying zombies was too large and would knock out the Sacred Shield newspaper reading zombies newspaper, but he had clearly underestimated the hardness of the Sacred Shield newspaper. Only 2 mouths of Sacred Shield reading zombie and 1 companion zombie. The speed of the companion zombie's inheritance of the throne and the speed of summoning the companion zombie can't catch up with the speed of the Sacred Shield reading zombie's forward movement. This also resulted in the companion zombies summoning 24 companion zombies in a row, but the Holy Shield red zombies had already killed their way towards Chen Yu's side.
There's probably a chance you'll win this one, eh?
You actually have such a strong newspaper reading zombie. Chen Yu looked at the approaching Holy Shield reading zombie and said with a smile, but his tone was frivolous, and it was obvious that he was not serious about saying this, but rather flirting with Hu Yifan. Although the Sacred Shield reading zombie is very strong, you have at least 2 zombie decks in your hand that target me, such as that pole vaulting zombie at the beginning, and this tombstone swallowing zombie right now. Hu Yifan rolled his eyes helplessly. The truth was just as Hu Yifan had expected. As soon as the tyrannical eclipse tombstone swallowing zombie appeared, it swallowed the Sacred Shield reading zombie into its stomach, and then spawned the tombstone in its place. And with the army of split duck lifesaver zombies and benevolent dancing king zombies closing in, Hu Yifan eventually fell to Chen Yu. After the end of the fight, the two drove 2 more hands, and Hu Yifan's ranking dropped a dozen places, while Chen Yu ascended to the number 1 spot.
In less than an hour, 2/3 of the people in Qinglong Academy knew that Chen Yu, the top of the bronze potential ranking state ranking, had ascended to the top of the monthly ranking in the cutting duel arena. Chen Yu student deserves to be Chen Yu student. In just one day, all the way to win consecutively rushed to the first place of the monthly list, and during this period a hand did not lose, simply away from a big spectrum. What's this? Before Chen Yu bronze potential ranking national ranking that will keep 30 consecutive victories is called Fierceit. Now this gold is not as fierce as it was at the beginning, but it can also be quite. The previous number 1 on the monthly list and now number 2 on the monthly list is called Jiang Sun. He's not a guy who likes to condescend to others. Today it's just that Jiang Sun didn't come over. Otherwise it's really hard to say if Chen Yu can ascend to the number 1 spot on the monthly list. So what if Jiang Sun is here or not? I really don't believe that Jiang Sun will be able to beat Chen Yu. See for yourself how counterintuitive Chen Yu's zombie deck is. Jiang Sun's strength is strong. That's not true, but basically he doesn't have the power to fight in the face of Chen Yu. Alright, stop screaming. Jiang Sun is not here today. I won't refute whatever you call me. If you have the ability to wait for Jiang Sun to come back tomorrow, I'd like to see if Chen Yu dares to fight Jiang Sun. Compared to the heated argument in the audience, Chen Yu had long since slipped away with Hu Yifan. With their strength, as long as they wanted to leave, no one would be able to block them. Speaking of which, the two talked quite a bit, and it just so happened that Hu Yifan was going to look for Chen Yu to synthesize the cards, so Chen Yu ran to the cafeteria with Hu Yifan to have a meal, and in the meantime, the matter was finalized. When Chen Yu and Hu Yifan parted ways in the cafeteria, there were 8 more identical newspaper reading zombie decks in the item bar. Obviously, Hu Yifan listened to Chen Yu's words and decided to specialize in the path of the newspaper reading zombies, and Chen Yu is also happy to see these 8 cards. After all, the newspaper reading zombies in his hands is really 2 stars must be strong. Back at the villa,
Chen Yu came into the room and habitually raised his hand to conjure up the zombie illustrated guide and flipped to the last page of the synthesis page. As Chen Yu threw in the 8 cards of reading zombie, in a flash, the black aura spread throughout the room. After about a minute, 4 more zombie cards appeared in Chen Yu's hand. 2 angry red zombies, 1 banded sword red zombie, and 1 ice truck read zombie. Except for the ice truck reading zombie, these 3 cards are all owned by Chen Yu, of which the angry reading zombie can already be synthesized into a 3-star deck. With this in mind, Chen Yu didn't rush to check the introduction of the ice wagon reading zombie, but instead threw in the 2 angry reading zombies and waited for them to be synthesized and checked together. Name, Ice Truck Reading Zombies. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction, read the newspaper zombie's friend Ice Car Zombie because of an accident died at home. In order to not let the Ice Car Zombie's ice car was buried, read the newspaper zombie decided to open the Ice Car Zombie's ice car, and practice car skills, and finally practiced for 2.5 years to learn to drift over the corner. Now the ice car read the newspaper zombie's strength as a number of times the previous when he was angered. Be careful to be crushed by his car to the cackling. Name, epileptic newspaper reading zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 250 tombstone value. Introduction, newspaper reading zombie, a former old and weak in the eyes of others. But since he picked up the newspaper engraved with the word 9 to 5, no one dares to belittle him. But the angry newspaper reading zombie is not satisfied with this. In order to get more powerful, angry newspaper reading zombie and the giant zombie study for a period of time, and finally learn to stomp and crush, no matter who is in front of his face. Epileptic reading zombie have confidence with whoever is in front of him. Epileptic read zombie is confident to fight with one of them and stomp him into a meat cake. Looking at the introduction of the 2 cards in his hand, Chen Yu's expression was first stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Both the ice truck reading zombie and the epileptic reading zombie are strong, especially the epileptic reading zombie. Epileptic reading zombie's basic stats have not changed, or the 9 to 5 version of the second master, but the problem is that he learned to stomp blocking the road on seconds, and before giving a dozen seconds of buffer time is completely different. After a few minutes of excitement, Chen Yu suppressed his emotions and turned to the matchmaking platform to conquer the battle. Speaking of which, he hadn't pushed the tier for a long time and had been stuck at Platinum 1 star for some time, and although he was quite tired after fighting all day today, he decided to push the 42nd tier first. Inside a certain villa at Green Dragon Academy, Jiang Sun lay on the bed and woke up leisurely, feeling the intense pain coming from his head. The expression on Jiang Sun's face suddenly became hideous. He slapped his left hand very hard twice on the side of his head, as if hoping to stop the pain with pain in that way, but obviously it didn't do any damn good. So damn convincing. I didn't expect the 55th floor to be so difficult. Had I known I would have been less anxious first. Jiang Sun was somewhat chagrined as he lay on the bed in a wide open position, and the hand that had just slapped his head violently dropped to the side because he knew that it didn't work at all. As the perennial 3rd strongest person on the monthly list, Jiang Sun had always been very confident. No matter who he was, he didn't put it in his eyes. He had thought that he could easily solve it with his superb talent in card matching, but he didn't realize that his self-confidence had become the culprit that pitted him against himself. The 55th floor was the boss floor, and he was randomized to a misty environment where he couldn't see out of the corner of his eye. Because the misty environment was not conducive to zombie fighting, Jiang Sun used the environment change card to turn the misty environment into an everyday environment. But the crisis on the 55th floor wasn't just as simple as the mists. The leader of the 55th floor was the Skeleton Walker, which was said to be from a legendary dungeon and could summon unlimited skeleton walkers to help. However, it was a good thing that skeleton walkers could only summon 3 skeleton walkers per summoning, and they could be summoned every 15 seconds. If skeleton walkers could be summoned all the time, he was afraid that he would not be able to come back already. Although the skeleton walker's summoning ability was perverse, the skeleton walker came out as a single person without any attachments, so the difficulty wasn't too hard to beat in Jiang Sun's eyes. However, Jiang Sun never expected that the skeleton walker was actually dual-formed, and when the skeleton walker's blood level was higher than 50%, the skeleton walker would stand at the very back and summon the skeleton walker. However, if the skeleton walker's blood level fell below 50%, the skeleton walker would enter melee form. In melee form, the skeleton walker advances and does not summon new skeleton walkers, but the skeleton walker can resurrect dead skeleton walkers, and can even resurrect dead zombies to do his bidding. This also led to Jiang Sun being taken by surprise, and if it wasn't for the Clover Gale card that his father had heavily acquired, which coalesced into an oversized clover to blow all of his enemies out of the field, he was afraid that he would have already died under the hands of the skeleton walkers. But luckily, he calmed down in the end and didn't blindly pile up the skeleton walkers with zombies. Instead,
He quietly set up a formation and used 3 more rule cards with different effects before grinding the skeleton walkers to death. But Jiang Sun, who had finished playing this level, was also at the end of his rope, and when he left the sparring platform, he could no longer hold on and collapsed on the bed. This sleep was for a day and a night, which if it were an ordinary person would probably have to be weak from hunger. But he was a diamond-level powerhouse and didn't feel this way. But he used the rule card to change the rules with high intensity, which led to a particularly severe mental drain. And that was why his bed head hurt so much together. Hoo. Jiang Sun lay on the bed gasping for air. It took about half an hour of reprieve before Jiang Sun gradually adapted to the pain. At the same time, that sense of overdraft wasn't as serious as it was just now. Just then, Jiang Sun's phone rang. Do. Dodo. The urgent ringing of the phone rang in Jiang Sun's pants pocket. Jiang Sun subconsciously pulled out his cell phone to see that it was a message from his oldest brother. Jiang Sun didn't answer the call first, but clicked the shrink button and then looked at his cell phone. It's a shock not to see. I didn't realize how many people had messaged and called him. A screen full of missed calls and unread messages. The one that sent the most was his oldest brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun immediately picked up the phone. And before Jiang Sun could speak, a piercing voice came from the other end of the phone. No, big brother, why are you only answering the phone now? I sent you a message yesterday and you didn't reply. As a result, I waited for you for 20 hours and you are only answering the phone now. Even a pig isn't as sleepy as you are, right? Hearing his oldest brother's greatly grinning voice, Jiang Sun frowned imperceptibly. Before Jiang Sun could stop his oldest brother's words, he saw his oldest brother's voice ring out again. Big brother, something big has happened now, do you know? Your first place on the monthly list was taken by a kid who just entered the academy. That person has only just entered the academy. And it seems that not even a month has been filled. So how do you still have the leisure to sleep? Zhang Debao on the other end of the phone scratched his scalp anxiously, as if it wasn't Jiang Sun who was robbed of first place, but him. What's the noise? Jiang Sun frowned slightly. I pushed the layer all night yesterday. I didn't hear the call. Isn't it just that the first of the monthly list was robbed? It's not the end of the month now. It's not time to set the list. I'll get it back tomorrow. Won't I? No, big brother. That kid is said to be the top of the bronze potential ranking state ranking, called Chen Yu, and quite a powerful character. That guy Hu Yifan was defeated by him in 3 consecutive rounds, and he didn't even have the power to fight back at all. Zhang Debao said with some anxiety. Hu Yifan was defeated by him in 3 consecutive rounds. That's impossible, right? I know Hu Yifan, although I'm not quite familiar with him, but I've fought with him a few times, and his Sacred Shield Reading Zombie and Queen Medusa Zombie are both very strong. So Chen Yu can defeat Hu Yifan 3 times in a row? Jiang Sun questioned. Big brother, you probably didn't see the scene of their battle. Let me describe it to you like this. The Holy Shield Reading Zombie and the Queen Medusa Zombie are just stinky fish and shrimp in front of Chen Yu's eyes. Chen Yu doesn't give a damn about them. Any zombie can kill them in seconds. Zhang Debao said with tears and laughter. Well, Jiang Sun hesitated slightly, then said, tell you what, I'll go with you tomorrow to check it out. If this Chen Yu is really as powerful as you say, then in all likelihood, I won't be a match for him. But if Chen Yu isn't that strong, I'll personally pull him down from the monthly list. Then what if Chen Yu doesn't come? Zhang Debao asked. Jiang Sun laughed. Not coming? There are only 2 reasons for not coming. The first is that he is afraid. The second is that he doesn't have the time. Whichever reason he has, he will definitely stabilize the list at the end of the month. Won't it be fine for me to probe his depths at that time? After saying that, Jiang Sun directly hung up the phone without waiting for Zhang Debao to speak. Early the next morning, Chen Yu yawned and ran to the cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast I rushed to the step classroom. Today was a practical class, and it was said that the hierarchy was to be determined, and everyone had to be present, even Chen Yu, the class president. However, since Chen Yu himself was not involved in this hierarchy, he could only sit on the side and watch. Of course, Elder Zhong didn't let him be idle, stating that he could guide the other students, giving some advice and suggestions to make them more aware of their own strengths. After all, Chen Yu's talent was here, so it was useless to use it. As a result, Chen Yu accidentally overused his talent, and not only did he see the details of the talent, the weaknesses and strengths about the talent, but he also saw some information that he shouldn't have seen. However, these messages only surfaced for a second or two before disappearing, to which Chen Yu expressed his helplessness. After determining the class hierarchy, the practical class was over, and by now the time had come to 5:30 p.m. Chen Yu took a look at the time now and it was not early, so he went to the cafeteria and ate a big meal and returned to the villa and began to continue the campaign. Last night he managed to hit the Platinum 2-star and got a Duck Life Preserver Zombie and a newspaper reading zombie as well as a time pause card. Chen Yu didn't even think there was such a thing. Name, timeout card. Grade, none, special item. Description, the time pause card suspends time for 10 seconds, during which friendly targets can act and enemy targets cannot. The time pause card has a very streamlined introduction, but is very powerful and can even turn the tide against the wind if used well. Time is running out. The time has come to the last day of the monthly list finalization. At this time, Chen Yu's level had already come to 6 stars of platinum, and he had even gotten quite a few cards in the past few days. They are Dr. Stiffy King deck, Jumping Zombie deck, Lord of the Dance Zombie deck, Vulcan Zombie deck, Tombstone Swallowing Zombie deck, Roadblock Zombie deck, Barrel Zombie deck, Stone Thrower Zombie deck, Ice Truck Zombie deck, Duck Lifesaver Zombie deck, and Reading Zombie deck. Among them, Dancing King Zombie, Duck Lifesaver Zombie, and Reading Newspaper Zombie can be synthesized into 2-star cards, and Chen Yu combined a Duck Writer Zombie, a Stealth Reading Newspaper Zombie, and a Benevolent Dancing King Zombie. There were no classes on Zhong Lao's side today, so Chen Yu woke up early and had breakfast to come to the cutting duel arena. At this time, his monthly ranking had been lowered to 19th, because he hadn't fought for too long. The other bigwigs had already surpassed him, and even Hu Yifan had come to 5th, so it was evident that he had recently refined his skills again. But think about it, he got the zombie with knife reading deck from Chen Yu. His strength will definitely go up a notch. After all, the strength of the zombie with knife reading is here. It's no exaggeration to say that very few zombies will be able to survive 2 rounds of the zombie with knife reading's machete. After arriving at the cutting dueling arena, Chen Yu sat in the audience as usual, because he deliberately found a remote corner, so no one noticed him. Coupled with his hearing nowadays, it was a trivial matter to hear clearly what everyone in the audience said. Chen Yu hasn't come to the cutting duel arena for a long time now. I've kind of forgotten how he was killing it in the cutting duel arena a few days ago. No dude, you're addicted to being abused by Qingyu. I know you got a bit busted by Qingyu a few days ago, and were matched twice in a row and rubbed on the ground by others, but you're not this perverted, are you? You're the pervert. I call it strategizing. I'm at 233. I'll just sit here and not match. If someone else loses, then won't I go up? And Chen Yu's winning speed is fast. Isn't it a breeze to sweep away those end of the month score rush guys? So that's what you're playing with. But the problem is that Chen Yu isn't here right now either. So this expectation of yours seems to be going down the drain. You kid is really insidious and cunning. It's good that I'm 411 and don't need to fight around. Otherwise I definitely want to have a friendly sparring session with you. Che, just this 411 rank little brother of yours is worthy of a friendly sparring session with me? I'm a platinum 2-star powerhouse. What are you going to do to have a friendly sparring session with me? Have you heard? Jiang Sun seems to be looking for Chen Yu. After Jiang Sun was robbed of the number 1 position on the monthly list by Chen Yu that day, he began to inquire about Chen Yu every day. It seems that he wants to spar with Chen Yu to see who is powerful. Chen Yu sat in the corner and listened for a while before jotting down the key information and entering the combat-ready single room. It didn't take long for Chen Yu to match his first opponent. What he didn't expect was that the name of the person on the opposite side was Jiang Sun. Transferee Chen Yu versus Transferee Jiang Sun. The next moment, the two arrived at the initial homeworld. Ha, it's actually you? Seeing Chen Yu's name and face, Jiang Sun looked surprised. He had all thought that Chen Yu would not come, but he did not expect to meet Chen Yu in a random handful of matches. Is this the legendary fate? You know me? Chen Yu blinked and pointed a finger at himself. Of course I know you. You are the man of the hour in our Green Dragon Academy. In 1 day's time, you rushed from no ranking to the first place. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. No one is your opponent. I've heard so much about you. Jiang Sun said. I heard that you seem to be looking for me? Chen Yu asked with a smile. That's right. I am looking for you. Hearing Chen Yu say so, Jiang Sun nodded his head in response quite frankly. I'm not just looking for you. I'm also going to fight you. I'd like to see if your strength is worthy of your fame. Are the parties ready to finish? At that moment, the panel prompt surfaced in front of the two. Yes. The two looked at each other and unanimously chose to agree. Battle begins. Please select the zombie you want to fight. Blood Rage Tombstone. Random Mimic Zombie. Overeating Tombstone Swallowing Zombie. Crazy Tombstone. Crazy Dead Zombie. Epileptic Newspaper Reading Zombie. Benevolent Dancing King Zombie. Splitting Ducks Lifesaver Zombie. Pumpkin Head Bucket Zombie. And Space Step Dancing King Zombie. Chen Yu took out his strongest lineup so far. After all, Jiang Sun is the current number 1 on the monthly list, and his strength is even more astonishing, Diamond 5 stars, which should not be underestimated. Ingenious Tombstone. Shark Zombie. Commander Zombie. Matchless Admiral Zombie. Zero Admiral Zombie. High Voltage Pole Vaulting Zombie. Black Fog Zombie. Executioner Zombie. Electric Dance King Zombie. Weeping Angels Zombie, Director of Instruction Zombie, Star Painter Zombie.
Jiang Sun also took out his most luxurious lineup.
In order to avoid overturning the battle with Chen Yu, Jiang Sun even took out his own crushing 4-star tombstone,
enough to see how much he valued Chen Yu.
Soon, the sparring began.
Both Chen Yu and Jiang Sun placed their respective tombstones in the middle with great speed. Chen Yu's was a crazy tombstone while Jiang Sun's was a heroic tombstone. The Yingling tombstone was golden in color and floated in the air,
surrounded by lingering dots of golden light that looked similar to fireflies, but in a different color. Name, Yingling Tombstone. Grade, 4 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, Spirit Tombstone is a special tombstone. He is not the kind of materialized tombstone, but thousands of spirits gathered into the virtual tombstone. Spirit Tombstone cannot be hit by physical attacks. No special attack ability of the zombie encountered Spirit Tombstone will be ignored. Spirit Tombstone each time to summon the zombie will produce 100 tombstone value. Spirit Tombstone summon zombies are 2-star special spirit zombies, and there is a probability of trigger. The probability of 2 summons is 10%. This was the first 4-star zombie deck that Chen Yu had seen, and it was still a rarer existence than the usual zombies like Tombstone. From Chen Yu's point of view, the introduction of the Yingling Tombstone is moderate. If in the 3-star ranks is definitely a very strong existence. After all, they are all summoned 2-star special zombies. But Chen Yu always felt that 4 stars shouldn't be this strong, and Yingling Tombstone didn't seem very strong among the 4 stars, even though he didn't have any 4-star cards. That's how he felt. But feeling is feeling. At the end of the day, it still depends on what the strength of the special spirit zombie summoned by the Spirit Tombstone is, and if the strength is online, then it's definitely considered to be a very good zombie card in the 4-star. Soon there was movement coming from the 2 tombstones. Chen Yu got 100 tombstone values, while Jiang Sun not only got 100 tombstone values but also summoned a Yingling zombie. Name, Yingling Common Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 75 tombstone value.
Introduction, the spirit of ordinary zombies and ordinary zombies do not have anything to do with, although they look very similar, but the spirit of ordinary zombies' body surface wrapped in a layer of jinsha.
The blood of the spirit of ordinary zombies is ordinary zombies twice.
And the spirit of ordinary zombies when the blood of ordinary zombies is less than 20% will enter the spirit of the state for 10 seconds.
The spirit of the state cannot be attacked to.
Chen Yu briefly scanned the introduction of the Yingling common zombie and then stopped reading more.
In Chen Yu's opinion,
the Yingling ordinary zombie didn't have any strength at all. And if the Yingling tombstone could only summon this kind of goods, then it definitely wasn't worth 4 stars.
Soon, 3 minutes went by in a flash.
Chen Yu and Jiang Sun both had 2 rows of tombstones. But Jiang Sun had 200 more tombstones worth in his hand than Chen Yu because he had triggered double summoning on both the 2nd and 4th paths. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Sun's first path of 2 Yingling normal zombies, the 2nd path of 1 Yingling normal zombie and 2 Yingling roadblock zombies, the 3rd path of 3 Yingling normal zombies, the 4th path of 2 Yingling roadblock zombies and 1 Yingling barrel zombie, and the 5th path of 1 Yingling white-eyed giant zombie and 1 Yingling normal zombie. Name, Yingling roadblock zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 100 tombstone value. Introduction, Yingling roadblock zombies and roadblock zombies do not have anything to do with, although they look very similar, but the Yingling ordinary zombie body surface wrapped in a layer of golden light.
Yingling roadblock zombies' blood is twice as much as the roadblock zombies, and Yingling roadblock zombies' blood is less than 25% will enter the Yingling state for 15 seconds. The Yingling state cannot be attacked. Name, Spirit Barrel Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, the spirit of Iron Barrel Zombie and Iron Barrel Zombie and there is no connection,
although they look exactly the same, but the spirit of ordinary zombie body surface wrapped in a layer of gold.
The spirit of Iron Barrel Zombie's blood is twice as much as the Iron Barrel Zombie, and the spirit of Iron Barrel Zombie's blood is less than 30% will enter the spirit of the state of 20 seconds. The spirit of the state cannot be attacked. Introduction. Name, Spirit White-Eyed Giant Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 250 tombstone value.
Introduction, the spirit of white-eyed giant zombies and white-eyed giant zombies and white-eyed giant zombies do not have anything to do with the spirit of white-eyed giant zombies body surface wrapped in a layer of golden light.
Looks very powerful and domineering.
The spirit of white-eyed giant zombies blood is white-eyed giant zombies twice as much as the spirit of white-eyed giant zombies and white-eyed giant zombies and the spirit of white-eyed giant zombies blood is less than 40% will enter the spirit of the state of 30 seconds. The spirit of the state cannot be attacked to. After seeing the introductions of the various Yingling zombies, Chen Yu felt a bit bored. What the hell is this?
The infernal zombie hasn't changed much other than being twice as thick in blood? Spirit status sounds good, but you can't be attacked for only a few dozen seconds. So after that time, you're not at the mercy of others?
This Yingling zombie is quite good for playing cutscenes.
After all, He can't be attacked to directly enter the home, but the problem is that he is a waste of time to use to push the map, right? Watching the Yingling zombies approach,
Shenyu immediately summoned the benevolent heart dancing king zombie on the second or fourth path. Also summoned random mimic zombies in the middle with the remaining tombstone value.
So, open the bet. Let's just show him how this random mimic zombie really is. It's the same old rule on the side of the benevolent dancing king zombies, with their two main centers in place at the back while the accompanying dancing zombies rush over to deliver the heads. As for the random mimic zombie words, Shenyu directly summoned in the forefront. He would like to see random mimic zombie in the end can randomize what? As random mimic zombies are summoned,
the mimic on the floor spins around twice before turning into a blind box zombie.
Ha!
Seeing random mimic zombies turn into blind box zombies, Shenyu admitted that his cerebellum atrophied at some point.
Soon, the random mimic zombie turned blind box zombie was with 3 ingenious normal zombies. Crunch!
The blind box zombie was quickly defeated against a siege of 3 ingenious normal zombies.
After the blind box above the head of the blind box zombie broke,
a puff of smoke enveloped the blind box zombies,
and about 3 seconds later,
a utility pole broke through the smoke and smashed into the bodies of the 3 ingenious normal zombies.
The Yingling ordinary zombies fell under the poles of the white-eyed giant zombies without any resistance.
Even if this was only a 1-star white-eyed giant zombie, it was not something they could fight against.
White-eyed giant zombies? Then let Admiral Muoi go. Jiang Sun's gaze was calm as he looked at the white-eyed giant zombie in the middle of the road. He casually pointed his hand,
and the peerless Admiral zombie descended from the sky to stop in front of the white-eyed giant zombie.
Name, Undisputed Admiral Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 225 tombstone value. Introduction. The appearance of the double Admiral Zombie is very similar to the white-eyed giant zombie.
But the double Admiral Zombie has a handful of hair on both sides of its head,
wears ancient battle armor,
and holds 2 round hammers,
which can attack twice in a row.
And the damage of its attacks is the same as that of the white-eyed giant zombie's attack damage.
Unmatched Admiral Zombie just appeared on the white-eyed giant zombie swung out double hammer.
White-eyed giant zombies see this also swinging hand poles. 2 behemoths began to smash each other up.
Bang! Bang bang! Bang! Bang bang!
It didn't take long before the white-eyed giant zombie was the first to hold out and throw out the kid zombie, and he himself collapsed to the ground from taking too much damage.
It just so happened that at that moment,
the spirit tombstone in the middle of the road performed another summoning, and a spirit normal zombie stepped out of the spirit tombstone and blocked the path of the kid zombie.
I failed? The white-eyed giant zombie's breath grew weaker and weaker, eventually closing its eyes as its vitality collapsed.
The peerless Admiral Zombie gave the white-eyed giant zombie an expressionless look before walking past him. At the very moment the peerless Admiral Zombie walked past, the corpse of the white-eyed giant zombie turned into a mimic and spun around twice, eventually transforming into the angry newspaper reader zombie. Jiang Sun, who had seen the power of the newspaper reading zombie, immediately summoned it again after seeing the angry newspaper reading zombie appear, only to see a zombie in a black robe descend from the sky. He had a gloomy gaze and held a dagger, looking a bit like an assassin. Name, Executioner Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. The Executioner Zombie is a variant of the Assassin Zombie. The Executioner Zombie will choose the enemy with the highest blood level in the line to cause a backstabbing blow, and then die itself. The damage of the backstabbing blow is 3,600, and the damage can be ignored by the defense directly causing real damage. The next moment, the Executioner Zombie appeared behind the angry newspaper reading zombie to launch a backstabbing strike, and without even dropping the newspaper in his hand, the entire person had collapsed in the middle of the blood purge. Seeing this scene, Shenyu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the Executioner Zombie to actually be able to sanction the second master, and it was no wonder that this guy was a 3-star disposable deck. Meanwhile, the charging companion dance zombies were dead and wounded, and both benevolent dance king zombies had been summoned twice. It just so happens that at that moment the peerless Admiral Zombie raises his giant hammer and smashes the newly summoned companion dance zombie. Both companion dance zombies die at the same time, and the 2 benevolent dance king zombies are ready to be summoned for the whole game, only to see the benevolent heart dancing king zombies pointing towards the sky. 40 various zombies came out from the tombstones, but after seeing the summoned zombie, the smile that spread across Chenyu's face froze. Ha! 40 zombies and not one of them can fight? 40 zombies are what kind of goods ah? What ordinary zombies? Roadblock zombies, read the newspaper zombies, barrel zombies, pole vaulting zombies, even 2-star cards are not. All the old and weak. This damn 1-star zombies to open party ah? Just as Chunyu was spitting in his mind, he suddenly heard the earth tremble as 2 huge feet stepped on the lawn of the homestead. Air. Chunyu looked up at Dr. Stiff King's mecha. Oh, and also this Dr. Stiffy King guy is old and weak too.
except he's more developed in the head. But what Shen Yu didn't know was what kind of storm Dr. Stiff King's appearance had caused in the outside world. Holy shit, what kind of zombie is that? Why have I never seen this kind of zombie before? Is this a giant zombie that Shen Yu synthesized with his talent? Giant zombie my ass. This is obviously a robot, okay? Shen Yu probably has a zombie that loves research. This zombie mech was researched by that zombie. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen this kind of horrible zombie since the matchmaking platform has been around for so many years. And I don't know what this zombie's name is. It's normal that you don't know. Your family is just an ordinary family. It's not qualified to get in touch with the bottom of this zombie. But I know that this is the Stiff King recorded in the family's ancient books. What? Stiff King? Such a mighty and domineering name. It's no wonder that this guy is so tall. It looks as if he's 50 feet tall. 1 foot down, and I'm afraid he's going to trample down all the homes. Wait, I just have one question. The huge black shadow that appeared over in Jiangnan City before wouldn't be the Stiff King, right? Many of the people watching the battle immediately filmed this shocking scene when they saw it. Some people posted it to their social accounts. Some forwarded it to their boyfriends or girlfriends. And some posted it to their friends. In less than 3 minutes, the entire school, as well as quite a few transmutants and ordinary people outside, knew that the popular student of Qinglong Academy possessed a card called the Stiff King. What's a stiff? The Stiff King is the king of zombies. Is the existence of the commander of all zombies? No matter what kind of zombie, no matter how bullish or special his characteristics are, he has to lower his lofty head in front of the Stiff King. Office of the Dean of Green Dragon College. A white-haired old man sat in a chair making tea, quietly listening to the gushing narration of the person standing beside him. Only after the man had finished speaking did the old man wave his hand, signaling that the man could go out. Seeing his own dean's expression that he already knew, the young man immediately bowed and retreated. Only after the young man had gone out did Song Qiusheng, the president of the Green Dragon Academy, slowly raise his eyes to look at the other old man in front of him, who was no other than the president of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Fire Rohan. Hear that? Old Song. You're still pretending to be confused with me. Your academy's Chen Yu has Dr. Stiff King's card. Fire as crazy smilingly looked at Song Qiusheng. Just when he came to find Song Qiusheng, this old guy still pretended not to understand. And now after hearing his own teacher's report, dumbfounded it. Go go go. It's annoying me. Song Qiusheng waved his hand with a face of impatience. He was annoyed right now. He had already fooled this Fire Rohanian guy, but in the end, his own teacher came over to demolish him, which made him furious. Fire Romaniac shook his head and said, seriously, old Song, it's really inappropriate for an outstanding student like Chen Yu to stay in your academy. I've asked around. Student Chen Yu summoned the Stiff King to come out and help when he was in Jiangnan City. You know that Dr. Stiff King and unusual zombies can be different. Dr. Stiff King is not able to be summoned just by having a card. Only by the Stiff King is identified with the person can be summoned to reality. Chen Yu came to our Vermilion Bird Academy to be able to maximize his talent. Staying in your Green Dragon Academy is just eating dust. I'm certain that Chen Yu will be promoted to a Black U ranked powerhouse within 3 years. Can you guarantee it? Fire like madness. Like this kind of student with potential, the Green Dragon Academy could not dedicate the strength of a single academy to cultivate Chen Yu. But they, the Vermilion Bird Academy, could, just because he, Fire Rudraksh, was in charge at the Vermilion Bird Academy, while the Green Dragon Academy was not Song Qiusheng's sole say. Even if he could give benefits, it would not be possible for them to be as much as what he gave. Upon hearing this, Song Qiusheng was dumbfounded. Old man Fire, when will you mature a bit? Have you not forgotten that the last student that you devoted all your efforts to cultivating is still stuck at the diamond level? Is this the result of your cultivation? Luckily that student was originally a student of your Vermilion Bird Academy. It's just that you pried him away when he hadn't yet enrolled. If you dare to poach him after he enrolls, I'm going to skin you. You should know my temper. After saying that, the smile on Song Qiusheng's face slightly tightened, and a powerful aura burst outward from his body. You, Fire like a madman was mute for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. That one was an accident. His talent is there, but it's not considered unrivaled in the world. And he's too timid, pushing a layer hesitantly, plus his talent is like a star compared to the white moon compared to Chen Yu. There's no comparability at all. If you hand Chen Yu over to me, I can definitely train Chen Yu to become a Black Yao ranked powerhouse within 3 years. If I can't do that, I'll immediately resign as the Vermilion Bird Academy's dean. I know your temperament, and you know mine as well. I'll definitely do what I say I'll do. Fire like Mad's eyes were as bloodshot as silk, and his entire body was gasping for air because he was too agitated. I'm quite curious. Why are you so obsessed with this student Chen Yu? Song Qiusheng did not reject Fire Rohan's request at first. but inquired with curiosity. Fire Romaniac said proudly, because I can also summon the Stiff King. There is a topic to talk about between me and fellow student Chen Yu. Although you and I are the same dean, I am not only the dean of the Vermilion Bird Academy, but I am also the head of the Fire family, and I hold many family secrets in my hands. And it was in the family's ancient books that I learned about and managed to possess the Dr. Stiff King's cards. He, Fire Romaniac, was the head of the Fire family, but Song Qiuxing was only a branch of the Song family's collateral lineage, and although Song Qiuxing had made it through with his own strong strength, he did not have as much influence in the family as he did, and was unable to call out for anything. Fire Rohan didn't know if the Song family had any information about Dr. Stiff King, but at least Song Qiuxing, this old thing, didn't. So Fire Rohan was relieved. Well, although you have Dr. Stiff King's card, what does that have to do with Chunyu? I can't guarantee if you'll be able to truly train Chunyu up. What if good intentions lead to bad things? Don't you say anything about training Chunyu to become a Black U level powerhouse within 3 years? Chunyu is already a Platinum 6-star powerhouse right now. He still needs you to train him? To put it bluntly, even if Chunyu doesn't join any academy he can rise quickly. His talent alone destines him not to slow down on the road to growth. Song Qiuxing pondered for a moment, then spoke truthfully. Chunyu from the awakening of talent to now full less than half a year, and his strength is like a rocket rubbing upwards. Bronze to platinum, almost no stop. Hearing this, Fire Rohan was dumbfounded, and he didn't know how to persuade Song Qiuxing. Alright, old man Fire, hurry back, don't hang around here. There's no way I'm going to give you Chenyu. Song Qiuxing waved his hand, then picked up the tea on the table and took a slight sip. Not bad, it's a good tea. Fire is crazy, this old boy kinda knows his appetite. Fire as Madness stood up in exasperation and said, Fine. If you don't give it to me, then don't give it to me. But I can create an opportunity to have a chance encounter with the Chunyu kid, and by that time, we'll be married as forgetful friends, so you won't be able to stop it at that time. Hearing this, Song Qiuxing rolled his eyes. What age are you? Still making these unrealistic dreams? I'd like to know how you're going to bond with Chunyu as a forgetful friend. With your few hairs left or your eccentric temper? What did you say? Fire Romaniac said as he glared angrily at Song Qiuxing. You know in your heart what I'm talking about. Song Qiuxing still said with a cloudy expression. As decades of life and death friends and bickering masters, the two had long been accustomed to such a way of communication, and both of them were relatively strong. No one was willing to be humble, which led to the dean's office, and the next few minutes were reduced to the kind of noisy food market on the street. On the other hand, on the side of the cutting duel arena, the battle had already reached a white-hot stage, and the crowd in the audience was discussing it even more intensely than before. Jiang Sun, who was in the middle of the battle, was sweating even more. He didn't even think that he had forced out Chenyu's bottom card before he had even made a move. Although this was not what Chenyu would have wanted. But this big guy was too terrifying. Jiang Sun's Yingling White Eyes giant zombie was directly smashed into a meat cake by the big truck that was thrown out by this big guy. In order to be able to counteract the Stiff King summoned by Chenyu, Jiang Sun could only rely on his superior operational skills to turn dangers into danger many times. But this was ultimately a cure for the symptoms. You should know that this Dr. Stiff King is different from the previous life's Dr. Stiff King, who was all computer controlled. This Dr. Stiff King has a very high level of intelligence, and he is even able to see which of the enemy is worth smashing the car, and which is not worth smashing the car. Jiang Sun's Yingling White-Eyed Giant Zombie, Peerless Admiral Zombie, Electric Dance King Zombie and so on all died under the Stiff King's car. The Stiff King usually either does not smash the car, to smash the car to send a bunch of zombies away. Really fucking horrible. However, it was good that the zombies released by Dr. Stiff King were ordinary zombies, and those old and sick people summoned by the benevolent Dancing King zombies before were all taken care of by Jiang Sun. The two benevolent Dancing King zombies were also assassinated by the executioner zombies. So the result was that the situation was still manageable for Jiang Sun right now. Only Jiang Sun couldn't solve the increasing number of accompanying zombies, which made it a bit difficult for him. Luckily for him though, his talents are laid out in such a way that he doesn't start off with a strong ability, but rather a talent that specifically targets the enemy. His talent was called Descent of the Dead, and he could summon a giant white van silhouette to charge forward, which could deal one-time ash damage to all enemies within the entire family's garden, and had a probability of dropping tombstone values, and that probability was quite high, so Jiang Sun didn't need to be particularly concerned about consumption, and his tombstone values were basically plentiful. Wait for it. Jiang Sun suddenly froze as he looked at the white van that Dr. Stiff King had smashed out. Wasn't it the same van that his talent had summoned? Except that his talent had summoned an imaginary figure that was much larger than the entity.
This sudden realization made Jiang Sun sweat up a storm, and just as he was pondering whether to use his talent or not, he saw that the accompanying zombie had already walked across the median line to his home. With all the accompanying zombies coming to the homestead, Jiang Sun no longer hesitated and directly used his talent. In an instant, a white van silhouette rushed from the direction of Jiang Sun's homestead towards Chen Yu's homestead. Boom! With just a loud bang, all the accompanying zombies and ordinary zombies died under the white van, and Jiang Sun got 200 tombstone values. Air, Dr. Stiffy King froze for a moment as he looked at the white van that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the field and then abruptly disappeared. He hadn't expected that all of his white vans had become someone else's gift. Phew! It was only after removing the threat from the accompanying zombies that Jiang Sun truly breathed a sigh of relief. And just as he was thinking that he could take a breather, Chen Yu placed 2 more rows of crazy tombstones, 4 rows of crazy tombstones together, and also summoned random mimic zombies in all 5 paths. No buddy, you, Jiang Sun people are almost stupid. He has not finished this breath. The result is that Chen Yu is putting pressure on him again. This is to force him to surrender directly? Sitting on the opposite side of the chaise longue, Chen Yu did not know what Jiang Sun's heart thought. If he were to know for fear that he would directly come to a general, please take this path. Soon, the 5 paths of mimics completed their transformations. The first path of angry newspaper reading zombies, the second path of pole vaulting zombies, the third path of sledding zombie armed squads, the fourth path of machine gun shooting rugby zombies, and the 5th path of fire-breathing Iron Gate zombies. The zombies on all 5 paths are pretty good, except for the dorky one on path 2 that randomly comes out as a pole-vaulting zombie. Brothers, have you forgotten your dreams? Didn't forget. A familiar voice rang out in Chen Yu's homestead, only to see the armed team of sled zombies rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, arriving at Jiang Sun's homestead in no more than 10 seconds. Seeing the sled zombie armed team so fierce, Jiang Sun did not dare to slow down. Immediately summoned the director of instruction zombie in the middle road. The first road then summoned the executioner zombie. The second road summoned the zeroling admiral zombie. The fourth road summoned the black fog zombie. And the fifth road then summoned the high voltage electric pole vaulting zombie. Name, Director of Instruction zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. The director of the zombie is a zombie world more alternative existence. His temper and read the newspaper zombie is odd. But he and read the newspaper zombie that old and sickly different. The director of the zombie is in the middle of life. And people tall and big, with a big belly. When he appeared will summon 4 students will zombies in the front of the battlefield. When the 4 student zombies died, the director of the zombie will enter the state of berserk. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 100%. Name, Admiral Zeroing Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction. The appearance of Zeroing Admiral Zombie and Rugby Zombie is very similar, but Zeroing Admiral Zombie's body type is more fat, holding a giant axe dragged behind the drag. Zeroing Admiral Zombie can use a giant axe to chop opponents. His attack damage is twice that of the Rugby Zombie, and there is a probability of directly chopping down the head of the opponent, resulting in the effect of a second to kill. Name, Black Mist Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 225 tombstone value. Introduction. Black Fog Zombie is a black fog. No entity. No one knows where he comes from. No one knows where he is going. When the Black Fog Zombie appearance, he will be extremely slow speed forward. When there are enemies close to him will be sucked into the black fog. Devouring Black Fog Zombie can only devour 3 enemies. When devouring the end of the disappearance, Black Fog Zombie can only inhale. Small and medium-sized zombies cannot be sucked into the giant zombies. Name, High Voltage Pole Vaulting Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 125 tombstone value. Introduction. High Voltage Electric Pole Vaulting Zombie is a variant of Pole Vaulting Zombie. High Voltage Electric Pole Vaulting Zombie gave up the traditional way of jumping over the enemy with the pole, but changed to the front of the enemy within 5 squares of the pole thrown out of his own high voltage electric pole attached to hit the enemy. High voltage electric pole damage is equivalent to a potato mine. Soon, each of the 5 paths of zombies ran into their respective opponents. The first to take the brunt of the sled zombie armada in the center. The head instructor zombie summoned 4 student council zombies to rush forward to engage the sled zombie armada as soon as they appeared on the scene. The sled zombie armed squad is so well equipped that even if the student council zombies are better than the average accompanying zombies, they can't beat 4 heavily armed sled zombies. When all the student council zombies are dead, the head instructor zombie goes into a berserk state and rushes up to chew on them. Do not say. The director of the zombie blood is not generally thick. Sled zombie armed team not half a day before the director of the zombie gnawed to death. But the sled zombie armed team is also dead and wounded. Only the last sled zombie survived. The other sled zombies died in the hands of the director of the zombie. The angry newspaper reading zombie and the executioner zombie from the first path meet and both die together. The pole vaulting zombie on the second path jumped over the opposing Admiral Zero zombie, and nothing happened to the two of them. The black fog zombie on the fourth path moves very slowly, but the machine gunner rugby zombie moves very fast, and the two meet very quickly as well, with the machine gunner rugby zombie being devoured by the black fog zombie. The high voltage pole vaulting zombie on the fifth path takes out the fire breathing iron door zombie with his hand length. The situation now was that the zeroing Admiral zombie on the second path was heading towards Chen Yu's side, while the pole vaulting zombie was heading towards Jiang Sun's side. On top of that, the black mist zombie on the fourth path needs to be filled with 2 zombie lives, and the pole vaulting zombie on the fifth path that loses its high voltage electric pole is just a regular pole vaulting zombie, not to be feared. Just as Chen Yu was about to release 2 more random mimic zombies to return the favor to Jiang Sun, he saw Dr. Stiff King release 2 normal zombies on the fourth path, 2 normal zombies on the fifth path, and directly spit a fireball on the second path. This was the first time Chen Yu had seen Dr. Stiff King spit balls. Just now Dr. Stiff King had only released zombies or smashed cars, neither of which had ever come down. It is worth mentioning that this fireball has no homeland restrictions and will not disappear out of the homeland, but rolls all the way from Chen Yu's homeland to Jiang Sun's homeland. And the Admiral Zero's zombies that he encountered along the way collapsed under the heat of the fireball without any resistance. Just when Chen Yu thought that this would be the end, he saw the fireball viciously crush over the Yingling tombstone, crushing the Yingling tombstone, which was not subject to any physical damage, into dust. What? How come? Seeing this scene, Jiang Sun's 2 eyes stared blankly. He didn't expect Dr. Stiff King's fireball to be able to cross 2 homelands, and he didn't even expect that the fireball could also crush his Yingling tombstone. However, what shocked Jiang Sun wasn't over yet, only to see Dr. Stiff King slowly get up before taking a step forward to stand at the front of Jiang Sun's homestead, a huge shadow enveloping Jiang Sun along with his homestead in its entirety. It is well known that Dr. Stiffy is only attacked when his head comes down, but few people know that Dr. Stiffy has a judgmental principle. You can give Dr. Stiffy a pedicure as long as you can find the path where Dr. Stiffy determines his own body, which is why the 9-to-5 version of the previous generation's second master was able to fix Dr. Stiffy up pretty hard. My gosh, this Stiff King is so oppressive. He obviously just took a step forward, but my heart tugged fiercely, deeply afraid that he would do something earth-shattering the next second. Families who understand. I just thought that the Stiff King would just stomp on Jiang Sun's homeland, but from the way things are going, the Stiff King should have a limit as well. I can see it too. The Stiff King doesn't seem to be able to walk around freely. He waited for 5 minutes before he came from Chen Yu's homeland to Jiang Sun's homeland, so I guess he'll have to wait a long time if he wants to move again. I'm wondering now if the Stiff King will stomp on Jiang Sun's home, although I know it's unkind of me to say this as Jiang Sun's best friend. I don't know why I want to see such a violent and horrifying scene so badly. Am I sick? Man, you should be overthinking it. If the Stiff King could do that, he would have done it long ago. Where would he wait for you to come and horse around? I don't think the Stiff King would be able to do it. That said, this Stiff King is so powerful. He seems to be able to put zombies in 5 ways and has many attacks. Not only can he smash cars but also spitballs. You guys, quick look, the Stiff King has another new attack. He can actually summon 4 bungee jumping zombies to steal the infernal tombstone. Is this considered a physical attack or a special attack? The people sitting in the audience and discussing enthusiastically were talking so much that their spittle was flying into other people's mouths. And one of the students who had been watching the battle carefully even stood up and shouted so loudly that everyone's eyes were attracted to him, only to see the initial homeworld. Dr. Stiff King bent over and stretched out his hand towards the high altitude of Jiang Sun's homeworld, and 4 bungee jumping zombies leapt down from Dr. Stiff King's fingers and directly hugged away the 4 Yingling tombstones, which directly dumbfounded Jiang Sun's look at the people. How did this happen? Jiang Sun hung his head and looked at the situation of total collapse on the field. He had never thought that Dr. Stiff King's means were actually so many. His Yingling tombstones were obviously immune to physical attacks, and as a result, 6 Yingling tombstones were missing in the blink of an eye. The most important thing is that the one who did all this is not Chen Yu, but just a zombie under Chen Yu's hand. Chen Yu has been hoarding tombstone values since just now, and if there are no surprises, there are at least thousands of tombstone values in Chen Yu's hand now. Jiang Sun glanced at the remaining tombstone value in his hand, and finally took a deep breath and directly poked it. He summoned the Star Painter zombie in the second path, the Electric Dance King zombie in the fourth path, and the Commander zombie in the third path as the formation took shape. Name, Star Painter zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. The Star Painter zombie is a zombie in the zombie world is very famous zombie. He has countless fans zombies. When the star painter zombie will be summoned in the front and back of the direction of the right and left 4 fan zombies. When the fan zombies died or did not guard the zombie around the star painter zombie, the star painter zombie will be summoned to X fan zombies again to take the place of the vacant position.
X is the number of vacant position. Name, Electric Lord of the Dance Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction, Electric Dancing Zombie is a variant of Dancing Zombie.
Electric Dancing Zombie can summon 4 Electric Dancing Zombies to help. Electric Dancing Zombie and the traditional Dancing Zombie is different.
He dances electronically, and at the same time,
he summon Electric Dancing Zombies is very fast. When the Electric Dancing Zombie died or out of the original position,
he will summon another Electric Dancing Zombie to take the place in 5 seconds. Name, Commander Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 250 tombstone value. Introduction, Commander Zombie used to be an outstanding commander.
He once led 400 large and small battles. In the formation has its own unique insights. The Commander Zombie can command the friendly targets to change the road and travel 30 seconds to change the road 3 times. The Commander Zombie holding a military report. When the military report is knocked out, the Commander Zombie will lose the ability to command the friendly targets to change the road. The Commander Zombie will lose the ability to command the friendly targets to change the road and travel. Instead, it will enter a berserk state, and all enemies in front of it will be crushed, only small and medium-sized enemy targets. The Star Painter Zombie and the Electric Dance King Zombie and the Commander Zombie don't look very strong, but they can still put up a good fight if they work together. At least the Electric Backup Dancer Zombie and the Fan Zombie are thick with blood.
Equivalent to 2.5 Barricade Zombies. The Star Painter Zombie, Electric Dance King Zombie and Commander Zombie start swapping zombies as soon as they come out.
Since the Electric Dance King Zombie summons the same attributes as the Electric Backup Dance Zombie and the Fan Zombie summoned by the Celebrity Painter Zombie, the Commander Zombie earns no matter how much it switches places. Seeing this, Chen Yu did not intend to continue playing with Jiang Sun. After all, Dr. Stiff King did not have the ability to enter the home. He could only infinitely release zombies and let the released zombies enter the home, while the ordinary zombies released by Dr. Stiff King obviously did not have this ability, so Chen Yu was ready to help him. As Chen Yu summoned the Space Step Dancing King Zombie on the 3rd path, the Space Step Dancing King Zombie made a backward step to Jiang Sun's homeland to summon the zombie. As the 4 accompanying zombies appeared, the sound of bungee jumping zombies came from the sky, only to see 3 bungee jumping zombies bring 3 different zombies to the 2nd, 3rd and 4th road. On the 2nd path is the Champion Pole Vault Zombie. On the 3rd path is the Epileptic Newspaper Reading Zombie. And on the 4th path is the Upside Down Miner Zombie. Seeing that it was these zombies, Chen Yu instantly understood that Jiang Sun was afraid that he would not have much of a chance to turn the tables. Just the fact that the Upside Down Miner Zombie was here made it impossible for him to Jedi flip. Not to mention the Champion Pole Vaulting Zombie and the Epileptic Newspaper Reading Zombie watching over him. And the end of the battle is just as Chen Yu expected that. Jiang Sun did not expect the Miner Zombies out of the earth will go straight ahead, with the Upside Down Miner Zombies into the home. The battle is fixed when Jiang Sun's shocked expression. After solving the stumbling block of Jiang Sun, the others were even more unable to resist Chen Yu's pace. And in the end, Chen Yu asked for the first place with great strength. Early the next morning, Chen Yu ran to the resource bank early to collect his last month and this month's hierarchy rewards, as well as the fixed list rewards for being the first on the monthly list. Chen Yu directly fattened up in a wave. The class leader's hierarchy reward is 6 designated 1-star zombie decks and 1 designated 2-star zombie deck, which can be replaced with 2 random 2-star zombie decks if you don't need them. In this regard, Chen Yu directly chose 12 newspaper reading zombie decks. Anyway, there were countless newspaper reading zombie decks in the resource pool, so there was no need to worry about the problem of stockouts. As for the designated 2-star zombie decks, Chen Yu turned around and didn't find any that he needed, so he simply asked for 4 random 2-star zombie decks. These 4 random 2-star zombie decks were quite ordinary. They were Lollipop Shooter Zombie, Gourmet Reader Zombie, Ordinary Zombie who walks his dog, and Barrel Zombie who cuts hair. Chen Yu thought of fusing these 4 decks when he went back, or else he would feel bad luck if they stayed in his item bar. Name, Lollipop Shooter Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 150 tombstone value. Introduction, the Lollipop Shooter Zombie comes from the wonderful Candyland. The Lollipop Shooter Zombie can use Lollipop for long-range attack. The attack range is a whole row of enemies. He can launch a total of 20 lollipops. 1 lollipop damage is equal to the damage of 2 peas. Name, Gourmet Reading Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. Gourmet Reading Zombie is a newspaper reading zombie variant zombie. Gourmet Reading Zombie once picked up a food evaluation report. He picked up the report home night and day reading, and finally the knowledge above will be integrated.
Now he no longer hold his newspaper. But the food evaluation report. Gourmet reading zombie attributes is reading zombie 1. 5 times. When his hands of food evaluation report is knocked out, he will eat the enemy as food. When the report is knocked out of his hand, he will eat his enemies as if they were food. Name, regular zombie walking his dog. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. The ordinary zombie walking his dog is a variant of the ordinary zombie. The ordinary zombie walking his dog is holding a zombie dog. When the zombie dog 2 squares in front of the enemy, the zombie dog will rush up to bite. The zombie dog's attributes are the same as the enraged 1-star zombie reading the newspaper. Name, barrel zombie that cuts hair. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. The barrel zombie is a variant of the barrel zombie. The barrel zombie holds a pair of scissors and a razor in his hand. When an enemy appears in front of him, the barrel zombie will use his own weapons to turn the opponent into a bald head, and cause 1000 points of damage to the enemy in the heart of the blitz, and then become a normal barrel zombie combat. As for the reward for the first place on the monthly list, it's also pretty good, with 2 choices of 10 designated 1-star zombie decks or 2 designated 2-star zombie decks. If this was someone else he would have chosen 2 designated 2-star zombie decks, but Shen Yu was different. He couldn't look at the garbage decks in the resource library, so he chose 10 more 1-star newspaper reading zombie decks. He couldn't even dare to imagine what level of newspaper reading zombies he could fuse. After receiving his reward, Shen Yu returned home with great speed and summoned the zombie illustration. As the zombie illustrated guide flipped to the last page of the synthesis page, Shen Yu threw in 22 cards of reading zombies in one breath. It took about 5 minutes for the 22 cards of reading zombies to be synthesized. They are 1 knife reading zombie deck, 2 angry reading zombie decks, 2 ice truck reading zombie decks, 3 canister reading zombies, and 3 stealth reading zombie decks, respectively. One of them, Shen Yu, has a stealth read zombie card himself, so he can synthesize a total of 5 3-star read zombies. Name, jar reading zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 225 tombstone value. Introduction. Jar newspaper reading zombie is a newspaper reading zombie variant zombie. Jar newspaper reading zombie will once carry a newspaper replaced by a jar. Jar newspaper reading zombie will hold a large jar. When a certain degree of damage, jar newspaper reading zombie in the hands of the jar will be broken. When the jar is broken, jar newspaper reading zombie's attributes to enhance 100%, while the jar will randomly come out of a zombie. The zombies in the icon are. There's one thing to be said for this card, and you can tell from the introduction of this jar of read zombies that it's definitely among the top of the 2-star bunch. Plus, he had gotten 3 more jar reading zombies, so Shen Yu could fuse jar reading zombies into the zombie atlas while still freeing up 2 to fuse and synthesize. Shen Yu took a look at these newspaper reading zombie decks in his hand, then resolutely threw them in. So, open the bet. Whether it's a dragon or a bug depends on now. Rumble. The zombie iconography transmitted a violent tremor, and 1 superb 3-star red zombie deck after another popped out of it. After about 10 minutes or so, the commotion stopped, and Shen Yu had a total of 2 epileptic read zombie decks, 2 stealth trample red zombies, and 1 jar thrower red zombie in his hand. Name, stealth trample reading zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 225. Introduction. Stealth trampling newspaper reading zombie is a variant of the stealth newspaper reading zombie. Stealth trampling newspaper reading zombie out holding a transparent newspaper. The newspaper can be immune to 1-time ash damage. When the stealth trampling newspaper reading zombie newspaper is knocked out of the zombie's newspaper will enter a berserker rage state. Attack speed and movement speed, and the attack power to increase 200%, and will enter the stealth. Encountered small and medium-sized enemies will be trampled and crushed directly. Name, jar thrower reading zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 400 tombstone value. Introduction. Jar stone throwing car read the newspaper zombie was just an ordinary read the newspaper zombie. One day read the newspaper zombie idly looking for their friend stone throwing car zombie borrow stone car. Stone throwing car zombie gladly agreed to ride the stone throwing car read the newspaper zombie ecstatic. Scurrying down the street, the results accidentally hit the roadside cans. In order to not let themselves be caught, read the newspaper zombie can only tear all the cans all steal the original basket of basketballs to stay in place. Can stone throwing car reading zombies will throw cans on the enemy. After being hit by the cans, the enemy will become cans. The cans for the reading zombie cans. Broken cans will get the zombie icon has a random reading zombies. Shen Yu glanced at the introductions of stealth trample reading zombie and jar thrower reading zombie. And to summarize, jar thrower reading zombie was a higher priority than stealth trample reading zombie. Although stealth trample read zombie is also strong, it is still not enough to be in front of jar thrower read zombie. Chen threw the remaining 4 3-star read zombie cards into the zombie icon after integrating the jar thrower read zombie into the zombie icon. I just don't know if it's 2 identical 4-star reading zombie decks or 2 different 4-star reading zombie decks anymore. If it's 2 identical 4-star read zombie cards, you can synthesize a 5-star read zombie card. But it stops there if it's 2 different ones. Gollum Gollum. At this time, a burst of bubble gurgling sound came from the zombie icon, only to see purple light splashing outward from the zombie icon, which looked shocking. Boom! The zombie icon snapped with 2 loud bangs, and 2 identical 4-star report reading zombie decks appeared in his hand. Name, Loyal Souls Reading Zombies. Grade, 4 stars. Price, 250 tombstone value. Introduction, read the newspaper. Zombie was originally a brave martyr, but because of an accident by Dr. King of the Stiff with the soul of loyalty resurrection. After the resurrection of the loyal soul, read the newspaper. Zombie whole body shows golden yellow. Read the newspaper. Zombie hand holding a loyal soul tombstone. Whenever read the newspaper, zombie walk through a grid will leave a loyal soul tombstone in the original place. When loyal soul read the newspaper, zombie in the hands of a loyal soul tombstone was broken. Loyal soul read the newspaper, zombie will enter the berserk state. His full attributes increased by 500% and can open 10 seconds of loyal soul mode. When the zombie is broken, the zombie will enter into a berserk state, increasing its attributes by 500% and opening a 10-second loyalty mode, in which the zombie's attack power is increased to 100,000 for a short period of time. The loyalty tombstone will not be able to leave a loyalty tombstone in its original position when it is broken. Name, Tombstone of the Loyal Soul. Grade, 4 stars. Price, 50 tombstone value. Introduction, Loyal Soul Tombstone is a special tombstone. Under the Loyal Soul Tombstone buried all the brave martyrs. Loyal Soul Tombstone. Each summoning can be summoned out of the 3 Loyal Soul series of loyal random zombies. An output of 100 tombstone value. When the Loyal Soul Tombstone for 10 summoning will be summoned to randomly a zombie icon and the 3-star zombies. After seeing the introduction of the Loyal Soul reading zombie and the Loyal Soul Tombstone, Chen Yu fell silent. He never thought that the synthesized 4-star reading zombie would actually be this strong. And it also came with a 4-star tombstone that he didn't have. So who would be able to withstand this? Let's not even talk about the fact that Loyal Soul reading zombie goes into a super berserk state when he gets knocked out of the hand of Loyal Soul Tombstone. But his maneuver of leaving Loyal Soul Tombstone behind all the way is a top deck, right? And the Loyal Soul Tombstone is not a saving grace. The Loyal Soul Tombstone can not only produce 100 tombstone value each time, but also summon 3 Loyal Soul random zombies from the Loyal Soul series each time. This is not a set of babies if you randomize the Loyal Soul reading zombies. Moreover, the Loyal Soul Tombstone did not have the limitations of the zombie iconography, meaning that even if Chen Yu did not have any other zombies from the Loyal Soul series, he could summon all the zombies from the entire Loyal Soul series as long as he had the Loyal Soul Tombstone. To know the Loyal Soul reading zombies are so strong that the other Loyal Soul zombies still need to say it, must be the best inside the 4-star. The least or ordinary can be used, right? What's more, the Loyal Soul Tombstone will randomly summon the 3-star zombies owned in the zombie icon after summoning 10 times. And the Loyal Soul reading zombies even have a hand of Loyal Soul mode. Within 10 seconds, even God can kill you. There is no doubt that Loyal Soul reading zombie is definitely a zombie deck that is too strong to be true. If Chen Yu has only one Loyal Soul reading zombie in his hand, it will definitely be fused into the zombie icon. But Chen Yu now has 2 in his hand. This makes Chen Yu into a deep knot. He pinched the hand of the 4-star Loyal Soul reading zombies, some confused and overwhelmed. He did not know whether to synthesize. If the synthesis of the 5-star reading zombies is not as good as the Loyal Soul reading zombies, how to do it? While it's true that the synthesized 5-star read zombie decks are definitely usable, the problem is one of strength. Is there a comparison between a 4-star top deck and a 5-star normal deck? Surely a 4-star top deck is stronger. Just as Chen Yu was hesitant, he remembered the bits and pieces of using the zombie illustrated guide these days, and it seemed that the zombie illustrated guide had never let him down. The zombie cards synthesized with the zombie icon were all top-notch existences. The worst was above average. He really didn't believe that the zombie icon would drop the ball at this critical moment. Thinking of this, Chen Yu's face turned vicious as he directly threw in 2 4-star Loyal Soul reading zombie cards. What kind of child cries every day? What kind of gambler loses every day? As the saying goes, what's old is new again. So how do you know if the synthesized 5-star newspaper reading zombie deck is good or bad if you don't try it? So, open the bet. Thanks to 1,000 Miles of Glasses, Rainy's Little Angel, Gone Brewing Mu Qingfeng, and all the greats for their support. As the 2 Loyal Soul reading zombie cards were thrown into the zombie icon, a bright and dazzling golden light radiated outwards with the zombie icon as the center. Chen Yu saw with his own eyes that the surface of his body and the appearance of the zombie iconography was wrapped in a layer of golden color, and the entire room was even filled with golden light, as if he was inside the sun. Soon, the shaking of the zombie icon stopped, and a zombie card wrapped in golden light flew out of the zombie icon and landed in Chun Yu's hand. Chun Yu lifted his hand to take a look, and his entire body directly froze. Ha! Read the paper Dr. Stiffy King? Chun Yu had thought of many possibilities, but the only one he hadn't thought of was directly synthesizing Dr. 1. The newspaper reading stiff. Name, Dr. 1. The newspaper reader. Grade, 5-star. Price, 5,000 tombstone value. Introduction. Read the newspaper zombie was just an old man who likes to read the newspaper. There is no aggressiveness. Until the enemy destroyed his home, so that he has no place to live. Countless brothers and sisters died in battle. Even once sheltered his good brother Dr. King of the Stiff died because of poisoning. Before death, Dr. King of the Stiff found the read the newspaper zombie. He gave his life learned information to the read the newspaper zombie. And read the zombie also he has learned all the information of Dr. Stalemate King, and he is even better than the blue. Dr. Stalemate King and the former Dr. Stalemate King are different. Dr. Stalemate King will only place 2-star and above random zombies if the random zombies are available in the zombie atlas. Dr. Stalemate King's blood level is 300,000 blood, and when Dr. Stalemate King's blood level drops to 150,000 he enters into the berserk state, and the zombies are changed to 3-star random zombies. The zombies are in the zombie atlas. Zombies will be changed to 3-star random zombies if available in the zombie atlas, when the blood level of Dr. Zombie Reader drops to 50,000. Dr. Zombie Reader will enter Super Berserk, and the restrictions on smashing vehicles, spitting balls, summoning bungee jumping zombies, and stomping feet will be lifted. Chen Yu looked at the introduction of Dr. Reed Stiff King and froze. He did not think that the 5-star red Stiff King Dr. Reed was actually so ruthless no matter what. Dr. Reed Stiff King is divided into 3 stages. The first stage can put 2-star and above Reed zombies. That's not unlimited summoning of the second master? When Dr. Reed Stiff King was beaten to the second stage, he could not summon the second master, but he could summon 3-star random zombies. He asked. 3-star zombies within the week? The third stage is even more needless to say. Simply ridiculously strong. All kinds of restrictions lifted. Before Dr. Stiff King wanted to spit a ball still have to wait for the cooldown. Now it is unlimited spitball, right? Congratulations on unlocking the hidden condition of the zombie illustration and obtaining your first 5-star zombie deck. You have received a letter from the Stiff Emperor. A letter from the Stiff Emperor? Seeing these words, Chen Yu blinked, not knowing what to say for a moment, and the other party obviously did not give him the right to refuse, but very forcefully opened and shoved the letter into Chen Yu's hands for him to read. It's nice to meet you, unseen heir. Maybe you haven't met me, but you're one of so many people I've randomly selected out of all the people who've played the zombies game. You're ridiculously lucky. What I'm going to say next you have to remember clearly. This is about the survival of the blue star in the future. First of all, I'm not dead, but self-sealed in the zombie icon. You see, the introduction and information are all what I have seen and heard, which does not mean that what I say is the most comprehensive and the most right. You have to learn to think for yourself, rather than relying on the zombie icon. Once I made the zombie icon, 7 stars is the limit of synthesis, but now the zombie icon has my power. The upper limit of the card will be broken. I can tell you straight. Once I and the Zombie Queen were both 10-star powerhouses of the abyss, and then because of some reasons, I fought with her and ultimately lost to her. Every time you use the zombie icon and integrate the synthesized cards into the zombie icon, the zombie icon will be stronger by 1 point, but my consciousness will also diminish until it disappears, and at that time, the zombie icon will just be your zombie icon, and you'll get the Zombie Emperor's throne and all of my inheritance. In fact, your planet Blue Star should have been invaded and ruled back when you met up with the zombie planet. But for some unknown reason, the matchmaking platform appeared, and the matchmaking platform overrode all the rules, and it protected your planet from being invaded, and I took the opportunity to come to Blue Star, and leave behind my legacy. Most importantly, you have to restrain your desire to push the tiers. Although pushing the tiers can make your strength further, but your endpoint is all the Zombie Queen. The reason why the Zombie Queen has not appeared in real form on the battle platform is because your Blue Star has not appeared in the Abyssal 10 stars of the strongest. Even the Abyssal level, the strongest is only the Zuni 5 stars, is not worthy of letting the Zombie Queen to take action. But you are different. Your growth has no upper limit. The strength of your strength comes from the strength of your cards. With your talent, you are absolutely able to rise to the Abyss 10 stars and meet with the Zombie Queen. Your end is either to die in the hands of the Zombie Queen, or to kill the Zombie Queen. There is no other choice. At that time, maybe the matchmaking platform will lift the restriction, and it will evolve into the battle of the 2 planets. You have to be ready. Of course, If you feel that your own safety will be affected by the other human beings on the blue planet, you can first raise your level to the black yawning level. The black yawning level of Dr. King of the Readers is not weak to any enemy of the Zuni level. Even the Zuni 10-star powerhouse can only bow down in front of Dr. King of the Readers. Oh yes, the humans on the blue planet are quite funny. Obviously they are incompetent, but they think that the upper limit of the card is only 6 stars. If you have the chance, you must hit the face of those experts on the blue planet hard for me. After reading an entire letter, the letter transformed into bits of starlight and disappeared, while the contents of the letter were memorized by Chinyu. How could I be on such a great mission? Chinyu cried and laughed as he shook his head. He was still saying how such a bizarre thing as crossing over could happen, but it turned out that he had been captured by the stiff emperor. But there was one thing to be said for Chinyu. He was confused about where he was going to go in the future, and a letter from the stiff emperor showed him the path he was going to take in the future. Thinking of this, Chinyu immediately took out the 4 2-star zombie decks that he had collected from the Academy's resource pool, and then threw them into the zombie icon as soon as he could. These 4 2-star zombie cards are chicken ribs for him. Even fused into the zombie icon is obscure. If this synthesized 3-star zombie cards are not good, then he entrusted someone else to sell them, but cannot tarnish his own zombie icon. After all, random zombies can be randomized. As the 4 cards were dropped into the zombie icon, it didn't take long for 2 different 3-star zombie decks to pop up. Name, Lollipop Shooter Zombie with a haircut. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value. Introduction. The Lollipop Shooter Zombie is a variant of the Lollipop Shooter Zombie. The Lollipop Shooter Zombie got married and had a child with the Barrel Zombie who can cut hair because of an accident, and gave birth to the Lollipop Shooter Zombie who can cut hair. The Lollipop Shooter Zombie who can cut hair has a lollipop head, and wears a barrel hat on top of his head, and holds a lollipop in his left hand, and scissors in his right hand, and can launch scissors and lollipops for long-range attacks, and can throw 1 lollipop and 1 scissor each time. Lollipop for long-range attacks. Each time you can throw a lollipop and a scissors. Lollipop for 2 Ps of damage. Scissors for 4 Ps of damage. And he has no limit to the number of times. You can throw as many as you want to throw. When there is an enemy close to the barber, Lollipop Shooter Zombie will immediately rush forward to the set of shampooing and cutting, blowing him, the other party, into a bald. The enemy dealt 1,000 points of damage. Name, Dog Walking. Newspaper Reading Zombie. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction. The newspaper reading zombie is the heir of the gourmet newspaper reading zombie and the normal zombie walking the dog. The newspaper reading zombie not only inherits the zombie dog, but also gets epic enhancement. After the enemy appears in the front 2 squares, the zombie dog will rush forward and tear a meal. The zombie dog's attributes are twice as much as the 1-star newspaper reading zombie. At the same time, the zombie dog is immune to any control as well as negative effects. When the zombie dog is dead, the newspaper reading zombie will immediately tear off the newspaper and enter a berserk state. When the zombie dog dies, the zombie dog will immediately tear off the newspaper and enter into a berserk state, increasing its attributes by 200%, and at the same time gaining the zombie dog's immunity to all controls and negative effects. After reading the introductions of the Lollipop Shooter Zombie that cuts hair and the dog-walking newspaper reading zombie, Chinyu froze. I did not expect the zombie icon to be so powerful. Obviously 4 ways to no longer waste zombie cards, but it turned out that once synthesized and can be used again. Chinyu thought about it and eventually fused the 2 cards inside the zombie illustration. After all, these 2 cards could still be used. There was no need to commission and sell them. After fusing the 2 cards, Chinyu thought that he still had quite a few zombie cards in his hand. Why not synthesize them together? But those are 2-star zombie decks, so wouldn't it be a loss to synthesize the worse ones? Chinyu thought about it and gave up on this crazy idea. But it was still okay to take a 1-star Vulcan zombie and a 1-star Dancing King zombie to have a go. With a flash of light from the zombie icon, a brand new zombie card appeared in Chenyu's hand. Name, Vulcan Dancing King Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction. Wugwa Dancing King Zombie is a variant of the Dancing King Zombie. The Dancing King Zombie once went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables, but he did not think that the Wugwa also guarded the vegetable garden. With the Wugwa jumped down, the Dancing King Zombie's head was directly crushed. Rare is that the Dancing King Zombie did not die, but his consciousness connected to the Wugwa just sat on top of his head. And then the Dancing King Zombie has always been top of the head of the Wugwa. After appearing in the zombie world, the Dancing King Zombie will immediately summon the Dancing Zombie. And when an enemy appears 2 squares in front or 2 squares behind, the Dancing King Zombie or Dancing Zombie will sit on the enemy's head, and the damage will be the same as that of a normal woggle. Seeing the Vulcan Zombie and Dancing King Zombie synthesize such a powerful daredevil zombie deck, Chenyu's breath caught in his throat. Should he proceed to synthesize it? The one-star zombie decks he still had in his hand now were Dr. Stiffy King, Jumping Zombie, Tombstone Swallowing Zombie, Barricade Zombie, Barrel Zombie, Stone Thrower Zombie, and Ice Truck Zombie, and the rest of them were all plant decks now. Right. Chen Yu suddenly thought of a very critical issue. All along he had never specialized in a single zombie. If he made a big effort to collect a zombie deck and then synthesized it in a wave like today, wouldn't he be able to get high-grade zombie decks very quickly and efficiently? Thinking of this, Chen Yu immediately called his sister Su Binglan to explain his ideas, and very clearly said that in the future do not want money, want to help synthesize the equivalent conversion into the corresponding King of Dancers zombie card deck over. After making the call, Chen Yu still had a bit of an itchy hand, so he took the remaining one-star plant deck and synthesized it. I didn't realize that this is not synthetic, but a synthetic shock. Hybrid plants are also very strong. Water lily twin sunflowers, a composite of water lilies and twin sunflowers, can be grown over water and are a bargain at only 150 sunlight. Nutcracker melon, a fusion of Vulcan and Nutcracker wall, which turns into a Vulcan smash when the Nutcracker wall is down to a mere sliver of blood. Sunshine mushroom shooter, a fusion of sunshine mushroom and pea shooter. The sunshine mushroom shooter fires golden-colored peas while dropping sunlight from killing enemies. Destruction mushroom devourer, a fusion of destruction mushroom and tombstone devourer. Tombstone devourer is a plant that specializes in dealing with tombstones, while destruction mushroom devourer is enhanced on top of that. The destructive mushroom devourer creates a violent full-screen explosion after swallowing a tombstone, with all enemies receiving 1 ash damage while leaving craters in place. Magnetic waterweed, a fusion of magnetic mushroom and waterweed. Magnetic waterweed can suck enemies with iron defenses to itself to pull them down, 3 times in total. The dual-shot corn pitcher, a fusion of the dual launcher and the corn pitcher, allows the dual-shot corn pitcher to be thrown twice in a row, doubling the chances of throwing butter as a result. The straight-line big spray mushroom, a fusion of the gallows mushroom and the big spray mushroom. The big spray mushroom gets a boost from the gallows mushroom to attack an entire line of enemies, and it also increases its damage by 50%. Small spray mushroom pumpkinhead, a fusion of small spray mushroom and pumpkinhead, is very powerful as it not only has the free price and damage of small spray mushroom but also the defensive properties of pumpkinhead. Chill triple line archer, a fusion of chill archer and triple line archer, now has the ability to inflict 3 lines of slow. Big mouth flower archer, a fusion of the big mouth flower and the pea archer. The big mouth flower archer can use saliva to attack an entire row of enemies for the same damage as the pea, and swallow an enemy with a single bite when it appears 2 squares in front of you, and can use saliva to attack during digestion. The 1-star plant cards that could be synthesized had already been synthesized, plus there were quite a few 2-star or 3-star plant cards in Chen Yu's item bar, so Chen Yu was ready to make a trip to the trading black market. However, before going to the trading black market, Chen Yu made a call with Su Binglan, telling her about these plant decks and letting her pick them. Su Binglan originally didn't want to pick, but after being unable to argue with Chen Yu's persistence, he ended up taking 2 plant decks, which were the small spray mushroom pumpkinhead and the ice-cold third-line archer. After Su Binglan finished picking, Chen Yu took his plant deck and headed straight to the trading black market. Soon, Chen Yu arrived at the trading black market. It wasn't the first time he had come here, so he was naturally familiar with the place. Since he had come over to sell plant cards, Chen Yu headed to the center of the free trade plaza to set up his stall. It's only morning and there aren't many people setting up stalls and shopping here, but there are at least 5,000 if you really want to count them. As soon as Chen Yu had set up his stall and sat down, he heard someone yelling not far away, seemingly shouting his name. I'll go. Su Binglan posted a dynamic. She doesn't want the synthesis cost in the future, but only if she equates the synthesis cost to Dancing King Zombie. I saw it too. Su Binglan said that Chen Yu would run to the trading black market at this time of the day to sell plant decks. I've been looking forward to his decks for a long time. Ha 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 ha. I came here because I saw this too. Anyway, my family lives nearby, so it's not a bad idea to come over and take a look. And if you get a good deck you'll make a fortune. That's what my buddy told me. But he didn't show up because Su Binglan said it's exclusively for plant decks and won't be selling zombie decks, so he's not really interested. I don't know about anything else, but I know that the plant decks Chen Yu sells must be good. Before Su Binglan was an obscure gold level player, but as a result, because of Chen Yu's help, she's now skyrocketed and has been elevated to diamond level. I heard that the Su family side is already communicating with Su Binglan about going home, but Su Binglan refuses to communicate and definitely won't agree to a blind date. So the Su family side can't really force her. After all, she's already a diamond-level powerhouse with a significant position now. Look, Chen Yu is over there. Let's go over there and take a look at the cards Chen Yu is selling. As he spoke,
The group of people who had come specifically for Chen Yu locked onto Chen Yu's location and flew directly to him.
In roughly less than an hour, all of Chen Yu's plant decks were sold out.
But the charmed mushroom thrower in the tier 3 chill cactus he still had in his hand.
Because Chen Yu didn't want money, he traded for prepared Dancing King zombie decks and a few 2-star zombie decks that looked pretty strong. Name, Necro Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction, Necrotic Zombie was once just the most ordinary zombie. Because of a coincidence, he got a book of necromancy. After 10 years, ordinary zombies successfully learned all the contents of the book of necromancy. Into the most mysterious necrotic zombie. Necrotic Zombie will randomly summon 2 zombies or zombies on the field to help their own. If the field has no zombies or zombies on the field will be changed to summon 3. Normal Zombie. Name, Fire Dragon Kid Zombie. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 175 tombstone value.
Introduction, Kid Zombie because too weak often ridiculed by the zombies. Although the zombies look at the giant zombie's share will not be too much.
But the kid zombie's self-esteem has been a strong blow. One day the kid zombie in the volcano on the distraction accidentally fell off the volcano.
But the strange thing is that, he was not burned by the magma to the death, and even got a small piece of the fire dragon skin. When the kid zombie put the skin of the fire dragon in the body, when the kid zombie puts the skin on his body, the kid zombie gains the ability of fire prevention.
And he can also fire a flaming bomb to attack the enemy. Name, Common Zombie of Spreading Beans. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 300 tombstone value. Introduction, Ordinary Zombie got the mutilated secret book because of an accident.
Ordinary Zombie got the ability to scatter beans into soldiers through the secret book. When the ordinary zombie who scatters beans into soldiers comes out, the ordinary zombie who scatters beans into soldiers will throw a handful of beans to the front, summoning 20 to 40 kid zombies to help.
Name, Zombie of the Masters of Nodding. Grade, 2 stars. Price, 200 tombstone value. Introduction, the Zombie Master was once just a monk.
But he became a zombie and found that his power has increased greatly, and can point the enemy target into the same point of Master Zombie.
Point of Master Zombie can only point once, and the other side and is face to point,
and can only point small and medium-sized zombies. For 2-star zombie decks and 10 Dancing King zombie decks.
Not a bad haul, right?
Chen Yu glanced at the zombie deck in the item bar and smiled faintly. Today was considered to have completely widened the path for the future.
Back at the villa, Chen Yu then fused those 4 2-star zombie decks into the zombie icon, while the Dancing King zombie decks were all thrown into the synthesis page. Soon,
Chen Yu obtained 5 2-star Dancing King zombie decks,
namely 2 Blind Box Dancing King zombies, 2 Roadblock Dancing King zombies,
and Benevolent Dancing King zombies. Because Chen Yu originally had a Benevolent Dancing King zombie deck,
he could synthesize it 3 times in a row. And the zombie icon lives up to its name by synthesizing 2 identical and 1 different 3-star Lord of the Dance zombie decks. Name, Army Dancing Zombies. Grade, 3 stars. Price, 300 tombstone value. Introduction, Army Dancing King Zombie is the most special existence in the zombie world.
His special is not because he is a famous star in the zombie world. The Army Dancing King Zombie will summon 4 Soldier Dancing Zombies to help protect him.
Soldier Dancing Zombies' attributes are twice the ordinary Dancing Zombies,
and their hands are still holding the head of the pea shooter as a weapon. You can shoot peas to attack the enemy. When the Army Dancing King Zombie summoned the number of times to reach 3 times, he will perform a whole field summoning, a tombstone to summon a Soldier Dancing Zombie. As the saying goes,
1 person into an army is said to be him.
When the number of times reach 3 times,
he will carry out a whole field summoning.
A tombstone summoned a Soldier Dancing Zombie,
the so-called 1 man into an army. That is, he said. Name, Random Lord of the Dance Zombie.
Grade, 3 stars.
Price, 300 tombstone value.
Introduction, Random Dancing King Zombie is a variant of Blind Box Dancing King Zombie. Random Dancing King Zombie will summon 4 dancing partners after entering the field, but these 4 dancing partners are not always following his dancing zombies, but the 4 zombie icon of the zombie Random Zombie. When the Random Zombie died, Random Dancing King Zombie will be summoned again in 10 seconds. The Army Dancing King Zombie and the Random Dancing King Zombie are both extremely strong 3-star cards,
and whichever one Chen Yu wants to stay here.
But the problem was that he had 2 Army Dancing King Zombies in his hand. He could get more powerful 4-star zombie decks.
Did he keep the Army Dancing King Zombies to eat dust? Fighting a bike to a motorcycle. As Chen Yu threw the 2 Army Dancing King zombie cards into the zombie illustration, a violent tremor came from the zombie illustration. Soon,
a brand new Dancing King zombie deck appeared in Chen Yu's line of sight.
Name, Legion Dance King Zombie. Grade, 4 stars. Price, 500 tombstone value.
Introduction, if the Army Dancing King Zombie is a 1-man army, then the Legion Dancing King Zombie can rely on one's own strength to fight against all the enemies. the Legion Dancing King Zombie will be summoned immediately after the Dancing King Zombie 4 Soldier Dancing King Zombie to help. Soldier Dancing King Zombie attributes and ordinary Dancing King Zombie is the same. But Soldier Dancing King Zombie's hand is holding the head of the pea shooter as a weapon. At the same time, can be summoned Soldier Dancing Zombie to help when the Legion Dancing King Zombie. After 3 times of summoning the Dancing King Zombie, he will summon the whole field. A tombstone summoned a Soldier Dancing King Zombie. Who can carry the Legion Dancing King Zombie's devastating attack? Legion Dancing King Zombie? Looking at the introduction of the Legion Dancing King Zombie, Chunyu sucked in a breath of cool air. He didn't expect the 4-star Dancing King Zombie to actually be this strong. Chunyu was excited for a minute or two before he suppressed the excitement in his heart. He decided to raise to the Black U level earlier first, that way he would truly be invincible in this world. As for the matter of the card rank, Chunyu also had an eyebrow raised. Anyway, with his zombie icon talent here, it wasn't even a problem for him to rake in money and gather 1-star decks quickly. He just had to keep specializing in one type of zombie deck like he did today to get great results. It was only a pity that there were too few people in this world who possessed the Dr. Stiff King's card. Otherwise Chunyu would have been able to go straight to the peak of his life by relying on the Dr. Stiff King's card, and engage the Zombie Queen in advance. After incorporating the random Dancing King Zombie and the Legion Dancing King Zombie into the Zombie Atlas, Chunyu entered the matchmaking platform. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 180 days. Will the transients engage in a sparring match now? Yes. Chunyu didn't think much and directly nodded his head in agreement. The zombies are 3 minutes away from arriving at your home. Please choose the zombie you want to fight as soon as possible. Blood Rage Tombstone. Random Mimic Zombie. Random Dancing King Zombie. Overeating Tombstone Swallowing Zombie. Crazy Tombstone. Legion Dancing King Zombie. Epileptic Reading Zombie. Jar Thrower Reading Zombie. Pumpkin Head Barrel Zombie. Space Step Dancing King Zombie. Chunyu took out his most powerful lineup right now. Other than the crazy tombstones that produce tombstone value just in the Pumpkinhead Iron Bucket Zombie that is a dispensable existence. The others are at least 3 stars or more than 3 stars. Come on, let me see who the other side is. Chenyu's eyes lifted, only to see a group of zombies 700 meters away coming this way in great numbers. These zombies were numerous but of varying quality, rather like a feeling of rushing a duck onto a shelf. Chunyu swept a glance at these ordinary zombies, and after the identification of the zombie icon, he found the hiding zombie leader in the middle of the 50 ordinary zombies. Name, Cranky Kid Zombie. Grade, Platinum 8-star. Introduction, the Cranky Kid Zombie was once a lawless master. No one can sanction it. Even the law in front of him is like no general. The Cranky Kid Zombie is very fond of mischief. It likes to hide behind the back of other people to play a sneak attack. The Cranky Kid Zombie has an extremely rare ability. It can be a one-time summoning of 50 zombies, not subject to the rules of the limitations. When it is 50 zombies die, a zombie will again summon resurrection between 3 seconds to 15 seconds. And the Cranky Kid Zombie own attributes are quite high. Attack speed and movement speed is extremely top existence. When one of its 50 zombies dies, it will be resurrected in 3 to 15 seconds, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, the Grumpy Kid Zombie's own attributes are quite high, and its attack and movement speeds are extremely top-notch, so it should not be underestimated. Oh, Chunyu looked at the introduction of the Grumpy Child Zombie some surprise. From the introduction, it seems that this group of zombies only Grumpy Child Zombie this one look past the zombie. Chunyu had originally thought of making a big show of his skills, but now it seemed that he was afraid that he could just summon a zombie to take down this group of zombie hordes made up of broken copper and iron. Right? Soon, the group of zombies entered the 5 roads sporadically, and split down to just 10 ordinary zombies per road, and the Cranky Kid Zombie hid behind the ordinary zombie at the end of the middle road. Seeing this, Chunyu is still the same old rule of placing the crazy tombstone in the middle first, and then lie back and sleep on the chaise longue to stretch out comfortably. With the passage of time, there were already 3 rows of crazy tombstones on the field, while the opposite group of zombies had only managed to come to a third of the position. Chunyu yawned and casually placed a Legion Dancing King Zombie in the middle of the road before starting to snore a little. And true to form, the Legion Dancing Zombie is a 4-star dancing zombie, and he comes out in all different styles. The Legion Dance King Zombie was seen wearing a military green uniform and a hat that only commanders were allowed to wear. He descended from the sky and took 2 steps backward in a backward stance before turning around and pointing towards the sky. For Soldier Dancing King Zombies, also dressed in army green uniforms, fall from the sky, except that they are holding pea shooter heads in their hands and are wearing hats that are bulletproof. Not unlike Legion Dancing King Zombies. Brothers, give it to me. The Legion Dance King Zombie let out a roar. Yes. The 4 Soldier Dance King Zombies responded in unison. Brothers, give it to me. The 4 Soldier Dancing King Zombies pointed towards the sky, and 16 soldier accompanied dancing zombies burrowed out of the dirt, holding the heads of their pea shooters as weapons as they kept firing at the zombies in front of them. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty and stiff field was instantly overcrowded, with the 2, 3 and 4 roads having the most courageous firepower, and only the 1 and 5 roads lacking slightly. Da 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 da, da 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 da. The pea bullets hit the zombies with a constant sound, and soon there were zombies who couldn't carry it and fell to the ground. Stand up! Who gave you permission to fall? Grumpy Child Zombie felt his zombie group lost 3 zombies at once, immediately burst into a rage and howled angrily to the sky. The few zombies that had just collapsed immediately resurrected with full blood and stood out again. Damn! This enemy is a bit tricky. Legion Dance King Zombie cursed and took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it into his mouth and smoked it. His eyelids drooped and his eyes were gloomy. In the piece of summoning, there was someone else who dared to show off in front of him. The 4 of you, one by one, run over and deliver them. The Legion Dancing King Zombie glanced at the Soldier Dancing King Zombie who had protected himself tightly, and then opened his mouth to command in a breezy manner. Yes, the Soldier Dancing King Zombies agreed neatly, then trotted forward in an orderly fashion, pea cannons in hand without stopping. Soon, the Soldier Dancing King Zombies on the left and right sides as well as at the very front were taken out in turn by the opposite zombie hordes, while the Legion Dancing King Zombies were summoned 3 times in a row. It was just a pity that the Legion Dancing King Zombie wasn't the kind that summoned 4 Soldier Dancing King Zombies in a single summoning, otherwise Chun-Yu would have had to be laughing his ass off. Of course, even if he's summoning one at a time to fill the empty spaces, but his full summoning is 1 Soldier Dancing King Zombie for every tombstone, and he's short of these 3 melons and dates? Come forth, my fellow men. Let us once again fight for the glory of the Stiff Emperor. The Legion Dancing King Zombie stopped his advance after summoning 3 times in a row. He raised his hands above his head and shouted, his voice resounding through the homestead like rolling thunder. Yes, 1 Soldier Dancing King Zombie after another crawled out of the tombstone, and with 1 backward step he pointed to the sky, summoning 4 Soldier Companion Dancing Zombies, 3 rows of crazy tombstones, 15 Soldier Dancing King Zombies in total, and 1 Soldier Dancing King Zombie summons 4 Soldier Companion Zombies. This time, the whole field summoned 75 zombies directly, plus the 12 Soldier Dancing Zombies summoned by the newly summoned Soldier Dancing King Zombies and the 21 zombies that were originally on the field. There were now a full 108 zombies on the field. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the death of these newly summoned Soldier Dancing King Zombies could also trigger the summoning of Legion Dancing King Zombies. Well, let's see what you zombie hordes can do.